The man was a crime boss, yet his younger brother was bullied at school. Each day he heard the news. As a brother, he not only didn't help, but called him trash, even warning him that if he told anyone they were brothers, he'd be the first to kill him. Cho-min, hearing his brother's words, breaks down, unleashing a torrent of abuse upon his cold-blooded sibling. But he ignores him, walking straight out the door. 3 long years have passed, and Cho-min is still a punching bag. Until today's lunch, when Cho-min suddenly receives a strange phone call, delivering news of his brother's death and instructing him to collect the body. He numbly makes his way to the funeral home. He heard that his brother had been riding his motorcycle at night when he collided with a truck and died. Looking at his brother's icy corpse, Cho-min unconsciously clenched his fist until it bled. He saw me as trash, yet today he died riding a motorcycle, bringing back memories of when he abandoned me. So, without hesitation, he left the funeral home without looking back, deciding to abandon the body. He wanted him to feel what it was like to be abandoned. As he stepped out, the police called him back and handed him his brother's belongings. And so, Min left that troublesome place with his brother's belongings, sitting alone on a bench, looking at what his brother had left behind. Before he knew it, tears were falling. Even though his brother had abandoned him, a phone rings from inside the box of his belongings. He's surprised to see that the phone is still on. The most recent message reads, "Captain, is your cross-country trip going well? Sent 2 minutes ago." Cho-min is startled by the first line he sees. "Captain," he murmurs, fiddling with the phone's cracked screen. "I always wondered where he lived and how he was doing. Locked? Is he the leader of some gang or something?" His hand instinctively traces the letter Z and unlocks it. It really was that pattern. Chin is stunned as messages from just minutes ago appear. "How ridiculous. Team leader, how was your cross-country trip? I caught Perung Cheon red-handed, and here's how to contact Kang Seok-shu from Waihai." Suddenly, he stumbles upon a familiar name. Cho-min carefully rereads the message about contacting Kang Shu from Waihai. Kang Shu from Waihai. Cho-min clicks on the message about contacting Kang Shu from Waihai. That guy has a decent physique and personality. "I'm contacting the organization to recruit him. I'll explain the details later." Recalling the punch from this morning, he was filled with questions. Kang Seok-shu has a decent personality, huh? He scrolls through his phone, reading the reply. Kang Seok-shu is a piece of trash who deserves to die twice over. Cho-min chuckles. Glad he wrote that down. Was he surprised? What's wrong with me? Are these guys my bullies? Cho-min begins his search. Let's see here. The pinned chat room. Is it an open chat room? His hand suddenly froze at the message. "Okay, I get it," his brother replied. "Everyone's gathering at Gapcon High. Look who knows something. I'll gather you all and get you arrested. Now I'll call 112 and report you." Suddenly, a hand reached for his head. Trang Hai, out of nowhere, pulled up his bangs. "Hello, Ju-min." The familiar pain tells him exactly who it is. Han Trang Hai leaned in, asking, "What are you doing? You crazy? Do you like being alone?" Trang Hai tugged at his hair, making him wince in pain. "Why is that jerk here?" It was then that he noticed the box of belongings next to him. "What's this? A blessing for the deceased?" His eyes widened in surprise. "Hwan Cho-min, don't tell me he's giving up." Jong-hee holds the box and empties it out. Has someone died? This action stunned Min, as the contents spilled onto the ground below. From that height, only the loud thud of the helmet echoed, before it tumbled into the river. Jong-ho feigns regret, but it's all gone. Min is left standing there, doing nothing. He was trash, and I'm not sad he's dead. I won't mourn him, nor do I need anything from him, because he was never there for me to begin with. Trang Hai calmly retorts, "What should I do? You seem to have made a decision, but that's your business." Cho-min screams as he lunges at Jiang-shi. That short bastard has no right to do this. He lunged, catching Jiang-hee off guard and easily knocking him over, the force leaving him stunned. "Wait, let me go, you bastard." Their feet leave the bridge and they both fall. A sudden sound cuts through the silence, and Jiang-shi groans as he painfully crawls to his feet. Enraged and bruised, he cursed, but before he could even process what was happening, Cho-min delivered a solid punch to his face. He was beaten to a pulp as Cho-min cursed him. The bastard stood there coldly and said, "You underestimate me," before delivering a decisive kick to Zhang Yi's face. "Where am I?" Cho-min, now completely out of control, unleashes a flurry of punches. "You dare laugh at my family? Dead? You bastard, you son of a bitch." Jiang-shi's face was unrecognizable as he choked out, "You." His words will bring Min back to his senses. "You're done for, you bastard." Oh man, he's completely out of it. Oh man, I really did it. Before he could process it, a devastating punch came flying. Seok-woo didn't know where it came from, but he landed another blow on Min. The force sends him flying, and Min collapses onto the ground as Seok watches his battered brother. What? What just happened? "You're covered in blood after I went to the convenience store," Han Trang-hai weakly called out to him. With a tone of accusation, he says, "That bastard attacked me." But in Cho Min's mind, he reaffirms a truth we learned in school. One person can't possibly... Zoksu looked at him with excitement, thinking, this guy's trash, so beating him up isn't against the law, right? The obvious truth is he can take on a group. Lying there, Zhang He added, "Looks like that guy's family just had a funeral. I guess they'll have to endure another death." Feeling the danger, Jomin used all his strength to jump up. Seok-su chuckled as he watched. "Come on, you bastard," he screamed internally, telling himself he had to run. Damn it. Damn it. Seok-su slowly spat out each word. Huh? Just as he took a step, a light flashed from behind, and a motorcyclist struck the snail racer with a club. This sight made Zhang Xi's squinting eyes widen, and even Min turned in shock. What was that? Akshu clutches his head and groans as the motorcycle screeches to a halt. Akshu doesn't understand what just happened. What about that bastard? The biker smirks, revealing a gold tooth. You mean that bastard? This guy is unknown, but Sukwu's arrogant face suddenly changes. He realizes this man is helping Min regain her senses. I don't know what's happening, but thanks to him, I can escape. He nonchalantly said. Actually, the next words made Min jump. You're a bastard who deserves to be killed more than twice. That's what my captain said. He suddenly remembered the message from earlier. That's impossible, Xu said, stunned. Impossible. I've never met your captain. J-Gang, unconcerned, kicks him, his face narrowing, saying, Sorry, but our captain never uses the word kill in a normal situation. He must have met you somewhere, you bastard. Zhao Shu panicked. What are you talking about? What's going on? It's only now that Min begins to understand. Could it be about Zok Shu's gang? Footsteps echo behind her. Tears stream down Trang He's face, stopping Min in his tracks. Remembering his brother's text messages and seeing the crowd, he wondered if they were all his brother's underlings, armed and wearing the same clothes, confirming his suspicions. The Wangjie Association. A new group appears, cornering Zook Shu. Is this the bastard? Look at all the gold around his neck. I don't know what got the boss so riled up to call everyone together. He was talking about killing Guo right then and there. Scarface J sneered down at him. Don't take it too hard. Hey, you. Truth be told, I don't care if you're trash or not. I'm just taking care of someone the captain's got his eye on. They charge forward. That's our Emperor crew. Seok-su knows he's done for, sweating bullets. Under the moonlight, a piercing scream echoes as Cho Min flees, gasping for breath, realizing a hard truth. One person can never defeat a group. Looking down from above, I learned something else that day. You can, as a matter of course, destroy a group with a stronger group. You probably don't know the reason why. He muttered, From now on, I'll make you feel it. Violence can strike like an accident, no matter how careful you are, and regardless of your desires. Cho Min clutches Muji's phone tightly. Thank you, the new message read. Our captain already beat Kong Suk-su to a pulp. Have a good trip. Hand over your phone. I'll make good use of it. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. This is bad. They actually called in the Emperor squad just to clean up one piece of trash. It's been a while since we've had a summons. Dai, holding a cigarette, said calmly, What's with the surprise? It's not the first time he's provoked us like this. He's just showing us the fate of those who dare defy the Emperor team's captain. He tells the person next to him, Let me tell you, that guy is really eccentric. Every time he goes, he does this all over the world. Everyone chimed in, agreeing. That's right. Jang added, Don't underestimate him. Min hears this, wondering if the captain is their king. A bustling city unfolds, home to 1.45 million people and a prestigious university town boasting 10 major universities and numerous national corporate research institutes. But beyond that, the city's greatest high school battles also converge here, leaving Min Wook with a plate full of questions. Min sits across from Min Wook, who eats and says, Why do you talk like a historical film narrator? Min Ji was speechless. I'm trying to imitate Emperor Wang Geon, but does it not sound right? He continued, I know about the high school battles, but do you know about the Emperor squad? Minuk asked. He began to explain, This is where the high school battles take place. Juan is confused. Pork cutlet? Suddenly, Mingook skewers the pork cutlet with force, splitting it in two as if confirming it represents the Emperor crew. But Min seemed only focused on the fried pork cutlet before him. The very cutlet that represented the Emperor crew who controlled half this battlefield, as Min gravely noted. Minwook elaborates that the Emperor team is one of the strongest gangs here, ruling over half the high schools in the city. I heard they have around 100 members. No, 1,000. Minutes wondered how he couldn't know about the Emperor crew, being an outsider and all, but then dismissed it, saying he was just asking. He thought to himself, because I didn't know. Before, he thought that whether it was bullying or joining a gang, pouring his energy into something just to exist peacefully for a few years seemed foolish and a waste of time. Remembering Muji, he was part of the reason I had no interest in this garbage world, yet he ignored and abandoned me. He reached into his pocket, saying, "So a large, violent gang controls half the territory, huh?" Moreover, remembering the large group that appeared yesterday, Cho-min pondered that this was his imperial territory. The recent images puzzled him. And what are those crazy bastards trying to do? Min's face darkens. He's dead, and I'm the only one who knows about his death. His hand hovers over Muji's phone in his pocket, realizing his world is in his grasp with this device. When suddenly, something catches his eye. Cho-min's eyes darted away as they casually spilled another student's food, laughing and joking. Huh, he's hopeless. Seeing this, Minuk was furious and wanted to rush out to stop them, but Cho-min held him back, whispering, "Are you crazy?" Meanwhile, they continued to joke around. Oh man, mine too, mine too. Minuk was beyond furious. Those bastards, they're doomed to face Min's retaliation. What can we even do now? That was Moton, the leader of the bullies. He sighed, ignoring the voices that continued to echo behind him. How refreshing, you cleaned up well. They all shared one question. But why aren't Kangchang Seku and Han Trang Hai at school? They're probably busy with their romance. Seriously, don't make me throw up. Kim Seunda was covered in food after the bullies threw it at him. A voice then told him to get up so Min and Minguk could pass, to which he replied, 3 people can clean faster. Come to class 1 later, I'll lend you a t-shirt. He then asks the other person what their name is. He blankly and mechanically responded, Huh? Kim Da-seun, thank you. At that moment, Do-hyun suddenly turned back. He silently gazed at the 3 of them, and on the way, Min-wook asked, What's wrong? Hwang Chu-min. I thought you were pretending not to notice. He quickly replied, We can't fight them, but we can clean up the trays together. Cho-min recalled the day Muji left, saying, as if to explain his actions, I just can't ignore what's within my power. Hearing this, Min smiled proudly at his friend. The 2 walked and chatted idly. But why are you wearing a bandage? It's a pimple. What, are you Wang Jian? Wang Jian, my foot. As they walked, Do-hyun called out from an alley. He gestures and says, Come here. Minguk asked suspiciously, Me? Do-hyun replied, Both of you. Suddenly, Do-hyun kicks Min right in the face, relentlessly beating him while he speaks. What the hell? Min-wook is getting beat down, too. Who are you to be washing dishes? Do-hyun scoffs, kicking Min to the ground. Are you going to pay his wages? Don't you know there's an unemployment crisis? He chuckled. Oh, right, damn it. I suppose that's true, as the pain just kept coming. Cho-min thought to himself, That's right. What if Kang Zoku and Han Trang Hai weren't here? Looking at the higher-ups, these scumbags would still be running rampant in the school. Do-hyun angrily says, Are you looking for trouble? All right, so you're next, chairboy. Just then, one of his cronies fell backward. The guy wiped his sweat and said, Did you just hit me? Cho-min, lying nearby, thought, Damn it. Minguk gets into a fighting stance and replies, Damn it, I can't hold back, causing Cho-min to curse him inwardly. Then Minuk, that idiot, remembered what Minuk had said in the cafeteria. You know I'm a boxer, right? Whether it's Team 1 or 2, I'm rebelling against them. Did he really say he learned boxing? Minguk is doing whatever he wants. Hwang Chu-min, I'll fight back even if I get my ass kicked. He told the guy, Are you ready? The coach used to say I was a genius. Do-hyun's lackey angrily charges toward Minguk. You crazy son of a bitch! Cho-min, drenched in nervous sweat, wondered, You believe that? You fool! Minguk successfully punches him away. Seeing this, Cho-min was dumbstruck, exclaiming, Oh my God! What are you thinking? Minguk, relieved, jumps up and down, saying, This is the first time you've seen an outsider hiding their strength, right? He wondered to himself, Don't tell me. Minuk chimed in, Those who have eaten their fill, indeed. Minguk sarcastically calls cleaning up after themselves a stroke of genius before Do-hyun punches him. He nonchalantly says, A genius, as Do-hyun relentlessly punches him. He really wants to kick Minguk in the face. Is he going to? Helping Min up, he exclaimed, feeling a pang of guilt for being so foolish. For a moment, he felt a thrill. Meanwhile, Minuk was still taking a beating from Do-hyun, who mocked him with every blow. If you're a genius. Seeing Minguk completely defeated by Do-hyun, he thought to himself, But the truth is, whether you're an outsider hiding your strength or a rebel rising up, Do-hyun licked his lips, excited. You could become it. He pressed the lit cigarette towards Min-guk, a clever dog, making it clear to Min that none of it mattered. Min-guk lay motionless, unable to defend himself from the beating. But as Do-hyun moved to shove a cigarette into his mouth, a shout rang out. Wait a minute. Do-hyun turned around at the sound of the voice. He responds, "What?" Do-hyun threatens Min, asking if he's planning to betray him, but suddenly he kneels, saying there's no way. Cho-min pats his back and says, "You called me your chair, so why don't you sit instead of smoking?" Do-hyun smirks, amused as Min mentally repeats his name, growing uneasy at his silence. Do-hyun lets go of Min and replies, "This is the first time I've seen someone this stupid." Hearing the bell, he says to Cho-min, "All right, from now on, you're my personal seat, so get ready, you dog." Do-hyun tossed his cigarette at Min-guk as a warning. "And you, idiot." He went over to his fallen underling and kicked him a few times, saying, "Get up, you useless bum." With the bell ringing, and to show Min that things were settled, he went to Min-guk and called out to him. Min-wook then leaves, and receiving no response, he speaks up. Min-guk dejectedly replies, "I'm sorry," as tears stream down his face. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault because of me." Min helps him up. "Forget it. It's not the first time." Min struggles to his feet. "That bastard is a good fighter." "What the hell are we going to do now?" he calmly replied. "We'll find a way to beat him," Min-guk asked, bewildered. "Just the two of us? Didn't you see how it moves?" He really is a genius. With that kind of power, even 10-on-1 wouldn't give Min a chance to react. "What about 10? Choi-min's eyes darkened. "So, 100 then," Min frowned, confused. 100? Yesterday, amidst the crowded classroom, Chin's thoughts began to race. "My brother is dead, and I'm the only one who knows." He quietly sat by the window, and his world was in my hands. The phone screen read 8:24. From the hallway, a figure hurried past, cursing under their breath. "Damn it, son of a bitch!" Looking at his phone, Min wondered if he could do it. But just then, the door burst open, interrupting his thoughts. Min-guk stammers, breathless, before shouting Hwang Chu-min's name. From outside, a crowd gathered to eavesdrop, Chin and Min-guk among them. Min-guk pointed and said, "Look at him." Inside the classroom, Do-hyun was building a chair for Kim Do-eun. "What's wrong with Do-hyun?" he asked. "How is it? Is the height okay?" Dawn replied, confused. "Why are you being like this?" Do-hyun replied, "It's okay. Just relax and sit comfortably. Do you want me to raise it a little higher?" The lackey rushed over, and the man sat down, asking, "Do-hyun, what are you doing?" He quickly pushed Dasun away, yelling, "Get lost, you dog!" The words were barely out of his mouth when a fist came flying. "Do-hyun, what's going on?" Do-hyun lands a punch, sending him crashing to the ground, then curses, "You crazy bastard," as the other man calls out his name from the floor. "Why, Do-hoon?" The once handsome Do-hoon is now bruised, missing teeth, pointing at the guy and yelling, "You want me dead?" Then he looked around, searching for something. Wait. Do-hyun started rambling to himself. "That bastard started it. You know it wasn't my fault, right?" Those around him were confused. What's going on? Who is he talking to? He remembers those who brought him to this state, and mustn't forget the captain's eyes and ears are everywhere. Do-hyun bowed his head to the ground, patting Don's back as he gave him an order. "Hurry up and sit down. Please, I'm begging you with tears in my eyes. I'm begging you." 8:25 Kim Do-sun from Class 4 is now your footstool. Everyone was shocked by the sight, their mouths agape in disbelief. Do-hyun then continued running across the schoolyard as everyone watched from above. What is he doing? Look down there, he's running around Yongjae High School's field. Do-hyun frantically ran at 1 a.m., barefoot and stumbling, every action recorded. Cho-min watches from above. "Only 8 left, huh? Imperial territory," Min just thought as he smiled. "Looks like it's better than I expected. I can do this. I will do this." An idea begins to form, cutting through his trashy brother's trashy underlings, as Muji stares into the distance, clutching his phone. Cho-min's resolve surges. He will tear them to shreds, his ragged breaths echoing in the alley. Footsteps splash through puddles as Kyung-hwan grits his teeth and runs for his life. Damn it! But he couldn't escape because 2 figures blocked his path. The 2 men grinned cruelly, reaching out. "Kid, you hurt my leg." "Hold it right there." Kyung-hwan huddled against the wall, enemies closing in from both sides. "What's going on? I've never done anything to offend the Emperor Division." Mushroomhead sneers contemptuously. "Oh, really? Then why were you running so fast?" Kyung-hwan retorted, sweating. "Isn't it because you were chasing me, you bastard?" he retorted, trying to warn them. "Don't touch me." But his end was already here, and they wouldn't stop. 4 of them ganged up on him, and under the bright moonlight, Kyung-hwan lay in a pool of blood. Next, a similar situation unfolds as Hong Do-yoon takes a kick to the gut, leaving him covered in blood, followed by another whose teeth and lips are smashed to a pulp. Finally, Choi-ho was thrown down the stairs. This time, another one was chased, but the situation escalated as the group pursued him on their motorcycle. Green-haired Sang-mo gritted his teeth, looking back and cursing, "Damn it, let's see how long you can chase me." But little did he know, they'd shut him up with a baseball bat. Just as the cocky Sang-mo thought he was safe, he was knocked off his bike. Excellent. Meanwhile, 3rd Division Captain Yang Guman coldly smoked a cigarette. 20 of 1st Division's leaders had been defeated by the Emperor Division in the past week. He looked at the muscular man swinging a baseball bat in front of him and asked, "What do you think about this?" The game board flashed home run, and the system announced victory. The man finally opens the door and speaks to Minho. "What's up?" "Why the division?" He replies, "I don't know either." Jeon-hoo frowns, questioning the orange-haired captain of Y3's first squad. "Why are you letting this happen?" "We're neutral, not part of the alliance," Mayon retorted with a frown. "Since we're not part of the alliance, we can sit back and enjoy the show." Damn it, are those wadding order bastards planning to swallow up Class 3Y whole? "We have no choice, just give me a smoke." Mian hands him a cigarette, saying they have to form an alliance with them. "But I think there should be a contract, don't you?" he asked, puzzled. "A contract?" Min casually replies. "That's right, a contract to fight." He squinted, explaining menacingly. "If you want to rule Daidong, you target the 3rd years, not the freshmen. Control the leaders and the rest will fall in line." "But why are they only targeting the freshmen?" Mian watches Jeon-hoo smoke with an apathetic expression. "I wonder if this is simply a personal feud." As they discussed this, a bald man walked by. "So, according to you, who's the mastermind behind all this?" "Of course." Mayun's expression darkens as he pauses, thinking of a certain first year from Y High. From our school. How much did the Emperor Division receive to pull this off? Or maybe some jerk is just messing with the freshmen. Suddenly, the bald uncle angrily barges in. He waved away the smoke and barked, "Good heavens, can't you see you're smoking?" With a face as dark as night, Jeon-hoo arrogantly continues to provoke Min. "Isn't that exactly what the freshmen always do?" The bald old man went ballistic, yelling, "How dare you not answer an elder? Are you going to put that cigarette out? What school are you from?" He roared and tried to lunge forward, but before the kids could even react, Jeon-hoo delivered a devastating blow. He shoved a can into the man's mouth, telling him to shut up, as Jeon-hoo knelt beside the unconscious bald man and continued the conversation. "We can't touch the Emperor Division. We'll have to handle this quietly, on our own turf." His face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "That arrogant freshman, find him and bring him to me." "Even so, I have an idea." At Y High School, Min and Minguk are walking together down the hallway, chatting, as he puts his hands in his pockets and sighs. "Oh, Min didn't come to school today either. Apparently he was just hospitalized." He indifferently asks, "Is that so?" Minguk wonders if this is the result of the first team abusing drugs. Why else would they keep disappearing? Chin listlessly replies, "Who cares?" Watching the students joke around, he asks, "Wouldn't it be nice if there was no more school violence?" Minik thought it made sense, but his expression wasn't very serious. "We can watch girls' scandalous videos without a second thought, even in school," Chin says with a disgusted look. "Is that all you can think about?" They split up in front of her classroom, promising to meet later. Oh, gee. Just then, 2 students were chasing each other down the hallway. Hey, you really didn't bring it? Let me double check." Suddenly, the black-haired boy collided with someone, a massive, bald, dark-skinned figure who towered over him, filling him with dread. Meanwhile, Jo-min returned to his desk, retrieved Muji's phone, and lowered his head to hide the cruel smile on his face. Oh-min in Class 3 was also dealt with swiftly. Well done, guys. Suddenly, a commotion caused him to look up in annoyance. The classroom was now a cheerful place, as it should be, one less gang of thugs to worry about. The school had returned to its peaceful state, and the students were laughing and talking more freely. No one can start fights anymore, and no one will be beaten for no reason. School should be a place where we can have fun and where parents can send their children without worry. Cho-min's eyes fell, but it wasn't over yet. He thought of someone's back after about 20 members of Yu's first-year crew were eliminated last week. Exactly 20 first-string freshmen, but others remain in this school, Jeon-hoo and the rest of the trash. Cho-min thought to himself that as long as they were still around, peace couldn't be guaranteed, so they needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. He tightened his grip on Muji's phone, and of course, it was only a matter of time. Cho-min thought of the underlings his brother left behind and smiled like a pervert. A total freak. What did my bastard of a brother do to make his men so loyal? Not one of them questions my orders. They obey unconditionally. What a bunch of simpletons. I'm truly satisfied. Emperor Division. Who would suspect that I'm the one pulling the strings? He muttered to himself. Very well, then next. But as he was lost in thought, a serious student interrupted him. Min. He looked up, bewildered. Huh? What's going on? He turned away, leaving behind a single sentence. The homeroom teacher wants to see you in the faculty office. Cho-min, sweating, stammered a reply. Huh? Oh, I know. But a sense of unease settled over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He placed Muji's phone back in the desk, but hesitated before leaving, ultimately putting it in his pocket. Is it safe to leave the phone here? After finishing everything, he muttered to himself as he walked out. Is it my turn to clean this week? How annoying. Someone suddenly recognized him. Yeah. A trembling voice spoke, making Cho-min turn in curiosity. It's him. Following the student's directions, the bald black man coldly asked, Are you Cho-min? As he beckoned him over. Come with me. Chin was about to refuse. My homeroom teacher was calling me, and the next thing I knew, I was being dragged away by my neck. You want to die? Follow me now. At another school building, Chin frowned, puzzled by the situation before him. What's going on? The dark-skinned man stepped forward to report to the one standing on the platform. Just as you instructed, I've gathered everyone here. Standing with Min are 6 others. What's going on? He glances at Kim Ji-seun, who's trembling beside him. Just then, Min, standing above them, explained, Listen up. I'm Min Cho, a 3rd year. You're all wondering why you've been summoned here, right? The reason I've gathered you is... With a cold expression, he growled, Find the culprit behind the recent attacks on the first-year students. Hearing this, Min Cho's eyes widened in shock. What? But Min Cho continued to speak from above. From the information I've gathered, one of you 4 is behind it all. He grew more confused and fearful as he listened. How could they narrow down the suspects so quickly? He cursed inwardly at the man's feigned expression. What to do now? That's what that guy must be thinking. Rewind to the day before, when Min Cho and Jian-hoo spoke. But there are more than a few kids at U Academy, making this search like finding a needle in a haystack. He confidently replied, Not exactly. I've already found some likely suspects. Min Cho casually hinted. Namnhat Kwan Do-hoon. Remember that kid who ran naked through the stadium a week ago? Jian-hoo smirked, remembering. That elite soldier? Thinking about it now is still pretty funny. Min then added that this guy was also hunted down by the Emperor Division, recounting how, after his performance at school, everyone was defeated one by one. It could be made into a novel. Mien coldly stated that the mastermind must have enjoyed seeing Gundu humiliated like a dog, so he began using the Emperor Division as a tool to eliminate the remaining bastards. Then he looked at Jian-hoo, saying the quickest way to find that dog is to investigate those who have been bullied since Doho enrolled until last April. Jian-hoo wondered, there must be a lot, right? He seemed to agree, adding that he'd only been enrolled for a month anyway. How many could he possibly bully? This should be interesting. Back in the present, Min stands on the platform looking down at them. I'll give you a chance. Either you speak up yourselves or I'll make you talk. Jian-hoo calmly observed while smoking, and after a pause, Min's expression twisted into a look of madness. Then you'll experience a hell you've never known. After he finished speaking, Jian-hoo grinned eerily. As time passed, the atmosphere grew heavy, pressing down on Min, turning his face pale. After a moment, seeing no response, Min gave the order. No one's here? What a shame. Then there's no other way. Everyone, stay put. Close the door, he replied. Yes. The sound of the door closing was like sealing his dark future, starting with the man in front of him. Cho-min was sweating bullets, head down, desperately trying to think. What to do? What to do now? Damn it, why did it have to be like this? His fingers trembled, itching to reach for the phone in his pocket, while the thugs in front of him began their assault. Stay still, kid. Min's mind is racing, but if I get caught, I'm dead. I'm done for. He whipped his head around to look at the shivering mess beside him. What was he supposed to do? What to do? He lowered his head again, his eyes shrinking with fear. Should I ask the Emperor Division to make their stand right here in the lecture hall? How fast could they get here? But pulling out my phone now would be suicide. Cho-min looked up at them, already searching the person in front of him. The phone password sent a chill down his spine, but he still wanted to find a way out. No, he had to try. Wait, they seemed distracted over there. He thought to himself that the 5 words, "Y University Main Hall," would be enough. If they were smart, they'd do anything to get here. Cho-min seized the moment and quickly pulled out his phone. Now was the time. But then, Min reappeared beside him like a ghost. What's going on? He saw the panic in his face and sneered. What are you doing? Chin had already come to his side and put his arm around his shoulder. What are you doing? What are you doing? he asked, his face a mask of deceit. "Why are you wandering around with your phone when I told everyone to stay put? Do my words mean nothing to you?" He then laughed with amusement at Min's frozen expression. "That suspicious bastard," Mayong secretly cursed. When did he get here? Damn it. He glanced at Don, who was sneaking glances his way, and mumbled a reply. "I had something I needed to check urgently, but he didn't believe me." Nonsense. Let's see. The bald black guy then tossed aside the one being beaten and turned toward him. "I see, so it was that bastard." Seeing this, Chomin frantically wondered what to do, his eyes trembling with every laugh from the man. "Why are you so quiet?" I urged myself on. "Think of something, use your brain." But Chomin seemed certain, grinning with satisfaction. "Don't even bother trying to think." He circled Chomin like a fly, saying if he didn't want to live as a failure, he should think about changing his circumstances, so he secretly incited others to do bad things. Chomin pointed a finger at him and rebuked him. The selfish bastard, the coward. Chomin trembled with rage at his insults. Living with such a weak mindset, you'll never escape failure. "Damn it, you fool." Chomin's heart refuses to accept this. "Don't make me laugh." He looked at the two despicable figures before him, silently cursing them as the selfish and cowardly ones who took pictures of others like a gang. Min didn't care about their warning to take it easy. The black guy smirked, stepping forward. "Give me your phone." Damn it. Chomin recalls the times he was beaten for no reason, how they always mocked and bullied him, even though he did nothing wrong. Even at home, his brother didn't care. Why tell me I'm weak, that it's annoying, that only the weak get treated like fools? He grits his teeth, wondering, why is it always like this? Seeing his resistance, the man sneered, "Look at him." Enraged, the black student throws a punch, demanding, "Give me the phone." Before the punch could land, a voice rang out, freezing everyone in place. It was me. The other students turned in stunned disbelief, while Chomin and the dark-skinned man looked on in bewilderment. Chomin couldn't believe it as he looked at the person beside him, the one who had been shaking like a leaf, now taking the blame. "I did it, so please, leave the others out of this." Chomin looked at Dasun, silently questioning, "What is he saying?" The black man then released his grip on the phone and stepped in front of Dasun. "What did you just say?" he repeated, his voice trembling. "I'm the one who instigated them," he shouted, immediately dropping to his knees and begging. "I'm sorry, I did it because I truly hate the bullies who tormented me. That's why I asked the Emperor team to do it." Chomin was stunned. He didn't reveal who was behind the attack, but he knew it was the Emperor team. The gangster turned to his boss, asking for Min, but in his mind he was thinking, the fact that we were attacked by the Emperor squad made all the freshmen join Team 1. A loser like him shouldn't even know about this. Min is taken aback as the guilty party triumphs. He snatches the phone, yelling, "Give it here, damn it!" He glared menacingly and demanded the password, to which Chomin reluctantly replied, "Su-1." Then, Min silently scrolled through his phone. After searching everything, he couldn't believe it. Only ads and spam messages. What a boring life this guy leads. Finally, he turns to interrogate him. "Didn't you say someone needed to contact you urgently?" Chomin tried to stay calm and find an excuse. "Actually, I have a game scheduled for today." Hearing this, he angrily threw the phone back at him. "You idiot! The black guy already searched Don's phone." "There's nothing much on this phone. He's still insisting he's guilty, boss." "Of course I deleted all the conversations." Chomin smirked, secretly judging. The way he mentions the elite squad suggests he's likely the mastermind. No sane person would confess to something like this. He's probably just scared and confessed, I bet. He glanced at John Hu, inwardly smug. This will further cement my abilities to do John Hu if my relationship with him becomes stronger. The thought of how much I can continue to torment that thug fills Chomin with glee. He spoke to Dasun, saying, "All right, you're the loser who can contact the king of the team." Chomin glanced at him, relieved. While Kim Daseun drew attention, I was able to leave the chat room as quickly as possible and hide the team members from my friends list, my hands moving as fast as they could. Just then, Chomin came and punched Daseun hard in the stomach. "You ready to face the consequences? But what's even more confusing, what the hell just happened? How did he know the Monarch squad was involved?" After landing the punch, Chomin turned to chase the others away. "You guys can scram." Chomin saw Dasun clutching his stomach and collapsing, but he was powerless to help. Why is he taking the blame? He looks at him, bewildered, at the figure trembling with fear. Kim Daseun. A notification appeared on the screen. The team leader has left. Re-invite to the chat room. Jong stares at his phone, confused. What's going on? Why did he leave the chat? Is it bugged? I'll invite him again. Meanwhile, Gok Ha stared at his phone with a puzzled and suspicious look. How strange. Back at a building on campus, the homeroom teacher looked up and questioned, "Hey, I told you to come during lunch. Why are you only here now?" Min stood still and replied, "Sorry, I forgot." The teacher didn't press the issue, instructing him to take some printed materials and distribute them to the others. He then took a stack of documents and headed out when Minuk suddenly called out to him from behind, startling him. "Hey," he turned and asked, "Why are you so surprised?" "Guilty conscience, huh?" he replied, startled. "When did that happen?" Minu asked. "I heard you were dragged away by the sophomores just now, so how did you know?" He bragged again. "I'm pretty sensitive to gossip and rumors. Why was he taken away?" Cho-min indifferently replied that a third year named Gu Cho-min gathered him and others in the auditorium. Min-guk's face darkened with a wink. "What?" Gu Cho-min patted you on the shoulder. "Cho-min, what kind of school life are you living that I don't know about?" Cho-min was even more confused. "What's wrong with you?" He then asks gravely, "What did you do to get on Gu Cho-min's bad side?" Cho-min, sensing something was wrong, asked what was going on. Min, terrified, recounts that Gu Cho-min is a murderer who committed his crime right at school. In 8th grade, he said someone stank and beat them to death in class with a serving tray. He served 2 years because he was a minor. Since then, he's always done bad things in a way that keeps his hands clean. Cho-min grew more uneasy with each word. He really was a crazy bastard. Minuk continued to follow him, explaining that he was now sucking up to Do Gunhu, the manager of Y High School's first team, who ruled the school with his power. "He's the craziest guy in school, so don't get involved." Cho-min suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute. The first-year classroom sign is right in front of me." Cho-min stared blankly through the glass door. His seat was empty. Kim Dasul's 5th period is over, so why isn't he in his seat? His face grew paler and paler. Don't tell me Cho-min passed his documents to Minu after that. "Min-guk, please hold on to these for me," he shouted urgently. Hey, but Cho-min had already run off. Thanks, though. Back at the gym, Cho-min raced inside, frantically searching every corner. But there was no one around. He panted, looking towards the closed storage room door. Cho-min opened the door and entered the pitch-black room, coughing from the stale air. Why is it so dusty? Suddenly, he noticed something. Behind a glossy shelf, Dohan was bound with tape. Kim Da-seun and Cho-min rushed to remove the gag. He frantically shakes the unresponsive Dohan awake, asking if he's okay. "Wake up!" He lifts his swollen, pig-like face in shock. Da-seun, barely able to speak, asked, "Why are you here?" "You shouldn't have come." Gritting his teeth, Cho-min fumes. "Your face! You can't accept it," he mutters. "How could they do this to you? Well, I won't run away. You ugly bastards." Finally, Cho-min couldn't help but ask the question that was on his mind. "Why did you lie earlier? You didn't do it, did you?" Dohan hung his head, as if he'd known all along. From the way he asked, it was obvious he'd done it, right? He hesitated at that, but Da-seun cut him off, telling him not to worry, that she would take this secret to her grave, and that he must have a lot of money. Those moves were amazing, Cho-min thought, realizing that money couldn't buy that. But when he asked how she knew, Dohan smirked and gave a slight smile. He recalls the day Do-hoon's squad did those strange things. He says I went to the rooftop to thank and congratulate him, and to return the short-sleeved shirt he'd lent me. That's when I saw you looking down at the naked Kohan running away, and you said, he still remembers Cho-min's fierce expression. The Emperor team is even better than I expected. I thought you were behind it all, so I left to avoid trouble if you found me. Even now, after everyone's been captured, I'm certain that you incited the Emperor team. At that, Cho-min froze, realizing his monologue had backfired spectacularly. I should have been more careful when talking to myself, but I got too excited. How stupid of me. He trembled, gritting his teeth in self-reproach. But you ended up like this because you were thinking of me. I'm sorry I ran away earlier. But Da-seun said, it's okay. He remembered the endless days of being bullied, and you approached me. At that time, Min's help was a beacon of hope for Dohan. If the three of us work together, we can finish this quickly. I'll lend you a t-shirt in class later. His eyes locked onto the figure before him, as everyone else mocked and watched from afar. Dohan paused, then looked again at the person in front of him. You might not think much of it now, but I'll never forget it. Then, he lowered his head, as if holding something back. Next to him, In his mind, he pictures Do-haeon kneeling at his feet. That day, he slammed his head against mine in the middle of class, his face covered in blood and tears, and I didn't know why. The more Dohan thought about it, the more satisfied he became, a smile forming on his face, though his eyes welled up with tears. It felt so good. He looked at Min's surprised face, which seemed strange, but he felt unusually good, so there was no need to feel sorry. Suddenly, the school bell rings. Oh, the bell already rang? Don turned to him, urging him to leave for class, saying he'd stay behind since they were taking him to some big boss named Jianhu after school. Well, I don't think they'll kill me, so it's fine. Isn't that a bad idea? Don wanted to say more, but Min quickly removed the tape from his mouth. You don't need to feel guilty about this, Don shouted, startled and alarmed. Wait, what are you doing? It's satisfying to watch those scumbags get destroyed as Min frantically tears off the tape and screams at him. Because it's fun. He recalls Min's gleeful expression and that of the dark-skinned man. That's why we have to enjoy ourselves and laugh as much as we want. Cho-min, filled with rage at reality, screams just like they do. Don looked up, breathless and silent for a moment, before delivering a cold dose of reality. Even if he did this, they'd just come back for him after school. But Cho-min muttered in response, No, that won't happen. Meanwhile, in the classroom, an old teacher was lecturing with passion. Not a single student was listening. They were all asleep at their desks, when suddenly, tall figures appeared outside the classroom door. Cho-min's eyes turned cold as he thought about it. What did he say? Kim Da-hyun. The old teacher turned around, breaking out in a cold sweat. The entire class stared in horrified disbelief toward the back. Cho-min was still half asleep. At that moment, a message was sent. Kill him, Cho-min, Yong-R High School. Right now, the Emperor team's underlings surround him, but the tiger has its prey. Ready to have some fun? Below, Cho-mi nimbly dodges the surprise attack from the group of 3, as the teacher and the entire class watch with bated breath. Gritting his teeth, eyes bloodshot, Cho-min dodged the attack and cursed, You dogs! As he finished speaking, the fire extinguisher crashed down on Cho-min's head, and the group swarmed him, yelling, Take that! Fresh blood splattered as Cho-min collapsed to the floor. Oh, God. A classmate rushed towards the group of 3 or 4, yelling, Mino, you bastard! Before he could attack, he was met with a punch from the red-haired guy, disgusting him. The force sent him flying back, hitting the ground with a thud. The thug sneered, Anyone who touches me will end up like this. Yongri High, a group of 3. The 4 mercilessly kick Min, laughing as they land each blow. Keep kicking. The teacher panicked and fled the classroom, frantically calling on the phone. Hello, police station? This is Yong-Ax High School, and the sounds of fighting echo through the halls, causing the teacher to panic. Suddenly, a group of thugs burst into the classroom. Yes, please hurry. The noise is disturbing the class next door. The other students began to wonder what was happening. What was all the commotion? Why is it so loud? What's going on? No sooner had he spoken than he was slapped across the face, crying out in pain. Jianhu looked up, frowning in annoyance as he questioned him. Why are you making so much noise? I'm trying to sleep. The red-haired man continued to kick Cho-min, who was struggling on the floor. Cho-min, now covered in blood, cradled his head and trembled uncontrollably, begging for them to stop. The redhead sneered at Min's defensive posture, playfully shouting, Hey, hold on, let me take a picture of this. Cho-min's classmates are shocked by the scene. Are those guys crazy? But is Minjo begging? They recalled his former authority. Guminjo, the #1 influencer in the school? The group watched with smug expressions and savage grins. Was he begging? The guy with the phone smirked. This is getting good. The captain's gonna love this. But as he spoke, a hand appeared from nowhere, and Jianhu, with a furious look, swung his fist from behind. The Emperor team! No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he went flying through the window. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as Jianhu, a blur of motion, took down the trio one by one. 4 cries of pain erupted from them as another charged forward. Jianhu demanded, Why are you here? Before his fist crashed into the man's approaching face. But it didn't end there. With a sharp look, Jianhu quickly turned, and in a flash, his kick sent the redhead flying. Then, with his quick reflexes, Jianhu grabbed another's face, causing his pupils to shrink. With a thud, his face slammed against the floor as he furiously punched and roared, Where the hell am I? Amidst the chaos, another assailant ambushes Jianhu, seizing him while his guard is down. He yanked Jianhu's head up, who struggled relentlessly. Damn it, they must be after Mino. Who are these guys? Who ordered you to do this? The man with the fire extinguisher eyed Jianhu suspiciously. Who are you? He asked coldly, his face grim. The only one of us who can move. The extinguisher flew with the force of the throw, his words echoing. He was the captain. Police cars swarmed the schoolyard. The chaos was contained, and voices echoed that Guminjo's consciousness was unclear. Whispers spread as the students recounted the chaos, intruders with fire extinguishers attacking during class. Students watched the scene below from the upper floors, whispering, Damn, they're crazy. They're really crazy. Cho-min chuckled to Kim Da-seon beside him. I locked up the contractors, but it still happened. Guminjo's reasoning is flawed. If questioned, just lie. His eyes darkened with calculation. Of course, we'll take care of all the troublemakers. As Cho-min was taken into the ambulance, he thought, Guminjo looks like a bad boy. One was beaten, and the other was arrested. Thick Tri thought to himself that it was truly killing two birds with one stone, as a pale-faced Min interrupted, his voice trembling. The sweaters, that's the Emperor crew. He looked at the two figures in the distance and continued, I've only heard rumors about them. They have no past. Look at him smiling, even after being caught. Min Wook, clutching his head and trembling, continued, Jiang Min is controlled by that team. I have goosebumps. It's like a TV show. That's how the sweater team is swallowing our school whole. I'm controlling the atmosphere in this school to my liking. Min Gook suddenly blurts out, Oh no, I can't stand it, as Min wonders why he's pointing into the distance. There he is, the crazy bastard. Jian-Hu flashed before their eyes. Min Gook continued, The commander of Squad 1 cornered Jian-Hu in Class 3. He recounted the process to Min. He was caught while taking down those Imperial thugs and dealing with them. The teacher, trembling, pointed to the classroom and told the police, Fourth class is in here. The group of officers stared in disbelief at the scene inside. Jian-Hu was like a true assassin, his face covered in blood, his eyes sizing up his opponents, his hand gripping the neck of a member of Group 3. The other four were already on the ground, but he finished them off. Recalling the scene, Min hesitantly spoke. How can someone endure being asleep and then getting hit in the head with a fire extinguisher? This school is awful. I'm getting creeped out. Cho-min quietly pondered beside him. Do you want me to take care of it? Where did this blonde guy come from? He waved his hand and shouted, drawing Cho-min's group's attention, telling them to get out of the way. The bastard peeked through the window, and the entire second and third year classes shouted, Jian-Hu's name. Whispers of doubt filled the air. Jian-Hu, what's going on? Oh man, what's with the Emperor team? Jian-Hu turned and said loudly, Listen to me, they attacked us by surprise. He angrily repeated Jian-Hu's words to Min, who remained expressionless. This is all the work of that cowardly leader of the Emperor team. That scum ordered the attack on Mino. The second and third year students grit their teeth in anger, unable to ignore this humiliation. Now it's your turn to make them pay. I've been silent for too long. From today on, our enemy is the Emperor crew. Seeing this, Cho-min assesses the situation with pursed lips. Even though Minjo is a popular figure at school, these thugs ultimately listened to this guy. Jian-Hu achieved his goal, his face darkening with a sinister smile as he plotted to destroy this corrupt system of power. Someone like Jian-Hu needs to be dealt with, Cho-min sneers, calling him pathetic trash. All right, let's do this, and let's do it thoroughly. Over at J-Gang, he stares at his phone screen, puzzled. The captain's acting strange. Min thought to himself, I'm going to destroy you. He rested his chin on his hand, calmly reassuring himself. Why are they giving me so much fun work lately? I remember the last gathering in the deserted street. The captain sent down a directive at Wyongjae High School. They stormed into the classroom. They dare interrupt the professor's lecture? This should be fun. But strangely, they didn't get much out of it. That's right, back to reality. Gukhwa stared intently at his phone screen, the flickering messages plunging him into thought. 7 people were involved in the Wyongdae High School incident, but they're all in police custody, so we essentially traded 7 for 1. Why go to such lengths for Wyongjae High? Gokha pondered, picturing Huan Muji's smug face. I know there's a tough one out there, and the situation has changed recently. Thoughts raced through his mind as he walked, analyzing the situation. I shouldn't question this too much. In recent years, the chairman has been calling for people to inspect the Dragonhead Assembly. X's serious face blankly assessed his abilities as unquestionable, but that only made things stranger. No matter how the territory was divided, Yongjae High School wasn't much of an obstacle compared to the other gangs here. Recalling the confrontation between Su and Jigang, Gokha exclaimed in disbelief, And this was just the beginning. The chairman said I wasn't even worth killing twice. Quite the touching speech. He frowned, pursed his lips, and fell silent. I mobilized a whole crowd to catch that car. I once caught a guy named Q Hyun, a Yongjae freshman, along with 100 others. Then, unexpectedly, I received a call from the leader. As he answered the phone, a realization dawned on him. He could never live an ordinary life. What the hell are you thinking? Cho-min said, passing by the motorcycle from the opposite direction. He spoke casually as he walked, and upon hearing Cho-min's words, X turned back in confusion. He watched Cho-min's figure slowly disappear, then turned back. Meanwhile, Cho-min stared down at the glow of his phone, as voices echoed from inside the police station, complaining that no matter who started it, How could anyone beat someone this badly? John Hu, with his swollen face, was released, but told not to get into any more fights. He kicked a rock on the road, annoyed, and muttered, "Imperial territory." Unbeknownst to John Hu, a figure was secretly watching him from behind, while Cho Min was at a convenience store when a voice suddenly called out to him. "All right, the name's been changed." A girl with short hair suddenly reached out and called, and upon hearing her voice, Cho Min glanced over in suspicion. "Hey, cheer up. Keep the good memories of your brother." In disbelief, he widened his eyes and softly replied, "Okay, thank you." Stepping out of the store, Cho Min reflects on memories, realizing why many families keep the phones of the deceased as mementos. "I don't have those kinds of memories, but of course I still have to keep it." His face darkened as he thought of his opponent as an empire. The loud call quickly caught the attention of passers-by. Hearing the voice, Cho Min sneered to himself, "What do you think you're doing? What do you plan to do with this kid?" John Hu glanced at the corner of the wall, recognizing them, his face quickly contorting into a snarl. Even so, the school still comes first. A group suddenly appears, surrounding John Hu. "Is there anything I can do?" Jae-gang approached from behind, asking, "Is this John Hu from Wyong-jae High? Does he really think he can refuse a challenge and return unscathed?" What a fool. His scolding words enraged John Hu, who gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn it!" Observing his expression, Jae-gang reminded him, "Basically, you messed with the wrong organization. There's nothing to look forward to. Just beat him to death." Meanwhile, Hao smirked, having already refused the challenge. Their leader is in for a shock when he finds out. As he prepared the drink, he announced to the customer, "Here's your mozzarella burger. Straws up front. All that remains is taking over Yongjil High, a school in utter chaos." Hawk's eyes, hidden beneath his cap, stare at his phone. "The school I want is ready, but there's one little problem," he wondered, swiping at his phone. "Lately, I've been getting calls from someone named Parl Ka." Hosu was deep in thought when an order notification suddenly rang out. "From the territory's orders to the mission given to my family, I realized something. Are those guys really more organized than I thought?" He sketches a map on paper, quickly circling names, identifying 3 groups, one of which operates independently. From the diagram, Ho deduces that Parl Ka is the leader of Team 1. A message appears from the other end of the line. "From what I know, this guy is in charge of overall operations and personnel assignments." Based on Gukha's messages and Soho's thoughts, I decided to intervene. Is the captain busy? Today's orders, no matter how difficult, have gone too far, even to the point of the police stopping a raid in the middle of a school class. They thought there would be risks, so they only sent 7 people, and now they've all been caught. I think it's better to minimize casualties. What do you mean by that? He glanced over, his expression serious and thoughtful. If that's what he's thinking, then aside from when I issue directives, there will be about 5 to 7 people receiving raid orders. This guy must be running the whole team. Holding his phone, Soho muttered, "If there are more teams today, Gunu might get beaten up like Gumino. I just need to blow up the school," he thought, dissatisfied. "I don't know how you two talk in your chat room, but I'm the captain. Since when did you start talking to me like that? Would saying this even help?" A notification pops up and Soho stares in disbelief. It's a message from Sayaka asking, "What are you talking about, Captain? Why are you bringing that up?" Soho bit his lip, his face pale as he struggled to speak. What the hell? Are those 2 friends? Reading each message, Soho screams in terror, realizing he should have paid attention when the leader dropped honorifics. "Last time, as commander of Squad 1, I sent 100 men to capture and kill a freshman named Gundo Hyun. From now on, I'll manage the members more closely. I know you're hiding something, but it's my duty to help you choose a path." Damn it. Soho's face darkened as his thoughts raced. If they were equals, then it was best not to cause conflict. Here's your food. Frozen at the register, Soho thought to himself, he could sense something strange if he really tried. If this was happening, he needed to read that guy's mind. A friend, resting his chin on his hand, spoke up, startling Soho with his sudden voice. "What's number 1? Number 2? His friend glanced at Soho, asking quietly, "Have you been playing this game lately?" He stammered, looking bewildered. "Oh yeah." His friend quickly left, leaving Soho with a warning. "Don't get too addicted." "That's right, I don't need to make a big deal out of it." Soho calmed down, reminding himself that John Hu had left Jung in charge, the commander of Squad 2. Remembering Jae-gang's smiling face, Soho continued, "Yes, I saw him at the Gamcheon Bridge last time." The message seemed to be reminding Soho, and he quickly told himself, "This is the real attack force, a battle-crazed dog loyal only to the captain." After completing his analysis, Soho was bursting with excitement. He smirked to himself. John Hu would be finished today, and then they would think about taking over the whole school. Standing motionless at the checkout counter, Soa-ho thought to himself that he would have to pay twice as much in the future, so he should buckle up. The sunlight peeked through, illuminating a corner of the school grounds. The next day, Cho-min wondered if he should get checked out, but as he entered the classroom, someone bumped into his shoulder. The ace team had lost their leader overnight. He was thrown back, and John Hu spoke up unpleasantly. "You're blocking my way." He scowls, glaring at him with disdain. "Do you have a death wish?" Cho-min stared at him, a question mark floating over his head, wondering how he was still alive. Min figures he must have been beaten up yesterday. As these questions swirled in Cho-min's mind, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Come to think of it, I haven't texted to confirm what happened." Huang Chu Min Cho-min turns to face the person who greeted him. Minguk replied awkwardly, "Hey Min, have you been here long?" The group stared up at the bright blue board, a stark white 200 emblazoned upon it, their anxious voices echoing through the classroom. "We're doomed," Min asks, eyeing the number on the board. Sensing his confusion, Minguk quickly replied, "Huh, what is it?" "It's the bonus distribution for your class." He quickly gave Min the details, who looked at him in a panic. "Your class has 27 students, right? I guess your class will have to pay 100,000 won per person each month." He frowned worriedly and replied, "Why do we suddenly have to pay? This has never happened before. I think our school has been placed under the management of the Jaedong Association." Cho-min, still not understanding the situation, asked in bewilderment, and hearing his question, Minguk spoke. "What do you mean the Jaedong Association? Didn't I tell you the Emperor Squad controlled half the territory? The other half belongs to the Dragon Society." He grimaced and clutched his head as he spoke. Hearing Minguk's words, Min's eyes widened in silence. "You said this was the Emperor team's fight. Do John Hu, has he chosen to wave the white flag? Seriously? You only get 39,000 from a part-time job with that notoriously greedy association?" The door slammed shut. Cho-min locked himself in the bathroom, furiously tapping at his screen, muttering, "What the hell, Wang Jiang, what's wrong with you?" A message from Doigang popped up. "Captain, about that." Chin's expression was now a dismal gray. He lowered his head, recalling yesterday's events involving John Hum. "I sent them away yesterday, so how did a rabbit suddenly jump out?" Yun approaches, smiling and asking, "Are you all right, buddy?" His confident tone serves as a warning to Daigang. He scoffed after hearing him speak. "John Hu is about to be part of the DJ Association. Do you think I'm scared?" With a triumphant look, Yun taunted him, but Daigang calmly replied, "Mess with him and you'll be in trouble." "Fine." He recounted the whole story to Min, who naturally thought that after the argument they could fight as she wanted. "What about that guy?" "You're out of line, let's go." Seo-ka steps in to stop them, saying they should leave. After X's words, Yun-tak smiled contentedly, thinking he was the only sane one left on the team. Seo-ka has decided this isn't a battle worth fighting. After hearing Du-gang's report, Min grits his teeth and trembles, cursing that he said he'd tell him right away, but did nothing. "That son of a bitch, Pak?" His face darkened as he trudged forward, his whole body gray. If that guy wasn't on Team 1, John Hu wouldn't have been taken by the association. "What am I going to do?" "Lend me 50,000. I don't have 100,000 to pay them back." Now things have gotten worse, even though I wanted to make them better. His eyes bloodshot, teeth grinding, he muttered darkly, "This isn't over that easily." Jang He leads the group to punish Min, planning to turn the school into hell after the freshmen return from their grueling training. "Are you kidding me? I just need to use your trashy crew to clear the air around me." Seo-ka leans in and whispers, "Your team members are just cones anyway, team leader. If you treat me like this, Seo-ka, you're obstructing my peace." Min and Seo-ka grit their teeth, sharply warning each other, "You'll pay for this." For resisting them, Cho-min was beaten so badly his face was swollen. And for 3 days the beatings continued. Seeing Cho-min's defiance, the long-haired thug kicked him and threatened, "Hand over the money." "What is this? You still won't hand over the money?" In pain, Min stammered, wait a moment." He looked at him wearily. Thanks to the DJ Alliance's rules, John Hu became a member, and they made a fortune. As you can see, this isn't good for Min, who's struggling on the ground, convulsing as he says, "I really don't have any money, look at me." The two men exchanged glances, and John Hu asked suspiciously, "You don't have any cash?" Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone. The transaction with John Hu was complete. After receiving the money, the two thugs swaggered away, mocking him for not transferring it sooner. Had everything been resolved smoothly? Why pretend to be broke? The other one forced him to transfer the money. That damned 100,000 each month. Min struggled to get up, watching them leave in despair. In the end, someone realized that if he didn't have cash, he could transfer it. His efforts over the past 3 days had been in vain. He couldn't believe he was being exploited by these idiots, helplessly watching his account balance dwindle. Min lamented that the money accounted for half of his monthly living expenses. If I hadn't transferred the money sooner, they probably would have doubled it. Can I survive for 20 days on 40,000? As the two men left the alley, the long-haired one asked, "He's still not up?" "What about John Hu?" The other man replied honestly. "He said he felt terrible about allying with the association and is probably asleep now, wanting to fight on his own." Hearing this, the long-haired man laughed derisively. Min, unable to hear the conversation, was worried and confused, wondering what to do. He was lost in thought, remembering how he tried to deal with John Hu, the head of their school, only to be stopped by Parul Ka, the vice commander of the Imperial Territory. A fact that left Min bitter. Yongjae High School's first team, led by John Hu, did this because he joined a powerful alliance called the DJ Dragon Association. Gukja's appearance and John Hu's warning of attack having joined the DJ Association will lead to unnecessary trouble. Seal Ka held back because of that, Chin thought with disdain as he stared at his phone screen. "You're making me laugh." He judged everything based on this conversation. Looking at these messages, I'd say he has a very deep connection with the Emperor Squad. In other words, unnecessary trouble or anything like that is a valid excuse. The screen shows Sekok Ha and Muji's conversation. So why is Hoang saying this? Chomin imagines the confrontation between the two, unable to hide his glee. "I'm the one who started this, yet you're judging based on their conversation." I don't know why, but thinking about it, Huang Mu seems pretty cheerful. If I were on the Emperor Squad and Chomin looked down on me, I'd punch him to make him stop. But I'm just Chomin, so there's nothing I can do. Remembering Seika's hateful face, he grits his teeth, knowing that if he does nothing, Seika will become even more confident and start something again. Then there won't be any Imperial territory left. Looking at his lit-up phone screen, Jo Min says confidently, "This is my gun, an extremely useful tool, killing people just by pointing and shooting them." Arrogantly, he thinks, "Whether the gun fires on its own or not, I shouldn't decide where it should fire or hold back the bullet. What am I supposed to do if the gun goes crazy?" Lost in thought, Chomin is startled by a shout from outside. What is that first-year student staring at through the bathroom stall? On the corridor, everyone was as curious as Min, who was also peeking out to see what was happening as a group of people marched grimly down the hall. The leader ordered everyone to shut their mouths, and he was surprised to see who it was. John Hu coldly announced he had something to say, then turned to his lackeys. "Hey, the teachers are in the meeting room, right?" The guy smirked. "That's right." John Hu then ordered them to be brought in. Hearing this, Chomin was surprised. "What are you trying to say?" A group of people entered, followed by a shout, "Hey, you guys, get over here and step on it." It turns out this group of people was stripped naked and paraded through the halls, shocking the students who witnessed it, including Chomin, who was absolutely stunned. John Hu gloats over the group, threatening everyone around him. These guys committed a crime and refused to pay up, so remember this. He threatened them, leaving everyone stunned, saying that if their representative joined the DJ Onan Association, the whole school would be considered part of it. If you're part of the association, you won't get beaten up on school grounds. Hearing this, Chomin is furious. What is this bastard John Hu saying? The people he stripped are too ashamed to even look up, and he just stands there, mocking them. That's why the association needs a slush fund. These shameful people want benefits without paying. Chominguk stares out in disbelief. What? From the parade of people being led away, he recognized Sun Minguk, head bowed in shame. John Hu continued his threats, warning that next time the punishment would be far worse if they didn't obey. One of the DJ Onan members ordered him to go straight to the end of the hall, and Min immediately realized their intention. Association tickets are worthless. Are they trying to extort money and frame someone? He glared helplessly, consumed by rage. Long Hung Hook was determined. He had to hurry. He had to do something about this. A photo of Seika's gang appears, drawing Min's attention to the J gang on the right. He zooms in on X's face. So, will the guy on the left get hit? That day hasn't come yet. It turns out this photo on the phone is what Chomin was curious about. There must be information about Park Sell on this phone. He frantically searches through the data. I need to find an excuse to crush Park Sell because of Gun Hu, but contrary to those hopes, Min is disappointed by what he finds on the phone. No social media, of course. Just the basic apps? Is there something here? Suddenly he finds something interesting. A hidden album appears on the screen showing Seok Ha with a strange girl. Upon opening the file, Chomin examines the photo, visibly surprised. Seok Ha reads a message on his phone. I sent hundreds of men to capture and kill a first-year named Kwon Do-hyun. As the leader of Team 1, I'll be keeping a tighter rein on numbers from now on. I know you're hiding that thing, but I have a duty to help you make the right decision." He glanced at the message, a strange feeling washing over him as he pondered the lack of response. He usually spouts nonsense on the phone, but then a voice caught X's attention. "Hey, that's Dohan, and she's bullying another student with her friends. Would you mind if I borrowed your lipstick?" When the girl didn't answer, Dohan raised her hand to strike her, but just then, Sek appeared and told her to leave and go watch the movie premiere. Do quickly loses interest. Okay, whatever. Suddenly, he stares intently at the bullied girl. Her face reminds him of the Frost Monarch. Do immediately noticed them looking at each other, and she angrily slapped the girl across the face, warning, "What are you looking at?" The girls were shocked. Oh my god. After leaving, Guha advised her to calm down. Duong playfully hooks her arm around his. "I thought you liked me because I was tough." She then curiously asked about Hoang Muj's trip, wondering if he enjoyed driving. Seeing X stammer a reply, she probes further. "If an accident happened, would my brother become number 1 on the team?" His face darkened as he warned her not to speak like that, and sensing his displeasure, Du-young immediately changed her tune. "Bayon Min, it's not that I want to be a fairy, you still love me, right?" X-ok-ha sighed. He's keeping the conversation going. 2 days later, on the way to school, Min-guk complained, "I don't want to go to school at all." Then he suddenly asked Min, "Hey, what did you say about those guys showing off their shorts at the boys' high school? Who spread the rumor that he would destroy everything?" Turns out he once said, "When I was robbed at home, I tried to fight back, but the robber was too strong. You know how much I got nagged for losing the transplant money?" Min-guk realized what he was saying and honestly replied, "Just having weapons won't change much, it'll just be like this." He complained dejectedly. "I had no choice but to live as an honest citizen, paying taxes to the king diligently." Min looked at the crowd ahead and asked, "Want to go eavesdrop?" Minek was taken aback by the question. "What?" Just then, Gokha's phone rang, displaying an unknown number. He answered, but before the caller could speak, he interrupted, "I'm Kang Juan's boyfriend." The caller said something that shocked him, and he led Min-guk to the back of an abandoned building. He was shocked to hear the whole story. "John Hoo's about to get beat up, what do you mean?" The two hid, observing the situation. Min-wook, unable to contain his curiosity, kept asking, "Who would dare attack someone with the association backing them?" Min focused intently ahead. "Just wait a little longer. You'll understand." As he waited, he gathered his thoughts. "The information and circumstances I've gathered in recent days, Aguminjo is still unconscious. John Hoo's heightened senses pick up a strange noise ahead, near their hiding spot. Seeing this, John Hoo angrily cursed, "Can't you shut the hell up?" It turns out the noise from earlier was from Jion, who was tied up and gagged. Despite his words, she continued to cry out, and John Hoo angrily ordered her to shut up. Seeing this situation, he felt lucky. Suka's father has a girlfriend that could be useful. That just made Min happy. I want to make the most of these 3 pieces of information. John Hoo couldn't stay calm any longer. "You bastards, I know everything now. I want to read your mind, but I can't take it anymore." He was impatient, pressing his face close as he hastily questioned John. "I heard you're Guminjo's girlfriend," Min smugly admits. "I lied." She's taken aback by his words, struggling to break free as John Hoo foolishly thinks he's right, telling her to stop playing dumb. "I heard you're terrified of Peril Ka." He looks at the man's attitude with great satisfaction. "That was quite the provocative lie. Let me remind you how things work. Of course, I obtained John Hughes' account number a few days ago, changed the deposit record, and sent it anonymously and securely." Lost in thought, he wondered if John Hoo believed the anonymous deposit slip. "I think John Hoo has crossed the line. He's still standing there, spraying her with bullets. So that's why he attacked Wyongdo High School, all because of one damn girl." He predicted John Hughes' next move, knowing he'd taken the bait, and remained pleased with his plan. "Having come this far, I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not." Suddenly, a loud noise draws everyone's attention. It was none other than Sek, who had just taken down John Hoo's men and was now glaring at him. His face twisted into a grotesque sneer, eyes narrowed, voice dripping with menace. "Are you all insane?" Witnessing this scene fills Min with glee. The situation will blindside you. Min, watching from behind, wonders if this is Imperial territory. Unseen, Min wears a sinister expression, knowing John Hoo can provoke Park Seal-ka into attacking. He was completely satisfied. "You are all pawns in the game I've created." Meanwhile, Gokha annihilated the remaining enemies, and the battle commenced. He watched from the sidelines, pleased, asking if they liked it. Yoon sneers, "I just saw someone return from the Empire's territory." The association must be late. He turns, his tone arrogant. I told you to come earlier so I could take care of some personal business. Those words enraged Dohan, his lips tightening, eyes blazing, but Yuntak wasn't finished. Is your pride wounded? You used to have to hide from your friends. He walked ahead, muttering to himself, now that you're a member of the association, you don't have to do that anymore. Just focus on collecting protection money. Yun was cut off as Dohan growled the word revenge, but Yun continued, unfazed. I'll talk to the association later. Just wait for now. He then glanced at Dohan and warned, oh, you can't do whatever you want, only the team can. Yuntai then mentioned Guminho, who was still unconscious in the hospital. Guminho remains unconscious as Dohan trembles beside his hospital bed. I paid my dues to the association on time. Why haven't they contacted me yet? The subordinate behind him replied that there was still less than a week left. Before he could finish, Dohan cut him off. Not this idiot. From the start, their goal was money, and he picks up his phone to look at something. Is there any investment that doubles your money? North Seo Ka of the Empire is forgetting Mino's girlfriend. After glancing at his phone, he widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and asked, what did you say? Then, Dohan's command echoed through the silent hospital. Go to Yongsan Girls High and bring that girl back here to me. Inside, he was seething. Yes, I can't take it anymore. Dohan's face became terrifying. He grinned and cursed, the scumbag. Meanwhile, Perela arrives at John's prison, and a thug rushes him, only to eat a punch to the face. The sounds of chaos echoed throughout the warehouse, while outside, Chomin and Minuk quietly observed the scene. He wondered to himself, this is Bukseoka, territory of Squad 1. Of course, no matter how rational Chomi is, seeing John tied to a chair with a lackey approaching, he wondered if he could stand by while his lover was humiliated. And immediately, X knocked the guy out with one punch. While dealing with the thugs, he said, Jake Rue, do you know who you just punched? Seokha punched the next guy in the face, drawing blood. Then he lands a hook right on the guy's chin. Don't you know? And just like that, another lackey falls. Next, a spiky-haired punk charges in, fist raised. Seokha quickly pivots, using the momentum to launch a kick that sends another thug flying, adding to the growing pile of bodies. The force of the blow sends him crashing into a trash can, scattering garbage everywhere. Seokha defends himself, asking, what's going on? I'm just a little curious. He cast a murderous glare behind him, sneering, why do you keep such useless dogs? That look sent chills down Chuan's spine as a figure suddenly appeared and punched Seokha in the face. The two men outside, Min included, were shocked by the scene. It was Dohan, cursing and calling him trash. He relentlessly attacks X. I never liked you anyway, Dohan shouts between blows. Dog eyes, Min muttered, turning to ask, why is he being pushed back? What if he loses? Is Min worried because Dohan is stronger than he thought? Come to think of it, he should have brought backup. He came to save that girl alone. Seokha raises both hands to block all the attacks, while Minguk nervously bites his nails, saying, you have to win. Wipe them all out. He recalls the moment he was exploited by Tung. After a moment of reflection, Minguk grits his teeth and says, wipe out the Imperial territory. Inside, Dohan throws punches and says, you're doing this for love? That girl's been tainted. You've been played for a fool, you know. His face darkened as he raised his fist again. Seoha grabbed his wrist and asked, what the hell are you talking about? Hey, you bastard. Jonah was taken aback by the sudden question. Zeok throws him down. Jeonha's body slams against the cold ground. As he opened his eyes, he saw the soles of someone's shoes, and then a brutal kick landed on his head. With his face covered in blood and teeth falling out, Jeonha cursed, damn it, I've thought about it a lot, but it's still not clear to me. He looked at Jeonha, who was struggling to stop the bleeding. What other dirty work did that bastard make you do? He wouldn't give up, though, and rose to fight again. I don't know anything. Seokha effortlessly dodges the blow. Tell me. That's when Min realized he was more than just a better fighter. He watched Seok curse and rant in a truly miserable state. Get the hell out of here. Seokha then lands another punch to his chin. However, Jeonhun wasn't giving up just yet, throwing wild punches that failed to land on Seoha. Your punches are like tickles. Stop shaking. He calmly kicks him down, saying, I hear you, you bastard. Jeonhun is really getting spun around. Soha relentlessly kicks Jeonha, sending him tumbling to the ground, where he spits out blood and curses. Upon hearing that, Seokha asks, what did you say? It was then that Jeonhun remembered what Yuntakt had said. It's not about doing whatever you want. The moment those final words echoed, Suka grabbed Jeonhun by the head. Only the team can do that. Seokha asks if he's dead. Outside, Minguk sighed. I really held back. Chomin agrees, and XC Ha rescues John. Good girl, let's go. Suddenly, she turns and frantically shouts, this isn't just a personal matter anymore. Yeongjae High School's team. One barges in, shouting loudly, Kian, hurry! Together they hurled insults, calling him a bastard. Beat him from Min outside. Ka quickly turned away. Let's get this over with, Min asked anxiously. Now? There are so many of them. Ka tilted his head, puzzled. How did you guys know? One of the underlings said, I called the boss, that arrogant leader you can't beat him team. But before he could finish, another voice echoed, and the incoming mob turned around. You're Jig Gang and his crew, and now you're ours. Chomin frowned, knowing every war starts with small cracks. He imagined dozens of thugs storming the warehouse to settle the score. It was no surprise the fools who provoked Squad 2 got beaten. The phone screen lights up, Imperial territory from now on. J-Gang split up and yelled at the idiots, his voice so loud the underlings were stunned. Open wide, a message appeared. We're going to take over Yeongjae High, Chomin said with a cold, scheming smile. That's right. A thug rushes forward, throwing a punch. Jiang swung his baseball bat, knocking the thug down. He sneered, not bad, showing some spirit, huh? Then he turned away, sneering, but his abilities were limited. Seok Ha speaks up, telling him he's done a good job. J-Gang wonders why these bastards are suddenly acting so crazy, as John Hun lies beaten on the ground. Seok Ha replied that it seemed to be due to some misunderstanding, to which J-Gang responded that regardless, this was a dirty move. Are you hurt anywhere? Seok Ha replied, I'm fine. J-Gang then said, if we'd taken care of them then, none of this would have happened. His men were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Hey, get up and get out of here, so the boss knew everything. He added, those Yeongjae High punks are useless. J-Gang smirks, adding that the Alliance guys must have used Yeongjae High to provoke them, when suddenly an announcement rings out. Hwang Muji knew everything, which is why I struck first by raiding Yeongjae High. Thanks to the third generation, I grasped the entire situation in the Dohan Alliance. But J-Gang suddenly turned serious. Seok, this incident is clearly a provocation meant to damage our core. If we ignore this just because Yeongjae is part of the Alliance, we'll become a laughingstock. His face turned menacing and dangerous. You know that, right? As Seok thought to himself. So this is no longer just his problem. He thought, then replied, I understand. With that thought, Seok declared that from this day forward, third-year student Y Ongju would be expelled from the Union, as a matter involving the gang's morale couldn't be settled with just one fight. Then came the call to action. If anyone resists or doesn't know where their future lies, they better warn Cao before the painful cries of KU echo once more. On the way back, Minguk marveled at how easily John Hu was defeated. This world is truly vast. Then he called out, but this Huang Cho-min will answer Min immediately. Huh? Minguk looked at him with admiration. How did you know? Will John Hu be eliminated? Min Kyung paused for a moment, then replied softly. I just know, he replies, infuriating Minguk. Answer me properly. A week later, the Emperor Division now controls the school. To differentiate Emperor Division from the Daejeong Alliance, the Alliance is, as its name suggests, an association of schools, while Emperor Division is a group of high school dropouts gathered under Hwang Muji's influence. This explains why the gang contacted Kang Seo alone, and not Yeongjae High School. Murmurs filled the cafeteria. This time, the Emperor Division contacted me, so while the Alliance collects a large sum through school units, for the Division, this falls under individual authority. Once under the gang's control, Yeongjae High becomes Yeongjae High Team 1, meaning all the bribes go directly to them. Lost in thought, Cho-min bumps into a familiar face. It was Trang He, and the moment he saw Cho-min, he started cursing, cutting off Cho-min's train of thought. He wondered if Han Trang He had returned, as collecting money from the whole school wasn't much different from what they'd been doing. He looked at Jang He, who was trembling and glaring at him. That's why he gave the order to the entire gang. And so, every member of Yeongjae's first team is forbidden from endangering any student of Yeongjae High. After a moment, he turns away, leaving them with the words, "Get out of my sight." Cho-min thought again, a scheming smile spreading across his face as he considered physical force or money. I used him to punish the first team of Yeongjae High for laying a hand on the gang's core members. Minwook was impressed. The gang's power is something else. He mused, how severely must one be broken to lose all spirit? Perhaps the gang's power isn't so bad after all? If you're wondering what would happen if the school operated on these principles, it's bullying. I swear I was just borrowing it, but when they didn't get their money, the bullies started hitting people again. Then, suddenly, Someone ran up and knocked the bully to the ground. The guy trembled, biting his lip and glaring at him. It was Kwon Do-hyun. He yells that the boss has eyes and ears everywhere. Then he happily put his arm around the bullied boy and walked away, saying, "Don't let a guy like that get us all in trouble. Are you okay? Please be generous and forgive him this time." "Want to head to the cafeteria?" he asked, bewildered. "It's fine. No need." Since there weren't any conflicts at school, the thugs who didn't get promoted to first class started managing Team 1. Cho-min secretly observes everything, thinking that Do-hyun is proving useful. He felt a sense of relief. Finally, it was done. The school had returned to its peaceful state. Cho-min held the phone with its shattered screen, smiling as he thought that he just needed to keep playing the role of manager to maintain the status quo. Then Cho-min paused, realizing the first team would still do bad things outside of school. Looking out the window at the sky, he knew some would inevitably be bullied, but as he sat at his desk, he couldn't shake the thought that creating a world without scum was impossible, because everyone has to live for their own minimum benefit. He bowed his head, feeling guilty, but knowing he'd done all he could. Furthermore, if his presence here increases, Park Seo-ha will eventually catch on to Seo-ha. He sent a few texts, thinking he couldn't cause him any more trouble for a brighter future. Suddenly, Jo-min's eyes widened as if realizing something. Looking back, he reread each text, feeling confused. Then he paused, wondering if Hwangbo was unstable at the time. Why? His phone suddenly lit up, but he was still lost in thought about why Hwangmue went on that trip. If I can figure this out, it might be useful later. And then, a phone call pulled Min from her thoughts. The teacher, writing on the board, turns around to ask whose phone is ringing. Flustered, he says, "It's mine, I'm sorry." Along with his apology, he cursed inwardly. What the hell? He was sure he'd turned off the ringer. He stared at the call screen, wondering. Mahari, who is that? As class ended, the teacher's reminder echoed. "Be careful on your way home, everyone." The class politely replied, "Goodbye, teacher." Min, walking behind, spots Min and invites him to celebrate their newfound peace by going to an internet cafe. But he indifferently replied, "I'm tired today," and turned to leave, leaving Minia behind with many questions. Amidst the bustling park, Min sits on a bench by the fountain, confused, and thinks, "I don't know any Ma Harry." He stared at his phone, wondering, a guy like Muye has a girlfriend? Suddenly, a white-haired woman approached him. "Hello?" she asked as she approached. "Are you the person Brother Mu sent?" Cho-min blushed, thinking how beautiful she was, then awkwardly replied, "That damn Mu, is this why you kept thinking about those messages?" As he handed over the documents, he wondered why, but he could tell this girl really liked him. "Ma Harry told me," Chaimin replied. "Ah, yes. So even the gang's core members know about Ma Harry's existence. If you keep chasing after my brother, you'll be in danger sooner or later. I have to tell you this." Though feeling guilty, he had no choice but to announce the breakup and hesitantly said, "I have something for you." He said softly, "I'm very sorry to have to tell you this." She simply replied, "I know, he's gone." Cho-min suddenly paused. "Ah, yes." Then the bag fell, revealing the white chrysanthemums inside, and Cho-min's expression turned to confusion. "Yes," he recoils. "What do you mean by that? How do you know?" Mayuri replied, "That's the truth." "Anything else?" Mahari teased. "Oh my," putting on an act of surprise. The girl named Mahari appears with white chrysanthemums. She asks, "Why wouldn't I know?" Then gently brushes her hair back, her voice soft as the wind. "I was the one who killed him." Cho-min thought to himself, "It's that witch dragging me deeper into this brutal game." The scene shifts to a vast city, filled with the sounds of arguing. I have a report. My mom knows." Yun, inside, was so angry that he slammed the table and started cursing. He only helped her out because they had a little connection back in high school. The Dejino 4 Onzun TK Alliance. Is this guy crazy, messing with a core member's girl? His eyes burned with rage as he glared ahead. And so, the Alliance lost power to the son-in-law gang. He continued to sink deeper into his own thoughts. What's worse, Kyunho himself brought that bastard into the Alliance. I'm definitely going to be punished for the damage I've caused the Alliance. Thinking this, he screamed in frustration, leaving his subordinate speechless, wondering why he acted like that despite knowing better. He glanced over in surprise at the hallway, now littered with bodies. Had the hallway always looked like this? He slowly stood up and announced that things weren't looking good, and he needed a fix before that guy started ranting in his ear again. Seeing this, his subordinate quickly reminded him, "Boss, you have to keep your phone with you, okay?" Heeding this advice, he quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah. It was the chief of staff calling, and he panicked, cursing loudly. "God damn it!" Yun quickly answers the call, saying, "I'm listening." The voice on the other end slowly began to speak. "I know what happened." Sang coldly questioned from the other end of the line, "Have you ever considered how harmful it is to add a stray dog to the pack?" He hurriedly tried to explain, "It's not like that." He kept talking, but the subordinate who witnessed everything was speechless. The chief of staff seemed young but loved to boast, and now he nervously forced a smile. I thought he knew some martial arts and could strengthen the alliance. He was confused, suddenly feeling the pressure. Hearing this, Sangdia coldly retorted, "Everything is fate, but daring to touch the Corps' lover is beyond imagination. But don't you find something very subtle about this?" He reaches for the chess piece directly in front of him, encircling Yang and Hai. From the Hwangyi gang's perspective, these two allied high schools offer no strategic advantage, meaning Park Young-ha had no reason to provoke a conflict, but something must have forced his hand to crush Yang and Hai. Hearing this, he frantically said into the phone that it was all that damn Yoki Ununho's fault, as the other man asked in surprise if it was because of him. A sinister smile spreads across his face. "I'll put in a good word with the boss anyway, so help me out with something first." He stood before the grand chessboard, determined to uncover the real reason behind everything, while Min, utterly surprised, stammered, asking Maha what she meant. "Killed? What does she mean?" She calmly explains. "I'm not joking," her voice echoed. "I killed your brother." He was lost in thought, utterly bewildered. Could she know I'm his brother? No, Hwang Mue was clearly killed by a truck. Seeing his confusion, she continued, explaining that the truck driver was his brother's victim. He finally understood everything. The image of the truck speeding towards him. He was a widower who lived for two things, driving his truck and loving his only son. But his son followed Hwang Mi to join the Hwangdae gang and ended up getting hit in the head and dying in a scuffle, she said, a cruel smile creeping across her face as she recounted everything. After stopping him from taking his own life, I revealed Hwang Mi's personal schedule so he could end him himself. At that moment, the man was filled with rage, driving straight ahead as if it were his destiny. All the rage and sorrow for his lost son was repaid by staining the desolate dream red. Meanwhile, he was trying to calm himself down. "Damn it, don't panic, think. Is there any way to resolve this?" But it seems talking only made things worse. Yet strangely, Duigang greeted Harry the next day, who replied in surprise, "Appa, where are you going?" He wondered, "I saw J-Gang rushing somewhere." He stared at his face, wondering what those words meant. He was overjoyed and declared the Cheon Gang's motto, "The boss says to gather." Hearing this, Ha immediately panicked. At first I was so surprised I thought I'd seen a ghost. After regaining her composure, she explained everything to him. After checking around the Durong police station, I learned that his younger brother had already claimed all the belongings. Hearing this, he felt helpless, like he was out of options. Min sank into his own worried thoughts as she stood there, boasting about her murderous deeds. "I can't report this. If they find out about my brother's death, I'm done for." He stared at her face in confusion, for she knew everything. She responded with a sinister smile. "Don't worry, no one in the gang knows you exist, little brother." Seeing as he's already in too deep, he calmly asks, "So what do you want?" "So what do you want from me?" His voice echoed. "If you wanted to expose me for impersonating my brother, you wouldn't have approached me this way, would you?" Hearing that, she laughs. "Indeed, you're quite perceptive." He had made his decision. He would do as she asked. Her voice echoed in his ears. "I want you to continue impersonating him to run the Wild Sheep Gang and destroy the Mud Dragon Alliance." Hadi froze upon hearing this. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did she even understand what she was asking? At this point, he was completely bewildered, waving his hands frantically. "Do you think I'm some kind of saint? My only goal is to clean up the school I'm attending. Don't worry, I'm well aware of the gang's situation, so I'll be your strategist." You seem speechless at this overbearing situation, and even though I say this, you still seem to be refusing my request. Suddenly, she says something very confusing. "You're the one who made Park Seo-Cook fight Yang and Hai, and I must commend you for it." "No, most people would be scared and try to run away, but you didn't." Chomin anxiously explained, "I just used the information I had." She coldly cut him off. "No, a normal person would be scared and try to run, but you didn't." Her words continued to ring out. "You impersonated Hwang Mei and ordered, 'Protect my brother.' That's how you stayed safe. Of course, that would keep him from getting beat up by the gang. Otherwise, most of the guys in Yongin are just cowards who wouldn't dare open their mouths." With that, she glared intensely at the newborn, furious. Though he used the boss's power to kill, no one desired to eliminate those scumbags more than he did. Remembering something, she mocked him relentlessly, adding that he was smart enough to have gone to a science school, right? He was startled and confused, her voice echoing in his mind. Cho Min, the only one actually studying among the useless Yongin students, was furious with the bullies. He curses his mother, but sadly, an orphan is nothing more than a ball to be kicked around for the bullies' amusement. Next, we see him beaten and bruised, lying on the cold ground, a target for their cruelty. Even the day before the entrance exam for the science high school. After beating him to a pulp, they casually left him locked in the storage room, causing him to miss the important exam, all while laughing and mocking him. In manga, guys like him always succeed later on. Better to be safe than sorry. All he could do was cry and beg for them to open the door. Her voice sealed his fate, leading him to give up and enroll at Yongin. He immediately froze, staring at Harry. "She's investigated everything about me, hasn't she?" She smiled smugly and continued. "Do you know what your brother was doing while your younger brother's life hung in the balance? The image of your terrifying brother slowly comes to light. He was fighting the Alliance, and then I saw my own brother lying in a hospital bed after that brutal battle. You were a member of the Alliance, left in a vegetative state by Huang Muye's punch." She sighs, puzzled, while he remains free, having a loyal subordinate take the fall. It's truly beyond words. Hearing this, he finally understood the problem. So she approached Huang Mue for revenge. But why the Alliance? Harry slowly looked up, sighed, and said, "I'm so tired of the Alliance, the Syndicate, all these strange places where men waste their time." She then placed her hand on his forehead, startling him slightly. "At first I only wanted revenge on Huang Mue, but the deeper I got, the more I desired." She moved closer, relentlessly giving orders. "You have to help me end this pointless dogfight." Her words echoed in his mind. All that mattered was the League's demise. Her chilling voice echoed, "You can refuse, but be prepared, because I have other means to eliminate the Syndicate first." She continued to torment him with visions of people endlessly cutting him down. "I will expose everything." He was utterly despondent at the sight of it all. Would he even survive? She was resolute, declaring that if he wanted to live, he had to become king. Chin, terrified, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. His face filled with confusion as he pondered. All he wanted was to bring peace to that school. Was that too greedy of him? He continued to stare at her terrifying figure before him. "From the day that witch caught me, the game of fear officially began, and seeing me so obediently frightened, she laughed with delight." That's right, that's a good boy. The scene shifts to another part of the old house, and Cho Min's voice slowly echoes. "The test!" Hadi sat in the chair, nodding in agreement. "Right, the test." Hearing that, he was a little speechless, but why chase her all the way to her house? She looked up and voiced her thoughts. "I need to re-examine things as well." Does she even qualify to help him? He just sighs. "Anything?" She then announces, "I'll do anything to break that alliance." This piqued his curiosity. "Anything?" Her eyes hardened with resolve as she smiled with amusement. "Anything at all," she mocked. "You're even worse than I thought. Though it's unrelated, you're angrily scolding her. Don't judge others by your own standards." "So, what's the test?" She slowly began to explain her thoughts. Since Bangkwangde was formed, it has continued to expand its power in the most brutal ways. But as of now, that momentum has been halted by the Alliance. At that moment, all the plans became clear in her mind, including the school's suffering even though they weren't part of the Alliance. She thought of a man with immense strength, a middle schooler in the DAED district. Hearing this, he became incredibly confused, and he quickly asked about the doubts in his mind. Schools outside their jurisdiction were being trampled, while matters in Yongin were handled swiftly. She smirked. "That's exactly what I'm getting at." Immediately after, she loudly proclaims that it's all because Kim Tish-song, the so-called giraffe of the Bayok Mountain, is occupying the area. He could hardly believe it. She nodded, confirming the test, and continued to announce, "That's right. Use the element of surprise to defeat the monster within Bayok." Time quickly shifts to Kim Ji-hoon High School in Bayok 53, where he's taking down the underlings one by one. He was incredibly domineering, leaping into the air and pummeling his underlings with skillful strikes. These guys were no match for him and his backing army, as he used his power to take down 100 at once. Incredibly strong. After taking down the whole lot, he scoffs, saying they'd need another 100 to even stand a chance. But there's more. This man truly lives up to the title of General. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. Kim is shocked as he turns around to see Dong Hyuk leading his crew on motorcycles, speeding towards him with sinister laughter. Why is this idiot being used as bait? They're the Daegon Alliance's strike force. They sped towards him on motorcycles, laughing triumphantly as they mocked him. "You think we'd waste our time on small fry? We're just here to clean up your mess." "Sorry, we're just having fun with the time you have left alone." He even mocks him relentlessly. This high schooler playing the tough guy is nothing. This man is the boss, Bondong-hyuk. Seeing this, Tich-X was shocked and stood still in surprise. But with something this simple, it seems all of this was within his calculations. He smirked, then announced, "Sorry, but you're the ones who fell into the trap." Suddenly, strange noises echoed from within the forest. He was startled, realizing something was wrong, and the man's voice boomed, "All forces, charge!" Immediately, the encircling crowd surged forward. They were overwhelming, a massive wave crashing forward, igniting a chaotic melee. Seeing this, Dong-hyuk gritted his teeth, turning back to curse in anger. Now, with his escape route cut off by more underlings, he's truly trapped. Chusong sighed, stepped forward, and slowly mocked him, saying he always sent out the small fry, only showing his face when victory was assured, which infuriated him. "So, you plan to capture me?" Immediately, the sounds of fighting and desperate screams echoed through the air. In a flash, he effortlessly defeats them all. His true value lies in his leadership, possessing all three qualities. His face was utterly calm as he stared ahead, a fearsome image to behold. "Is that you?" they roared, their gazes fixed ahead. Their angry voices echoed, and the impostor who claimed to be Min's leader was enraged by the scene. He hastily and fearfully explained to the group, I was wrong, but I'm your boss's brother. You can't do this to me." Shak Ha turns to his friend in surprise as Daoigang's brother laughs, saying that the trash has no blood relation to their leader. Their voices echoed, "Why should we let you off the hook?" Hearing this, he fell into despair as their eyes gleamed with triumph, slowly advancing, preparing him for what was to come. Immediately, they charged towards him, attacking relentlessly, because he wouldn't be allowed to leave easily. Thinking this, Cho-min became terrified and screamed incessantly, startling Minik, who cursed in confusion. "What the hell?" He angrily turned to look at him, startling him. Seeing this, he just sighed in fear. It was a dream? He then raised his hand to his head in despair, realizing it was all a dream. Thankfully, he looked surprised and asked, "Did you dream you fell into hell or something?" He sighed in fear, glancing ahead, relieved it was just a nightmare. Maha's words echoed in his ears. Now he had to figure out how to take down those school bullies. He was now utterly terrified. That witch. Minguk, walking beside him, seemed curious. "A witch? Did you see her in a dream?" Was she beautiful? Min thought as he walked down the hall, suddenly reminded of the school's hierarchy. Minuk, still at his side, couldn't stop jumping around, asking if she was beautiful and to tell him all about it. This is a completely different matter than cleaning up the trash around you. Last night, she told him all about it. He just wiped out the Dawn Alliance. Impressive, right? Hearing this, he could only marvel in surprise. The scale of this war is no joke. His face filled with worry as he looked ahead. After all, wasn't the Wild Goat clan even more powerful? "If we mobilize our forces," she nods in agreement, "which is good, but we should still be careful." Her face turned serious as she stared straight ahead. "If you order them to flood the school grounds, that's fine, since the gang frequents that area. But if you fail..." Her voice echoed, warning that the lackeys would grow suspicious, as Huang Mei was always cautious when it came to the school. He remembered the two henchmen with their fierce expressions. At this moment, she became very serious and laid out a plan, meaning this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This thought gave Cho-min a headache as he wondered what to do. Time quickly shifted to a peaceful, somber countryside. Cho-min cautiously walks forward, looking around in surprise, saying, "Even though I've lived in Daejeon for 17 years, this might be my first time in the high-class district. Could it be this way?" He looks at his phone, seemingly surprised. Why all of a sudden? Different thoughts raced through his mind. If he fails Mahari's mission, those lunatics might threaten his life. He's lost in thought. The ending where I gleefully impersonate their leader, only to be discovered by the grunts and killed. I have to take the risk. Seeing his two friends in unfamiliar uniforms, he grew worried, guessing they were from Jungbayok. He continued to gaze at the massive tower before him, but Trongbayok High was a fortress capable of withstanding the Hwangmur. His face grew troubled. He glances ahead, realizing a simple plan won't work. He needs another way. Then he quickly advances. He reminded himself that he couldn't do it the way the Wastelanders would, but he could. He had to succeed. Just then, two thugs called out to him from behind. "Hey, you," they questioned him with fierce expressions. "Who are you? What will Min think if he sees this?" Immediately, the two kicked him hard into a wall. He looked up to see the gates of the large high school. The two angrily approached him, demanding answers. "What's a guy from another school doing snooping around here with that look on your face?" He could only helplessly wave his hands in explanation. The hulking brute slowly reached for him, demanding, "Were you sent by the Alliance or are you with a gang?" Seeing this, he fearfully explained, "No, that's not it." But he doesn't seem to hear any of this. "Are you lying to me?" Just then, Tikon arrives and asks his subordinate what's going on, causing the subordinate to turn around in surprise. Boss Tekon suddenly recognizes the man. It's Tekon himself. The underling's voice echoed, explaining that he'd caught this guy snooping around their territory, which surprised Tekon. Wandering around, he stared at the man's fierce face. Kim Tek-song. His eyes burned with rage, scrutinizing him as if judging his very soul. Witnessing the daggers in his eyes, he felt fear and confusion creeping in. The murderous aura surrounding him was so intense, he almost wet his pants. The subordinate immediately spoke up. "He must be with the Alliance, boss. Let us take care of him." He slowly shook his head and said, "I don't think you need to bother." He then suggested, "Just punch him once." Hearing that, he was immediately terrified, thinking he was crazy. He slowly wound up his fist, preparing to strike. Seeing this, the boy was speechless. "If that hits me, I'm done for." He grits his teeth, furious, and aims straight for him. "I don't know what you're planning, and I don't care. Your crime is daring to hang around this school." He suddenly realized something. These guys were extremely wary of outsiders. Suddenly, he shouted, "There are desert wolves infiltrating the school." Immediately, the attack ceased. He was a little scared, just as I'd predicted. Seeing this, the lackeys behind him discussed it in surprise, looking puzzled. "Wild goat gang in our school? What the hell are you barking about?" Teach-X coldly stared at him. "What the hell are you talking about?" He recounted everything, defeated. "The Ice Clan is determined to play games with our school. To gain inside information, they've planted a spy among us." His voice echoed. "Check the third-floor restroom." The two lackeys quickly turned and left, just to be sure. His face hardened as he interrogated. "If you lie, son, you'll get more than a punch today. Understood?" The two quickly rushed inside. Boss Tikon, they dragged out a guy whose face they'd beaten to a pulp. One of them even reported back, "It's true. There's someone in the toilet we've never seen before. Check it out." Seeing this, the man's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" He turns to Cho-min. "Who are you?" He slowly rises and explains, "I'm the one who knows everything about the wild dogs." So it was all part of his plan. This is what his subordinate texted him about. "As you command, boss. I'm in the third-floor restroom." He happily replied, "Await my orders?" He quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I obey." Thinking this, he smugly thought that he could, but Huang Muye couldn't. He had his own plans, a way to destroy the fortress. A smug look spread across his face as he declared, "I'm here to help you." By infiltrating it. The TikTok gang stared at the bruised and battered boy, surprised and mocking. These mad dogs broke into the school and are hiding in every corner. They asked in bewildered surprise, almost exposing their internal affairs. "And where did he get that uniform?" Their voices echoed as they stared at the frail Min standing before them. A kid who knows all their secrets? The lackey up above, observing everything, wonders how a bookworm like him could possibly know. But surely he won't breathe a word about it, will he? A surprised underling turns to report to his boss. "So, a beating was all it took to set him straight, huh?" Tikon immediately signaled to his men. "Enough. The truth is we've received support." Another subordinate, surprised, questioned him. "Tekon, you really think he's up to the task?" He continued to stare at him, sighing as he voiced his doubts. "Come to think of it, he's still suspicious, and there's no reason for him to help us. The uniform he's wearing is from Y Academy. Speaking of which, wasn't you recently targeted by a gang?" He nodded in confirmation, voicing his theory. "Yes, they're like us, beholden to no one, and that's why we clash." His face hardened as he declared that the gangs were sending people to infiltrate their ranks, signaling the end of their truce and the start of a new war. He stared at the key in his hand, lost in thought. Another conflict in this area would be a headache. With unwavering resolve, Shichsong declared, "To prevent that, we must exploit even the suspicious ones." He insists that burning down the house to catch a mouse can wait, while Min is terrified and gasping for breath. He looked up ahead, bewildered as the sky began to darken. The city has grown bleak as the scene shifts to a place where people are playing pool. Dong Hai UK plays billiards, angrily cursing that nothing is going his way. He is the vanguard of the Don Dong Hai UK alliance. Seeing this, the two quickly began to discuss amongst themselves. "You can still eat?" Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Taeyong approached with a cold demeanor. Surprised, he glanced at the group and spoke. "You guys are lucky to be alive after getting beat up like that. Deegan Alliance, number 10. Dong Taeyong, seeing him, he was a little scared. "Oh, Taeyong, what brings you here?" The man behind him immediately panicked. "They're with the Alliance." He slowly approached, sighing in exasperation. "You made a mess, and now I have to clean it up, you idiot. What a pain." He quickly extinguished his cigarette on his own hand, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the group before him. "Tch, tch, you guys are brainless." He then pulled an e-cigarette from his pocket. "Who even smokes cigarettes anymore? It's all about vapes these days, right?" he immediately asked one of the clueless guys. "Hey, you got one?" the confused guy asked. "Oh no, I smoke cigarettes." His face immediately went blank as he looked at them. Seeing this, the lackey didn't understand what was happening. Taeyong slowly stepped forward and asked, "Dong Hai, what's your break score?" He thought for a moment, then explained, "Around a 150. Hearing that, he picked up a beer bottle and said, "Is that so?" Immediately, he struck his underling with a single blow, coldly remarking, "You think I'm easy to beat?" Immediately, his helpless screams echoed as the bat shattered, leaving him to clutch his ear in despair. He coldly asked, "Are you just going to stand there like an idiot?" His face became terrifying as he threatened, "If you don't have one, go buy it." Seeing this, the man began to tremble, and the poor guy quickly ran off to buy a vape. Taeyong continues to approach Dong Hee-wook, complaining irritably, "So you can't swallow that school?" Even as he sat down, he couldn't resist mocking him. "Dong Hyuk, you want to swallow the school's whole just to get the Alliance's recognition, don't you?" Hearing that, he quickly nodded in agreement. "Huh? Yeah, that's right," he continued to ask. "Don't you think it's strange? The Bayok school is so powerful, yet they're just hiding." His voice echoed, surprising him. Why was Kim Ji-seong so focused on the area around Mount Bayok? At that moment, a sinister smile spread across his face as he watched the marbles roll across the table, urging, "Be smart. Act smart." Time quickly passed to a few days later, and Ma Ha, holding a Starbucks, exclaimed in surprise, "Not bad." She stared at Min, who was frozen in place, and asked in surprise, "Hey, I thought you'd been up to something these past few days. So, you used your gang to plant someone at school? You're pretty resourceful, aren't you?" He retorts, exasperated, "Why do you keep showing up at my house uninvited?" Then, a surprised smile crept across his face as he stared at her. "How did you know about what happened at school?" "I haven't even told you yet." She smiles smugly as she recounts everything she's heard. "I told you, didn't I? I know everything this gang does." Word is that Team 2, who handled the Baccarat game, was also taken care of. She recounted everything. He gained their trust by having his men monitor Kim Taek-son's every move, leaving his underlings surprised and gossiping. They actually went there and passed the location information to Truong and Biak, but of course, there's more to the story. Do you know that because of that, Team 2 was beaten to a pulp without knowing what was going on? Did these fools go there just to get caught? Hearing this, Chin's face turned serious as he declared to her, "That's my side hustle. I didn't think you were so good at sensing those bastards." Seeing this, she sighed coldly and replied, "Shh, sneaking into the school in broad daylight is too much. If you don't act fast, there's no telling what the Alliance will do." Her eyes pierced him with a chilling gaze. "If you lose, you understand what I mean, right?" Chomin sees her gaze and immediately sinks into his own calculations. She's good at pushing things, even the disorientation can't. That wicked woman. His mind raced, already plotting his next move against these thugs. How was he going to deal with them? To recruit them all at once, there must be a way. Kim Tae-shon has weaknesses, and today he must exploit them. Suddenly, he realizes something isn't right. But where's Kim Tae-shon today? Suddenly, a voice startled him, and he turned around in surprise. "I can't trust you," the lackey of Tae-kon shouted, pointing angrily. "What the hell?" His face drew closer, scrutinizing him. "Whatever. Tae-kon isn't at school today. So, kid, you can just scram today." He's left speechless and confused by this. What's this? Growing bored, he slowly gets used to people leaving. "Oh, really? Well then, you." The underling was surprised by his attitude, wondering how he could be so calm. "Just ignore him, or Tae-kon will chew you out." Then he slowly walks towards the door. "No news today. Just heading back?" One of the underlings angrily cursed, "How long do we have to keep defending like this?" Suddenly he realized something, and turned around in surprise as one of the underlings voiced his idea to the others. "We could take him out first. Couldn't we expand our power?" They grew furious and began to fight amongst themselves. "We're not babysitters, you know. Frankly, I think Tae-shon is taking advantage of us." At that moment, another underling shouted, "Hey, watch your mouth!" Then this subordinate, slightly frightened, stepped forward to report that the sick guy was still there. They were all shocked to see the place completely empty. "He's gone?" The scene shifts to another place, setting down a bottle and a full cup of wine as Chi-chung's voice slowly echoes. Another year has passed, Father, he says coldly, standing before his grave. We're doing well, but it seems, in some ways, he might actually be a good person. Though I'm a worthless wretch, the boy has grown up well. He continued to stare at the new grass growing beside his father's grave. So, don't worry too much, Father. Though I know you're watching over us, he calmly looks ahead and announces, I'm here, and I won't let him become like me. His eyes suddenly sadden as he looks up. At least while he's in school, I'll make sure he has the best environment possible. It seems he treasures this keychain. This keychain has a sun on it. I wonder who gave it to him. The scene shifts to another location within the city. A voice calls out, Taeyong! Accompanying this is an image of an innocent boy happily holding a hamburger in front of him, vowing to protect her. He happily devoured the hamburger, savoring every bite, as Cho Min, sitting across from him, asked in surprise, Is it good? He smiled softly, saying, Eat up. Taeyang happily drinks his Coke, and after eating, he excitedly chats with Cho Min. This is so good. Thank you for buying me such delicious food. He smiled and explained to her that it was just a hamburger, and to top it off, it's Terry Burger. Hearing this, he sadly recounts that the others all like Chai Burger or Spicy Burger, but he prefers Terry Burger. Seeing this, he chuckled and teased, You really are unambitious, aren't you? He seemed surprised to hear this. Is that so? His eyes locked onto the boy, Kim Se-yang, Kim Seok-jong's younger brother. He learned something important. Kim Taekon has a younger brother. He recalled the underlings complaining, Are we babysitters now? In short, I don't think Taekon is using us. He slowly pieces everything together. The first mention of babysitting ruled out a high schooler, and with his IQ of 200, he quickly recalculated everything. There are only 2 schools nearby, Kang Elementary and Bok High School. A voice echoed from inside the school. If he's Kim Sisu's brother, are you talking about Kim Taeyang? He suddenly remembered everything. Luckily, the first school I searched was Bok Middle School. A boy pointed to another and said, Ah, that's him. With that in mind, he was overjoyed to finally meet Kim Taeyang after the last class, and all activities were done, ready to go home. A plan formed in his mind. First, I need to act a little to get him to go, Taeyang asked in surprise. So where are you taking me? Seeing his hesitation, he stammered, Ah, well, that's a secret until the end. Tell me the truth. Hearing this, he became extremely confused, not understanding what was happening. Right? It's pretty suspicious, isn't it? He stared at him with delight. It's my birthday party, right? He suddenly realized something. Is today this kid's birthday? He simply sighed in response. Yeah, it was supposed to be a secret. Seeing that, he was immediately surprised and guessed everything. What? Did I hit a nerve? Well, I did make it pretty obvious. You've been through so much because of my brother. Chomin forces a smile. No, I'm fine, he thought helplessly, looking at her innocent face. He immediately recalled Mahadi's terrifying form and was filled with self-reproach. I'm sorry, I'm also desperate. He stared helplessly at his illuminated phone, realizing that taking the boy hostage would make dethroning Kim child's play. Blame your gangster brother who's out there having fun. A message is sent from the phone. About 30 minutes from now, Kim Tech SEO's younger brother, Kim Tang, will pass by Iro Tuanao DAED district. Wait there and capture him. T.Y. Hang, surprised to see him engrossed in his phone, asked, Did they find you out so you're texting your brother? Startled by this, he replied, No way. Hearing this, she burst out laughing, amused and surprised, teasing, You're not careful at all. Her voice echoed, Let me guess, that spot must be O, right? He remained silent, not wanting to discuss it, then sighed and said, You're too trusting. Tai Yi, hearing Min's words, was immediately confused. Yes? He smiled in surprise, voicing his thoughts. That's just who you are. You just follow me without question. What if I'm your brother's enemy? He then continued to lecture her, saying that living so naively would only lead to trouble. He simply smiled innocently, recounting everything. I don't believe anything, I only trust my brother. Hearing this, his eyes immediately hardened as he looked forward. Is that so? Speaking of her brother, she couldn't help but beam with pride, pointing behind her as she made an announcement. I'm sure you know, but my brother is incredibly strong. No one dares to touch me. Even if I get into trouble, I won't worry at all. No matter who it is, he'll definitely come to save me. Hearing this, he seems speechless and asks helplessly, So, even against dozens, no hero can withstand being ganged up on, he gleefully announces. Whether it's 10 or 100, the number of people following him will match. If you were taken hostage, he'd come alone, and if he comes alone, he'll have a plan. That strategy will be discovered eventually, but in reality, it's a decoy. So, what if the fake strategy is a strategy that makes everyone think it's fake? Then he'll come up with another fake strategy. After arguing to the point of exhaustion, Taeyang sighed and announced, "In the end, he'll come to save me anyway." He wore a happy, slightly proud smile, because that's what he promised. Suddenly, his voice turned sorrowful as he recalled the day his father died, when he stood helplessly before the memorial portrait, weeping uncontrollably. "Father," putting his hand on Taeyang's shoulder, Sicheng smiled reassuringly. "Kim Taeyang, you don't need to worry about anything." He fought back tears as he comforted her, promising to protect her. His voice changed, laced with anger, as he recounted how since the second grade, he'd been surrounded by thugs and his bullies had only become more ruthless. The son of a bitch can't even steal a wallet? He was overcome with fear as he recalled these events. "Once, I was even dragged to Dohan and beaten." The tattooed thug slowly reached for him, cursing. "You think having your brother's backing makes you better than me? I know guys in the Alliance who are way tougher than him. You think your brother's a match for me?" Suddenly, a loud noise erupts, startling him. Furious, Tekon slowly storms in, his eyes burning with rage as he stares ahead. His brothers arrived to save him, and with a few basic moves, they were all taken care of in the blink of an eye. He rushed over and embraced him, offering comfort as the boy sobbed uncontrollably, having driven all the way from Daigon to Daichan without a plan. After that, Jisheng led a powerful army forward, and as more became involved in the Emperor Division's fight with the Daigon Alliance, he became a leader in the area. Raising them in Bayok once kept those two forces at bay. After telling Minin everything, Taiyi laughed in surprise and began to chat with him. "You probably know about this since you went to school in Bayok, right?" His confident voice echoed. "My brothers will always protect me," she said, excitedly recounting her story, "so I have nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Chomin froze, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. He felt helpless as he recalled the scene of his brother constantly turning his back on him. He never gave him a sense of security, only a cold, distant stare. Thinking this, he clenched his fist, trembling with an indescribable envy. Immediately after, he slowly picked up the food, stood up, and said, "Let's get up then." He walked forward and announced, "It's time." Soon, day turned to evening in the city, and the streets bustled with people. Meanwhile, Mi's henchmen were gathering, staring ahead. Tang, following Min, asked in surprise, "Isn't that the wrong way?" He nodded. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He then turned back and said, "Wait here." This surprised him. "Yes, right here?" He nodded in confirmation, then announced, "Yeah, I was just ordered to bring you here." He helplessly hurried away, leaving him standing there alone. "I'm just a puppet controlled by that witch. This is the surest way to overthrow the school within the bay." The terrifying image of a guillotine flashed before him, intensifying his fear. If he couldn't dominate the Bayox game, his head would be next. Beneath the guillotine, everyone becomes selfish. Suddenly, Taeyang spoke up, following after him. "You're just going to leave without even telling me your name?" he coldly retorted, turning back to face her. "I'm not someone whose name is worth remembering." Hearing this, she smiled in surprise and recounted, "The reason I followed you without question is because I trusted my brother, but also because I thought you were a good person." Hearing this, he immediately became confused, his eyes widening. At this moment, he bowed his head deeply. "Thank you for today." He still doesn't understand what's happening. What am I? Suddenly, a subordinate bursts into the room, anxiously reporting everything. "Tekon! Mr. Tekon!" He frantically shouts, "This isn't the time for weightlifting, sir." He calmly sits up asking, "Why are you so agitated?" "I know it's Taeyang's birthday today," he quickly replied. "No, that's not what I meant." His voice trembled with fear. "They said someone was looking for trouble at the high school." Upon hearing this, he froze. At that moment, a group of soldiers slowly advanced, loudly signaling each other. Just around that corner, Kim Tae will be there to catch him. Immediately, they were confused to find no one in sight. Tang, running alongside Min, anxiously asked, "Bro, you told me to wait there a second ago." He caught up and ran ahead, explaining, "I was just kidding. Let's head this way first." He was completely bewildered, glancing over at him. Kim Jisuk wasn't just a thug. In the end, his innocent face made him understand everything. He was protecting his brother, protecting the child's innocence. He continued to recall Haji's terrifying face. "Mahari, I'm sorry, but I think I have to give up on this test." Lost in thought, he ran forward, overwhelmed. This was the brotherhood I had always dreamed of, rather than let it shatter into pieces. With that thought, he spoke up, sounding confused. "Apologies," he was a little surprised and asked, "Yes?" He ran forward, repeating his words. "I'd rather my head fall than let your resolve crumble." At that moment, a large foot slammed into Cho Min, sending him flying backward, leaving Tang to scream in helpless worry. Bro! Taekong raced forward, anxiety and confusion flooding his mind as he recalled the report. I just heard they said someone's looking for Balok High. I've got you now, kid. You're the Daon Alliance's number 10, Tai Yong, Taeyong said gleefully, grabbing him by the neck. Got you now, kid. He's Dawn Union's number 10, Tai Yong. Chom Min, witnessing everything, felt utterly helpless. Damn it, it's not just me. He angrily shouts, Let her go! You're just looking for Kim Taekwon's weakness. A cruel smile spread across his face as he declared, Let's clean up this school, nice and smart. The scene shifts to a man running and panting, and the other end of the line just kept ringing. She's not answering. After a long wait, the call finally connects. Yes, sir. A car horn blares as he angrily demands an answer. What's the situation? Hearing this, the subordinate fearfully reported everything. I split them up to search, but there's still no sign of her. He anxiously ordered them to keep looking as fast as they could. He gripped the phone tightly in his hand. Damn it, the Alliance. His heart was hanging by a thread. Tay, please be safe. Suddenly, a call startled him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Immediately following was a picture of Tai, tied up and sitting on the ground. He could only scream helplessly. Tai Yi? The message included a location and angry, challenging words. I won't beat around the bush. Drag yourself here, alone. If you bring anyone, your sister's head will be crushed. The scene shifts to a remote location. The henchmen kept watch and chatted amongst themselves, which is why I found it so strange. Taeyong amusedly holds the vape, looking down at the pitiful Tai Yi on the ground. Such a powerful force, content to hide in this backwater mountain. His voice echoed, The giraffe of Mount Zhongbai hides such an adorable younger brother? At this point, he was terrified, stepping outside to instruct his comrades. Dig a little deeper and we'll understand. If you want to jump someone, you better be prepared. The underling quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll be different. His face turned serious as he said, He won't let this go. Hearing this, he looked at the boy in surprise and confusion, then delivered a devastating kick to the boy's face. With the strength of a child, he sent him crashing into the wall. One simple move left him powerless, and he said, Sorry, kid. His voice turned terrifying as he approached, declaring that he wouldn't let this go, while Dong Hyuk slowly approached Tai Yong, praising him in surprise. I like that expression on your face. He smiled with amusement, staring ahead. I'll take you to your brother quickly, his voice echoed. But before we go, I think we should settle our little score first. Tik Song remained silent. He mocked, saying this whole area belongs to the special ops team. Even the strong can't win against a mob. Even Miko Kukop couldn't beat 50 people, and Tang inside was now extremely worried about his brother. Not wanting him to worry for long, Taeyong slowly placed his hand on his head and mocked him. Even if he beats them, because of you, Kim Seok-hyun can only die. Immediately after, he chuckled, smugly stepping outside. Pray that he doesn't die. Damn, I'm starving, the surprised lackey pointed forward. And what should we do with him? The lackey reported back, saying he wasn't from Bukjung High. Min, who was listening the whole time, turned cold, glanced back and sighed, giving orders to his men. Even if he's not from Buk High, he's with Kim Seok-hyun's brother, so he must be an acquaintance. Just to be safe, keep him here until this is over. The door slammed shut, leaving them alone. Once he was sure they were gone, he sighed, tearing at the ropes that bound his hands. He then looked at the nail he'd used to cut the rope, thinking he'd been discovered, and quickly went to Tai Yi to untie him. Are you okay? Those lunatics are beating up a kid like that? Suddenly, he bursts into tears, surprising our protagonist, who can hardly believe his eyes. He's crying. He's become utterly helpless, and the tears won't stop. It's because of me that you have to protect me, her desperate voice echoed. I'm always a burden. Everything would be better without me. Hearing this, he was speechless and confused, asking, Hey, what are you talking about? He gently placed his hand on her, offering comfort, a soft smile gracing his face. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Tai stopped crying upon hearing these comforting words and stared intently at him. Chomin turns to look outside, considering his options. Let's see. He continued to watch them huddle together like ants building a nest as Tai Yong addressed his underlings. I'm going to grab a bite. You guys keep a close watch. If they escape, you'll all be in deep trouble. Understood? His eyes now held a serious glint as he recalculated everything. With them guarding the gate, escape is impossible. Thinking this, he felt relieved and pulled out a phone. Luckily, they took my phone, but not this one. They never suspected I had two. Hiding behind the door, he was lost in thought. If he called the gang to capture Kim Tae, this place could turn into a battlefield. Taking advantage of that, Tai Yi and I can escape this place. If I can just save that kid, then Kim Ji-woong won't have to fight alone. He was hesitant, realizing he'd interfered too much with the brothers, and his strange behavior prompted the question, "What do you mean, okay? What are you planning?" Lost in thought, he realizes he needs the Emperor's division's support, a smug smile spreading across his face. "I'm here to help you," he thought with a hint of glee. "Kim Seo-kun, you made the right decision to trust me." He then recalled his subordinates mocking him relentlessly. "I don't trust you." He still hesitated. Even a king must understand his servants. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Wait a minute." He quickly approached Tae, who was sitting quietly. "Your hand must be in pain. Let me take it off." Seeing this, he asks, confused, "What are you planning to do?" He continues, giving his orders. "From now on, Thang, you'll listen to me." Outside, Texan is under relentless attack from the gang, who pummel him mercilessly even though he doesn't fight back. Seeing him clutch his stomach, trembling on the ground, Dong-hyu couldn't help but laugh in surprise. What a stress reliever. Then he spoke, shocking him. He was furious, glaring at him. "Tae-yang, she's okay, right?" Seeing that look in his eyes, he angrily kicked him. "That look of yours." Seeing him fall, he sneered with satisfaction. "You need to be nicer with those eyes if you want me to tell you anything, you dumb mutt." Immediately, he looked up and declared, "You're the one in trouble." Blood dripped onto the ground. His voice echoed, "You've got the wrong idea. The one surrounded here isn't me, it's you." His face contorted in rage. He approached, questioning, "You lay a finger on Taiyi and I'll tear you to pieces. Looks like these guys need a little convincing." He smirks, issuing his command. "What are you guys doing?" His voice echoed. "Beat him down for me." Immediately, dozens of underlings charged forward to attack Texan relentlessly. No matter how many times he's beaten, he doesn't care. All he cares about is his poor captive brother. "Tai Yi, I'm okay. Don't worry about me." He endures the blows, thinking helplessly, "As long as you're safe." All of this is observed by two figures nearby. Suddenly, Tai Yi realizes something is wrong as he spots familiar figures up ahead. He happily announced, "They're here!" And his men advanced, ready for a confrontation. "What's this, Ice Island?" The Ice Moo crew was ecstatic, eagerly stepping forward. "Wipe them out, and it's over." Cho Min watched it all, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. "I chose to abandon everything to protect this brotherhood, but then I thought, looking at the lopsided battle unfolding here, how can I protect them both and recruit Zhang Bal?" He excitedly speaks to him. "Great, are you ready? Shall we begin, Taiyi?" The thugs relentlessly attacked Texan, giving him no chance to retaliate as they gloated amongst themselves. "I never imagined I'd see this." Dong Hyuk wiped the blood from his face and sneered. The giraffe of Mount Taibek brought down for a mere younger brother. Despite the pain, Texan glared at them, asking, "Is this enough for you? Let Taiyang go. He's done nothing wrong." Hearing this, he seemed surprised, then reported everything. "I was just venting my anger." Taeyong then offers another condition for exchange. He asked, "What's the condition?" As he did, the Maybay gang rushed forward, gleefully shouting, "Tear it down!" Like madmen, they wrecked the place, yelling, "Find Kim Tae-yang!" Their voices echoed throughout the area as a chaotic and uneven battle broke out. Two underlings witnessing this were terrified and began to talk amongst themselves. "They're here for Kim Tae-yang. Did they team up with the gang? How did they even find this place? Damn it." One of them, terrified at the thought of Tae-yang, warns, "We're dead if we lose Kim Tae-yang." Immediately, they rushed into the fray, and we had to stop them at all costs. The scene shifts to Min and Tai-yang, who are inside an iron container, observing the chaos. "A clash really did occur," he said in astonishment. He grinned. "Looks like this is all within your data." "Good, all their attention is focused there." He quickly glanced over at him. "We have to use this opening to slip away." He immediately nods in understanding. And he didn't forget to tell him, "Stick close to me." They had to sneak out unnoticed, and so they slowly made their way outside. Suddenly, the door bursts open, startling them both, and before they can react, their eyes betray their fear, unable to believe the monstrous power before them. A man barged in, asking coldly, "Which one of you is Kim Tae-yang?" Seeing this, the two were immediately terrified, and he glanced forward, lost in thought. How did he slip in so easily? The sight of that menacing face filled him with dread. Even though I used Taiyi's whereabouts to lure them here, he angrily approaches the two. "Spit it out. I'm in a hurry, you dogs." He was lost in thought, but being caught again wouldn't change anything. Luckily, one of their own rushed in, shouting, "Who let you in here?" and with that, the brawl began. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly turned back to look at the two. What caught his eye was Tai-yi, frozen in fear. Looking at the student ID pinned to her chest, he smirks, thinking, "So you're Kim Tae-yi." Huh. Then he says, "Come with me." Suddenly, a stick slams into his head. Unbeknownst to him, Cho-min had snuck up behind him and angrily struck him in the head with a stick. Enraged, he turned to glare at Cho-min, who was now trembling with fear. Thinking of his plan, he quickly told Tae-yang, "Run." Tae-yang, hearing this, suddenly understood. Immediately, he broke free and sprinted forward, enraging the man. "Where to?" Just then, he held him tight, pressing down on his neck. He continues to struggle, asking, "Won't you let go?" He didn't forget to remind him, "Go, hurry!" He quickly ran through the chaotic crowds, while Min, having stopped the strong, long-haired guy, was pushed back. He was completely enraged, approaching him and cursing, "You son of a bitch, who the hell do you think you are?" Seeing the situation was dire, he anxiously turned to look ahead. The situation is a bit complicated, but at least Tae-yang got away, which is good. Elsewhere, Tae-yang is running forward as fast as he can in fear. His words echoed in her ears. "Listen carefully, Kim Tae-yang." While they were trapped together, his voice echoed in T.Y.'s ears. "Your brother is strong, but he's taking a beating because he thinks you're in danger." Standing before him, Cho-min's face turned serious as he spoke. "Tell him you're safe and sound. However, Dong Tae-yong took our phones, so we can't let him know." Immediately after, he pulled out his phone and instructed him. "I do have this phone, but there's a reason we can't use it to call," he said, his eyes resolute as he placed his hands on it. "So, once you escape this place, immediately run to the clearing by the building. Dong Tae-yong must have called your brother out there." Thinking and running, Tai quickly tripped on a rock. He was absolutely not a burden. His small frame couldn't withstand the force, and he fell hard, crying out in pain. Because of him, his brother had power. But this didn't stop him, his own words fueling his resolve. "Go to your brother. This time, you'll be the one to save him." Elsewhere, Dong Hyuk's voice echoed. He quickly grabbed the hammer and went to retrieve Kim Tae-yi, his face twisted with malice. He took a drag from his cigarette and announced, "This is an undeniable condition, right? Even if I can't stand on these legs in battle anymore, your brother will be safe and sound." Hearing this, Tech was helpless but had to nod in agreement. "Deal." He quickly advanced, his face covered in blood, but he declared with certainty, "Hand over Tai-yi first." Seeing this, the group was instantly bewildered. How can this mad dog still stand after being beaten like that? Seeing this, Dong Hyuk quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, I was planning to have you verify it yourself." He immediately ordered his subordinate to call them and tell them that they were on their way, to which the subordinate nodded in understanding. "Yes." Immediately after, the underling quickly answered the phone in his hand. The subordinate, terrified, reported back, "They're not answering the phone, sir." Seeing this, he immediately became confused. "What?" Suddenly, Tai-yi's voice echoed out. He whipped around in shock, recognizing the voice as none other than hers. "Brother!" This left Taexion, who was nearby, in utter disbelief and fear. She stood high above, waving to her brother with a reassuring look, announcing, "I'm okay." At that moment, the crowd froze. Dong Hyuk, not understanding what was happening, confusedly ordered them to catch her. Immediately after, he furiously ordered them to catch him, and his men rushed forward. As an older brother, he couldn't let this stand, and he charged forward, grabbing their heads, ready to make them pay. With just a few basic moves, he swiftly and effortlessly took them down, leaving Dong Hyuk speechless. He just curses under his breath, then stares at Tikon's lifeless face. Loud sounds echoed, likely the sounds of him taking down each opponent. Elsewhere, the long-haired man continued to torment and berate Min. "You son of a bitch." He felt a pain like never before. Helpless, he could only think, "I'm always ordering them around, so I never noticed." But now he's truly had enough, and continues to curse in anger. This brute. He's just a subordinate, so how can he be this strong? He recalls his brother's terrifying presence when he led this gang. Was Hoang Mue once the leader of this pack of beasts? After a brutal beating, he quickly turns away, not forgetting to issue a warning. "I only spared you because I have to chase after Kim Tae-yang. Otherwise, you'd be dead, so consider yourself lucky." He watched him leave, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He then recalled the scene of Jeryong threatening Jae-ah. And if what Jeryong said was true, this place was surrounded by a special operations team, meaning Kim Ji-seong's side had only a few people. And he was lost in thought. If he finds out Kim Tae-yi escaped, his forces will likely head straight for Kim Jae-seong. so he immediately taunts him, "Lucky my ass, you're just scared, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Muye, the gang member, stopped in his tracks, turning around in anger to ask, "What did you say?" At this moment, only one thought crossed his mind. He could take him down with just one guy like him. He was a little smug, having calculated everything. He slowly rose, taunting, "I knew you were scared, you dog. The surest path to victory." The scene shifts to a vast city, the sky darkening as Jishang relentlessly beats down those who bullied him. Like a brother, he explodes with power when he sees his poor sibling being bullied, while Tae-ya calmly watches it all unfold. His brother just needed to confirm his safety. He immediately recalled Cho-min's determined face and ran straight to school. With that thought, he turned and ran, seeking reinforcements for his brother. His face hardened with determination as he sprinted away. "Just wait for me a little longer." Meanwhile, Tae-sung is starting to lose his strength from being attacked by multiple people at once. Taking advantage of this, another assailant lunges forward with a powerful blow, enraging him. Seeing this, he was startled, confused, and a little scared. In the next moment, he was kicked high into the air. This enraged Dong Hyewook, who watched from the sidelines, and he questioned what he was seeing in disbelief. How did that bastard Kim Zoe escape unscathed? What exactly happened? Immediately, he turned and questioned his men. "Hey, has anyone heard from them?" His terrified subordinates nodded in confirmation. He sensed something was wrong. He had to see for himself. Just then, a terrified subordinate pointed behind him, shouting, "Boss, behind you!" He turned around in surprise, only to find Jinwoo charging toward him. He questioned him loudly. A punch lands and the scene shifts outside the container, where Moo's long-haired gang member angrily retorts. "What the hell did you just say?" His voice echoed, prompting Min to shout out in alarm. "I asked if you were scared?" Hearing this, he became extremely angry. "You're serious, you've lost your mind, you dog." Seeing this, he immediately rejoiced. Okay, I've got his attention. He continued to watch the fierce battle raging outside. He was lost in thought, knowing he had to buy time so no one would notice Kim Tae-yi, delaying the Core Alliance's assembly. At the same moment, he rushed towards him to attack, filling him with fear, but he didn't give up, continuing to stare ahead. Immediately, he ducks to the ground, grabbing the staff. His hand quickly reaches for it, preparing his next move. Seeing this, he glared at him, raising his leg to deliver a fatal blow. He kicked him squarely, sending him flying backwards. Unable to fight back, he crashed to the ground, crying out in pain. He stormed towards him, yelling, "You cowardly dog resorting to weapons! You think that'll help you win?" A grin spread across his face as he glanced over and gave the order. "Men settle things with their fists. Let me show you what a real punch tastes like, something stronger than that piece of metal." Hearing this, Cho-min immediately glared at him. Very well. The scene shifts to the middle school entrance, where Tae-yang runs, breathless. Seeing this, the surprised subordinate asked him, "Kim Tae-yang, didn't Kim Seok-yoon send you away?" Catching his breath, he recounted what happened, his face etched with worry as he pleaded for help. "Please, you have to save my brother." Meanwhile, the long-haired Bang Min and Jo Min are locked in a fierce battle, but he seemed outmatched, taking blow after blow, leaving him helpless and screaming. He glared at him with contempt, angrily shouting, "You don't know what's coming. Why is a fool like you acting so tough? I'll screw you over." His mocking voice echoed. "You know what's coming for you, your weak corpse." Hearing this, he immediately stood up straight, glaring at him with furious eyes. He helplessly recalls the day his brother turned his back on him. "Why would a weakling like you bother me?" Annoying. His eyes filled with rage as he glared ahead, and he charged forward, ready to strike back. Seeing this, he laughed with glee, witnessing this scene for the first time. Oh my, this mad dog is strong. He was immediately struck, his mouth agape in disbelief. He slammed the man into the wooden stakes behind him, causing him immense pain, for there was a sharp nail hidden there. He glared at the wound on his back, cursing in anger. "You son of a bitch!" He immediately flew into a rage and charged towards him. "Get over here." He frantically ran forward. Seizing the moment, he eyed the massive shelf, a plan quickly forming in his mind. He quickly mustered all his strength and pushed forward, recalling the image of being kicked into the shelf. "When I was kicked into it, it didn't move at all." Even though his kick was strong and I'm not exactly light, the shelf didn't budge, meaning it's incredibly heavy. He recalls using the opportunity to act, remembering that he slipped something into the shelf when he fell. He spots a small gap in the stone shelf. Convinced, Min kicks Than, who's preparing to attack, and smugly eyes the gap in the shelf, no matter how heavy it is. With even the smallest opening, his slender fingers pushed forward with all their might, screaming as he did. At the same moment, shelves and various objects came crashing down on the gangster, enough to bring him to his knees, leaving him stunned. It was then that he finally reacted, gritting his teeth in fury. He then screamed out in frustration, "You son of a bitch!" Just then, a loud crash echoed from within. Exhausted, Cho-min turned to see the results of his efforts, panting for breath. The long-haired man was completely crushed beneath the giant iron shelf, blood dripping onto the ground below. Wiping away sweat, he muttered, "Nothing beats iron, you idiot." He glanced away, thinking, the rest is up to them. Just then, Tish-song turned back in surprise. From above, Mahadi observes everything, a surprised smile spreading across her face as she announces that he actually did it this way. At that moment, a familiar figure, Yang, slowly approached the battlefield, surprising everyone and wore an intrigued smile. "What the hell are you doing, Kim Seol-hyung?" It was none other than Dohan, the leader of the Emperor Division's second squad. Meanwhile, Seok-sung relentlessly attacked Dong-hyuk's face, leaving him unable to react. Feeling the brunt of his power, he desperately reached out, pleading, "Wait, calm down, just calm down." Just then, a voice made them turn their heads in surprise. Jig-gang stepped forward with a grin, asking, "What the hell are you doing?" Kim Ji-seong? It was none other than Jang, the leader of the Emperor Division's second squad. Jig-gang's appearance caused his face to turn serious, while the other man looked on in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Isn't that gang member D-gang? What's he doing here? J-gang slowly approaches, taunting, "You look like you're having a hard time." He calmly retorted, "Now it's your gang's turn?" Do-gang chuckled in surprise, then announced, "Oh no, I'm not here to beat you up. I'm here to make a deal with you." Hearing this, he coldly and bluntly refuses the request. "I don't care how you found out and came here, but if you're thinking of asking me to return to the gang, you're too late, especially now that I'm in this state." Even Jang is impressed by his quick wit. "Wow, how thoughtful of you," he continued, glancing behind him. "I don't need your kind of power." He wore a smug look on his face. "The battle is coming to an end as his underlings arrive. I have no intention of ganging up on someone who isn't here to cause trouble, so get lost." Do-gang calmly warns him that he'll regret this as Dong-hyuk, seeing the situation, quickly flees. Teach-seong didn't feel like chasing after him anyway, and his worried underlings rushed to check on him. "Boss Chon, are you all right? That dog ran away." He calmly explained to everyone, "Forget him, he's just trash." Watching the fear in his fleeing face, he continued, "He probably realizes now that his forces couldn't possibly break through the snail's shell." Everyone immediately helped him away, and he asked in surprise, "Did Tai Yi send word to you guys?" His men quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right." "What exactly happened?" he asked, immediately delighted by the news. "That kid." A pleased smile crept across his face. "Not bad." He then asked his men, "Let's hurry, it's that kid's birthday today." Suddenly, someone behind him raised a hammer high, while he was still wondering what to prepare for it. As expected of a powerful man, he immediately glanced down, and what caught his eye was someone holding a hammer high. The man immediately brought the hammer down with a shout, but it was all futile against his opponent's overwhelming power. He turned and delivered a swift kick, sending the attacker crashing back in agony. Seeing the approaching crowd, he asked in surprise, "What the hell?" His face filled with confusion as he glanced at his underlings. "What the hell are you guys doing?" At this moment, Dong Haiwook, with several teeth knocked out, fell to the ground as a voice echoed, "What's going on?" Just then, someone approached from behind, and Taeyong grinned triumphantly. He was holding Tang hostage, but things have turned out like this. Seeing his brother in danger, he cries out in worry. Taeyi was utterly helpless. "Brother, I'm sorry." He recalled the moment he met his brother's subordinate, who asked in surprise, "Kim Taeyi, your brother's been looking for you." He gasped, helpless. "My brother—" Immediately, he became frantic, begging, "Please, save him." Just then, a man stepped forward. This man was none other than Taeyong, a smug grin plastered across his face. The situation was dire, with Seok-hyun completely surrounded by his own men. He spoke with utter helplessness. "I never thought you'd betray me." His face filled with confusion as he questioned his men, "Why have you all been thinking like this?" Exhausted from the fighting, he collapsed to the ground as his men finally voiced their pent-up frustrations. "Ever since you started using us just to protect your little brother, do you think we're just babysitters?" Another subordinate shouted. "We want to prove ourselves too. We want to make a name for ourselves in Dagon." Contrary to their heated attitude, Ji-seok merely asked calmly, "Is that so?" He still thought helplessly he had tried not to let violence exist, at least in the area where Tai Yang lived. He recalled the two massive gangs and fell into contemplation, realizing he couldn't stop it after all. He continued to stare at Dong Hyuk's bruised and battered face, lying unconscious on the ground. Taeyong suddenly spoke up, sounding perplexed. All because of you losers, I have to keep 2 or 3 backup plans ready. He smugly thought to himself, of course. A satisfied smile crept across his face. I have no achievements to offer you guys. It seems he predicted all of this, but I prepared the basics long ago. At that moment, he had them all figured out. So, you're saying it's because of his little brother, and you guys just put up with it? The subordinate angrily recounted his understanding, and upon hearing this, he relentlessly provoked them all. To merge Baek High with the Alliance, you should start spreading rumors about Kim Seok-hyun. That's why they're all so frustrated. We're not his little brother's babysitters. Frankly, I think Taecon is taking advantage of us too much. Thinking this, he became extremely excited. The timing was perfect. Taeyong recalled the moment he left the container, thoughts racing through his mind. I don't know what happened at the container, but I never thought the special ops team could handle things so perfectly. To create a variable, I locked him in there with someone unnecessary. With a cold, self-satisfied smirk, he turned to his men, knowing that even though the kid wasn't from the academy, he was with Kim's brother, and that meant he was going to be useful. Just to be safe, keep him here until this is all over. Luckily, he seems to have his own plans, and it looks like he might make something happen. The moment the squad's plans fell apart, Taeyong, back in reality, smugly began to strategize. I, Taeyong, will fix this with my own plan. This is my scenario. He continued to gaze at the massive school before him. The Baek School, now the focal point in the confrontation against the gang. Meanwhile, an insidious smile spreads. He must seize this chance to earn the Chief of Staff's trust. He smirked, mocking DeYang below. Your oh-so-proud and talented brother is being abandoned by his own men. Taecon was utterly helpless, facing the crowd alone. He sighed, feeling helpless as he had to fight his own trusted brothers. So, you want to make a name for yourselves on the battlefield, do you? Fine. He wearily clenched his fist, forcing himself to stand and declare, First, you'll have to defeat me. Seeing this, Tai was heartbroken and shed tears, knowing that he understood what was at stake. His limits have been reached. The subordinates are surprised and confused. In that state, he's choosing to attack instead of surrender? One of the underlings questioned him. How much do you despise us to think you can defeat us all? Contrary to their anger, Taeyong has become extremely calm. He loudly announced, Let's begin. Show them the terror of the underdog. Suddenly, at that moment, Tui bit down on his hand. Seeing this, he quickly let go and cried out in pain. You little brat! Taking this opportunity, he runs quickly forward. Standing in front of Tishan, he angrily announces, He's not a bad person. If you touch him, his face hardened with resolve as he declared he wouldn't stand for it. Remembering Minhee's words, this time, his words echoed in his mind. He would be the one to save him. He stared ahead with unwavering resolve. Hearing this only fueled his rage, and he declared, Brotherly love makes me want to puke, doesn't it? Finish them? Immediately, everyone around him charged into battle. Seeing the situation, Teach X cried out in desperation, Tae-Wai, no! Then a smile appears as Daegang slowly approaches, wondering how all of this is even possible. Immediately, he delivers a devastating kick to the oncoming attackers, his voice echoing with the authority of a captain. Everyone present was frozen by the sight as he slowly but surely advanced. Taekshong was surprised by his appearance. You're still here? He chuckled as if nothing had happened. I just took a blue pea. He then continued to mock the people right in front of him. Hey, you Alliance grunts, you said you'd show me the terror of being Trong by Oak, but I think you've got the wrong idea. Taeyong froze at those words. He slowly places his hand on T-Chex's shoulder and begins his own presentation. The so-called Trong by Oshwes isn't those pathetic underlings, but a term reserved only for Kim T-Chex. As time passed, Taeyong's trusted men were quickly defeated, leaving only a few of them panting for breath. It seems Mi's gang is gaining the upper hand in this fight, and the victor finally steps inside the container. He muttered, Kim Taeyong, Kim Taeyong, I can't let J-Gang beat me to a pulp again. But the next sight froze him in his tracks. Before him stood the long-haired man who had been crushed by the shelf, screaming incessantly. Help me lift this thing, quick. He was immediately confused. Elsewhere, where the J-Gang is emerging, his voice echoes, It's not just those lackeys. He smiles, placing his hand on Taek Sion's shoulder, and announces that the title is reserved solely for Kim Seok-hyu. Tang notices the symbol on the jacket and seems surprised, thinking, That emblem on Jumper's jacket. It's the Emperor Division. He continued to mock them, calling them pathetic for needing to kidnap someone to stage a coup. Hearing this, the underlings are enraged, rushing forward and shouting, "What did you say?" But he easily dodges the incoming punch. To retaliate, he quickly lands another punch. Another seizes the opportunity, punching J-Gang in the face before he can react. Enraged, he retaliated, "You ignorant fools, are you asking for a beating? I'll grind you into dust." He grabbed the lackey's hair, slowly tilting his head back, a boast he could make anywhere. Then he slammed his own head into the lackey's. And just like that, the lackey was clearly defeated. I got a beating from J-Gang. After laying down some basic moves on these guys, the mighty Dai Gangang spoke up. "Hey, hey," he continued to announce as Tang silently observed the scene. The leader of the Dai Gang's second squad wears a smug grin. Anyone else want to show off? Elsewhere, he thought to himself, utterly helpless. How the hell did he know and get here? That son of a bitch. He then approached them. "What's wrong? Come on, rush me." Tae quickly helped his brother up and asked Tai Sung in surprise, "Why did he help us?" Chan was also completely bewildered, still trying to understand what was happening. "Is he trying to make me feel indebted? Even if you are, you can't drag me back to the gang." Seeing Gangang so smug, Taeyong was furious, reaching forward and ordering them all to attack at once. Seeing this, Jang coldly announces that if there's an opportunity, just run. At that moment, Seokyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" He sighed, continuing to relay the commander's orders. "The captain doesn't want you to die, because you're not some guy who can just be snuffed out here." He smirks, reveling in the fight. "Personally, I think you'd be a great fit for the gang's champer." What I was about to do was a personal invitation. The captain isn't the type to force someone into the gang by making them feel indebted. He then gleefully throws himself into the fight, recounting his story. "So, understand the situation and make your own decision. Don't get in my way, just step aside." His fists rained down on those who didn't know their own limits. Texan was stunned by the sight. As the fierce battle raged on, Yong signaled to his younger brother, "Let's get out of here, first." He nodded and quickly led him away, and soon evening fell. As they walked, he anxiously asked, "Are you okay, brother?" He shook his head, replying, "I'm fine." At this point, Seoksung was filled with regret, and he continued to look at his younger brother, apologizing for dragging him into this on his birthday. "Tae." Seeing this, he quickly spoke up. "No, I'm okay." He sighed helplessly as he recounted everything. He hadn't realized those kids harbored such thoughts. His face was filled with despair. He no longer had the right to be a leader. Hearing this, he was affected by the man's mood. He sighed and advised him not to blame himself, for betrayal is a terrible thing. He despondently continued to explain everything. Had he tried so hard to protect the city, only for it to fall under the influence of the gang and the alliance? Hearing this, he seemed curious. "So you're going to join the gang?" He didn't respond, lost in his own thoughts, realizing the situation they were in. So, for his and Taeyi's safety, joining a gang would be the best option. Perhaps he'd made up his mind, but he spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, Taeyi." He recalls the gang's terrifying image and J-Gang's figure, then speaks his mind. "I can't align myself with the gangs. They only helped us today because it was mutually beneficial. They're just a bunch of bastards tarnishing the Tao," he declared with unwavering resolve. "I just want to be a respectable older brother to you." TY smiled and sighed, thinking, he really is the coolest. Then he slowly spoke, saying that overcoming it together would be enough. Suddenly, he remembered something. That guy. Tikek seemed surprised and asked, "Who are you talking about?" He was overjoyed. The one person who never betrayed him was still here. Immediately, his eyes widened as he saw Min waiting there, his serious face filling him with joy. Seeing him appear, he widened his eyes in surprise as he excitedly recounted everything. "He's the one who saved me earlier, but he doesn't seem to believe any of this." "That guy?" His eyes filled with confusion as he stared at him. "Just what are you?" Chomin seems completely different than before. He declared with unwavering certainty that he would force him to join the gang. Though his thoughts differed, his eyes now held a steely resolve. "From now on, I'll explain the reason to you." He was a little smug with his thoughts. "I've prepared everything I need." Meanwhile, J-Gang continues his relentless assault, throwing punches wildly. With powerful blows, he takes down the underlings one by one. They try to fight back, but it seems they can't stop him. He effortlessly dodges their attacks, and with a triumphant yell, retaliates against them. He's completely lost it, taking them down one by one in a frenzy. They can't fight back. They can only lie helplessly on the ground. After taking down these punks, Dugang couldn't help but express his surprise. "What a bunch of losers. Why are these guys bothering us now? Do you guys know? A strong organization is built by a magnificent leader. He glances in another direction, seemingly surprised. Oh my. The sight of bodies strewn across the staircase gives him pause. He notices Tai Yong running ahead at full speed and curses him. He thought angrily. The leader of the Daigang Gang's second squad. He also realized one important thing. This wouldn't be an easy fight as he pulled out his phone and started cursing. What the hell are those dogs doing at the container? He's the maniac Hoang Mue Fong made captain of the second squad at just 18 years old. Now in a panic, he pulls out his phone to assess the situation, wondering why Jang is helping Kim Taek Song. What an idiot. If I could have reconciled with him, I would have seduced him sooner. The thought of Shi-chung appearing only adds to his confusion. He's the type who'd never bow to anyone, which is why I decided to crush him. His eyes widened in confusion. After pleading with the chief of staff, things have gone awry. Suddenly, he spotted Chin and Taiyi standing still, and overcome with worry, he rushed to stand in front of her. Oh, he's over there. A sinister smile creeps across Tai Yong's face. So, heaven hasn't forsaken him yet. He slowly lunges toward them. Now all he needs is Kim Tae-hee. He screamed, "Come here!" But a massive fist suddenly appeared before him, shocking him. He crashed painfully to the ground, and even as he fell, he didn't forget to curse. "Who the hell are you?" he exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion. "Impossible." Taekon stared at him with terrifying eyes and spoke coldly. Luckily, it's impossible. He probably enjoyed declaring it right in front of him. When I can end you with my own two hands. He still couldn't understand what was happening, how they had recruited him. Taechon now donned the Mu-gang's colors, leaving Taeyong bewildered, eyes wide with fear as he looked ahead. The gang's jamper couldn't believe it, staring at him with rage. He was still lost in thought, wondering how they had recruited him, as Cho-min and Tai-yi stood by, witnessing everything. A faint, triumphant smile plays on his lips as we rewind time a few minutes, and a voice echoes out. "What? Was what you said just now the truth?" Tech is in disbelief, unable to accept what's happening before him. Huang Mui is dead. Thang, completely surprised, asks his brother, "Who is Huang Mui?" He calmly explained that Huang Mui was the leader of the Emperor Division faction and also the most brutal man in Daigon. After some thought, he slowly began to recount everything, still finding it hard to believe that the strongest man was dead. "He died in an accident?" You nod in confirmation. "Yes, he's dead." Hearing this, the man was utterly bewildered. He quickly retorted, "I've never heard of that. How did you know?" He calmly informs him, "I told you, I'm the one who knows everything that happens in the gang." His voice echoed, "My name is Cho-min." Finally, he reveals his identity, leaving Emperor Division leader Huang Macy's younger brother stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. The only man in Dohan who didn't crave power. He hastily asked, "What?" This was the man who cherished his brother above all else. His face hardened with resolve. "I can only reveal this because you're his brother," he announced, holding up the phone. "I'm using my dead brother's phone to control the gang." This only adds to his disbelief. "Is that even possible?" Cho-min nodded, sighed, and continued to examine the phone, saying he'd tried a few times and failed, but now it seemed possible. Before he could finish, Tich Song interrupted. He was utterly bewildered, slowly approaching him and voicing his suspicions. "I understand your intention, but what reason do I have to join the gang? All I understand is that you're trying to steal your brother's position." A smug smile crept across his face. He had other things on his mind. Even though I was talking about using this phone to control the gang, he was focused on something else. "Ah, what a good person," he explained. "That's why." His voice echoed, "It was all for Tae Yang." Hearing this, the two of them froze, eyes wide, and Tech, seemingly in disbelief, quickly asked again, all because of Tai Yang. He nodded slightly and continued to recount his entire plan. "I'm planning to eliminate all the existing factions in this Dawn." He nodded in confirmation, then announced, "I want to make this a place where gangs and alliances have no place." With that, he slowly held out the gang uniform. To do this, we must first use the gang to crush the alliance, but it will be difficult to deceive the other three leaders of the gang. With unwavering resolve, he held out the jacket. "I want you to become the leader of the 4th Squad." As he struggled to understand, Chin's voice continued, "Of course. While I'm asking you to join the gang, it also means I want you to be my ally." Chin seemed very sure of his decision, while he remained lost in thought. Back then, Kim Jitsung would have refused any offer, as he was the protector of the entire Baylock area. Then, dangerous faces flashed through his mind, and a torrent of thoughts flooded his head. But times have changed. The Bayrock gang has joined the Union and betrayed him. And he also owes a debt to the J gang. With that thought, he became absolutely certain. It was then that he realized he could no longer escape the influence of the gang and the alliance, and that his plan to end the fighting was all for naught, as seen in Seokseong's stunned expression. Finally, he saw the hesitation on Taeye's face. He had no other choice. Suddenly pulled back to reality, Seokyeong questioned Taejong. Taeye has a scratch on his face. Did you do that? He was startled as he remembered kicking Taeye in the face, sending him crashing backward. The two behind him listened intently in silence. His face contorted with rage as he questioned him. Was Mei ready for what was coming? Seeing this, he immediately retreated in fear, but this didn't deter him. He quickly broke free and rushed forward, fists flying, ready to attack. He remained calm in the face of this, easily blocking the attacks. At this point, he's completely enraged, throwing punch after punch, leaving his opponent unable to react. A smug grin spread across his face as he thought, "No need to be afraid. Even if you're number 10, I'm still the strongest member of the Union, damn it." Seeing Seokseong's serious face as he endures his punches only makes him more smug. A nobody like you is already exhausted. He then landed a direct punch to his face. What made him think he could hit me? Time seemed to stop, and everything froze. Taeyong, sensing victory, grins with satisfaction, delivering a final blow to his opponent's back, eliciting a pained cry. He quickly collapsed to the ground, having exhausted too much energy. And Cho Min, watching it all, was speechless. Don't tell me he's going to lose. He sighed, thinking that his stamina was depleted, or was he preparing for a surprise? Immediately after, he swung his kick, slowly finishing him off. Die, you son of a bitch. Suddenly, Taeyi stared ahead and spoke slowly. No, he sees the man's determined face, followed by a hook that lands. He quickly braced himself on the ground, ready to retaliate as she cheered. You won't win. He slowly turned and retaliated with a blow, sending him flying. Enraged, he slowly turned his head, ready to strike back. While Taeyong underestimated him, Chi-sung quickly lunged forward with a fist, leaving Taeyong to scream helplessly. But it seems it was too late, as he was quickly struck in the face, sending him crashing backwards. He cried out in unprecedented pain, then collapsed to the ground as the other man stood, assessing the situation. He moved experimentally, then said in surprise, "This shirt is a little too tight." Taeye anxiously rushed to him, and witnessing this scene, Min happily thought, I didn't need to worry at all. He chuckled, praising him as a true monster, then gazed at the happy couple, noting how well they got along. Suddenly, he rushes to where Taeye is collapsed, announcing, "Oh, right, we need to get our phones back." Meanwhile, Si-chung silently listens and contemplates the request to form an alliance and eliminate this battlefield. His timing couldn't be better. He continued to gaze at the boy's innocent face. If he was going to make that offer, he must have known those kids would betray him the moment he was with Shi-yi. He happily finds his phone, only to realize everything has been recorded. Taeyong laughs triumphantly, mocking him with glee. Fool inciting others to betray? I heard everything. Tech is still lost in his own thoughts. So his name is Chomin? I still can't fully trust him, though. He laughs, replying that next time he kidnaps someone, he should remember to check if they're on the phone. It could be used as a listening device. Meanwhile, he remains lost in thought. But I won't rush things. I'll take a step back. The scene shifts to a bustling city, and a voice echoes. What? Yun asks, seemingly surprised. Are you serious? The mysterious man nodded in agreement. Yes, and he wore a smug grin. He voiced his thoughts, wondering if Huang Mu might already be dead. He's Don's ally, the chief of staff. Time quickly moves forward to a few days after the school riot in District B, as Jae-gang excitedly makes an announcement to everyone. Well, with the establishment of Team 4, allow me to introduce our newest member. He smiled as he approached Jae-seong. Team 4's leader, Ji-seong, calmly greets them. Hello, my name is Kim Ji-seong. Immediately, all the subordinates fell silent, staring at the two men. And seeing their reaction, Seok-hyung looked confused. Dae-gang immediately asked, What's going on? He continued to observe everyone's reactions. Is this how you guys normally react? At that moment, X stepped forward, announcing, It's only natural they'd react this way. X's voice echoes, a man who gave us so much trouble. He is Emperor Division, leader of the North X Squad 1, and he recalls the time Taehyun put his subordinates in their place, a day many still remember vividly after Kim Tae-shan beat them to a pulp. Accepting a guy as their leader was a sensitive issue, and Hyok slowly approached Seok-seong, not forgetting to intimidate him. To be honest, I'm very suspicious of your motives. His face filled with suspicion as he questioned, Why would someone like you join a gang? His voice echoed, a man who never cared for fighting now standing here. Chex remains silent, and an awkward silence falls over the group. Seeing the awkward situation, Jae-gang was speechless. Was it too much to ask for them to accept him? I actually like this guy, Chong finally said. The reason I want to join the gang, his voice echoed with the announcement. Honestly, I didn't join because I liked you guys, and I have no desire to become famous in Dohan. He then recalled Cho-min's determined face when he had told him. Immediately after, he turned to his subordinates and announced, "The boss wants me, and I want to see where he's going with my own eyes." The two division commanders standing nearby also listened intently to his words. That was all. Upon hearing this, Seok-ha laughs in disbelief, followed by his speech to Taeseon in front of his underlings. No one here can deny it. Kim Seok-hyun's forces were once the enemy, and they punched us plenty. So, if you rule with force like the boss, he continues forward, smiling and offering a handshake. For our boss's wish is also our wish. Welcome, Daegang said, pleased with the progress, and turned to his men to give an order. All right, focus up. With Jang's announcement, hands began to clap. Below, applause thunders. Let the clapping commence. And so, the story continues. Kim Ji-sung's inauguration as the leader of Squad 4 went off without a hitch. Meanwhile, the Bai-uk gang plotted to side with the alliance, as Taek-sun's close subordinates cried out desperately. We're sorry, we were so naive." They all knelt at his feet, crying out in despair. Seeing this, he could only sigh, realizing his own greed, and begged Kim Taek-sun for forgiveness. And just like that, their flag was planted high above the school, bringing Bio High into the gang. Meanwhile, Mahadi was surprised and started talking to Jo-min. "So, you got Kim Tae-han on your side and joined the gang. The fact that she's still impressed is worth calling the mission complete, right?" He sighed in response, explaining that there's more than one way to sink someone. Her face clouded with confusion as she pondered, then asked, "Even so, wouldn't that just add another person who knows about you? Is he trustworthy, this Kim Seok-hyun?" Remembering the brother's happiness, he nodded, revealing his thoughts. "He's trustworthy because he genuinely cares for his brother." His voice rang out, certain that the man would cooperate to cleanse the city. Hearing this, she seemed surprised. "You're not refusing my help, are you?" She then smirks at him, offering encouragement, and declares the mission a success. "Go get him, Cho-min," she says with a sinister smile. "Together, we'll crush the alliance." Contrary to her attitude, Cho-min stared ahead with unwavering resolve. Destroy the alliance. Of course he knew. No one lives just to clean their own room. Thoughts raced through his mind. I thought cleaning up Wyongjae High was the only thing I could do. But now there's no turning back. He recalls Tang's innocent face, wondering if this is his destiny. He recalled the imposing figure of his cold brother, a destiny that saddled him with a good-for-nothing sibling. Suddenly struck by an idea, he turned to her in surprise. "There must be a way to take down the alliance, then wipe out the gangs, right?" She immediately nodded in confirmation. "Yes, we could wipe out the gangs immediately, but that would only benefit the alliance." His face showed confusion as he quickly asked, "Wipe them out now?" "What are you planning?" She gestured forward, indicating it was a secret until it happened. Hadi's eyes hardened as she stared ahead, declaring, "My only thought was to avenge the wilderness. If it were you, you could make full use of the gang's power. The horns will be sorted and burned." Hearing this, he nodded slightly in understanding. "Yes, that's right." He thought to himself, "Watch closely, you bastard." He recalled his past, weak self. "Trash, I'll show you what I can do with what you created." With unwavering resolve, he stares ahead, thinking, "I have to try and see how to discard it." Seeing his changed attitude, she was a little surprised. He seemed confident. "What are you planning?" He calmly states his thoughts. "Like a hawk in a box, I'm thinking about what we should do with the captain first." Hearing this, she had to nod in admiration, acknowledging it as a two-pronged approach. She continued to stare ahead and sighed. The key to facing the alliance isn't Daegon, the leader of the alliance. Her voice echoed, "We must face someone far more brutal and cunning." Hearing this, he immediately became confused as the scene shifted to another location, high above the massive building. A man holds a chess piece, surprised, and wonders if Hwang Mui might already be dead. Yes. As Sangdae stands high above, he continues to hold the chess piece, voicing all of his thoughts. "I have a feeling the gang's actions are being controlled by someone else, but Hwang Mui is the type who wouldn't give up even if the gang died, right? That's why I think he might be dead." Yun, standing nearby, hesitated, then asked with concern, "What about the gang's movements? I haven't sensed anything different." He coldly retorted, "No, that's just because you're a little slow." He was taken aback, a bit confused. "Oh, really?" He continued to announce, "It's completely different. I know because I faced him." Then he began a long, rambling analysis, thorough and consistent. He only acts in the gang's best interest. With that, he declared with unwavering certainty. For example, whether or not Yang Jae-hai's Jian-hu declares war on the gang, he'd scoff and not care unless Yang Jae-hai was a strategic point. But what happened? He recalled the events and pieced them together, then immediately ordered Jian-hu to be beaten. However, Park Ha stopped them. Sangdi fell into deep thought, staring ahead before sighing. But then, the reason Park Seo-ha had to deal with those Y bastards appeared. In the end, the gang wiped out Y High in a very strange way, right? Saying this, he immediately made a decision. That's why I asked you to investigate what the gang did to Y High School. Yuntak sighed beside him, looking puzzled. It seems the gang had planned to take over Y High School all along. A slight surprised smile crept across his face. Devour them whole? So that's what you sensed? He then continued to announce. I can sense the gang attacking the medical school again. Different images keep flashing through his mind. It seems he understood everything. It was about cleaning up the place, not conquering it. Hearing this, the man was a little confused and hurriedly asked, cleaning up? He continued to speak in riddles, saying that if you want to find the culprit, suspect the one who benefits most from the crime. His voice echoed, summarizing everything. Now that the gang has completely taken over the medical school, who benefits the most? He quickly retorted, Team 1 of Y High. He shook his head, announcing the gang. He glanced upward, explaining his reasoning. Team 1U was gone, unable to expand their influence at the school. The gang gained nothing from taking over Y High, so who really benefited? With that, his face hardened with conviction. The ordinary students of Y, those who could safely attend school. Seeing this, he anxiously asked again. So, their leader is dead, and some of the students at Y are controlling the gang? Is that what you mean? He shook his head, lost in thought. I can't say for sure, not yet. A calculating smile creeps across his face. But at least I'm confident in this. The current boss is in no state to lead the gang. He stared at the chess piece in his hand, realizing someone was manipulating the gang, deceiving even the leaders. Then, as if by accident, he feigned surprise, sounding bored. Oops, we're done for. Confused, he doesn't understand what he means. Does this mean the gang has lost its leader? This situation is extremely advantageous for the Alliance, he announced with excitement and delight. If we quickly inform the Alliance and attack the gang, he immediately shakes his head. No, it's best if only Yuntek and I know about this. He looks down at the chess piece that has fallen to the ground, disheartened. If the Alliance learns that their leader is in trouble, what's this? It fell from above. His voice echoed, warning that the news would inevitably reach the gangs. Then, with a smug look, he turned and walked away. That will throw the gangs into chaos, and the situation will inevitably shift in the Alliance's favor. However, we can't underestimate the gang's strength. If Seok's face has been clearly calculated and captured, then Emperor Division Squad 1 Captain, North Exok Ha, will become the gang's leader and begin restructuring the group. With that, he turned and left, leaving the other man standing there alone. He's an equal to Huang Mi. Position makes the man, so who knows, maybe he's just as strong. He was a little confused, but before he could finish speaking, the man continued. So, what do you think about doing this? Using his IQ of 200, Sangda quickly deduces their true objective, to find and eliminate the gang's leader. What if we could control the gang with whatever means they used? He chuckled, pleased, as he slowly moved forward. The gang had no idea they were being played, and while they were searching for their leader, they were getting a thorough beating. His voice echoed, oh my, wouldn't that be interesting? Yun smirks, pleased, he really is a chief of staff. This impressed him. What a madman. He turns and announces, let's try to enter as well, enter his game. Meanwhile, Min stares intently ahead, phone in hand as the scene shifts to a vast highway overpass. A bus speeds along the long road. On the bus, a student seems incredibly excited about the journey ahead, looking forward to their destination. Daigon. The bus continues onward. The strange voice echoes, this is a big game. Meanwhile, back at school, Minguk repeatedly called out to Min, who was startled by the loud call and looked back, confused and worried. Why do you look so out of it lately? He asked, seemingly surprised. Oh, do I? He said, looking at him with slight concern. What did you do last night that made you so lifeless? He forced a smile, then thought helplessly. What else could I be doing but recovering my skin? Even he found it ridiculous. He recalled standing high above the city yesterday, observing everything. After the Kim faction infiltrated the gang, he exploited the formation of Team 4 and fought the Alliance. He had imagined a fierce battle, but all he saw were the men in front of him smiling and signaling to each other. Hey, clear the way. You realize something when Tikon isn't strong. Then, Tikon quickly passed through, taking down hundreds of others in the blink of an eye. Boss Tikon has arrived. His power is overwhelming, capable of taking down 10 men at once, and his gaze remains fixed forward. This made him realize just how incredibly strong Tekon was. Those he struck were left helpless on the ground. Everyone marveled at his ability to single-handedly defeat dozens of opponents. Things were also gradually improving as more and more territory was gained. And so, in the 2 weeks since John Bach entered the fray, he successfully conquered 3 neighboring areas. Thinking about this, he felt a surge of joy, realizing that recruiting just one person had dramatically changed the course of the war. If Kim Taekyung is an ambitious man, he might just rise to Hwang Mi's level. Or maybe even now. The problem is strategy, my part-time job, and graduation. I can't neglect my studies if I don't want to starve. As they walked, Minu asked, "What do you want for lunch?" To which Min calmly replied, "Barbecue with soy sauce." Seeing this, he felt a bit frustrated, damn it. And he couldn't forget a very important problem either. Over the course of the previous evening, Tich Song spoke with frustration. "We're critically short on manpower." Chomin asked in surprise, "Manpower? Aren't we all set now?" "But you just took over a few more districts." He calmly responded with his arms crossed. "It's only been easy because these areas are close to the academy." He continued, voicing his thoughts as he stared at Chomin. "Starting in the next battles, we'll likely be infiltrating their key territories, and our current Division 4 manpower may not be enough." His voice echoed as he spoke of the towering giants. Emperor Division's strength was undeniable, but the Dagon Alliance was a formidable match. Thinking this over, he hesitated, then pondered. "To ensure we crush them completely, we need a trump card to boost the team's morale." Surprised, he approached him and asked, "Couldn't you just pick someone from the Inbei Hawk School?" He shook his head, explaining, "The Bayok kids are out of the question. Even though they once intended to betray me, they're still precious to me. I don't want them involved with gangs. Their current influence is enough." Hearing this, he seemed surprised, then pondered something. He continued, "I understand. Then let me investigate and choose someone from Team 1 or Team 2 to be the ace." Maha approached and spoke. "That won't do." They turned in surprise to face her. Surprised by her appearance, he watches as Mari greets him with a smile. "So, you're Kim Seok-seong, huh? I've heard a lot about you." Seeing this, he blushed in embarrassment. "I've heard a lot about you too," she giggles, teasing him. "Good luck." She was a little confused as she looked at his face. "What? Is he blushing now?" He then asked in surprise, "Why can't I choose someone from Team 1? 2 people?" She calmly explains that it's obvious the Emperor Division isn't slacking off. She recalled the 2 powerful chief commanders, Seo Ha and Ji Gang, who became the gang's aces out of respect for Hwang Myung. However, what truly controls them is loyalty to the captain who nurtured them during team operations. If you suddenly pick those guys and force them to follow you, it's hard to develop true leadership. That's why the members transferred to Team 4 are mostly new recruits who develop relationships. Saying this, she looked at Min with utter seriousness, warning that if he approached them with that mindset, he would lose them sooner or later. Tich Song, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement. "I agree with this as well," she declared with a cold gaze. In the end, he has no choice but to recruit new members, and Hwang Mi is determined to find them. He quickly looked at the 2 of them and shared his thoughts. "I'll look too, but I hope you 2 will search with me." He was forced to consider his options, knowing that without reinforcements, defeat was inevitable. Lost in thought, he barely registers Minek's suggestion to visit the cafeteria. So much to consider. Is Hwang Mi always this busy? Lost in thought, he wandered aimlessly, realizing he needed to build up Team 4 to take over the alliance undetected. However, thinking about it gave him a headache. How could he find talent on the battlefield without any information? Lost in thought, he accidentally bumps into a strange man, startled by his imposing figure. It was none other than Seoksu, staring at him with eyes that could kill. His appearance sent shivers down his spine, recalling the brutal beating his brother's gang had inflicted. He was beaten to a pulp at Gap Troll last time and fell apart. Has he fully recovered and returned to school? He was lost in thought, deeply contemplating. Wait, but Kang Seoksu is recognized by Dugang. Should I recruit him? Immediately, he dismissed the thought. No, he must hate gangs. This guy is out of the question. Minguk, terrified, tried to warn Min, but a swift blow landed. Seoksu struck him across the face, yelling, "What the hell do you think you're doing, you dog?" Caught off guard, he was sent flying backward, a sharp pain erupting as his face instantly swelled, and he could only clutch it, staring up at his attacker. What the hell? He's finally back at school. Still dazed, he watches him approach, completely unaware of the situation. He confronts him, asking if Min has finally grown up and is now trying to block his path. His anger rising at the thought of what he'd done, he prepared to strike, ready to repay him for isolating him and pushing Jiangxi away. He continued to shout insults, just like you did to me, causing the boy to flinch in fear. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a strange voice slowly echoed. Well, what do we have here? School violence already? Seeing he'd been saved, Chomin looked up in surprise as En-chun chuckled, mocking him in disbelief. What are you going to do if he breathes heavily? He still looks at him in confusion. Who is he? Xiao Shu, standing nearby, was also confused. Who the hell are you? He suddenly utters incomprehensible words. Upon further inspection, it seems he might be a Jeet Kune Do master, a martial art focused on efficiency and practicality, founded by the legendary Bruce Lee. I'm terrified of those things, so I wouldn't dare touch them. Seeing him talk so much, he gradually lost his composure and questioned him. Who the hell are you? He asked. The other guy replied in surprise, Me? Then, with a terrifying smile, he stepped up to confront him. A transfer student? Is there a problem with that? The surrounding students were immediately confused, whispering amongst themselves. Kang X is back, but who is he facing? So what if I'm a transfer student? You're already picking a fight with Kang X Okshu. Taking the opportunity, Minguk immediately tried to pull Min away, but Min raised a hand to stop him. Okesu is enraged, throwing a punch at Nakchun, but he dodges it. You nameless nobody. Suddenly, a punch landed, followed by a swift counterattack that sent him flying. With his overwhelming power, he sends him flying into the air, and the surrounding students watch in disbelief as his tooth flies out. With a single blow, he completely defeated him in front of the entire school. And Chomin, witnessing this, froze, seeing Nun's image and happily thinking it was him. Shu's lackeys caught him, cursing and yelling, Shu the snail? Hey, who do you think you are? Beat him down. He just sighed in response. You shouldn't go looking for trouble with transfer students for no reason. A smug smile crept across his face. Do these dogs not read comics? He imagined himself joining Team 4's Ace Squad. The scene shifts to the school minitens, where a lone figure slowly approaches. Nakchun Badao entered the class with a smile, introducing himself. I'm Kim Noon, from Nansan. Seeing this, all the students quickly looked at him and began to discuss amongst themselves in confusion. It's been a while since we had a transfer student, hasn't it? I heard he took down Seo Oksu as soon as he got here. He looks so cool. He said the school bell saved him from a beating by the top dogs. A triumphant smile crept across Min's face. Was Kim Nak-chun his destiny, now that they were in the same class? He smiles and greets everyone there, saying he's fresh out of prison and doesn't know how to greet people properly. But we should all treat each other well, okay? Hearing this, he froze in fear. Prison? Even Zhuangxi's group immediately looked at him with different eyes, confused. Seeing everyone's reaction, he suddenly burst out laughing, standing at the podium enjoying the moment. Just kidding. I was just messing with you guys. Why is everyone so scared? His voice echoed with laughter throughout the classroom. How cute. How very cute. Hearing that, Trang He smiled slightly, thinking, That's true. Chomin was a little surprised, and a strange smile crept onto his lips as he wondered, Is he trying to control everyone here? He's only been here a day and he's already acting like this. But he's got real potential. With that thought, he continues to observe the boy's still smiling face. If it's him, Team 4 will be more active. I have to recruit him. He seems surprised that everyone is so serious, he said with a sigh. Am I the only one who finds this funny? This class has no sense of humor at all. Then his face suddenly turned serious. You guys probably don't like my jokes. Then let me ask you all a serious question. He asked everyone, does anyone know where I can find Huang Mue? Everyone was stunned by this question, and Zhang He's group couldn't understand what was happening. Even Qin was stunned that he was talking about his brother. How could a guy from Nansan know Huang Mue? Seeing no response, he seemed a little disappointed. Did no one know? The teacher announced that personal questions could wait, then asked if anyone would volunteer to show Na-chun around the school. Everyone in class fell silent, afraid to get involved with him. The teacher sighed. No one? These kids, I guess I'll have to pick someone. What day is it today? The teacher then quickly checked the class roster. The 13th, so number 13. Just then, a hand shot up. Jomin stood before everyone, raising his hand to announce, I'll do it. Seeing this, the teacher quickly nodded in agreement. That settles it. All right then. You all study hard. Don't you dare skip class. He looks up at Nokchun, who has arrived. It seems he's become quite interested in you, heaving a sigh of relief. I should look into this further. Only Trang He was furious at this in class. Soon it was time for a tiring break. Enchun approaches him, shaking his hand and thanking him for volunteering. What's your name? He asks, introducing himself. My name is Jo Min. He cheerfully repeated. Oh, Jo Min, which way is the cafeteria? I'll buy you a pastry. He headed forward, leading him along as the boy strangely danced to the music. Then let's go. What's the best thing in Daeon? He looks ahead, full of excitement. Burgers are number one in Nonsan, I guess. He looked at him a little confused. Why is that Kim Nokchun looking for Hoang Mu? After thinking for a while, Min finally asks, but the other person turns around, surprised. Why? He immediately repeated his question. Why Hoang Mi? Before he could finish his sentence, someone suddenly shoved him. His eyes widened in confusion as he teetered, about to fall, the very staircase he was destined to fall down. Luckily, Nakyun grabbed his hand just in time, saving his life, and he angrily turned around to scold the culprit. Hey, he almost fell down the stairs. John Hu stepped forward with his lackeys, coldly questioning. What the hell? Is this guy talking down to a senior? He noticed this and immediately realized that the guy was whispering in his ear because he was flustered by Jian Hu. He's the strongest of the third years, yet he's still acting like nothing happened, angrily scolding him. A third year, so what? Seeing that, Shin's message behind me immediately became enraged, speaking as if he wanted to repent. Enraged, Zhang Shi questioned him, asking if Jo Min had started investing in transfer students. He coldly repeated his words as he approached Trang He. So what? He approached Trang He, his face menacing as he threatened, There's an unspoken rule. Transfer students are incredibly strong. Don't you know, you stupid blockhead? He then burst out laughing, mocking him. But what are you doing here? Back in Noxon, you were just a hoe, nobody buying bread. Yi Changxi angrily rebukes, What? John Hu suddenly smiles, intrigued. This is interesting. Enchun wasn't afraid of these guys at all, and he announced to them once again, If you want an apology, meet me after school at Truong Gap Bridge. Cho Min, who witnessed everything, was furious and lost in thought. That jerk Dune still hasn't learned his lesson, has he? Even after the gang directive warned him not to cause trouble at school. Or maybe he thinks he can get away with it as long as he's not on school grounds. Then he sighed in frustration. I guess I'll have to teach him another lesson. He quickly turned and left, instructing him. Fine, whatever, let's go. He was curious and asked, You said he's the strongest, right? A smile crept across his face as he said, If I don't go, I'll look like a coward, won't I? Seeing his decisive action, Min grew worried and quickly advised, We don't know how dirty they'll fight. Why participate in a brawl that doesn't benefit us? He seemed hesitant, or so I thought, but then his face hardened with resolve. But I'm going anyway. Seeing him walk forward, even though you have a completely different idea, you're a very valuable talent. What if you get hurt? He became utterly helpless, sadly recalling that day. About 2 years ago, a stranger attacked his friends, beating them mercilessly. The reason? His friends had bumped into the man's shoulder on the street, and he was utterly spineless. I could only cower in fear back then, as he trembled and begged for mercy. I was wrong. He was a completely innocent kid, and just like that, his friend was completely brutalized, forced to abandon his dreams of becoming an athlete because of the injuries he sustained that day. All he could do was beg for mercy, pleading for his life. He recalled May's terrifying, rage-filled face from that day, the day he was mercilessly trampled by that crazed bastard. He gritted his teeth in fury. I was determined. His eyes hardened with resolve, remembering his school uniform and vowing to avenge himself and never cower before evil again. At this, Nokcheon smiled softly and spoke. Whether it's cowardice or disadvantage, I won't avoid it anymore. Cho Min, standing behind him, was speechless. He was confused as to why his brother would do such things. This is bad. More confusion. What did he do to be hunted with knives by guys from other regions? He helplessly watched the other boys back, knowing that if he learned his target was already dead, it would all be for nothing. He turned back in surprise, asking, Aren't you going to the cafeteria? Soon after, Nun held a delicious-looking hamburger. He unwrapped his burger, surprised, and asked, So Burger Jang is #1 everywhere? We have something in common. Cho Min nervously holds the hamburger, explaining, You really don't have to treat me. He chuckled, saying, That's enough, you're buying next time. Then he continued to gaze at him. Looking at his face and gleeful smile, he began to scheme. He wanted revenge on Huang Mi, and he was enjoying himself as he ate. So delicious, coming from someone who hates gangs. He then quickly turned and left. He tried to dismiss his thoughts, saying, "Enough is enough. Yes, there's regret, but don't dwell on it. Then I have to keep my distance from him." He continues to stare at the hamburger in front of him. His face grew serious as he stared at the hamburger, and the scene shifted to evening. A crowd gathers beneath the bridge as a lackey asks Hu in surprise, "Are you really going to set up that transfer student?" With a sinister grin, he announces, "Are you crazy? I'll show him what a real festival is like. Let's just trample him and be done with it." Hearing this, the surprised subordinate chuckled and asked, "You're annoyed with the gang, so it's been a while. You need to relieve some stress, right?" Seeing Nakchun approach, they burst out laughing in surprise. He's here. He smugly curses them, calling them fools. A grin spreads across his face as he asks, "So what now? What do you want with me?" All of this was being watched by the group above the bridge. Tech, standing high above, coldly informed his men, "If they try anything, we intervene immediately." Seeing this, the henchmen were confused and asked, "Who are those guys?" He immediately recalled Joe Min's instructions. "He could become our ally, so please assist him." He quickly announced, "It's the boss's order. For now, let's stick to the plan." Though confused and somewhat bored, he couldn't make out what they were saying from where he stood, and John Hu's surprised question only added to his confusion. "But I'm curious, what makes you so arrogant?" He continued to criticize. "What did you say? You're chasing a ghost? You really are strange." Meanwhile, Cho Min is lost in thought, carefully considering his options. After all, he's such a sentimental person. If he explained his plan, maybe Cho Min would be an ally, not a gang member, unlike Kim Taek-sung. Furthermore, if he keeps searching for someone who's already dead, isn't he just chasing a pipe dream? He quickly decides he has to tell him everything. Hearing this, he laughed in surprise and announced, "Why wouldn't it be? But I heard you could find her at Y Academy." Dagon, the Alliance Chief of Staff, said so. After hearing Enchun's words, they were all frozen in stunned confusion. The Chief of Staff of the Alliance? He calmly looked up. Yeah, so what? Seeing this, they burst out laughing in surprise, not forgetting to mock him. "Don't make things up. This cheapskate, what nonsense." "Nonsense? Is this guy delusional?" "Looks like he did some digging before coming here," John Hu said coldly. "Don't push your luck, you idiot." Hearing this, he just sighed helplessly, wondering if it was a bluff or the real deal. He then added that the short man was actually quite fierce, a revelation that shocked him. He quickly asks, "What does this chief of staff look like?" The other is surprised. "Why would I do that?" He then recalled Sangdae's appearance, describing him as a bit thin, effeminate, and in need of exercise. He also mentioned his simple style, cynical smile, and parasitic old man vibe, but conceded that he was handsome and could look even better with some training. Hearing this, the underlings behind him burst into laughter, mocking, "Skin Alliance's chief of staff is skinny and smiles. There's no way that's true. Should we just beat him up, Jianyu?" John Hu, listening from the side, remained silent, utterly bewildered. He didn't know what to do next. This was really messed up. He recalled Yoon Taek's words to him, which mirrored Oh Yoon Seok's own. He once told him that the chief of staff, he couldn't go into detail, but John Hu couldn't stop picturing what he looked like. Even the guys in Daegon didn't know what the chief of staff looked like. How could a transfer student know all of this? Meanwhile, his underlings continued to cheer him on. "That dog is an eyesore, boss. We gotta teach him some manners." He was lost in thought, wondering how the newcomer knew that information and kept it to himself. Now he's on the defensive, unsure of what to do next. But what if he really is close to the chief of staff? Enchun gestures to them. "What's going on?" "So, you called me out here just to fight? Fine, let's do this. I won't hold back just because you're my seniors." Immediately, his underlings flew into a rage, charging forward to beat him down. John Hu spoke up in a fluster. "Sissy top." He loudly announced to his underlings, "Move!" The underlings were startled and turned around as he coldly made his announcement. "Let's go." The underlings seemed surprised by this. "Why?" He tried to hide the fear in his expression. As he slowly turned to leave, I suddenly felt like I was wasting my time. His voice echoed, telling them to quietly return to school. Seeing this, the crowd immediately began to whisper amongst themselves. "Oh, is this the quality of an adult? He probably doesn't want to fight. Just shut up." He could only turn and leave, knowing it wouldn't benefit him. Different thoughts raced through his mind, and besides, he was already being targeted by Emperor's division. "So you shouldn't go looking for trouble with the Alliance either." That's what Gumino would say. He quickened his pace, as if trying to escape. "I doubt the gang will protect me. I'm on my own here." The more John Hu thought about it, the angrier he became. That nuisance just transferred here. Standing beside him, Nakchun asked in surprise if he was already scared just from mentioning the chief of staff. He sighed as he looked ahead. That guy really is something. He was immediately flooded with a memory from the past. After stepping out onto the main street, Noon angrily shouted, "Are you kids diligently undergoing rehabilitation?" His eyes filled with rage as he recalled how Mu had tormented his friend. Where has that dragon-patterned bastard run off to? I've searched high and low, but he's nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Are you looking for this?" Sangda smiles and steps forward, surprised. A dragon jumper? Surprised and confused, he then angrily demands an explanation. "What kind of demon are you? You're being rude when we've just met." He calmly explains, "Does it matter? We're both 17, born in the same year." He immediately questions him, his face contorted with rage as he advanced toward Sangjae, demanding answers. "Enough. What are you saying about a dragon-shaped jumper? How do you know my business?" He wore a smug grin as he revealed, "Well, I know some people in Nonsan. I heard about what happened to you. My condolences." Hearing this clearly annoyed him. "Are you here to comfort me?" he continued, berating me. "I have no interest in hearing those words from someone I've just met." "Stop causing trouble and get lost," he chuckled. "I wasn't offering condolences." A smug grin spreads across his face. "I'm here to help you." He continued, announcing that he would help him find Huang Mei. Noon was a little confused by these words. "The dragon tattoo you're looking for belongs to Huang Mei." He showed him the phone. His voice echoed, revealing him as the leader of the Emperor Division, one of Dohan Hai's most powerful factions. The photo shocks him, and seeing Mi's face only fuels his rage. "That's right, it's him, that bastard," Sangdia continued, telling him that, of course, he wouldn't find him here. "He's a human skin?" Confused, he asks, and the man smiles in surprise. "Me?" He introduced himself with a sigh of relief. "I am the chief of staff of the Donsangji Alliance." His face turned calculating as he asked if our hero would do anything for revenge. Back in reality, Nun slowly walks, lost in thought. That guy doesn't know where the lost one is," he laments. How pathetic is Jianhu? He recalls everything, but it says if he transfers to Y school, he might find evidence. That's why he kept mentioning me in front of them this morning, searching for the lost and confused, yet they reacted so strangely. The crowd relentlessly questions him, but I'm curious. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? What were you saying just now? Looking for the primal chaos, are you? You're being ridiculous. Seeing this, he sighed, realizing he was dealing with another evil god. His face now filled with rage, he stared intently ahead. I have to find Huang Mi and beat him to death. All of this is being watched by those up above. T-Jack stared intently, utterly astonished, as the scene shifted to evening, and Chin's surprised voice echoed. Is he just going to leave like that? On the other end of the line, Tekon reports everything. He must have said something to them I couldn't hear from this distance. You brush your teeth and ask in surprise, since Jian looks after him. What's going on? Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's fortunate nothing happened. I'll try to talk Kim Nakchun into it tomorrow. Suddenly, he called out to Min, who quickly nodded in understanding. Yes. His face hardened as he declared, I've met enough bastards to know a thing or two. He continued his story through the phone, surprising Min. Jianhu didn't back down. I saw him tuck tail and run. He quickly hung up the phone. I see, I understand. Maha coldly shares his thoughts, guessing, he turned tail because he was afraid of the transfer student? Is it that serious? He sighed, continuing to ponder these things with certainty. From Dohu's perspective, Kim En-chun is just a cocky transfer student. Plus, he clearly has the numbers advantage, so there's no way he'd be scared. He slowly turned and went inside, wondering if Do Junho really ran away after just a few words with Kim Na-chun. Something must have scared Do Jianhu out of his wits. His voice echoes. Do Jianhu is extremely wary of gangs and alliances, but Kim Nak-chun has no connection to any gang yet. Hearing this, she looks up in surprise. Are you saying he might be involved with the alliance? Isn't that a bit much? He nods in confirmation, then continues. I understand. There are plenty of reasons for him to be wary. His voice echoed, recalling Nak-chun's vow of revenge, a promise he was sure he'd heard. Kim Nak-chun is consumed by hatred for that woman. His gaze is now serious as he glares in her direction. If Kim Tich-song is telling the truth, then who knows? Time shifts to another place, and Sangdae's voice echoes. Trouble already on the first day? Inside the cafe, he asked Nak-chun in surprise. You really are a scoundrel, he sighed helplessly. Not really. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, by the way, your yell was pretty powerful, wasn't it? Just mentioning your name sent that captain running scared. He seemed perfectly calm upon hearing this. Is that so? He then offers another excuse and explains. He's probably just scared. Those U Academy guys tend to stir up trouble with the Alliance. So he probably doesn't want to become an enemy of the Alliance either. That coward. He smiled, looking up at him, and added, Thanks. I can find Huang Mi thanks to you. Hearing this, he chuckled in surprise, then continued, Don't thank me just yet. You haven't found any evidence? A triumphant smile spread across his face as he spoke. However, what's certain is that someone at the medical school knows where Huang Mi is, and this news fills none with childlike joy. That's right, today's the first day, isn't it? I'll definitely find him. Seeing this, Sangdae bursts out in surprised laughter. You're full of energy, aren't you? Soon after, his face suddenly turned serious, confusing him slightly. But he'd be curious about the guy if he knew who he was. Soon it was morning at the vast school, and En-chun happily recounted that nothing had happened the day before. Seeing this, Min sighs in worry. Thank goodness I was worried about you. He seemed surprised to see you, like you were a good person. He continued, but his face suddenly turned pensive. Do you have acquaintances in Dohan? He asked, looking surprised. Why do you ask? Cho-min chuckled, eager to explain. Oh no, I was just curious. Even if it's for revenge, it can't be easy moving to a place where you don't know anyone. Seeing this, he quickly recounted everything, saying that Dagon's chief of staff had shown him. He told me to go to Y and try to find him, which immediately startled him. His voice now filled with conviction, he declared, Don't worry. I'll end that schemer and free this school from the gangs. Hearing this, he froze in fear. He was indeed connected to the Alliance and was their chief of staff. He recalled Hadi's words. The key to facing the Alliance wasn't Dagon, the captain. We must face someone far more brutal and cunning, the one Mahari spoke of. His eyes widened with worry as he stared ahead. If he knew nothing and I told him everything just to make him an ally, I'm done for. At that moment, she stood high above, voicing her thoughts to him. If his hypothesis was true, then perhaps that chief of staff had already caught wind of it. A strange scent emanates from the gang. This thought immediately throws Min into confusion. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why transfer to this medical school? Could he have guessed that the gang's fake leader is here? This guy is no pushover. He recalled Sangdae's cruel face, using the innocent Kim Nok-chun to threaten someone at Y High. Was that it? He was beginning to understand his dark intentions. So, everyone at Y High is now a suspect, and that list will only get smaller. Immediately, he makes a decision. If that's the case, there's only one thing he can do. He calls out to him, None? He seems surprised by that. What? With a determined look, he declares, Could you help me meet this chief of staff? He quickly decided to confront him directly, and soon the scene shifts to the vast city. Inside a luxurious supercar, a voice echoes, I heard you aced the exam this time, Master. Madam must be thrilled. The driver excitedly asks the passenger in the back, You graduated from science school in just 2 years, sir, didn't you? I guess being an educated man struggling to make ends meet, I never knew such a world existed. His voice was full of praise. The young master graduated early, so getting into Korea University is definitely within reach. Sangdia coldly asked, Driver, are you new? He continued to look ahead and ordered, My parents prefer quiet people. I don't mind, but you should be careful in front of them. Hearing this, the driver quickly responded, Understood, my apologies. Sangdia stares at Kim Nok-chun's phone as a message arrives. Are you free today? He sighed. Of course I sympathize with you. Then, staring at the phone, he spoke some very cryptic words. Are humans naturally curious about worlds different from their own? His face hardened with resolve. He stared ahead, recalling his calculated plan. Kim Nun, I successfully exploited Huang Mi's death and used revenge to trick him into enrolling at Y and High. Remembering Chun's tearful smile, he was surprised, considering his personality. He'd figured he'd get into trouble with the Y and High thugs. He recalls that everything has gone according to his calculations. Jo In-hoo has met Kim Noon, and the rumor that he's related to the Dagon Union's chief of staff will spread. He hesitated, contemplating his next move. If the fake commander was at Y High, he'd have to keep an eye on these messages. Kim NC-chun, are you free today? He quickly replied, a hint of satisfaction creeping in. And if he discovered that he was using Kim Nok-chun to narrow the scope, he immediately noticed the new message. A happy smile immediately appeared on Sangria's lips. It seems all of this was within his calculations. He must have sent a message to Chi back then. The message to Kim Nok-chun said someone wanted to meet him, which pleased him greatly as he would see the man's reaction. Soon, the scene shifts to a morning, where En-chun asks in surprise, Why do you want to meet him? He walked down the street, a smile on his face, as he spoke. The mere mention of the Daon Alliance's chief of staff was enough to strike fear into most. Cho-min simply smiles, amused, as he makes his announcement. He's so cool. He recalled Ma Haji's instructions to the Daon Alliance's chief of staff from the previous night, the one who truly commanded the alliance. As Hwangmi's Emperor Division rose to power, the alliance was pushed back, and he immediately envisioned his brother's terrifying figure leading the gang. Commander, you must feel threatened by the Emperor Division. Then, an image of Sangjai appears, along with the masterminds behind it all. He created a new position called Chief of Staff and appointed someone to it. Her voice grew firm as she spoke. She continued, announcing that the atmosphere of the alliance had completely changed after that. With the Chief of Staff's arrival, the Emperor Gang and the alliance began to stand on equal footing. Chin calmly stared ahead and asked who he was. She calmly explained that this had left him completely bewildered. No name, no location. The only information she had was that he was 17, like them. Lost in thought, he realized the alliance had agreed to conceal the Chief of Staff's identity from everyone but the commander and a few key members. En Chun was stunned. Cool, he nodded, confirming what she said. Yeah, being the leader of an organization at our age is pretty awesome. His eyes fixed forward, he sank into his own thoughts, concealing his identity. Even though I don't know why, there's definitely something he's hiding, he muses. However, as he narrowed his search, someone suddenly requested a meeting with him. He stepped forward, explaining, I asked him, but I haven't heard back yet. He knew the intention, and anyone would think something was strange. Then, a message arrived. None happily announced that he had agreed to meet. All of this was in his data, impossible to ignore, and he smiled, reminding him, don't be too intimidated. He's a good person. He remained lost in his calculations. Chief of Staff of the Dawn Union. Make your decision quickly, and let me meet him once. He nodded in confirmation and announced with a smile. Well, if you say so, he must be a good person, right? Elsewhere, Tang recounted the day's events to Shich Kong as they walked. Hey, today at school? Suddenly, his phone rang, startling him. A message from Chin arrives. Mr. Tich Song, please deploy Squad 4 as I instructed. This is their chance to catch the Daegoner Alliance's Chief of Staff. He seemed surprised, lost in thought. Catch the Chief of Staff? His eyes widened in disbelief. The scene shifts to a Starbucks, where Songdi looks up, surprised, and asks, You said you wanted to meet me. Shomen was utterly bewildered standing before him. You really came? He hurriedly explained, Yes. En Chun, standing nearby, burst into laughter. You said yes. What? He's my age. Don't be nervous. He couldn't believe his eyes. As the Chief of Staff of the Alliance, he'd imagined him to be some kind of scoundrel. His eyes widened as he looked ahead, taking in the emblem of a prestigious university. But he was wearing the uniform of the Science Academy. He glanced at the guy's demeanor beside him, then fell into contemplation. Kim Nok-chun's reaction showed that he wasn't a substitute. He excitedly recounts that the other boy claimed to be his fan, causing Sangdae to chuckle in amusement. He asked in surprise, I'm not even famous. How can such an elegant person be a chief of staff? Then he cut to the chase. But none hasn't been here long. How did you two get so close? He happily recounted everything, explaining that he volunteered to show me around the school, the first to do so. He then turned to Min, praising him, saying there are plenty of good people in Dawn. Suddenly, he abruptly stood up, clutching his stomach, and told her, You two talk, okay? Seeing him leave made him feel a bit awkward and flustered, when suddenly Sangria spoke to him. You're Chomin, right? His voice echoed. Your last name is the same as someone I know. Chomin continues to stare ahead. He's become incredibly serious as she continues to speak. Well, I don't know if you know this, but even though I'm the Chief of Staff of the Alliance, I'm not even on their front lines, just enough to keep my identity hidden. He then followed up, asking, Do you know why I have to do that? At this, he seemed hesitant, but voiced his thoughts. Becoming a target of the Emperor Division would be disastrous. He chuckled, praising my insight. You seem to know quite a bit. Most of the active ones are just trying to find out who I am. His face suddenly grew smug as he declared that they were all members of the Emperor Division. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately spoke up, but Minnie met his gaze with equal intensity. Why do you want to see me? He asked slowly. Suddenly, 3 menacing figures approached, their eyes filled with malice. He coldly glanced to the side, calculating, to catch me, of course. Then, a look of surprise spread across his face. Idiot. He continues to stare at Min, who is standing still. If the tables turn like this, you'll realize I'm the fake commander. At that moment, everyone in the cafe stood up, ready for action. You underestimated me. Sangdae's face was filled with smug satisfaction. It seems he anticipated my knowledge of this situation and had the alliance waiting here. Of course, I concealed my identity and only ordered them to deal with the Emperor Division if they appeared. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction as he stared at him, knowing this defeat was a result of his haste. He was lost in thought when suddenly the gangster punched Min square in the face. He felt an intense pain as he endured the blow, then collapsed to the ground in shock. Sangdi, witnessing everything, is immediately confused. What the hell? The man who struck him spoke angrily. That bastard Jiang Yain is ignoring the Ice Emperor's orders and causing trouble at school. Then, the three of them continued forward. Where's that Kim Nak-chun who was with you earlier? Enraged, Nak-chun approaches. What's going on? His mother continued to watch the scene unfold before her, then grew furious. The Emperor Division's dragon insignia. Immediately, he roared, "You dogs!" At the same moment, the Emperor Division thugs charged forward. An uneven battle was about to unfold, and Noon seemed unable to comprehend the scene. Who are they? Did Sangdia tell Nat Chun to have them handle this so we can get out of here? People scattered and screamed, "Hello, police." This is Starbuck. There's a group of high school students here. As Sangdae stepped forward, he explained that they were members of the Alliance. It's true that the Emperor Division is tightening its grip on Yinhai, and he's furious. All of this was observed by Min, standing on the sidelines. He had the Alliance waiting at the cafe. Did you think I'd punch you and then claim to be a fake commander there? He recalls the message he sent to Tekhan, ordering Squad 4 to teach Kim Nak-chun and his classmates a lesson for causing trouble at school, and smirks to himself. What do you take me for? I only want a flawless victory. His face turned serious. No one, not even the Emperors or the Alliance, would suspect me in front of the Chief of Staff. Meanwhile, Teshan, who had been watching Min from behind, questioned his abilities as Min confidently confronted Sangdae. You ask why I wanted to meet him? The truth is I'm Huangmi's younger sibling. He stares intently, as if to see who's the smarter one. The Starbucks cafe is in chaos. A cacophony of voices rises. Hello, police! Here at Starbucks, there's a group of high school students. Sangjie spoke coldly as he stepped forward. It seems the Emperor Division is tightening its grip on Yang and Hai, Noon asked angrily from the side. So they're all soldiers of that me guy? He gritted his teeth, staring at the group. Does anyone know where Huang Muye is? He interrupts. They're just pawns, so don't get your hopes up. Just then, a call came through, and he quickly answered. Hello, yes, this is Kim Nak-chun. Who is it? Came the voice on the other end. Who else would it be, you idiot? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Hearing this, he suddenly realized something. Boss, is it today? He asked hastily before rushing off. I'm dead meat, the boss shouts loudly. Get over here, you. Seeing that, he quickly says goodbye to the two of them. I'll head out first. Min was speechless at his acting. Why did he leave so awkwardly? Sangjai, standing nearby, immediately glared at him. He had his own reasons for Min, and revealing himself was due to the thoughts that plagued him as he stared at him. He couldn't let him slip away if he was the fake commander. Excellent strategy, and when the Emperor gang shows up, I'll counter with my alliance forces and capture him. The man he was sure was the fake commander. He recalled the man's earlier direct hit to his face, but it wasn't what he expected. Emperor didn't come for me, but for Kim Nak-chun. In that case, it has to be one of two possibilities. He looked at him, now smug. This guy really is a fan of mine, just like Kim Nak-chun said. But then, his face suddenly turned serious as he glanced at me, like he was plotting something. With that thought, he just sighed, deciding to not care what the reason was. Meeting him just proved he was a scumbag. He then turned and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. Well, I'll pass. It seems he thinks this outing was pointless, just a wild guess. Chomin then slowly spoke. You wanted to know why I wanted to meet you, right? He finally revealed the truth to Sangda. In truth, I'm Huangmi's younger brother. Hearing this, he turned around in utter confusion. He immediately turned back, asking what he'd just heard. What did you just say? He reiterated, I'm Huangmi's brother, though I doubt anyone knows. With a serious look, he airs his grievances, saying, he doesn't even see me as human, let alone a brother. And I don't consider him family either. Sangjie, overhearing this, is speechless, unsure of what's happening. What is this guy suddenly talking about? Huangmu and Min share the same family name. He couldn't believe it, but he'd never heard of Huangmi having a younger brother. Then he asked, you expect me to believe that? He sighed, stepping in front of him. If you don't believe me, I can show you the proof. Huangmi? Immediately after, he loudly proclaims proof of Huangmu's death, causing the man to freeze in place. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Dead! You mean Huangmu is dead? He nodded, confirming the news. Yes, he died in a traffic accident a few days ago. Hearing this, he was immediately surprised. So Huangmi is dead, but he quickly regained his composure, glancing in another direction. Wait, if that's the case... He was curious why he was doing this. Why he wouldn't tell Kim Noon. He continued, announcing that Ensun was looking for Huangmei. remembering En-chun's face as he ran quickly, fearing a pay cut. He's a good person, but he can't chase something that doesn't exist. His face was now utterly sincere as he declared this. I should have told him the truth, but he trusted you enough to come all the way to Dohan. I feared a misunderstanding if I was the first to tell him. That's why I wanted to meet you, to tell you the truth. When I heard you were the union's chief of staff, I was a little scared and thought about doing nothing. But how should I put it? That's how a normal person would think. He stood to the side, listening to everything, and then fell silent. Seeing his lack of reaction, Huang Mang rushed to explain. I didn't mean to say you were ignorant or anything. Basically, he forced a smile. You understand, right? Because you already had your own plans, and to make it natural, you should use your position as his brother, not as a proxy commander, to talk about the commander's death. Huang quickly stares ahead, then hesitates, thinking about the Kim Nok-chun he requested to meet the chief of staff for. It's all so natural. It seems everything is within his calculations. The reason it all seems so natural is because it's the truth. And just then, Sangd begins to speak. He thought of telling Nok-chun about Huang Mo's death. He had his own plans. If he's going to play the innocent card, I have to tell Nok-chun the truth. At this moment, various plans raced through his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. If I can just keep Nok-chun out of this, I can stop him from finding out about why an academy. Well, what are you planning to do next? Chief of Staff. He then smiled and made an announcement. None already knows that. Hearing this, he was immediately shocked. He continued, revealing his thoughts to me. I've suspected that your brother, Huang Mi, might already be dead. Noon said he was looking for Huang Mi, but he entered the Y in school for another purpose. His face turned cruel as he threatened to find the fake commander posing as Huang Mi. Hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Impersonating my brother? Now he's confused, unsure of what to do. Just as he suspected, they're looking for him. He nods in confirmation, then continues to describe the brutal conflicts brewing beneath the surface. Yes, the Emperor gang is still unaware that their leader is dead. Someone's impersonating the commander to lead the Emperor clan. I don't know how he's commanding the Emperor gang, but I want that secret method that even they don't know about, so I'm doing it quietly, and I want you to pretend you don't know anything about this. Hearing this, he became incredibly angry. A lie? There's no way Kim Nok-chun knows. You stare into his eyes, still trying to calculate your next move. But he's already laid it all out. If Kim Nok-chun learns the truth, your attempts to hinder his investigation will be exposed. His next words froze him in his tracks. He didn't hold a funeral for Huang Mi because he hated him. A surprised smile crept across his face as he asked, Huang Mi's death can't be revealed. Is that the real reason? Hearing this, he quickly nodded in agreement, terrified. Well, I don't have any money. He stared ahead in disbelief. Did this bastard still suspect him? He quickly remembered his phone and pondered. It's okay. Even if they beat someone as stubborn as me, nothing will come of it if my father asks, unless the phone is discovered. Now completely panicked, he imagines being torn apart by them all. No, what am I even saying? If the Alliance finds out, the Emperor will be without a leader for a while. He then recalls Seok-ha and Jigang glaring at him with murderous intent. If that happens, the core members will start to suspect the moment I become useless, when the commander's death is revealed. And then there's Hadi's scary face, constantly threatening me. Who knows what that witch will do? Thinking this, he felt utterly helpless about his own safety, something he absolutely had to protect. Sangdia then slowly spoke up. So he's at a loss for what to do, but luckily this guy is secretly taking action. He quickly looked at him and said to, just disappear, that's what I mean. He felt quite uncomfortable looking into his eyes, that suspicious look of his. Just then, a luxury sports car pulled up, and the driver announced, surprised to see him, that he'd come to pick him up since he hadn't called. As soon as he got in the car, Sangdia spoke up. Wait a minute for Min. He seemed surprised to hear that. What? He then held out his phone. Can I have your number? He quickly asks for her phone number. Hearing this, he smiled and glanced at him, saying, thank you. He then pushed up his glasses in farewell, saying he'd see him later as the supercar sped away. Cho-min watched them leave in surprise, noting the driver. He wondered if revealing his identity to the chief of staff was the right move. This made him hesitate, even though it would only make him stand out among the thousands of students at Y in high school. Just then, the driver asked in surprise, I don't think I've met that friend before? Sangda, inside, nodded in confirmation. Yes. While you're lost in thought, it's allowed me to get a hold of the chief of staff. Thinking this, he seems hesitant. The question is, what to do now? A faint smile appears on his face. He stares at the phone number displayed on the screen. Huang Mecker's younger brother, huh? Unexpected. In his supercar, speeding along at over 100 kilometers an hour, he continued to sink into his own thoughts. If Cho Min is a decoy, this information shouldn't be revealed. Everything today seems to prove Cho Min's innocence. He recalled Cho Min's words, "I don't mean to say you're ignorant or anything." In short, he hesitated. So, if I recklessly capture and question him, will I just look ignorant? He then burst into laughter inside his supercar, clearly amused. It seems this is the first time he's laughed so heartily. Interesting. Enraged, he shouts, "You bastard, fine. Let's see how smart you really are." Meanwhile, Cho Min was slowly but surely making his way forward, lost in thought. I know the chief of staff's identity, and though I want to order the gang to hunt him down and beat him to death, I hesitate, as that would make me a suspect. Someone called out to Nak Chun, who turned around in surprise. It was Emperor Bang. He was stunned, hardly believing his ears. Me? Looking at Manhwa Ri's face, he couldn't help but be amazed. She's so pretty. He was lost in thought. Kim Nak Chun, close with the chief of staff? She smiled and asked, "Are you free?" The scene shifts to a beer pub in the city at dusk. What's going on? What's going on? The group played on, surprised, and began to chat amongst themselves. I've never seen him like this. What's up with new employee Pham? He's been frozen stiff this whole time. They asked, confused, faces flushed, while elsewhere, Nick Chun stared at his phone in utter shock, his face red. What is this? He blushed, shyly gazing at his phone. Why? He couldn't understand why Ma-hai's number was on his phone. He recalled the earlier encounter with Ha. Was he busy? En-chun calmly responded, "I'm on my way to my part-time job." "Is something the matter?" she asks, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, where do you work?" he asks. "It's right next to here." She then slowly held out her phone. "I see. Then would you mind giving me your phone number?" This surprised him greatly, and thinking about it, Na-chun blushed and shyly looked at the phone. "I was told to be careful of girls who are nice to me." What was her name again? Is this her profile picture? He continues to gaze at her beautiful image on the phone screen. It was then he remembered something, and his face flushed red. Was Dohan flirting with him? He quickly imagined her shyly calling him Appa, and at that he started hitting his phone while screaming like crazy. What am I even thinking? Get a grip. Kim flinches, utterly bewildered, and desperately tries to calm himself down. I came here to avenge my friends, and I'm already smiling like an idiot. I'm so disappointed in myself. His eyes were filled with helplessness. He doesn't understand what's happening to him. This challenge threatens his path of righteousness. The challenge. He continues to stare at his phone. Just then, a message arrives from Mahari. "Are you free?" He quickly decides that he won't run. Meanwhile, Min walks forward, surprised, and asks again, "You've decided to meet Kim Nak-chun?" Hadi quickly nods in agreement. "Yes." Surprised, he asks what it's all for, and she calmly smiles, explaining, "I told you, I'm going to help you." Hearing this, he quickly questioned, "What do you mean by support?" Her face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. She moves forward, stating that if the Emperor Division targets the Chief of Staff, you'll be the prime suspect, so she's using Kim Nak-chun. "How do you plan to interfere with the strengthening bond between Kim Nak-chun and the Chief of Staff?" He quickly responded through the phone. Before he could finish, she cut him off, saying, "I'll seduce him and break them apart." He seemed surprised and incredulous. "What?" She continued to stand there, voicing her thoughts. Men are always swayed by a woman's words, and that is called the beauty trap. It may seem old-fashioned, but it's still a widely used tactic. He feels even more helpless thinking about this strange girl and asks if she understands. "It's always the pretty ones who say that." Maha's voice echoed through the phone. "Dealing with the Chief of Staff will be tough, but at least I'll try to gather as much information as possible about her, so don't worry. I've never failed to win over a guy before." Soon, time skips forward a few days to a bustling city. Nun carefully packed Seovin into a box, glancing forward, then sighed, trying to reassure himself. "I wanted to face the challenge before me, so I came to this place." Then he became incredibly confused and dejected, muttering, "Can I do this today?" And just then, a footstep slowly approaches, and Cho Min appears behind him, startling him. Cho Min, he doesn't understand what's happening. How did things turn out like this? He was overjoyed to see him, throwing his hands up in the air. "Am I okay?" "Thanks. I'm really glad you came with me. You gave me courage." He was dumbfounded, not understanding why anyone would bring a friend along when meeting a girl. He's only good at fighting. When it comes to this, he's a complete amateur. Looking at his delighted face, you can't help but wonder if tagging along was the right call. He said he couldn't go alone. But is this really okay? This makes Min laugh, surprised that he's so popular he even got her number. Something a guy like him could only dream of. He must be incredibly proud, whispering in my ear with a slightly suspicious look. None is worried, constantly voicing his thoughts to me. Do-young got my number and even asked me out. I think it might be a scam. You looked at him helplessly, wondering how he could be so gullible. He immediately whispered in your ear, asking you to see if she really liked him or not, leaving you bewildered. The appearance of someone makes him flinch, and Noon quickly turns around. Is she here? Just then, a slender girl with alluring white hair approached. Ma-ha, the dream girl of so many guys here. She smiled alluringly as she approached, leaving the two speechless. Cho-min, surprised, realizes it's Maya's real form and quickly greets her. You're here early, huh? And Chun was embarrassed and tried to explain. Oh no, I haven't been waiting long, she suddenly spoke up. But then she smiled, looking towards Cho-min, who was standing still with his friend, and regarded him with a questioning gaze. What? Why are you suddenly butting in? He was also completely bewildered, quickly signaling to her, I have my reasons. I'll stay for a bit and then sneak away, don't worry. None doesn't know they're together, he says with a smug, satisfied grin. This is Cho-min, a classmate of mine. She realized something at that moment. So that's what this is about. She smiled shyly and announced, let's have fun together today. Cho-min was speechless, realizing, so that's why she's such a good actress. He watched them walk ahead, lost in thought. Kim Nak-chun likes Mahari, but he's still a little cautious. He's entrusted me with his observations of Mahari. So the key to today is that he's made his own calculations, watching the awkward couple slowly move forward. Evidence to prove Mahari really likes Kim and Chun. This is a battle to create evidence that Kim and Chun can accept, his face hardening with resolve to find Kim Nak-chun's strengths. He continued to gaze at the large movie theater in the city. Perhaps that was the attraction? The scene shifts to a movie theater where screams erupt as a grotesque monster appears on screen. The girl behind him frantically hugged the boy, crying and screaming, Appa! Up above, Maha sighed, finding the couple boring. Then, feigning fear, she turned to En-chun and asked, Isn't this movie too scary? Nak-chun, how can you watch a movie without blinking once? That's amazing. Cho-min, sitting next to him, frantically slapped his face, saying, Kim Nak-chun, stop with the serious face. Turns out he'd completely fainted, and she was at a loss, unsure of what to do. He thought it would be easy, but no matter. There are still plenty of chances. Soon it was time for the four-cut photo booth, and Min's voice rang out, I'll take it. Immediately, everyone noticed in surprise, Wait, why is there water on the ground? Cho-min looked at his friend in shock as Kim Nak-chun, covered in sweat, weakly explained, I have camera shyness. As the three of them grew weary, they soon found themselves at a snack bar. After a few bites, Nak-chun collapsed onto the ground, alarming the others. Kim Nak-chun, is it that spicy? Shocking. And so, the story unfolds. Kim Nak-chun's journey through the trials of dating began. He experienced every bizarre symptom imaginable, and Na-chun rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Cho-min's face was filled with helplessness as he stared ahead, angrily thinking, this is too much. Now he's throwing up in karaoke? Now what kind of date is this, like a near-death experience? Aside from fighting, he's a mess. And just like that, from inside the bathroom, he asked him with a helpless voice, There's no reason for her to like me, but she's still here, looking at me and smiling. He sighs, realizing things are going off the rails. If things continue this way, he won't realize Mahari's feelings. He's become incredibly confused, sensing something suspicious. This leaves him helpless, only suspecting Mahari. But suddenly, he remembers something. Is fighting all he's good for? He quickly gets an idea. Wait, if it's fighting, the scene shifts to a karaoke bar. Two gangster patrons were happily singing together. Even though they were off-key, the other seemed agitated, angrily urging him on. Let's go. Suddenly, the music cuts out and the singer angrily glares behind him. He looked at Cho-min in confusion as he coldly cut off his music, causing him to erupt in anger and demand, What the hell do you think you're doing? He coldly tells him that if he wants to continue, he should go to room number 6. Then, strange noises suddenly erupt from another karaoke room, surprising them both. Growing concerned, Maha asked, Are you feeling all right? Yeah, sorry, I think I have to go home. Why is Cho-min sitting there so anxiously? Why aren't they here yet? Immediately after, a door burst open, accompanied by a scream. Who's the dog that cut off the chorus and ran? Seeing this, he was immediately overjoyed. They're here, slowly approaching. I'm going to kill you. A delighted smile spreads across his face. He's successfully stirred things up, he thinks to himself. Now, Kim Nak-chun, indulge in the acting you're so good at. But then, the next scene left him frozen. The man before him was Jae Gang Gang, and as he stepped inside, Kim Nok-chun was utterly bewildered. What was Jang doing here? He glared at Mahajidi and questioned her. "Harry, why are you at karaoke with these guys?" His face contorted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of accusations, and a wave of despair washed over him as he imagined her betrayal. He was done for. The group surged forward, their angry voices rising. He said, "Room number 6, right?" "Yeah, that crazy bastard." Immediately, they began to discuss amongst themselves. "I don't know what he means, but let's kill him first." "That's right." Digang stepped forward, surprised, and questioned them. "Who are you trying to kill?" At this point, his face was filled with rage. He even had the audacity to lecture them, and didn't even bother wearing his emperor jumper. "I told you, if you're going to fight for the boss, you wear your jumper and fight with honor." Hearing this, one of the underlings fearfully recounts everything. "Sorry, Captain. While you were in the restroom, someone barged in while we were singing." The remaining lackey angrily recounts everything. He ruined the song during the chorus and just left. The lackey nodded, adding that he almost brought trouble to the emperor gang. Immediately, the subordinate became submissive, saying they should just forget about it. Dugang, now furious, loudly demands, "Which mongrel did this?" Meanwhile, the two underlings mocked the room, laughing at their misfortune, wondering what fool would dare cross Jig Gang, the Emperor Division's second squad leader, who valued karaoke etiquette so highly. They seemed pretty pleased with themselves. He's as good as dead now. Meanwhile, Dugang of the Emperor Division stares down at the three in karaoke room 6. At this point, Cho Min was desperate. At least he chose to fight to highlight Kim Nun's charm. "Harry." He finally speaks, asking, "Harry, why are you with these two guys in a karaoke room?" He was speechless. Why was J Gang here? His face twisted with rage. Was she cheating on him? He was desperate, unsure of what to do next. Oh, crap. Luckily, Nakchin slowly gets up and asks J Gang, "What? What the hell are you talking about, cheating?" Does he know him? He's then shocked by what he sees next. His eyes fell on a jacket emblazoned with a dragon jumper that caught him by surprise. Chin is utterly bewildered, the precarious situation only deepening his despair. If Maha Harry's connection to the Emperor Gang is exposed, the plan to seduce Kim Nok-chun will fail if they're even suspected of being involved, and he doesn't know what to do next. Now that things have come to this, before Zhang gets suspicious, J Gang continues to loudly question her, "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Ma Harry." At that moment, Nok-chun slowly stood up. Wait a minute. You're so desperate that you're upset that the two of you know each other. Honey Trap, that's enough. The two quickly approached each other, ready to collide. It was utterly absurd. Seeing this, Hadi turned in disbelief to look at Chomin. His face contorted with rage as he glared ahead. I'd considered she might be a con artist, but I never imagined she was involved with the Emperor Gang. Then he shouted, "Affairs are just harassment when you're the only one who thinks it's happening, you mutt." With a surprised smile, Yang asked, "What's this mutt doing here?" Mayari was helpless, realizing his girlfriend being the leaders had untold implications he couldn't blab about. Then Enchun punched him and yelled, "Don't be loud!" Witnessing this, Cho Min is speechless, knowing his life is about to end here. He watches J Gang get pummeled relentlessly, and his despair deepens. "This is getting worse and worse," Enchun said angrily, his face full of rage. "So, from leader to lackey, you're all just trash." Hearing this, J Gang was completely enraged. He questioned loudly again, "Leader, you say? Is that what you mean?" He decides not to back down, charging into the fight, screaming, "So, you've got no more love for this life?" The two sides then launched into a fierce attack. Seeing the situation was dire, Chomin quickly whispered to Haji, "Ma Harry, let's get out of here first. We can't help by being here." Ms. Tam calmly stood there and voiced her thoughts. "No, on the contrary, it's working out quite well. I thought he could only punch a few thugs at Yang and Hai, but let's see how worthy he is of our attention." She then announced that this was a combatability test as the two continued their relentless assault. Jigang's footsteps relentlessly advance, followed by a swift kick that Noon is unable to evade. With a decisive blow, he kicked him squarely in the face. The headshot brought a sharp pain, but it seemed far from enough to make him give up. Hadi's voice echoes, wondering how long he can withstand J-Gang. He remains calm, even mocking. Why is this nobody picking fights? Immediately, the two threw themselves back into the fray, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, Enchun leaps into the air, catching J-Gang off guard, and delivers a powerful blow to his back. A smug look on his face as he speaks. "How's that?" He laughed, lunged forward, and exclaimed in surprise, "How cute." The two of them continue their battle. One's hitting the other. What's wrong with this guy? Outside, Cho Min and Ha are stunned into disbelief. Despite his appearance, Noon seems to be losing ground against his monstrous power, just like the rumors said. But this doesn't deter him. He quickly charges forward, ready to fight, unlike the other students. A smile creeps across his face. So this is Emperor Crew? He relentlessly throws 1,000 punches, cursing his opponent, while Ma Hadi watches with boredom. Nothing special, huh? Did I expect too much from him? Humph. His opponent became captain when he was only a sophomore. Of course, it's too much for him. Jo-min anxiously watches Nak-chun, his face filled with anticipation as he stared at Kim Nak-chun, recalling the determined words he once spoke. The day that Madman mercilessly crushed me, I swore I would get my revenge. He couldn't take his eyes off the fierce battle unfolding before him. Even though I'm using the Emperors for some reason, I want to root for him. In his mind, he silently cheered for his friend. Don't lose to Hwang Mi's underlings. None fought and spoke in surprise. Does it look like I'm going to lose? Memories of his past weakness flood his mind, the cruel face of Mi still haunting him and filling him with rage as he stares ahead. Does it look like I'm going to lose? Zhang continues his relentless assault. Meanwhile, the two onlookers outside are frozen in shock, and even Zhang stares in disbelief at what's unfolding. With all his might, En-chun snapped a table in half, sending it crashing down with overwhelming force. Then he smashed it over his opponent's head before he could react. In an instant, he fell backward in agonizing pain, leaving Ma-ha stunned. Oh, a faint, joyful smile appears on Min's face. He won? He can't believe it. Really? You beat J-Gang? Exhausted after the fight, he gasped for breath, prompting his friend to rush over and praise him. Incredible. You actually punched the Ice Emperor. He smiled, scratching his head, explaining, It was just my weapon. Let's go. Meanwhile, a joyful smile crept across Maha's lips. Not bad. Just as everyone thought it was over, J-Gang slowly stood up. You're persistent, I'll give you that, he thought, but there's no way you can win. He was furious, yelling, You deliberately caught me off guard and threw the table at my face. You know he's not weak. Not bad, the Emperor Jigang's second squad leader said with a smile, to become a captain at just 18. He then advanced forward, saying, Let's see what happens next. This made Min extremely worried. En-chun witnessed the whole scene and thought to himself, I know this aura. It's the Jig-Gang Phantom. Jang's face lit up with glee as he slowly lunged forward, and shocked by his terrifying smile, he made a decision. This guy's a maniac. He suddenly feels a little worried about his fate. No wonder. He smiles and says, You're going to have a lot of fun with me today. Zhang stood before Nak-chun, a delighted smile on his face, clearly relishing the fight, but Nak-chun refused to give up. He seethed, remembering why he came here in the first place, to get revenge on Hwang Mi. He stared at the smug grin on the man's face. This guy was one of Hwang Mi's underlings. He coldly declared, You're going to have a lot of fun with me today. He stared at the murderous aura emanating from the man before him. If this is what a subordinate of Hwang Mi is capable of, he thought as he charged forward, and the man did the same. This realization left him utterly bewildered. Just how powerful was Mu? He recalled the overwhelming presence and power of Mu before him as he struggled to fight J-Gang. Frustrated, he thought, Damn it. Just then, two of J-Gang's men rushed in to report everything. Captain. Hearing this, he turns back in surprise and asks, What is it? As a subordinate steps forward to report everything. Squad 1 is calling for you. X is looking for you urgently. He seemed surprised and asked again, What's up? Why are they looking for me? The subordinate helplessly shook his head, explaining, I'm not sure either. He then reported everything, only knowing that the leader had issued a summons. Hearing this, Mahwari glances at Cho-min in surprise, wondering when this happened. Seeing this, Jang sighs, turns and leaves, a little regretfully, saying that he's done playing with him. Suddenly, he scratched his head, remembering something. Oh, what was your name again? He asked with a smile. Upon hearing that, Nak-chun was taken aback, but calmly responded. Hearing this, Kim Nak-chun laughed in surprise, then turned back to threaten him. Know your place. Talking like that to the Empress gang will get you killed. He glanced back at them, focusing intently on Haji Du-yen, or rather Ma Harry, glaring as if delivering a silent warning. Being with someone who has a grudge against the Emperor's gang. You owe me an explanation for that. He immediately strode forward, saying, Let's go! He realized he hadn't asked her name and quickly spoke up. You should at least tell me your name, right? Hearing that, the two underlings were furious and turned around. Hey, you bastard! He chuckled, stopping them. Let him be. Without turning back, he continued forward, introducing himself. Second squad captain of the Emperor Zhang division. Not that you need to remember it. He then continued forward, leaving everyone in his wake, adding, You'd never have gotten a private word with me if not for this. Cho-min slowly walks towards Nak-chun, asking with concern, Kim Nak-chun, are you all right? Let's go. He heard that and remained silent. He then looked up and nodded in confirmation. Yes. Soon, evening descends upon the city, and Maha, full of cheer, asks, where shall we go now? The two were frozen in place by her radiant aura. See? Chun whispered to Min in confusion. Doesn't she seem a little strange? He asked, surprised. Is that so? He looked at her, a little confused. This guy's always getting into trouble, and at the last minute he goes completely off the rails. Then he continues to look at her face, pondering. At this point, it'd be normal to say I want to go home, right? You're being too obvious. Ma Harry. Sensing the strange atmosphere between the two, she glanced away anxiously, looking dejected. Why don't you like it? Immediately after she thrust the personal bandage collection in Nak-chun's face. At least, accept this. Seeing his reaction, she scratched her head, embarrassed, then stepped forward and asked in surprise, when did you buy this? You really didn't have to do that, she said with a hint of sadness. I bought it out of gratitude. You kept protecting me and fighting him? Cho-min watches everything with a puzzled expression, while the gang members continue to question J-Gang. Weren't you fighting that guy earlier? He walked forward, nodding in response. Yeah, so what? They quickly chimed in with praise, seeing how seriously he took the fight. They were puzzled why he was so serious about someone like that. He chuckled, turning back to explain. Oh, he just pissed me off. He recalls their fierce battle, intrigued. Even when I cornered him, even when he calculated how to strike me, he wasn't arrogant at all. He seems to recall everything that happened earlier as the two on the outside silently observed, as if none had drawn a line. He wouldn't let me get anywhere near Mari, which surprised him. He understands none now. The fool completely misunderstood, thinking I was there to cause trouble with Ma Harry. J-Gang was now furious, striding forward and shouting, What does he take me for? Even if she broke up with the commander, Mahari is not my type at all. Elsewhere, Mahadi asked Noon in surprise. Right? After staying silent for a while, he made Min think he understood something. So that's what it was. It was then that he became certain, realizing something important. Kim Nagun was no different than a pillar, just standing there and fighting. He's fighting at a disadvantage, and Mari is exploiting that. Noon blushed slightly at her words. Thoughts raced through his mind. Every girl he's liked so far has looked down on him as just a fighter, but she understands him. She continues to gaze at her breathtakingly beautiful face. He quickly realizes he's being seduced. Meanwhile, Mahadi recalls his attacks on the J-Gang, protecting someone while fighting them, and even managing to injure him. Her expression shifts as she looks at the group. She coldly thought that he was worth employing and would surely be useful. Mahadi, who understood everything best, overshadowed all the difficulties she had struggled with today. She announces to Ensun, Don't be like that, let's hang out a little longer. Thinking this, he had to admire her skills. She really was a pro at charming guys. Immediately after, she happily pointed forward. Then let's go there this time. Min was speechless seeing Nak-chun obey so readily. She's a pro at pretending to order people around. He quickly glanced behind him, lost in thought. Now, Kim Nak-chun won't suspect a thing. So, it's a success, right? But his mood had soured considerably. He announced to the two of them, Sorry, but I don't think I can go any further. I'm afraid I must withdraw. Hearing this, she felt a pang of regret. What's wrong? Weren't you coming with me? He quickly turns and leaves. An apology to Min? Thank you. You can go home now. At this moment, his hands clenched, trembling. I wanted to hang out more too. He suddenly turned around, said something incomprehensible, and then quickly ran off, leaving them both behind. I don't have time for this. The story slowly unfolds, and despite the burden he carries, images of Zhang immediately appear. The captain of the Emperor Jigong Division's 2nd Squad. Not that you need to remember that. If not for this chance encounter, someone like you would never have the opportunity to speak with me privately, but I can't let myself be overwhelmed like this. His eyes burned with rage. He's made his own resolutions, and Dagon is his trump card. If I'm just a frog in a well, he won't give up after today's defeat, but is even more determined, then I'll have to improve my skills to fit the well I'm in. Cho-min was confused to see him leave. Did he just give up and walk away? But he seems a little frustrated. Ma-ha-ri simply remained silent beside him. She slowly crossed her arms and sighed, saying, That's why I say those who risk their lives to fight are useless. He immediately teases her. How's the seduction plan going? She sighed, walking forward, and angrily announced, I didn't think it could be done in a day anyway. You handled things well too. Even though there was nothing to it, you issued an emergency summons. What's wrong with explaining calmly? Cho-min had become very serious at this point. He looked up and announced, "Anyway, thanks for your hard work today, Ma Harry." Hearing this, she seems surprised and turns back to praise him. "Yeah, you too." The events of the day replayed in her mind as she turned and walked away, a rare smile on her face. Mahari didn't forget to say goodbye to Min, who was standing there. "I'm off," she said, then paused. He stared after her, stunned, wondering if he truly knew anything about Mahari at all. He quickly dismissed these thoughts, reminding himself that she was a witch. A succubus? Of course I know her. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification, and he quickly checked it. A message that seemed to surprise him. "Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff. Do you have a moment? I need to talk to you about something." He's shocked and confused. This guy let Min walk that path alone, and now he's surprised and wants to talk? What's this about? The more he thought, the angrier he became. Not even asking if he was free, but if he could spare him some time. What the hell? That arrogant bastard. Immediately after, he was lost in thought, deeply contemplating his next move. Instead of a pointless meeting that could cause trouble, should I do some calculations? However, along with the risk, the probability of finding his weakness also increases. Just then, a slap rang out, quickly drawing his attention. No wonder. A barrage of angry voices erupted. "Does your mother have a death wish? Are you blind?" Seeing this, Cho-min looked ahead in surprise. What's going on? He thought with a hint of annoyance about this endless cycle of violence. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Mahadi being relentlessly swarmed by a group of girls. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mary was getting beat up. Cho-min watched it all from the sidelines, utterly astonished. What is going on? What's wrong, Mari? You don't even know what's happening and you're getting beat up? Enraged, Bam-mi slowly reached for her face, mocking her with her friends. Look at her. Dressed like that, she must have been seeing a guy. Seeing her discomfort only fueled their rage. What's with that attitude? They immediately began to attack her, asking if she couldn't aim her eyes, calling her a dog. The girl beside her chuckled, praising, "Bomi, you're good at slapping people." After dealing with them, Bomi breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. Bomi continued to stare at Harry's pitiful face, frozen in place. Are you awake yet? Her unchanged attitude only fueled their anger. Is she really going to keep that up? Just then, Bomi suddenly sighed, and they quickly turned and left her alone. You're going to call your brother? It must be nice having such a reliable sibling. Yeah, right, but how are you planning to call your brother? They mocked her relentlessly, laughing at her, knowing her brother was in a vegetative state. Bomi slowly walks forward and announces to her two friends, "Don't dress up and hang around here anymore. You just worry about surviving and stay out of my sight, got it?" That girl doesn't even have money to her name, damn it. As they stepped outside, Bomi didn't hesitate to complain, saying she should beat him up every time they meet. Seeing them exit, Cho-min quickly hid, staring ahead in disbelief. Strange. He can't believe Harry is so easily bullied. That witch is only capable of bullying others. She helplessly held her cheek and sighed. There's no way she'd be bullied by those brats. Sensing something strange, she turns around to investigate. But no one was around to witness it, allowing Min to quickly escape. He sighed as he walked forward, lamenting that she'd be mortified if she knew he saw everything. His eyes filled with resolve, he moved forward, unsure of what awaited him, and stared at the three tattooed girls standing before him. But he was sure those guys were just scum. Then, he slowly pulled out his phone, ready to take care of things. If they're trash, they need to be taken out. Suddenly, Harry appears, warning Min not to. Seeing her appear behind him, he forces a smile as she looks up and speaks. I see. Time quickly shifts to evening at the pair's familiar spot. The area was eerily quiet, with buildings packed tightly together as Cho-min walked and asked Harry, who was right in front of him, in surprise. I understand, but why do you need me to take you all the way home? She sighed. You can see how dark it is. What if something bad happens to me? Hearing this, he was a little speechless, muttering to her that she usually gets home on her own. He quickly glanced at her, observing her every move, but judging by her appearance, he thought she was from a wealthy family. But that didn't seem to be the case, judging by her face, which surprised him. Suddenly, Harry's announcement startles him. Because I have to pay my brother's hospital bills, I ended up moving back here. He continued forward, surprised as he followed her, lost in thought. Sometimes he felt like she could read his mind. As she walked, she recounted, Even though I only live with my brother, the assets our parents left behind are substantial. This made Mai recall her previous words. And my own brother, who was once under the alliance, was beaten into a vegetative state by Huangma and hasn't woken up since. Hearing this, he finally understands everything. So that's it. She continued walking forward, dejectedly saying, "Anyway, it's nice here. The stars are so clear." Hearing this, they both looked up at the starry sky, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you can really see them clearly." The two walked forward in silence, until Cho Min, remembering something, asked her in surprise, "But what about those girls from earlier?" She remained silent, unable to answer. She sighed, recalling how a girl named Bo Mi used to bully her. "They're just a group with a bad history with me since middle school." Lost in thought, she confidently tells him, "For some reason, they just hate me. Maybe it's because I was born?" He was surprised to hear that, but quickly nodded. "Perhaps." She slowly began to tell him everything. One of them used to like a certain older boy, to which Balmy exclaimed in surprise, "I heard you were waiting for me?" The young man smiled shyly, scratching his head as he spoke to her. "Oh yeah, there's a girl in my class named Maha Harry, right? Could you introduce me to her?" Maha Harry sounded a little sad as she said that. It was the first time I realized. Hearing this, she immediately replied, "Oh, are you not close to her?" Seeing this, the guy quickly turned and left, resigned to his fate. "Thanks." This sent her into a trembling rage. Anyone who shows me affection becomes a target of hatred. What followed was a relentless campaign of bullying against Harry, starting with hateful words carved into her desk. "Drop out of school, you crazy bitch, you stink." Harry was helpless, unsure of what to do. It continued daily, gradually crossing the line. Then, a message arrived on Harry's phone, startling him. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief as a video and a flurry of messages flooded in. "Hey, have you seen this? Is that really you?" Link reveals the private life of Mai of Kanhai. Kanhai's Mai is amazing. The next day arrived quickly, and the classroom door burst open as a figure stepped inside, drawing the attention of two gossiping girls. Bomi sees Harry and mocks her, saying, "Oh, who do we have here?" It's the influencer, Ma Harry. Enraged, Harry slaps her. The unexpected slap left her reeling, and her companion's angry outburst drew the attention of their classmates. This crazy bitch. Harry was absolutely furious as she glared ahead. "Hong Bomi, it was you, wasn't it?" Harry shouted, accusing her of setting her up. She was now absolutely furious. "You bitch." But she seemed very pleased with what she had done, coldly firing back. "Isn't whoring yourself out what you're good at?" she taunted Harry. "Frankly, plenty of guys will enjoy watching that. What's an orphan like you gonna do to make a living? I'm just helping you sell yourself so you can live up to the kind of person you are." She continued to mock and humiliate him. Use that to cling to some rich guys. Harry was completely enraged. Just then, a large, tattooed man blocked Harry's hand and angrily scolded, "Look at this little punk waving his hands around." His face contorted with rage as he roared, "Who do you think you are, hitting Bomi?" "Do you have any proof?" she said, quickly covering her face and crying. He loves her so much he's blinded. Harry glared at the two thugs and cursed them. She just confessed everything, but it seems he didn't hear a word. Finally, he quickly dragged Harry forward, saying, "You're coming with me, you crazy bitch." Harry could only curse helplessly. "Let go," I said, "let go." Bomi watched from above, a smile of amusement on her face, until she realized something was wrong. A scream echoes as she demands to be released, and a man swiftly appears, kicking the thug square in the face. Harry recounted everything, saying he had no choice but to ask his brawling brother for help. Who is this angry brother of Harry's approaching? He heads towards Bomi, who stands frozen in place. Speaking of her, Harry recounted everything with utter helplessness. "So, after that, she must have found out my brother was in a vegetative state, because every time I saw her, she acted like a maniac. The fact that I'm the Emperor gang leader's lover is a secret." Hearing this, Cho Min was immediately enraged on her behalf. "That's awful." He was furious, staring intently at his phone, ready to give the order. "No, even if they're girls, I can't let this go. They need to be punished swiftly." Suddenly, she spoke up for me. Her eyes became incredibly menacing as she slowly looked up and gave him an order. "Please don't do anything," she pleaded. "Don't you know why my brother is in a vegetative state?" Hearing this, he looked up at her in confusion. She stood before him, continuing to express her thoughts. "I hate having to rely on my brother, who does nothing but fight all day, and especially not to rely on the emperors, the very people who put my brother in that state." Hearing that, he finally understood. So, that's how it is. She quickly turned and left, not forgetting to say, "Just forget everything you saw today. This is my job. Yours is to find a way to catch that chief of staff." Seeing this, he felt sorry for her, Ma Harry. So she had to endure that to survive until now? Harry even remembered to tell me to be careful. "Thank you for bringing me home." The door then closed, leaving Min standing there alone. "Be careful." He sighed, then turned and left. Well, what's done is done. Soon it was the next morning at school. A figure appears, and it's none other than Jay Gang. Did you think I was going to say that? He domineeringly strides into the girls' school. Excuse me. Seeing this, the other female students immediately became frightened. Yes. Min's face twisted into a sinister smile. Let me show you. Little does Bomi know what's coming as she stares ahead while Jae-gang approaches with a triumphant grin. Do you know someone named Hong Bomi? He was extremely excited about his plans. So, what does real bullying look like? The scene shifts to the night before. Ma Harry's voice echoes, revealing that Jae-gang's ideal type is that kind of girl. After hearing Min out, she immediately signaled, "Enough, that's enough for now." At this, she seemed confused, asking why he wanted to know such things. How could that be useful? He smiled calculatingly, then announced, "No, I just thought it might be helpful later on. The more I know about the core members, the better for me." Immediately after, she continued to question him. "All right, get the strategy meeting started. You said you were meeting the chief of staff later?" He simply wore an amused smile. The scene shifts to a girls' school. Boom. Mi's angry voice slowly echoes, "Hey, you crazy bitch," as she quickly pours a carton of milk over a poor girl's head. Don't you understand, Korean? These people relentlessly bully this girl. Or are you blind? I told you to buy coffee milk. CY could only apologize helplessly, saying that they were out of coffee milk. And upon hearing this, she flew into a rage. That's why I told you to go look for it. If you already bought it, at least get something like chocolate milk. Why the hell did you buy strawberry? Suddenly, she noticed the pitiful look on her face and the milk-stained clothes. Surprised, she raised the milk carton and sighed. Look at you. Did you make a fool out of me? And look at those melons of yours getting bigger. C rushes to explain, "No, that's not it." Immediately after, Bomi angrily throws a milk carton at her head, causing her to cry helplessly. How annoying. She sighs, preparing to return to the corner of the classroom to retrieve the stick. Someone as insignificant as you should just stay out of the way, don't you think? Why are these bitches always in my face? It's disgusting. She continues to plead, "Bomi, it's not like that. I'm telling the truth." At that moment, she slowly approached with the filthy broom, asking why her uniform was so wet. A smile creeps across her face. "Oh my, your face is all wet too." At that moment, Bomi's two lackeys quickly restrained the pitiful Seo Yan, preventing her from struggling as Bomi smugly approached with the filthy broom. "Come here, let me wipe you down." All she could do was beg helplessly. "Wait!" Soon the bullying subsided, leaving the poor girl trembling. After it was all over, Soyoung collapsed to the ground, sobbing, as they told her to run before things got worse. Seeing her vomit, Bomi laughed, leaving the restroom, and smugly said, "Really, I had to teach you guys a lesson to make you understand." Just then, a girl behind her flattered her, asking if she and Yang had been getting closer lately. "He's so damn handsome." Hearing that, she laughed in surprise and recounted everything. "Well, we've been flirting, but I'm playing hard to get. If things happen, remember to leave the group chat before turning off your phone." Out of nowhere, the group began a lively discussion. This sly fox knows the gravity of the situation. Those who need saving must be saved. Bomb smiles triumphantly and continues. "That guy, he knows he's handsome, so he's a bit arrogant. I'm making up my mind and trying hard, so he'll react soon." Just then, a hesitant voice stammered, "Bobomi?" Seeing this, she was a little confused. What's going on? The girl rushed over, flustered, immediately losing her composure. "What? Spit it out, you." The girl then explained that a man was looking for him at the front gate, causing the surrounding girls to gush with admiration. With a proud smile, Bomi boasted, See? What did I tell you? I guess I have no choice since he's so handsome. And after all the effort I put in to seduce him." Suddenly, Jae-gang's terrifying form appeared before everyone's eyes, and she froze, unable to believe what she was seeing. She stammered, scrambling backwards, "Whoa, who is it?" He chuckled in surprise, replying, "Well, who else would it be?" The scene shifts to the previous night as Jae-gang asks in surprise, "Who are you?" Tech's eyes, showing him a photo. "What do you think? Do you like her?" He seemed hesitant, then asked again. Not sure. I have a type, you know. But who is it?" Chuckling to himself, he continued, "I heard it from one of my boys. He said this girl likes you." Back to reality, Dohan approached Bomi, his face menacing. "I came all the way here for you, and this is how you act? I heard you liked me." Seeing this, she backed away in fear, hurriedly explaining, "Me? I think you've misunderstood something." Hearing this, he laughed in surprise, shaking his head and replying, "Misunderstood? Of course not." At this point, she was completely desperate. What is going on? "Who is this maniac?" the two girls in the back whispered, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. What? Another boyfriend? Who are these thugs, and why is she dating someone like that? She was utterly bewildered, glancing back, clearly misunderstanding the situation. "Oh my, Jay Gang Gang then steps forward, smiling as he pulls out his phone number. I'll give you my number for now. Bomi, thinking this, quickly and fearfully backed away. Wait, hold on a second. She was absolutely furious at this point. She didn't stop there, continuing to shout insults. You crazy bastard, what the hell are you talking about? I thought you were somewhat decent, but get lost, you pervert. Immediately after, she turned and left, saying, Try showing your face in front of me again. The two girls behind her asked in surprise, What's wrong? She coldly walked inside, cursing her terrible luck. Hearing those words, Jay Gang Gang was consumed by rage. You madman. You pervert. What the hell? Damn it. Elsewhere, a surprised Min asks Tik Song, Did you say what I asked you to? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, I said exactly what you asked. He stared intently at the situation with a serious expression. Yes. He continued to watch the backs of the three girls as they slowly entered the school. You continued to announce, even if he says he doesn't like it, it's just an act. Either way, he'll chase them to hell and back to claim them for himself, the boy declared. What a bad boy, Jang remarked with a lip lick, clearly enjoying the scene. Damn, she's so hot, just my type. After hanging up, Choman seriously considered his next plan. Mari said she didn't want to borrow the Emperor's power, huh? But we don't necessarily need their power, just a little misunderstanding and misplaced affection. Your own machinations are enough to make someone miserable. Bomi entered the school, angrily cursing under her breath. This is so messed up. Your mother knows everything about her now. Hong Bomi, a first year at Con Girls High. A sly smile crept across his face, as if his calculations were correct. The more she hated it, the more Jay Gang enjoyed it. He mused with delight. Now she's done for, as Jay Gang turned to her with a sinister smile. The next day arrived quickly, and Bomi stormed forward, loudly complaining. Is that psycho living in the cafeteria? She was furious. Is it so hard to buy a coffee milk? How do I have to beat her to get it quickly? The girls around her started laughing as she approached, and they began whispering amongst themselves, surprising her. Hey, don't laugh. Oh my God, what's going on? Incredibly, she still doesn't understand what's happening. What is it? Immediately, she turned to her friend and asked what was going on. Why are they whispering? The girl quickly recounts everything. Bomi, hurry to the cafeteria. Hearing this, Bomi quickly ran towards the cafeteria to see what was happening. The cafeteria? Her eyes widened at the sight before her. Jang stood before the canteen vendor and asked in surprise, Why not? The vendor quickly explained, I'm not allowed to sell to outsiders. They chuckled, announcing, Your crush is over there. Seeing her arrive, a wide, delighted smile spread across his face. Oh, Bomi's here. That's good. He continued, saying he heard she liked coffee milk, so he was going to buy it all for her. But this woman wouldn't sell it to him. The two girls beside her looked at her in confusion and asked, Oh, Bomi, that's really your crush, Crash. Crazy. He looks so scary. Duigang continued to explain that he wasn't stealing. He was buying it for her. Immediately, Bomi flew into a rage and demanded, Why would you do that? I don't even know who you are, he calmly replied. Don't you recognize the leader of the Emperor J-Gang's second squad? You're overdoing the act. Hearing this, she couldn't take it anymore and angrily retorted, You're insane. He chuckled in surprise, replying, Am I going crazy? At this point, she's completely lost it. Why would you do this to me? He calmly explains, You didn't give me your number, so did you mean for me to come see you in person if I wanted to talk? J-Gang G gives a terrifying smile and continues. He really likes her arrogance, which immediately infuriates Bomi. Damn it, this bastard's got his eyes on me. She imagined the fallout if word got around and her chances with Dung would be ruined. Immediately, Bomi decided to give him her number, adding, Here's my number. Happy now? So, don't come looking for me at my school. She reconsiders everything, deciding to give him her number for now. Her face twisted with rage as she glared at him. God, this is so embarrassing. How did I get mixed up with someone like him? A few days later, in the sprawling city, a phone conversation unfolds. What's wrong with Bomi's voice? Hearing this, she seems surprised. What's wrong with my voice? The person on the other end of the line says that I don't seem very happy, as messages flood in from E1NXXX. What is Hong Bomi doing? When are we going to meet? Hong Bomi, huh? You're not answering? She seemed surprised by that. Really? She became incredibly angry as she stared at her phone. This maniac has been all over her for days. Finally, he asks her out. J. Lotta W this weekend? She was immediately overjoyed. Really? Crazy, I'd love to. After a period of casting his net, she was extremely excited. Finally, he's reacting. Oh, you son of a bitch. She quickly announced her approval and he immediately hung up, reminding her that it was time for their date. Then, let's meet this weekend. The others around him exchange surprised glances. Wow, Jiang Wung actually got Hong Bomi? He laughs triumphantly. Of course, the others showered him with praise, a testament to his normal life. He sighed in response, saying that breaking his habit of fighting all the time was a good use of his time. A cruel smile spread across his face as he declared, "All that's left is to play around with her." At that moment, someone approached the three men who were just talking. Meanwhile, Bomi excitedly tells her friends, instantly making them jealous. She chuckled in surprise, then rummaged through her wardrobe and sighed. What the hell am I going to wear? I have nothing to wear. God damn it. Immediately, she announced to her friend, "Hey, Jung W called me." Her friend quickly nodded and hung up, saying, "Okay, have fun." As soon as she answers, Bomi shyly asks, "Honey, I was just about to call you. What should I wear? What do you want me to wear?" Just then, a voice slowly came from the other end of the line. Hong Bomi. This voice immediately filled her with fear, freezing her in place. Jung W had clearly dealt with these guys with ease. J. Gang's voice slowly echoed, "You should have told me you were involved with trash like them." He smirked triumphantly, announcing, "I thought you were ignoring me." He then urged her to come downstairs quickly. Seeing this, she fearfully ran to the door to look outside, only to find J-Gang waiting on his motorcycle. "Now I'm downstairs," he repeated, his voice laced with menace. "Shall we go on a date?" Hearing this, she was instantly terrified and screamed wildly. Gang's voice echoed, accompanied by a terrifying smile. "Shall we go on a date?" Seeing this, she screamed in despair, unable to believe what was happening, and helplessly looked toward him standing below. "No," she thought in a panic, utterly bewildered. How did he get Gunwoo's phone? A robbery? I have to tell Gundung's friend and beat him to death. Then, standing at the window, Bomi's voice was filled with despair. Is that psycho really going to go all the way? Then, a phone call startled her. "Hello?" Enraged, Gang demands, "Why haven't you come down yet?" Oh, and speaking of that jerk, he then declared, "I've taken care of him and his friends." The scene shifts to Jiang W, who has been completely taken care of by him. In an instant, his face lights up with joy as he announces, "I've made sure they'll never bother you again." His voice echoed over the phone. "Don't worry, they're just a bunch of jerks." Bomb was so angry she gritted her teeth. Damn it. Inside the group chat, everyone was excitedly gossiping. Bomi said she's at Underworld with Dung today. I'm so jealous I could scream. I want to go on a date with a handsome guy too. Bomi, are you on a sweet call with him right now? Reading those messages sent her into a blind rage, and she hurled her phone to the ground. Damn it, she completely lost it. She finally landed a handsome guy, only to have it ruined. She cursed in despair. Shit. At this point, she was completely panicked. She was lost in thought. What's going on? Why is this suddenly happening to me? She glared angrily at the bottom of the door, then made a decision. Since you suddenly appeared and tried to take what's mine, I should return the favor, right? Just then, a phone rings, and a voice echoes from the dark room. Someone's calling. Bring it here. The man, caught in his brutal assault, answers the phone. Who the hell is it? Hong Bomi. It was Hong Bomi's ex-boyfriend, now a loan shark in Gongdu, who coldly asked, "What do you want?" Quickly, the day fades into evening at Boy's luxurious apartment. After all this time, Young finally sees her face and chuckles, asking her, "So, you finally decided to come down?" She remained silent. He then continued, suggesting, "You came down faster than I thought. Where are we going? Should we grab a bite first?" Seeing this, she sighed and replied, "No need to eat. Let's just get some air." "All right." Hearing that, he became somewhat intrigued. "Just a drive. Where to?" Bomi's face turned ashen with anger. She slowly thought of a terrifying place, picturing a scenic landscape with a vast lake. She slowly announced Dai Lake. Soon, Zhang's motorcycle sped forward. J-Gang stands there, admiring the peaceful scenery with surprise. "So, you like places like this?" "This isn't like me at all," she wondered aloud. "But where exactly did we meet?" J-Gang asked, surprised. "That's what I should be asking you. I heard you met me and fell in love with me." Hearing this left Bomi utterly speechless. Strip what? She was furious. What lunatic would say something like that? Oh, so that's what it was. Seeing her strange attitude, Di Gangang burst out laughing. She was mortified, utterly speechless. She glared at him, silently cursing him in her mind. What is this bum even fantasizing about? No matter how nauseous she felt, she had to endure it. She quickly decided to flatter him a little more. Remembering something, she asked in surprise, "But what about your jumper?" He seemed eager to show off his uniform. "Pretty cool, huh?" His face beamed with pride as he touched his luxurious jacket. The dragon jumper, the signature of the Emperor crew. He seems eager to explain it all to her. Cool, right? Of course it's cool. This was personally designed by the commander, who knows exactly what drives guys wild. After a long time, Dohan kept telling Bomi about the commander. The commander this, the commander that. But upon hearing that, the commander was speechless, wondering, who is this commander he admires so much? He continued to speak, mentioning the commander, piquing her curiosity. You like this commander guy that much? He nodded quickly in confirmation. Of course. He then continued to tell Bomi everything about May. He'd never met anyone as strong as him before, the first person he wanted to emulate, the ultimate man. His face hardened with resolve as he looked ahead and declared that he would make him king. Immediately after he asked, sounding disappointed, "But you don't know, Jumper? Is it because you're a girl? How could I not know?" Bomi was speechless, her anger rising. King my foot, more like full of it. Just then, something clicked and she exclaimed in a panic. Now that I think about it, before, she continued to gaze at the calm lake, recounting everything. The one who defeated Ma Hasong seemed to be wearing this jumper. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and Zhang turned to her, seemingly surprised. What did you say? The wind's too loud, I couldn't hear you. She shook her head, explaining, Oh, it's nothing. Growing tired of the scenery, he quickly made a suggestion. We've seen enough of the river and the sea. Let's go eat. Seeing this, she quickly pleaded, Wait, let's stay a little longer. Hearing this, he sighed and continued forward. Standing still wasn't his style. Hurry up if you don't want to be left behind. She followed behind, pleading incessantly. Wait, she pleaded, now utterly desperate. Damn it, why aren't they here yet? Suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope, Bomi smiles with delight, spotting the approaching four-door sedan that fills her with even more joy. They're here. A man stepped out of the car, uttering incomprehensible words. Oh my, you've got quite the fierce look on your face. He continued, That's why I told you, Hong Bomi, you should try to live a little more virtuously. Why are you mixed up with someone like him? Zhang asks, confused. You know him? Just then, Wonky and his crew stepped out and approached the two. Hong Bomi, huh? Getting mixed up with a loser? He sneered with a surprised grin. Can he really bring himself to go easy on these high school punks? Jae-gang smirks, seeing them eyeing his girl. What a dangerous woman. How exciting. Yes, that's more my style. He added, Just stay behind me. But suddenly, Bomi rushed toward the group. Enraged, she gets in the car and scolds them. Why are you so late? Seeing this, the others quickly rush towards him. What should I do with him, Bomi? And don't forget your promise. She flew into a rage, shouting, I know. Just deal with him quickly, you son of a bitch. Hearing this, he was speechless, then sighed. Women are so unpredictable. Wiki then asked Jae Gong in surprise, You're still free to roam around in that red dragon jumper? He was still trying to understand what was happening when she asked in surprise, What? Are you guys with the Alliance? Is this a trap? He announces, stepping forward with a nail-studded bat. The Alliance? I heard they have a violence ring in high school? Makes sense. They're our rivals. A cruel smile spread across his face as he continued. I heard you guys really wanted to kill him. Didn't your leader already send one of you to the afterlife? We wouldn't cross that line. Can't make money when you're dead. His voice dripped with mockery. Following a guy like that, you're all trash too, right? No one would care if someone like that got beaten to death. He drags his nail-studded club forward, conveniently near a lake. Y raises his burning gauntlet, announcing that today he'll push past his limits. Immediately, the henchman rushed toward him, catching him by surprise. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth in anger, wondering why the commander had warned him, and quickly revved his scooter. With just a simple motorcycle, Gang completely took down one of the underlings. He sighed, I have to be careful. The underling was quickly taken down by the motorcycle. Seeing this, the others turned in surprise, giving him the perfect opportunity to strike. Surprise! You were too careless. He immediately punches one of them in the face while taunting, That won't do, remember? Seeing this, the others angrily kicked him and cursed loudly. At the same time, he leaps into the air, delivering a swift kick to the face, leaving his opponent no time to react. Witnessing this, Bomi is terrified, while Wonky remains calm. The underling was sent flying backward, his business cards scattering into the air. Jae-gang snatched the business cards from the air, wondering if he could use them. He shreds the cards without hesitation, then announces with a sinister smile, Should I teach you loan sharks a lesson? Bomi, in utter despair, could scarcely believe what she was witnessing. How did you scumbags manage to screw yourselves over like this? He slowly approached WKI, who was holding an iron bat. You're going to have fun with me today. She thought helplessly. I'm really done for. Jae-gang slowly approached the remaining leader and announced, You guys are going to have fun with me today. He smiled with amusement, gesturing forward. Come on then. Wonky laughs in surprise, then grabs his weapon and advances, asking how J-Gang plans to have fun as he takes down the rest of them. So you're happy now? What kind of fun are you planning to have with me? Give me money. He seemed surprised, asking, what's so interesting about money? Bo-Mi, sitting in the car, was now terrified, watching everything unfold in a daze. That thug is as formidable as he looks, like a real expert fighter. Her eyes grew even more fearful as she imagined the worst. Could he have even taken down Y? She felt helpless, realizing he was the real deal. Wonky slowly advances, weapon in hand. This is going to be interesting. That bastard is Hyrule Capital branch manager Y, and his face contorts with malice as he declares, I'll strip you bare, right down to your poo. Bansu, panties in Japanese. You're all just old high schoolers anyway. His voice echoed with arrogance, and he couldn't help but recall the day Harry's brother had defeated him. I was once defeated by Mahari's brother, and after seeing him collapse on the cold ground, those around me began to mock and jeer. What? I heard Wonky got decked by Mahari's brother, one punch, and he was down. Meanwhile, he pleaded with his older brother to take care of Mahari's brother, to which his brother agreed. Yes, we have to kill him. The man seemed surprised, then asked again, making him look fearful. What will we get out of it? The group quickly voiced their fears, revealing that Mahari's brother is part of the Daigon Alliance. How could we possibly go up against the Alliance? Hearing this from his friend, Wonky is consumed by rage. So, I'm just supposed to take this beating? The man quickly turned and left. If it's the Alliance, you better just stay put, he added. And I'll be joining the Union soon, so if you want to make a name for yourself in this land of dawn, you'll join the Union at all costs. His voice echoed. If you plan to join the Alliance later, you better prepare an apology. Hearing this, he was furious, his blood boiling. Damn it, you want me to join the same group as that bastard? The thought alone fueled his rage, as if being bitten by a dog wasn't enough. Bomi then coldly tells him, let's break up. Seeing this, he looks incredibly surprised and in disbelief. What? She slowly turned and left, repeating her words. I said, let's break up. How humiliating. He couldn't believe it. Her face was now filled with rage. She shouted, go ahead, we're done. Then she turned and walked away. Okay. Witnessing this, Y was consumed by rage. He charged toward her, grabbing her hair and yelling, you said you were humiliated, huh? Suddenly, a man stepped forward, relentlessly berating her, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. So, you've got a backer and now you're acting tough? He questioned his friend. He smirks, surprised, as he slowly leads his crew forward. Acting tough? Don't you understand the situation? His face hardened, and he declared, don't get betrayed with that look on your face. You can't touch me anyway. If you're so confident taking on 1,000, then go pick a fight with the Alliance. He quickly takes Bomi and leaves, saying, that's what I call a menacing glare. Is that so? She was deeply moved by this. Thank you, she said. At that moment, he fell into utter despair. I was even abandoned by my own group, and he quickly put his arm around her. You must have been terrified. He witnessed it all, even his friend stealing his girlfriend. He was consumed by rage, clenching his teeth until he trembled. After that day, I left Daeon and fled to this land of Gongdu. Unable to forget his grudge, he decided to follow the big bosses, fighting to the death to gain experience. At your age, I was already a branch manager. He then looked at his nail-studded weapon. So now, the Alliance or the Emperor Gang, all those gangster types. Wonky smiles, smugly advancing, raising his weapon to strike Gang. Just like me. But unfortunately for him, he easily dodged the attack. His weapon was lodged firmly in the ground, looking terrifying. His eyes widened in confusion as he quickly turned, immediately attacking, but thankfully, this time he clearly dodged it. He quickly leaped high into the air as Wonky smirked and mocked him. Luckily, Gang remained calm, seizing the opportunity to strike him with his club. The spikes tore through his clothes as he prepared to strike again. Wielding his club, he gloats, "That's gotta hurt, you son of a bitch. Die." He relentlessly attacked Kang from all sides, giving him no time to react. He fell backward, rolling several times. Witnessing the scene, Bomi smiled with delight. One Kai's got the upper hand, nice. She smugly thinks that he's proving to be useful, as Y continues to question him. Hey dog, I only gave you a little taste of numbness. Why does your head look so bruised? His bat was now covered in blood, dripping onto the ground below, and he smugly announced, I wasn't even aiming for that spot. You'd die instantly, and where's the fun in that? He seemed unfazed, so he asked, bewildered, Hey, are you still alive? Answer me if you're still alive. Suddenly, he was startled by what he saw next. Zhang slowly and calmly sat up, sighing in frustration. Why do I have a feeling it's torn? No, it couldn't be, right? It couldn't be. He was now furious, staring at his precious ripped shirt. It's completely torn. His voice filled with rage, lamenting that he tried to dodge the final blow. But was it already torn from the start? Wai, who had been watching, was confused, but then realized something. Is that lunatic afraid of ripping his clothes, so he's using his head on purpose? Immediately sensing danger, he grabs his weapon and charges. Is this guy trying to be a clown? But this time he easily dodges, leaving him gasping for air. Then, a swift kick from below sends him flying through a door. All he could do was think helplessly, what the hell? He couldn't understand what was happening. He'd never taken punches like this from thugs before. J-Gang then delivers a crushing stomp, his fist slowly emerging. The pressure mounts as J-Gang delivers a devastating blow to his face, leaving him even more bewildered. This is just a high schooler? And just like that, he plummeted towards the lake, desperately cursing his fate as he tried to avoid falling in. Damn it! His eyes widened at the sight before him as Jay didn't forgive him, leaping high into the air and down towards him. His helpless screams echoed in despair as Bomi froze, paralyzed by fear. He's insane. I thought he was dead. A triumphant voice echoes. The high school punks thought they could take on Hoang Moibang Emperor, but the riverbank is now stained crimson. Duigang raises his fist. That's all it took. His face turned cold as he looked back. What a pity. Having witnessed everything, Bomi was overcome with fear, desperately thinking she was in mortal danger. Soon, the scene shifts to a nondescript 4-story building where Mari is inside her home, staring in shock at the news on her phone. On her phone screen, she sees a photo of the two brothers, happy together. Meanwhile, inside the car, strange movements echo. A bottle covered in nails is slammed against the car window, shattering it instantly. Inside the car, Bomi screamed in desperation as the police quickly responded. Yes, I'm listening, she angrily announced. Is this the police? The person on the other end quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, go ahead, she screamed in desperation, glancing outside. This is Lake Daejung, Digang shouted, still holding the large bottle. Hong Bo, huh? He then decisively smashed the car window with his club, shattering it to pieces. Come on out. The voice on the other end kept calling out, hello? He quickly unlocked the car door as the police on the other end of the line continued to call out. Hello? At this point, Bomi was shaking, terrified and desperate. Hello? Receiving no response, the police could only sigh in frustration. What's this? Dugang enters, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Shh, night was beginning to fall around them. Bomi clasped her hands together in desperation, begging, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. She knelt before him, screaming, Spare my life! Seeing this, he's understandably confused. What the hell is going on? His face filled with surprise as he questioned her. I came here for a date today. You're acting like a thug. Bomi was terrified by the bloody scene before her. Please, I beg you. Duigang, overwhelmingly powerful, advanced toward her with his club, asking again. You stabbed me in the back like this, and you say you like me? I don't think I've ever done anything wrong to a woman. Enraged, she shouts, I never said I liked you. Hearing this, he flies into a rage. He questioned, So, are you saying that Tish Song is lying to me? Bomi was devastated and hastily agreed, thinking, I never said that, feeling helpless and wronged. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at the defeated men below, his IQ of 100 struggling to comprehend. Did they force you to do this? Did they make you seduce me? He asked, his voice echoing as he glared at the losers before him. If it were them, they'd be causing trouble somewhere else. But could they have threatened you? Tell me, Bomi said, sensing the situation was improving and eagerly seized the opportunity. That's right, they made me do it, as other thoughts raced through her mind. I was threatened, I had no choice, she pleaded, trying to escape the immediate danger. Just then, a voice echoed from behind her. Up to your old tricks again. She turned around in confusion. Kai was still alive, covered in blood as he slowly approached. You're lying again. He moved toward the two, finally unleashing his pent-up resentment. If you're going to beg for help, at least show some manners. Emperor Crew, I'll admit, you guys can fight. Duigang was surprised to see him appear, admitting, You're pretty persistent. He continued, proposing, Let me tell you an interesting story. Intrigued, he replies, Or do you want me to kill you? A wicked smile spread across his face as he recounted the story. It seems you guys caused some trouble back then when your leader beat someone up. He continues, mentioning that he beat a guy from the Daegon Union unconscious. This made the J-Gang focus, and Bomi, remembering something, angrily tried to intervene. Wonky, hold on. Hearing this, he seems angry and starts cursing. Why do you keep harping on that? You got a death wish? He continued. Don't you think something's off? Immediately after, his next words seemed to startle Jae-gang into a realization. Wasn't your commander even more enraged than usual back then? He recalled, remembering Mu's intense anger. Daegang could only plead helplessly, "Commander, please calm down." "Let me go first," he coldly announced. "Shut your mouths, I'm going." He turned back furious, warning them not to follow. He turned and left, leaving Jae-gang and XC standing there, bewildered, while the commander led some of the gang to the alliance. Meanwhile, in the pouring rain, Mi had completely defeated them all, and Mahari's brother was seriously injured, resulting in 30 serious injuries and one person in a coma. He unconsciously looked at his fingers and his own strength, the only exception where the leader beat someone unconscious until the situation was beyond saving. The situation was dire, and Second Jigong had to hold a meeting to find a scapegoat. To maintain the emperors, we had to recruit someone to take the blame for the commander, and Mu remained silent about what he had done. After that incident, the leader never mentioned it again, not even once. We were forced to remain silent, and to this day we know nothing about it. Hearing this, Jae-gang was taken aback and coldly asked, "Do you know something about that?" Wai nodded in confirmation. "Of course I know, but instead of me, that girl kneeling over there, Bomi, knows more." Hearing this, he immediately became enraged, glaring at her. "What the hell are you barking about? What could that little thing possibly know?" he declared with unwavering certainty. "She used someone to take care of the brother of the person she hates," his voice echoed. "She seduced your commander to take out the Dawn Alliance's Mahaseon." Hearing this, she cried out in despair. "That's not true." Jang, wielding his iron staff, approached Bomi, ready to interrogate her. "Is what he's saying true? Did you resort to such trickery?" All she could do was stammer and beg. "No, that's not right. It's not like that at all," she screamed incessantly. That bastard spoke, not even letting her finish her sentence, when the nail-studded bat quickly came flying. A wound appeared on her face, and his voice was extremely agitated. Listen closely, his eyes now filled with rage. He cursed, "As long as I suspect you, I swear I'll dedicate all my time and energy to chasing you to the depths of hell." If I had known the truth then, I would have realized how much he hated her. Hong Bumi is insane, but it seems Jugang is only giving a warning. He continues to stare at the wound on her face, saying, "You're not just scratched. What are you planning? How can she still lie in this situation?" She could only admit it then, saying, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, he seems curious. "Why do you hate the Leather Alliance so much?" She shook her head, explaining helplessly, "That's not it. I hate having to see Mahari's brother's face." Dugang couldn't believe what he was hearing, and immediately asked, "What did you say?" "Say that again. Whose brother did you say?" Her face contorted with rage as she loudly declared, "There's an arrogant girl named Mahari. I hate how that girl relies on her brother's power." Sensing trouble, Jiang quickly pulled out his phone to confirm with her. "Hey, is this the Mahari you're talking about?" She nodded, confirming, and then asked again. "Yes, that's her, but how do you know her?" His gaze turned serious as he pressed her. "Are you absolutely sure?" Terrified, she explained everything again. I looked closely. I did. It's her. It's really her." Hearing this, Jae-gang sighed with utter helplessness. What bizarre situation is this now? Bomi is understandably confused. Jae-gang pieces everything together. Mahari's appearance, her brother's defeat by me, and her connection to the vegetable the commander created. It was then that everything clicked and he realized why he'd been so uneasy. Now he was consumed by rage. He relentlessly demands, "Who did you entrust with this task?" The bastard who seduced the commander into attacking Mahari's brother? Bomi considered this carefully. She whispered the name into his ear, and he froze. He quickly dropped his staff to the ground in disbelief, then stood up and walked towards his motorcycle. "Damn it, this is a headache. What a mess." Bomb glances back fearfully and speaks in confusion. "Please, if you've forgiven me, can I come with you?" Her voice echoed. Wai silently listens as Yang, now completely enraged, says she'll be his girlfriend, or do anything he wants. He reiterated, making it clear she was insane. "Your little game almost threatened Emperor's existence, and as much as I'd like to, I have urgent matters to attend to." His face contorted with rage as he declared, "I may like dangerous women, but I despise indecisive ones." Bomi was instantly terrified, but a satisfied smile crept across her face, followed by a desperate scream. "Wait!" She was dragged into the car, screaming in desperation. Dugang sped off on his motorcycle, ignoring the warnings. "If I ever see you in Dohan again," he seethed as he walked down the street. "If Hong Bomi is telling the truth and he's as mad as he seems, I need to get this information out fast." He angrily shouts, "Damn it, why isn't anyone answering?" He finally understands everything. The Emperor clan is compromised. A blinding light appears. The disgusting mole. Suddenly, a group of motorcyclists sped towards him. The scene shifts to a different location. A phone rings, and a voice answers. Yunch Hyung, what is it? A voice on the other end of the line spoke up, and though it was sudden, he heard that Daigang had been captured. Hearing this, he was incredibly surprised. What happened to Daigang? The man on the other end of the line continued to recount everything that had happened. Jiang Wung, that errand boy for the Alliance. J. Gangang also took his phone. We chased after him, but hearing this, he laughed and continued to speak. He's not an easy man to catch. I was a little panicked because he was beyond my expectations. Just then, someone slowly entered the mansion, prompting the surprised butler to ask, "Are you a friend of the master's? This way, please." Sangda, while on the phone, announces with a triumphant smile. But the timing is perfect. Let's throw in a shrimp while we're at it. He continues, looking at Min's face. You've arrived? He had plans of his own, and I'll make good use of them. The scene shifts to the inside of an old, dilapidated house. Just then, a voice echoed, "What's going on here? What the hell?" They had Daigang tied up and were mocking him triumphantly. Did Daigang really let his guard down? Soon after, Daigang slowly began to wake up. He opened his eyes in surprise, only to see a massive figure looming over him, asking a question. "Are you heartbroken or something?" He calmly replied. "I'm driving, so this isn't the time for your antics." Hearing this, the giant grew furious, slowly moving towards his face. "Aren't you even a little scared? I should have just killed you, you dog." He retaliated by biting the man's nose, causing him immense pain and sending him into a furious rage. This crazy bastard. The lackeys quickly rushed forward, relentless. Enraged, they kicked him, sending him flying backward as they cursed, while Dusang's nose swelled up, turning a bright red. He trembled with rage, saying, "I can't take it anymore. Kill him." They tried to calm him down, saying, "Boss, you can't do this." Chief of Staff Dai couldn't help but chuckle in surprise. How strange. His face is filled with smug satisfaction. He even announced, "You're not going to do anything to me? You'll regret it if you don't do anything to me now." He then challenged them. "Am I supposed to be scared of you?" Dusang glared at him, only able to curse. "You don't seem to grasp the situation, you sick bastard." A cruel smile crept across his face. "You're just a pawn in the Chief of Staff's game, the reason I've let you live this long." Sangdae's image is revealed to everyone because he's planning something far more cruel. The scene shifts to Sangdae's grand villa. Chomin arrives, impressed by the grandeur, and continues to stare at his phone screen. "He's calling me to his house? He sent me a location with that message. Chief of Staff, just come to this address." His face turned serious. "Moving forward quickly, I have to stay sharp." He knows these things are incredibly dangerous because one wrong move could be fatal. Immediately after, Chomin reached out and rang the doorbell. Sangdi stepped outside, greeting him with a smile. "It must have been difficult getting here. Was it hard to find your way here?" Chomin seemed a little embarrassed and quickly explained. "It's my first time in this area, but I took the bus, so it's fine." He nodded in response. "Good then." He seemed surprised, looking around before asking, "You have so many books? This place is like your dad's room. Can I even come in?" He calmly pointed to a chair and explained, "My dad's room is somewhere else. This is my study, please. Have a seat." It was then that everything clicked. "Ah, I see." He cursed inwardly, his mood completely ruined by this annoying guy. As Sang-woo poured tea, he asked a pointless question. "Do you like milk tea? Do you pour tea into milk or milk into tea?" Chomin stiffly explains everything again. "I don't really care about that stuff, and I didn't even like milk tea at first." Hearing this seemed to confuse him. "Is that so?" He then looked at the cups of tea on the table and explained. According to the UK's Science Institute, pouring milk first results in a richer, more fragrant flavor, but he looked utterly perplexed. He continued, stating his opinion. He preferred pouring the tea first, following George Chogel's golden rule. "Because he's my favorite author." Hearing this, he quickly asks for the name again. "George Chogel runs wild," he says, laughing in surprise as he slowly pushes the tea towards him. "So you do know. Now drink up. I didn't put any sleeping pills in it, so you don't have to worry." Seeing his reaction, he quickly replied, "I didn't suspect you of that." He was incredibly uncomfortable talking to him, and he made it known. He quickly picked up the hot teacup, staring straight ahead. Looking at Sangdae's face, he was lost in thought. Sangdae, a silver spoon-fed young master, was completely unsuited for the sweat and grime of the battlefield. Yet he was the chief of staff of the Dohan Alliance. It was puzzling. Why was he involved in something so unsuited to him? What did he gain from it? Remembering something, he asked, "How's Nakchun doing these days?" He shook his head, replying that he was still the same. His face turned serious as he declared that, although she hadn't found the fake commander, the man calmly observed his expression for any changes. A strange smile now plays on his lips as Sang-di confirms again. Yes, he hasn't found the culprit yet, he asks again, surprised. Is it true that the fake commander went to Y in medical school? And if so, how is he controlling things? He continued, I want to talk about that too. His face turned serious as he stared ahead. Cho-min, what do you think? He asked quietly. Just how did that fake commander manage to control the Emperor gang? Hearing this, he hesitated, startled. He sat across from me and it all clicked into place. He'd called me here to ask about this. He's planned this all out. But you immediately play dumb, quickly asking him, I can accept someone disguising themselves, but a complete impersonation is absurd, and voices are hard to imitate too. He must just be texting or using a voice changer, he thought, feeling helpless. Pretending to be clueless here will only make it more obvious. Seeing Min's reaction, Sang-di just smiled gently and explained, I thought so too. I've considered many methods, but that one seems the most viable. You remain lost in your own thoughts. Though out of options, the most normal answer is still the best. Before he cuts to the chase, a bit rudely. But you hated your brother anyway, so let me ask you something. So the next question he'll ask is if there was a phone among his brother's belongings after the accident. Hearing this, he feels a little relieved. Yes, this was it. He thought to himself that he could lie about anything the man couldn't verify. He quickly nodded and explained, yeah, there wasn't a phone among the things I received. Hearing this, a smile crept across his face, as if he were testing you. Really? Startled by his attitude, he quickly explained, of course it's true. What's so special about it? Hearing this, he remained silent. Seeing Sang-duk's strange expression, he grew worried, thinking, that scary face almost made me wet my pants. Immediately, he stepped forward and sighed. So, who was the lucky guy who got the phone? And do everything according to his will. Seeing this, he immediately understood the situation. So he still suspects me. I can't let myself waver. Turning his back, he sighed and asked, who exactly is it? He's clearly in medical school, but it seems Min is also a skilled actor. Nodding, he continued, I'm curious about something too. Why do you want to overthrow the Emperor gang? You're clearly in a position where you don't need to risk your life. Hearing this, he asked the question that was on his mind. Do you have a grudge? Hearing that, he laughs in surprise. Is that what you think of me? A strange smile crept across his lips, all for entertainment. He still didn't understand what was happening. Entertainment? Just then, the butler walked in. Young master, please. He quickly nodded in agreement and explained. Yeah, it's for fun to relieve stress after a few tiring days of studying. His next statement became incredibly confusing, about livestock working together to overthrow a king. Then, staring intently at Cho-min, he spoke, those at the bottom of society would do that, wouldn't they? I think you understand, and at this moment, you understood everything. Dethroning a king. I had no idea what that little devil was talking about, but looking at the chief of staff's expression, I knew one thing for sure. He knew in his heart that he had to slip away slowly. Wait for me a bit. He was utterly bewildered, hanging his head and wondering, what the hell did that guy fix? At this point, he was lost in thought, a growing unease washing over him. Jigong's been caught? Jigong should be training the newbies. Sweat poured down his face as despair began to set in. What exactly happened that got him caught? Is that chief of staff trying to gauge my reaction by testing me? He couldn't understand what was happening to Jigong, but if his words were true, Jigong's loyalty was unquestionable. He suddenly understood everything. Things were getting more complicated, especially since he was a loyal servant to the commander, and losing someone like him was not an option. He made a quick decision. First, he needed to understand the situation. Rushing things now would only make it worse. So he hurried forward, lost in thought. It might only make them more suspicious. I came here to clear my name and achieve my goal. He then asked the butler, Excuse me, could you tell me where the restroom is? The butler smiled and replied, It's at the end of the hallway. He quickly heads to the restroom, pulling a phone from his pocket. He needs to stay calm and figure this out if what the chief adjutant said is true. All of this was being carefully observed through cameras. A smug smile spread across his face, as if he had planned everything in this house from the start. He was thrilled with his plan, determined to rescue Dogang. The scene shifts to a lavish, sprawling mansion, where Tikon anxiously surveys the situation. He was burning with impatience, constantly checking his phone, recalling his earlier conversation with Min. He's gone to the chief of staff's house alone? He continued, voicing his thoughts. But he still wasn't convinced. Is this going to be okay? He calmly explained, On the contrary, I think the chief of staff's house is a safe place. Your face turns serious as you stare ahead and declare, The chief of staff doesn't seem to reveal his identity to the members of the union. He doesn't want his identity exposed, meaning the alliance won't swarm the chief of staff's home. And if he were to escort her himself, only a few members of the alliance would come. But that won't happen. Hearing this, he was confused, but her face suddenly saddened as she announced, "This is just my personal opinion, but the chief of staff..." He recalled Sangdae's face as he got into the luxurious sports car, determined not to reveal his house to the alliance, and he didn't forget to remind Texan right after. "But just in case, wait for me up ahead," and that's why he's waiting outside. He was now extremely worried, staring into the house, hoping, "Cho-min, please be safe." Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Cho-min prepares to act, all under Sangdae's watchful eye. As soon as they apprehended Jae-gang, they confiscated his phone, so Emperor is currently unaware of Jae-gang's whereabouts. A smug grin spreads across his face, his calculations coming to fruition, meaning what I just said is the truth he's just learned. Whether my words are true or false. If you're the fake commander. He continues to stare at him through the phone screen, knowing he'll want to check things out. He'll want to give orders to verify Emperor Ice's situation. Sangdia's face is now full of anticipation as he looks ahead. "Come on, the phone," he urged, watching what Cho-min was retrieving from the bathroom. "Hurry up and get it out." Cho-min has become eerily silent. He then exclaimed with delight, "The toilet is bigger than my room." Sangdia watches everything through the camera, utterly disappointed. Then he looked at the boy standing still in surprise, wondering why he wasn't doing anything. And so Min returned to the living room, his face a mask of confusion, lost in thought. "I almost revealed it. I almost lost my life." He sat back down, lost in thought. "Okay, gotta keep a cool head. The chief of staff suspects me. Assuming that's true, and remembering why Sunda left earlier, it seems the leader of Emperor Jiggang's Squad 2 was captured." He began to understand everything. The chief of staff left the room as soon as Jang was mentioned. Cho-min was incredibly perceptive to these tactics, finally understanding why he was invited to the villa. If he wants to see how I react, he'll definitely stay here. With that thought, he became absolutely certain of his decisions. But he mentioned it as he left the room, curious to see what I'd do alone. He slowly deduced that Sangdae was indeed watching everything from the sidelines. The small cameras hidden in the room, like in the painting, provide a clearer view. Cho-min is wary of everything in this house, as this room contains a means for him to directly verify things. He acted as if nothing had happened, slowly raising his teacup to enjoy it. Otherwise, why would he have said those words without watching my reaction, or even left the room to give me time to think? He pieced everything together, realizing that Cho-min would anticipate his bathroom breaks. Perhaps there's a room here that allows him to monitor the entire house, meaning the chief of staff is watching everything. His eyes steeled with resolve as he continued to ponder, deciding to ignore whether the camera was there because of him or not. Two truths became clear to him in that moment, and he quickly recalled his brother's broken phone. First, the chief of staff wants the means to control the emperor's, Hwang Muja's phone. He then recalls himself walking out, dejected. Secondly, he wanted to hide his suspicions until he could verify the existence of the false commander, which is why I was on guard so I wouldn't have to throw away my phone. And finally, the terrifying image of Maji surfaces in his mind. Of course, he's in a position to exploit the emperors at all costs for Mahari, but there's no way the chief of staff knows that. Thinking this, he hesitated, staring ahead. The reason he didn't restrain me or search my pockets the moment I entered this house is because if I came here without Hwang Mi's phone, it would only make me more vigilant. All of this was observed by the butler standing behind him, while he was still lost in thought. Stealing the phone immediately would only happen if he directly confirmed that he was the one holding Hwang Mi's phone. The butler, surprised, asked the young master, "What should I do next? All of this is within your expectations." First, he needs to confirm the phone's location, then decide whether to kill or let me live, and finally, he'll have the Ice Emperors in his grasp. He announces, "For now, we wait." Finally, he understood the man's methods, a pervert who only acts when victory is 100% assured. Back in reality, he looked at the teacup in his hand, wondering just how much fun the man wanted to have to go this far. He spoke with a hint of boredom. "It's gone cold." Now he was furious, staring intently ahead. If he was as meticulous as they said, he wouldn't just sit there doing nothing. Sangdae observed all of this through the camera screen, growing more impatient as he watched Minu. He hesitated, seeing that the boy had done nothing but sit still since returning from the restroom. He recalled Ozuntak's words that Minu Sang had captured Jae-gang. He was part of the Ozuntak alliance, and he asked back in surprise, "Keep our capture of Jae-gang a secret? Okay, I understand. I'll tell Dusang." Immediately, he calls the person who captured Jae-gang. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Min Du-sang was surprised and greeted him. "Oh, Chief of Staff, hello?" His voice echoed. "I heard you caught Du-gang. He's with the Dawn 9 Alliance." Min Du-sang happily nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I just felt driven, somehow. I had a feeling when I learned the location of the J-gang gang." He then gleefully recounted everything he had done. "So I ordered my men." The roar of motorcycles filled the air as he coldly replied, "Did you tell anyone else besides Runtitak?" He shook his head in surprise, replying, "No, I'm close to Runtak, so he's the only one I told after it happened." Du-sang continued to look at J-gang, who was tied up and being beaten on the ground. He said someone would call and say the chief adjutant requested this information not be disclosed to the Alliance. "For now, I haven't told anyone and I'm keeping him here." Growing curious, Sangdi urgently asks, "Did anyone see you capture him?" The man hesitates, then recounts everything. "No, I dragged him to a nearby compartment and no one saw me." But before he could finish, he was cut off. "All right, if I don't call you back in 10 minutes, you can deal with him." As soon as he hung up, he flew into a rage, cursing at the phone. "Damn it, can't you even give me a compliment? This guy's probably just a kid showing off, isn't he? Looks like that bastard knows who he is. If he wasn't my boss, I'd punch him." Du-sang quickly gathers his men and gives the order, but they hesitate, sensing a shift in his intentions. His face twisted with malice as he stepped forward, declaring, "In 10 minutes, we'll butcher that bastard." He smugly thought this would be his victory. The group quickly entered the house, preparing for the execution. Meanwhile, Jung-ye opened the door and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Seeing this, Min shook his head, quickly explaining, "No, it's only been 30 minutes. He sighed helplessly. "I had some things I needed to take care of." He was now completely lost, consumed by his own thoughts. Did he not bring Hwang Mei's phone? Or did he abandon J-gang? He was utterly perplexed as he stared at the boy's face. He still didn't understand what was happening. The odds were 50-50, but in the end, they both lost J-gang. And this is a major loss for the Emperor crew. His gaze fixed on him, startling him slightly. "You're thinking that, aren't you?" Chief Sangdia suddenly asks. "So, have you figured out a good way to deal with J-gang?" He knew they were alike. "I understand you only believe what you see, because I'm the same way. You're about to tell me your plan." "Oh, about that." Just then, his phone rang, and he quickly gestured. "Yeah, hold on a sec." He glanced at the man on the phone, surprised as he thought. "So, what you're giving me now?" He nodded, announcing, "Yeah, all done." Immediately after, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Maybe this was all part of Min's plan. An opportunity. Du-sang was completely bewildered, unsure of what was happening, and anxiously announced, "I don't know how they knew, but they're coming." At the same time, cars sped forward as if awaiting a signal, a long convoy of motorcycles rushing to the fore, ready for the next battle. Emperor Gang and Mi's crew charged ahead, shouting, "Emperor Division, Mobile Unit, rescue the captain." Du-sang's helpless, panicked voice echoed, "They're everywhere." Sangdia remained silent, immediately ordering, "Defend and await orders." Hearing this, he panicked and asked, "What? Wait, he's completely confused. He doesn't understand what's happening." He hadn't even made a move yet, so how? Elsewhere, Cho-min was equally surprised. "Wait, I didn't do anything, did I? How did J-Gang's men know where to find me?" He slowly gets up and asks, "What's wrong?" Startled, he glanced behind him, his mind racing with possibilities. The only people who knew about arresting Du-gang were Director Min Du-sang and Cho-min. And Cho-min was the only one who ordered the rescue, but he didn't do anything. That way, he could rescue Du-gang and eliminate suspicion. He seemed very pleased with his plan. "I'm the fake commander," he said as Yu asked him in surprise. "Is something wrong?" Cho-min was a little surprised, unable to believe it. "Aren't you the decoy?" His eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. How could this be? A faint, triumphant smile graces his face as the soldiers charge forward relentlessly. The scene descends into chaos as the two sides clash fiercely, each determined to rescue their leader. Seeing this, Du-sang flew into a rage, questioning everything and calling in his dogs. "Ah, he belongs to the Dawn 9 Alliance." Min Du-sang, now utterly bewildered, stares at his phone screen. How can I deal with the chief of staff hanging up on me like that? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. How did they find this place? I didn't tell anyone. Outside, chaos reigns as battles rage, while Zhang, with a human face, mocks with gleeful surprise. "You don't understand the commander," he turns and announces with glee. "The commander is one of a kind." The scene shifts elsewhere. Cho-min stood there in shock, staring at Sangdae with bewildered eyes, while a sly smile crept across his face, as if he had foreseen this all along. Knowing everything, Jinshu furiously punches his opponent, yelling, "Won't you get lost, you damn dog?" He's become incredibly angry. He announced to everyone that they must not back down and to stop them. He was Don's ally, Minu Sangyu Jisu's right-hand man. He relentlessly takes down the Maze clan members one after another. Something's fishy about the chief of staff's request. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jinu, confused, glares ahead, wondering what he's waiting for. Things have come to this. He then swiftly takes down two at once with overwhelming force. There's no choice but to hold on. Just as he thought it was over, a fist suddenly flew toward his face, sending him reeling back in shock and pain. Dohan calmly stared ahead, coldly announcing, "You look like you can fight. Leave them alone and fight me." He was Hazuan, the ace of the Emperor Division's 2nd Squad, and Jinu was afraid. He looked up. An ace in the hole? The elite soldiers of the Mobile Corps? He immediately turned and retreated, preparing to welcome the ace, and quickly lunged at his face. Perhaps he was furious, but what could he do? Yet he didn't react, simply standing there, taking the blow. Seeing this, he became a little complacent, even mocking. "I'm also the right-hand man of the number 9 alliance. So, as their trump card, he has nothing to fear, right?" Just then, as he thought that was all, Dohan coldly opened his eyes and threatened him. "Is that all you've got?" His eyes widened in disbelief and fear. Before he could react, he was struck with a fatal blow, finally feeling a pain he'd never known before. He staggered back in confusion as the battle descended into chaos, flailing his fists wildly. Feeling that wasn't enough, Dohan followed up with a brutal kick, sending him reeling in agony. He arrogantly wiped the blood from his nose. "You think you're like me?" His voice, calm and cold, made an announcement, comparing the right-hand man of hundreds of elites to one of the 4 aces recognized by a gang of thousands. He scoffed at the thought of their commanders being on par with his own teams. "Same level? You wish." With that, he sighed, watching everything descend into chaos, and spoke with resignation. "There are a few more aces here, like me from Team 2. We're all gathered in this place. Aces are never all present in one battle. They're usually divided into specific areas," he lectured. "Got it? The reason they're all gathered here?" Junshu, enraged by what he heard, sighed, stepped forward, and declared that their arrogance was to blame. His face turned grim as he coldly announced what the commander had to do, as the scene shifts to the Sangda family's vast mansion. A voice echoes, "Something seems to be happening." The Emperor gang came to rescue him. Chomin, confused, quickly asked, "What? If that's the case, wouldn't that be a big problem?" He sighed, continuing to voice his thoughts. Even if they knew about the J-gang, his prison is top secret. How could they find him? He feigned innocence, suggesting that perhaps someone had simply stumbled upon them. Gathering in one place would attract attention. And hearing this, he laughs in surprise. Perhaps. He then stared at his phone screen, lost in thought. At this moment, he was extremely hesitant, even though she hadn't done anything yet. Chomin stood before him, surprised, and asked, "You seem busy? Should I go?" He couldn't believe it, lost in his own thoughts. "You're really just my fan? You're not the fake commander?" He then asks, Could you stay a little longer?" With a gentle smile, he said, "I want you to meet someone." He sighed, making a quick decision. "For now, let's just keep an eye on him." He then approaches and informs him. "Besides, I'm not that busy since I've already taken care of things." His face grew calculating as he smiled at him. "Since things have turned out this way, I've already reported to the commander that I've captured Gang." Meanwhile, Dohan was shocked by the scene before him, as reinforcements arrived with a scolding voice. "Are you just getting here?" The motorcycle squad charges forward. Seeing this, they cried out in confusion. Reinforcements had arrived. At that moment, the group relentlessly charged forward, waving their flags, attacking with a fierce, merciless intensity, shouting curses as they struck. This man, El Yang of the Dion No. 8 Alliance, loudly announces to everyone that it's the commander's order to capture J-gang Ga. His voice echoes. "Give me the Emperor's 2nd Squad captain." Even though Sang was on the sidelines, he was speechless at the sight. Enraged, he cursed, "That bastard Li Xiumin?" He had his own plans, preferring sole credit, though this was better than nothing, while J-gang inside chuckled in surprise. "So, the cavalry's arrived? How nice for you." A thought flashes through his mind. Reinforcements are coming, which means that guy is as good as dead. He advances, coldly raising his hammer. "Come here, you dog, I'll wipe that smile off your face." But instead of fear, an excited grin spread across his face. Being tied up like this is getting a little tiring. "You think you can take me on?" This only fueled his rage, and he swung his hammer high, shouting, "Shut your mouth, you dog!" he thought furiously. At the very least, I'll be the one to take down Squad 2's captain. Immediately, one of his men fell backward. Dohan, seeing the situation, panicked, thinking, there are too many reinforcements. Seeing his comrades assaulted with clubs, he decides to rescue the captain. But then, a metal pipe comes flying at his head. Enraged, Yangshu speeds forward on his motorcycle, yelling, "Get out of the way!" A triumphant smile spreads across his face. "Sang, is that you?" He charges toward the open door. "Here I come for you." Suddenly, at that moment, a pair of hands opened the door. Then, Titian suddenly appeared, coldly charging toward him with a furious expression. With that, a loud crash echoed, startling Dohan, who turned to see what was happening, releasing his grip. Meanwhile, Chomin stood before Sangdae, repeating his question. "What did you say? I couldn't hear you." "What's coming?" His face turned serious as he looked ahead. Or perhaps it was his voice echoing, as Emperor Division's Seokyong arrived to provide backup. Kim Ji-shong, the giraffe of Mountaintop Bayok and captain of the Emperor Division's 4th Squad, has arrived, and Dusong charges forward, hammer in hand, cursing in fury. "Die, you son of a bitch." Zhang stared at him with a terrifying gaze. Immediately, his entire body froze, unable to move, his hands trembling strangely. He asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why can't I move my hand?" His eyes darted to his hand in disbelief. Tichong swiftly seized the giant hammer, startling the man, who quickly spun around, ready to strike. With just a few basic moves, he was quickly knocked to the ground, sent flying backward in agony. He slowly lost consciousness, his hammer broken in two, but quickly regained his composure. He slowly stood up, staring at Seok-seon's familiar face, surprised. So Kim Seok-seon from Class B really did join the Emperor Guild. He announces that attacking the enemy is natural, but this is going a bit too far. "Baldy?" Dusong turns to the remaining door, surprised. Did he sneak in through the side entrance? He wore a smug grin as he mocked, "The way you snuck in here doesn't match your physique at all." He was annoyed, thinking that things would have been different if he had dealt with him when he caught him. "Shh," he approached Jae-gang. "You all right?" He chuckled in response. "I'm so touched, I could cry." He was filled with regret. "I should have killed him when I had the chance. I was too excited and immediately reported it to Rundatak as soon as I caught him." "What a fatal mistake," he coldly announces. "That's why I told you not to be so boastful, you blockhead." He laughed, amused, asking if they wouldn't take the food offered to them, words that enraged one man, who charged forward to attack. "Oh, you son of a bitch." A punch came, but Seok-hyun was quick to block it. He quickly threw a punch at Dusang, but he swiftly dodged it. The two exchanged fierce blows, neither willing to yield. He slowly stepped backward, seemingly surprised and impressed by his opponent's level of attack. He's impressed with his speed for someone of his size, and smugly prepares to attack. He even throws in some insults. "Of course, did you think I became a core member of the Alliance for nothing?" But he effortlessly blocks the punch, and time seems to stand still. The two engage in hand-to-hand combat, and Dusang feels an unprecedented pain throughout his body. He frantically raised his hand, screaming in terror, now helplessly clutching his trembling, broken hand. What the hell?" Seok-hyun, fist still clenched, acts as if nothing happened, readying another attack. Seeing this, he thinks helplessly, "This monster." Jang, witnessing everything, laughs gleefully. "If you're going to fight him one-on-one, you should at least be at the sub-commander level." Immediately, Teach-song unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, as Jang mocked that only then could he face him one-on-one. After freeing Jae-gang, he cracked his knuckles and said, "Let's spar sometime. I'm curious." Teach-song announced that there was no time for games, his gaze serious as he looked out at the fierce battle raging outside. "Our forces are fighting outside, so let's join them." He suddenly asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "How did you know?" he asked, looking at Sichin. Teach-seon offered no reply. That was that. Let's rewind a few hours to before the Chief of Staff's house, where TCH cautioned Min as a precaution. "I'll be waiting for you here." It was then that he realized something. She quickly taps her phone screen, and a message immediately pings on his phone, surprising him. Calmly dropping her phone, she moves forward and continues to smile, instructing him, "This is how I eavesdropped into Aiyang before. I'll leave my phone on continuous call as a precaution, so please help me out if there's an emergency." Soon after, a conversation between the two leaves him surprised and hesitant. It turns out, the captain of the Ice Emperor Squad 2, Zhang, has been captured. "If it were you, how would you use that name most effectively?" His face was a mask of confusion as he stared at his phone. This was real, and he frantically tapped the phone screen in disbelief. He frantically texts Zhang, urging him to respond. "Digang, Zhang, answer me." Tekon immediately fell into deep thought. No response? He seemed lost in thought. Yang always replies within a minute. He anxiously continued calling, but Chomin remained silent, clearly in a situation where he couldn't give orders. His eyes grew desperate, realizing his friend was in danger. Yang was a vital force in the gang. He had to be found. Suddenly, 3 distinct sounds echoed from the other end of the line, followed by a series of repetitive noises, making Tekong realize something. It sounded like someone was tapping on a phone. Meanwhile, Min frantically taps on the phone. Is that the sound of fingers? He tapped his phone repeatedly from inside his pocket, as if trying to tell him something. His eyes filled with resolve as he stared ahead, wanting to say something, leaving the man in utter confusion. He kept tapping 3 times, and he quickly realized it was a code, but then he helplessly sank into thought. Morse code? What do I know about that? No, in this situation, he wouldn't send me some complicated signal. He tries to reassure himself, thinking simply, 3 taps. After much deliberation, he finally realizes something. 3. He's referring to the number 3. His eyes widened in realization. If it was the number 3, he wasn't referring to Jang, but rather, Team 3? He suddenly recalled their conversation. If it was Team 3, then Jizhong had surprisingly asked about Min. I'm in Team 4, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, is there a problem? He asks, continuing. So, who's the leader of Team 3? Hearing this, he explained, Team 3? He immediately responded, surprising him. I wouldn't know. He recounted everything with a perfectly calm expression. I know about Team 3 because I saw their balance sheet from Team 1, and how they operate without participating in any battles. He continued to share his thoughts and what he knew, explaining that he found Team 3's number but wasn't sure of their connection to Hoang Mue, so he hadn't contacted their leader yet, offering to give the number to Tekon. This thought left Techon both surprised and hesitant. Could Team 3 know Duigang's location? He pulled out his phone, reminding himself that he had no choice but to call them. I'm hanging up now. He quickly called the leader of Team 3. The phone immediately showed it was connecting, and with a confirming sound, he felt a surge of relief. He answered, and the man hurriedly asked, Is this Team 3 captain? He anxiously announced, This is Kim Taek-seon, Team 4 captain. The voice on the other end quickly said, Abandoned factory number 38 on John Street. Then the line went dead. Click. Seeing this, Tichsong froze. Back in reality, Zhang, in a fit of rage, relentlessly beats down the fleeing underlings. He smiles in surprise, thinking, Team 3. Just giving locations? He chuckled, addressing everyone. Even in this state, you're still easy prey. Then, something occurred to him. And could it be that this guy is observing everything from a satellite? There's nothing on Dohan he doesn't know. And a look of concern washes over his face. We're the only ones who know nothing about him. Tech quickly informs his men. Okay, just keep taking them down. An unknown number sends a message to the other end of the line. Just wait for now. 720. Next, Sang De sent a reply. Report the current situation. Habeoki Kim Tik-song has entered the fray. The tables have turned. 740. He stared intently at the 3-eyed phone in his hand, then, remembering something, he looked up in surprise at Min, who was sitting right in front of him. Where were we? He thought to himself, overjoyed. Luckily, Mr. Tisong understood, and he immediately asked, But who is it you want me to meet? He was gloating inside. And the chief of staff is pretending to be okay? Sensing the strangeness in his attitude, he was surprised. It seemed he was unaware of Team 3's existence. That person, he announced with a smile, was on their way. He was now incredibly smug, believing victory was his. Lost in his own thoughts, how could he have known? And with Team 3 not targeting the alliance, a strange figure slowly approaches. He quickly surveys his surroundings, as befitting an internal observer of the Emperor Gang. Sangdae continues his train of thought. Frankly, this is a gamble. Chin is now extremely worried, racking his brain on how to save J-Gang. He was lost, unsure of what to do next, when suddenly an idea sparked. He recalled Mahaji's words because he believed Ma Harry. She turned, surprised, asking if he meant her team. He nodded, continuing to voice all his doubts to her. I saw the accounting sheet Parakha sent, and it included your team's operating expenses. I didn't receive any calls from him, so I don't know what he's up to. Hearing this, she smiled with great interest. She then asked him, Do you know how Huang Mayang built such a solid ruling system? Her voice echoed, It's because he maintained absolute internal control. She fondly recalled Mi's powerful figure, a man who placed little trust in others. He was always wary of the rebellious spirit of men. But continued to recount everything she knew about Team 3. He told me that Team 3 was responsible for gathering information within the Ice Emperors, but in reality, they monitored the Ice Emperor's every move and hunted down traitors. She then spoke her mind, revealing that he was wrong to underestimate a girl like her. But now that Hwangmi is dead, they're just useless. Min quickly fell into his own thoughts. If they're internal trackers for the Emperor's gang, they might know the most about the gang's whereabouts. Back in reality, he sits across from Sang-jae, deep in thought. So I sent a signal targeting Team 3 for Kim Taek-sun. Thinking this, he was quite pleased. Luckily, he understood what I meant, and I won this gamble. He remained lost in thought. Even without my orders, the J-Gang rescue force found them. Immediately after, he asked, "Are you okay?" He continued to stare at Sang-dae, who sat silently, his complexion looking unwell. Startled, he looked up. His face was now filled with utter confusion, lost in his own thoughts. The location of the detention center is only known to Yuntik. Min Du-sang informed Min and also reported that no one had seen anything. However, the Alliance's number 9 isn't some shallow businessman. He, too, was lost in thought. The situation is completely under control, confirming that his luck is pretty good, as he continues to gaze at the increasingly suspicious face. In that case, Chief of Staff, I'll make you realize he has no sympathy for you, he thought, beginning to suspect a spy within the Alliance. Zhang Ye set his teacup down and replied, "I'm fine." Cho Min listened, lost in his own calculations, having just escaped the fake command and helped Emperor avoid a loss. He smiled in surprise and asked, "Is the Ice Emperor making things difficult for you? So you're making your own plans and forcing the Chief of Staff to change his perspective, and sow discord within the Alliance." Suddenly, he realizes something. Dazed by his terrifying gaze, he realized this was Min's intention, and he quickly apologized, even though he'd done nothing wrong. "Sorry, I must have misspoke." Hearing that, he was taken aback. Then a faint smile crept across his face. But nothing was certain yet. He immediately responded, No, I'll believe what I believe." He continues to stare at him. It's suspicious how Min keeps proving he's not the fake commander. He then asked, "You're curious about who I'm going to introduce you to, aren't you?" He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, who is it?" He was a little confused. Why did I think Min was the fake commander? And why does this news on his phone make him so happy? Perfect timing. He was thrilled with his next plan. The fake commander Min and Sang-dae slowly rise with a smile. "Let's head downstairs." He smugly thinks to himself, "You want to win this bet, huh?" The scene shifts to Yongshu, who roars in anger. He stared at the battle before him, lost in thought. What was going on? Did I just black out? I was clearly headed for the warehouse. He then looked at his phone lying on the ground, and his face growing somber as he read the news. Meanwhile, his men rushed to Yongshu, begging for help, and one of them quickly reminded him of something. Hearing this, the man next to him quickly lowered his head, then furiously punched back while cursing, and realizing the situation was bad, he quickly turned to assess the scene. Now things descend further into chaos as the Allied forces begin to run out of steam. He continues to stare at J-Gang. "Jang." As Dohan shielded J-Gang, he asked in surprise, "Captain, why are you fighting in this condition?" He chuckled, explaining, "How could I miss such an interesting event?" Witnessing all of this enraged him. Damn it, he's been rescued. Just then, another massive punch landed on the underlings. Single-handedly, Sichong quickly takes down the others, causing them to charge and curse at him. "Hey!" An underling tries to sneak attack, but he swiftly dodges. He doesn't forget to land a fatal blow on the guy's face, while the surrounding thugs are too terrified to speak, staring ahead in confusion. How could Kim Seok-hyun beat him? This is insane. It's a scam. They couldn't believe their eyes as he effortlessly took them all down. How could one person turn the tables like this? Suddenly, he realizes something. He continues to watch Yongshu, who is still trying to escape on his motorcycle. Is he awake? He's still struggling with the motorcycle, trying to escape. But why did he let him escape? He angrily rushed forward, cursing the man. He manages to get on his bike, leaving our hero to chase after him in vain. "You're just going to abandon your men and run?" Suddenly, a bizarre smile spread across his face, making him freeze, wondering if he'd made a mistake. Taking the chance, he quickly drives the motorcycle forward, as if trying to escape this place. He's helpless as the man escapes right before his eyes. That guy? He was confused by the man's strange smile. What was that about? He smirks as Dohan approaches the captain. He quickly introduced himself. "I'm Ha-Duan from Team 2. We've successfully rescued Captain Duigang." Hearing this, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Is that so? Good work." He then looked down at the trembling underlings lying still on the ground. "We've also taken care of some guys from the Alliance. A few were stubborn and went berserk." The defeated men trembled as they cursed. "Damn it, you bastards!" One of his men quickly suggested that they should just finish them off. Hearing this, T-Jack silently pondered, observing them. They seemed incredibly resentful towards them all. This guy's on his way out, but still mouthing off. What are you looking at, you cheap emperor punks? He still doesn't understand what's happening. Where did his rage come from when they first met? The Alliance and the gang. This fool has no intention of stopping. It's not over yet, you dogs. Seeing this, Dohan was furious, that bastard. He was lost in his own thoughts, wondering why he had to participate in such a meaningless battle. He sighed, ordering, enough. He quickly decides to end this once and for all when suddenly a foot slams the man's face into the ground. Luckily, they arrived just in time, and the three witnesses froze at the sight. He then looked at the loud-mouthed man who was now motionless on the ground. Loud-mouthed flies. Immediately, the red-haired man kicked him, prompting the underling to speak up quickly. Wait, hold on. The subordinate then approached the red-haired man to explain. It's the captain's orders. We need to retreat, so don't fight anyone else. How could he be surprised to hear that? Then he spoke up, asking again, while Dohan quickly ran forward, luckily. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, he pushed down his friend's head, his face filled with worry and hesitation. Long time no see, he finally shouts out. The captain, hearing this, smiled in surprise and asked, You know me? When did we meet? He's the captain of Squad 3, Yomo Jun. Dohan quickly explained, I met the captain a few months ago. Tikex thought about this in surprise. Captain? So that guy's the replacement captain. He then immediately asks, I heard your captain's heartbroken. Hearing this, he seemed curious and quickly asked, Yes, but why are you here? He suddenly glances back as if about to say something, and Ji-sung approaches, thanking him for his cooperation. He suddenly remembered something and forcefully explained, Deep down, you needed to be here, and frankly, I thought you'd come. Hearing this, Texan was confused and asked, Are you saying you wanted to see me? With a slight surprised smile, Yi-hyun continued to voice his thoughts. It was curiosity. Kim Seok-yoon, the aloof crane of the ivory tower, why did you change your mind and join Emperor C? Tell me, what's the real reason you joined the Emperor Sudgang? At this point, he was completely confused, thinking, Is this the guy? Cho-min stood frozen, eyes wide with confusion, still trying to grasp what was happening. He stared at the stern face before him, wondering, Who is this? Sang-di quickly tells him to greet the man. He introduced himself as the director of the Gugu group, not forgetting to brag a little. And he's my brother. This handsome man is Guguel's director, Sang-jin, age 34. Sang-jae smiles, introducing him as his friend. Cho-min quickly regained his composure, bowing his head in greeting. Hello, sir. He still didn't understand what was happening, and Sang-jin's sudden stare from the Guguch group only added to his confusion. He was utterly bewildered, not understanding what it all meant. The pressure was immense. So there were people even more terrifying than the chief of staff. He looked down on him with utter contempt, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. He turned and left, scoffing, Nonsense. Min looked back at him, confused. Why did he introduce her? He looked up and explained, I wanted you to see how terrifying his face has become, that I have blood I want to sever, and he told you to take Min home safely. Meanwhile, Jun confronts Seok-song, demanding, Tell me, what's the real reason you joined the Emperor Gang? His face breaks into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Taeseong doesn't respond, remaining silent. Dohan and his men were utterly confused, unsure of what was happening. What did he mean by the real reason? He recalled the day Captain Jang asked with a smile, Have you finally realized your true worth? Then he grabbed the mic and declared to everyone that the commander's true value was that any real man would want to be like him. As if on cue, the theme song of a true man began to play, prompting a subordinate to explain, I chose the song, Captain. This thought left him deep in contemplation. Could there be another reason besides wanting to follow the commander? He clicked his tongue and asked Jun again, curious about the intention behind his question. Hearing that, he looked at the cigarette in his hand, surprised. Motives, you say? Then he calmly lit his cigarette, a smile playing on his lips. That's just how I see it. He continued to stare at the small flame burning the cigarette in his hand, saying that his joining the Emperor Gang might be a small flame that burns everything down. Hearing this, Texan simply sighed and explained, I understand you want to bully the new guy, but Texan continued, surprising him with his thoughts. I don't think you're in any position to say that. While you knew Zhang was in danger, you sat idly by and did nothing. Dohan was lost in thought. He knows, she laughed, praising him after hearing that. How eloquent, I'm just doing my job. He then takes a cigarette, shakes his head, and mutters something incomprehensible. If I had my way, I wouldn't care if J-Gang lived or died, and I'd just stay quiet. After all, they're just thugs. Someday he'll leave this dirty business and the gang behind. His eyes widen as if making a declaration. Let's see. Aren't you going a bit too far? Bullying? He brings the cigarette to his lips and takes a slow drag. In the next instant, the cigarette lunged forward. June, now a bizarre figure before Taeshan, held the burning end close to his eye. Seeing this, the two lackeys were shocked and confused, while Jae-hun wore a delighted smile on his face, reveling in this so-called bullying. The cigarette was now mere centimeters from Taeshan's eye as he continued. This is how it's done. Immediately after he moved closer to Taexian's eyes, taunting him. Should I do it or not? Watching all of this, Dohan sighs, feeling utterly defeated. He hesitates, but Jae-hun, seeing Taexian's lack of reaction, seems bored and disinterested. Witnessing everything, he wondered why Joo-hoon was toying with Kim Taeshan. Joo-hoon then quickly placed his hand on Taexian's shoulder and spoke some very cryptic words. I can read people's hearts through their eyes, and yours are set on something. He brushed past Taexian, not forgetting to warn him. You can fool Park Ha or J-Gang, but not me, so behave yourself. At this, his eyes turned cold, and he didn't hesitate to threaten him. I know you have a very sweet younger brother, and you hate for him to see bloodshed. Taexan was furious when he heard this. Taexan gripped June's hand tightly, his face showing surprise as he looked at Taexian. Taegon slowly spoke, saying it would be better if he... It seems Taexan is extremely sensitive to these kinds of jokes, so watch your words. This makes June even more interested in... Taexian. That's right, he quickly threw a punch, so striking Seok Seong, who was forced to defend himself. Now this is getting interesting. Taegon quickly retreated, but seizing the opportunity, Taexian landed a surprise punch. The underlings on the sidelines were terrified, unsure of what to do. Damn it, this is bad. What do we do? Jae-hun's foot sweeps forward as the two prepare to clash with fierce determination. It seems they're evenly matched, mirroring each other's moves. Seizing an opportunity, Jun leaps forward to strike. Taekon touched the wound on his face. That guy... He glared at Jun, who was faster than him and standing still, now enraged and questioning him. Damn it, just because I'm in internal affairs you think you can look down on me? Jun charged forward. I'm getting angry, and even he has to admit it. Immediately after, he throws a punch forward. But when it comes to physical strength, Dohan suddenly appears between them, pleading for them to stop. Dae-hun is instantly enraged. You crazy bastard! Are you out of your mind? He frantically turned back, explaining, I'm sorry, but I need to double-check something. Then he looked forward again. Back in Bayok, Teach Song listened in silence as he recounted another fierce battle, ambushed by the Alliance. On the other end of the line, a voice reports to Sangduk, I've ordered the capture of all uniformed students in the Bayok district. Hearing this, he coldly announced that anyone they found should be eliminated. He would pay the price for leaving the house unguarded. He then continued to instruct Yoon Taek, who was walking outside, his voice echoing. It's possible that one of the Alliance members who participated in today's battle is a mole. We need to re-examine our ranks. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, What? His face turned cold as he continued to look ahead. Please check each one for me. And if there are no moles... His voice echoes, convinced that he's the fake commander, while Min slowly walks forward. Soon, the scene becomes a tragic wasteland with exhausted people lying scattered on the ground. Witnessing this, Taechon grits his teeth in fury, helplessly recalling when Dohan stopped his fight with June. Are the Bayok being attacked by the Alliance right now? His voice echoed. The Alliance knew he wasn't here, and that enraged him. Just then, a painful cry of a subordinate surprised him. Taechon quickly caught the man and asked, Are you all right? The underling was moved to see him. Taexan calmly asked again. The Alliance did this, didn't they? At this point, he was furious. Who was it? The underling hesitated, thinking about it. That. Rewind to moments earlier, where a foot slams into the faces of Tikon's men, who are being relentlessly beaten, unable to react. Yangshu coldly announced, Blame your leader, who abandoned you. With a sinister smile, he joined the Emperor gang, and the subordinate quickly described him to Taekon. A mohawked ringleader. He instantly recalled that cruel smile and demeanor, and rage filled him. It was him. At this point, he was completely consumed by hatred. No wonder he smiled as he ran away. He quickly questioned his subordinate. What happened? Where did he go? He finally understood their plan, to attack the hidden Dragon Mountain while he was away. Chong turned back in shock and confusion. Could he be helplessly thinking of his innocent brother? He goes to find Tae Yang, who is surprised to see someone at the door. Who is it? Tixong continued to run forward, utterly helpless. He was startled to see the door to the room burst open, and now frantic, he rushed inside, calling out for Tae Yang. The next scene froze him in his tracks, and he asked in confusion, "Seoka?" Zok-ha looked up at him in surprise. "You're late." Tae Yang, confused by the situation, asks, "How is this possible?" Zok-ha explained, issuing orders, recounting everything. The mountain stronghold was vulnerable, the alliance was attacking, and Kim Tae-young had to be protected at all costs. It turns out Min had been calculating all of this from the sidelines, as Guk-ha's voice continued to echo. "Although I don't know why we have to protect him when no one's even coming here." Hearing this, Seok-sung realizes the young master must be up to something. Dong Tae-yong never told anyone about his brother? Good thing he hates others taking credit more than anything. Once outside, he asked in confusion, "I heard about the J-gang incident. Something must be up for him to be so careless." "Just wait here." With that, Seok-ha quickly turned and left. There's no time to worry about that. He's still a little worried. But no matter what happens. Seok-ha suddenly turned around and said something cryptic. "You really care about your brother, don't you? You didn't even answer the phone and came straight here." "That's right, it's a place that the 8 Alliance's Li Yangshu frequents." Teach-sung was left speechless. Seeing his confusion, Soha patiently recounted everything. Until now, even if gangs and alliances had minor grudges, that was the extent of it. To avoid war, we had to respond passively. The image of an unbalanced scale looms before them. A 4-way battle. Once that balance is broken, the advantage will shift to one side, so both sides must be extremely careful. However, this time the alliance waged war from the J-gang incident to the snail gambling. Chin is portrayed as a commander, and he orders a payback for everything the alliance has done. One is a strategist, the other a false commander, battling to see who prevails. But somehow, I feel like they're just testing each other. With that, Seok-ha glanced at him and announced, "The battle is now beginning to rage." Tae-sung nodded in agreement. As elsewhere, a chaotic scene of battles unfolded, the true beginning of the war. Seo-hai took a slow step forward and continued to inform him. "You said you wanted to see the path the commander wants to take, right? Now you can witness it firsthand because only one power will remain after this war." Zocha's voice echoed with a warning. "It won't end simply in a day or two, so prepare yourself. There's a lot for Team 4 to handle." Teach-song stood frozen, unable to believe what he was hearing. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, and he stepped inside the room, surprised as he answered. He helplessly explained to him, "I'm sorry. I never thought the chief of staff would attack the school so suddenly. I've ordered Park Ha to protect Tai Yang, just in case." "I understand." Hearing this, he nodded slightly. "Thank you, but I heard he's planning another revenge attack. If this continues, the battle will only escalate. He's determined to start a war to settle things once and for all." He walked forward in silence, listening as the man continued to instruct him over the phone. "Are you ready? Because for Min, your face is now extremely serious." He was curious, recalling his time at Sang-jae's house, as he then declared, "I'm not ready." "Then why? Did something happen when you were at Sang-duk's house?" Hearing this, Cho-min sighed, glancing forward before continuing, "Well, something did happen, but it's not that important. I've gathered some additional intel. He seems to be painting a much larger picture, according to the information I've collected on the Gu group." He didn't forget to tell him over the phone that he'd share the specifics later once he was sure. Standing on the busy street, Cho-min continued to lay out his plan. Team 4's manpower hasn't been fully replenished, and while I'm not 100% sure of victory, I feel we should accelerate our plans. His face hardened as he made a resolute declaration. If his calculations were correct, they could deliver a verdict within 5 months. His voice echoed with conviction, urging trust and promising to end these cursed battles. Meanwhile, ambulances rushed to aid those brutally beaten. The story unfolds. Chin has been a commander in Emperor's for a month now. Jiga sat on the hospital bed, deep in thought, suspecting someone within the ranks. His face grew serious as he stared ahead. Meanwhile, Jun rides his luxury motorcycle down the road, a cryptic smile on his face. How interesting. He has his own suspicions while others suspect outsiders. Of course, Seok-ha is still lost in thought on the sidelines. He looks up in surprise, sensing something amiss. Something's definitely different, while another suspects the king. Everyone gazes at the beautiful yet somber city, as countless seeds of doubt begin to sprout. Elsewhere, En-chun's image appears as he runs along the riverbank muttering, "Stamina, chasing after the void." Suddenly, he noticed something sparkling on the riverbank, piquing his curiosity. He quickly approached the river and pulled the object out to examine it. His eyes widen in disbelief. That person... Water droplets fall into the depths of the river as he holds M's helmet in his hands. He couldn't grasp what was happening. He was the first to learn the truth. Enchun stares intently at the helmet before him, its familiar dragon design causing him to pause, surprised and lost in thought. His eyes grew even more suspicious, filled with confusion. Why does this custom-designed helmet feel so unsettling? He slowly approaches the helmet, examining it. It looks so familiar. Where have I seen this before? The strange patterns on the helmet catch his eye. The golden dragon design. He's suddenly struck by a realization. That's right. Enchun quickly grabbed the helmet, a look of disbelief on his face. It was Mu. He recalls Mue brutally beating his friend, realizing where he'd seen the helmet before, the day he watched him walk away, consumed by rage as he plotted his revenge. Mi quickly grabbed the helmet, hopped on his bike, and sped away, leaving him standing there alone. This was the helmet he'd seen before. Thinking about this, he became extremely hesitant, continuing to stare at the helmet. It wasn't store-bought, but custom-designed by a helmet company. His eyes widened in disbelief. This is the only one of its kind, Huangmi's helmet. The more Nun thinks about it, the more uneasy he feels. He still couldn't understand what was happening. Why was Hoang Mue's helmet near the Gap Troll school? Did he throw it away? He eyed it suspiciously, still unsure, but this was something he cherished, even had custom designed. As evening descends, he clutches the helmet, lost in thought. Soon, a week passes, and a weary breath echoes through a deserted street. Yangshu ran as fast as he could, panting as if fleeing something terrifying. He was a member of the Don 8 Li Yu alliance, and as he ran, he cursed, "Damn it!" Before him stood a group of people, ready to punish him, and as he turned, furious, he found Tekon and his followers closing in from behind. Seeing this, Yangshu angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Taesong slowly raised his hand, preparing to strike. Suddenly, he shouts out in confusion, "Wait!" Standing between the advancing groups, he helplessly reached out, pleading, "Wait! I know! I'm sorry for touching your men," he said, glancing at him fearfully and quickly explaining everything. "But this is a war. I was just following orders." Tech was surprised, seemingly not understanding what the man was talking about, as he continued to speak. "A war? What nonsense are you spouting?" Taexiong clearly held a grudge as he recalled the scene of him smirking during their previous battle. "You clearly knew I wasn't in Bayok, and you smiled and came up with the idea to crush this place." The thought made him even angrier. He pictured himself taking down all those underlings single-handedly. This wasn't the start of an endless war, but a high school war, a gathering of savage bastards. A cruel smile spread across his face, reveling in the brutality and the torment he inflicted, enraging Yangshu. He throws a swift punch forward, saying, "If you're satisfied, now you'll pay the price." Damn it. But before he could lay a finger on Taexiong, he was punched in the face. Yangshu's face was now utterly bewildered, feeling pain for the first time. His weak endurance caused him to fall hard to the ground, and the gang members glared at him with rage. The men relentlessly beat him, venting their rage, as Taesong approached, phone in hand, to make an announcement. "It's me. He told me everything. I've caught Li Yangsu. Just like you said, he ran to that spot." Chomin chuckled in surprise, not forgetting to praise him. "Good." He continued to look at the map he had drawn, calculating. "In that case, it'll be hard for him to return to the front lines for now. We've stopped Git Sandong, haven't we?" Then he slowly spoke, before suddenly remembering something. He quickly said to him, "Wait a moment." A new message was sent to Park Seal-ha. The message from Park Seal-ha reads, "Commander, isn't it time for you to return?" Chomin stared at his phone in surprise, then remembered something. That's right, it was time. Meanwhile, Seok-ha was still pensively staring at his phone, looking puzzled. Strange, isn't it? He sits down in a chair next to his subordinates. He was lost in his own thoughts. The commander's request was the key to victory or defeat, the beginning of the war. But why? He hesitated, staring at the phone in his hand. For the past month, he's only texted, never called. Remembering Mu's fighting style and imposing figure, he's immediately thrown into confusion. Moreover, he never starts a war during an absence. Seok-ha slowly reached forward, deep in thought. Even if he's traumatized, this is unusual. Now he's starting to suspect everything feels different. I clearly received a message from the commander, but it felt like something else entirely. Meanwhile, oil drums were being hurled violently to the ground. The Mdu gang members angrily searched around, cursing, "Damn it, find him and kill him." "Are you crazy?" Soha asked in surprise as he stepped forward. "What's all the commotion?" The lackey quickly pointed forward, explaining everything. "Oh, so he fell for a trap." He seemed a bit surprised to hear that. A trap? The lackey continued to look ahead and recount the situation. His girl asked to borrow money, so he lent it to her. But now he realizes the one who texted was her secret lover. He sent her the money, and now she's run off with it. I told you to call your girl to check before sending it. Upon hearing this, Okha immediately hesitates, realizing something. The scene shifts to a familiar location within the city at night. Dohan strolled forward casually when a voice called out, "You seem awfully relaxed." He looked surprised, unsure of what was happening. From the shadows, Daigang approaches, greeting him. Jang smiles in surprise, his eyes fixed on Daihun amidst the storm. He seemed surprised, then stared at Dugang and asked, "Oh, Dugang, are you feeling better? How did you know I was here?" Suddenly, Daigong rushes forward. Meanwhile, Gokha was still lost in his own thoughts. I can't stop thinking about it. What if the commander didn't send that message? He's trying to piece everything together. There's no way the commander's phone was stolen by some random guy, just hypothetically speaking. Then, his girlfriend asks in surprise if Mu went on a cross-country trip. He just coldly nodded in confirmation as she complimented him. "He really likes to drive, doesn't he?" she asked, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "But what if he gets into an accident? Would that make you the leader of the Emperor gang?" Remembering this, Seok-ha despaired even more, hanging his head low under the table. Hwangmo had died, and someone was impersonating him. Then in that instant, a hand gripped his collar as Jang angrily confronted Jun. "You knew all along, didn't you?" he demanded, his face hardening. The commander was almost arrested for beating an alliance member into a vegetative state. He recalls Bomi whispering in his ear, the one who provoked the commander, and lured him into beating Ma Ha-song to death. Meanwhile, a sinister smile crept across Seoha's face. If Ma Harry succeeds, Jae-hun won't even know what's happening. He questions Jae-gang. "What the hell are you talking about? Ma-ha-song, Ma-hung, who the hell are they?" Jae-gang's face immediately turned furious. Jang recounts, "Have you forgotten? Not long ago, the commander almost got arrested for beating a coalition member into a vegetative state." Hearing this, he remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, speaking of which, I suddenly remembered." He then recalled May's crazed and furious state. The commander had lost it and threatened to kill the guy. He was surprised and asked about it, but Park X had provoked the commander. He imagined Sukha ordering May around, and upon hearing this, Zhang suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Zhang is losing his composure, demanding he stop pretending. "You always know everything." He was speechless, then coldly stated, "I only noticed because I was paying attention, you bastard." Zhang suddenly realizes something, but Jae-hun quickly strikes him, forcing him back. Jae-hun, now enraged, questioned, "You refuse to call me senior?" Jae-hun's face twisted in rage. "You don't have to call me brother senior. Shouldn't you be calling me your brother?" This arrogant bastard. It seems Jae-gang isn't intimidated by any of this. He coldly retorted, "Does it matter?" What a psycho. Then Jae-hun was a little confused. "What did you call Kintek Sion?" He nonchalantly replied, and upon hearing this, Jun was consumed by rage. Jun charged at him, yelling, "That's why it matters, you bastard!" Suddenly, Jang's next words froze Jun in his tracks, utterly bewildered. Mehaseong's younger sister is Mahari. Jun can hardly believe what he's hearing. "What?" His face turned serious, a strange smile creeping across it. "Pretty weird, right?" Jang approached Jae-hun, voicing his doubts. "Could you date someone who almost killed your own flesh and blood?" Jae-hun listened in silence, then looked forward and voiced his thoughts. So many questions. Why would Zok-ha provoke the commander? His voice echoed. And why did Ma Harry become the enemy's lover? Jun quickly asked. "Kang Jae-gang, are you sure?" He thought to himself, this wasn't someone who spoke carelessly. He nodded firmly, and Dae-hun calmly picked up his phone, took a drag, and asked, "So, how long has the commander been traveling across Korea?" He paused for a moment, then answered, 1 month. Hearing this, Jae-hun was surprised and voiced his doubts. Is it true the commander only texts and never calls? Jae-gang nodded in confirmation and continued the story. "Yeah, here we go again. First up is Mr. Snake." Jae-hun remained cold and acted as if nothing had happened, even offering a reminder. "No, the most important thing is to ensure the commander's safety." Jae-hun then sighed and recounted, "I knew Park Ha was provoking the commander, which immediately enraged him. That son of a bitch, I knew it." Then Jae-hun continued to explain to him, "Don't you see anything unusual about that provocation? Isn't it obvious that we should report anything that harms the commander?" He nodded in agreement. "That's right." Jae-hun then recalled Ma-hong's pitiful brother, who had been beaten brain-dead and lay still in the hospital. The problem is that provocation twisted the commander's thinking, and that's why Ma Ha-seon is the way he is now. Though he avoided prison, what if Park Seo-ha wasn't behind it all? Then, Mahadi and Mei coincidentally meet and fall in love. What if he's turning people into enemies and using them to stab others in the back? What are you trying to say? Jun continued to voice his thoughts. I may have Dohan in the palm of my hand, but the commander is beyond me. He speculated that the commander might already be dead. Buksok is the commander's close friend. Perhaps he wants to escape his shadow. Dugang quickly pulled out his phone, anxiously asking, "What's wrong?" "Oh, there's a message, see? I received a message from the commander yesterday as well," Jae-hun replied with a sigh, still looking at his phone. "The commander doesn't usually contact me much, but this definitely isn't just a check-in." Suddenly, his eyes turned dangerous. He announced, not forgetting to add that he'd have to verify it himself, as Dugang rose angrily and asked, "Hey, do you really think so? Is Buksongha playing the commander?" He suddenly blurted out some incomprehensible words, stating that no relationship is 100% trustworthy. His voice echoed, warning that those who blindly trust will be betrayed by those who don't. Upon hearing this, Jae-gang froze, and standing before him he declared that they shouldn't tell anyone about this suspicion for now. Lam Dang-hwang entered, as this concerned the safety of the Emperor clan. Quickly, the scene shifted to a vast school within the city. Chin frantically types messages on his phone, messages from Jae-gang. "Commander, are we attacking Seongdong today?" He quickly nods in confirmation. "Yes, I'll send the specific plan later." After receiving this message, Jae-gang quickly replied, "Yes, I understand." After reading the messages, Cho-min sighed with worry, wishing the others were as reliable as Jae-gang. Then he continued to stare at Park Seo-ha's number on his phone, realizing contact with him was becoming increasingly limited. He was now incredibly hesitant, lost in his thoughts. Communicating only through text for a whole month was indeed suspicious. But he must use the Empress gang to end the alliance, and as he presses on, he notices En-chun acting strangely. He suddenly called out to him, "Na-chun!" Startled, Na-chun turned around. Surprised, he approaches, noting the tension in his face. "Is something wrong?" He suddenly called out to him, a forced smile creeping onto his face. He quickly replied, "Do I?" "Nothing's wrong, though." Hearing this, he sighed in relief. "That's a relief, then." He turned and headed back to class, reminding him as he went. "Next period is math, right? Did you do the assignment? You probably haven't done it, right? I'll show you mine." Suddenly, he looked at him with a strange expression, and just as he was about to enter the classroom, he spoke up, sounding confused. "Cho-min, be careful." Hearing these words, Cho-min was immediately stunned, not understanding what was happening. "What?" He continued to look at him with a puzzled expression. But then, his phone suddenly rang, startling him. He rushed forward and said, "Wait, let's talk later." Time quickly passes, and Cho-min runs to the rooftop, breathless. He anxiously stares at his phone, still unsure of what's happening. What is going on? What's going on? He continues to stare at the new messages being sent. This message came from Jae-gang, but he's completely lost. Messages keep coming from Jae-gang, new notifications. Is the commander really the commander? The message read, "Verification," leaving Cho-min confused and unsure of what was happening. "What's going on?" Dugang continued to announce, "I want to test if the commander is truly the commander." Jae-gang looks at the message he just received. Though the request is audacious, she hopes he can come to Gap Troll in 3 days. Jae-hun silently observes everything, his face growing serious. If he weren't the commander, Gakha would be extremely suspicious of all this. His terrifying voice echoes, saying that ending him isn't enough. Meanwhile, Cho-min was frozen in surprise, unsure of what to do. The scene shifts to the vast school where Cho-min studies. The teacher, lecturing, sighs as he sees all the students dozing off. The teacher reminds them the exams are coming up. Focus on your studies. Cho-min sits to the side, completely serious. He focused on studying while anxiously staring at his phone. Damn it. He was confused, unsure what was happening to him or to the others, but he never expected Jae-gang to say this. "I want to check if the commander is really the commander." Thinking this, he became incredibly confused, staring at his phone. Even the most loyal member of the Emperors was now in doubt. If even he's suspicious, what can I do? His eyes widened as Zhang's terrifying visage flashed in his mind. Why would he start to doubt? Damn it. This feeling only intensifies his fear. He didn't know the right thing to do in this situation. What to do? How can he make him believe he's a ghost? En-chun observes everything from the side. His face turned serious as he looked at him, puzzled. Soon after, it was lunchtime in the cafeteria, and a spoonful of rice was brought over. Minix ate his lunch, staring in surprise at Cho-min. Seeing him still sitting there blankly, he called out to him in surprise. He then eyed the meat on your tray. "If you're not eating that fried pork, I will." Without a second thought, he nodded in agreement. Yeah, go ahead. Hearing this, he was incredibly surprised, still unsure of what was happening to him. What is it? If you're not eating fried cutlets, something serious must be up. Chin was silent, at a loss for words. After a moment, he finally spoke, calling out to Song Min Cook. His face now serious, he looked up and asked how to make a dead person look alive. He was completely taken aback, not understanding. What the hell are you talking about? He sighed again, then announced, There's just no way. He looked at him, puzzled, then shook his head while eating his pork floss bread. Not sure. He suggests making a straw dummy, but is met with an angry outburst. Don't joke around, he chuckled, recalling all the skills he'd seen in movies. I saw it in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Someone made a straw figure to make it seem like Zhuge Liang was still alive. Chomin sighed in frustration, saying that only happens in novels. He was curious, but why was I so interested? Suddenly a hand slammed onto his shoulder, startling him. En-chun stood beside him, his face grim as he called out Chomin's name. His expression was deadly serious. Meet me after you're done eating. Time passes quickly, and we find ourselves on the rooftop. Chomin, surprised, asks Nak-chun, Why do you sound so serious? As he repeats his name. His face fell, and he asked, Why didn't you tell me? You're Hwang Mi's younger brother. Hearing this, he was shocked and confused. He hesitated, about to say something. That thing, he continued. The chief of staff told me everything. Hearing this, he remembered something and sank into his own thoughts. That's right, why don't I tell him? If I did... He suddenly put his hand on your shoulder, exclaiming with delight, I heard everything. You hate him to death. He was now furious, clenching his fist as he cursed relentlessly. That bastard, treating even his own bloodline so poorly while he had realized something. Come to think of it, he didn't mention Hwang Mi's death. Remembering Chief of Staff Sang Dia, he has his own agenda, wanting to use Nak-chun to investigate the medical school's internal affairs. He revealed, I'm Hwang Mi's brother, but I'm sure he didn't mention Hwang Mi is dead. The more he thought, the more serious he became, staring ahead. He was in the driver's seat. If the guy wanted to hinder the investigation of the medical school, he wouldn't need to reveal Hwang Mui's death. Thinking of this, he recalled Sang De's scheming smile. The chief of staff still doubted him and was waiting for him to make a mistake. Meanwhile, Nak-chun was furious, knowing he had to teach him a lesson. He sighed, frustrated that he had to be so careful even within the school. He quickly made a decision. For now, he would have to play along with the man's rhythm, and he began to tell him everything. Yeah, that's right. Sorry for hiding it from you. I was afraid you'd hate me too. His face filled with emotion as he declared, It's not your fault at all. Of course it's okay, and I just wish you had told me sooner. He then burst into gleeful laughter. My first friend in Dohan is Hwang Mi's younger sibling. Could this be a prediction of successful revenge? He suddenly remembers something and asks again. But Min's face has become extremely serious. None then remembered something important. Why did you tell me to be careful? Oh, that's when he stood before him and made the announcement. Hwang Muj is apparently in Down. Quickly, they're transported to a different location, Jae-gang's room, where Jae-hun stands behind him, still puzzled by his strange behavior. Dae-hyun slowly approaches, calling out, Hey, Dae-gang! Dae-hyun was confused. Why was he trembling so much? He was shaking strangely all over. He quickly grabbed June by the collar and pulled him close, now completely enraged. He roared, You dog, you know what I've done, so why ask? His face contorted with rage as he unleashed his fury. How dare you doubt the greatest man of this generation, he declared. If that was really the commander, then I've made a colossal mistake, one I might not even be able to pay for with my life. Dae-hun remained calm upon hearing this, and Jae-hun quickly released his collar. Dae-hun coldly stated, You always grab my collar at the slightest thing, huh? Win rock, paper, scissors against me then. Enraged, he threatened to jump from the building. I'll just jump and die then. It's only the second floor, Dae-hun retorts with a sigh. Someone as clueless as you can't die. Dae-hun smirked, mocking him relentlessly. So, if the commander is a fake, won't he be bitter in heaven? Jang turned around furiously, grabbing his uniform. Well, if it's not a fake, I'll be sure to take you with me before I die. Dae-hun chuckled, not forgetting to mock him. Can you kill him? Dae-hun suddenly asked, remembering something. You didn't tell Park X, did you? He nodded emphatically, confirming, Of course not. Stop asking. Then Hun worriedly considered the possibilities, wondering if the commander's death was a plot by Park Ha. He quickly waved his hand and voiced his thoughts. I told you, I don't want to believe it. Jae-hun's face suddenly contorted into a strange grimace, as if fearing it might be true. Jae-gang calmly nodded in understanding. Then, filled with resolve and anger, slowly walked forward. Whether it's the imposter or Soha himself, I'll kill them all. His voice echoed with chilling resolve. 3 days later, Gapryong's fist is trolled. Jae-hun suddenly smirks, wondering if the commander will show up. He continued forward while the scene shifted to Seokha on that bloody day. Soon, Sek stood on the riverbank looking down with a puzzled expression. A strange smile crept across his lips as time quickly advanced 3 days later to a riverside in the city. Chin stared intently ahead, serious as ever. If things didn't go smoothly today, he'd be watching the two waiting on the riverbank. Growing anxious, he tells Jae-gang to leave if things go south. He's probably almost here. Hadi slowly approaches Cho Min-taek. He glanced down, equally anxious, wondering if the plan would work. Cho Min looks at his phone and announces to everyone, "Let's begin." The scene shifts to a few days prior, late at night, as Hadi asks in surprise if Cho Min-hyuk asked to meet him. Taek is also extremely worried, not understanding what's happening. Why did he ask to meet? She quickly asked, "So what are you going to do now?" It was then that he calmly responded, "I've been thinking of a way." Hearing this, she became curious. What is it? By now the moonlight was rising even higher. Upon hearing his plan, the two stared in disbelief. What? They questioned his sanity, but he remained calm, gazing forward. Back in reality, Jae-gang and June are smoking, waiting for something to happen, with 2 cigarette butts already discarded on the ground. June pulls out another cigarette, sighing. "That's 3 for me now." His face twisted in annoyance as he glanced ahead. "If I finish this cigarette and he's still not here, you know what that means, right?" Hearing that, Jae-gang gritted his teeth in anger, questioning, "Shut up, I know." Even Jae-gang was now panicking, trembling. "Commander, this isn't happening, is it?" Jang looked expectantly into the darkness ahead, wondering if he would emerge and scold her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing loudly. Damn it. Min, watching from above, senses the opportune moment approaching. "Now, are you ready to make your next move?" Suddenly, Jae-gang realized something and shouted. Meanwhile, Jae-hun looked up in disbelief as a group of people advanced toward him. A large crowd emerged from the darkness only to be met by a blockade of thugs. Taeyong has arrived, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he asks in surprise, "They actually came, Jung. Is that guy next to him the commander? He's with the No-M Alliance under Taeyong." Soon after, a strange smile crept across his face, as if he'd received a message. How interesting. Just then, a voice echoed out, startling them. Tae-ryong, still confused, spoke again, and immediately they all charged towards the two. It's an immediate promotion. Du-gang sighed, a little annoyed. What is this now? Du-hun shook his head beside him. Without hesitation, he charges forward, attacking and berating them. "Take care of them first, then we'll talk." Hearing this, Du-gang sighed in annoyance, before swiftly striking an underling attempting a sneak attack, sending him flying. Everyone around was stunned to see Jae-gang so assertive. He was furious, yelling at them to stay out of it. Immediately after, he roared, "You, come here! Min, stand aside and watch the entire fight." His face was calm, as if everything had been calculated in advance. Rewind to the previous night, where Teach Song and his companion were astonished to learn that Cho Min had orchestrated the attack on Jig-gang and Yom Jun, and he proceeded to recount the entire story. "Does anyone in your gang have Dong Taeyong's number? Get it for me." Hearing this, he hesitated, then anxiously voiced his thoughts. "Dealing with Jigang and Yeomjun, who suspect you, is a simple method, but it will cause great losses to the Emperor gang. You know that." He nods with certainty. "Yes, I know." But then he explained that he wasn't thinking of getting rid of them. Meanwhile, the two commanders fought fiercely in the area, enraged. Jang uses his headbutt to take down the underlings, kicking them in the face and yelling at them to get lost. His powerful attacks send bodies flying through the air. The commander is on his way. June remained calm, even mocking them. "You still have hope?" He swiftly dodges each attack, and the commander's blows land squarely on their faces. Jae-hun's expression turns ruthless as he declares, "It's over!" Jae-gang-ji, enraged, shouted back. "You mud, I told you not to say those things anymore," Ji-hun retorted, standing up and yelling. "Can't you understand even when you see it? It's pointless." Taeyong gritted his teeth in fury. What were they doing? He led his troops straight towards the two who killed him. Jong was surprised and asked Min in the base why he called the alliance if he wasn't going to deal with them. He calmly lays out his plan. First, those two are strong, so taking out Taedong's crew will be a piece of cake. Hadi was puzzled by his methods, but surprised, she asked, "What are you planning to do with that?" His face hardened as he stared ahead and declared, "Because I need a little war." Taeyong shows no mercy, landing a blow, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Seeing the situation, Jae-hun sighs. It's getting rough. Meanwhile, Cho-min observes from above, everything unfolding as he predicted. No matter how strong they are, it's hard to hold out against a gang of 7. Both of them fought fiercely, refusing to give in until they were cornered. Then a large figure slowly approached. Jang was startled, turning back in confusion to see Seok-hyun standing there, leaving him completely bewildered. Confused, Ji-hoon turns around, wondering what's going on. It's Team 4. His appearance instantly filled them with dread, and they collapsed to the ground in confusion. Meanwhile, Jae-hun is still trying to figure out what's going on, what is happening. Jae-hun incredulously turns to see what's happening. So scared of Kim Seok-hyun they fell over? Jang was also fully prepared to face forward, and Taedong was furious at the sight. "What? It's Kim Seok-song." The lackey spoke up quickly. "Taeyong, sir." Just then, the lackey pointed forward, saying, "Taedong, look over there." Everyone froze in place as a massive, furious figure glared down from above. Cho-min remained calm, having foreseen this opportunity, as Yang, with a triumphant grin, glanced at his friend. "Didn't I tell you, you bastard?" he shouted gleefully. The commander is pleased with the plan, but then he appears. All eyes turn to the bridge above. Monsieur Du, helmeted, watches the battle unfold below, as Jae-gang smiles, seeing everything fall into place. They cheered, calling out to Commander Min, who stood by, observing everything with a serious expression. This was just the beginning. Rewind to 3 days prior, on the rooftop, Noon told Min that Hwang-mi seemed to be in Down. Confused, he asked her to repeat herself. "What do you mean?" He sighed and decided to explain everything. Seriously, he might try to hit me again. Hearing this, he was confused, not understanding what was happening. "Kim Nak-chun, what misunderstanding are you having now?" He was speechless, not understanding what the other was talking about. Too much to deal with. He sighs, giving a quick nod. Yeah, I'll be careful. Though you're making me feel helpless, I'm busy trying to prove Hwang-mi is still alive." Suddenly, his face turned serious as he coldly announced, "I found Hwang-mi's hat." Cho-min froze, processing what he'd just heard, and quickly turned back to ask for more details. "What?" He explained everything he'd seen, saying he found the hat at Gaptron Bridge. Why he threw it away is a mystery, but he was definitely here recently. Cho-min began to understand. Could it be the hat with the golden dragon? En-chun quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's it. Hearing this, he finally understood everything. He recalls how Han Trong-hee dumped his brother's cremated belongings into the river to destroy them. If it's that hat, then Han Trong-hee threw it away. It was washed away, and now it's resurfaced. Thinking of this, he finally understands everything. Suddenly he spoke, uttering incomprehensible words. Perhaps his chance for revenge had arrived. His face turned serious as he declared, "Nothing will make me give up my life." He immediately regained his serious demeanor and asked, "En-chun, can I see that helmet?" Time quickly shifted to the late afternoon at the small old house. En-chun presented Min with a dragon-patterned helmet, announcing, "Here." Surprised, Min asked if it was Hwang-mu's helmet. He takes the helmet, surprised. "It's real." He quickly nods in agreement. Yes, it's definitely it. A terrifying thought suddenly crosses his mind. If I use this hat... En-chun suddenly hands him the helmet, telling him he doesn't need it. He hesitates, then slowly turns and walks away. No, why would I take it? He understood the reason. Of course, there's no reason for him to take that thing back. After a moment of silence, Cho-min turned back in surprise and asked, "Hey, En-sun, if Hwang-mi is really in Down, will you take revenge?" Hearing this, he nodded in firm confirmation. Of course. Was there even a question? He asked again, "How?" At this, the other was startled, unsure of what he meant. Cho-min then described his brother's formidable underlings. Beneath Hwang-mi, there were thousands of subordinates, including 4 exceptionally skilled captains, one of whom he'd already encountered. His face now resolute, he moves forward. Can he defeat those 4 and reach Hwang-mi? After hearing this, Cho-min seemed to hesitate, deep in thought, before declaring with unwavering resolve, "Of course, even if they outnumber you, all you need is spirit." But before he could finish, Min cut him off, saying that wouldn't be enough. He was a little confused by what he heard. What? He coldly declared that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to get revenge. One person can't defeat a group. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as bullets, even if it meant death. Hearing this, Nak-chun, confused, placed a hand on his shoulder and questioned him. "What's this? Why are you suddenly picking a fight with me? You look down on me, thinking anything is possible with willpower alone, huh, demon?" It seems everything is going according to his predictions. He quickly turns around to inform him of everything. If willpower alone made things possible, no one would feel injustice, right? The screen shows a boxer with the message, "If you're bullied, fight back. If you can show that, the bullies will be caught off guard and stop. Become the one who turns the tables." So, the technique I'm about to teach you, you should also know one important thing. Even if an individual is determined and stands up to resist. And that was the first time he dared to fight back against his bullies and show them his anger, even though it enraged them. "Hey, you dog, what did you just do?" Cho-min, enraged, loudly rebuked him. "How are you going to take responsibility? I missed my science test because of you." He was completely enraged, ready for a fight. He wouldn't take it anymore. But he knew this wouldn't end well. Life isn't like the movies. The bully and his cronies arrive, wearing smug, wicked grins. That son of a bitch. And these things caught him completely off guard. Reality would only shift according to the whims of those villains. In that small room, the brutal sounds of relentless blows echoed, a solitary figure against the many. Only then did Min realize a crucial truth. He couldn't win against a group. Beaten and bruised, he gasped for breath, staring wearily at the ceiling, realizing no one can be Superman. Back in reality, Min continued recounting his experiences to En-chun. Bringing down an empire single-handedly only happens in comics and movies, got it? His voice echoed, reminding him that even now, wars are won by numbers. Even a country as advanced as the US still needs a large, powerful force to wage war. And with that, he finally understood everything. He couldn't believe it, quietly asking, "So you're saying I'll just take the beating from his underlings?" He clenched his fist in anger. "So you're telling me to give up? Give up on revenge?" En-chun's face was consumed by hatred, unable to mask his despair. "That bastard ruined my friend's dreams and ambitions. Am I just supposed to ignore that and let it go?" Chin listened in silence, then sighed, sharing his thoughts. "That's not what I meant. I mean, an individual can't win against a group, but a group can change the story." He sits down, looking at the dragon-patterned helmet in his hands, and asks if he's suggesting that he start a faction. "What can I even do in Dohan now?" He confidently voiced his thoughts, looking at him. "Yes, you can. A faction slightly larger than the Emperor's, and the only one that can rival them." All of this came as a great surprise to him, while elsewhere, Sang-gyul quickly received a notification on his phone. Reading this message, his eyes widened in surprise. He stared at his phone in confusion, lost in thought. The Tao Alliance received a message from Kim Nak-chun, who hastily sent a photo along with a message. Chief of Staff Hoang Mu is currently at Gaptron Bridge. He quickly relays the message, the Chief of Staff spreading the word. He relentlessly urged everyone nearby to converge on Gaptron Bridge, leaving them surprised and confused. He continued to order them to remove Hoang Mui's helmet once they arrived. Seeing this, they whispered amongst themselves, unsure, but decided to run ahead for now. They sprint forward with terrifying speed, all focused on one goal, snatching that helmet off Mu's head and reaching Gaptron Bridge. Meanwhile, Mu, wearing the helmet, stood high on the bridge as Tech fought and asked his teammates, "I'm here on the commander's orders. Are you two okay?" Jae-gang exclaims with joy, "Commander, I knew it." However, Dae-hun remained skeptical, coldly questioning if it was truly the commander. But Jae-gang was certain, pointing to the helmet on the figure's head. "Of course, look at the helmet. I designed it myself and gave it to him." Meanwhile, Na-chun swaps helmets and stares intently below, determined to proceed in this manner. "So, you're saying I can handle those core members?" "Cho-min, I'm wearing so many layers I can't even move." At this point, he was completely bewildered. "Don't just stand there frozen. Are you sure you're okay?" Everyone looked at the message in confusion, ordering those near the Gap Troll Bridge to gather at the Gapchon Bridge immediately. Everyone was dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. The commander sends another message. "Remove Hoang Mu's helmet." The group is confused, but they rush forward nonetheless. "Take off the helmet. Who knows? Just run for now." They look incredibly rushed, running as if waiting for their moment. "Hurry, run!" They all desperately head towards the roundabout. Meanwhile, Nak-chun remained motionless, lost in thought as he pretended to be a mesmer. Overcome with emotion, Yang cried out for his commander, shoving aside his comrades and cursing, "Get out of the way, you dogs!" Dae-hun, witnessing this, was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could the commander's hat be stolen? Just then, Jae-gang realized something, and quickly turned to warn them. "It's the Queen's Guard." His voice echoed, "He's right beside you." Startled, Jun whirls around to react, but a master has already leapt into the fray, attacking Ji-hoon. Seeing the situation worsen, Jun retreated, regaining his composure as he angrily questioned, "What the hell is going on? This was supposed to be an intimate rendezvous between us and the commander," he roared. "How did you all know and come here together?" Taeyong froze, looking bewildered at Mo's appearance. You came to scout me. He coldly stared ahead and declared, I usually don't stop when I'm exercising, but I heard there's a very interesting event happening, so I came to see. Huang Mue, long time no see. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. It's making my blood boil. He quickly dashes forward and announces it maniacally. I'm going to kill you. Huang Metedong, witnessing this scene, was shocked into terrified silence. He couldn't believe what was happening. The Alliance's number 5. He had trained tirelessly to surpass the berserker, but a swift foot suddenly appeared and lunged toward him. Luckily, J-Gang intervened, kicking him and forcing him to stop before quickly jumping down to the ground. His face contorted in rage as he turned, demanding, Where did this mutt come from? Seeing Chomo's determination, he was surprised and asked, Haven't you given up on your dream of Ha Hyun defeating the commander? Duigang, raised by Hoangmu Duyan, rushes forward, preparing to strike. Get the hell out of my way. Both sides clashed with fierce determination, neither willing to yield. He quickly landed a fatal blow to his face, surprising him. Then they clashed, neither willing to lose. His speed catches Jigang by surprise, but Jermo remains cold and unflinching, charging forward, only to have his punch blocked. He announces that the commander is watching, then kicks him in the face. Like I'd let you hit me? He felt the pain and fear as he slowly backed away. His punch was incredibly powerful, forcing his opponent to stumble back and enraging him. He retaliated with a furious blow. The two fought relentlessly, neither willing to yield, making it seem like the battle would never end, leaving Tai Yong astonished. To think he can go toe-to-toe with an Emperor Serpent squad leader after just eating... While lost in thought, a punch comes flying at his face. With a single punch, Texan swiftly takes him down, then continues to unleash devastating blows on the others. Sensing something amiss, he immediately turned to assess the situation. The battle here had become fierce, with neither side willing to yield, and the number of combatants was steadily increasing. Where were they all coming from? Someone above is also watching everything unfold with a keen eye. With 3 Emperor executives present, this could escalate into a full-blown war. Not only will this fail to quell the core members' suspicions, but one wrong move could doom the entire Emperor gang. Thinking this, he glances questioningly at Cho Min, who is observing everything from above. Just what are you plotting? Cho Min, sensing the danger, silently observes, lost in thought. The Alliance forces are rushing forward. The Chief of Staff is already making his move. He recalled the face and calculated his own plans, unable to sit still knowing the commander had appeared. He'll definitely want to confirm it himself. His face turned serious as he stared intently below. Or rather, that thing? After a fierce battle, J-Gang angrily punches Mo in the face. Not satisfied, he quickly lands another punch to Mo's face, sending him flying into the air. Enraged, he prepares to retaliate. Just as he was about to retaliate, Jun suddenly appeared and attacked, sending him crashing to the side in pain. He seems absolutely furious about all of this. That dog is playing dirty. Zhang rushes over, berating Jun for stealing his kill, asking why he interfered with his fight. If you do that, that bastard will come after me later. But Daihun doesn't seem to care. He pointed forward and said, This isn't the time for that, look over there. As Nokchun surveyed the scene from above, a group of unknown assailants charged toward him, igniting Duigang's fury, who angrily rushed forward. You mutts, who do you think you're messing with? With terrifying speed, he climbs the stairs and shouts. Seeing this, Chomo was immediately enraged, refusing to be outdone. He quickly ascended the stairs and shouted orders. Move, move. On the other side, the Alliance members ran up, shouting to each other, Get over there and snatch his hat. Seeing this, En-chun silently stared at them, and their fear grew as they whispered amongst themselves. Is he dazed? Is he okay? I don't know. It's the Chief of Staff's orders. We'll definitely be rewarded if we pull this off. Immediately after, he quickly kicks them. Feeling it wasn't enough, he quickly tossed them aside and yelled, Come on! Suddenly, 2 figures rushed out of nowhere and grabbed him, leaving him bewildered. It was then he realized he was surrounded, and he thought with frustration that his body was too heavy to move. Immediately, he remembered Chin's words and held onto his helmet tightly, reminding himself that it couldn't be removed. The thugs continued to grab at his helmet, ready to rip it off as Zhang arrived, furiously shouting orders. Suddenly, the next scene froze him in stunned disbelief as he watched them push the commander into the river below. Before falling into the river, he even looked back at him, and seeing this, he roared in anger. As Yugang rushed toward his commander, he was shocked to see the Alliance mobbing him, pushing him over the edge. Before falling, Mu, played by Nokchun, calmly turned back to look at him, causing him to shout out in worry, Commander! Immediately he rushed forward to save his commander, but it was too late. Commander? Seeing his commander fall into the icy river, he could only scream in despair. "Commander!" Overcome with rage, he turned to face the Allied forces, who, witnessing this, were thrown into disarray and hastily retreated. He was furious, cursing, "You damn dogs!" immediately after he rushed in another direction, angrily shouting, "Get out of the way!" Meanwhile, Seoksong relentlessly pummels his opponents, and Jun's powerful strides bring down the underlings. He noticed the strange movement and quickly turned to assess the situation, puzzled by the bizarre scene. His commander had fallen into the river. Meanwhile, Min watches from above, concerned as the alliance members push him down. He sighs. "Nakchun, are you okay?" "The time is almost here." The riverbank remained still, the water's surface undisturbed. A small footstep approaches, and Sangjae quickly arrives, observing the situation. And of course, this was all part of his plan. Chief of Staff. The silent river flowed on, undisturbed, until a hand suddenly broke the surface. And Chun, shivering with rage as he reached the shore, exclaimed, "It's so damn heavy." The river wasn't deep, but weighed down by his clothes. He stared at the heavy helmet in his hand, recalling the events that nearly drowned him, just as Cho Min had said. Completely bewildered, Nachun asked if Cho Min was using the Daeong alliance, to which Cho Min nodded in confirmation. That's right. Hearing that, he was a little curious. "How?" he smirks, then declares, "It's simple, just pretend to be Hwang Mu-duyan." He then looked at the hat on the cold floor, a cunning look on his face as he explained his plan. "After you put on the hat and appear before the Emperor Gang's core members, text the chief advisor that Hwang Mi has appeared, and I'll take a picture and send it to you. That way, the chief advisor will immediately dispatch manpower to that location." His face now serious, he gave instructions, explaining how the alliance forces would automatically clash with the gang's core members. His voice echoed throughout En Chun's small room. "That way, the core members will suffer some damage, and even if they don't, it'll benefit you if they're just slightly injured." He nodded in agreement. He was incredibly confused, still not understanding, and voiced his doubts. "But this hat, if they find out Hwang Mi threw it away, what will you do? What if he simply lost it, and then the real wilderness appears, and I'm exposed the moment I take off the hat?" He sighs, turns, and walks away, so he can actually think things through. And just like that, he was immediately thrown into confusion. What now? He quickly switched into acting mode, telling him everything he had just made up. "I've already considered those variables. If you want to take out the soldiers before facing Hwang Mi, that's the only way for now." Hearing this, he turns to leave, not without a hint of disdain. "But after all your worrying, you still chose Hwang Mu as your opponent." Noon clenched his teeth in anger upon hearing this. He quickly declared, Okay, let's try it once to see if my plan works." A strange smile appeared on Min's face. Back in reality, Nun is completely bewildered, glancing around as he speaks. If it wasn't a direct confrontation, this method would never suit him. But if it's for revenge, he quickly becomes lost in thought. Isangdae's deception makes him uneasy. But as he pondered, Sangdae appeared right behind him, causing him to whirl around in shock. After confirming he was standing still, he fearfully backed away and shouted, "Are you for real, or is this some kind of setup?" The helmet slipped from his grasp and rolled across the ground, leaving him speechless and stammering. Sang glanced angrily at the helmet. Meanwhile, Seok Hyun relentlessly battles the alliance, striking down one enemy after another. He seemed tireless, but even he was starting to feel the strain. He panted, looking ahead, wondering if there was no end in sight, then glared at Cho Min, who was watching everything from above. Tech quickly made a hasty signal to Cho Min with his eyes. The fake Hwang Mui had fallen from the bridge, and it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Seeing him standing still, he was furious, still not understanding his plan. "How exactly do you plan to prove the commander is alive? Just standing there in Hwang Mui's clothes won't prove anything." He continued to watch J-Gang fight fiercely, along with Jun and the captain of Squad 3, who were giving up. He suddenly understood everything. He wasn't that stupid. It was just as he thought. Jae-hun, enraged, glanced ahead, sensing something amiss. He had to see for himself. Dae-hun quickly raced towards the riverbank to investigate. He must have fallen on the other side. Seeing him run, the group signaled to each other to stop him, his face now serious, with a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he stopped dead in his tracks. Before him stood Yun Tak and his army. This made him laugh in bewildered surprise. "What the hell? What's this?" he continued, staring at the man's face. "A gang fight?" he said coldly. "You lot?" Elsewhere, Cho Min's face was calculating as he stared ahead. "Tekon, I know this alone proves nothing, but don't worry." he thought to himself. Yun coldly ordered everyone to disperse, having already anticipated this outcome. Proving it isn't our job. Even Nachin meeting the pervert here was all part of his plan. You can prove that Hoang Mui in this situation is not you, not him, and certainly not Nex Chun. It turns out our protagonist is incredibly calculating, and you're the only one who can prove it. En Chun calls out urgently, Jiang, what is it? At the same time, Yun helped the army retreat, announcing that it was the chief of staff's order. The entire army couldn't possibly win. He understands now. Someone wants Huang Mu gone more than anyone, and his voice echoes. Upon hearing this, Jun is stunned. 3 captains and the commander, including Huang Mi, a total of 4. He says this is a pointless battle that benefits no one, including the commander. 4 people in total? Chomin wore a triumphant smile, while Sangdia coldly advanced, phone in hand, the chief of staff himself. He quickly reported everything, saying, I saw our commander with my own eyes. The commander-in-chief, the battle here has finally come to an end. The commander repeatedly announced, disband, everyone disband, this is an order from the chief of staff. Tekon was immediately confused, not understanding what was happening, but seeing everything unfold as planned. Min quickly smiled with delight. En-chun curiously picks up Mu's helmet, then asks in surprise, what's Y looking to get out of this? Saying nothing and just leaving? That's even scarier. Utterly bewildered, he continued forward, wondering what to do. Being discovered means my demise. All of this is being watched by Mo from behind the scenes. Confused, Han speaks up, still not understanding what's happening. Damn it, what's going on? Solving one problem only creates another suspicion. As evening approaches, the group continues to call out. Commander, Commander. Zhang has become more anxious than ever. He rushed forward, calling out for the commander, now utterly lost and desperately searching for Mei. Damn it, where did he go? X quickly approached, calling out to Duigang. Chong sighed, announcing that he was gone. Hearing this, he was annoyed and frustrated, saying that he left without even showing his face. Seeing this, Tichong was surprised, thinking, Duigang, hasn't he realized it yet? Soon after, he turned away, tears of despair streaming down his face as he cried out for help. It's over. I'm done for. The commander is clearly disappointed in me. He rushed over to Texan, recounting everything. He'd arranged to meet Yang because he'd been suspicious of his recent absence. My life is over. Hearing this, Texan was speechless at this man's level of devotion. Zhang's faith in the commander is no joke. I was worried for nothing. Tech then looks towards Jae Hun, who is standing silently behind him, so that just leaves. In contrast to Jae Gang's attitude, Jae Hun has become extremely cold, announcing, What the hell are you doing, you psycho? Isn't it enough to know the commander is alive? Hearing this, he angrily retorted, It's all your fault, you bastard. Teek Seong is speechless. John Jun continued his tirade. How could the commander be so easily pushed? Tish clicked his tongue, turning to Jae Hun to voice his doubts. You're suspecting the commander? Jae Hun ignored them, continuing with his thoughts. Isn't it strange? He's been traveling the country, hasn't shown up for a month, and only gives orders via text. It's enough to make me suspicious. Hearing this, Tech became furious and questioned him loudly. What good does suspicion do? Jae Hun, his face still a mask of coldness, continued forward and sighed. Solve what, exactly? The chief of staff verified the commander's orders and commanded a full retreat, then recalled Sang Tai's appearance, understanding his personality more clearly than ever. There's no way he'd be that scared of an imposter. And he wouldn't pretend it was the real deal either. He turned to Zhang and said, Did we misjudge him? Jae Gang, enraged, turned back and questioned him loudly. Who said you could arbitrarily lump us together? A moment later, Seok Hyun quickly recounted everything to Cho Min. That's what he said, and he couldn't help but smile in admiration. Your strategy has succeeded, and a smile finally graces your lips. He happily grabs the milk, chugs it down, and continues to explain his reasoning. More of a last resort than a strategy. If he wanted to bring a dead man back to life in this situation, there was no other way. Followed by his calculations for everything here. Amidst the Emperor Ice Clan's internal doubts, an outsider like Chief Strategist has the most influence. Hearing this, he was curious and quickly asked, Why do you think the Chief Strategist wouldn't reveal Huang Mu's death? His face now utterly calm, he announced, I told him about Huang Mu's death. Sangdi and Yuntak appear, as his voice continues, yet the Chief of Staff has never spoken of his death to anyone. On the contrary, he even wanted to exploit it. Yuntak spoke to his Chief of Staff. As you requested, I delivered your message to Squad 3 Captain Jeonjun. Chin has also analyzed his personality, hoping to obtain Hoangmi's phone and manipulate the Emperor clan. He quickly nodded in understanding, then smiled and praised, Yes, you've done well. With that, Chin's face turned serious as he looked forward and announced, "Because of the chief of staff. He doesn't want Hoang Mi's death revealed, so I'm sure of one thing. If this happens, it will make the core members of the Ice Emperor believe that Hoang Mi is still alive." Seeing his stunned expression, he asked in surprise, "Why do you ask?" Texan quickly regained his composure and shook his head. "Ah, nothing," though he was lost in his own thoughts. He looked at the boy's small, weak form before him, utterly astonished. Was he really trying to take advantage of Chief Tam? What a bold little brat! His eyes widened in disbelief. His physical strength is far inferior, but within this boy, he suddenly recalls the image of Mei within Home. His heart beating in sync with Kwang Em, remembering something, Tich Shuang quickly announced, "Ah, right, there's still something I'm curious about." He's taken aback by this. "What?" "Oh," he continued, recounting the story. "They said something very suspicious." The image of the three of them together flashed in his mind, and June remembered something else. Jae-hun's face turned serious as he turned and warned, "Don't tell Park Ha about today." Surprised, he quickly asked, "Are you two hiding the call to the commander from Park Ha?" June nodded in confirmation and declared, "Yes, you don't need to know the specifics." Dui Gang, now serious, turned and said, "Just know, this is for the Empress Gang. I'm counting on you." Hearing this, Cho Min understood something. A secret from Team 1 leader? Park Ha? He seemed to ponder for a moment before speaking again. "I thought this was Park's business. On the contrary, they're keeping secrets from Mr. Ta." He begins to formulate his own thoughts. They called the commander because they suspect someone is impersonating him. But if they're hiding this from Park Ha, then his eyes widened as if he realized something. Could it be? Tech continues to stand there, voicing his thoughts. It's unclear what's happening, but the core members keeping secrets from each other signals internal division. This isn't good in the war against the Alliance. He seems to be a righteous man, constantly offering advice. Only a united group can achieve victory in war, and resolving internal issues is the role of a leader. After hearing this, Cho Min sighed and complained about the workload, nodding in understanding before slowly standing up to give instructions. "Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for your hard work today." His face turned serious as he spoke. "Oh, since you mentioned stability, let me tell you about ass." A strange smile crept across his lips. He quickly thought of his foolish friend, Nakchun. "I have a very suitable candidate." Meanwhile, Nakchun was surprised to see the message sent to Sangdae. "Are you asleep?" With no reply, he grew a little discouraged. Yel Sangrai isn't even replying. He sighs, scratching his head in confusion, wondering how he was found out. Why is he here all of a sudden checking up on me? Suddenly something dawns on him. At that moment, Enchun said to Cho Min, "Okay, that's fine. But deceiving Yel Sangjai makes me uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, he fell silent, his face hardening as he warned, "You're here to catch the crazed, not play friends with Y Sang-jae." He sighed, trudging forward with a weary announcement. "I don't know if this helps, but the Dion Alliance Yisang runs is notoriously ruthless. In fact, our school was once beaten by the Alliance and forced to endure humiliation." As he said this, his eyes suddenly changed. He continued to stare at him. To Yel Sangdae, everyone is Hwangmei. Standing before Enchun, he voiced his thoughts, reminding him that Yel Sangdae saw him as a tool, not a trusted companion. "He only showed you a little kindness, and you're already willing to submit?" Recalling everything, Nun, the long-nosed one, thought in confusion. Min may be silver-tongued, but he's not wrong. He sinks deeper into his thoughts, realizing he's all alone now. Suddenly his phone rings and he quickly answers, announcing himself. "Hello, Sangdia. Here's the thing." A voice echoed, "Are you home?" Startled and confused, a strange smile crept across Sangria's face. "If you're home, could you come outside for a bit?" He continued to stare at the small apartment in front of him. "I'm outside your place." The scene shifts to another location within the vast city. Inside Hong's hospital room, a conversation quickly unfolds. "So, can I assume things have been resolved smoothly?" "Seriously, isn't that too risky of a strategy?" Harry continued talking to Cho Min on the phone. "All right, I'll pick the next spot and let you know, so get ready for the next strategy." As soon as she hung up, everything fell into a silent contemplation. She turned to look at her brother, still lying motionless. Her face fell as she saw her brother in such a state, when suddenly a large figure appeared in the small hospital room. "Hey!" Harry's eyes widened in confusion as she recognized the face. He chuckled. "Why so jumpy?" Jae-gang smiled as he entered, asking Harry with surprise. She was startled and scared, quickly backing away. "What are you doing?" He smirks, continuing to taunt. "I've been a little worried about my Emperor gang lately, so I'm extremely sensitive. Immediately, his face contorted with rage as he approached her brother, threatening, "You'll answer me properly from now on." The scene remains in the hospital where Hyung is receiving treatment, as Jae-gang's voice slowly echoes, "Harry, I know you're a cunning woman." He sat beside the hospital bed, a calculating smile on his face, and spoke cryptically. "And you're plotting something, which is funny coming from me, but I'm sure you have your reasons, right?" Even though he's furious, staring ahead, "You're the woman the commander chose, so I have to stop doubting you? But you're dating the man who turned his own flesh and blood into a vegetable? No matter how hard I try to understand, I just can't." He then reached out towards the motionless Hong. "You only appeared after the commander turned him into a vegetable." Jae-gang stood before Harry, relentlessly questioning her. "Why did you approach the commander?" he continued. "Answer me, Harry the Devil." Her eyes grew strangely pensive. Suddenly, he was startled by her face. A strange smile plastered across it. "Why else?" Harry then stood before Yang, smiling as he declared everything. "Because I love him, that's why. I'm with him because I love him." Hearing this unwanted answer, Dohan gritted his teeth in anger, grabbed her hair, and cursed, "Stop clowning around, you crazy woman." He relentlessly interrogates her. "You were with that guy who disrespected the commander." He recalled seeing Harry and En-chun at the karaoke bar, where Harry loudly cursed the commander and his worthless soldiers. He continued, "I knew something was off, and now I understand." He then leaned in close and whispered a few words. "You two are plotting something together, aren't you? A scheme to get revenge on the commander." Harry remained silent after hearing those words as she quickly brushed his hand away. Immediately, she unleashed a furious tirade, unrelenting in her anger, and declared to Jae-gang, "Hwang Moe knows news that shocks him to his core." She continued to look at her brother, still lying in bed, and said that Hwang Moe already knew she was his sister. His eyes widened in disbelief at these revelations, and he rushed forward, angrily questioning her, unwilling to believe her words. What nonsense! The commander let a woman who might stab him in the back stay by his side? She acts as if nothing happened, her eyes suddenly turning strange. She looked ahead and declared, "Love is inexplicable, isn't it? Loving a man who put your brother in a coma, loving a woman who might stab you in the back." Her voice rang out with unwavering resolve. "Our relationship isn't as simple as you think. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself." At this point, she was furious. "If you're not happy with me, go ask Mu for an explanation yourself. Don't go digging behind people's backs like that." Just then, a doctor, followed by a group of bodyguards, stormed in, yelling it was him. Seeing this, two large bodyguards quickly grabbed Jae-gang and dragged him out. "Hey, only guardians are allowed in here." Harry interjected, remembering something. "Oh, you have to phrase it carefully." A smug, gleeful smile spread across her face. "Or else you'll disappoint Mr. Me." Hearing this, he was furious, gritting his teeth, and seeing him seemingly give up, she was overjoyed. Thanks to Min resolving things smoothly, he quickly yanked his hand away and stepped outside. "Let go, I can walk on my own." She had her own luck, so Jae-gang still thinks Hwang Moe is alive. She watched Jae-gang's back as he slowly walked away, thinking, if I've set the stage like this, he won't have anything to say, right? He continued to curse, calling her a sly fox, and she understood everything, knowing there was no way for him to verify it. Before Jae-gang left the hospital, Harry suddenly called out to him. "But Jae-gang, how did you know?" She was completely bewildered, continuing to look at him. "You probably won't tell me." Then she announced, "But I'm a little curious." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger, turning around to shout, "Listen closely to what I'm about to say, Ma Harry." Seeing this, the surrounding guards rushed to intervene, but he seemed unfazed, continuing to glare ahead as he declared, "I don't know anything about love. I'm only letting you off the hook because the commander loves you." But let me tell you, he was furious, suddenly spouting harsh words. "If you're planning to get revenge on the commander, you've got the wrong person. Someone provoked him and turned your brother into what he is today." Jae-gang, face contorted with rage, warns her that the commander is being used and to drop her foolish ideas. He didn't forget to threaten her before turning to leave. "Got it? Don't play any more games." Dagong stormed off, lost in thought. "Commander is the best man and the only one who can pose a threat to him." He immediately recalled her cunning face. It was none other than Ma Harry, who was now in a state of utter confusion inside the room. "What?" Quickly the scene shifts to the city's expansive school. The male students gathered at the window, surprised, asking each other, "Hey, look over there, what's going on?" They didn't understand what was happening and kept talking about it. "Do you know that guy? Who is he?" Seok-Su angrily shouts, "Damn it, why is that guy?" Jang Hee quickly intervened, telling him to stop glaring. Suddenly, Ji-cheon appeared inside the school, shocking everyone. It was the giraffe of Jongbek. As he passed by, everyone seethed with anger but could only glare at him, while Minuk, hiding behind a wall, asked in surprise, "So, the rumors are true. The giraffe from Jongbok joined the Empress and is here for inspection?" Confused, Chomin quickly asked him where this street he was talking about was. He glanced ahead worriedly, then sighed in frustration. He looks terrifying. Even Jeonhu would probably wet his pants if he saw him. He continued to stare at the man's terrifying gaze as he walked forward, radiating a murderous aura. He even sighs and complains, probably doing more than just wetting himself. Just then, Teach-song opens the door, glaring at the two. Minuk suddenly became frightened and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." He quickly glanced at Min, who subtly nodded in response. Remembering something, he asked Minuk where Kim Nok-chun was. Hearing this, Sosu behind him smiled with satisfaction. "Damn, did you hear? Kim Ji-seong is looking for Kim Nok-chun." Hearing this, Chang-shi was overjoyed, happily announcing that he must be a target now. Serves him right. Meanwhile, En-chun appeared and asked loudly, "What is it, the Emperor Division?" A smug smile creeps across his face. What an honor. He recalled Chin's words from yesterday. If you invite him to join Emperor, Kim Nok-chun will definitely be ostracized. His voice echoed in his mind. "Leave the explanations to me." Texan approached and asked, declaring that all he needed was Texan's invitation. "Are you Kim Nok-chun?" he suddenly asks. "I'll keep it brief." In front of everyone, he loudly declared, "Please, let me join the Empress gang." Minguk and Chomin stood to the side, mouths agape in disbelief, while Seo Su and Jang Hee stared in wide-eyed shock. "Is this guy crazy?" He stared at him, a bit perplexed. He wasn't the first to speak up like that. He still didn't understand what was happening with this guy. He was utterly confused. What was going on? So it turns out Sangdia had planned all of this. What did Kim Nok-chun say to Chief of Staff? Rewinding to 2 days prior in the bustling city, Sangdia smiled, explaining, "I wasn't quite myself at Gaptrol Bridge. Did my men push you into the river? Are you okay?" Hearing this, Nok-chun felt a warmth in his heart, unable to say a word. "Oh, well, I'm fine." He smiled, remembering something, and began to recount it. "Oh, if you feel guilty towards me, you don't need to." His eyes have become incredibly sharp. The bullet-shaped head stared ahead. He must have a brilliant strategy. He didn't forget to reiterate his original purpose. He came to Dijon to catch Huang Mujin. Back in reality, Texion, a bit confused, asks Nun, "You want me to help you join the Emperor gang?" He confirms with a joyful smile. "That's right." Hearing this, his face suddenly turned strangely serious. Seoksu watched this and chuckled. He's gonna get beat down. Jang Hee, standing next to him, nodded in agreement. He's going to get pummeled, isn't he? Seokhyun looked at Min with a puzzled expression. He looked at him with certainty and gestured slightly, and he immediately understood, nodding in agreement. Okay. The crowd was shocked, mouths agape in disbelief. Teach continues to stare ahead and announces, "After school to Hadong Park." Immediately afterward, he assertively left the scene, leaving Seo Shu in utter disbelief. "Damn, does that sound right to you?" Jang Hee, standing nearby, was also furious. "If that bastard joins the Ice Emperor, he'll dominate our market, which is already controlled by them. I can't let that happen." Suddenly, Jeonhu spoke coldly. "Stop!" He was furious, slowly advancing forward. "Stay right there, you bastards." Meanwhile, Cho Min is lost in thought. Kim Nok-chun must have been plotting with the Chief of Staff, he sneers, seeing Ji-wook appear. "Oh my, isn't that the giraffe in the oyster bed?" He couldn't resist a smug taunt. "It's a pretty sight, seeing you recruit people yourself." He glared ahead, a bit angry. "Are you dissatisfied?" He smirked upon hearing that. "Not at all. You understand everything as well. This must be the Chief of Staff's plan." Hearing this, Ji-chung coldly turned and left, saying, "In that case, I hope you make your full contribution to the Emperor clan this month." He's beginning to understand everything. He's planting spies within the Ice Emperors. As he walked, he was lost in thought. If the Alliance could gain the upper hand over the Emperors because of this, Yongin might no longer be controlled by those damned Ice Emperors. He then turned back, calculating his next move. John Hu's face was filled with glee as he looked at the clueless faces behind him. "I will once again rule over those losers. I can reclaim all the tribute I had to pay them. I can give you pain equal to the joy you've enjoyed until now." The thought made him even happier. Is that what Gomen-jo would say? He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Witnessing this, Seo Su was speechless, and Jang Hee asked in confusion. "What the hell?" he thought to himself, extremely pleased. "What's this? Guess it's time I use my head for once." Immediately, Nok-chun slowly advanced as everyone watched in astonishment, still unaware of what was happening and even praising with delight. "Easier than I thought." Jo Min, growing anxious, moved toward him. Nun Minguk was off to the side, lost in thought. Was it really that easy to join the Emperor gang? He noticed you and was surprised, saying, "Oh, were you standing next to me this whole time?" Meanwhile, at the vending machine, Chomin asks in surprise, "The chief of staff?" Noon, eating a hamburger, smiles as he recounts everything. "That's right. He told me to start from the bottom, find and exploit Huangmu's weaknesses." He became extremely smug, continuing to tell him everything. "Now I'll use my brain and take a more practical approach." Hearing this, he understood. It was the chief of staff's request. His face turned serious. He finally understood Sangdae's intention. Kim Nok-chun was being used. But that offer left you confused, and you looked at him, wondering what scheme this was. "It really bothered me. But that guy was something else." He sighed, continuing to recount everything clearly. "He even suggested I become a spy, joining the Emperor's gang to gather information. That way, I'll find the perfect opportunity to strike down the commander." He was taken aback by my sudden change in demeanor. Seeing your face change so drastically surprised him. And when he asked you about it, Chomin, you suddenly understood. So, that's how it is. With that thought, you quickly returned to reality. He smiled, sharing his thoughts. "Oh, sorry, that's a good idea. If you can find and provide information that benefits the Alliance, the chances of catching the Emperor Gang's core members will increase." The bell rang. "Is it PE next? Let's head inside." Quickly, during gym class, a ball soared into the air as Nak-chun dribbled away, drawing cheers from the other students. Kim Noon-minuk watched the scene unfold, cheering with excitement, while Min remained lost in his own thoughts. Chief of Staff, his face turned serious. He considered the worst-case scenario. If Song-tae thought he was a fake commander, he'd know the suggestion to make Kim Nok-chun an informant would reach his ears. He recalled Sangdae's calculating face and sly smile, and hesitated. Could he consider him to be free of suspicion? His eyes were more conflicted than ever. Or were they? Is he planning to use the golden nanochips to test me again? The thought alone exhausts me. What the hell is this world? He sighed in frustration. The moment he looked down, a strange smile crept across his face. It's all going according to plan. At the same time, Kim En-chun quickly scores a goal for his team, while our protagonist remains lost in thought, putting himself in the chief of staff's shoes. If he weren't the fake commander, Kim En-chun's intel would give him the advantage. He cheers, while our protagonist ponders the situation, calculating the next move if he is the fake commander. I have to pretend to let Kim En-chun provide information to avoid suspicion. En-chun is overjoyed that I scored, which only strengthens my resolve. In other words, either way, it benefits the Alliance. Recalling the fierce battle between the gang and the Alliance gives him pause. From the J-gang rescue, the chief of staff suspected a mole within the Alliance. Then, the image of Yang being captured by the Alliance flashed in his mind. And in this latest incident, he realized Kim En-chun truly wanted revenge in a more practical way. Not only that, but En-chun's image appeared before him. And finally, Sang saw him, but didn't react at all. Thinking of this, Chomin became extremely pleased with the plan he had devised by combining the experiences of those 2 times. He'd hoped En-chun would be suggested as a mole in the Emperor gang, and now it was actually happening. So, why did I even bother creating such a disadvantageous situation? He was overjoyed. It seems your plan is escalating, creating a foundation to lull the chief of staff into a false sense of security. You're certain he'll have to remember this. Meanwhile, Sangdae looked at his phone in surprise, as Chomin vowed to make him pay dearly. At that moment, a message from Kim Noon appeared on his phone. "I think I've infiltrated the Emperor gang." A strange smile then crept across both of their faces. Everyone has their own agenda. With the advantage he's gained, who will ultimately be the most cunning? As the evening descends on Min's school, Noon stands in surprise, asking, "You agreed so readily? I thought you'd throw me a welcome party." He was a little confused, looking at Taehyun's very serious face. But what is this? He was a little confused when he saw all the menacing people scrutinizing him. This dark atmosphere. After a moment of silence, Taehyun finally spoke. "I'm intrigued by your offer to join, but you'll have to pass a test." Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Well, it's not like I haven't considered it before." An intrigued smile spread across his face as he asked, "So, what do I do now? An entrance exam?" Immediately, Teach Song's men swarmed him, catching him off guard. He looked around, then realized, "So I just have to beat these guys?" Hearing this, Si-song calmly stared ahead, a strange smile forming on his lips. "What?" And Chun is startled, sensing that something bad is about to happen to him. He stepped towards him and, with a smile, announced, "Your opponent is me." Both of them stood inside the circle of people as his voice continued to echo. From now on, you'll have to fight within the radius that these guys are surrounding. Next, he quickly lays out his conditions. I'll give you 10 minutes, just don't step outside the boundary. His face turned serious as he pointed to himself, saying that En-chun would pass if he landed a single hit. Tech continued to explain the rules, repeating his instructions. However, if you step outside the boundary or fail to touch me within 10 minutes, you're out. He chuckled in surprise upon hearing this. Don't underestimate me too much. He then charged forward, saying he'd be ashamed if he finished too quickly. He opens with a rushing punch. Will he be okay? But unfortunately for him, the punch misses. The surrounding lackeys were stunned by the speed, and he chuckled in surprise at how easily Touch dodged it. He knew he'd throw it. He then throws a knee towards his face, preparing to strike. At that moment, he remembers something and quickly speaks up. And then he leaned back, dodging the attack, startling Noon. His eyes widened in disbelief. This guy is incredibly overpowered now, effortlessly dodging every attack. How is he so flexible? At the same time, a swift punch came flying, Texan landing a direct hit that he couldn't dodge. The sudden blow leaving him utterly bewildered. Before he could react, Tae-gyun, now serious, looked up and declared, "If you faint, you'll fail." Elsewhere, Min-guk, utterly surprised, walks forward, wondering if Kim Nok-chun is a big name. How could he become an emperor so easily? Suddenly remembering something, he smiled and said, "You seem close to Kim Nok-chun, right? Our school life is about to get interesting." But hearing that, he sighs, saying it won't be easy. Hearing this, he was a little confused. What? But your face became incredibly troubled as you recalled Tae-kyung's voice from the night before. Kim Nok-chun, is there someone like that? He turned away, continuing to share his thoughts. Just let him join. However, I'll be a little strict with the screening process. He understood immediately and didn't forget to add a reminder. Just take it easy on him. I'm just using outside forces to build my strategy. No, I must be strict. Min was confused and questioned him. What? He's become incredibly serious, even reminding Min, I appreciate your strategy, but don't mistake this war for a game of chess. His voice echoed, recalling the formidable figures within the gang. The emperors were unlike pawns on a chessboard. There are people who think about every little thing. Saying that, Shichkong turned his trustworthy face and warned him that it would cause them to lose faith in the captains, and at the same time it would affect my leadership ability. That would only make our strategy more difficult to execute. The statement only confused him further. That's the tactic, he announced with a nod. He was now absolutely certain, picturing flags planted across different lands. Our current goal is to dissolve the alliance. If your strategy is to mark every place you've been, then figuring out how to overcome obstacles and make it happen, like the Tichsong group leading their men forward, that's tactics. At this point, he was absolutely certain and declared, victory in war is made up of strategy and tactics. No matter how perfect a strategy is, it's meaningless without tactics. Cho-min listened in stunned silence. Contrary to his appearance, Tichsong seems incredibly quick-witted, skilled at using his mind for these things. He spoke, laying everything out. Though I don't know what strategy you're planning to use Kim Nok-chun for. In short, if he's not worthy of the members' recognition, it means you'll have to abandon that strategy. I don't know if you'll be sad. Cho-min understands, but then slowly announces, no, it's truly right to be with you. You're right. His face turned serious as he gave his praise. The entrance exam depends on you. Recalling this, Cho-min became serious, lost in thought. The idea of exploiting Kim Na-chun to target the chief of staff swirled in his mind, though a sliver of doubt lingered. But as Taishin said, there's no point unless Kim Na-chun joins the EOS legitimately. Minuk, noticing his strange behavior, asked in surprise, hey, why are you sweating so much? But he was too lost in thought to care. Back then, he couldn't even beat J-Gang, and En-chun's powerful image was burned into his memory. He thought confidently. Besides, Kim Tich-seon is even better than Jang. If Kim Noon hasn't improved since then, their fight is still raging fiercely. But it seems Tich-seon is gradually overpowering him. If he keeps getting pummeled like this, there's no way he'll pass Taishin's test. Feeling the pain, he clutches his stomach and stumbles back. With a cold tone, Jisok asks his underlings how much time is left. The underlings quickly explained, 5 more minutes. Hearing that, he chuckled in surprise. Really? None doesn't give up in the face of this, continuing to stare at his formidable opponent as he drifts into thought. Kim is strong and fast, and now he's flexible too. How can he have it all? He quickly recalled Jang's name and overwhelming power. That guy alone was crazy strong. He was now completely bewildered, staring ahead. Is the Emperor crew full of monsters like this? Teach-song quickly threw a punch, aiming straight for him. A loud crash echoed as he slammed his fist into the ground. Luckily, he dodged in time, quickly stepping aside and retreating as if nothing had happened. With a serious look, he gazed up at him, while Noon, ever cunning, leaned on his men, asking with a smile, "There's no rule against me touching your friends, is there?" Hearing that, he remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, "I concede." Texan's subordinate checked his phone and announced 3 minutes left. Seeing Nakchun's relentless counterattacks, Tichek sighed. "If you keep this up, I'll just think you're all talk." Nakchun chuckled in surprise. "No way, I hate guys like that." He then added, "If I had an hour to chop down a tree, I'd spend 45 minutes sharpening my axe." This left the other man puzzled. He clenched his fist, slowly unleashing his attack. From this moment on, Nachun's face hardened with determination as he declared, "I'll cut it down." Meanwhile, Minji walked ahead, anxiously saying, "Hey, Cho-min, I'm dying of curiosity. Should we go to Hadong Park?" Cho-min calmly walks beside him and sighs. "Enough already, why do you care so much about that stuff?" Confused, he quickly explained, "It's because I spread news on the street the fastest." He seemed startled by something, and upon seeing Harry's stunning face, he couldn't help but admire it. "She's so beautiful." At that moment, he suddenly became very strange. He spoke incomprehensible words, things that would never happen in a lifetime. A beautiful woman suddenly appeared, ran to me, grabbed my hand, and dragged me away. Harry seemed to be looking for someone, and he kept asking about him. As soon as she saw them, she rushed toward him, quickly grabbing his hand. Before Minuk's very surprised eyes, she pulled him away, urging, "Follow me, it's urgent." What's so urgent for Mari? As the evening descends upon the city, the fierce battle between Noon and Texion rages on. He leaps into the air, spinning for another attack, his face set with determination. He quickly lunges forward with an attack, leaving Texion's underlings bewildered. He's attacking the captain, but Noon is growing weary after struggling for so long. Everyone watches with bated breath, but it's no use. Tichong completely blocked his attack, swiftly countered, and relentlessly struck back, leaving him unable to react. A punch slowly hurtles toward his face, catching him off guard, and he's hit again, sending him reeling backward. It seems this battle is becoming increasingly one-sided as he falls heavily backward. He coldly looked up at him. "Did I hear wrong?" There was a hint of mockery in his voice. "Did you say you were going to cut?" Only then did Nakchun slowly sit up, as the subordinate with the phone loudly announced that there was only 1 minute left. Seeing this, he sighed. "Wang Cho-min. What a pity." A strange smile crept across his face. "Is that all you've got?" Tech was confused by this smile and stared ahead. A smile, huh? Immediately after, he launched himself into the air, rushing towards him with a determined look. He relentlessly threw punches, preparing to attack. Surprised, he commented that if he kept playing one-dimensionally. Suddenly, a handful of sand appeared before his eyes, and he was eating it, forced to shut them tight. Immediately, he shook his head, blowing away the sand in front of him. That guy. He suddenly remembered that he had quickly sat on the ground when he was hit. He realized why the boy had done that. So he grabbed a handful of sand? He sighed, a bit contemptuous. A petty trick. Suddenly, he appears before him, slowly winding up a punch. Seeing this, he quickly jumped back to evade, narrowly avoiding the blow. Seokyun's foot lashed out at Nachun, who was caught off guard, dodging his punch while landing a swift kick. He was now completely bewildered, questioning him as he stared into his face. Was this going too far? This monster? His eyes remain fixed forward, but he seizes his leg in his grasp. Using all his strength, he spun, preparing to hurl Texan into the air, throwing him off balance, sending him crashing painfully to the ground. Taking the opportunity, Nakchion pinned him, giving him no time to react. Then, with a shout, he grabbed Texan and prepared to spin him into an attack. The underlings on the side were confused and froze at the sight. That guy. They continued to watch the battle in astonishment as he pushed the captain down like that. He was now quickly pulling the axe out of the circle, making everyone immediately understand his intention. He was trying to pull him out of the circle, but he managed to hold his ground with his strength. Enraged, he turned and shouted, "You preach honor, but fight dirty?" Enchun gritted his teeth at the accusation. "I don't like dirty tricks either." At the same time, his subordinate quickly spoke up to the two of them. 15 seconds. Suddenly, an image flashes of Nun struggling to climb a massive mountain. Acknowledge what deserves acknowledgement. The current me is still far from Hwangmyeol. No matter the blizzard or the danger, he never gives up. My idea of standing tall, taking revenge, and forcing him to kneel was arrogant. He continues to push forward in his own way, crawling and dragging himself onward. His subordinate announces that there are only 5 minutes left, and he's furious. A way to win, and time was running out. 4. En Chun's eyes burned with determination as he roared, "Is there any other way?" He knew he couldn't win head-on. He had to find another way. Time was running out. With only 3 seconds left, his opponent was closing in. His determined scream echoed through the arena as the clock ticked down to 2. A massive roar echoes through the arena, shaking the very trees, as the stunned subordinate announces what he sees. The lackey's voice echoes out, announcing the end. None has used his full power to push Jokseon out of the circle. He breathed heavily, exhausted from his efforts, as Tekon suddenly spoke. He informs him that he passed, but all he can do is pant and ask in surprise if he only used his lower body. He immediately collapsed backward, exhausted, and asked helplessly, "Why am I seeing stars?" Tekon told his subordinate, "Bring it here." The lackey quickly held out the uniform. "Yes, sir." He handed him the uniform, praising him. "Kim Nok-chun, that was an excellent strategy." And just like that, he lay exhausted on the ground, the jacket tossed onto him with a congratulatory message. "Welcome to the Emperor Gang." Seeing this, the underlings angrily began to talk amongst themselves. Didn't he throw sand in the captain's face? What a coward. But he's badly injured. Still, they have things to discuss. But in that brief struggle, he defeated team leader Zixong. A schemer is never ordinary. Meanwhile, he lay there exhausted, catching his breath as the two walked away, deep in perplexing conversation. Messing with guys like him is just asking for trouble. If we want to stay out of it, we better leave him alone. Tixong, who had been listening, sighed, lost in thought. Kim Nok-chun is certainly interesting. Just then, a phone call comes in, and he quickly answers it, announcing, "Yes, Cho Min, I was just about to call you." Kim Nok-chun passed the test. Min hears this and quickly replies over the phone, "That's a relief, but there's an even bigger problem." His face suddenly turned serious. Why was he recounting everything after being beaten to a pulp? What's wrong? It's the look on Harry's face as they dragged her away. Helpless, he relayed everything. The Alliance had taken Harry. Back in the present, Harry anxiously pulled Min along, urging her forward as he questioned her with surprise. "What's the emergency? What is it? What's going on? It was just a few minutes ago." He ran after her, surprised, asking, "If it was so urgent, why didn't you just call me?" Seeing this, she angrily retorted, "Stop complaining and just follow me." Her face turned serious as she ran ahead, declaring, "There's something I want to show you." Hearing this, Min was curious and confused. "What is it?" She continued to announce their destination, but he suddenly pulled away, retorting, "I know, I'll follow you, just let go of my hand." Immediately, Harry clutched his shoulder and cried out. Seeing this, the protagonist quickly asked, "What's wrong?" He was shocked by the scene before him. A group of gangsters waited with smug looks on their faces. Oh my, and that man doesn't forget to wear a calculating smile on his face. Sorry, I think I pulled a muscle." "Well, well, crazy dog, beautiful lady, this must be fate." He chuckled, slowly approaching them. "How about we go on a date?" he hastily suggested to her. "Harry, let's go somewhere else." Hearing this, she angrily sighed and cursed. "Can you all just get lost?" Seeing her strange reaction, he froze, not understanding what was happening. His face now filled with confusion, he quickly asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" "We can just go somewhere else." He was confused and a little scared. Normally, Harry would let it slide, right? But Harry's face shows he's not backing down from these guys, as he continues to look forward. What's wrong with this chick? The leader's anger flared at the sight. He turns to his comrades. Damn it, I'm being looked down on. The men behind him burst into laughter, immediately chiming in. The Alliance is being looked down upon. No, I have the honor of the Alliance to uphold. He then swung his hand forward, preparing to strike her, but that wouldn't do. Just then, a hand swiftly blocked her slap, and he, confused by Min's intervention, quickly questioned him. He forces a smile, quickly telling them, "Sorry, why are you guys so sensitive? We will continue on our path," words that leave them frozen in confusion. Immediately, they all looked up and burst into laughter, reveling in their amusement. Far from backing down, they continued forward, mocking the adults. Holy crap, I think I've seen this before. Isn't that how it always is? Some bookworm hero trying to solve everything peacefully. Seeing the situation was going south, Cho Min quickly backed away, trying to explain, "No, it's not like that. I didn't do any of that." He quickly turned and told Harry, "Murray, run!" At the same time, the leader slowly approached, cursing. "Let me see." Just as he was about to strike, she pulled out a strange spray and blasted it in his face, leaving him no time to react. Enraged, he cursed and screamed in despair. What the hell was that? He frantically backed away, furiously demanding answers. What did she spray? Min could only watch, speechless, as his despair grew. Damn. He stared at the spray bottle in her hand, lost in thought. Pepper spray? When did she get that? He was starting to get worried. This is bad. They're moving fast. Get her. Seeing this, he felt even more helpless, but doing so would only enrage them further. Chin quickly turned around, grabbed Harry's hand, and pulled her away, not forgetting to speak quickly. Harry, run! Suddenly, Xian grabbed her hair, and she cried out in pain. Enraged, they grabbed her hair before she could react, and seeing this, he turned back in fury. Damn it. He lunges forward, cursing at the group. Let go. Quickly, the scene returns to reality beside the small alley. After a struggle, Cho-min's face is covered in cuts and bruises, and Seo-kyung asks in surprise, Mahari, you've been caught. He nodded in pain and replied, yes, they belong to the Alliance. Hearing this, the man grew concerned. Where? He asked, and Min quickly explained. He quickly recalled what the leader had told him. If you want to find your girl, come to Gosu Technical High School. Will he even show up? He quickly informs him. Gosu Vocational School? On the other end of the line, Teach Song listened in silence. On the flanks are Dohanjiang and Delip schools, both part of the Alliance. One wrong move, and we'll be caught in a pincer. He confidently continued to lay out his plans, stating that there was no reason to call in the Emperor Gang to a place outside their control. At this point, he was completely panicked and proposed an idea. Things are getting tense. What should we do? Should we just move in slowly? After a moment of silence, Teach Song finally spoke up. I'll infiltrate them. Cho-min was startled and worried, about to speak, but before he could, Mahari continued. Mahari's vow to capture the Union and the Emperors, to end the battles in Dejin and crush the Emperor Stan Gang, echoed in his mind as he remembered the fragile girl who pretended to be strong. Though she is a woman, she is our ally, fighting to end these battles. His words grew more resolute as he thought of this pitiable girl, and we can't abandon our people. Cho-min knows that, but he understands that the situation has become extremely dangerous, and the odds are against us. He continued, I told you, what's as important as strategy is tactics. His voice was serious as he spoke over the phone. I've always appreciated your strategies, so trust my tactics this time. Hearing this, he quickly nodded in understanding. I understand. I'm counting on you, and I'll find a way to support you as well. As soon as he hung up, he became incredibly anxious, glancing around. Is this going to be okay? He sighed, unsure of what to do. He didn't doubt Tikon's abilities. Meanwhile, Tekon gathered his men, announcing, everyone, assemble. And so, without a word, everyone understood. A fierce battle was about to begin. The current situation is like walking into a tiger's den. As evening approaches, a vast school, once bustling, now stands sparsely populated. The leader of the kidnapping squad from earlier angrily approached his accomplice. Damn it, my eyes still sting. Where's that crazy bitch? His accomplice chuckled. She's inside. He then chuckled, recounting how she was still glaring at them. Hearing this, he gloated and continued to mock her. Doesn't she know fear? Does she have a tiger for a lover or something? They continued to talk amongst themselves, saying if that were true, they would have crapped their pants. Just then, one of them rushed forward, shouting, Hey, you! The guy's voice immediately turned anxious. Her boyfriend is a real beast. Upon hearing this, the two men froze in confusion, as Harry announced with a smug grin. Seriously. She stood inside, relentlessly provoking them. Just try to lay a hand on me and you'll regret it. Come on. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Huang Mu has a lover? I've never heard that before. She's probably just bluffing, right? But what if it's true? Their disbelief only fueled her anger, and a mocking smile crept across her face. You're all a bunch of simpletons, terrified at the mere mention of Huang Muen, aren't you? Standing before the bullies, she taunts them. Come on, I dare you, you idiots. Hearing this, the leader Jian couldn't take it anymore and angrily charged forward. Get out of the way. Grabbing her collar, he was consumed by rage, mocking her relentlessly. What nonsense are you spouting? What? Huang Moody's girlfriend? Immediately after, he moved closer to her. Furthermore, so what if she's Huang Mui's girlfriend? He said with a wicked grin. Then call Huang Mui out here so I can deal with him. Seeing this, she calmly announces, You're trembling with fear. Hearing this, he flinched in surprise. A smile of amusement spread across her face as she taunted him, Your mouth boasts, but your eyes betray your fear. She then voiced her thoughts, saying, If you're truly confident enough to face Huang Mi, you should deal with me first. But all you're doing is grabbing my collar. Her voice only fueled his rage. First, he has to put on a show for this girl. But what if she really is Huang Mu's girlfriend? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? You're pathetic. Just hearing Huang Mui's name makes you tremble. He immediately asks again. What? His face contorted in fury. Are you finished? Harry retorted, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. She declared to him that he was already targeted by Huang Mei Yu Dog. He was furious, ready to attack her. This crazy woman. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside startled him. The men around him turned in surprise, whispering amongst themselves. What's going on? What was that? A comrade shouted anxiously as he ran in from outside. Outside, all hell broke loose as their screams echoed. The Emperor gang, led by Teach Zong, quickly rode their motorcycles to rescue Mi's girlfriend. Inside the school, a faint voice calls out, growing louder with each repetition. Wake up, brother. Hearing this, Bai suddenly jolts awake from his dream. Seemingly surprised, with his arms around his girls, he asks what all the commotion is about. The short-haired girl anxiously speaks up. Something seems to be happening. Seeing this, he seemed surprised and hastily questioned, What's all the commotion? She shook her head, explaining, I suddenly heard the sound of motorcycles from below, a rumbling sound. Immediately after, his subordinate rushed over to report with worry. Captain, we have a problem. He's shaken by the news and demands to know what's going on. What now? The subordinate anxiously recounted everything. The emperors have arrived. They've suddenly arrived. Hearing this, Byungju quickly gets up and slowly walks forward in disbelief. What in the world? The chaotic scene below only fueled his anger. What the hell? I was still sleeping. He roared in anger. Something's happening, it seems. May's gang rushes fiercely to the scene. Amidst the chaos, the story unfolds. What is the most important virtue in school life? Money rains down as people scramble to grab it, followed by a chaotic brawl between different men. From above, he watches it all unfold. But that's not it. He enjoys watching this. He declares that the most important virtue is connections, announcing the blue team's victory. Seeing Byung-jae's interested expression, he chuckled in surprise, asking, What's wrong? Are you having fun, Byung-jae? From a young age, he understood something crucial. Having connections is vital. Yes, I realized that a long time ago. He happily nodded in agreement. Next, we see a vast school. Though I tried to study, I decided to attend Gosu Vocational School, where my close brother from the orphanage was. Because his brother was Bong Son-ho, Bongju was fearless and incredibly domineering. My strategy worked. With Bong Son-ho's favor, I became untouchable at Gosu Technical High. He relentlessly fought within the school, brazenly bullying other students before the astonished and excited eyes of onlookers. Whether it was Bong Seon-ho's aura or not, none of my classmates were a match for me. Oh, Jill is quite the fighter, he thought to himself, feeling a surge of pride. And just like that, I became the de facto leader of my classmates. Soon after, he decided to grow out his hair. Then the hair, and of course, Sun-ho's signature beard. The beard. I took all the little things about you. I molded it into my own image, and soon he had a whole retinue of underlings behind him. As a result, I naturally became the top dog at Gosu Vocational School, reveling in all of this as I moved forward. The taste of ruling was sweeter than I imagined. Money, honor, and beautiful, vibrant young women constantly surrounding me, especially women. Thinking back, he was so thrilled he could barely keep his eyes open. I tasted everything a successful man in this society could. And it didn't stop there. He quickly joined the alliance and became a renowned commander. To maintain my position, I chose to join the alliance. Thanks to my school's location behind the front lines, I planned to slack off for a year and graduate. But why? Back in reality, Byungju quickly ran downwards, looking confused. Why all of a sudden? He ran forward, cursing loudly. What the hell is going on? If you're playing games, just say so, the subordinate quickly explained. No, sir, he angrily retorted. Then why the hell did the Emperor gang come here? He sensed a looming danger. The moment to test my leadership suddenly arrived, as my subordinate anxiously explained everything. Well, we brought a girl here earlier to, play with. The subordinate's voice grew even more frantic. But somehow, that girl seems to be Huang Muye's girlfriend. Hearing that name left Byungju utterly speechless. What? He roared in anger. Which idiot was it? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait. His face grew strangely pensive, and he quickly asked, Is that confirmed? The subordinate nodded in confirmation and reported, Yes, it seems that the Emperor gang showed up right after we brought her here. The subordinate then whispered his thoughts into his ear. This is just my opinion, but wouldn't it be better to get rid of her first and then deal with the situation? Otherwise, the Alliance will come after us. He suddenly interrupted, No. Then, he muttered to himself, a strange look in his eyes. No, this is my chance. The subordinate was taken aback. Huh? A bold idea sparked in Byung-jae's mind, a chance to rise in the ranks, and he grinned with delight before urgently questioning his subordinate. Where is that girl? The subordinate anxiously explained. In the gym. He ordered with a hint of glee, Bring her to me. Seeing this, the lackey was curious. What are you planning to do? His eyes flashed with anger. I told you to bring her, so bring her. The sky over the school was beginning to darken. En-chun sits bored, muttering about discrimination and wondering why he wasn't brought along. He stares at his dragon-patterned shirt, lost in thought. He was completely taken aback, unsure of what was happening to them, lost in his own thoughts. Why are those busy jumpers always being summoned to fight without complaint? Just how big of a deal is Huang Mue? Immediately after, a new message arrived on his phone. He sat there staring at his phone in surprise. Oh, a message. After reading the message, he looked surprised, while elsewhere the chaotic battle rages on. The Alliance members surge forward, attacking relentlessly as Texan and his crew arrive on motorcycles to strike back. He executes an impressive motorcycle spin, and Texan shouts to his men that the Alliance's reinforcements are arriving, so stop slacking and speed up. Hearing this, the underlings quickly understood and sped forward on their motorcycles. Seeing the situation turn against them, the Alliance members quickly retreated back to back, preparing to counterattack. But it seemed futile. The bikers relentlessly surrounded them, leaving them no chance to react, forcing them together. Seeing his chance, Tikon signals his men to attack, and they charge forward, using their motorcycles to easily take down their opponents one by one. The remaining survivors, in a state of panic, began to curse each other, asking if this was some kind of Red Cliff's battle. Do people like that even exist? Their desperate voices echoed, and they actually succeeded. In mere minutes, the Tixion group swiftly defeated a dozen opponents, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Witnessing his comrades' seamless teamwork filled him with pride. The kids are doing exactly as I taught them. He seemed lost in thought. Kim Nak-chun. If only he could learn, he thought, recalling Jo Min's message. Don't bring Kim Nak-chun along. He knows Ma Harry, and it'll be awkward. He sighed, puzzled. What a shame. His eyes hardened with resolve as he stared ahead, seemingly plotting something, while Hamari was Huang Muja's lover. Aside from the gang members, it's still a secret to outsiders, meaning this operation will be a guerrilla war at Goso Vocational School. He remained lost in thought, while Maha Hari would be on her own. Elsewhere, the underlings quickly ran ahead, relaying the message that she was indeed Huang Mi's girlfriend. Texan turns around, looking confused as the scene shifts to the classroom of Class 1-7. Harry is being held captive here, and Byung Yu coldly asks, "What did you just say?" She calmly responds, "What? Isn't that why you brought me here?" Her face filled with rage as she demanded they call the chief of staff immediately. Meanwhile, Min frantically races through the streets, his face etched with worry as he looks ahead, gasping for breath. Harry, he recalled everything she had done, lost in thought. She wasn't the type to carry self-defense tools. Now he was completely lost, unsure what had happened to her, or if she'd felt her identity was threatened recently. What could it be? He recalls her words as she pulled him along. "There's something I want to show you." The more Min thought about it, the more confused he became. What did Ma Harry want to show him? She seemed so urgent, and he became incredibly determined. At any cost, I have to rescue Harry. Meanwhile, Harry is bound and brought before Bung Jil. He coldly questioned her. "You made me call the chief strategist?" She quickly nods in confirmation, then continues to reveal her thoughts. "You want to use me anyway, Huang Mi's girlfriend." Hearing this, he found it amusing, and immediately began to mock her. "So, as Huang Mu's girlfriend, you think you're all that, huh? But it seems you've misunderstood something." And with that, he slapped her across the face, leaving her stunned. His angry voice questioned her relentlessly. "You think you're so great because you're Emperor's girlfriend and my men are scared?" He shouted, "Sorry, but I'm not like those guys. I'm much better at seeing the bigger picture." Bayanju was clearly pleased with himself. He continued, announcing that this place was in the rear of the Alliance and the Emperor's territory, where one wrong move would leave her stranded, unable to call for reinforcements. "But seeing Emperor rush here just because you were captured, doesn't that mean Huang Muye cherishes you?" he declared with a delighted smile. "Meaning, you're the one who should be afraid." Byung-jae seems delighted with his plan. Just then, his subordinate rushed in, announcing, "Captain, I've brought it," before handing him a loudspeaker. He suddenly grabs her hair, throwing her into a panic, drags her to the window, and smiles wickedly. She's an extremely valuable hostage, and he takes a deep breath, ready to make his announcement. Not forgetting to shout his demands across the school, he commanded everyone to focus, his voice echoing. "Hello, Kubang Emperor punks. I'm Gobi Jil, captain of Gosu Vocational School. Everyone stop what you're doing and look up here." He stood there, intrigued, announcing to everyone below, "I don't know why you're all here, but take a look at this girl." The Mudui gang was startled and confused by these words as he quickly announced loudly, "Yes, this is your queen, Huang MMU's girlfriend." Hearing this, she was shocked and surprised, helplessly staring at the blockhead in front of her. Byungju proudly announces that he has a hostage. From this moment on, if any of you move a finger, this girl falls. His voice echoed, even though it's only the third floor, a fall from here will definitely break a few bones. He wore a twisted smile, contemplating further atrocities, or perhaps even death. He ranted like a madman, announcing that their leader would be devastated. If you don't listen, things won't end here. His subordinates were surprised and began to murmur. The captain really goes all out for women. He quickly ordered everyone to line up in 2 rows and kneel. You damn bastards, if you want this girl, tell Huang Mui to come here and kneel before me. His men were surprised and whispered amongst themselves, confused. Is she really Huang Mui's girl? Damn, Choi Du-seok really pulled off something incredible. The commander quickly waved his hand, ordering the gang members. Hey, you heard me. Now get over here and kneel. The gang members exchanged confused glances. Seeing them so obedient, the commander chuckled with glee, praising, Good, come here, come here. Observing from above, Byungju chuckled in surprise, turning to Harry with amusement. Well, what do you think? Because she kept claiming to be Huang Mu's girl, they were furious, and he frantically pulled her outside. Suddenly, the lackey realized something was coming. Huh? Suddenly, a swift punch lands, sending him flying backward as the others erupt in anger. What the hell are you spouting? Hearing this, Byungju was speechless and asked, You don't believe me? Harry wore an extremely smug smile on his face as she continued to speak in riddles. You see, that man used to be an outsider who cared about nothing but fighting. Hearing this, he was completely enraged. He questioned loudly, What the hell are you doing here then? She chuckled and shook her head, acting as if nothing had happened. Who knows? Maybe I'm here to spread rumors? Her voice echoed on. Zhang Niegu was the Alliance's weak point because some good-for-nothing was ruling the place, and hearing that, he was consumed by rage, gritting his teeth. Damn it. He quickly shoved her away. Fine, if that's how it is. And so a cruel plan forms in his mind, a hostage of no value. A triumphant smile spread across Byungju's face as he declared, Then I'll just throw her away. He coldly shoved Harry off the 3rd floor, leaving her helpless and triumphantly cursed her. Die, you bitch. She was helpless, unsure of what to do in the face of this. She could only grit her teeth as Bai, having done what he needed to, turned slowly back inside, phone in hand. Harry, now desperate, bit her lip in fear and confusion, crying out, brother. Just then, a foot races forward anxiously as Tekon quickly raises both hands, trying to catch her as she falls. He gently caught her in his hands, his lightning speed ensuring her safety. Time seemed to stop as he finally caught up to her. Harry stared at him, eyes wide with disbelief. Overcome with worry, he asked, Are you all right, Mahari? Deeply moved, she called out to Tisan, then flashed a triumphant smile as she announced, Thank you. He was taken aback by her smile. After he freed her, she followed him, surprised. Did Chomin ask you to do this? It's all my fault, I'm sorry. He turned and left, shaking his head. No, it's nothing. For now, let's take advantage of the chaos and get out of here. Hearing this, she was curious and quickly asked, What about you? He calmly explained, I'll gather Squad 4 and leave with them. The Alliance's reinforcements are on their way. His voice echoed, making escape the primary objective in another part of the game. Byung-jae calls someone and says, This is Go Bungju. Emperor's forces are attacking. Send reinforcements. The person on the other end angrily retorts, What the hell are you talking about? Is the Emperor gang crazy to come here? He desperately explained, Really, Hwang Mui's girlfriend is suddenly here. Suddenly, he was startled by the scene before him as Tekon swiftly appeared, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Before, his face twisted with malice as he grinned, staring at him and declaring, I have to go discipline the trash who pushed my daughter from above. The sight instantly froze him in bewildered shock. Go Bungju realized Tekon was different from him, a born ruler, not someone who climbed the ranks by imitating others, and Tekon was already upon him. His face contorted with rage, a predator by birth. He announced, I'll teach you a lesson now. Sangdae's voice echoed from inside a luxurious supercar. Go vocational school? The voice on the other end confirmed. Yeah, they said they're currently under attack by Kim Tich-song's team. Surprised, he asks, What's the scale? The team on the other end quickly replied, confirming it was just one squad. Hearing this, he sighed in exasperation, speechless that they jumped straight into the enemy's arms. He then continued speaking into the phone. Kim TCH, were you always this impatient? Yun sighed, relaying the message. That's the situation. He quickly recounted everything over the phone, saying that a girl claimed to be Wang Mi's girlfriend, but he wasn't sure if it was true. At this, the man fell silent. Inside the luxurious supercar, he continued. For now, use the manpower of Runjunghai and Delim to control them all. His voice echoed with urgency. They must not escape. The scene shifts to the fierce battle unfolding as Sangjae wears a delighted smile. This is the perfect opportunity to inflict losses on Team 4, brought here by Kim Ji-seok. He then ordered them to devour the arrogant enemies whole. Immediately, the alliance members hopped on their motorcycles, ready to leave. Let's go. Runjiang, assemble. Bungjae's men quickly shouted to each other. Delim, gather up quickly. We're heading to Gosu Technical High School. Sangdia has meticulously planned all of this while locking himself away. Both sides were determined, neither willing to yield as they charged forward, intent on wiping out everything in their path. Soon, both Dunrang and Delim High shared the same goal: to reach Gosu Vocational School. Meanwhile, Teach Song, enraged, slowly approached Bung Jil, ready to teach him a lesson. From now on, I'm teaching you a lesson. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at him, and sensing the danger, he fearfully retreated. Things are not looking good. He's completely panicked. He looked at the man's powerful physique and furious eyes and immediately panicked. One look was enough to know his fate. Fighting him would be a losing battle. He'd be beaten to a pulp. The more he thought, the more frightened he became, and he decided to lure him to a place where they couldn't fight. He began to mock him. These guys really don't know how to read the room, do they? This isn't the time for your antics. Immediately, he made a swift decision. Reinforcements were coming. Before he could finish speaking, Ji-seong dashed forward, angrily attacking him, catching him off guard. A single blow was enough to make him gasp in pain and surprise. A flurry of blows rained down as Byung-ju, all talk and no action, cowers in fear. His eyes widened in disbelief at the force of that single punch, and at that moment, Soo-kyun's knee struck with full force. With a swift leg sweep, he sent him flying, crashing helplessly to the ground. With just a few basic punches, he was quickly on the ground, trembling and coughing, begging for mercy. I get it. Wait. Suddenly, a wicked idea sparked in his mind, and he glanced in another direction. No one's around, huh? Immediately, Byung-ju, groveling on the ground, proposed a deal. Very well, so be it. Reinforcements are coming. If you keep fighting me here, your soldiers will be wiped out. You'd be devastated, wouldn't you? So with a triumphant smile, he announces, I'll give you an escape route. Byung-ju's demeanor had become utterly pathetic, yet he couldn't allow his men to see him this way. He knelt before Si-chung, desperately begging him to avoid further losses and end the conflict there. Though he had his own agenda, the commander's charisma was his lifeblood. He quickly changed his tune. What about your men? Because he had other things on his mind? Screw the alliance. What he had was far more important. After hearing those words, Chi-Song was silent, a little disappointed, and turned away with a mocking tone. What a disappointment. He continued to watch the fierce battle below and sighed. A way out? Bungju's underling suddenly realized something. In less than a second, Texan grabbed Bungju's head and threw him down, shocking everyone. He landed painfully on his terrified subordinate. The dominant Texan stepped forward, announcing, I'll make my own way out. Seeing this, the frightened subordinate rushed over, anxiously asking, Captain, are you all right? He shook his head, calmly explaining, I'm fine. Hearing this, the subordinate quickly voiced his thoughts. If we stay here, their reinforcements will arrive. We need to leave. What should we do? The lackey then recounted what he had scouted. I looked around, and there's a small path behind the school. After careful observation, Texan points forward and announces, We'll head that way. Meanwhile, the smug alliance forces are closing in. They're here. They grinned, asking with amusement, You've got some nerve showing your face here? Everyone, move out. Just then, another thug sped in on a motorcycle, announcing, Gujin is here, hold on. Seeing this, he questioned angrily, What is it? Hongshan calmly explained everything again. Wait for them at the dog hole. He looked toward the small alley ahead, instructing them that there was a small alley next to Gosu High School, while Hong Chan, on his motorcycle, continued to lecture the others at the main gate. It's better to have those of us with vehicles stay here to guard the perimeter, blocking both entry and exit. Jinsung was surprised by the plan, and couldn't help but laugh and praise him. So, you're trying to cut off all escape routes? Clever. Jinsung quickly leads his men to the back, ordering them to the rear gate. Seeing this, he sighed, already formulating his own plans. The Chief of Staff has given you full authority to handle this matter, as long as you devour those fools who willingly walked into the tiger's den. It was that simple, and the thought filled him with glee. Slowly turning his head back, Oyun clearly said the Chief of Staff gave us full authority, meaning the image of Sangdia immediately appeared before him. The Chief of Staff's trust fills him with glee, and the demise of Dong Taeryong means the number 10 spot is now open, instantly bringing his hated rival to mind. The Alliance's culture only ranks up to 10. There are no rankings beyond that. But based on the Alliance's overall assessment, number 11 will definitely be mine. Which means all I have to do is devour Kim Chan. A wide, gleeful smile spreads across his face. I will become the league's number 1. Everyone focus up. Immediately, his men sped off on motorcycles. Catch anyone who sticks their head out. They nodded in understanding. Yes. Meanwhile, the Ice Alliance waited at the gate, as Jinzong chuckled in surprise, staring ahead with great interest. Guarding the gate like cops, huh? Come on out already. The dogs are cornered. Every gate is blocked by the Alliance, and another path is completely guarded by them. A map of their surroundings forms in their minds as every escape route is cut off. Hongchan smirks, eagerly awaiting his opponent's arrival. Jin X also smiled, looking up ahead, wondering where it was coming from. Quickly, evening approaches, and the sky darkens. Hearing a strange sound ahead, the two are intrigued, eagerly awaiting their chance. Where's that sound coming from? Then before Jinzon's eyes, Texion rides his motorcycle through the air. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he didn't forget to speed right over Hongchan's head, leaving him frozen in place. After landing, he rides off on his motorcycle, leaving the two men stunned in place. This maniac. Elsewhere, the henchman frantically alerted the others. Go, follow the captain. The others looked at the map, utterly bewildered. He got away. Texion's men quickly sped away on their motorcycles. From the center, sensing trouble, Chi urgently shouts to Jin Seon to block him on the other side. Texion shouts to his men, ordering them to breach the perimeter. Rewinding time, Tich Song points forward, declaring that they'll escape through there, leaving his men surprised and confused. What? That way? They stared in disbelief at the low wall before them, as the two sides clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield. The Alliance member angrily shouts, You bastard, you dare look down on us? Die, you son of a bitch. Suddenly, a kick lands on his head, leaving him bewildered. Then Texon delivers a devastating stomp, crushing his hopes. The henchman was surprised to see him and greeted him, Captain. But the captain remained silent, lost in thought. He then looked at the net just below the ground and announced, I'll use this. Hearing this, the henchman looked at the net in surprise. This reminds them of when they broke through the gate to get in here. The barriers we crashed through. Quickly, the underlings set up a barrier they could easily advance on. Next, a fence-shaped skateboard quickly and securely appears. The henchmen glance at each other, confused, and ask, He wants us to escape on this thing? Is that even possible? Suddenly, a worried underling rushes in to report, This is bad. What? The Alliance's reinforcements are here. Chaos erupts at the main gate as the enraged Alliance awaits, ready for battle, and the back gate is already ambushed. The henchmen hesitate, glancing forward. If that's the case, there's only one way. Just then, a loud revving sound echoed. Tech takes the lead on his motorcycle, announcing to the others, Follow me. His eyes burned with determination as his wheels firmly mounted the newly erected white barriers. Immediately after, he executed a breathtaking stunt, soaring rapidly into the sky, leaving his stunned subordinates in disbelief. Okay, what are you all waiting for? They quickly shouted to each other, scrambling onto their bikes to follow their leader. Immediately, everyone grabbed their expensive motorcycles and soared into the sky. Elsewhere, a confused Bionju woke up on the ground above. He stood up, confused by the scene before him. What the hell happened here? He was clearly in the hallway. He quickly turned around, realizing something. Before him, his underlings were strewn across the ground, and he finally understood what was happening. He's screwed. He cleared this place out. It was then that he realized something important he hadn't reacted to yet. Wait a minute. He quickly turned around, searching for Harry. Where did she go? He remembered the helpless look on her face as he pushed her down below. I pushed her down here. The thought fuels his despair as he frantically searches, wondering if someone caught her. Byung-ju stood to the side, angrily gritting his teeth, lost in his own desperate thoughts. In this situation of being ambushed, his position at Gosu High would be shaken, and he might even become a laughingstock in the Alliance. He recalled the moment he pushed her, remembering how Harry had relentlessly poked at his sore spots. That man cared for nothing but fighting, and it enraged him to no end. But the way she spoke proved she was really Hoang Mi's girl. Thinking this, he tried to comfort himself, only to fall into self-blame. Am I crazy? Pushing her like that is the end of me. I should have just captured her and handed her over to the Chief of Staff. He quickly sprinted forward. He had to find her now, moving with incredible speed. He tried to reassure himself that handing her over to the Chief of Staff was the only way to suppress his anger and find a way out. The thought only fueled his desperation. Finishing this would not only redeem him, but also bring great merit to the Alliance. The scene shifts to a bustling city, where a young man walking down the street suddenly senses something is wrong ahead. A crowd of cars suddenly rushes in, causing panic among the people on the street, and Hong Chan shouts for the others to catch him. Seeing the bikers scatter in different directions only fueled his anger, and he barked orders at his men. "Split up. Half with me, the rest go around the side, quick." "Yes," Hong Chan said with a surprised smile. "They're fast," he complimented. "We just need to tail them. Sorry, but I've seen way too many chase scenes to fall for your tricks." Immediately, he calculated the next scenario with crystal clarity. If they go this way, they can only turn right. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Split up and wipe them out. Just then, Taexion's underling quickly spoke up, relaying the situation. The captain next to Taexion was startled, staring ahead in surprise. Just then, Jane Seong's group charged forward, yelling for everyone to advance. But suddenly, their leader realized something was wrong. Looking at the meager few before them, they were immediately confused. It seemed their numbers were fewer than expected. A wide smile spreads across Taexion's face, as if calculating something. They've fallen into the trap. Both sides immediately engaged in fierce combat. They were the ones who walked into the trap. The leader, Tim, startled and confused, quickly asked, "There's someone behind us too?" In that case, the Ice Emperor's men quickly raised their wooden sticks and charged forward. Now they're all completely panicked, finally understanding Thang has walked right into a trap. Immediately, they were fiercely attacked, leaving few survivors. Elsewhere, Hong Chan sped forward on his motorcycle. And with that, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Holy crap! The next scene left him frozen in stunned disbelief. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. A mass of bodies strewn across the ground. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. "What the hell? What's going on?" a trembling subordinate reported fearfully. "Kim split his forces and attacked us from behind." Hearing this, he angrily asked, "What?" He gritted his teeth in fury, realizing his plan had been exposed. He'd intended to split their forces and attack from both sides. This only drove him further into despair. He was one step ahead. A motorcycle speeds forward as Kim Taekon smirks, focused on the long road ahead. He smugly taunts her to keep chasing him, while Harry is running as fast as he can in fear. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind her, startling her. It was Ghost Harry. She turned back in surprise, asking, "What is it? Have you been following me?" The strange man slowly stepped forward, calmly lighting a cigarette. She continued to criticize, "You just stood by and did nothing while I was being captured. You're mocking me now, so you must be Huang Mue's enemy." Soka calmly held the cigarette before her, his eyes turning menacing as he stared ahead. "An enemy, you say?" Quickly, the wings delivered him to Daeon's pedestrian street, and Cho-min anxiously stepped out of the taxi. A message from the succubus to Cho-min. "I'm free." He's overjoyed and quickly replies, "Huh? 7? Where are you now?" She texts him, telling him to go to the pedestrian street. He ran forward, pulling out his phone, lost in worried thought. Had Texan saved Mahari? Meanwhile, he tries to reach Kim Tae-han by phone, while Tae-han Tao leads his men, charging forward relentlessly. He's become incredibly strong, easily taking down each opponent. He loudly announces to his men, "We're moving out to the main road." His men quickly nod, understanding the command. "Yes, sir." Chin grew anxious, staring at his phone screen, lost in thought. Is he escaping? He's not answering. If he's escaping, the Alliance reinforcements must be here. With that thought, he ignored everything else and continued to run forward as fast as he could. Damn it, he had to assess the situation before deploying troops. He quickly recognized Harry's familiar figure standing in the alley. He called out urgently, "Maha!" Suddenly, he realizes something. Wait a minute. He quickly dodges to the side, observing Maha Harry, and seeing the cold face before him, he begins to understand. Is it Park Ha? Seo-hai calmly holds the cigarette in his hand, looking at it as he asks, "An enemy of Huang Mu-jin?" He continued toward her, smiling as he explained, "If I didn't save you, you think you'd be safe? You seem to be mistaken." His face turned cold as he declared he had no obligation to exert himself to save someone with no connection to the Empress gang. Gakha then mocked him, "I'm just his woman." Seeing this, she looked up at him, seemingly unfazed. She coldly retorted, refusing to back down. "If you say so, but if Mu heard what you just said, he'd be sad." She pressed him again, reminding him that she was his friend's lover. Her voice continues to ring out, adding that Mu loves her deeply, so if anything were to happen to her. With that, she smugly mocked him, knowing he would be heartbroken. "Isn't obedience to the commander the duty of the second-in-command? You just said my situation had nothing to do with the Empress gang." Chukha seems surprised to hear this, and immediately puts a cigarette to his lips. "You're quite the talker, aren't you? Huang Mu is easily swayed. She smiles as if nothing happened and apologizes. She seduced him with her looks, huh? Min watches it all unfold, surprised. The atmosphere is so tense. What's going on between those two? After some back and forth, Seo Yiha looks up and sighs, saying, "But I got out anyway." Either way, Huang Mu would have sent Kim Seok-yoon to save me. She quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's exactly what happened. His eyes suddenly turned terrifying. His face turned cold as he asked, "Are you sure? Are you sure Huang Mu is the one who will save you?" His voice echoed relentlessly. "Why don't you say something?" Harry was lost in thought as well. "Okay, I'm sure now." Her grip tightens until her arm trembles. "I've got you now." She recalled Jae-gang's words to her. If she was planning to take revenge on the commander, she had the wrong person. The reason the commander changed her brother was because he was provoked by someone, Jae-gang had solemnly declared. The commander is being manipulated, a realization that leaves her feeling helpless. I started to suspect something when Jae-gang told me those things. I realized I'd missed something. She recalls every time she gathered information, wanting to know how Emperor hunted them down. Hearing this, the crowd grew furious, questioning her loudly. "What's this? Why are you dredging up such foul memories? Who are you?" Just then, someone stepped forward. "Hey, wait a minute," he asked her, surprised. Could she be Mahasong's sister? She simply laughs it off as if nothing happened. Then, with a smile, she explained, "Oh, you have a good eye." "That's right." She continued to move closer to him, so Harry, with his handsome face and perfect physique, quickly spoke up to the two men. "Why don't you tell me about it? Let's go somewhere and talk." Soon, they were back at the large cafe in the city where the man recounted everything to Harry. Actually, something unbelievable happened. Back then, our school was located on the front lines of the Ice Emperors. The man beside him quickly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I was scared shitless back then." They recounted the story with great excitement, answering her curious questions about her brother's school, but the memories gave her pause. She could never forget how terrifying Mei looked that night. The Mi Yongun school that her brother brought back then was far behind, far from the Ice Emperor's front lines. At that moment, Mi's eyes burned with rage as he stared ahead, but Huang Mi suddenly appeared there in his demon form. This left Haoang confused and terrified, followed by the image of him helplessly lying in a hospital bed. Sitting helplessly by his bedside was Harry, for his brother had no connection to Huang Mu at all. Her eyes filled with despair and resentment, yet Huang Mu sought revenge on someone he didn't even know. She recalled the image of the hulking figure who'd attacked her brother, leaving him brain dead. This was far different from Huang Mu's accident, as far as she knew. She bitterly resented the man who had tormented her brother. Huang Mu was a man of iron. He was a tyrant, unyielding, driven only by his own beliefs, diving into battles with the sole intent of devouring everything. With this in mind, she pondered everything that was happening. So who was it that took advantage of him and controlled his actions? She slowly understood everything. Only two people could have done it. Harry, sitting behind her, embracing me. Then her eyes drifted to another figure, Huang Mi's only friend, a man with a chilling gaze staring intently ahead. As Bak Ze-ha returned to reality, Harry continued to stare intently at Seok, also known as Perrin Ha, and asked, "Why so quiet?" She suppressed her rage, seething inside. That bastard provoked Huang Mi and attacked her brother. He wore a smug grin. "What's wrong?" Or perhaps, Harry suddenly moved closer, that smile. Then she continued, "This is the second time I've seen you smile like that." Cho Min, eavesdropping nearby, was also terrified by all of this as she continued to stare at his face, voicing her thoughts. Someone as stiff as a robot like you, smiling like that? The first time I saw it was that day." She recalled the first day they met, shocked by Seok-ha's expression, the day Huang Mi introduced her to them. He was speechless, having recognized her then, a smug smile playing on his lips. He had the same smile as before. Harry then asked him seriously if he hadn't smiled like that since that day. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold as she asked again, "You think I've figured something out, don't you?" Hearing this, CEO Ha is losing his composure, coldly asking, "What are you trying to say?" His eyes widen as he stares intently at her, before slowly asking, "So it's true?" she asked, her eyes widening in shock. This time, a look of utter glee spread across his face as he burst into maniacal laughter, shouting, "You're the one who killed Huang Mi." Cho Min, who was eavesdropping, was confused, not understanding what was happening. Wait. Harry stood before him, quickly nodding in agreement. "Yes, I killed him." He doesn't understand what's happening. What is Harry saying? She quickly pulled her hand away from his, her entire body trembling with rage. "If you're pursuing me just to see if I've been released." She was consumed by hatred. on the verge of tears, and if she was free, he was planning to take care of her. Harry was furious, cursing him to his face. You knew about Hwang Mei's death, you son of a bitch. He suddenly raised his hand. Chomin watches in disbelief, finally understanding why Mahari felt threatened and why she brought out the spray. On Zoha's face, a great interest bloomed, and he burst into laughter. Is it because of Park Seo-ha? Chomin watched in stunned disbelief from behind the wall, finally understanding why Mahari felt so threatened. Her eyes burned with resentment for the one who killed her brother right in front of her, as Seok-ha slowly reached behind him, preparing to act. Is it because of Park X? She suddenly smirks with a strange, knowing look. She announced, "You should have run here faster." Immediately after, he realized something was wrong. At that moment, a motorcycle sped forward, and she didn't forget to taunt him. This coward Seo-ha is startled, not understanding what's happening, and turns back with a puzzled look. What? Standing before him was BJ. He was utterly bewildered, unsure of what was happening as the Emperor's 1st Division captain, Zok-ha, continued to stare him down. Why is he here? This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Jeonju realizes Mahari is Wang Mujae's girlfriend, while Seok-ha stares on, sensing a threat from the Emperor's Squad 1 captain, Buk Seok-ha. Immediately, he frantically tried to brake, but the bike skidded across the ground. In a split second, Jeonju loses his cool and charges towards Seoha, catching him off guard. Jeonju's bike hurtling at 50 kilometers per hour. Seeing the situation was dire, Chin rushed out to shield her, as Mahari alone couldn't stop the massive motorcycle. And just like that, he was sent flying into Park Seoha, who was violently thrown backwards. The motorcycle speeds forward, leaving the two men in a truly pathetic state. Chomin gasped in fear at the sight as Harry glanced at him, calling his name in surprise. She was now extremely worried about him. What was he doing here? That's Paroka. Overcome with emotion, he looks at her. Ma, Harry. Then he looked back at Seok-ha, who was sitting still. Seok-ha, his voice cracked, realizing she wasn't moving. Seok-ha was completely out of it, but she glanced over when she heard him call her name. Suddenly, Youngju slowly trembled as he sat up, cursing in pain. He quickly turned his head towards X, who was lying motionless on the ground, and then fell into silent contemplation. He slowly and deliberately moved forward, a forced smile plastered on his face. Anxiously, he asks, "You're not dead, are you?" Then, his eyes widen in fear. He's still breathing. His smile remained plastered on his face as Jeonju's heart pounded, and he cursed in anger. Damn it, this is bad. He stands up, not out of fear that he almost killed someone. He felt lucky today. Damn lucky. And that's when Byungju continued to call out to Harry, who was standing still. "Hey, Commander's girl, what do you think?" "Maybe things aren't so simple," he says excitedly. He smugly asked the two, "I took him down, didn't I? Now that I've eliminated Buksuka..." His voice echoed like a madman, and as he reached for her neck, he realized the situation was dire and called out, "Hey, Ma Harry." He laughs maniacally, rushing forward, driven by the thrill of the immense fame he's about to achieve. His reason completely consumed by ambition. "I've just etched my name into the annals of greatness, haven't I?" he said as he hastily urged her. "Run," he immediately turned to stop him. Enraged, he cursed loudly, asking who this bastard was, before slowly throwing a punch forward. "Is that your boy toy?" He then punches Min square in the face. And of course, he had no chance to react as Harry, now frantic, tried to stop and help him up. But with all his strength, he stopped him, urging her to leave. He suddenly awoke and slowly aimed a punch at him. "What the hell? Aren't you going to move, you dog?" Seeing this, she became completely enraged. Damn it, she leaps into the air, then dives straight towards him, startling him. He still didn't understand why she was doing this. Why? Bungju quickly silenced him, throwing him back before advancing on Harry, telling him to shut his trap. A look of utter delight spreads across his face. What will happen now? Seeing her charge with a fist, he chuckled triumphantly, announcing, "Just because you're Hwang Mi's girlfriend doesn't mean I'll hold back." But his strength was not to be trifled with. He quickly seized her hand before she could react and even complimented her. How adorable, damn it. He then spoke in a perverted manner, "I don't care how you survived that fall." At that moment, a sinister smile crept across his face as he made his decision, unaware of the price he'd pay for his arrogance. Fortunately, Harry pulled out pepper spray and blasted it in his face before he could react. He clutched his eyes and screamed in despair. What the hell? What now? He felt the burning pain of the pepper spray, and he was now completely enraged. He quickly broke free and punched Harry square in the face, calling her a crazy bitch. He immediately introduced himself, saying, "I'm Jianju from Gosu Technical High School. You think you can beat me with that?" He raised his foot, ready to kick her while cursing. "Defeat me?" Just then, Cho-min quickly revved the motorcycle's engine. Immediately, the motorcycle sped towards him, leaving him no time to react, and he crashed to the ground, rolling in pain. He looked at the motorcycle with dismay, lamenting that it accelerated so quickly with just a little throttle. He quickly helped Harry up, asking if he was all right. He quickly grabbed her and ran as fast as he could. "Let's get out of here." After running for what seemed like forever, the two exhausted figures finally reached the city center, where Cho-min stood, panting heavily. Now that they're far away from him, Harry curiously looks up at him. Cho-min asks, "How long have you been there?" to Buk-so-ha. He sighed, recalling their conversation, and continued to voice his thoughts. "I pretty much heard everything, and I have a feeling about it too." Then, as if remembering something important, he hurriedly asked her, "But where are you taking me?" She seemed hesitant, as if pondering something. She then looked away and sighed. "It's nearby. Let's go to Hwangmi's house." The scene shifts to Ji Cheol, exhausted from the relentless fighting, as a foot stomps down on his men, and a voice declares, "Long time no see, Kim Taek-song." The subordinates were frightened by the sudden appearance of this strange man, unsure of what to do. Taek-song seems to know this person, asking in surprise, "Commander?" Moments earlier, motorcycles roared down a deserted road as Taek-song, looking determined, shouted, "We're going straight ahead to the main road." Suddenly he paused, as if seeing something. Ahead, a group of people on motorcycles emerged from an alley, blocking their path. Hong-chan led his group, looking down on him. "Where do you think you're going?" Tish-song grimaced, realizing their remaining forces were flanking them, relentlessly in pursuit. He quickly led his men to make a U-turn, veering left. Hong-chan smirks, as if he knew this would happen. "I knew you'd turn that way." But someone was already blocking the direction Jin-song was headed. I had men waiting there. At that moment, Jin-song's men, armed with clubs and filled with murderous intent, lined up on the road, and he ordered them to stop them at all costs. On one side is Hong Cheon. How great would it be to control the situation myself? And on the other side is Jin-sung. Though he didn't want to, he had no choice but to join forces with that idiot. It couldn't be helped. Taek-song clicked his tongue in annoyance, but revved the engine and popped a wheelie anyway. The entire army advances, accelerating without hesitation, and Jin doesn't flinch. The Hangs tried to stop them, but were thrown into the air like moths to a flame, as Taek-song led the charge, slamming his massive wheel into one of the blockers. He ran, kicking wildly, his men gritting their teeth as they followed the path he cleared. "Follow the captain quickly," but Jin-zon, standing on the sidelines, punched him off his vehicle. Taek-zon's crew is breaking apart and crashing into each other as Jin-zon grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it all. His men regained their composure, wildly swinging their clubs at those who had fallen, knocking them all down. As a result, 3 or 4 bikes lagged behind, and the riders were quickly swarmed. Teach clicked his tongue, glancing back with a frustrated scowl. What the hell? Just then, one of them charged in front of his car, screaming. But without stopping, Ji-shong jumped onto the seat. He gains momentum, leaps into the air, and kicks the guy square in the face, sending the big man sprawling to the ground. Suddenly, Zong quickly turned around to see another group of people rushing towards them in the distance, led by Hong-chan on his motorcycle. Looks like Tich-song and his crew are completely surrounded in this narrow alley. I can't just plow through them and escape. But suddenly, he bursts forward, darting past Jin-sung's underlings. Meanwhile, he's going wild, throwing punches and kicks at Taek-sion's men. Die, you bastards. Suddenly sensing danger, Jin-sung turned, only to be greeted by a fist of fury. Taek-on, his face grim, delivered a powerful blow, sending Jin-sung crashing to the ground. The force of the blow nearly caves in his face, as blood gushes from his mouth, and the surrounding underlings freeze, breaking out in cold sweat. Teach-song looked up, his eyes blazing with a dangerous aura, then bent down to pick up an iron bar. Hong-chan watched from afar, confused, as Teach-song raised the iron bar to his shoulder, gathering his strength. He swung and hurled the long, thick iron bar forward. Hong-chan quickly swerved out of the way, causing chaos among those behind him. Unable to control themselves, they crashed into each other, creating chaos, and screams of pain echoed through the alley. Taek-on, still in his throwing stance, panted as he surveyed the men laid out before him, defeated by a single blow. Sweat poured down his face as he finally relaxed his tense muscles, gasping for air. Suddenly, one of his men came flying from behind. Okay. Taeshik turns his head to see his underlings being beaten to a pulp. Their captain rushes to the scene. Chon stood in front of his men as the figure before him greeted him. Long time no see, Kim Jae-sung. With a buzz cut and a thick neck, he was clearly not someone to be trifled with. An idea suddenly sparked in Cheon's mind. He warily eyed the approaching behemoth, and upon recognizing the familiar face, exclaimed, "Commander, this man is World, from the Dawn Alliance." He put his hands in his pockets, stepped forward, and coldly questioned, "I just happened to be passing by and heard there was a fight, so I stopped to take a look. You ignored my recruitment offer. What did he bribe you with?" Tikon remained silent, listening. "Money women?" Mungguan smirked, continuing, "I bet he gave you double, didn't he? Think again." Tekon's subordinate whispered, "Captain, it's just one guy. We can take him." But he cut him off, saying, "Commander," he stated seriously, "what I want, you could never give me." Moon Wu narrowed his eyes dangerously, replying, "Is that so? Then I'm out of options." His words darkened the faces of the Texans, leaving them with no choice but to break their wings, and without listening further, he coldly called for the entire army. Tekon raised his battered face and loudly gave the order. "All troops retreat immediately." Upon hearing the order, they scattered, desperately seeking an escape route. Moonguan, unfazed, simply picked up his phone and said, "It's me." He spoke into the phone. "They've started sending reinforcements." Meanwhile, Sangche smirked. "I entrusted it to you, but it seems ineffective. I'll take command directly. The high school war at Dohan." He hangs up, sitting in silence amidst the tense standoff between the Emperor Division and the Daejeon Alliance. A major shift is about to occur. Meanwhile, outside a building, Qin and Mahari appeared, their faces filled with vigilance as they stepped into what was about to begin. Tekon shouts to his men, ordering a full retreat. Chaos erupts as one of Tekon's men rushes forward, voicing his thoughts. "Captain, even if he is the commander-in-chief, he's just one man. Why are we running?" His subordinate's voice echoed in his ears. "You're new, so you wouldn't understand," he said, exhausted, looking at their forces. Immediately, he spoke with a hint of helplessness, knowing it was futile to face the Daejeon Alliance's commander. "It will only lead to our destruction." At that moment, he caught sight of Moon's massive form. Seeing him waiting there, everyone stopped in confusion, staring ahead in disbelief. This is the reaction of Captain Kim Tich-song, a man who always confidently goes into battle. He turns back and smiles contentedly at what is happening. Meanwhile, on the other end, Commander Sangdae was waiting for the call, and soon enough, the phone rang. "I'm listening," he said coldly. "Yes, I'm ready." The voice on the other end of the line continued to speak. "Kim Ji-seong has escaped from Gosu Vocational School and is currently on the run." Hearing this good news, a subtle, enigmatic smile crept across his face. "So the raid on the Dalim and Junjiang schools has failed, has it?" He continued, speaking to Cheon over the phone. "I need a favor, and it's near you, I believe." He then laid out his plan. "Divide into 3 groups and deploy as I say." He quickly nodded in response. "Understood." Sangda didn't forget to add, "I'll give the next order in 10 minutes. Then he hung up. At the same time, he was calling Yuntak, who answered right away, saying he was about to call me. He smiled and asked, "How did it go?" The man chuckled, a little worried as he recounted. I checked. His face filled with confusion as he continued to report. "It's true. Just like you said, there wasn't a mole among them." He stared at the phones being collected from the gangsters below. "I did a surprise check on everyone present the day we caught J-Gang Gang, but their call histories are clean." Juntaik's voice was filled with confusion. There was no mole that day. Contrary to his worried demeanor, Zhang Yi smiled enigmatically, his eyes widening as he looked ahead and continued to speak. "Now I understand why those cops sometimes conduct investigations based on personal feelings without needing evidence. I can picture the man with his hands tied, beaten black and blue, the day they caught Dai Gang. Along with the gangsters present, I was the only one who knew about it. Oh Yuntak, Mindu-sang, and Cho Min." Thinking about it, he grew suspicious, recalling the gang that came to the rescue. But the Emperor saved Zhang, and he was lost in thought. It wasn't him or Oh Yundak, and certainly not the cowardly Mindu-sang. Thinking this, he immediately recalled a figure. Indeed, only one person remained. It was none other than Cho Min walking through the school. Cho Min is a victim of bullying, not just by the emperors, but also by the resentment of his unrequited love. And this is leading him to a conclusion. The reason I suspected him without any evidence is because if Cho Min is the fake commander, then everything that happened is exactly as I predicted. Sangdae's eyes widened as he stared ahead. Recalling Cho Min's every look and gesture, he's now certain. The fake commander is 99.9% Cho Min. He insisted that they had to go and catch someone, leaving the other man slightly bewildered. Where? He continued on the phone. "I'll send you the address later." All of this was clearly overheard by the blonde man. The man was there, His voice was certain, as the fake commander on Min's side and Ma Harry listened intently. After hanging up, Sang Yan smirks, knowing that Kim Seo-kun, still on the run, holds the key to maintaining the status quo. He had planned everything, and the thing that could manipulate the Emperor gang on Min's side had become extremely worried as two gangsters sped forward. One of the three remaining men angrily questioned, "What's going on? Why are only we left?" The black-haired one then explained that the others had moved in a different direction. "For now, let's move through this area." Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone kicks another person right in the face. Sangdi is lost in thought, calculating his next move. If they intercept the commander-in-chief's group, all three escape routes will be covered. He picked up a game piece from the board, while elsewhere chaos erupted in fierce battles. Luring them to the villa, he makes his next move, and the battle begins. He remained lost in thought at the crossroads by the park, his face suddenly turning sinister as he picked up a chess piece. Immediately after, he positioned his knight next to his pawn, while on the other side, Sicheng was growing weary from the constant fighting. Before him stood a formidable opponent, Che Onanzu, who could escape to the avenue or the alley behind the market. His face turned ice cold. He glanced ahead and retorted, "You think you can wreak havoc in enemy territory and get away safely?" He added mockingly, "You're overconfident." Tich Song was enraged by these words, Sangde's thoughts still echoing in his mind. The motorcycle's strength is its speed, but its weakness is being trapped in a narrow alley like this. And he smirks, pleased with his plan. And when they don't abandon their vehicles, they'll definitely head for the main road. He continued, cryptically, "I don't send people out without a plan. In this war, many innocents have been hurt, beaten, and bloodied, but I will cut off their escape and bring this to an end. Kim is such a nuisance." So seizing the opportunity, Cheondu suddenly says, "Let's see the giraffe of the north. Let's make sure he can't stand tall anymore." Without a word, he quickly led his men forward, wondering, just how strong are they? The scene shifts to a peaceful part of the city, where Zhang is left speechless by what he sees. His face twisted in annoyance as he frowned and said, "Parak Hao isn't answering?" He stared at the phone, sitting silently on the table. I was determined to meet him and talk things over. Just then, his phone rang, seemingly to his delight. He quickly answered the phone, erupting in anger. "What the hell is this? What the hell did you just call me, you psycho?" Dae-hun was equally furious, calling him a dead dog. Then, Dee-hun relayed over the phone, "Forget it. Something's happened." He seemed confused by this. "What's going on?" Jae-hun continues to stare at Seok-ha, who lies motionless in the ambulance ahead. Immediately after, Jun-ha announces that Ha-jun is in a coma, causing Jae-gang to freeze in place. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious cabin, Chin's voice echoed, "Ma Harry, are you kidding me?" She sighed, glanced at him, and recounted everything. At first I didn't believe it either, but it's the truth. Upon hearing this, he began to tremble, his eyes fixed on the notebook before him. His eyes filled with disbelief as he questioned, "You want me to believe this?" Looking at the notebook before him, Chomin continues to question Mahari. "What is this?" The notebook remained untouched as his bewildered gaze lingered upon it. She hesitated for a moment, then confessed everything. "I now despise Huang Mi, and see him as someone I want to avenge myself against." Mu's image is projected onto the cliff face as he abandons her completely. A real bastard, like the final boss of a game. Mi's eyes turned cold as he stared down below. I never imagined I could read his inner thoughts. At this point, she immediately became sad, continuing to recount everything. Because Huang Mei, whom I had been by and observed, was frankly a tyrannical emperor. I thought my brother was simply caught up in his cruelty. Once again, Zok-ha's image gradually emerges. But all of that was a scheme by Park Seo-ha. And so, the two fought, but of course, Seo-ha was no match for me. Driven mad by Park Seo-ha's words, Huang Mi beat a man into brain death. Mayari, overcome with sadness, recounted everything, and I didn't even want to imagine things from that man's perspective. To be honest, I'm still the same now. But then she picked up the notebook from the table. She handed it to Min, adding, "I think you need to know." He slowly opens the book, reading the first few pages, his eyes widening in disbelief and shock. This is a very calm Mahari, staring straight ahead. Isn't it laughable? A beast in human clothing. At this point, she became very serious and started writing in her diary, causing a slight change in his expression. She sighed and pulled out even more diaries. "Actually, I just realized now that there are tons of diaries here," she declared with a serious face. "If you read all these journals, you'll understand," she declared. "What about Huang Mu?" Chomin was stunned by the scene. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a peaceful countryside, where a fierce battle is unfolding. Cheondu rushes forward to attack, landing solid blows on Tishin. His relentless punches land squarely, leaving his opponent unable to react. And his lack of response is starting to irritate Cheondu. Tired already? He relentlessly taunts, wondering what fun is left if he knows the outcome. Cheondu leaps high into the air, attacking. That's what I want to see. He decisively lands a kick straight to his face. It's Giraffe. Exhausted, he collapses to the ground, and his underlings cry out in despair. The captain's down. Your captain. The opposing gang quickly gained the upper hand. What are you looking at, you dog? Tixeong struggles to his feet, cursing, Damn it! He recalled the earlier phone call with Min, who anxiously asked, The situation is too tense. What should we do? Immediately, he decided, I'll go in. Hearing this, he seemed startled and confused. Back in reality, Cheondu relentlessly attacks his face, causing him to gradually weaken. He remembers telling Min to let him handle it as he quickly steadies himself, slamming his hand on the ground. Immediately, he lunged forward, trying to regain control, while Sangdae remained lost in his own calculations. Kim Tich-song, you were brilliant to enter the alliance front and defeat Truong-Gosuv. He smirked, but it was too late. He continued to calculate, speed being the key to guerrilla warfare. The tide had turned, and the fierce battle between the two sides raged on. But it seems Tekon is gradually losing steam against this power. He needs to get out of there before I take the wheel myself. Taking advantage of Cheondu's inattention, he dashes forward to attack, leaping high into the air to kick him into his own men. He knows it, doesn't he? Even so, his underlings refuse to give up, immediately charging forward, proving Noah's forces are not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Cheondu orders his men to stand down as if he's about to witness something interesting. A story worth telling, one that could change the game. Cheondu attacked Tekson, yelling at him to come over, while Sangdae hesitated, thinking about the woman claiming to be Hoang Mue's girlfriend at Gosu High. Suddenly, his phone rang and he quickly answered it. Yes, a voice echoed from the other end of the line. Sangdae, I have urgent news for you. He seemed puzzled. What is it? The voice on the other end continued. This is news that Gosu High's Go Bongju reported Ji Bongjae. An image of Bongjae immediately appears on the back of the large wall, having defeated Emperor Spark Ha's first squad captain. Hearing this, he glances at the phone in disbelief. What? Go Bongju? How can this be? The voice on the other end continued to recount everything. Someone saw J-Gang's second squad leader heading to the hospital. He's not lying. And then, the informant continued to report everything. It seems Ji Bongjae is seizing a golden opportunity, which will surely make Jiangdi frown. He sighed, sounding bored, and Yuntaik seemed troubled. He asked again, surprised, Yuntich, where are you? Me? He continued to look at Chomin and Ma Harry as he reported, I'm inside the house you mentioned. Seeing their youthful faces before him, he continued, There's a kid and a girl here. Hearing this, he seemed pleased. That boy is the fake commander. He was shocked, unable to believe it. This kid? Sangdian smiles wickedly, continuing to issue orders. Capture him and seize the Emperor Division's ice control. His voice echoed, The Alliance's victory is within our grasp. He continued to stare at the chessboard before him, the game nearing its end. Chin, utterly bewildered, looked ahead as Chomin Yun wasted no time in delivering a fatal blow. He felt an unprecedented pain, coughing violently and seizing the moment Ma Harry lunged with his claws. Enraged, he strikes her down as the boy cries out in confusion. Harry was helpless as he watched her fall, losing her mind from the blow, but Yun didn't care, coldly issuing his command. Hand it over. I know everything. Hearing this, he seemed confused. What? He scoffed with a laugh. You dog, are you still pretending? Enough. All I have to do is rob you. Immediately, he throws a punch, sneering, You, a nobody, leading a gang. He put all his strength into the blow, cursing in anger. The emperors must be so insulted. The voice in his ear echoed relentlessly, Are you happy now? Are you happy now? He felt a pain like never before. He thought helplessly, Not again. Yun became ruthless at the sight of this as images of the past resurfaced. The kidnappers relentlessly beat Min. You dare defy us, you dog. They continued to kick him back painfully, then locked him inside the room, telling him to stay there and repent until morning. Helpless, he begged, Wait, I have a chemistry test tomorrow. No. Immediately, he cried out in desperation, No, come back to reality. Yun stared at Chomin in surprise. Seeing him lying still, he asked, a bit surprised, What are you doing? At this point, he muttered incomprehensible words, Don't give it. Absolutely don't give it. His eyes filled with resolve as he shouted, You won't take anything more from me, you damn dogs. He raises his foot, ready to kick him hard. You crazy bastard, have you lost your mind? He shouted, Die! Before he could finish, a fist came flying. Luckily, Nok-chun appeared just in time, landing a blow that sent him crashing into the wall. Cho-min was shocked to see him appear, and in confusion he asked, Kim Nun just kept spouting nonsense. What the hell is going on? En-chun lands a devastating blow on Yun-tak, sending him flying backwards, leaving Cho-min in stunned silence. Helpless, he called out to Kim Nok-chun, who stared ahead, utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? He was utterly bewildered as he slowly stood up. How do you know this place? He shook his head as he spoke. Mahari called me. Hearing this, he glanced at Mahari in confusion and shouted, Mahari! At this point, Yun-tak was completely enraged. He slowly approaches, then angrily questions him. Who the hell are you? He retorted, meeting the man's gaze with equal intensity. I should be asking you that. Who the hell are you to hit my friend? Hearing that, he laughs triumphantly, ready to dive into the fight. The chief of staff said he didn't want to reveal the tool he uses to control the Emperor gang, right? Looking at Min standing still, he seems surprised. My friend, you certainly have a treacherous friend by your side. He's completely enraged. What do you mean, devious? Seizing the opportunity, he quickly moves in to attack. Then, an uppercut lands, and NC Chun takes a punch. He's furious and doesn't hesitate to curse. Damn it, I was talking. Immediately after, he turns to counterattack. But this guy's no pushover either, quickly landing another punch. He unleashes a flurry of blows, taunting, I can't make heads or tails of you. Then he was beaten black and blue by the Alliance's number 4. And seeing his friend getting pummeled, Cho-min revealed a worried expression and shouted, but he seems to relish these fights, a strange smile creeping across his face as number 4 of the Alliance says to do whatever he wants. Immediately, he makes a decision, and Yun-tak is shocked as a fist hurtles towards his face. And with that, he took a punch right to the face, sending him reeling backward in pain. A smug look spread across his face, and he grinned with delight. I guess I'll have to get serious as a member of the Empress crew. Blood dripped onto the ground as Yoon wiped his nose, asking in surprise, Emperor? You're with the Emperor gang? Suddenly he bursts into laughter, mocking his opponent, unaware that the man beside him is a decoy commander. Is this a comedy? Hearing that, he froze, and the other man dove back into the fight, practically itching for it. A swift, decisive blow comes rushing in, but suddenly he realizes something's wrong and freezes. He followed up with another punch, catching him off guard, but he blocked it, furious. Immediately, the two engaged in a fierce and decisive struggle, blow after blow. His mocking voice echoed, a pathetic Emperor gang member, barely conscious. He lunged forward, slowly winding up a punch. I'm in a hurry, so get out of my way. He was immediately overwhelmed and thrown backward. Chin, witnessing this, is utterly bewildered. The Alliance members followed him to steal Hwang-mi's phone. This means Chief Advisor Sang-di already knew I was the fake commander. It seems he meticulously planned all of this. Even if he miraculously escapes, he'll still be a target. He remembers all his friends constantly facing danger because of him. This leaves him helpless, endangering his friends, and makes him question the meaning of deceiving someone who considers him a friend. Elsewhere, he's weakening under the relentless assault, and seeing the situation, he glances away. Harry, losing strength, lay still, remembering her past warning. Her eyes filled with resolve as she declared, Keep refusing, but you'd better prepare yourself. Thinking this, he suddenly fell silent, while elsewhere, the two continued their fierce battle, neither willing to yield. Yoon sighed in anger as he saw Nok-chun lying on the ground, cursing him under his breath. He then slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket and asked with surprise, But I have a question for you. His voice echoed, Why so tough when you keep offering your face for me to punch? He simply wore an inscrutable smile. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at his opponent. You're just as strong as the Alliance claims, old man. So, you said you were a core member, right? He continued to explain. I'm laughing because I'm happy, because I think I can beat you. He seemed surprised to hear that, but I've already planned for it. He raised his foot, ready to stomp the boy's face, cursing, You want to run your mouth again? An arm firmly grips his leg, and as everything on the table begins to fall, a massive desk is hurled toward him, the key to defeating this old man. Taking advantage of his distraction, the massive table was hurled toward him, followed by a cascade of objects crashing to the ground. Yun-tak, now furious, unleashed a torrent of insults, calling him a filthy dog. Taking this opportunity, he immediately sat up, and with his long legs unleashed a flurry of kicks. Finally, he felt the pain and collapsed to the ground. He turned back to him and shouted, Give it to me. His voice echoed with urgency. I'll hold him off, so get Mahari out of here. He hesitated, then gripped his phone tightly, deciding that handing it over would end everything. Seeing his hesitation, he angrily retorted, Don't hand over the phone, you idiot. You're just standing there, clueless about what's happening. How could you? Just then, a fire began to rage inside the cabin. Yun is completely enraged. What the hell? You knew? En-chun continued to report. Get lost. His face contorted with rage as he shouted. Who gave you permission? If I lose it, I'll be in trouble. Immediately, he lunged toward him, yelling, Give it to me! But showing no mercy, he kicked him away. With that, he fell right in front of him, leaving him bewildered, but his legs quickly reacted. He carried Ma Harry away from the scene, while Nun held on to Yuntakt and called out, Go, his voice echoed. Hurry and save him. Meanwhile, Cheonondu glared furiously at Taexion, a cruel smile twisting his face. Suddenly, a voice cries out, Kim Ji-woong, go! He's getting tired and losing consciousness. Elsewhere, flames spread uncontrollably through the room as Yoon became enraged, gritting his teeth. He struggles to throw Nachun to the ground, pinning him and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. That son of a bitch. Immediately after, a fist slams straight into his face. He relentlessly attacks with his feet, provoking the man's fury. Taking the opportunity, he grabs the protagonist's leg tightly and throws him away. He was extremely pleased with what he had done, and he couldn't resist taunting him. He strains to stand, but suddenly notices a strange smell in the room. He thrashed about in the heat, screaming in panic. Fire! Now completely panicked, he screams, When did the fire start? This is bad. Yun, standing nearby, doesn't understand what's happening. Damn it, what the hell? The fire had now engulfed the room, trapping the two of them. When did the fire start? He suddenly remembered dropping his cigarette on the floor. Did the fire spread from there? He seems unconcerned, even preparing to fight, while my butt almost got roasted. Isn't this your fault for smoking inside? Seeing this, he gets angry, and at this rate, things will only get more complicated. Immediately, he roared, Get lost if you don't want to burn to death. Hearing this, he laughed, fearlessly announcing, How can I? If I do, I'll just be following him. Meanwhile, Min was carrying Mahari on his back, running as fast as he could. His face was serious as he gritted his teeth, trying to run faster. I have something I need to do. En-chun suddenly became very pensive as he stared at the invincible flames before him. But it was for the best. With this much fire, the smoke will suffocate you and you won't escape, and if you pass out, I'm reporting you to the police for arson. Yuntike was furious, utterly enraged, that son of a bitch. He quickly charged towards him, yelling, Burn in hell! Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a luxurious house in the city, where Sangjae is repeatedly calling Yuntike, but there's no answer. He glared at his phone, a flicker of anger in his eyes, then checked the time. 7:37 p.m. He turned off his phone an hour ago. He should have called me by now. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as he glanced at the clock. Min couldn't possibly resist Oyun for a whole hour. At that moment, a voice echoed, Yes, master. He spoke up asking, Butler Gong, where are you? He recounted everything while driving. I had some business nearby, so I stopped by. Are you on your way back? He asks, immediately issuing an order. That's fortunate then. Head back to the house we just passed and check things out for me. I think something's wrong. Hearing this, he quickly nodded in agreement. Understood. Immediately, the car sped back the way it came, but sensing something was wrong, he turned back in surprise. Meanwhile, fire trucks sped past his car instead of approaching. Meanwhile, in a small apartment, a feast sits on the table, the rice growing cold as Tang waits for his brother to return home for dinner. He glanced at his phone, a message to his brother sent at 5:30 p.m. He'll be home before dark. His message at 7:30 read, Where are you? He stared at his phone, a little sad. He's late, and he didn't even tell me. She tried to reassure herself. Nothing bad happened to him, right? Meanwhile, Taexion was losing consciousness as he knelt on the ground when a stream of water suddenly hit him in the face, startling him. Cheondu stood before him, yelling, Wake up, you dog! Immediately after, he quickly turned to survey the surroundings. Just then, he questioned with a hint of worry, What did you do? What about the others? He asked, to which the boy replied with cruel intent. Your soldiers? If you're asking what I did to your soldiers? His voice echoed, I've taken care of them all, so there's no one coming to save you. His men lay motionless on the ground. Seeing his terrified face, he mocked him, saying he'd soon be joining them, then recounted everything that had happened. By order of the Commander-in-Chief, you will be executed at this alliance's regular meeting, followed by a gruesome execution scene cheered on by his henchmen. Could this be considered a public lynching to boost morale? Cheondu announced with a wicked smile. So, I'm planning to make a proposal at the meeting. His voice echoed as he added, I'll take over from here. How about we take over the school? Tech became enraged at these words, gritting his teeth and saying, You disappointed the commander when you joined the Emperors. But no matter, we can still take over Truong's gambling den. The group mocked him relentlessly. How could they not despair, seeing their revered leader trampled before their very eyes? His voice echoed with eerie laughter. Until then, you'll stay put in the storage room. Seeing him fall to the ground, he asked with curiosity, "What's wrong? Does it feel like the world is collapsing already?" He spoke only in riddles. "Let me ask you something." His voice echoed, asking, "Why do you do this? Why do you fight each other?" His face hardened as he recalled Zhang's cruel visage, the Alliance, the Emperor crew, all united. Then came the images of innocents, harmed by these endless battles, reveling in belonging, trampling others in their wake. Jae-gang stood before the hospital bed, perhaps harboring a sinister plan that would plunge them into dire straits, while Butler Gong clutched his phone in utter bewilderment. He stared in disbelief at the massive fire before him. Was this a crisis point? Meanwhile, Taexion cried out in despair, "Why?" He thrashes helplessly, and Cheondu, annoyed, stomps on his face. Meanwhile, a 16-seater van was approaching, his mocking voice echoing, "Still got the energy to bark? You're part of the Emperor gang yourself, and you're asking me why?" He grins, a truly twisted smile as he recounts his feelings. "Because it's fun and it gets me high, got it, you idiot?" The subordinate steps forward to report. "The car's here." He nodded in acknowledgement, then gave the order. "Yeah, toss him in the car." Immediately, Taekhon was painfully thrown into the vehicle. Cheondu turns and orders them to move out, wondering if errand services these days also offer transportation. But the driver's next words shock him. "Yes, we'll do anything for money," he continued. "Can you just wait for me at the place I mentioned earlier?" The driver nods in agreement. "Yes, of course." The worried driver then slowly starts the car, saying, "I'll be going now." Though worried, he's here to save him. It's Cho-min, disguised as the driver, speeding away. Taechon Cho-min remembers Nun's words, and he carries Maha Harry, running as fast as he can. His face is determined as he sprints forward. His pace quickened, and after running for what seemed like forever, he stopped, exhausted and gasping for breath. Now completely lost, he glanced back. Remembering Nun's words, he didn't have to give him the phone. Thinking this, he bit his lip in sorrow. Kim Noon knew about the phone, but never let on, using all her strength to hold Yoon Tak back so he could escape. Go save him. His eyes were filled with utter desperation. Kim Taek-son returns to reality, knowing what he must do, but first he sets Maha Hari down to find a plan within the phone. He has to save Taek. He frantically called Taek-son, his mind racing with worry. He hasn't been able to reach him. I thought the plan had succeeded because Mahari was safe. His face now filled with utter confusion and worry. But according to Kim Nok-chun, something must have happened while he was trying to escape. Sensing trouble, he quickly pulls up a map to assess the situation. Seok-si is a great strategist, so whoever got to him must be a master of tactics. With that thought, he tries to reassure himself. Let's think in reverse. The motorcycle squad is trying to escape Gosu Vocational School. Gosu must be this way. His eyes now filled with determination. If it were him, what would he do to catch them? He calculated the fastest routes to the highway. Then, Cho-min carried Maha Hari, rushing past the fallen underlings. 3 directions. Seeing so many familiar faces, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought with joy. There it is. They've definitely blocked off the end of the road. Then he glanced in another direction. There are so few of them. Did they split up to escape? Their severe injuries give him pause. Their condition only makes him more worried about his senior, Taekhon. He quickly looks around and slowly moves forward. Even though he doesn't know how Kim Nok-chun knew, he told him to rescue Taechon. And despite his exhaustion, he continues to plan his next move. He's been captured? Where did they take him? Was there any evidence here? After searching around, Cho-min shook his head in frustration. No, I have to look beyond these 3 exits. Suddenly a cough echoes, startling him. Fortunately, one of Taek-sung's henchmen was struggling to get up, and he quickly went to his teammates to wake them. Hey, wake up, the captain's been captured. Cho-min anxiously overhears everything. He then shouted loudly to everyone lying still on the ground. I heard it all clearly. They've captured team leader Tich Song and will publicly execute him at the league's regular meeting. He roared. We have to... Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man appeared and kicked him hard in the head. He was helpless as he witnessed this scene. The man glared around angrily, then sighed and spoke. What the heck, why is nobody here? He then continued reporting to someone before cursing in confusion. They said they'd come pick them up. God damn these high school punks. Yes, esteemed customer. Where are you, sir? Immediately after, he was overjoyed, quickly informing the person on the other end of the line. Oh, is the parking lot okay? Did you change locations? No problem, I'm nearby, so I'll be right there. He then pulled a cigarette from his pocket and sighed in frustration. God damn it. I can't believe I have to be polite to these high school dogs. Running errands like this, a life like this. He continued to glance at the people lying still on the ground. Matching uniforms? What is this, some kind of throwback? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, yelling, "Damn it! Just a few years ago my life was so much more interesting, tormenting soldiers and chasing women." He didn't forget to complain. "You need to go to work." But just then, Min raised his weapon high, ready to strike him down from behind, followed by a painful blow that sent him crashing into the car wash. Before he passed out, he still cursed women as the boy's mother sighed in relief, leaving him utterly bewildered by his own plans. This was the only way to save Tikon. He stared at the red cap lying on the ground. In reality, he's driving, a chauffeur trembling as he grits his teeth and stares ahead. Meanwhile, in the back, two underlings were chatting and laughing. "That's why I smashed that dog's head in with the whole tray. Damn it, you crazy bastard." He glanced ahead, biting his lip with worry, and hesitated. "Even though I've learned the basics of driving, this thing isn't easy to handle. I need to find the least crowded route possible, because taking back roads is too dangerous." Suddenly, a strange noise from the car froze everyone inside. Seeing this, the two henchmen angrily shouted, "Damn it, what was that?" "They're yelling at me, asking if I can't drive properly. I need to stay calm. The right is the accelerator, the left is the brake." He told himself he couldn't mix up the pedals, then announced, "I'm sorry." Tech glances at him, immediately realizing the problem, then glances back at Chezu. He seemed surprised to see him sleeping so soundly. Is this guy asleep? He silently thanked his lucky stars. What a relief. Then he spoke again. "Hey, errand boy." Startled, he looked up, confused. "What?" Now enraged, he confronts him. "I've been suspicious. Your voice is different." Hearing this, the two underlings in the back suddenly realized something was wrong. "Huh?" he coldly ordered, catching Seok-young by surprise. "Stop the car." Shaman, trying to remain calm, glanced back in bewilderment, then leaned forward, shouting, "I said stop the car, you bastard." Sensing danger, he floors the accelerator, sending the car speeding forward at a terrifying pace. Now speeding down the road at nearly 200 kilometers per hour, Cheonandu was caught off guard and thrown backward, along with everyone else in the car. He and his men were furious, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Mother..." He grabs Min by the head, yelling, "Stop the car, you dog!" just as the car slams on the brakes and crashes into the wall. The basement fell silent as Cheondu stepped out of the car and approached the door. Immediately, he yanked open the driver's side door, grabbing the driver's collar in a fit of rage. "Who sent you, you bastard?" he roared. "Emperor Gang, huh?" he coldly replied. "No." Hearing this, he laughed mockingly. "You think I didn't notice, you fool?" he spat. "Prepare to die." He suddenly spoke incomprehensible words. He hadn't noticed because I'd put on the tint. Upon hearing this, he was immediately confused, his eyes widening. "What did you say?" His hands trembling, he extends an invitation to the emperors. "Siai, Team 4, Captain Kim Tich-song has been captured by the Alliance and taken away." Next, Cheondu slowly gets into the driver's seat, and whoever reads this message. The car window slowly rolls down, startling him as he focuses on the underground parking lot, where a crowd awaits, ready to destroy the Emperor's rivals. Chomin smirks, taunting, "You're too late, you idiot." Jiang furiously charges forward, screaming at his men to kill them all. Cheondu froze, faced with the crowd before him. Du Min sneered, "You're too late, you idiot." Dugang's men rushed forward, yelling and cursing as they quickly surrounded Cheondu's group. Takon witnesses the entire scene, stunned into disbelief, his mind reeling. Did he lure them into Emperor's trap? Then he looked back at Min, sitting calmly. He flew into a rage, yelling, "You son of a bitch!" before whipping around to look behind him. A plan forms in his mind, retreat, but just as he thinks he might escape, the powerful Jun approaches, hands in his pockets. His face contorted with rage as he glared at him, unsure of what to do. The crowd was growing more chaotic, ready to ignite the next battle as he cursed loudly. Feeling cornered, Cheondu charged forward, yelling, "Come on, you sons of bitches, you think I'm scared?" Then a swarm of people attacked him at once, leaving him no time to react. He's taking hit after hit, but he refuses to give up, fighting back with everything he has. But it seems Cheondu is struggling against such a large group, getting surrounded and beaten relentlessly, unable to react. These leeches are relentless. Seizing the opportunity, the two-block haircut lands a punch right in his face. He slowly falls, cursing in a confused rage. "I'll kill you all." Chomin watches it all unfold with arrogant detachment, remaining calm as the relentless beating continues. He thought he could defeat Seok-song with his own strength, but it was simply that his side had more manpower. Finally, he understood a fundamental truth. Because this isn't a one-on-one fight. The most important thing in a high school battle is numbers. He turned back to Zixong, a dazzling smile on his face, while Jiang rushed towards Cheondu, ready to strike the final blow. He leaps into the air, delivering a fatal kick. Die, you son of a bitch! He fell to the ground in pain and exhaustion, utterly defeated. He touched himself as the other man approached, demanding him with angry words. First Park X and now even Kim Tich Song in the same day? You Alliance guys are too ambitious. His voice echoed with relentless condemnation. There's a limit to everything. Still not satisfied, he continued to beat the boy, who was too stunned to react. Do you underestimate the Emperor gang this much? Huh, you miserable bastard. Suddenly, Tish Song stepped out of the car and advised, That's enough. Seeing this, the man finally stopped. Just then, Tish Song stepped forward, his eyes glancing at the figure lying motionless on the ground. He was a pathetic sight, covered in injuries. Ji Song announced, Any more hits and you'll kill him. Hearing this, Jae Gang could only curse under his breath in frustration, before moving to finish the job. Leave me be, this dog made Za and Park X pass out. He moved his foot towards the man's face. At this critical moment, Jae-hun suddenly steps forward, asking, Why are you so angry? With a serious expression, Jae-hun declares that the man is a traitor. Hearing these confusing words, Zixong asks with some concern, Is Buckwheat in trouble? And a traitor? What exactly is going on? Jae-hun continues to speak his mind, stating that he's someone they need to eliminate anyway. Saying this, his voice turned somewhat sorrowful. Perhaps this is for the best. Daigong couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward, grabbed the man's neck, and questioned him. Good? You call this good? He was trembling with rage. The Emperor's first squad leader was killed by the Alliance. They'll treat us like dogs. But June seemed unfazed by all of this, saying they captured their core members as well. That bastard is number 3 in the Alliance, he shouts. That's not the issue, it's the anger in his eyes that I can't accept. Meanwhile, the others sped off on their motorcycles while one man remained silent, assessing the situation. Akha seems surprised by the scene, speechless. Suddenly, Jae-gang turns his head and gives an enigmatic smile. Back in reality, Jang grabs Jae-hun's collar, speaking with helpless frustration. He grits his teeth in despair, unable to accept this reality. Why, of all things? Tekken was stunned by the sight before him. But then, cars suddenly began to arrive, and a subordinate announced, Boss, we're here to escort you. And with that, the chaotic battle drew to a close, a battle sparked by Jeonju of Gosu Technical High, who provoked Mahari. Seeing things were wrapping up, Jigong turned to leave, announcing, All done, Team 2, let's move out. Jun calmly leaves, leaving a third of the Emperor's 4th squad injured, the Gosu school forces in tatters, and half of the Delim-dun schools devastated. As the story unfolds, the leader of the Buxiok Squad 1 falls into a coma, and Noba is seriously injured, as is Guchondu. The battle finally ended, leaving behind considerable damage, as a lone figure slowly stepped forward. As Min trudges down the road in battered armor, he sighs, muttering to himself, I played dead for too long and got scolded. On his phone, the succubus continues to berate him with a barrage of texts. You're so good at abandoning me. The House of Moods is burnt to a crisp, and Kim Nakshun and the Alliance guy inhaled too much smoke and passed out. But thankfully, their lives weren't in danger. Where are you? He immediately texted her back. I'm near the Gap Troll Bridge. She quickly replied, I'm on my way. Stay put. He thought of his friend and couldn't help but worry, hoping Kim Nakshun was okay. It was almost a disaster, but thankfully he's all right. His mind raced with calculations and plans. The staff had identified him. And with First Squad Captain Parak Ha in a coma, the MPC gang was no longer invincible and in a very disadvantageous position. He stared at the cracked phone screen in his hand. Picking up that damn thing turned his life into that of a dog. With that thought, Min let out a helpless sigh. He simply wanted those bullies to experience what he had. He stares into the clear blue water below the riverbank, wondering if he'd be better off giving up everything and paying for what he's done. Even if it means being killed by J-Gang. Gangs? Who cares? If I just ditch this phone, it'll all be over. Suddenly remembering something, he hesitated with a hint of regret. Wait, does that mean Hwangmi's diaries were all burned? Thinking this, his eyes suddenly changed. So no one but me has read its contents. Earlier, while Min calmly read through each diary, he gazed at the dark sky, lost in thought as the situation grew more complicated. Just when I wanted to give up, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Why? Yes. He found himself standing on a bridge, gazing at the tranquil, clear water below, as Mu bumped into a menacing-looking young man on the street. Seeing this, he immediately became enraged and cursed. Hey, you dog, you bumped into me and don't even apologize. Suddenly, he realizes something is wrong as he turns back with a furious glare, warning them to stay away. Huang Mue, age 17, 3 years ago, the contents of that diary. Meanwhile, Muya was furious, staring at the troublemakers before him, at the power, the violence, and they were shouting insults right in his face. The mongrel provokes them, and they, relying on their numbers, recognize him and hurl insults. Damn, it's you, the dropout who messed with the school's top dog. Immediately, they prepare to take him down. Perfect timing. Come over here. Seeing this, the guy next to him quickly tried to stop him. Hey, look at his muscles. You think you can take him? Enraged, the man continued to shout insults. Muscles, my ass. I'll bet my entire fortune, that's all just fat. He immediately approached him, mocking. You need to be my soldier to build muscle. In less than a second, Mi quickly entered battle mode, defeating him with a single blow. Seeing this, the two beside him froze in confusion, as did everyone else on the street, who were equally astonished. This young man fainted instantly from a single blow, and he calmly announced, What did you say? You're speaking too softly, I can't hear you. Immediately after, the remaining thugs were terrified and turned to run. The diary entries continue. I have no parents. My only family at this point was my frail grandmother, and she was incredibly gentle with him. That's when he approached his grandmother, saying, Grandma. The blonde boy appeared, voicing his worries. Oh dear. And a pathetic younger brother. He anxiously put away the vegetables and instructed his grandmother. I told you that you don't need to sell things here, Grandma, we still have the aid money. But suddenly he noticed something else. A large figure loomed in the gateway, surprising him. He immediately ran over and called out to Maya, and so everything was gradually revealed in his diary. The people called parents abandoned my brother and me, then disappeared. Meanwhile, 2 students at school are chatting away. Oh, I hate school so much. Want to ditch class? No. My mom would kill me. He observed all of this from the sidelines. Just then, a despondent young man speaks up. Maybe I should just die. He glances at the 2 students and thinks, parents are nothing but a curse. What prevents me from living my life is myself, and I'm not bound by any standard. And in this world, a fist is thrown forward with conviction, before a brawl between 2 groups of students. There are many like them, relentlessly attacking each other. Those unbound by standards will do anything to prove the path they've chosen. Mu silently observes all of this as the 3 remaining victors gloat after defeating their opponents. These fools need to know their limits. The leader couldn't resist taunting. You think the Dagon Alliance is a joke? His voice echoed. Kill that dog. Hearing this, Mu, who was sitting to the side, asked in surprise. The Dagon Alliance? I've learned something quite interesting. Lately, a lot of guys have been mentioning the Dagon Alliance. I apologize. At this point, the loser was begging desperately for mercy. Please stop. Seeing this, the leader seemed angry. Sorry? Do you think an apology is enough? He then unbuckled his pants, ready to do something big. Today, he would give this guy a special baptism. He then proceeds to urinate on the heads of those he defeated, saying, Go to heaven, you dog. The 3 then smugly left, leaving May to sigh in frustration. These bastards, he calls out to them. Standing before them, he questioned them with utmost seriousness. Were you just talking about the Skinned Alliance? Who are they? The leader seems angry at his appearance and curses him. Who's the big guy? Think you're tough? He didn't forget to threaten, or do you want to wash too? Before he could finish, a punch came flying. In the blink of an eye, he fell backward before the astonished eyes of his 2 teammates. His punch sent teeth flying as the man lost consciousness, collapsing backward. The 2 were stunned by the scene before them, and Mudia repeated his words. Don't make me repeat myself. The remaining 2 were frozen in fear at the sight. Damn it. His face twisted with rage as he questioned them. What the hell is the Daon Alliance? They stared at him, confused. Who the hell is this guy? Another one spoke up right after. He's surprised that someone who can fight doesn't know about the Alliance or doesn't know them at all. With a fearful look, he continued to recount everything. This was a force established by the current king of Dagon. His name is Uon, and all the strong schools are under their control. Mia immediately committed that striking name to memory, Yoon. His eyes now held a steely resolve, not out of pity for the oppressed, nor anger at their tormentors. He commanded, Tell me where he is. His face was filled with rage as he stood before them. Don't make me repeat myself. I just find them annoying. He looked up at the sky, resolving, that title of king. Meanwhile, blood swirled into the air as Dai effortlessly took down one underling after another with a few punches. The place they showed me was the end of the line. How many gates did I have to pass to reach Umongon? He takes down more and more of them. School bullies, area bosses, he defeats them all. Then I got paid again, got beaten up by him again, and made it to the core of the Alliance. My fists were covered in blood for a week. A battered man recounts that there will be a periodic meeting in Oo Park in 3 days, and the Supreme Commander will be there. Upon hearing this, a pleased smile appears on Mi's face, knowing he'll finally meet Yu Moon. Unbeknownst to him, someone had been watching him the entire time, silently observing his every move. Mei remains oblivious, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. The title of king is meant for one alone. I thought defeating him would prove my existence. He slowly turns and walks away. Every man is born with ambition, but things may not go as planned as someone approaches. You've thrown a bucket of cold water on my burning desire. The man behind him mocked, saying I was dumber than he thought. The strange man's voice echoed, Do you think you're invincible? Hearing this, Mu turned back in surprise. The man mocked, Aren't you pathetic? His voice echoed with his thoughts, stating that 100,000 Alliance members would gather for the regular meeting. Does he really think he can defeat Umun and escape alive? It seems he's not afraid of his formidable opponent. Humans are fragile. One car crash, and it's over. But what's even scarier is a car headed straight for your house. Enraged, he charges forward, landing a swift kick on the strange man before he can react. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. The strange man was none other than Gok Ha, who coldly announced himself as Seven Dan. Let me tell you a story, as his voice became incredibly certain, declaring that Huang Mei was Park Ha. Zeha continued his story with me, saying, Let me tell you an interesting story. Huang Mei suddenly realizes something is wrong. Dai leaps high into the air, preparing to spin and strike, while Mi spins into a beautiful kick aimed directly at him. Immediately, Mi sent someone to deliver a fatal kick. He felt a sharp pain from the blow. Mei then praised, You're the first to stop me. How interesting. Muji's face hardened as he challenged him. If you want to lecture me, you'll have to fight me first, he sneered. Hearing this, he simply sighed and continued to speak his mind. I've considered it, you beast, but I didn't come here to fight you. He didn't forget to mention what I wanted, but before he could finish, Mia charged back into the fight. Mudia continued to attack, and the pain ignited his patience into rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. He didn't hesitate to interrupt, yelling at Muo, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong. A sinister smile crept across Muo's face as he taunted, Is that all you've got? Then a swift and decisive punch landed squarely on Sioka's face before he could react. Finally, he felt the pain, his mouth agape in disbelief. Seeing his face, Moi gloated, Is that all you've got? The two then engaged in a fierce and relentless battle, with Sioka seemingly losing ground against Mui's power. He was struck so hard he staggered back, his voice echoing with the impact. I'm here. Muya throws a massive punch, but he narrowly dodges it, reminding him that this is to help him become the Wild King, Mu. Suddenly, a powerful punch lands squarely on Moya's chin, but he stands motionless, lost in thought and somewhat speechless. Finally, Mue reacts and Mude turns his head in surprise, asking, A king? He nods in confirmation, then continues his tale. Yes, I can help you become king in this war. Meanwhile, an old man led 2 police officers as they rushed forward, saying, This way, this way. Seeing the two arguing, the officer shouted, Hey, you two, stop it! As Mude walked away, he chuckled, You help me? Ridiculous. Seeing him leave, Xiaoka frantically called out, Wait! He coldly turned back and declared, I don't need anyone's help. Then he simply walked away and vanished. Seokha silently watched him leave. Several days passed, and the flag of the Organization Alliance fluttered in the wind. Cheers erupted, praising the man known as the boss. Below, they shower him with praise. Hu Gun U Mun. Mun Guan, clearly pleased, signaled his men at the regular meeting before making an announcement. So, 1/4 of the Daeon high schools are now under the Alliance, but the road ahead is long, and our goals are even greater. Suddenly, a commotion erupts outside, followed by a shout. Who the hell are you? This crazy bastard? He seemed surprised by all of this. Then Mu slowly charges in, yelling, Ungun! With his power, he decisively takes down 100 men at once, seemingly unfazed but surprised as he looks ahead. Oh, the guy who wanted to see me. Then he continues to look at me. Is that him? He smugly looks at the guy. So you're here. Single-handedly, he became a force of nature, taking down thug after thug. I once took on 300 men alone, including the Union's core members. Seeing this, the other underlings angrily signaled to each other, Who is this madman? Stop him. But he doesn't seem to care about them. He's heading straight for the commander. Come here, you Mungun. Seeing him approach their commander, they frantically screamed warnings to each other that madman is heading for the supreme commander. Seeing this, Yun became enraged and charged forward. But it seems he was no match for his power. He was sent flying high into the air, an unbelievable sight. His underlings watched on, screaming in disbelief. and with one punch he sends Yunch flying. Seeing Mui's frenzy, they could only scream in despair. He's here. Witnessing this entire scene from above, Moonguo was utterly stunned. Though some call it rash and foolish, I'm confident that even others can't believe their eyes. With just a few basic moves, he can easily take them all down. I can crush them all. Crimson blood sprayed into the air, a visceral sensation as the underlings stood by, helpless and bewildered. At this moment, a helpless underling trembled and spoke. No way. I called him to the meeting to teach him a lesson for life. Dai continues to recount those days in his diary, the voices of his defeated enemies echoing. Is he a monster, taking down so many on his own shows, his peak skill? Seeing this, one of them stepped forward, not forgetting to praise him. Defeating 300 men, huh? What a madman. Keep it up. Moongon now stood face to face with him. What is your name? He was amused, standing before the king. A pleased smile crept across his face as he began to recount. Wild dogs. Seeing this, he immediately questioned, Why are you targeting me? Did I do something to offend you? He asked, his eyes now filled with a terrifying intensity. He slowly recounted, It's nothing like that. It's simply because you call yourself king. Sensing trouble, a subordinate shouted, Commander, get away from him. Is he crazy? Mia slowly raised her hand, clenched her fist, and threw a punch straight at his face. Something suddenly felt wrong, and his eyes widened. In the next instant, he stopped his attack completely. A voice echoes out, You animal? With a calm demeanor, Moonguan approached, a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. What will it take to satisfy you? Moonguan didn't seem fazed by Mei's actions, and he was surprised to find himself frozen in place. What am I supposed to do with a childish idiot like you? What's going on? He was now utterly bewildered, unable to act as he wished. Why couldn't he move? Seeing his face, the man laughed mockingly. Really? Judging by your expression, it seems you've never experienced this before. He then announces the limit. At that moment, drops of blood fell from his hand as a fist hurtled towards his face. He stood there, landing a solid punch to his face, sending him collapsing backward without a chance to react. Moon had to admit his toughness. Then he turned and left, muttering nonsense. No one sprints an entire marathon because no one can. He picks up the iron rod, his body acting before his brain can catch up. His voice echoed with praise, so belligerent he didn't realize he was spent. I'll give you that. You really are a monster. This is the first time I've met someone like you. He stepped toward where he lay. No wonder you're not afraid of anything. Moonguan finds it amusing that Mei is acting this way, as if thugs like him are even worthy opponents. He mocked him relentlessly, stepping closer with each word. Did he really think he could defeat them all with just a few weaklings? But what's this? The flag in his hand flutters in the wind. His voice echoed, saying that even gathered together, these guys could still make him like this. Moya continued to stare at the symbol on the flag in his hand. This was the terror of the Alliance. With that, a strange smile crept across his face. We're not afraid of monsters or lone beasts. He immediately plunged the flagpole into the ground. Well, whatever. This is for the days to come. Moonguan lifted Mu's arm and asked with a triumphant smile, Should I just break one of your arms then? He then offered the flagpole to him, saying, If you promise to be my servant, I'll let this go. He even mocks me? Suddenly, he speaks up. You talk too much, urging him. Stop with the nonsense and get it over with. His eyes burned with rage and resentment, warning that if he were allowed to recover, his opponent would be beaten like a dog. Moonguan was surprised, almost disbelieving, before slowly reacting. Not bad. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he prepares his next move. Yeah, right. I wasn't planning on sparing you anyway. Immediately, he clenched his fist, ready to strike, saying, I was taught that the strong... Instead of coaxing them, his voice echoed with strange sounds, followed by something shattering. Better to eradicate them completely. At the same time, the police arrived and began to shout, What's going on over there? The police chief loudly reprimands them, then announces, Are these kids fighting? Arrest them all, one of the underlings announced. I think we should stop and go. Ugan cursed in anger. How the hell did the cops get here? The man ordered his subordinates. Listen up, anyone who can still stand, he commanded, ordering them to block the cops with their bodies. Immediately they agreed, yes, and so, with unwavering loyalty, they charged forward to intercept the officers, who were immediately thrown into disarray. Huh? What are these crazy guys doing? The man then urged Moonguan to seize the opportunity and run, saying getting caught by the cops would be a pain. He says, frustrated, How could I miss Muir's match? Immediately after, Ya turned to Mu and seeing his contemplative face exclaimed in surprise, "He's just now passing out? You're one lucky bastard." His journal says that day was the first time I ever lost consciousness. Moments later, Mu awoke in this place, his eyes widening as he took in his surroundings, and asked in surprise, "Damn it, what happened? Where am I?" Just then, one of them slowly approached, saying, "So, you're finally awake?" Seo Ha stepped forward, mocking him. His voice dripping with helplessness, he announces, "I thought you had some grand strategy, but you just blindly walked to your death." He couldn't resist, adding, "Dealing with people who have to learn the hard way is such a headache. Will you listen to me now?" His voice echoed from within the room. "Dragging you here was exhausting." Mui wakes up, surprised by his surroundings, and asks, "Is this Mount Sikiang?" Mui was extremely surprised to see the car. "Ocha, you saved me." He turns and recounts everything he witnessed. "Those thugs are a pain for the cops. That's why I was able to make my final decision." Immediately, Mu grabbed him by the collar, his face contorted with rage. "You're quite the comedian. It seems he isn't afraid of any of this." He calmly responded, "I'll take that as a thank you." "So, what are you planning to do now?" His voice echoed. "Whether you like it or not, what you've done has become a legend in the Don Ruffy battles." Hearing this, Mu recalled everything from when he stormed their territory alone to when Moon defeated him single-handedly. "You took on 300 men at the Alliance's regular meeting and walked right up to the commander, but ultimately failed." Stabbing the commander in the neck, Mu was instantly enraged by these words. "You son of a bitch." Mu throws a furious punch. "Damn you to hell." He continued to loudly question, "You're not satisfied, are you?" His face became crystal clear. He pressed on, knowing that was all he had, a berserker with nothing but ambition. It seemed X's next words would sway him. "I guarantee you, if you keep acting alone, you'll never wash away today's humiliation." "Because you lack power," Mia immediately spoke up. "What?" Seokha turned back and made an announcement. "Look," he said, glancing in the direction Seokha pointed, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Do you see those lights?" He then focuses on listening to the electric lights from within the various apartments. Those lights can be extinguished by simply barging in and smashing them. They're just useless lights. X's voice echoed, proclaiming that gathering those lights would create a great city like Dohan. With unwavering conviction, Seokha continued, "No matter how strong they are, they can't extinguish Dohan. Even if a few lights break, it will still brazenly display its power." Mu turned to look at him, and seeing that he was still bewildered, Seokha didn't forget to explain further. "Do you understand now, Hwangmu? If you want to be king, you need power. The power you possesses today, and you do not. That power is influence." Thinking this, Mu slowly releases Seokha's collar. Finally understanding everything, he realizes he wants him to create a force like the Dawn Alliance. Seokha nods in agreement. "Yes, I see great potential in you. If you join forces with me, you can become king." Seokha slowly reached out his hand. "Isn't it often the case that a king achieves greater things by working with his officials rather than acting alone?" Seokha's voice echoed, full of suggestion. "I came here because I want to be your friend. What do you say? Interesting, isn't it?" He seems hesitant as he looks at his hand. "The day I first lost consciousness." After some deliberation, he quickly shook my hand, the first time I'd ever shaken hands with someone. As the two slowly depart, May voices his thoughts. But how can they build a force with just the two of them? Where do we even recruit people? I don't really care about fighters, so I'm at a loss. Hearing that, Seokha sighed in response. "The high schools known for fighting are all part of the Alliance. Finding manpower is difficult these days." He nodded in agreement and spoke. "What? What else can we do?" Gukha seemed remarkably calm about all of this, saying, "Don't worry, I know a promising kid." At that moment, a person with strange power appeared in Gokha's mind, and though he was a year younger than them, all the students fearfully ran away. A loud crash echoes as the giant liquor bottle shatters, the same bottle that once defeated countless high school thugs, and a voice erupts from the karaoke bar. "You son of a bitch, you dare sing the song I'm singing right next to my room?" This wild horse of the area is none other than Jang. Back then, he was only 16 when he questioned, "You want to fight, you dog?" Seokha continued his story, "We will tame him." At this moment, a boy was walking home from school as usual when a student approached and called out to him. He seems surprised, turning his head back in confusion, as the student cheerfully and worriedly continues to ask, "Are you planning on going that way?" He nodded in confirmation and began to explain. "Yeah, why? That's the way to my house." Seeing this, the guy seemed worried as he looked ahead, probably because the student was new and didn't know. But that road, the guy kept warning him that a rabid dog roams there. Hearing this, the student isn't scared, but intrigued. "A mad dog, you say? What does it matter? I'm already known as the mad dog of Jindu." There are no bad dogs in this world, but he seems helpless. I'm not talking about a real dog, I'm talking about J-Gang, who slowly comes into view as a person. He continues to sleep soundly as if nothing happened, while the two young men continue to chat. A person? Yeah, he's a terrifying executioner. Meanwhile, students walk and talk, explaining why he beat someone to a pulp. I don't know what school that guy goes to. I think it's YN. They mocked him, saying he should take care of all the YN students, or was he too afraid of Do-Jeon-Hu to do anything? Damn it, get Do-Jeon-Hu out here to face me. Suddenly, J-Gang appeared, kicking the guy in the middle and berating them. He was furious as he questioned them, barking and yapping on the street like that. Seeing this, the remaining two were immediately terrified. He seemed intrigued by these students, saying they must be good fighters, which prompted the two to charge at him. Are you guys trying to die? And so the story is told, his name is J-Gang. They punched him repeatedly, but he easily dodged each blow, gaining notoriety with every dodge. To retaliate, he quickly punched each of them in turn, punching elementary students while still in kindergarten and middle schoolers as soon as he entered the first grade. He was now overwhelmingly powerful, taking them down one by one. Not satisfied, he immediately grabbed another by the leg. He then proceeded to hurl the students forward. Now a middle schooler, he decimated these so-called high schoolers. With a resounding crash, the students finally understood the danger he posed, a Demon King's rampage as they slowly lost consciousness and succumbed to oblivion. The remaining thugs froze in terror at the sight as J-Gang slowly raised his fist, a smile spreading across his face. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, the guy pleaded, wait, no matter where I run, that mad dog will only be appeased when they've torn us to shreds. Immediately, the man was sent flying, giving the market its infamous name, Torture Market. And so, the story unfolds. Anyone who knows about this place would never be caught dead here. After taking down those three punks, the fearsome Daigang continued on his way. Well, that woke me up. Two students whispered to each other. You should be grateful I saved your life. Are you just going to stand there? Moody appears and sighs in frustration, saying, how annoying. He glances ahead with a brooding look while J-Gang walks toward the store in front of him. He immediately noticed the pawnshop's clothing displays outside and stepped inside. Uncle, the shop owner greeted him, looking surprised. Yeah, is that D-Gang? With a smile, he announced that it was just finished, instantly lighting up the other man's face. At that moment, a shirt with a strange dragon design was printed on it, and the shop owner happily asked, what do you think? He seemed thrilled and couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, it's awesome. A man and a dragon go hand in hand. The shop owner smiled. You really like it, don't you? After putting on the jacket, he asks the owner, what do you think? The owner, now certain, praises him, saying he looks more like a gangster. He then approached the shop owner asking, how much do you want for it? The boss calmly explains, 10 million. Hearing this, he's rendered speechless. You're marking up the price too much. Suddenly, he realizes something. He stared at the photo before him and asked, who is that? I've never seen this picture before. He simply smiled and calmly explained, your son? Immediately after, he turned the photo face down, so that's who it was. Hearing this, J-Gang couldn't help but laugh and tease. What's this? I thought you were a lone wolf. You have a son? Hearing this, he remained silent, then grabbed him by the neck, saying, all-consuming poison? Please. Kid, you may not know it, but I'm way more famous than you. He was speechless. What the hell? With a smile, he recounted, living as a gangster is your decision, but you can't be alone. The man was confused by this. Meanwhile, the door to a clothing store opened and a man stepped inside. Seeing this person, the shop owner exclaimed in surprise, welcome. Before them, a group of gangsters approached with angry expressions. He sighed wearily, as if this invitation wasn't worth it. Once again, the scene shifts to another part of the city. Jang cursed loudly as he walked, scanning the city with a frustrated sigh. Where the hell is he? What a pain in the ass. At that moment, he asked X in surprise, you're telling me to go? X Okeha nodded firmly in confirmation. That's right. Hearing this, he immediately left and spoke out in anger. Forget it, I'm not doing it. I've never sweet-talked anyone, too much trouble. In that case, you'll forever live with the memory of being crushed by Yu Moon W. Hearing this only strengthened his resolve. He quickly turned around, angrily shouting at his friend, you better not make fun of me with this or I'll tear you to pieces. But Xokha calmly explained, I have no intention of recruiting you or anything. A powerful organization depends entirely on its leader. Zokha's voice echoed. After all, only a beast can tame a beast, and if that beast is you, you'll surely leave a lasting impression. With that thought, he wearily sighed, recalling that dog calling him a beast, and passed by the clothing store that was gradually being destroyed. Back, Sok Ha, I'll deal with you when I get back. He was a little surprised to see the mess inside. At that moment, Jae-gang trembled with rage, exclaiming, "Damn it!" Seeing Jae-gang, Mei asks with some delight, "Judging by his face, he's the one, isn't he?" He quickly steps in front of Jae-gang and speaks. "You're Jae-gang, right?" Zuga's voice echoed. "You can't win him over without a plan." D-gang glared at him like an enemy. Sok Ha had explicitly warned him not to provoke Jae-gang, but to win him over. He knew he had to smile. He smiled, announcing, "I've been wanting to meet you." His voice echoed. Before he could finish, Jae-gang angrily shouted, "Don't talk to me. Get lost before I tear you apart." Then, Jae-gang immediately ran away, leaving him speechless. And so, this was my first encounter with Yang, as he stared at the destruction unfolding in the clothing store before him. Little did I know that encounter would turn my life upside down. On the table lies an upside-down photo of that boy. In his diary, he simply wrote that he was furious, staring ahead. "I'll kill you. He's driving me crazy." Fueled by rage, Jang speeds ahead on his motorcycle, his eyes burning with animosity. Damn it! Who are those uniform-wearing giants anyway? After beating the clothing store owner, the leader ordered his men to clean up and head to the abandoned warehouse in Daehwadong. Thinking of this, he sped off in a rage, his eyes filled with desperation as he raced forward. "You can't die on me." He used all his strength to reach his final destination, while the scene shifts to an abandoned building where the clothing store owner speaks. Why? He was weary from the wounds on his head. Enraged, he asks, "I gave you everything you wanted, so why are you doing this?" Suddenly, another fist strikes his face. An enraged gangster punches him in the face, berating him. "Your face is thicker than steel." He clenched his fist and moved closer. "Didn't you leave something unsaid?" Then he pulled out a concealed weapon from his pocket. "You have to tell us the truth, old man. Weren't we perfectly capable of handling it?" Approaching the clothing store owner, he brandished the knife, threatening, "I'm talking about that uncle's existence." His voice echoed, "I'm ordered to stab you until you talk, so don't blame me too much." The knife quickly aimed at the shop owner, but fortunately, a motorcycle arrived just in time. Jang leaps off his bike, quickly taking down the thugs. What a punk! The clothing store owner looked up in surprise, quickly asking, "Yang, why are you here? You insolent brat." Seeing this, the other gangsters angrily talked amongst themselves. "Who is this guy? Isn't that the crazy bastard from before? How many punches does it take for you to learn? We were going easy on you because you're just a kid. Well, this time we'll send you to the afterlife." At this, he turned and cursed at the gangsters. "Son of a bitch. I took on 5 old guys like you in that cramped store. Now none of you thugs will lay a hand on me." Seeing this, the other gangster was instantly enraged. "You dare call us names? Who are you calling names, you little punk?" He ignored the taunt and continued. "And if I ride my warhorse in a space this wide?" Hearing this, the gangster rushes forward. "Who do you think you are? Come and get me, you dog." He glanced back, sealing his fate, and spun the bike's wheel in a wheelie, slamming it into the guy's face. And just like that, the guy lost consciousness and collapsed. He declared that he had to try it to know. The men in the back were astonished, wondering what this madman was doing with his motorcycle. There's no need to be afraid. They immediately surrounded Daegang, knowing that if they just corner him, the mad dog wouldn't be able to move. Hearing this, he laughs and mocks them. "Oh, so these pampered young masters actually know how to use their brains?" Seeing this, the leader was furious, shouting, "You laugh? You insolent bastard. Let's see if you'll still be laughing in a minute." His voice filled with despair, warning that an even more terrifying figure stood behind these thugs, but the man paid no heed. "Don't make me laugh. If I run from this place..." He immediately decided to engage in combat, otherwise I'd be humiliated and never dare wear this jacket again. A mischievous smile appeared on Jay's face. So, my nephew is quickly revving his motorcycle and speeding forward, releasing a cloud of black smoke to prove he's not going anywhere. The area became obscured by the motorcycle's smoke, and the leader, enraged and confused, questioned what was happening. What the hell, did he just use his tires to create a smokescreen? Another one cursed, peering into the smoke. Seriously? He even takes the time to warn them to be careful. We don't know where it'll jump out from, but unfortunately for him, he was already standing behind him. His eyes now held unwavering resolve. Amidst the smoke and dust, a series of loud noises heralded their demise. In a short time, the shop owner's eyes widen in disbelief. A confident step emerges from the smoke, as Zhang steps out with a triumphant look. He called out, "Oh, hey, old man." Then he sat down, looking at the old clothes vendor. "What's wrong, uncle? I can smell your glorious past. Did I win? Wait a minute." Suddenly, a staff hurtles toward him from out of nowhere, and he cries out in desperation. A gang? Dodge it. Hearing that, he turned his head in surprise. Dodge what? But it was too late. A gangster struck him in the head with a club, sending him crashing to the ground. The leader, enraged, raised his iron bat and shouted, "You insolent bastard! You're a real pain!" Jang looks at them, bewildered, and asks in disbelief, "You're still here?" Seizing the opportunity, they swarmed him, yelling insults. "So what if we're still here? Our organization is right next door. The guy you just hit is my colleague, you dog." Immediately, they relentlessly attacked him, screaming for the insolent cur to die. The shouts and blows rained down, leaving him no time to react. "Die, you son of a bitch." He was helpless, lost in his own thoughts. These guys are different from the face-to-face thugs in the alleys. Even though they're still a gang, their level is different. "Damn, did I lose?" he thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Have I failed?" Suddenly a voice echoed. "Get lost. May has arrived on the scene." A gangster, reeling from the punch, felt unprecedented pain as May's voice echoed, "You're not next." With a single punch, the lackey was knocked unconscious, leaving the thugs bewildered. What now? Is he that guy's friend? J-Gang was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, they all rushed towards him, deciding to just beat him down. J-Gang was lost in thought. Wasn't that the guy he bumped into at the station? Without a word, he continued his assault. "I told you so." He moved with incredible speed, taking them down one by one with ease. "This isn't your problem." J-Gang, stunned, asked in disbelief, "What the hell is going on?" That ordinary punch made that sound. With just a few basic moves, Min completely took them all down with ease. The owner of the clothing store froze as he witnessed this scene and slowly began to approach J-Gang. J-Gang slowly said, "Thanks for helping me." But sensing something was wrong, his eyes widened in confusion as he saw the man raise his fist and shout, "Do-Gang, dodge! He's still angry, I'll kill you." Suddenly, a fist hurtled towards J-Gang's face, leaving him bewildered, while the shop owner could only scream helplessly, "Die, J-Gang." Immediately after, X appeared and asked about the situation. "That took longer than I thought." "What about the dazed J-Gang?" He sighed in response. "Forget him. These middle schoolers are more pragmatic than I thought." Seoha glances curiously at J-Gang behind him. "Then why is he here?" Hearing this, he turned his head with curiosity. "Why is this dog following me? Is he trying to get revenge?" Seoka chuckled in surprise. "I told you so." Seoka's voice rings out, saying only beasts can control beasts. D-Gang stands before them, panting wearily, and then, in front of these two monsters, J-Gang shouts, begging, "Please take me as your subordinate." Hearing this left Mei speechless as he stepped forward. "Hasn't he had enough punches?" Seoka quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, Wang Mei, let's hear him out first." He seems completely unfazed by the two of them and begins to speak. "From where I'm standing, it looks like your first meeting wasn't so smooth. What's your reason for wanting us to take you in?" Dai-Gang chuckled, expressing his thoughts. "Simply put, it's the first time I've seen a punch like that." John continued to express his thoughts about the two of them, saying, "Isn't it natural for a man to crave power? What other reason do you need?" J-Gang's face was utterly calm as he looked at me. "Because if I team up with him, there's going to be some seriously epic clashes." Seeing that, he immediately rejoices and slowly moves forward. "Then it's easy to talk. The reason we came to you is because we want to build a force." His voice echoed, laying out his plan. A force to crush the Daigon and Uwan alliance, and to crown Hoang Mi as the new emperor of Dawn. With a serious face and a determined voice, he added, "We're serious. We're going to crush that alliance. And every day we'll start new battles together." His eyes hardened as he declared, "But if you come looking for us, thinking this is a game, you're in for a rude awakening." Jang nodded in understanding, then said, "I'm not sure, but I know you guys are serious. This is kind of gay, though." Dui-Gang smiles menacingly, telling them, "I'm afraid you'll be satisfied with me." Suddenly the scene shifts, and me, surprised, asks, "We're starting with just the three of us?" The three of them, with unwavering resolve, declare, "My force, the force that will stand against the Dawn Union." Shock, Ha, at a loss for words, asks, "Huang Mei, what do you think about giving ourselves a name like the Alliance?" Jang, on the other hand, seems intrigued, excitedly chiming in. "Oh, actually, I did think of a name. Emperor of the Daigon Army, Hoang Mi's army, the King's army." What do you guys think? COC Ha quickly shook his head and voiced his thoughts. "No, the Umanwan of the Alliance is already called the King of Dawn. Naming it the King's army would make us his servants. Jae-gang seemed to consider this. Then Hoang Mukol's army was bullshit. Kukha immediately became dismissive. Soon after, Kukha turned back to ask the two, "What about F-Dragon?" Jae-gang scoffed. "That sounds even more ridiculous." After hearing this, Xmi remained silent, then slowly and deliberately declared, "Emperor." With utter certainty, he declared to his comrades, "I will choose the name Emperor Division." Hearing this, Jigang was immediately overjoyed, praising, "Emperor Division? That sounds so cool." "Of course, that's just like Mu," Sakha dryly remarked from the side. "You'd praise Huang Mui's turd if you could," Zakha thought to himself. "If Yumun is king, does that make you emperor? Are you really determined to defeat him?" Seeing things fall into place, Duigang tells them that the name is set, so it's time for the next step. "I've already prepared something. Please, come with me." Soon, they moved to another clothing store as Jae-gang's excited voice echoed. "Here, what do you think, Commander?" An image of a shirt appears, one that I personally designed, followed by praise for the 3 people wearing it, sewn by the best artisan in this market. "Frankly, this is a special Duigang edition," he says with amusement. "The uniform of the Emperor Division. All 3 of you are wearing it. Even Cock has to admit, it looks good." The clothing vendor smugly crosses his arms and announces, "So, what do you think?" This is the uncle's greatest masterpiece yet. He'll give him the design, and all he has to do is hand it over to the factory and they'll mass produce it for him. Seeing this, Jigang turned back in surprise and asked, "So, how much are you charging this time? 10 million? He held up 3 fingers, declaring it would be 30 million. Then he continued, saying that's what he intended to say, but he'd give it to him for free since he owed him. Hearing that, the 3 turned and left. "How nice. Well then, we'll be going now." He nods in confirmation and searches for the 3. "Go on, get out of here. With you around, no customers will dare come in." Sensing something was off, Daigong turned back, asking worriedly, "Uncle, nothing happened after that day, right?" "Yes, I've taken care of everything. It was just a small misunderstanding at my old workplace." With such certainty from the man, Yigang turned and waved goodbye. "I see. That's good to hear. Well, I'll be going now." He nodded slightly, telling the punk to get lost, and Jae-gang quickly ran back to his 2 seniors. "Wait for me?" Seeing the 3 of them getting along brings a smile to his face. "These kids will probably never be good people." His eyes seemed sad. "Please, be safe." He continued to gaze at Jae-gang's smile as he talked with everyone. "Live well." Suddenly, Mei turned back with a puzzled look. "And so, the story begins. The story of my Emperor Division." The 3 of them quickly advanced, and their immense power ignited countless battles. The 3 fought fiercely, their exploits growing with each battle, until they crushed all others, and their gang's reputation soared. Their eyes filled with resolve as they stared ahead. The Emperor Division, the gang they founded. Soon, many flocked to their banner, their power grew, and they established their place. Yet they continued to clash fiercely with other gangs. But even so, we didn't stop the fighting. The 3 of their logos were starting to appear everywhere. Before long, the 3 had built a massive and powerful gang in no time. One thing remained unchanged, Mi's cold gaze, until he saw our power rivaling the Dawn Alliance. Meanwhile, on the other side, a subordinate with glasses reported everything to Munguo. "Yes, Commander, I've arrived." He surveys the area, then recounts what he sees with surprise. Emperor Division completely crushed them. Seeing this, Mo angrily questioned, "It's them again? I understand. Take care of it." He quickly ended the call and sighed. How could he build such a force in so little time? Seated in the king's chair, he smugly raises his glass. "He's adapted far better than I thought for a lone beast." With that thought, he tightened his grip on the gong. At this moment, Mungu was completely enraged, crushing the wine glass in his hand. "Fine, I'll play along." Meanwhile, Jae-gang held up a mini beer can and announced loudly, "Listen up, everyone." He raised his hand, announcing to his men, "Gang victory will overthrow the alliance." He then happily ordered, "Drink it all down." Suddenly, Jae-gang, a bit curious, asked, "Why didn't Brother X come this time either?" M calmly replied, "It's a party after all. It's his choice whether or not to come." Seeing this, he sighed with some frustration, continuing, "I didn't even get a chance to befriend him, and that guy never even attended our parties." Mu seemed indifferent to all of this. "Is that so? I hadn't noticed." He turned and walked away, voicing his thoughts. "Think about it. Isn't Seo-ha the one who created our gang? If he founded it, the least he could do is take responsibility and attend the party." He then complained. If he wasn't going to show up, why even start it? He's obsessed with protecting his friend, so Park Ha must have his reasons. But this also made him curious. Thinking back, he'd never heard about Park Ha's purpose, why he wanted to create his own power. On the way back, he was lost in his own thoughts. Even though that guy has been with me since the beginning, I still don't understand what he's thinking. As they walked, Daigang excitedly said, "I planted the coolest torch ever, right?" He glanced helplessly at the notification. "You talk too much, shut up." Suddenly, Jae-gang realized something was wrong. Gang quickly stopped him. "Wait, hold on a second," which surprised him. "What now, a raid?" He then angrily asks, "Which bastard has the nerve?" Seeing this, Gang quickly signals to him. "No, boss, it's not that. Take a look at this alley." He quickly glanced toward the alley. What is it now? And that's why he was startled, and that was the day I finally understood. At this point, he was completely bewildered, looking at Mun standing there talking to Shah. "Park Ha? Why Park Ha?" He was lost in thought, wondering why they were meeting you. The two exchanged knowing smiles, as if understanding Park Seo-ha's plan. Meanwhile, Sek speaks to Moon Guan, who stands before him. "What an honor for me." With Commander Yu Moon-gwa personally recruiting him, Ngaba smiles and slowly voices his thoughts. "Bak Jong-ha, in reality, you're the biggest contributor to building the Emperor clan's power, aren't you? I commend you." Then he continued, asking, "So, what did Hwang Myung give you?" His voice echoed, "Money and women." Dui-gang and Mue behind him suddenly realized something. Recruitment? He continued to mock, but it seemed that the beast didn't care about any of this. With that, his face became resolute, and he declared, "Anyway, I'm sure I can pay you twice as much." Seo-hye was a little surprised to hear this and glanced forward. "So, you're definitely offering me double?" His next words shocked M-Du. "That sounds tempting. I suppose you'd put me in the core position?" Mu couldn't believe it, but Baek-seok-hamun quickly nodded in agreement. "Of course, maybe he's even number 2? Mu was furious. "That bastard," Soha merely replied calmly. "Is that so?" He coldly rejected Mun's request, leaving him frozen in place. "Too bad, but I don't want to be under your command," his voice echoed. He scoffs. "You're too slow. If you'd taken Daeon sooner, I wouldn't have had to form a gang like this." With a calm face, he reveals his reason for joining the M-gang. "Sorry, but I'm eager to see Daeon unified by war, because I want all the beasts here to worship only one man, Dako." He had envisioned Mi's immense power and influence, and determined that only Hwang Mi could make it a reality. Upon hearing this, the man burst into laughter, smugly mocking his slowness. The alliance has only been around for half a year. Frustrated by his inability to recruit him, he put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked away. "Let's just pretend I never met you today. I don't know why you're in such a hurry, but if you are, then that's all." He turned and glanced at them. "It's obvious the gangs are after you, but he doesn't seem afraid." After hearing the story, the two J-gang members left, and on the way back, J-gang began a conversation with Goat. "I knew it. There's no way X would betray us." Suddenly, J-gang remembered something and asked in surprise, "But Commander, why didn't you punch Guo and just leave? You wanted a one-on-one fight with him from the start." J-gang G had already imagined the future. Before J-gang could finish, Mei coldly interrupted. "I don't like that." He continued forward, stating his true goal. "What I want to crush isn't Moon-gon, it's the king of Daigon, the ruler of the alliance." His face hardened with the resolve to conquer this entire land. True victory would be the Emperor Division's triumph. "I don't need a lucky victory. You're one tough commander." As J-gang walked, he happily spoke to his two older brothers. "I've been waiting for this day for so long. I'm so nervous I could shit myself. What about you guys?" Seoka slowly stepped forward, calmly raising the cigarette in his hand as he spoke. "It feels like only yesterday it was just the three of us. And now, we've come this far." "What about you?" asked Hwang Mei. Mei calmly listened to their conversation, explaining, "Me, I'm not so sure." He looked down at his 100 or so loyal subordinates, none too old, and his voice echoed. "Emperor Division, listen closely from this moment forward." His next words ignited a roar of approval from the crowd below. "We will officially engage the alliance." He takes the lead, and they seize the initiative against the alliance. His comrades then effortlessly took down other gangs, seizing areas belonging to the alliance, and his faction grew even stronger, advancing step by step. That momentum is building. The Mi Guild is gradually gaining ground, and the Emperor Division has already taken 70% of this dungeon. Of course, nothing is ever easy. That flow was never easy at all. There were times when difficulties forced the underlings to shout orders at each other. The Alliance's reinforcements have arrived. Everyone be careful not to get surrounded. As he fought, Azoak-ha angrily shouted, "Damn it! Where are these reinforcements coming from?" "That's quite a few of them. About 60? Fighting, Zhang shouts in anger. Damn it, these leeches just keep coming. Don't you have a plan? At the same time, even more enemies advanced, shouting, Have you had your fun, you sons of bitches? Seeing this, X frowned and voiced his thoughts. We're exhausted from fighting. Let's retreat for now. Suddenly, a loud noise from behind freezes everyone in place as Zhang laughs triumphantly, talking to the snail car. What do you mean, retreat? I think you've forgotten something. Not us. Jaegang's voice echoes, questioning if 2 stars still command nearby. Muye swiftly takes down each enemy, leaving Seoha astonished. Thanks to Muye, the enemy forces have been divided, and he wasn't even the one who planned it. Watching him easily and quickly take down each subordinate, Seoha can't help but admire him. He's simply following his instincts and doing his duty. At that moment, everyone who witnessed this scene hurriedly announced to each other, Commander, the commander has broken through the rear lines. We can win. Now is the time to advance. The enemy, caught off guard, exchanged confused glances. What? We clearly have the upper hand, so why does it feel like we're being overwhelmed? Damn it, push them back. Seoha fought them off, marveling in disbelief. The appearance of that wild beast has turned the tide of battle. Seoha continues to watch him rampage, a force of nature unmatched in strength, his terrifying presence shifting the very balance of power. It was as if the king of the jungle was observing the entire battle from above, a sight that amazed Seoka. You Mungu, he told me to hurry, didn't he? Sorry. But after a short time, Mei was quickly and easily defeated. My calculations were perfect. Witnessing this, Jigong wiped the blood from his face and praised, as expected of a commander. At this rate, Dohan might be unified by the time they wake up. Goka stepped forward, gloating. Of course it will. Elsewhere, Mungu of Bu angrily questions his men. Why isn't anyone saying anything? He suppressed his rage and loudly questioned his subordinates. What's wrong with your mouths? So you only speak up when we're losing? Answer me. Seeing this, the subordinates quickly begged for forgiveness. We're sorry, Commander. He repeats their apologies in disbelief. Sorry? Sorry? Immediately he lunges forward, slowly raising his fist. That's not the answer I wanted to hear. And just like that, his fist takes down 2 of his underlings, who feel an unprecedented pain. His voice echoed as the underlings began to lose consciousness, though they could still hear him and see his mouth moving. The answer I wanted to hear. His face turned pale as he loudly berated them. The plan was to wipe out the Emperor division. The subordinates, terrified, stood frozen, swallowing hard as the bespectacled underling calmly approached and said, Calm down. The commander-in-chief just yells when our forces are weak, damn blockheads. Suddenly, a person drops a weapon in the back. Excuse me, he said with an inscrutable smile, before slowly asking, For interrupting you while you're busy. May I say something? Seeing this, Munguo angrily questioned him. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? He slowly approaches the small figure, asking, Who the hell are you? But he doesn't seem afraid at all and continues to speak his mind. Do you know that? That in war, there are many roles to play, his voice echoed. War requires assault troops. Seeing this, the surrounding men began to whisper amongst themselves. Do you even know who that guy is? No idea. All I know is he's about to die. From the voice, I can tell it's Sangti. But at the same time, he needs generals to command those soldiers. It seems he's not afraid to continue speaking his mind. And most importantly, the king, who leads the army, these are his persuasive words. So what crucial role does a king need? Soldiers and generals. At this point, he was resolute, thinking of the flag-bearing general, the invaluable aide who helps the king make the right decisions, devising plans and making sound judgments. Tam Musangde took a step forward, announcing with certainty, Personally, I believe a strategist's role is to help the king become a true king. But your alliance seems to have lost sight of that. With unwavering resolve, he declared, Then allow me to fill that void, and I will turn the tide of this battle. And so, 15-year-old Sangde became the chief strategist of the alliance, declaring, From now on, listen closely to what I have to say. This conversation stirred whispers among everyone nearby. Chief of Staff? Who does he think he is? Trying to turn the tables? This guy's insane. Hearing this, Mungu can't help but laugh, mocking how ridiculous it all sounds. He then grabbed him by the neck, startling him, quickly lifting him high into the air and interrogated him. Honestly, how did you manage to find this place? He chuckled in surprise, then continued his questioning. Does my hiding here bother you? Is that it? His voice echoed. Knowing there's an emperor's spy here would irritate you even more. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. What? He glances back at a man, then continues. His name is Kim Chan-han, a 10th grader from Wan Hai who joined the Alliance about a month ago. This man is known for his fighting prowess and loyalty to the Alliance. and he's terrified. The subordinate of the first squad leader of Emperor Buksok Ha quickly announces, "What the hell are you barking about?" He forced a smile and explained, "Commander, he's setting you up. How could he say something so absurd?" "I have nothing to do with Emperor." Hearing this, the vice commander reached out to him. "Just check it. Give me your phone." He seemed a bit troubled. Seeing that, he slowly approaches and declares, "Hold on to it. You look suspicious." Helpless, he could only ask, "Wait, what are you doing?" He took the phone right out of his pocket, and seeing that it was recording, he turned to report to Mogo in surprise. "So it's true. He was recording us. He's been in contact with Park Ha too." Hearing this, he was completely enraged, slowly setting the goat down. "That Park Ha is more cunning than I thought." He coldly ordered them to drag him away for further interrogation. "I need to talk to this dog." This realization brings a knowing smile to his face. The scene shifts back to me, who can't help but marvel. "How unexpected," he remarked, surprised by the group before him. "With so few of you, you think you can defeat me?" They spoke with contempt. "The Alliance always plays defense. They must be getting tired of it. But why would they venture into enemy territory?" From behind, he angrily retorts, "I don't care. All I know is they're annoying me." He immediately orders them to be beaten. The subordinates quickly advanced, while Munguo's voice echoed, ordering an attack on Huang Mdhe with 30 men. "Ah, you're talking nonsense." Zhang Dizhi calmly gazed at the map. He nodded slightly in agreement, then continued to move his chess piece forward. "Indeed. With so few men, we can't possibly capture their king. But I have a different target in mind." Elsewhere, Zoha, who was playing billiards, turned around in surprise and asked, "The Alliance suddenly attacked Huang Mu? How many soldiers do they have?" Hearing this, the subordinate quickly reported, "About 30 men." He seemed a bit dismissive upon hearing that. 30 men. The voices of his subordinates echoed with urgency. "Team 1 is assembled. Let's move out," he urged, but the leader remained silent, lost in thought. Finally understanding Sang's plan, Mungu exclaimed in surprise, "You attacked Huang Mui to lure Park Ha out?" he said, shaking his head. "Park Ha is naturally suspicious, and he tends to be more defensive than offensive. Perhaps Sangduk is right. Shoka has ordered his men to stand down, believing the Alliance is throwing them off the scent. He's sure to think that way." He then declared that they should wait and see what the Alliance does. Seeing this, the underling was a little worried, asking if everything would be all right. He remained calm as if nothing had happened, unconcerned, and then turned to give an order. "But hurry and call Team 2 to move faster." Zhang, enraged, speeds ahead on his motorcycle. But the mad dog is different. Back in reality, Sangdia spoke with a triumphant smile on his face. "That's right. That is the target of this raid." He slowly reached for the chess piece representing Zhang, the leader of Emperor Division Squad 2. "We're going to catch Zhang." J-Gang, driving forward, was now furious and yelling, "These bastards dare attack the commander? I'll kill every last one of you sons of bitches." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong, slamming on the brakes and cursing in confusion. "What the hell?" A group of armed men approached, wearing smug grins as they announced, "What the hell are you doing, you psycho? You fell right into our trap." Seeing this, he was instantly enraged, glaring ahead. Damn it. They brought a whole army. Sangde, now resolute, declared that sending 1 or 2 key members wouldn't suffice. They needed at least 3. Sangde's voice echoed, insisting they capture him. The battle raged fiercely, with one side gaining the upper hand. Duigang fell to the ground, still cursing loudly. "Damn you, you son of a bitch!" Immediately after, an enraged man charged forward with a stick, yelling, "You're dead, you son of a bitch, J-Gang!" Then the stick came crashing down on his head, and just like that, he collapsed into a pool of blood. That day, J-Gang was provoked by the Alliance and fell into their trap. That was our first glimpse of the Allied Forces Chief of Staff, and even Moon Gun was impressed when he saw the news. Indeed, J-Gang has been captured. He then looked at Sangtai, but there was still something he didn't understand. With unnerving calm, he asks, "What is it?" "I explained the entire plan to you." He immediately voiced his doubts, explaining that Jigong's second team acts on the fly without any plans. "How did you know his location and arrange manpower? It seems he predicted all of this." "Oh, you're asking about that? It's quite simple, really." He smiled cruelly as he announced, "Even if the emperors are loyal, but they're just a collection of strangers anyway. I threatened one of Gang's subordinates." His voice echoed, revealing that he'd exploited the threat to his sister to extract information, a fact that filled him with smug satisfaction. "We got the intel at just the right time. If we use it well and raid them effectively, victory will be ours. It may be a bit underhanded, but aren't we at war?" Mogun nodded quickly in praise. "Good. Your ambition alone is enough for me to recognize your potential. I'll be counting on your help from now on, Wi Sangje." No. The fork continues to stare at the figure standing still. The strategist. Meanwhile, Mei visits the injured Jigong in the hospital. Seeing Jigong lying in bed, covered in injuries, pains him. North shock. Ha realized the second squad was ambushed and immediately came to resolve the issue, but 15 members of the second squad were seriously injured, and Yang had to be hospitalized. He was lost in thought, this being Emperor Division's first crushing defeat since its inception. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. "Commander, may I come in?" He cast a cold glare behind him. "I told you all, no one is allowed in here." Just then, a worried subordinate burst in to report that someone insisted on seeing him. His grandmother. His grandmother slowly began to speak, and M was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Her face filled with sorrow. She spoke to him. "Me. Could you spare a moment to listen to me?" And so, the two of them stood there, reminiscing. "That day, I heard a story I never thought I would." His eyes widened in disbelief, a shock so profound it made me forget the taste of defeat. But of course, it didn't end there. Just then, a man announced, "I have news for you." The sinister figure stared ahead and reported, "I didn't know that day would be Huang Mu's last with his grandmother." All the regret in his heart surfaced. "I got to talk to her." Sangdia answers the phone, surprised. "Really?" A cruel smile crept across Sangdia's face. This was indeed useful information. Sangdia then issued orders to his subordinate. "Blam! Well done. From now on, I expect more frequent reports from you. In return, I won't harm your family." After hanging up, Sangde laughed, not forgetting to mock, "So Huang Mui actually has a family? So, should I play around a little?" His wicked voice echoed, finding nothing more thrilling than blackmail. Looking at the phone displaying an old woman, a voice echoed, and Zheng Tas laughed, staring in surprise before asking, "All I have to do is take care of this old woman? These old folks really aren't my type." He then continues to look at Sangde. "Why are you having me do this?" Sangde simply replied with his arms crossed. "Why provoke Huang Mudi?" he asked, his eyes turning cruel with a smile spreading across his face. "This is the most basic method. Even if it's the Huang Muduyan, he'll react if his own flesh and blood is involved." He chuckled in surprise, not forgetting to mock, wondering how a nobody like Ka became a strategist. So, he's a heartless bastard. He'd planned all of this. Chief of Staff Inter Sangde, the commander's favorite, smirks, thinking that getting closer to him will elevate his position in the alliance. He then announced, "I'll do as I please." Seeing this, Sangde wore a sinister smile. "Go all out while you're at it." He held up a photo of Mei's grandmother and nodded in agreement. "Got it. I'll do my best." Elsewhere, Mei's grandmother is selling goods at the market. Seeing this, a woman slowly approaches, greeting her. "Oh my, Grandma," she says, as the elder woman looks up in surprise. "Kim's here?" she asked in surprise, not forgetting to voice her question. "Are you selling today too? You received your support money, so why do you sell every day?" With a smile and a shake of her head, she announced, "You know how well Min studies, but the support money isn't enough for tutoring." Speaking of which, she slowly placed her hand on herself and continued, "It's also my fault for giving her a father like that. I have to do everything I can." Hearing this, she was moved to tears and couldn't help but offer some advice. "Please, ma'am, don't say such things. Just sell me a bunch of scallions." The woman, a bit embarrassed and surprised, asked, "You really don't have to do this. Doesn't Kim Dao cook often?" She quickly shakes her head. "Come on, give it to me before I change my mind." She immediately waved goodbye, saying, "Thank you, Miss Kim." She even bid farewell, wishing her good sales. Her face lit up with joy as she looked at the money in her hands after a long, tiring day. Well, business was pretty good today, enough for Min's tutoring. Soon after, she worried about her eldest grandson. "I wonder what Mu is doing right now. He should come home more often." Just then, a voice rang out, surprising the grandmother. After that, she asked for Min in confusion, and then a group of thugs appeared and destroyed everything. The old woman's eyes widened in disbelief as he and his men approached, causing trouble and angrily questioning her. "Grandma, we bought radishes from you yesterday, but why do our stomachs hurt?" He then sat down, adding a threat. "How are you going to take responsibility, you damn old hag?" Looking at his strange face, the old woman helplessly explained, "I don't remember selling you any radishes. Are you sure you have the right place?" Hearing this, Chung Taik's face filled with rage as he questioned her. "You don't remember? Is this old woman senile? We clearly bought them here." "This old woman is in trouble," and his voice echoed relentlessly. "Hey, tear this place apart and help the old woman remember." Seeing this, the men quickly wrecked the entire place. The old woman grew anxious, waving her hands. "No, please stop. Why are you doing this?" Hearing this, he smirked cruelly and continued his announcement. "What stars and moons? I told you my stomach hurts. If you're scared, call him. His voice echoed relentlessly, and she was startled to hear him mention her grandson, Mo. Immediately, the old woman grabbed his leg, begging, "Do you know Moo? Is something happening to me?" He was instantly confused. What the hell was going on? Immediately, he swung his fist forward, demanding, "Who told you to grab my pants, old woman?" Seeing this, the surrounding crowd immediately began to whisper, "Wow, he dares to hit an old person? Shouldn't we call the police?" Seeing this, he became a little angry. Just then, a man placed his hand on his shoulder and ordered, "Chungtaik, that's enough for today. There are a lot of eyes on you, old woman." He glared at her, clearly annoyed. He didn't forget to warn her, "Listen closely, old woman. This is all for today, but until your grandson calls us, you're better off dead than waiting around with your ruined fruit." With that, he and his cronies turned and left, leaving behind a pitiful old woman. Her face was etched with despair as she watched them leave, a truth I wouldn't learn until much later. They relentlessly destroyed her property, and she was harassed by those thugs for over a week. The thugs wouldn't leave her alone, relentlessly tormenting her in her despair, and changing locations did no good. That bastard clung to her like a starving leech, even dousing her with water and taunting her. But she endured all of this as if nothing had happened, never mentioning it to me. She bore this burden alone, as the scene shifts to a cozy little house. A voice calls out, "Grandma, dinner's ready." Chomin slowly enters, announcing, "I've grilled the mackerel. Come and eat." The grandmother sadly lies in bed, recounting her worries. "I don't feel like eating today, sorry, but you go ahead and eat alone." Seeing this, he glanced at his grandmother with some concern. "Granny," she said, facing the wall and sighing. "I'm fine. Go ahead and eat. I'm really not hungry." Hearing that, he simply closed the door and left, saying, "I'll put some aside for you in the fridge. Remember to eat it later." Now deeply worried, he eyed the delicious fish on his plate, wondering, "It's strange. Grandma hasn't said much lately. Is she really just not hungry?" As he closed the door, he grew suspicious. He glanced away, confused, a nagging suspicion still lingering. Meanwhile, Chungtaik continued to harass the old woman, striking her forehead. "Hey, you damn old woman," he and his men shouted, relentlessly questioning her. "Why haven't you called Huangmu yet? Are you not sick of looking at us?" He was now furious, yelling, "You think we're too soft on old people, huh?" Immediately, he grabbed her head, asking if she understood. She could only scream helplessly as he threw her to the ground, demanding Hoang Mui. Unfortunately, her head then slammed against the brick floor behind her, and she trembled in despair. Seeing this, they trembled and spoke up. "What? What the hell? What's wrong with this old woman?" At that moment, one of the henchmen asked worriedly, "Hey, is she dead?" He angrily cursed, "What death? Can't you see she's shaking?" Immediately after, he ran away, leaving her lying there alone. "Screw this! I'm out of here!" Her whole body trembled in despair. Meanwhile, Min, covered in wounds, stumbled forward, surprised to see the old woman's small figure. Where was she going? She usually sells near that house. Something's clearly been off lately, he worried. Meanwhile, 3 thugs suddenly appeared, shoving him and shouting, "Get out of the way!" They cursed and blamed each other, worried about what would happen if the old woman died. "I told you it wasn't, so stop saying such unlucky things," he sighed, a little annoyed. "What's going on?" He quickly turns and speaks. "It seems this neighborhood never gets a break." "Oh well, whatever." The following image freezes him in place, and he rushes to his grandmother's side as she lies motionless. "Grandma, Grandma!" He desperately supports his grandmother. "Are you okay?" "What's wrong?" she asked softly. "For me?" Her grandmother tried to hold back the tears. Calmly, she recounted that she was fine. Nothing had happened. She had simply tripped. He was furious, demanding, "Don't lie to me." "Who pushed you? Who was it?" He immediately remembered the 3 thugs who had harassed him earlier. What if the old woman died? Despair filled his eyes as he realized something. The thugs from before. The 3 exhausted thugs angrily spoke among themselves. "What a pain." We're far enough away now, right?" one of them asked, bewildered. "Damn it, are we really screwed?" The last one worriedly asked, "Are we eating it already?" An enraged Chungtaek voices his thoughts, saying he told them she wasn't dead, and even if the old woman was, wouldn't that be better? His companion's face twists into a sinister smile as he speaks his mind. "That bastard will be on the defensive during the funeral, right? That blind bastard, Die." Seeing this, the subordinate laughed in surprise. "He's on a whole other level." "That's some VCL level thinking?" the remaining subordinate asked in surprise. "Huh? Wait a minute." Suddenly a voice calls out, "Heyo, watch out!" Before he could understand what was happening, a powerful punch came flying at him, sending him crashing to the ground. The confused underling asked, "What the hell?" as they struggled to understand what was happening to the guy right in front of them. "Who are you?" Chomin declared from above. "You worthless trash." From now on, his eyes burned with rage as he stared ahead. Try getting hit without knowing what's coming. Crashing backward in pain, Chung-taik roared, "What the hell? Who is this punk?" Seeing this, the lackey anxiously asked, "Who is he?" At that moment, a tattooed man slowly stepped in front of the three. The man angrily threatened, "You pathetic dogs, today will be your death anniversary." Seeing this, they became even more confused. What's going on? Back in time, Chomin desperately caught his grandmother. "Grandma, are you okay? Why would those bastards do that? Was she just calmly calling for Min?" Trying to hold back his tears, he says, "Grandma, don't worry, I'll take care of them." That's when he realized something was wrong. He looked at the wallet on the ground and asked worriedly, "Did those guys drop that wallet?" Ms. Kim drove up surprised and asked, "Oh my, Cho-min, are you here to pick up your grandmother?" He nodded and turned back to her. "Yes, ma'am." Seeing this, she immediately became worried and hurriedly asked, "Oh my, Grandma, what's wrong? Cho-min, what happened?" He quickly approached her and made a request. "I'm sorry, but could you please take my grandmother to the hospital?" Seeing this, she seemed surprised. "What about you, dear?" He quickly replied, "I'll be there in a bit." Then he rushed towards the three men from before. "Please, take care of her." His eyes now filled with rage. Those wretched dogs, how dare they? After searching for a long time, he couldn't find those three anywhere. Where did they go? "They're clearly nearby, but I'm not strong enough to get my revenge." Suddenly, he remembers something. So he looked at the large store in front of him. He'd found them. Now he just needed to use his head. Immediately after, he quickly went inside. Inside, a man was playing a game alone when suddenly a loud crash echoed. The chair went flying inside, instantly enraging the man within. A voice echoed, Uncle Hong, look over here." Unable to contain his anger, he cursed loudly, then stormed outside, seething with rage. "Which mad dog dares disrupt my business?" He glares at Min, his rage palpable. "Hey, kid, was that you?" He quickly responded, looking bewildered. "No, sir, that's not what happened. I was just passing by when some guys attacked me and..." Despite his worry and the old man's intimidating appearance, he continued to recount what happened. "I saw them throw chairs into your shop and run." Hearing this, he was instantly enraged. "What? What dogs are you talking about?" He quickly held up the wallet with Chung-taik's name on it, saying, "I'm not sure, but one of them dropped his wallet and his picture is in here." Hearing this, he grew angry, staring at the photo and asking, "This dog, a high schooler? He looks like a punk. Which way did he run?" He quickly smiled smugly, nodding as he recounted, "Yes, I saw them running towards the residential area right next door." He even made sure to announce they couldn't have gone far. The three, enraged, questioned him loudly. "What nonsense are you spouting? We never went to your place." Hearing this, he slowly approaches them, not forgetting to lecture them. "You little punks, I have proof. Lie again, and I'll beat you to a pulp." Witnessing all of this, Chung-taik slowly steps forward, glaring at the man. Misunderstanding or not, he's going to repay this old man for what he just received. Seeing him step forward, the man asked in surprise, "Ah, so you're the owner of this wallet?" Seeing is believing, and he immediately launches an attack. "What the hell are you barking about, you old geezer?" Hearing those words only fueled his rage. "You damn old man." He quickly lands a devastating punch right in the guy's face. "You dog." He falls backward before everyone's eyes. "How dare you?" His bewildered teammates call out, "SEO, what are you doing?" Chin, watching from above, coldly states that the old man is the most notorious in the neighborhood. That once you mess with him, he'll make a huge scene. His voice echoed. Sang-gu easily takes down each opponent, and these wannabe thugs are no match for his fists. But suddenly, he realizes something's not right. "Wait a minute." Oh, a voice echoes out. Why's the old man stopping? A group of unknowns approaches, looking for trouble. They were furious, glaring ahead as they demanded, "What kind of adult picks on kids? Is this old geezer senile?" The man seemed a bit surprised. These punks get up and question why their mothers are so late. He dropped his phone forward, smirking triumphantly. "I just had a chat with him." "Hey, walking dumpling." He then asked, "Have you ever heard of the Dohan Alliance?" The armed men rushed towards him, intent on ending his life, taunting, "You think those tattoos make you tough, old man?" Witnessing this, Jin froze, an absolute entity, watching helplessly as the old man was relentlessly attacked, unable to win against the group. At that moment, he gritted his teeth, utterly helpless, while elsewhere in the hospital, a voice echoed. "We've completed the initial treatment for your grandmother," the doctor announced to Min. "She suffered a minor brain injury from the fall, which could become serious if left untreated, so she needs treatment. We also checked for other issues, and the results were like a bolt of lightning. Your grandmother has high blood pressure and a cerebral infarction. I believe she neglected her health and overworked herself. Frankly, it's too late for your grandmother to receive treatment now. Chomin stood silently by her bedside. Helpless, he grits his teeth in fury. I'm sorry, I'm just a useless idiot. He was helpless in this situation, unable to stop them from harming his grandmother. He thought of his brother. If only he were here. Elsewhere, Mu slowly advanced. He entered the house, searching around, but the next scene left him frozen in disbelief. He surveyed the disarray of the house in bewilderment, wondering where everyone was. He was furious, gritting his teeth, and the story slowly began to unfold. Later, I learned she had refused treatment, perhaps because of the money, while Min still sat and talked with her. But he knew this couldn't last, as her condition continued to worsen. Her health deteriorated, and the effects of the stroke lingered. At some point, she could only lie still, and one day the inevitable finally happened. And then one morning, she drifted off to sleep forever, finally passing away in silence. And so his grandmother passed away. At her funeral, Chomin was furious to see his brother finally appear. Where have you been all this time? When those bastards were bullying her and when she was in the hospital? He questioned his brother in a fit of rage. Do you know how hard she worked to raise us? Shouldn't you have treated her better? He couldn't contain his rage. Where were you when they were bullying her? Mui stood there silently, lost in thought. Immediately, he turned and walked away, saying, You're overreacting. I'm leaving. Hearing this, he felt utterly helpless. What? Where are you going now? He couldn't help but loudly berate him. You're the eldest grandson. Shouldn't I be the one leading the funeral? I should be the one to see her off. He turned and declared, What's the point of doing that? She's already dead. Hearing this, he fell even deeper into despair. What did you say? With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving him alone in the room as the scene shifts to the vast city outside, where there is no such thing as family. That feeling never existed in me to begin with. But Mu is driving alone now, and there's still something I didn't get to ask her. He recalled the earlier events, and a helpless Min asked him, What? What are you talking about? He coldly dismissed it, then asked, Did you hear correctly? He seemed confused. What? What is it? His face contorted with furious accusation. Those damn dogs. He questioned him further. Did they say they were the Dawn Alliance? He now stood before the three troublemakers, the very source of it all, and a smug grin spread across their faces. See, I told you he'd come. He calmly gazed at the bastards who had robbed him of his chance to find answers. He was furious as he announced, I will reap each and every one of your heads. Emiudia slowly approaches them, thinking, I really will reap each of your heads. Hearing that, Chungtak laughed triumphantly, lost in thought. Just look at his murderous aura. Kill us? How do you plan to do that? At the same time, some of them immediately advanced from behind. Didn't you already guess? They had completely surrounded him. This was the trap. He calmly glanced back, assessing the situation. It's clear as day you Alliance guys fight dirty. He even taunted them, saying, Is that all you've got? You think this is enough to take me down? Hearing this, Chungtak was surprised and confused, asking, What the hell, you're getting cocky. You think there are only 100 of us? Immediately, they all charged at him, ready to kill. At that moment, one of them, wielding a club, shouted, Kill that mutt! He calmly replied, One, immediately grabbing a lackey by the head, because that's the problem. He continues to slam these underlings into the ground with a bear hug, and Mi's face fills with rage as he questions him. But why use a rabbit trap? Elsewhere, Dungtak reports everything to Sangdae in surprise. Chief of Staff, we've successfully lured Hwangmi as planned, but this is utter nonsense. He was utterly bewildered by the 1 versus 100 battle. Why do I get the feeling 100 guys still aren't enough for this guy? Sangdia smirks, as if he knew all along. It's all right, our goal isn't him. Just keep Hwangmoy occupied for about 2 hours. Understood. I'll do my best. He then glanced at the lopsided battle between Mu and his men ahead. This unbelievable monster. 2 hours? If I succeed, I'll definitely get promoted. He was becoming even more bewildered. But if I fail, I'm done for, Sangdia informs Mungon. I've set everything up. All that's left is the look of pure malice in his eyes. Turning to the next phase, capturing the lone wolf, Okha. He couldn't help but chuckle in surprise, then offered his praise. Understood. Now, I'll send troops to where Pare Okha is. He also reminded me to deploy troops as quickly as possible, because my intuition tells me that Zongtak can only hold off the madness for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Gokha and his group are being surrounded by hundreds of giants. Within those 2 hours, we must capture Buksok Haka, who, seemingly unfazed, coldly declares, "The Boo Alliance has a lot of people. It seems you Moon World values me highly." Chonho slowly steps forward and announces, "Bokso-ha, surrender and I'll let these guys go home." Hearing that, he looked at him in surprise, then smugly replied, "You're number 2 in the Alliance? Let me give you an answer." Immediately, he lunged forward to attack. "You're more amusing than I thought." He coldly stopped his fist, preventing him from acting rashly. "So this is all the League's number 2 is capable of." He seized the opportunity and punched him square in the face, leaving him no time to react. "But my real body is right here." He cried out in pain, cursing this dog. Immediately after, the two began to argue loudly while exchanging blows. "Let me shut your dog mouth first. I think that'll be a little difficult." Seeing this, the underlings in the back panicked and began to discuss, "Is Seok-ha really going to fight in this situation? We can't just stand by. Everyone charge forward and take out these pests getting in Seok's way." Meanwhile, Chonho and X were still locked in fierce combat when he suddenly remembered something and asked, "I'm curious. You're at a disadvantage. So why didn't you choose to help your allies instead of fighting?" he asked, his face betraying nothing. "Simple. Even if I ran, you guys would have already set up an ambush. From the moment you showed up with such vigor, I knew we were in a tight spot. Rather than running and being caught in the middle, it's better to deal with these flies here." He coughed in pain, then stood up, praising, "Your decision is firm, but you're mistaken." He suddenly said something incomprehensible. They hadn't bothered to cut off his retreat. Seok-ha seems confused by these words. "What?" Chi's triumphant voice echoed with the announcement that his entire army was gathered here. Jang Yu steps forward, surprised, and says, "Hey Seok-ha, I heard it's your death anniversary today?" "This is too good, damn." Sang-shu marvels at the scene, exclaiming at the chaos. Jin Cheon couldn't help but laugh, mocking, "So this is Bukseok's ha. I thought the Emperor Division's number 2 was a big deal." Cheon Wang also slowly appears on the scene. He seemed to be contemplating something, and Seok-ha appeared surprised by the situation. He asked in confusion, "You knew I wouldn't run, so you brought the whole gang here?" Meanwhile, Mun reports everything to Sangdae. Just as he predicted, Park-ha didn't run. "How did you figure it out?" he asked. Smirking, he replied, "Calling it a prediction is a bit much." His gaze hardened with certainty as he predicted, "Park-ha is one who always acts after counting the enemy's forces. It's easy to predict someone who overthinks things." He continued to look at the chessboard, assessing, "It's all about deploying the fewest pieces possible. Bukso-ha won't expect us to go for a melee." His face hardened with resolve. Someone who overthinks like him will be caught off guard by simplicity. While elsewhere, a weary Seok-ha continues to stare at the people before him. "Damn, it's rare to see the Alliance use their brains. This is clearly a win-or-lose strategy. If I chose to run, dragging the core members here for this ridiculous gamble, what kind of chief of staff would I be?" Chonho remembers the voice that urged him to surrender, Paroka. "Oh, you can't do anything anymore?" his voice echoed. "How many of your underlings can even stand to fight anymore?" Hearing this, he calmly wipes the blood from his head. "Enough talk. Shut your traps and come at me, you losers." Seeing this, all the formations rushed towards him at once. If that's what you want, he'll take on the core members one by one, a feat that leaves everyone in awe. Can he really hold his own against the core members? He sighs, nodding in acknowledgement. "Not bad at all. Park Se-ha, I acknowledge you. It's a shame to kill you like this." He continued to watch as the man was beaten relentlessly, ignoring the Alliance and swallowing Dagon whole. Thinking this, he slowly turned and left. "You've worked hard, clinging to such a senseless desire until this day." Suddenly, he was startled by a terrifying figure, leaving him bewildered and stammering in confusion. How are you here?" At that moment, a fist came flying towards him. A worried underling rushed into the room to inform Amwangdae, "Something terrible has happened." Has Hwangmu already reached Park-ha? He was utterly bewildered and hastily questioned. "What? They've only been holding Hwangmu back for a little over an hour. How did he do it?" Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He watched the lopsided fight, diagnosing the problem. They were all being taken down one by one. Finally, he understood everything. Overthinking leads to defeat. Meanwhile, Mu coldly delivers a devastating blow to Tronho's face. Despite the impossibility, the sheer simplicity of it all causes his underlings to turn in shock as he falls. That was the day. He's completely lost it. With just one punch, the name Rampage became more famous than the Alliance itself. His hands are covered in blood, but he doesn't seem to care. "That day, I used my fists like never before." Finally, X had waited for the moment to come to the rescue. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them, and it was the day one of them could no longer use his fists. His face contorted with rage as he advanced, declaring, "From this day forward, I am the strongest in Dohan." Stunned, Jin Cheon asked, "What the—" "I thought you were going to hold him for 2 hours." Their voices filled with despair. "Why is he here?" Fueled by rage, Mui slowly advanced as we flash back 40 minutes prior to a chaotic scene where everyone stared ahead in confusion. "This is absurd," uttered Mu. He glanced in surprise at the demon who had single-handedly defeated 100 men right before his eyes. "Are you even human?" Mu coldly glares at him. "So, it's you? The one who's been pulling these stunts." Mu was slowly approaching him. "You thought you could catch me like this?" he pleaded helplessly. "Wait, listen to me first." He frantically explained that he was only following Chief of Staff's orders. At that moment, Mi rushed forward and threw a punch straight to the face that left him numb. "Chief of Staff," he falls backward, defeated. Moody pressed on. "Tell me, was this the Chief of Staff's doing?" Blood streamed down his face as he screamed in agony. "What the hell kind of punch is that?" He then fearfully glanced in another direction. Muya then lunges forward with a massive punch, and he can only pray for himself. What has he just hit? The scene shifts. Seo Ha sighs, saying Hoang Mi has always been an extremist. He continued to watch Mu deal with their subordinates, but this was the first time he'd seen him jump like that. He stared ahead, a bit perplexed. What in the world is going on? Mia effortlessly uses her power to defeat them one by one, while Jin Cheon lies on the ground, slowly losing consciousness. Seeing this, the underlings retreated in fear, questioning if her punches were enough to take down their core members. Are they even human? Hearing this, the others were immediately filled with dread. Just then, Chan Ho slowly rose, yelling, "Damn it! Did Huang Mue knock you all out temporarily? How embarrassing." He looked ahead, bewildered, wondering how the situation had deteriorated so quickly. His men were falling one after another. "Has everyone fallen?" Mu speaks up to announce. "Listen up, you few still standing," he booms. "If you want to catch me, come and get me yourselves." He didn't forget to loudly scold them, telling them not to be cowards hiding behind others. He continued to look at all the people he had just taken down. "Even if you're hiding, I'll find you and tear you apart." With that, he turned to face them all and commanded, "Relay my words to Yu Moon 1. John Ho froze upon hearing this. His face turned cold as he cast a sharp glare in another direction. "If you understand, then get lost." Everyone was stunned by the scene, and Chan Ho gritted his teeth in fury. The Allied forces retreated as his words echoed. Everyone retreated, humiliated. Because of that day's battle, nearly 100 members of the Alliance, Mei single-handedly took down nearly 200 men today. But he doesn't seem tired at all, masking a deep sadness, including the 6 core members who suffered permanent physical damage. But the storm after this battle will be even more terrifying, I think. Seo Ha quickly rose and slowly approached him, while Moon W coldly blamed Sangjai for forming the 3 Emperor gang on the other side after that incident. "Is this your first failure, strategist? What happened to your guaranteed victory? You got played." He sighed, glanced at the man, and said sadly, "I'm sorry, I didn't think Huang Moi would get there so fast." He continued to voice his thoughts, but this wasn't a completely meaningless defeat. The man seemed surprised to hear that. "What did we gain from this loss?" he continued, voicing his thoughts. "The emperors suffered heavy losses, especially Paroka and his first division, who were severely injured," he continued. "More importantly, we've learned how the blind goat operates. Once we understand him, we'll know what weapon to use against him." He held out his hands and declared, "I'll try to create a weapon to counter him as soon as possible." Seeing this, Moon Woo smugly smiles, pleased with his contribution this time. He's contributed so much, yet they'd abandon him for a single mistake. "All right, I'll trust you one more time, but if you disappoint me," he said, turning to leave. With that, he turned back in anger, saying that Manwu would never be able to wear that sneer again. Seeing how fearsome he looked, a smile crept across Manwu's face. "Don't worry, I'll end this war, and Emperor Division will fall." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Sangdae, who stands helplessly before his grandmother's portrait, filled with sorrow. He spoke slowly. "Grandma, I still don't understand." He recalled his grandmother's words from that day, his voice cracking with emotion. "I think I need to see you in person to understand the words you spoke the day you came to find me." After that day, he continued to beat down hundreds of other vile men. Besides crushing the Alliance, I have another goal. They could only curse and shout, the miserable dogs. A crowd of angry people raised their heads, loudly blaming. "You're with the Emperor Division? Why are those bastards causing trouble all the way out here?" Zhang simply smiled wickedly and declared, I don't know the reason either, you idiot. I just do what I'm told. His face filled with amusement as he continued, Listen closely. From this moment on, you will become the pawns of the Emperor Division. We only have one request. You all have to report to me. His face twisted with malice as he declared, Everything that happens in this district, especially any unusual activity, must be reported to us. Hearing this, the beaten men seemed confused and angry. Strange behavior. What the hell is that, L? He calmly responds to LUC Kondo, telling the Dion Alliance to report anything they see. But of course, there's more to the story because that's what drove the emperors to act. Though displeased, they all had to agree because of the gang's power. Though my forces followed orders without question, Gokha seemed more contemplative than usual, but Park Seo-ha was different. Mu slowly approached Okha's car, surprised, and asked, What's wrong, Okha? Why did you call me out at this hour? Seo-ha turned to look at him. You've arrived? Looking out over the vast city, Seok-ha voiced his thoughts. When we swore our brotherhood here, I knew we would soon conquer the Dawn. Ixi's harsh words leave him somewhat bewildered. What is he talking about? Get to the point, Soka continued, glancing at him. Your recent directives have been a bit strange. You're not just dealing with Daeon, but also Gongdu and Octron. Zhang thinks you're painting a bigger picture of Daeon. But I think differently. Exi's voice cut straight to his heart. I think you're looking for someone. Then he continued to recount everything he knew. It was right after the Alliance's attack 2 months prior. Your grandmother sought out Gang at the hospital. Now that I think about it, you started giving strange orders after that day. What's going on? Surprised, he turned and asked, Are you expecting an answer? Seo-ha remained cold and replied, But it was okay for you, he said slowly. Fine, I'll tell you. That day. He then recounts what his grandmother told him that day. And perhaps this is one of his regrets. I shouldn't have told Park Ha about this. His grandmother stood before him, recounting. May, listen to me. The truth is, you weren't abandoned. Her voice echoed. Hearing this, he seemed confused and hurriedly asked his grandmother why she was suddenly appearing and talking. Nonsense. She continued, It's true that your mother abandoned you. Her face filled with sorrow as she revealed the truth. But your father was different. Your father left to protect our family from some kind of danger, but he couldn't understand what was happening to him. Confused, he quickly asked, Danger? You're saying he abandoned us because of some danger? What are you talking about? She sighed, defeated, and said, That day, your father didn't tell me much either, saying it was best for your safety if you didn't know too much. She then pulled out a strange piece of paper and handed it to him. However, your father said if the time came for you to know the truth, he wanted you to find this person. He stared in surprise at the address on the paper. The grandmother continued to recount what his father had said, her voice echoing in his mind. That place belonged to his closest friend. He quickly made his way to the old house. Back in reality, Me recounted everything to X, but when I got there, the place was deserted. Only traces of a hasty escape remained, a revelation that shocked him. He continued, That tailor shop was the clue to finding your father? Did you let the lead slip right through your fingers? He sighed, recounting the events. I tried asking Jay Gangang if he knew anything, but the kid didn't seem to know anything about the tailor's whereabouts. Hearing the story, he seemed regretful and continued to speak. Anyway, I understand why you've been like this all along, even though searching for family isn't like you at all. His voice echoed as he turned and left. I understand your story, so I'll be going. We need to order the others to expand the search. He asked, confused, You're helping me? He nodded, then announced, Yeah, I'll do my best to help you find your old man. And just like that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to glance back at him. Don't forget the reason the Emperor Division was founded. Commander. He quickly nodded in understanding. I know. He continued to look back at the scene below. After Park Seo-ha left, I stayed behind, lost in thought, wondering why I was even searching for my so-called father. He knew that family and blood were chains that bound people, preventing them from growing. But this only made him more curious, so I wanted to know. He broke free from his enormous chains and moved forward. He wants to confront his so-called father and hear why he broke the chains that even he couldn't, and then left. Shokha witnessed all of this in silence, lost in his own thoughts. A man who cared for nothing but destroying the Alliance now seeks his father? He sighs, a little annoyed, not liking this change at all. The story unfolds. After the Alliance's fierce offensive, Emperorus and the Alliance have temporarily ceased hostilities. The Alliance suffered heavy losses and wouldn't act rashly, so Mu traveled from place to place. I took this opportunity to search for the tailor but made no progress. Suddenly, Jay Gangang realized something. And then, from just one word from Jig Gang, I got a lead on the tailor who vanished without a trace. Jay Gang Gang chuckled, informing them, "Now I remember, he had 2 sons. Isn't that a clue?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Tell me more about the 2 sons." Jay Gang nodded, urging her to continue. "I thought that old guy was a loner." Jay Gang immediately recalled the image of the clothing store owner. There was a photo of 2 brothers in the store, presumably the shopkeeper's sons. CEO Ha glares at Jay Gang before announcing, "That's not enough to be a lead. It'll only increase the number of people we need to find." His voice echoed, "Don't you have any more specific information?" Gang, seemingly surprised, pondered something before recounting, "More specific information? They seem to be far apart in age, and that student appears to be holding a baby." Jay Gang's voice echoes, noting that the student's uniform might be from Jongbak High. The scene shifts to another large school, where Jong approaches and happily chats with his 2 seniors. We really are infamous, aren't we? Jay Gang was intrigued by the approaching group of overconfident people. "They've come all this way to greet us." Tech angrily steps forward, hurling insults. "We just drove off the Alliance and now Emperor is here? Guess we've lost our touch." He was furious, confronting the 3 men before him. "You better turn back now, unless you want to end up like the Alliance." Hearing this, B Gang became even more intrigued. Who is this guy who's already running his mouth? Oka bursts out laughing, announcing that he's the school's rising star in boxing, becoming famous as soon as he enrolled by becoming the top dog. Hearing this, Jay Gang became even more interested and excited. "Intriguing, making me hungry. Can I have a taste, guys?" Moo suddenly spoke up. "No, that's not why we're here." Jay Gang was a little disappointed to hear that. "What a shame," he said to the 2 of them. "I'll talk to him. You stay put." He then stepped forward, saying, "Hey, Kim Seok-hyun, we're not here to cause trouble." His voice echoed, "We're only here to find a student who attends this school. We'd appreciate your cooperation." Tekon seems unwilling to give up, coldly announcing, "I don't know who you're looking for, but I refuse. As long as I'm here, I'll never hand over a student to anyone." Sokha, a bit angry, even furious, slowly walks forward. "I've seen that stubborn look 1,000 times. But think it over, Kim Tishan." He stepped forward, questioning them, saying that if they didn't help, they would seek out his younger brother. Hearing this, Tekon was furious and questioned them. "How do you know about him?" "So, you've been investigating me?" he asked smugly. "So, have you reconsidered?" Texion asked through gritted teeth, barely containing his rage. "I know all your dirty tricks," Texion declared loudly. "Even if I agreed to your demands, you'd just want more information. You'd go after my brother and take him hostage, wouldn't you?" May silently listens from the side as Tech makes his decision. Then X suddenly realizes something is wrong, and he rushes towards the car, clenching his fist to eliminate any threats to his brother right here, right now. A loud crash froze everyone in place as May managed to block his attack, sending tremors through them both. He remained calm in the face of this scene. It seemed they were evenly matched. Seo-ha was confused, asking, "Hwangmu, why did you stop him? You're not thinking of fighting him, are you?" He didn't answer, but slowly turned and walked away. "That's enough for today." Tish suddenly explodes with rage and loudly questions him. "Hey, long hair, you think I'll let you leave that easily? Now that you've mentioned my brother, I can't just let you go." He calmly explains that they never intended to take his brother hostage. Only cowardly alliances would resort to such tactics. Shock. Ha, who had been listening to everything, froze. Shh, he still won't forgive the 3 of them. "So, you're just going to leave? You think I believe you?" He coldly announced, "Whether you believe me or not is of no concern to me." Hearing that, he hesitated, thinking, "I usually deal with those who have a numerical advantage." His hand then clenched, trembling, as he'd never let those under his command taste defeat. But why? He gazed at Mi's massive form, lost in thought. Why can't I envision a path to victory against this guy? He announced that it was over, and the 3 of them turned and left in front of all the students. I left a strong impression on Kim Tishan during our first encounter, and he watched us leave, seething with anger. Even though he's a fool who'd go crazy if his brother were taken hostage, my hands are already turning red from his earlier punch. But his punch packed a serious wallop. If Parak Ha hadn't intervened, I would have thrown down right then and there. Meanwhile, May watched from above, lost in thought. Normally, I would have jumped right in without a second thought. Even I don't understand why I chose to back down. I still don't know what I should do. Though Jay Gang had no questions about that day, Oka slowly approached to talk. "So, you were here, lost in confusion." But Park X was different. He turned and asked, "Is something wrong?" He finally realized his mistake and slowly began to explain. He admitted he might have approached Kim Tich-X the wrong way because I didn't like it. Hearing that, he nodded, glad the message was received, but before he could finish his sentence, the other man's face turned cold as he spoke. Because you're in the position of an older brother, right? Hearing this, he realized something was wrong. You investigated me, and that's where the story begins. He sighed, speaking to him. I told you not to be so upset. Your responsibility is to confirm. His face hardened as he spoke. One will become the king who rules the Dohan battlefield. Is there any reason to be seen as unqualified? And he also learned something important, that Parok Ha was a dangerous man. The scene shifts to a very peaceful, modest house, where Mue is drinking from a glass when a voice suddenly calls out. Brother, Chomin said, slowly approaching. Could you take care of that Yongji Sang from Class 10A1 for me? He beats me up every single day, she recounted, utterly helpless with her swollen face. You're so good at fighting. I'm about to die here. But he seemed utterly indifferent to these words. Back in reality, Gokha continued his announcement. I told you not to get frustrated. Your responsibility is confirmation. His voice echoed, continuing to judge him. Is there any reason why the one who will become king of the Dohan battlefield would be considered unqualified? Minnan was silent, then finally spoke. Then die. Min couldn't believe it, his eyes widening as he stared ahead. What? At the same time, a water bottle flew through the air, striking his leg and causing him to cry out in pain. As he turned to leave, he sneered, I told you to die. Why would a weakling like you ask for my help? Annoying. All he can do is beg pathetically. Please, brother. I beg you, brother. He coldly threatens you. He then glanced back and ordered, Value your life. Don't you dare claim to be my brother. The scene shifts to another place filled with screams. We're here, so you better run, you Alliance bastards. Time quickly moves forward to a year later, and the story is retold. I didn't make the decision for my brother. All Muyan knows how to do at this point is punch and fight. My only task is to sever these annoying chains. He recalls her words from that time. But your father is different. He left our family to protect us from some danger. Hearing this, he coldly glares at the approaching crowd, who claim to be attacking to protect their families. How laughable. He quickly ducks to avoid the attacks, thinking that the old man shares his sentiment. Both he and I want to break free from these chains. Seizing the opportunity, he grabs a lackey by the neck, causing him immense pain. He slams the man into the ground, and he finally loses consciousness. Feeling it wasn't enough, he raised his fist again, delivering another blow. It had to be done. But suddenly, Jay Gang Gang stopped him, startling him. He immediately glared at Jay Gang Gang, questioning, What are you doing? Jay Gang Gang, shaken by the scene, fearfully explained, I'm sorry, but if you punch him, he'll... He continued to stare at the man who was gradually losing consciousness. He'll die. Immediately after, he fell into his own thoughts. He quickly turned and left, saying, Let go, I'm leaving. Du Gang hurriedly called out, Hey, don't forget what you told me, and you guys can handle the rest. Zha Kang remained silent. The scene shifts to a bar, and a voice echoes out. You fools, do you even know who we are? The strange young man with the cue stick is now completely surrounded. They didn't forget to mention it, did they? We're the Emperor Division, you idiot. Looks like you haven't learned to fear. Hearing this, the white-haired man declared with overwhelming power, I don't care about your petty squabbles. All I know is you made me lose focus, and I was about to get 300 points. The guy was Haong, and I couldn't ignore him when he laughed and made that announcement. You miserable dogs. Hearing this, Tien, the leader, was a little angry. This guy really doesn't know when to quit. You lot. They immediately ordered Haong to be surrounded, telling them to break his hands so he couldn't deliver pizza anymore. He suddenly spoke, uttering incomprehensible words. Usually, I only play with 3 balls, but 4 isn't bad either. Shok Ha walked in and, seeing the strange commotion, asked with surprise, What's going on here? It looks like I missed something while I was gone. He continued to survey the chaotic scene. Ha is still sitting there. So we have a visitor? At that moment, one of his men anxiously spoke up, recounting everything. I'm sorry, Shok. We weren't strong enough to handle him. Hearing this, he calmly asks, You couldn't beat him with an S rank from Team 1? Who is this guy? A core member of the Alliance? The subordinate stammered. That's right. Then, the subordinate continued to point forward. It's on the wall over there. I'm sorry, sir. Hearing that, he was immediately surprised. The next scene left him frozen in place. The sign before him read, The Dago no Baon Alliance. Reading the inscription, Gokha marvels, Maha, this is interesting. He then reported the shocking news. The Alliance had rebuilt their forces. Inside the commander's meeting room, Zakha's voice grew heavy. The West, which we control, has been robbed of half its territory, and the East isn't faring any better. With some frustration, he continued, Not long ago, the Didac district I was responsible for was also snatched up by the Alliance. Do you know what those areas have in common? Mdia immediately cut to the chase. He continued to recount these areas, his voice echoing. These are the areas where we're sending troops to find your father, Huang Mue. Hearing this, he seemed lost in thought, silent. Then he continued with what he needed to know. The desolate Meyer Alliance is recruiting its founding members. This isn't the time for you to be searching for family. His eyes hardened as he continued. I'm sorry, but I can't let you mobilize troops recklessly anymore. Hearing this made him uneasy. You clearly promised to help me. He sighed, continuing with his thoughts. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I want you to deal with the Alliance first. Hearing this, he clenched his fist in anger until it trembled, then slowly released his grip. He quickly nodded in agreement and announced, Yeah, you're not wrong. But Mi's eyes remained unchanged as he coldly declared, Even if I'm alone, I'm still going to find him. You don't have a problem with that, do you? He quickly nodded in agreement. I understand. After the meeting, Mu quickly rode his motorcycle down the road. I used to think being obsessed with family was pathetic, but I'm furious and feel ridiculous that I want to find him. He grits his teeth, blurting out his thoughts before sinking back into his own mind. I don't know why, but until I meet him, this anger won't subside. I will find him and kill him. The scene shifts to a large cafe in the city. Se-ok-ha entered the cafe, seemingly searching for something, as Yuan smiled and waved him over, asking why he was late. He approached her, surprised. What's wrong? I told you I was busy, so don't call me for no reason. She explained with a bit of a whine. Come on, no matter how busy you are, you should still have time to drink with your girlfriend. She then immediately pulled him down into a chair. You can just have your men do it. I've already ordered your drink, so sit down for a bit. He asked in surprise, Who is this? She reached out, introducing herself. I was just about to introduce her to you. She's my best friend, her voice echoed. Hong Bomi. Bomi could only speak with embarrassment. Hello, she said. Seeing Bomi's strange expression, he asked, surprised, You don't look like you're here for fun. What favor are you here to ask? Yuan seemed impressed by all of this. She turns to her friend. You're very perceptive. Bomi, tell him. Bomi spoke shyly. Actually, she then continued to recount everything. There's this girl in my class I wasn't close to, but I tried to befriend her. She immediately became sad, but I don't understand why she has it in for me. That's when the girl's brother showed up. Was it her? At this point, she became even more desperate and called her thug brother, who grabbed her head and shouted, If you call my sister's name again, I'll kill you. At this point, she immediately burst into tears, begging for help. I don't even know what I did wrong. Please, teach that bastard a lesson. Hearing this, Seok-ha slowly stood up, sighed, and announced, Ji-yoon, how many times have I told you the Emperor Group isn't a help center? I'm leaving, Yuzan quickly called out. Brother? She suddenly speaks these incomprehensible words. Daeon Alliance. Hearing that, he immediately fell silent. He looked up, confused. What? With fiery eyes, Bomi continued, I heard you and the Daon Union aren't exactly on good terms. I heard him call himself Maha from the Daon Alliance, her voice echoed. He immediately recalled the plaque inscribed with those powerful words, his face now calm as he looked ahead. Hayan nods slightly, announcing, Yeah, I'm here, and I see them. He glanced at the group of people wielding clubs, eyeing him menacingly. This might be a bit tough. The voice on the other end of the line asks, I thought you said you could handle this? He scratched his head and replied, Yeah, I can handle it. Sangdia silently listened to everything he said, but he knew the reason he chose to join the alliance. Oh, come on, are you making me continue? Sangdia immediately nodded in agreement. I understand. Sangdia makes him an offer, an extra 500,000 won, sending him into raptures. Deal. No takebacks, got it? The crowd ahead glared at him angrily, cursing, You insolent bastard, daring to take a call in front of us? He chuckled, acting as if nothing had happened. You've been waiting long, haven't you? It's a contractor's job to take calls, immediately after he dashes forward. Anyway, I'm sorry for the wait. The others were shocked to see him charging in. He quickly appeared in the air, delivering a decisive kick. He ruthlessly took them down one by one, so I'll finish this quickly. The scene shifts to another location in the vast, high-rise city. Seeing Haseong's injuries, his sister scolds him, Hey, Ma Haseong, were you fighting again? He nodded in confirmation and recounted, Yeah, but I won. Harry was furious, hands on her hips as she questioned him. Why do you live like this? Are you getting paid to fight? He sighed, glancing at her as he recounted everything. Seriously? The Leather Alliance? You've become their number 3. Hearing this, she was shocked and confused. She quickly retorted, Huh? The Skin Alliance? Are you crazy? That place is full of thugs. her voice echoed. We still have plenty of inheritance from our parents. You're already known as a thug in the neighborhood and now you're fighting for money? Hearing this, Hagzong remained silent, then slowly stood up and declared, That's right, but you don't need to know the truth. Maha, listen closely. He points to himself, saying, I need to buy a motorcycle, the best one out there. If you won't buy it for me, then just be quiet. This infuriated her, and she glared at him. In the next moment, she kicked him out, leaving him speechless. Kicking your own brother out? She's just like me. Like siblings, he's looking ahead and sighing. Even so, the image of his two powerless siblings wailing at the funeral gradually replays in his mind. It's still better than before, when she cried so tragically. Shock. Ha's voice slowly echoes as he stands before a map, calculating. Dungan Station and Hongdong District have both been seized by the Allied forces, and their strongest fighter has been deployed to Dongsan District. Zhang cursed in anger. Damn it, the Spirit Alliance has started attacking, huh? He continued. And that's not all. His voice echoed as he studied the maps, explaining that while their core members fought fiercely on one front, the enemy attacked elsewhere, keeping them pinned down. Hearing this, Jay Gang gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if I were Mu, I wouldn't have sent just 3 people. He nods in confirmation, realizing this strategy won't be enough to sway Huang Mi. His eyes hinted at a deeper strategy as he continued to plot his next move. The Alliance's strategist had already caught on. The odds of Huang Mi joining the battle are slim, and his face betrays his frustration and uncertainty. This is difficult. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gokha repeatedly calls Mi. Immediately answering, he asked in surprise, What's going on? Where are you? I need to talk to you. He continued to recount everything. Apparently, the old repair shop owner used to be a gangster. So, I'm looking into that part now. Just tell me what you need over the phone. He nodded, having arrived at the house, and continued to speak. I understand. Take a look at the photo I just sent. A photo arrives, startling him as he stares at his phone. He looked at the writing on the door, a bit bewildered, as Zhang continued to recount everything. Mahasong is the one I'm watching, his voice echoed. My subordinate followed him and discovered that in the pouring rain he took a large umbrella and went to the riverbank, reminding him, Don't act rashly for now. This might be a trap they've set to catch you. Mahasong's high school, Myungun, is a strong supporter of the Alliance. He declares with certainty, I'll have them monitor the Alliance's movements. From above, he revealed his plan, saying, I know exactly how you feel right now. Show the Alliance. A sinister smile creeps across his face. Show the Alliance your current state, Commander. Meanwhile, Hong is stunned by the scene before him. What is this? Power, or should I say violence? He wondered, watching Mu lead his men. Why is he here? Was he challenged? The story slowly unfolds. Orphaned, his only family is his frail grandmother and his failing younger brother. He stands there, uncomprehending. People who have nothing to do with me. It's all written down in the diary. A life without destination, and no one to stop him. He moves forward. But why did I act? His eyes now filled with rage, staring intently at him. Are you ready? Why am I so angry? Hearing that, he was confused, but quickly regained his composure and spoke. Ready? Fine. I figured I'd run into you eventually. There was one thing Mei couldn't understand. His eyes, filled with rage and resentment, stared ahead as he charged forward to attack, holding me back like this. At this speed, he instantly froze in fear. Immediately, a punch landed squarely on his face before he could react, the first time he'd ever felt such pain. What the hell? He couldn't believe this was happening to him as Antu reached forward. One punch was all it took to knock him senseless, followed by a relentless assault that left him gasping for air. He felt the pain and vomited blood uncontrollably. Seeing this, his worried subordinates looked at each other and shouted, What the hell are you doing? The captain's getting beat. Seeing them approach, Mu's men glared ahead. Where do you think you're going? Don't interfere with our commander's execution. Hearing this, the two sides immediately clashed in a furious battle, while Mu helplessly touched his wound, wondering how things had come to this. Helpless, he could only sit there, as a fist hurtled towards him. At this point, he was beyond knowing anything anymore. A traffic accident? With just a few simple moves, Haong was quickly flattened against the cold ground. Feeling he'd done enough, MD slowly turned and left. Such a petty provocation. Suddenly, a voice boomed out. Damn, that was like a trip down memory lane. Before he could understand what was happening, Hazong stood up, a triumphant grin on his face, and continued to mock him. It's a shame I'm the only one watching. Do you want to see? Before he could finish, the fist came flying. But he manages to duck out of the way just in time, fully embracing the fight. You were so tough just a moment ago. He spins around and kicks him right in the face. Let me return the favor. He finally felt the pain he had inflicted. He was utterly bewildered, a feeling that reminded him of his clash with Seok Seong. Thinking this, he sighed uncomfortably. What an annoying guy. Hassan slowly advances toward him, saying there are still 2 hits left. His face filled with excitement as he said, "Let's start over." Mudia, upon hearing these words, was instantly enraged and cursed. "You son of a bitch." He throws a powerful punch straight at his opponent. "I'll make you regret getting back up." "I told you already, pal." As the punch came, he quickly ducked to avoid it. At the same time, a fist slowly rose, and he used all his strength to attack him in the stomach. Seeing this, he glances down in bewildered shock and, unsatisfied, throws another punch. 2 more hits and the fist connects with his face. The final blow, followed by a deafening crash. He landed a direct hit to his face, but Hashang was already exhausted after only a few attacks. They're always going on about Mu, and it's been driving me crazy with curiosity. He glances forward, only to find his punch completely blocked by Mu's hand. He simply spoke incomprehensible words. What was his reason? To provoke me? He moved closer, asking again, "Why did you draw that thing?" These words only confused him more, and he glanced forward again. Provoke? What the hell are you talking about? Why would I provoke a stranger like you? Suddenly, something dawned on him. Wait, the ticket. He suddenly recalls the plaque he inscribed as a greeting. I only left that as a greeting. Is that why you're so mad? He quickly retracted his fist, leaving Ha Seong standing there, uttering incomprehensible words. All because of that reason. The story being told is the reason I lost my humanity that day. He quickly raised his fist forward, and Ha Seong, witnessing the punches, was immediately terrified. Damn it, if I hadn't stopped that, I'd be dead. Immediately after, he threw a punch. He was in pain, but trembled in fear because of his injured arm, feeling it wasn't enough. He readies his leg for another kick, sending his opponent flying backward, unable to react. His entire body was now wounded, blood flowing endlessly into the water as he helplessly turned to assess the situation. Oh no! Elsewhere, the battle has become incredibly fierce, with both sides locked in an all-out clash. This is bad, he suddenly shouted. Myeongun School, his voice echoed. Everyone fall back, we can't beat this guy. Everyone could only watch in stunned silence. Ha-jong stared intently into the terrifying eyes of me in front of him. Since its target isn't the chief but me, there's no reason for you guys to fight. Hearing that, they smirked. Your commander is pretty quick-witted. Listen to the commander, you losers. His teammates were angry, but they couldn't leave their captain behind. He chuckled and announced to everyone, Listen to me, you kids. I've thought this through. Hearing this, everyone immediately retreated and began to discuss it. He's right. Let's retreat for now. What? How the hell is this happening? He's always been meticulous. He must have a plan. Soon they all turned and left, leaving him alone. Seeing this, the M-team members immediately scoffed. Go on, you fools. With everyone gone, Hong thought with a hint of regret. Did they really just leave like that? Moody suddenly spoke again, uttering incomprehensible words. Tell me, what are you plotting? His face contorted with rage as he stared at him. You think you can beat me? He said, trembling. He stared at his trembling hand. What do you think? I'm completely exhausted now. There's such a thing as a man's gotta lie. You monster? Immediately after, he turned around, ready to accept his fate. So, how should I send you off? A punch lands squarely on his face, but he doesn't even have a chance to react. From that moment on, the fight became a one-sided beatdown, as the rain poured down and the underlings coldly watched. No, it wasn't even a fight, just a one-sided beatdown. He kept hitting him, even though he didn't react, but he stubbornly endured, which only made me crazier. This only fueled him to beat the man harder, so I put even more power into my fist. He slowly lost consciousness, sinking beneath the still water, but he still wouldn't give up, gritting his teeth in fury. I shouldn't have thrown that punch. All of this was witnessed by Zak-ha, who lay motionless, unable to move. His blood mixed with the rain as Seon-ha lost consciousness, never to wake again. News of this quickly reached the executives' meeting the next day. After that day, my team and I were on the police's suspect list, but without a witness to Maha's collapse, they couldn't put me on the investigation list. Oka sighed, recounting everything, saying the Moon High punks thought he was the culprit. We don't have time to talk about witnesses or stall, his voice echoed in his ear. Deal with it quickly, or the cops will notice our gang, endangering the Emperor Division. Only the Alliance benefits from this. He continued to press. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Dazed, J-Gang suddenly stood up and loudly announced, Wait, CEO, ha! J-Gang, utterly bewildered, glanced at him, wondering what he was implying. Are you saying the leader might go to prison? Hearing this, he nodded in agreement and announced, "You know what I mean. Besides that, is there any other way?" Jiang, hearing this, became enraged and cursed. "If the commander is arrested, it's game over." Jay Gang's voice grew more helpless as he imagined their flag torn and their gang disbanded from this moment on. Shockingly, Ha continues to say some incomprehensible things. "Without Huangmu, there is no gang." Daigang suddenly shouts out, his face filled with determination. "I'll take his place and turn myself in." "Damn it, is that all it takes?" Hearing this, he immediately reacted and quickly voiced his thoughts. "No, you can't do that, Jiang. You're the leader of the action squad, Emperor's right-hand man. No one is qualified to take your place." Hearing that, Jay Gang was thrilled, turning to look at me. "Commander, is that really what you think of me?" Jay Gang glanced at him curiously, then asked, "What about this? All the Emperor Division members can turn themselves in instead of you." But Jay Gang had already made up her mind. She would find someone to help him, announcing her decision to her subordinates from above. "You all know the situation, right? It looks complicated, but the solution is simple." Jay Gang's voice echoed, announcing that one of them would be chosen to lead, and whoever desired that honor should raise their hand. Instantly, hundreds of arms shot up. Witnessing all of this, Jay Gang smirks, a look of utter satisfaction. Just as he said, many want to replace him, and he's managed to overcome this danger. Meanwhile, Mi watched the scene unfold from above, recalling a night he spent with Gok Ha overlooking the city. "You know, to become emperor, one must possess power. But today, you lack that power, while Yu Moon Guan possesses it." Thinking this, he quickly announces, "It is power." Zioka silently nodded in agreement. Time passed, and a year later, different voices echoed. "Commander, is it true?" "I can't believe it, Commander." They were all stunned, staring at the small figure before them. "Is she his girlfriend?" They chimed in, asking, "What was her name again?" She calmly explains to everyone, "My name is Maha." Hearing this, Jay Gang gets even more excited. "Mahadi, where did you two finally meet?" "How?" Zekha stood to the side, silent and speechless. Immediately, a sinister smile crept across his face. Perhaps something interesting is about to happen? Meanwhile, Mi quickly takes care of everything with his fists, mocking the thugs he's defeated. "Picking a fight when you don't even know who I am?" Still not satisfied, he berates the thugs sprawled on the ground, calling them pathetic. Suddenly, applause echoed from behind him, puzzling him. Turning around, he saw Mahadi clapping and praising him. "You're amazing. You're the first person I've ever seen fight so well." Blushing, she shyly asks, "You know boxing, right?" But he coldly walks on. "Who are you?" She then seemed to remember something, placing a hand on her chest as she introduced herself. "Oh, I'm Mahadi, and I've always liked guys who are good at fighting, so..." Hearing this, he coldly turned and left, disgusted by her name and telling her to get lost. Seeing this, she remained silent, then quickly stepped forward and took his hand. Wait a minute." He was clearly annoyed, and he lashed out. "I told you to get lost." She smiled and started talking. "This is truly the first time I've met someone like you." She then continued forward, a bit embarrassed. "You're really my type. Could I have your number?" He quickly turned and left. Get lost. The story slowly unfolds, revealing the first time I met Ma Hajidi. But it didn't end there. Every time Mu dealt with thugs, Mahdi would quickly appear from another direction. But the phone number. She happily held out her phone. A phone number. Even when he went for a walk, she would follow him around. This clinginess was starting to bother him. Maha was always following me around trying to flatter me, but that's how it all began. And she asked, surprised, as she walked behind me, "What about your name?" "You still haven't told me your name?" Her face flushed slightly as she smiled and said, "You could still tell me your name. If you tell me, I won't follow you anymore." He remained cold, turning to her and saying, "Get lost, Huang Mi." And so we shared our names. Time passed, and one day Mi froze at the sight before her, staring in confusion at Maha. "What the hell are you doing?" She looked at him, surprised. "Mi, you're here," he angrily shouted. "Get down now." She awkwardly explained, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to try it out." Then, looking at the motorcycle, she sighed. "My brother really wanted one like this, but even if he got it now, he wouldn't be able to ride it." Her voice turned sorrowful as she explained that her brother had been in a traffic accident. Overcome with helplessness, she gently caressed the superbike. He was hit by the very motorcycle he wanted to buy. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Just then, 3 girls approached, yelling, "Hey, you!" Seeing this, Maha sighed wearily. "They followed me all the way here?" The girl became enraged, glaring at her with a menacing look. "You little brat, you dare splash water on me and run? You're gonna regret it today." Without being asked, she recounts everything to him. They're classmates of mine. Hearing that, he was a little curious. Friends? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, but they hate me. Then she recounted everything to him, utterly helpless. An orphan with a comatose brother. Wasn't she the perfect target? They made me clean up for them and I splashed some water on them. That's why they look like that. Her voice echoed, "They've been laying off ever since my brother stood up for me." Hearing all of this, he immediately fell silent as she quickly walked away, waving goodbye. "You talk too much for someone who's a stranger to me. I'm leaving now. My friend is waiting for me." Suddenly, after a moment of contemplation, he slowly called out to her. "What's up? Get on," he says as he climbs onto his motorcycle. "Get on." Hearing this, she was startled, surprised with an unbelievable expression. Soon after, she ran quickly toward him as the girls behind them shouted, "What's going on?" "Hey, where do you think you're going?" he said, holding her tight. She quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. 3 girls chased after them, cursing, "Get out of the car, you bitch!" Especially the purple-haired girl in the middle who angrily shouted, "Who the hell does that bastard think he is?" Immediately after, the bike sped off, sending her crashing to the ground as she screamed in anger. The two rode together down the open road. Mahadi happily hugs him from behind, praising him. "This is so much fun." She savors the moment, exclaiming with delight, "No wonder my brother loves motorcycles so much. Now I get it." Suddenly realizing something was off, she asked in surprise, "But Appa, why did you help me? You're always telling me to leave." He calmly replied that there was no particular reason, then continued to ask about his doubts. Her brother cares for her deeply. She says he's been protecting her. She's surprised to hear this. "My brother?" Her face grew inscrutable as she continued to look ahead. "I don't know. What's a better way to put it than protecting me?" She recalled her weak childhood self and unconsciously recounted. "He probably hated seeing someone as weak as me. He probably just had to protect me because he saw his little sister crying all the time and looking so miserable." Her voice echoed. "He must have felt I was a burden." Hearing this, me couldn't help but turn around. Maybe if I wasn't around, he could have bought a motorcycle? Her eyes suddenly grew thoughtful, remembering everything. "Of course, I don't like my brother either. He always tells me not to come home late, not to do this or that." Saying this, she glanced at the darkening sky and sighed. "I'm not as restricted now, but I don't feel free. Instead, I have another burden weighing on my shoulders." Feeling she had said too much, Mahadi quickly said worriedly, "I'm talking nonsense again. Sorry." Monsieur Dai just coldly replied, "It's okay, I understand." He sped forward, thinking, "I understand perfectly." He understood it all too well. Was it the shared burden of family that led me to exchange numbers with Maha that day? After hearing everything, J-Gang immediately understood. "So, that's how it is. I have a question." J-Gang, now incredibly excited, pressed them. "Who confessed first?" Mui, seemingly confused, calmly asks what a confession is, as Badao turns to leave. "I'm out of here." Dagong, witnessing the whole scene, was speechless. "What? So exchanging numbers means we're dating now?" But that's not all. After introducing Maha to my crew, she was involved in every operation from behind the scenes. Maha had become a full-fledged member of Emperor, and she was completely comfortable with everyone there. She was friendly and outgoing, so she became close to everyone. But that's not all. Inside the meeting room, Zayok-ha was making an announcement. "We've successfully reclaimed the Dungu territories that were previously seized, and we must exploit this to pressure the alliance." Hearing this, J-Gang, who was standing to the side, understood something. "You mean we have to mobilize as many forces as possible and beat them down?" He quickly responded and explained, "No, we can't do that. Unfortunately, our forces are inferior to the alliance." He patiently explains to his brother, "We'll have to spread out our forces to defend the other areas." Hearing this, Jang could only sigh in frustration. "If it's that difficult, what should we do?" He continued to lay out his plan. "Have Huangmei take care of the alliance's rear guard. While they're focused on Huangmu, we'll strike." At that moment, Maha quietly approached from behind. "Do you think the Anmi are prey? What kind of plan is that?" Seoka, enraged, demands answers. "Mahadi, what did you hear?" She calmly replied, "I heard everything from beginning to end." "So what?" He seemed dismissive, not even bothering to look at her. "Where's the director? This isn't a place you can just come and go as you please." She continued. "He had something to do, so he told me to wait here." Seeing this, he immediately turned to face the map in front of him. "Then go somewhere else. We're discussing important matters," which only made her angrier. "Important matters?" Standing before them, she questioned them with utmost seriousness. "Are you just spouting nonsense because you're bored while I'm gone?" Hearing this, Gukha starts to lose his cool, telling them not to speak carelessly if they don't know anything. Suddenly seeing through his intentions, a surprised smile crept across her face. Using their leader as bait? Doesn't that sound a little harsh? Jae-gang quickly agreed. That makes sense, I object. Hearing this, he becomes enraged and disgusted. He then approached her, asking, You think I should worship Hwang Mia? What kind of person do you take me for? She glanced away with a resolute expression and announced, As a member of the Emperor clan, you must revere Mudge. Suddenly, he strikes her across the face, causing her immense pain. He continued to give orders. Yes, you're right, that's my mission. Sensing trouble, Jae-gang rushes over, saying, Hey, hold on. And you? His face contorted with rage as he lashed out. Just Hwang Mue's plaything. If you don't want to die, you'll be smart about this. Suddenly a voice echoed. Hey, back Zok Ha! He startled, realizing something was wrong. Dai steps in front of the three. Perhaps you should explain. His face contorted with rage as he slowly advanced, demanding an explanation. Seo-ha acted as if nothing had happened and continued to stand there, voicing his thoughts. What is there for me to explain? As you can see, the madam doesn't know her place, so I'm just making it clear to her. His voice echoed, saying she's better off not getting involved with the gang. Hearing this, Mu almost lost his cool and asked, Are you being sarcastic? He stepped in front of him, loudly rebuking him. Don't you find that ridiculous? You're the one who should be focused on the Emperor gang. His voice echoed. Ever since you hooked up with that woman, I haven't seen you at a single meeting. Or were you planning on letting Mahadeva succeed you? His face was now filled with rage. Hearing these provocations only fueled his rage, his fist clenching tight. You dog. His eyes are changing as he looks at him. So, what do you want from me? Just say what you want to say. He calmly and seriously replies, Now is not the time for you to be with women, Hwang Mi. Did that really need to be said? He simply nodded in silent agreement. Yeah, you're right, but immediately after he throws a punch. I'll consider you laying a hand on Maha a separate issue. Witnessing all of this, he was immediately enraged and turned against him. You pathetic bastard. You dare hit me for a woman? At the same time, Maha quickly runs forward, interjecting and telling them both to stop. Then she looked at Muin and confessed, It's my fault. She dared to be so arrogant, relying on you when she's not even a member of the gang. Then she glanced in another direction, trying to dissuade them. Seok-ha, you need to stop too. If you want to follow your plan, now is not the time for you two to fight. She knew that, but her husband had no intention of stopping. He was furious as he locked eyes with the man and declared, Get out of the way, Mahadi. I have to teach this dog a lesson. Honey, are you really going to do this? You're making me look like the bad guy. She blushed slightly, embarrassed. Couldn't he stop for her sake? Seo-ha scoffs at this, even using her full name. Cut it out, Maha. You can't stop a fight with just that. She quickly pulls him away, saying, Come on, let's go. He immediately sent someone after her, saying, I know, just let go. X is speechless at the sight of this. Is it really over? She continued to demand, You promised to wait for me to go shopping today. She even glared at him before quickly announcing that it was over. And so the two left him standing there, dumbfounded. The fool. His face filled with smug satisfaction as he glared at the two of them. Yeah, right. Go ahead and chase after that woman, while you remain ignorant of who Mahadevi really is. Meanwhile, Daigang was utterly bewildered, glancing ahead. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? But Jang couldn't believe what was happening, and sighed. Is there really someone who can drag the commander away? Mahadi, is that little one doing well? He was immediately surprised by a text message he received. He rushed towards Muo, a bit confused, saying, Just wait for me, Commander. What's this? His face turned serious as he slowly held up his phone, revealing the repair shop owner. Hearing this, he immediately understood everything, and the two of them headed to the designated location. Ji-gang and I immediately went to the place he mentioned, an old, worn-down children's playground. Stepping inside, I was flooded with childhood memories. The playground brought them all back. He remembered playing with strange old men, a man playing with a child. He sighed, looking ahead, when suddenly a voice called from behind. Hey, Du-gang. Seeing the clothing vendor, Du-gang was immediately overjoyed. His uncle announced, Long time no see, you bastard. He was furious and questioned him. Where the hell have you been? I thought you were dead. He chuckled, explaining, Sorry, kid, but your old uncle has to lay low for a while. Immediately after, Mui stepped forward and spoke. Let's go. He was understandably confused. Boss, keep pressing him. Where is my father? Speak quickly. Hearing this, he became extremely calm. Perhaps he foresaw this. Your aunt gave you the clue, just as I suspected. Did you inherit that hot temper too? You shouldn't have inherited that part of him. He then nodded in agreement, saying he understood and would tell him everything. But before that, he looked over at J-Gang and asked him to step aside for a moment. Reaching this point, he immediately became enraged. Huh? Damn, what's it to you? What are you trying to say? You clearly don't know. I'm Huang Mi's right-hand man, the clothing salesman quickly explained. He's not one to air his family's dirty laundry. Please understand, it's complicated. Hearing this, he could only sigh, turn, and leave, knowing he shouldn't upset his boss. Well, I'll just leave you to it. He spoke with a surprised tone. Oh, what's with all this loyalty? Soon after, he continued to gaze at the old playground. Right, so where should I begin? He quickly resumed his story. Ah, yes, I should probably start there. Your father and I... His voice didn't need to boom. It all started with the founding of Google. Mo was confused. Guguch, are you talking about the Google group? He nodded in confirmation, explaining that the massive corporation nestled in the heart of the city, yes, the very Google you know, was an organization headquartered in downtown Dagon that had steadily grown into a mid-sized enterprise. His face grew somber as he recounted how it wasn't a large company like Google to begin with, but rather two imposing men who founded the organization with their trusted underlings. It was nothing more than a mob organization founded by your father and me, along with a mysterious muscular man. And the name Guguch isn't all that grand either. It's derived from the Gu in your father's name, Guha, and we see him in his younger days. And Guk comes from my name, Guk Han. That's why the company was founded. So that's where the simple name Guk came from. Back then, the two were second to none, respected and welcomed by many loyal subordinates. Though I'm a little ashamed to admit it, our strength largely came from your father, Gu, a man who became incredibly powerful with his muscles. Because whenever something stood in the way of Guguch's rise, Gu would take care of it with his fists. While he was strong, Gon was more of a behind-the-scenes supporter. As for my position, I simply played the role of Google's director, or rather, a strategist within the group. And so, things gradually improved as Guguch expanded its power, crushing one gang after another. And so, the two finally established a powerful corporation. About 10 years later, the Guguch gang they founded became the Guguch Corporation. Next, Guhan became exhausted, dealing with the many issues within the company. It was then that the problems began. We couldn't run a company on Gu's brute force alone. He stared helplessly at the ledgers before him, and I couldn't solve the problem with just my street smarts. For the organization's survival, we needed a plan, and looking at the photo, he suddenly remembered something. And so, the Gu Reserve Team was formed, a plan to create a more elite team to assist me and Gu in managing Google. He seemed deeply contemplative as he gazed at this photo. I thought that if talented people were nurtured properly and had everything, they could solve Google's problems differently than me, who started from the bottom. His voice echoed as he looked at his son's photo. And the first person he thought of was his son, Yi Sang-in. Soon after, he began rigorously training his son, starting in middle school. He relentlessly crammed knowledge into the boy's head like a machine, from how to run an organization to how to defeat enemies, all for Google. Fortunately, the results were as he wished. I was a success. Google's problems were being solved before he even came of age, but as things fell into place, a major event occurred. And soon after, Mi was born. Huang Mi, that is. He and everyone else were immediately overjoyed to see him lying there. The heir to Google was finally born. The boy looks just like you, Guha. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes, a clattering. Mude looks at his uncle, seemingly confused as the older man sighs with a hint of sadness. I should have sensed that sound. Perhaps he hadn't noticed the look on his son's face right beside him. The sound of a monster plotting rebellion. Sang-jin, now grown, has achieved status in society and become a successful businessman. That boy single-handedly recruited many talented individuals to build his own power base in the country, and his ambition grew immensely. Years later, as Gu welcomed another son, that boy rose to become the third highest figure in the Gugu group. Just then, a secretary entered, reporting everything. Director, the board's regular meeting is about to begin, and Director Gu has confirmed his attendance. Hearing this, Han turns around in surprise. Is it time already? Then we must hurry. His face filled with triumph as he made an announcement to all the gangsters. Because of a crucial matter today, he coldly declared, "Let's depart." At that moment, Guk Han was utterly bewildered, and I was very confused. He hurriedly asked, "Son, what in the world are you doing?" His precious son brought men to deal with him. I never imagined my own son doing such a thing. Seemingly surprised, he immediately asks his father, "Why are you so flustered? Didn't you tell me to live for the greater good?" His voice echoed, "We want to eliminate the trash holding the director's position. The one who used his fist so many times last year, what else would you call that if not for the sake of the company?" Hearing that, he immediately fell silent, and then Gu slowly responded. Okay, I understand what you're getting at. Sang Jin, however, seemed confused by this. Enraged, Guha stepped forward to lecture him. Drawing a sword against your father is an act of great disrespect. Guha never taught me to be like this. He calmly stared ahead as he spoke. Please understand, uncle, he says, because of my men. He continued, saying no one could beat him in a fight. The man listened in silence. Gu Khan, completely oblivious, loudly berates him. Yi Sang Jin, have you lost your mind? You think a few men with knives can stand against Gu? He calmly glanced forward and recounted everything. That's impossible. Father, I'm just using them as insurance. I have another weapon prepared. Huang Mui and Chomin, those two children are my weapon. Hearing this, he froze in shock. With a sinister tone, he smugly put his hands in his pockets and said, From now on, if you go against my wishes, those two kids will be dragged down to hell. Parents can't always be there for their children forever. He stared ahead, seething with rage. He turned to Jine and slowly recounted, In the end, my child, I was terrified. He looked at his son's terrifying face. I feared my son had become a monster. He continued to stare at his friend's trembling fists that were trying to suppress the rage within, afraid that Gu's fists would take his son away. But things weren't as he imagined. He had completely let go, but Gu had not. Immediately, he quickly conceded, You can have Guguk. His voice was filled with helplessness. So don't touch my son. Even that brute has become a father. Seeing his wish fulfilled, Sang Jin grinned wickedly. What a great decision, uncle. Things were coming to an end. My era and Gu's ended there. Back in reality, Guhan continued to recount the events helplessly. But the boy was still not satisfied. He always threatened me and your father, the two founders of Guguch, as if he continued to do so until we were no longer alive. At this, he sighed with a hint of sadness. In that case, you and your brother would never be safe. It was then that Gu Hakyul finally understood everything, and so he left to protect us. He continued to gaze at the fading sky. Why now? Why are you telling me this now? He sighed, turning to look at him. Partly it's because I wanted to apologize. Because you lost your father because of me. But I still want to help you and your father reunite. Your relationship can be different from mine. Hearing this, he eagerly asks, Do you know his location? Where is he? He shook his head, seemingly helpless, and slowly announced, I don't know the exact location, but I can guess where he is. A map forms in his mind as he voices his suspicions. Guguk still has many strategic locations from its time as a criminal organization, places used to confront other groups. At this point, his face became very serious. The strategic points are spread throughout the country, but only Gu and I know of 5 locations. He predicts Guha is hiding in one of them. That evening, Mi calmly looked at the notebooks in his hands, his face serious. Later, the repair shop owner revealed the strategic locations and asked me to send his regards to my father, as he quickly began writing his own journals. I've lived my whole life thinking I was abandoned, so I never thought I needed anyone's guidance. He recalls killing Ha Xiong and deciding to live life his own way. Yes, he lived irresponsibly and felt no guilt. And he sat there, endlessly writing in different journals. Is that how the man called my father lived as well? Why do I long to meet him so much? He recalls the great father he never met and understands, my father was once an emperor, but he lost everything. Oh, why? He was lost in thought, feeling utterly helpless. This was the first time I'd felt so confused since birth. But there was only one answer. Looking out over the vast city, he makes his decision. I must leave. Diang is disheartened. That's strange. Hearing that, Sokha was a little confused. What are you suddenly talking about? D-Gang blurts out, looking at Mue. Don't you think Muok's punch was strange? J-Gang noticed something was off. Usually his punches have a crack sound, but now it's more of a thud. Hearing that, he sighed and nodded in agreement. I don't know what you're talking about, but something is definitely different. He voiced his thoughts, clearly puzzled. Lately, he's been so obedient in following the plan. Could it be that he's seriously considering crossing the border? Meanwhile, he remains lost in his own thoughts. After deciding to leave, I began settling all the pending matters a commander must address, looking at those who were once his comrades standing before him. Though I wanted to leave immediately, I couldn't. Was I only now feeling this sense of responsibility? Thinking this, he felt a little uncomfortable, even ridiculous. Meanwhile, when Du-Yoon told his girlfriend Ma Hain of his decision, she became furious, shaking her head in refusal. Travel across Eurasia? Absolutely not. Where do you think you're going without me? He quickly explained that he was only leaving temporarily for about 2 months at most. Seeing this, she was a little reluctant, but then, putting on an act, she grabbed his hand tightly. What if other girls cling to you? She looked worried, and he hastily reassured her. You're the only one clinging to me. Otherwise, it's just those crazy guys who latch onto me during fights. She then smiled and glanced at him. But I'm still worried, so let's do this. Her face was filled with sadness, but she looked up and pleaded. While you're traveling, you have to tell me where you are and where you're going. After a moment of thought, he quickly agreed. He would, he promised. Hearing that, she was instantly overjoyed. He promised, turning away to hide his smile. Of course, and so time slowly passed. Time slipped away, and what was coming arrived. Mahadi walks forward with a bouquet of flowers, and the moment I left finally arrives. She walked past the thugs who were wreaking havoc. I had no idea what was coming. The person we beat up was none other than Cho Min, all because of the path I chose, and he was helpless against the relentless attacks. No, rather, I had no idea. Maha slowly approached the hospital room with the bouquet. What awaits at the end of all this? She arrives at room 321, where Mahang lies. Standing before the bed, she held up the flowers and said, "Brother, she must know her time has come." Finally, the time has come. A cruel smile spread across her face. I never knew. I sped through the mountains on my motorcycle that day. He secretly decided to kill the image of his own child, while elsewhere, Maha approached Haong's bedside and spoke. "Brother," she couldn't help but recall how her brother always protected her as a child, her revenge now complete. With that thought, she sadly tells her brother, "I've finally succeeded." Her voice echoed, "That idiot had no idea I was your sister when he opened up to me." She stared at him lying there, motionless. If he knew the extent of her vengeful madness, he would never have allowed it. She recalled her brother's smile, but he always said that to her. He had warned her then. "Hadi, don't keep holding back." Elsewhere, the truck speeds onward. Meanwhile, unaware of what's happening, Moya continues driving forward, while she seems hesitant and frustrated. Why am I like this? She recalls their happy moments together. That man clearly deserves to die, yet she remembers him holding her tightly from behind as they left. She remembers her happy face with the scum who doesn't deserve to exist, then immediately recalls his cold yet affectionate expression. She then recalls Gon's smile as he stroked her head. She had prepared everything. She wept helplessly, secretly hoping he would change his mind. Then she fell to her knees, tears of despair streaming down her face. Why? Why would you do this? Suddenly she realized something was amiss. A letter on the table fluttered to the ground, addressed to Ma-ha. Her eyes widened as she slowly picked up the letter, immediately recoiling in disbelief at what she saw. The letter was addressed to Ma-ha? Just then, a nurse walked in, surprised. Oh dear, did it fall on the ground? The wind must have blown it. Seeing this, she seemed surprised. What is it? The nurse continued to recall everything, explaining that yesterday someone asked her to deliver the letter to Hadi, a rather large man. What was his name? The nurse then began to recount everything. Ah, it was Huang Mu, I think. Hearing this, Hadi senses something is wrong. She thought in confusion he came to her hospital room just to deliver this letter. Wait, what? Her eyes widen as she turns to look behind her. Could it be that Huang Mi was on the other side, and Mu was completely surprised by the scene before her, knowing everything? At that moment, a huge truck was arranged to fall straight ahead. Leaving him with no escape, he recalls telling Gon, "But I can send your regards to him." Surprised, he asks, "What do you mean?" as the man slowly turns to leave. After hearing your words, I realized I could never see that old man again. He continued to speak, his words cryptic. I've lived as I wanted, and I've gone far beyond that point. Immediately after, he spoke with sadness. And Mu left before the man's astonished eyes. It seems my game ends here. The scene shifts to an evening at Zak Ha. After dealing with the gangsters, he suddenly spoke, confusingly. Huang Mei, I know what you want. He recalls the dragon flag and how his actions proved his existence to others, but then he remembers the man's resolute face. The truth is, even when he doubted himself, he realized he couldn't be emperor if he was afraid. In that final moment, Muo dodged everything. Power is called violence, and challenges must be faced. Perhaps this is his final one. The massive vehicle advanced, threatening to end his life in the very world he faced. Seo Ha trailed off, slowly turning to leave. Even with his last breath, he warned there was no turning back. But instead of fear, Mia grinned with anticipation. Move forward, you say? A deafening sound then echoes through the area. His helmet shattered on the ground, a testament to his abandonment, his desperate need to prove himself, his repeated failures, and his relentless fight to rise again. Sangjin's scheming image slowly emerges, unbeknownst to him, as Mwao's gang seizes control. In this whirlwind of fate, he can't find a way to prove himself, haunted by Sangjin's sinister image. So he doesn't know how to become emperor, while elsewhere, a photo of a happy family is pushed forward. Hadi was stunned, staring at the papers before him, one of which showed Cho Min carrying his school bag. If it were that kid, things might be easier than we think. Elsewhere, Yuntak is stunned by what he sees. What is this? Where did they come from? En Chun seemed unfazed by all of this, and with a smile, he announced, "All troops, we will now rescue squad leaders 1 and 3. His voice rang out, declaring this was their commander's order. Seeing this, Jang's eyes widened in surprise. The commander? Immediately, the entire Nakchun squad charged forward, determined to complete their mission at any cost, and the battle descended into chaos. Seeing this, Yun flew into a rage, cursing, "What the hell? Where did this whole mob come from?" Kim Taek-seon's team was clearly ambushed by Mo and Kwo Cheon-do, yet he rushes forward, mocking them. "Hey, you arsonist!" He greets him with a swift kick. "Long time no see." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. "You dog." He quickly grabbed his leg as he swung it out. "Aren't you going to leave?" At that moment, a hand grabbed his hair, catching him off guard. Enraged, Daigong threw him back, berating him. "Why are you wearing our gang's uniform, you son of a bitch?" Seeing this, Nakchun also spoke up, saying, Now. He fell painfully backward as Jang glared at him. "You've disgraced our commander." He was immediately speechless at the sight. He explained to him that enemies yesterday could easily become friends today, right? More importantly, this is the commander's order, to resolve this situation and regroup with him. Yuntak quickly sat up after hearing that they would discuss the details later with the commander. But first, they had to fight. He couldn't believe what was happening. The commander, regrouping. So Hwang Do-yoon is back? There's no way those dogs. Meanwhile, Jae-hun, while dealing with the underlings, asks in surprise, "Gather?" He slammed the man's head into the ground, voicing his doubts. "You're saying Ji-hyuk is in Down?" Now completely bewildered, he asks, "Then why didn't he come to save us and instead sent you?" Daigong continues to nod, then threatens. "That makes no sense. If you're lying, I'll tear you apart this time." Hearing this, he calmly announced, "Please, both of you, calm down and listen to me." Even he was bewildered. Why was everyone reacting so strongly to the word commander? He continued to report that the situation on Taekon's side was not looking good, his voice ringing in their ears. It's because most of Emperor's forces are concentrated there, hence the command. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the army races forward under the direct command of Team 4 as Cheon-do shouts, "Do not lose sight of Tichon." Chomo urged them on, saying they had to keep going until the end, as Tisha remained silent. The earpiece crackles with instructions. "Split the team." He nods in swift agreement. "I understand, then," he announced to everyone. Team 4 split up. Witnessing all of this only fueled Cheon-do's rage. "He's splitting up the team, that won't work." Kim tells Min over the comms that their goal is still to isolate him. Their target is Squad 4's leader, so they won't care about anyone else. "It seems you're very confident in your plan. We can use that to our advantage." Tichon quickly sprints toward the building with the flowers. He's headed this way, after him. He's followed by a horde of pursuers. He's reached the end of the line. Cheon-do Daki announces, "Looks like you're out of options." He smirks, drawing his conclusion, "It's over." "Kim Texan, this time I'll take extra special care of you." Texan slowly turned and nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's over." He immediately declares that it's the end for them. It was all a trap. All around, people waited, ready to attack. Their faces were grim, ropes clutched in their hands, eyes fixed on their targets. Realizing the situation, Cheon-do gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it! Is he helpless? Shouldn't those bastards split up and run?" He continued to stare at the man in front of him, seemingly fearless, as if trying to stall for time, while Chomo, looking worried, glanced down. "Hey, could that be what they're holding?" It turns out they're the ropes lying still on the ground, which seems to startle him. "The ropes are beneath our fat," Chong announces to everyone. The 4th Division tell Min to push them together. He urgently signals to his men. At that moment, the cords beneath their feet tightened, instantly throwing them into confusion. "What?" The air filled with their hopeless, desperate screams as Nakchun's voice echoed a moment later. "Damn." He heads forward, loudly announcing to the two behind him, "It's here." Seeing this, Dae-hun was a little surprised and glanced inside. "The commander is here?" Jang slowly moves forward. "Commander?" He nodded in confirmation, recounting everything as he walked forward. Yes, he and Taek-seon fought the Dagon alliance here before we arrived. Hearing this, June was curious, and the next scene left them frozen in bewilderment. What the hell? Before them, all of their enemies were hanging upside down. He recounted smugly, "We achieved an overwhelming victory. Chomo and Cheon-do were hung upside down, cursing and ranting for half an hour straight." Seeing the two leaders hung up like that surprised June. To take down both key members of the alliance, Cheon-do and Chomo, at the same time. Yeah, Gang happily and proudly spoke up. Only the commander can stop it. But immediately after, he angrily grabbed Na-chun by the neck and questioned him. This isn't how Mei would do things. He spoke with increasing anger and resentment. If it were him, these guys would be on the ground, not dangling in the air like this. Tell me, you dog, why did you bring us here? At this point, he was completely panicked, quickly explaining, I told you, the commander ordered me to bring the captains here. Dohan slowly stepped forward and repeated his question. So what? Where's the commander then? They've been waiting an eternity for the commander. Enraged, the two of them stared ahead and declared, If the commander's not here, you're dead, Tekon suddenly announced from above. Whether buried in the ground or suspended in the air, nothing matters more than our victory. Techon is here, Teach Song gently informed the two. Come on up, the commander is waiting for you. Elsewhere, a voice echoed through the vast building from a phone. I report that the Emperor's base where Auntek's forces were deployed has suffered a complete defeat, and the Cheondu forces in charge of the snail-shaped airbase have also fallen into the Emperor's trap. Aji, I'll text you the details. Sangjae, listening to the news, sinks into his own thoughts. The Snowsword troops appeared unexpectedly, using cable traps. He hesitated, lost in thought, realizing this trap would take at least a day to set, as if they knew he'd be heading this way. Meanwhile, everyone advanced, eyes fixed on the emblem ahead. Then a smile slowly spread, followed by uncontrollable laughter. Dohan and Jae-gang stare intently at this strange figure, while Sang-dae suddenly breaks into a terrifying grin. So it was you? Cho-min slowly turns his head to look at the two people in front of him. So he's back. Cho-min's appearance caused Jae-gang to hesitate, then ask in confusion, Hey TCH, what's going on? Jae-gang, completely lost, stared ahead and questioned him. Didn't you say the commander was here? Where is he? Ticheon remained silent, while Dae-hun, growing impatient, questioned him. What's wrong? Why are you silent? You said the commander had returned. He then cursed, looking at Cho-min standing right in front of him. Who's that kid, and why is he standing there? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, after a period of silence, Cho-min finally speaks up. Hwang Mu-di can never return. He declared with certainty that Hwang Mu-dae was dead. Hearing this, the two of them froze, then flew into a rage, Jang stepping forward to curse. What the hell are you talking about? What nonsense are you spouting? Dohan was about to execute you. Who are you? Who are you to say such a thing? Feeling their disbelief, he announced, Bring it out, Teach Song. Immediately, Teach Song retrieved something from his pocket, surprising them both. Teach Song hands them 2 sheets of paper, then makes an announcement. This is Hwang Mi's death certificate. Jehu stared at the document, unable to believe it was real. What the hell? A traffic accident? Jong stared furiously at the paper in front of him. A death certificate? What is this? You bring this tattered piece of paper and tell me that Mi is dead? Yeah, right. Cho-min steps forward, recounting everything. Apparently, only family members can receive a death certificate. If you doubt the authenticity of the document, I can have them reissue it in your presence. Jae-hun, incredulous, turned to face him. A family member. Tech, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. It's exactly as you thought. Yeomjun, that's him, his voice echoes, revealing he's Hwang Mi's younger brother. Calmly, he introduces himself. My name is Cho-min. Jae-gang clutches the death certificate in his hand, yelling, What the hell is this? I never heard anything about him having a younger brother, and he's been running emperors through text this whole time. Seeing this, Cho-min was speechless. Did Jang really forget that they'd met at the karaoke bar before? Du-gang's voice grew louder and louder. If he's dead, how could he have been giving orders all this time? He slowly pulls out a phone, and Dae-hun is immediately shocked to see it. That's the commander's phone. How did he get it? Immediately, his demeanor shifts to furious disbelief. Could it be that all this time, they couldn't believe that the young man before them was controlling everything? That kid was the one pulling the strings at Emperor. He stepped forward, continuing his tirade. You dog, did you think you'd get away with these games? Cho-min calmly replies that he's doing just fine, his face unreadable. With a serious face, he recounts everything that has happened. Despite Emperor's forces being inferior to the Alliance, our troops have been equal, even gaining the upper hand many times. But what happened when I temporarily stepped down? Today, the Emperor clan faces collapse. Though enraged, he couldn't deny the truth in those words. He was right. His voice rang out. The gang can defeat the Alliance, and I hope you'll join me to make it happen. Suddenly, Jae-gang shouts out in desperation. What does a pawn like my own brother even know? This dog is just impersonating the commander. Damn it. He immediately advanced, intending to settle things. Step aside if you plan to let him be. Yeomjun, I'm going to kill that brat. My loyalty lies only with the commander. I won't let it slide just because we share blood. Tekon, sensing the danger, quickly turned around. Calm down. Tek quickly stopped him and advised him to listen. Stop, just listen to him for now. He's furious, unable to believe his leader is dead. Why should we listen to him? He's saying our leader is dead, he shouted. Enraged, he realizes that bastard dared to impersonate the commander and play them all for fools. Cho-min remained silent after hearing those words, then continued forward. No matter how the situation shifts, he can't contain his rage and grabs Taexion. First, he has to kill that bastard. He pressed forward, shoving Taexion aside, who was surprised by his strength. How can someone who fights all day be so strong? Seeing Taexion defend only fuels his rage. Oh, I just noticed. So you knew too, huh? Damn you. I'll deal with you later. He threw Sichung to the ground, cursing him. Get out of the way and wait your turn, you bastards. Realizing he couldn't stop him, Tichzung called out, Yang! As the man charged towards him. Get over here, you brat, Zizong shouted urgently. Damn it, Min, get out of the way. He lunged forward with his fist, dodging to grab Jun. Suddenly, Jae-hun was eerily silent, then turned and spoke up, blocking the way. Damn it, my brain's exploding. At that moment, Dee-hun slowly reached out, stopping Jae Gangji's punch, a sight that filled him with rage. What the hell are you doing? Why are you stopping me? In stark contrast to his enraged expression, Jun calmly stated, We need to hear what he has to say. Given the circumstances, what he says is likely true. Jun's tone startled him. Don't you know that too? Tichzong slowly stood up and recounted everything. Jang, I know this is hard to accept, but it's all true. Hwangudui really is. Hearing this, he clearly didn't want to accept it and began to shout, How would you know what the commander is up to? Dead. He's fucking dead. He clenched his trembling fist, convinced that the commander was unkillable. After struggling for a while, he fainted, his fists slowly loosening as he spoke incoherently. Evade. He then slowly and quickly backs away, wanting to escape this reality. Get out of the way, damn it. Cho-min could only watch, speechless, at the bizarre situation unfolding. Suddenly, Jae-hun spoke up asking, You're Cho-min, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. His face now serious, he turned and announced, I can't fully trust what you've said today. My Team 3 will investigate the commander's death, his voice echoed. You want me to join forces with you? You should think again. Hearing this, he remained silent as the man slowly turned and left. Why did we choose to follow Hwang Mi? Remembering something, he turns back to threaten them. If you don't find out the reason and just spout nonsense, I'll kill you. I'll leave the rest to Jae-gang. And just like that, Jae-hun walked away, not forgetting to call out to Kim Taek-song. His voice echoed, Come with me, let's talk. Hearing this, Taek-song quickly nodded in agreement. All right. Soon, Cho-min stood high above, surveying the area alone as a voice echoed out. Why did you choose to follow Hwang Mi-a? Na-chun asked, approaching him with surprise. Don't you have enough confidence? Cho-min was surprised to see him. Kim Nok-chun's face hardened with resolve as he stared at him, issuing his command. You have to find the answer, because you still have a promise to keep to me. He sighed, continuing to voice his thoughts. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise to you, even if I die. He heard that and just remained silent, confused. Immediately after, he happily wrapped his arm around his neck, laughing playfully. Come on, is that really necessary? I just wanted to lighten the mood a bit. He was now completely amused, recounting everything he had just overheard. He asked him to find out why he was following Hwang Mi, meaning he needed their approval. Contrary to his cheerful demeanor, Cho-min slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah, it won't be easy to get them to recognize me. The two continued their conversation, but what was my way in? He had his own plans for Moon-gwan. First, he would make his presence known. His eyes filled with determination as he looked ahead, remembering his brother's fist connecting with the man's face. Moon-gwan looked surprised, not understanding what's happening. What did Hwang Mi do? The scene shifts and Jun's voice echoes, uttering cryptic words. Kim Taek-on, I've suspected you from the very beginning. Jun's gaze drifted into the distance. If the death certificate you gave me is real, it means the commander was already dead when he joined the gang. Immediately after, Jun turned to Tae-chan, pressing him for answers. Speak, Kim Tae-chan, Jun repeated. What was your real purpose in joining the gang? He remained silent. After a long silence, he began to tell his story. Jun, I've been deceiving you all along, so it'll be hard for you to trust anything I say. With that, he looked up at the full moon. But there is one thing I can honestly say. With unwavering resolve, he declared, I sincerely want to disband the alliance, and I need your cooperation. Hearing this, Jun laughed in surprise. Cooperation, you say? What are you even saying? Jun quickly grabbed his collar. At this, Dae-hun clenched his fist, unable to speak. I hear you just want to use the gang to bring them down. Dae-hun was furious. How dare you? You dare use me? Jae-hun remembers Mu's parting words from that day. Emperor Division, I'm leaving it in your hands, Yomo-jun. Hearing this, he felt a tinge of regret and quickly asked if he really had to leave at this moment. Commander, shouldn't you be checking up on what Park Ha is plotting? What if something happens internally while you're gone? Moe simply said calmly, Yom-jun. Muya slowly turned, entrusting him with the full weight of her responsibility. I believe that with you there, it won't happen. Was I wrong to think that? He was immediately confused. He immediately nods in agreement, for if it is his command, she must obey. Suddenly, Muya reverses his statement. No, it's not an order. His face hardened as he reiterated that it was a request, not an order, snapping Ji-hoon back to reality, filled with self-reproach. Commander, why would you ask me to do this? He cursed through clenched teeth. Damn it. He slowly released Chon's collar and declared, I'll let slide the fact that my father asked why you deceived us, because I need to use you, too. With that, he turned and left, not forgetting to threaten, Don't think for a second I've acknowledged you, I'm only working with you for the strategy. Suddenly remembering something, he couldn't help but add, Besides, he's the one with the problem, not me. That executioner is nothing like me. And with that, he slowly walks away. Meanwhile, Jae-gang sadly walks down a long road, knowing nothing but orders, lost in his own thoughts. He remembers the first time he met Muyul, greeting him with, I've been wanting to meet you. The more he thought, the more desperate he became, recalling how Mu had always been there to help him through tough times. He sank into his own despairing thoughts, recalling the memory of when the three of them first wore their group's uniform. This is the Emperor Division uniform, one he still wears to this day, no matter how old and worn it gets. Even then, Mu didn't forget to advise him, Du-gang, you're the gang's action leader, the spearhead of the gang. Thinking back, tears streamed down his face, tears of utter despair. Suddenly he looked up and screamed, a cry filled with anguish. Perhaps this was Jae-gang's way of privately suffering. Soon, morning arrived and the sun rose over the bustling city. Before Munyu stood Cho-min, his gaze unwavering and fixed upon him. He didn't regret his decisions, even as the man's gaze turned menacing. Was he going to meet Mun-gun? At that moment, Nok-chun asked with curiosity, Do you mean both of us? But he shook his head in response. No, one person is enough. Hearing this, he became worried for him, saying, Me alone? That's a bit much. He sighed, telling him that it wasn't him who would meet you, but him. This only made him more worried. What? You'll be killed by him if you go alone. He hastily voiced his concerns. Yisong had already discovered your existence. Chin nodded in confirmation and continued his story. Yes, they knew of my existence. However, if my guess is right and you're a little smug, then you, Moon-guan, knows nothing about me. Back in the present, Moon-guan is surprised to see him and asks, I don't think I've ever seen you before, kid. Why are you blocking my path? Hearing this, he smiled smugly, knowing he would respond to the man's words. As Enchun and Chomin walked and talked, he asked why no one but I Sang-ti and Oyun-tak knew about him or Huang Mu's death. He confirmed it and began to explain. Yes, it's easy to guess based on the Alliance's actions over the past 2 months. His voice echoed. If you were the supreme commander of the Alliance, what would you do if you knew Huang Mu was dead? Hearing that, he quickly nodded in understanding, clenching his fist. If my opponent died, I'd feel so empty, he declared with newfound resolve. But instead, I'll mobilize the entire force, especially since Park Ha is bedridden. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. He recalled the image of Sangjai playing Go right before his eyes. Yet the Alliance only pressured the gang with small-scale attacks instead of an all-out assault, as if they were waiting for something to appear. He slowly pulled out the phone with the shattered screen and recounted, Most likely, they're waiting for me, the one who holds the power to control the gang. I don't know what Yu Seong wants with this phone, but one thing's for sure. I Sung-jae is after something other than Yu Moon. He announces this to Mei W, who's standing right in front of him. I have something to tell you. He didn't realize how important this was. That will become our key. He still looks at him with a very confused expression. He slowly began to speak, and upon hearing his words, the man's gaze shifted completely. Elsewhere, Enchun anxiously taps his foot, sitting with his arms crossed, sighing in frustration. Is Min okay? He's not coming back as a ghost, is he? Just then, Cho-min appears and asks, What's wrong? You need to take a dump? Enchun asks, surprised, standing up. Cho-min's face was filled with panic, and he couldn't help but question, What about An-gun and U-mun? Is everything proceeding according to your plan? Cho-min calmly sat down, sighing as she recounted, Nothing's certain yet. Overthrowing the supreme commander of the Alliance won't be easy. A satisfied smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, Sangdae never stopped staring at the game board, calculating, The gang's surprise counterattack had cost them dearly. He continued to stare at the unfolding map, voicing his thoughts. But this doesn't mean the tide has turned, as they also need time to replenish their forces. He quickly turned to inform Moonjo, but found him sitting still, which he found a bit strange. "Commander, is something the matter?" He was startled by the question and quickly responded. "No, nothing," Sangdi quickly replied. "I'll continue." Back with Min, he smirks, pleased with his plan, while Sangde continues to lay out his plans for the man. To summarize, I mentioned Moongu Sang's name to him, and upon hearing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. His voice echoed in the man's ears, leaving him unable to focus on anything else. "He never intended to make you king." A smug smile crept across his face as he decided this was their chance to bring him down. Enraged, he glares at the chief of staff, lost in his own suspicions as the scene flashes back to that evening, and Min's voice echoes. "Yi Sangje." With a calm face, he tells Moongu he has no intention of making you king. Hearing this, he's enraged. "What did you say?" Though conflicted, he wondered, does this kid even know who Yi Sangjai is? His face now utterly calm, he stares ahead, recounting everything. Yi Sangjae's true goal is complete control of the Dawn Alliance. His voice echoed, surprising him. He intended to eliminate him completely and saw his power. He marveled in disbelief, admitting that what he said was indeed interesting. But then, Moon approached him, questioning why he should believe him. He looked down on them, unimpressed by their tactics. "I'm a little disappointed." "So, the Emperor Division resorts to dividing factions?" he immediately mocked. "Turn back, and I'll spare you for bravely using your small frame to block my path." Seeing him leave, Cho-min remained still, lost in his own thoughts. It seems he knew I was with the Ice Emperors all along, and he wasn't even going to hear me out. But my next words stopped him in his tracks. Does he know why? The Dawn Alliance. He continued to question him. "Can't you defeat the Ice Emperor?" Even knowing this, he won't overlook it, you Mungun. Upon hearing this, he paused, turning to glance at him. But he didn't flinch, declaring with certainty. "The reason the Alliance hasn't made any progress is because Isangde doesn't want to defeat the Emperor Division." Hearing this, he became completely enraged. "What did you say?" Shomen simply continued to state the facts. "Frankly, I think you already realized that. The strongest member of the Emperor Division, Hoang Mei, is absent, and the gang's mastermind, Parak Ha, is in a coma. If I were your strategist, I wouldn't have missed this opportunity to launch an all-out attack." Moon listened silently. With that, he reached out, trying to persuade him, but Yi Sangjae only launched small-scale attacks and never mentioned a full-scale offensive. As if understanding something, he was surprised. He was deliberately trying to prevent the gang from collapsing. Hearing this, he nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. And that's when Sangjai's terrifying plan echoed in his mind. He's buying time to seize control of the Alliance. Moonguan fell silent, his mind racing with possibilities. I had a feeling why Sangde was after something with this alliance. Could it be my position and the alliance itself? His eyes filled with doubt, struggling to discern if this was a trap laid by the emperors, which is why he couldn't fully trust this guy. Seeing his distrust, the boy pressed on. "Of course it's hard to trust someone you've just met, isn't it?" The boy's face turned calm as he stared at him. "I have a very simple way to prove what I'm saying." Hearing this, the man asks how, and the boy calmly explains. "Order a full-scale attack on the Emperor clan. Time is passing, but it seems their conversation continues." Chomin then spoke. "If Isangjae wants to make you king, he'll definitely help you. And if what I say is true, he'll try everything to stop the all-out attack. This is how I can prove it without causing you any harm, right? After all, this is the perfect time to strike the Emperor Division." Hearing this, the man fell silent, unable to say a word. Seeing his silence, he said, "I understand your hesitation, hearing this from someone you've just met." His voice echoed, "But I'm sure you've realized that Sang-jae isn't transparent." And then he turned and left. Before he could turn away, Moon Quan suddenly called out, "Wait!" He stared intently, questioning him relentlessly. "Who are you?" He frowned at him, angrily retorting, "Who the hell are you to warn me like that? Should I introduce myself as someone who hates the Huang Mude? But I can assure you of one thing." Back in reality, Munguo glared angrily at Sangdia, who was making calculations on the map, his voice echoing in Munguo's head. "If you underestimate me, Sangde will steal your alliance." After explaining everything, Sangde announced this was the full account of the clash with Emperor. "Frankly, even I didn't foresee their counterattack," he declared with a perfectly calm face, "but you don't need to worry too much. The fact that we have the advantage in manpower will never change." He paused as if hesitant. "If you give me a few more days, I can plan the next battle." But upon hearing this, Moon Guan simply turns and leaves. No, never mind. He doesn't seem to understand. What a joke. He turned back to announce, "I will be planning the next battle." Hearing this, the other man was bewildered and quickly asked, "Commander, why such a sudden decision?" "You'll be in charge of the plans?" he asked, voicing his thoughts as he walked forward. Aside from Gapshin, Huang Mei hasn't appeared since, and Buxioka is still in a coma. The Emperor Division is without a head. Then why would we need a plan? Hearing this, he quickly stood up, looking bewildered. "The Commander-in-Chief. Is he just going to pretend nothing happened and walk out? I don't need your help in this fight. Just consider this an extended vacation. Got it?" The scene cuts to a door slamming shut before Sangdia's furious gaze, then to the flag of the Moon W Alliance. Yangshu suddenly speaks up, asking, "Hey, do you guys know what's going on?" Dusang shook his head, turning away helplessly. "I have no idea." Sangdia didn't say anything either. Hearing this, the two immediately turned to look behind them, utterly perplexed. "It's been almost 2 years, hasn't it?" The two commanders standing high in the air surprise and impress them. "This large-scale, all-out attack is now ordered," he suddenly announced to everyone, drawing their attention. His voice echoed, the commander-in-chief had an order, and everyone immediately listened intently to Muon Guan, who stared ahead and slowly spoke. "It's been a long time since the Daigon Alliance has gathered like this, and there's a reason I've called you all here." He has finally made the decision to end the war with the Emperor Division, declaring it with a clear voice. From this moment on, the Daigon Alliance will advance further in this all-out war and launch a full-scale attack aimed directly at the Emperor Division. The sound of Nok Chun slowly echoes, "What?" He ate his noodles, shocked, and asked about it all again. "The Alliance is preparing a full-scale attack? This is no time to be eating ramen." He stood before men, worried. "The Emperor clan is defenseless. You must quickly gather the captains and attack." Contrary to his worried attitude, he calmly brought the noodles to his mouth, savoring them. "No need. I'm the one who suggested that Guo launch the all-out offensive." He was speechless, his mind racing. "What are you planning?" "Do you have a strategy?" he asked, calmly meeting his gaze and sharing his thoughts. "Don't worry. Even if the Alliance is preparing a full-scale attack, it won't happen." Unsure, he pressed him again. "What are you talking about? You're the one who told W to do it." He sighed and continued to explain his purpose. "Like you said, Emperor is defenseless. If we're attacked in this state, we could be completely annihilated." A smile creeps across his face, but he knows someone doesn't want something to happen. He doesn't want it to happen. Elsewhere, Sangdae sits leisurely in his room, tea in hand, lost in thought. A full-scale attack now? I wouldn't care if Min had the phone and disappeared. But now things are different. He slowly brings the teacup to his lips, thinking about the last battle. Then he looks at the phone on the table, realizing it's likely still being used to control Emperor. He was lost in thought. He had to stop the all-out attack to get the phone that controlled Emperor. It seems he's considered every possibility, and he definitely wants me to think that way. Then, on the phone, was a video of the two of them talking. Yi Sang-jae has no intention of making you king. If I'm right, he'll try to stop the all-out assault. After hearing the entire conversation, Sangdia's face twisted with rage, and he laughed. "It's been a while. You've become bolder, Chomin. He understands your intentions. You plan to divide me and Moon to seize my power." A twisted smile crept across his face. How interesting. He silently vowed to return the favor. The scene shifts to the vast school filled with a cacophony of voices. "All right, everyone, listen up. This day has come again here at Nhai." Standing above them all, Trang He grinned as he announced, "It's time to pay your dues to the Daeon Union." With a sinister grin, Gushu declared, "Place your money on the table." Trang Hai chimed in, "You all know how much to pay, right?" Their voices echoed. "For every 10 won short, that's a stab to the throat." Minguk listened, his anger growing. Damn it, did Yang In fall to the Union? When it was under Emperor, we didn't have to pay a dime. He watched Jiang He collect protection money from his classmates, growing even more enraged. Rumor had it that since the fall of the Emperor Division, Squad 1 had become even more ruthless. He barges in, questioning why it's only 100,000 gold. Doesn't he know the fee doubled this month? At this point, he was shaking with anger, ready to make a decision. That bastard Trang Hai would definitely beat him to a pulp. Even Kang Zuxu is no match for me if I'm in top condition. He's determined to strike. He then approached him, immediately launching into a barrage of questions. "Song Min Guk, you dog, why haven't you gotten the money out yet? What's with your eyes? Why are they so wide?" He slowly stood up and pulled something out of his pocket. Han Trang He. Immediately after, he dropped a phone displaying a 200,000 won transfer in front of him, explaining, "I already transferred the money to you guys as of yesterday." Though he seemed a bit cowardly, Trang He's condition wasn't great today. Seeing him so obedient, Trang He chuckled, surprised, and patted his head. I thought you were going to hit me. Then the two of them slowly left, not forgetting to smile triumphantly. So, remember to have the money ready for next month, or you'll face the consequences. After those bastards left, Min gritted his teeth in his sleep and cursed, "Those sons of bitches are finally gone. Damn it, just wait until I'm strong. You'll all be sorry." With that, he collapsed into a chair, sighing. Life sucks, and I need Cho Min to share this sucky life with. He wondered where that little devil Cho Min had run off to. Meanwhile, in Chin's cramped apartment, a weary voice echoes, 97, 98, 99. En Chun strains to lift weights with his bulging muscles, while Cho Min sits on top, adding to the load. After completing 100 reps, he chuckled, turning to look at him. I need to eat well today. Thanks for helping me, Cho Min replied, shaking his head helplessly. I didn't do anything, really. Then he slowly left the room. He remembered something and asked in surprise, but is it okay for us to be this free? What if Yi Songjai doesn't act as you predict? He shook his head, handed him the cold water, and explained. Don't worry, that won't happen. Yi Songjai will do everything to prevent an all-out attack. He quickly took the cold water and thanked me, but how could I be so sure? His face hardened with conviction, certain he'd caught wind of my return after our recent clash. That means the chance for him to control the gang has reappeared. If Emperor has a complete alliance, he won't be able to get it. He recalled his shattered phone. If he didn't want to lose his chance, he'd do anything to stop the all-out assault. Sangdi's cruel image flashed through his mind once more. Commander, please reconsider the all-out assault. Standing before Moon, he spoke his mind with conviction. I fear you've made this decision too hastily. Quan Che On's Du hasn't fully recovered yet. Hearing this, he falls into contemplation. He had his own thoughts. It was reacting exactly as that kid had said. Though he didn't fully trust the boy's words, he continued to stare intently at the man before him. I don't know why Yi Songjai is against the all-out attack, but he's definitely plotting something. And then he spoke up. I don't understand you at all. Why would Yi Songye have any reason to oppose the Chief of Staff's decision to launch an all-out attack? His eyes filled with rage as he questioned, or do you have another reason? But Sangde didn't back down, immediately glaring back. You misunderstand me, Commander, his voice echoed. I'm not the only one against the all-out assault. At that moment, his subordinates slowly entered the room. As they entered, the commanders announced, That is our opinion, Commander. Hearing this, he turned around in a rage. So you officers are objecting? He spat out. We're not objecting without reason, but now is not the time. Yaya Yuntak quickly agreed. I agree. Please reconsider. Upon hearing this, Munwo revealed his displeasure, angrily retorting. So you were all conspiring while I was gone? This is the first time I've seen you united on anything? John Ho stood calmly, his face pensive as he considered everything. When I also want to launch an all-out attack on Emperor like you do. However, if we fall into their trap again, the Alliance will suffer a fatal blow. Please, for the sake of the Alliance, reconsider until you're 100% certain. Seeing so many people on his side, Sangtai quickly spoke up to dissuade him. Commander, the core members have put a lot of thought into ensuring the Alliance's safety. I hope you'll consider their opinions. The three commanders stepped forward to plead with him. Please, Moon Gun, listen to us. At this, he fell silent, unable to speak. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room where Sang stands before Joho, smiling and offering praise. We managed to make Mun reconsider the all-out attack. You did well. You've been with him since the alliance was first formed. Thank you for agreeing with my decision. Suddenly, he spoke up, looking puzzled. Don't get the wrong idea. Seeing this, he was a little surprised. What flag? He continued to explain. It's simply because we happen to be on the same page this time, not because I agree with you. Immediately after he turns to leave, not forgetting to warn him. I don't know what you're planning, but you should drop the thought that I'll act on your orders. He also reminded him with a sincere warning. Remember that things aren't the same as the pieces on your chessboard. As soon as he left, Sangde was alone in the room, consumed by anger and his own thoughts. Dungchan Hoan, that's all. For now, everything is still going according to plan. He sighed, shoved his hands into his pockets, and began to scheme, thinking of what was in it for him. You've made a bold move. You wanted to see me and Uan clash, didn't you? Thinking this, he continued to stare at the chess piece on the board. But it wasn't me who opposed Uan's opinion. It was the core members of the Dawn Alliance. What you wanted won't happen. A smug smile creeps across his face. Let's see, I've erased your canvas. His eyes grew more sinister than ever. Now, what will you do? The scene shifts back to the large skyscraper in the city. Standing in his luxurious apartment, overlooking the beautiful city, he stares at his reflection in the mirror. Since when, he wondered, recalling the first time Path had stood against him. To think that those who were once my shadows would oppose my ideas. A smile creeps across his face. Lee Sang-jae smirked and then continued to speak. Lee Sang-jae had no intention of making him king, and before he could even get angry, he made a decision. Let me remind you who the real king is. The sky slowly turns to morning over a typical old apartment. Suddenly, a footstep catches the thug's attention, and the sight of the newcomer sends one of them into a panic. Before anyone could react, Moon Guo appeared and stabbed the man, sending him flying. The subordinate's father rushed in to report everything. Tekon, it's Tekon. Tekon calmly looks up and asks, "What is it?" The flustered subordinate tried to explain. "You is at the main gate." The subordinate finally reported everything after taking a long breath. Woon is at the main gate, his face contorted with rage as he stares ahead. He remained calm as if he had foreseen this. Moon Gun. So Jo Min is standing above, silently observing the entire city as his brother once did. A faint, enigmatic smile graces his face as everything unfolds exactly as Cho Min predicted. Mungu stares ahead, then laughs in surprise. How long has it been? He reveled in tormenting the opposing gang members. How long had it been since he'd seen such a sight? A weary underling struggles to hold on, thinking, no way. 10 minutes have passed since you arrived, and in those 10 minutes, 30 members of Bayok have been injured. He stared helplessly at the approaching crowd, so different from those who had troubled Trong Bayok before. He slowly approached, uttering incomprehensible words. Trong Bayok is like an impenetrable fortress because no one has ever been able to break through, right? He raised his fist, mocking them. What an arrogant name. His next words struck fear into the underling, rendering him speechless. Don't get any illusions. And just like that, the lackey ate a punch and fell to the ground, as the man announced that the reason the inner sanctum was called inviolable was because he had completely lost consciousness. He looked at the blood on his hand, sighed, and said it was because he had never come looking for them directly. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within. He furiously and swiftly took down each underling, proving his dominance, and he seemed to enjoy the fighting. The weak, no, everyone but me. And with that, he strides forward. All the underlings around him were dealt with by his men, who wanted him to dominate even more. And so I bound the weak to one place. That is my power. Dohan Moon slowly walks forward, lost in his own thoughts. As a result, I succeeded, and that power grew stronger and stronger. In his mind, he envisioned a tower built of gold, and with that power, he could rule over so much more. Yes, that was the pyramid of dominion he had imagined. But it wasn't that simple, as Sang-jae had warned him to reconsider his decision to launch an all-out attack. Uan, along with his 3 loyal subordinates, also spoke out. That was our opinion, Yu Mongol. This enraged him. Unacceptable things were happening inside his pyramid. He was immediately enraged and slowly made a decision. He would make them see, make them know. He thought, you have power, you rule, you reign over the weak. Meanwhile, his subordinates fiercely defended their position. Damn it, wake up. Don't forget this is a steel fortress. It's humiliating to be breached by less than 20 people. They continued to cheer. Hang in there, Kim Seok-hyun is almost here. Before he could finish, Moonwoo raised his fist and coldly asked, now that I think about it, where is Kim Seok-hyun? Immediately after, he landed a decisive blow on these underlings, asking, what are you planning? It was me. The underlings were quickly slammed into the ground. With a single punch, he left his opponent's subordinate motionless. Seeing this, the other subordinates panicked and fearfully asked, what? What? People can fly now? Damn it, how can we stop him? The mushroom-haired guy thought in terror. Guo realizes his opponent is stronger than he thought and helplessly watches the man staring intently ahead, furious. We're going to be swallowed by that monster. He continued forward, ordering his men onward. They had to finish before sunset, and they quickly ran ahead. Yes, sir. Just then, one of the underlings shouted out, looking utterly perplexed. Before anyone could understand what was happening, he rushed forward, shouting, no, this is bad. We can't stop him. We need Tekon. Immediately, the man rushed back to deliver the news. Wait, I'll bring Tekon right away. Seeing this, Moon Guo was speechless and mocked him. Who's Heo Kyung-dam? The subordinate quickly explained. Commander, that's S from the MPC gang's 4th squad. He scoffs, unimpressed. He doesn't look the part at all. He was lost in thought, contemplating the true power of the snail. The giraffe. Kim-chan is meaningless if he has to waste his energy on these gatekeepers, so he orders them to give chase. The subordinates quickly sprinted forward. Yes, sir. The giraffe in the shell must catch him. Nun screams in desperation as they give chase. Don't follow me. Call me. He quickly ran into the dark room and shouted, Hyung! Behind them, Moonguo's group slowly ventured deeper inside, and upon entering, they seemed surprised by the space. The henchmen, not forgetting their surprise, exchanged words. What's going on? It's so dark in here. These guys must like playing with shadows. Moon glanced around, then sighed in boredom. I was hoping to find 100 guys waiting for me. What a letdown. Suddenly, someone slams the door shut, locking them inside with chains. Seeing this, the Underworld team was furious. Damn it, is this a trap? Forget them. With our leader here, we can take on any number. Noon calmly explained to the group, You brought this on yourselves. His appearance clearly surprises them. Weren't you supposed to have run away? He takes off his sunglasses and smiles. Now the high school gang, Bejop, has men standing high above the city, observing everything and sighing, ready to strike back. With a calm face, he announces the next phase. Block all light into the arena. Immediately, all the underlings outside quickly blocked out the light, and Moonguan panicked as the arena was plunged into darkness. Chaos erupted as the light began to fade, and darkness consumed the arena. They clenched their fists and yelled in anger. What the hell is going on? I can't see a thing. What the hell are you doing? Their angry voices rang out, cursing and yelling. Those dogs are trying to blind us and attack! Flash! Someone turn on the flash. Taking advantage of this, Nakchun appears behind one of the henchmen and swings his club. A loud crash echoes, and the remaining thugs scatter in confusion. What was that? Who just got hit? Damn it, we need to see what's going on. And this is the moment for everyone to counterattack. Now is the time to strike. Nakchun signals everyone to move forward, and they immediately become confused, not understanding what's happening. What's going on? How can they see us? Moonguan finally understands. And Chun wasn't wearing those sunglasses to look cool. Chomin, positioned high above, had foreseen everything. It was all part of his plan. It takes the human eye at least 30 minutes to adjust to darkness, which is why he needed sunglasses. Meanwhile, the ambush team closed their eyes, acclimating to the darkness, knowing they had to do this before entering the arena. His face hardened as he stared ahead, but their situation was quite the opposite. Their eyes have barely adjusted to the darkness, meaning they can't see. He knows their weakness. No matter how strong they are, they're helpless if they can't see. Meanwhile, Mun, enraged, cursed. MBC, you're playing dirty. Suddenly, a fist struck him in the face. He was furious, yelling, Which dog dares? Immediately after, another blow from below struck his face, leaving him unable to react. A lackey smirks. Sorry, not just one dog, it's a whole pack of them. His eyes burned with rage, but he was powerless, blinded by the darkness. Damn it! The sounds of fighting echoed as someone slowly approached. Texan arrived and said to his men, I don't particularly approve of this method. He strode in powerfully, declaring that if they were going to clean, they should clean thoroughly. Immediately, the underlings scrambled to open the light shields, clearing the way for Tikon. The door slowly opened and he stepped inside, surprised by what he saw. Indeed, a large blood-spattered hand dripped onto the ground as Muan Guan, exhausted, slowly turned to see who it was. He was amazed. No wonder he was called the King of Daeon. The scene was chaotic. He alone had defeated many. En Chun gasped. Sorry, Captain. I tried attacking him many times, but he's unharmed. The sight of him seemed to enrage him. Kim Seok-yong? In contrast to his anger, he calmly takes off his jacket, apologizing for the wait, his face set with determination. End it here? Moon W laughs in disbelief. End it? You mean you're going to end me? Immediately, he lunged toward Tai-hun, ready to strike. Quickly, he vanished into thin air with terrifying speed, only to reappear on the other side, slowly drawing back his leg to kick. You're really pushing me too far. He seemed surprised to see that he still had so much energy, which also surprised him. Ungun? He still has strength? Moonguo quickly kicked him away before he could react. He crashed to the ground as the man emerged, seething. Impressive Emperor Division. You're the first to push me this far. Tixeong sighs, staring at him. Ungun, sorry, but now's not the time for your boasting. Standing before him, he declared, You're completely isolated now. A flicker of anger crossed his face, unwilling to admit it, but he had anticipated all of this. Witnessing this, En Chun is surprised, carefully considering his own plan. Was his scenario to exhaust Umungu and have Kim Taexion finish him off? Everything has gone according to his plan so far. He hesitates as he looks at Taexion's serious face, unaware that MW's face has also become incredibly serious. What will happen next? The two sides immediately engage in fierce combat. The two sides were evenly matched, neither willing to yield. He was bewildered, unable to believe how strong his opponent was. Is Kim Tich-zan really this strong? Even he's surprised by the man's remaining strength. Even with his strength depleted, Yu Moon-gun is this powerful. Is he a monster? He lunges forward, slowly throwing a punch towards him. Come here. Seeing this, he sighs in disbelief, then decisively lands a devastating blow. Finally, he feels the pain and slowly falls backward. But it seems Moon-gu isn't giving up, quickly grabbing Jizeon by the collar, leaving him bewildered. Then, in a desperate counterattack, he lunges forward, striking him directly in the face. He's completely enraged, trembling as he speaks. Look at me, Kim Seok-song, look at me. You think I'll be finished? It seems he's decided to fight to the death right here, right now. Right here? Sensing the situation, Noon quickly turned and signaled to his men. Damn it, this isn't good! Tekon suddenly announced to his men that anyone in the Emperor Division still able to fight should assist their captain. No, nobody interfere, because he knows something important. Umun, known as a powerhouse on par with Hwangmei, stepped forward and addressed the others. Umun is mine to deal with. He secretly vows not to let his execution become a reality, forcing him into a shameful retirement. Tekon, losing strength and panting, remains determined to end this with his own hands, as Moon-guan suddenly speaks, mocking him. Are you sure you won't regret this? He chuckled in surprise. Of course. And at that moment, two fists hurtled towards each other, poised to decide who would emerge victorious. On the other side, he quickly disappeared into the air, while the other kept pace with incredible speed. The two rushed towards each other, ready to deliver the final blow, when suddenly his eyes widen, unable to comprehend what's happening. His body suddenly froze, his eyes met with darkness. What was happening? His body paralyzed, he suddenly remembers something. He remembered Mu from their first challenge. Was it real? Judging by your expression, you've never experienced this before. At that moment, Moon-guan coldly delivered a devastating blow. Coming to this realization, he laughed in bewildered surprise. So that's how it is. He ate the punch he dared to throw right in his face and collapsed to the cold ground in disbelief. Have you ever felt this way? Mogo falls completely beneath Taeshion Hwangjae's fist. He coldly spoke incomprehensible words. How pitiful that the Emperor is so alone. Immediately, his underlings erupted in cheers, ecstatic over the victory. And so the story begins, with Uon's defeat. This victory was legendary, and the news spread like wildfire throughout Dohan. This news also reached Mahaji, and this event became a major turning point, directly impacting the high school wars in DA. She smiles at her reflection in the mirror, then sighs. Hwang Mi, you really have an eye for talent. Cho Min, standing high above, had foreseen it all. Then he cryptically declared that things were only just beginning. Meanwhile, Jae-hun was in disbelief, cursing in shock. Damn it! He couldn't believe his ears, and looked up to ask those before him. That kid took down Yu Man-guan? Meanwhile, Sang-tai is furious and rises to his feet, wondering how things have come to this. All right, this game is getting interesting. Then he glances in another direction. Just then, a man entered the room, a familiar face who wore a smug grin. Let's start another game. Minesweeper. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a hospital bed in the city, where Mogo lies unconscious, receiving an IV drip. Witnessing all of this, Cheondu angrily rebukes. Damn it, how did the commander-in-chief end up like this? Things are going to be a mess for a while. Meanwhile, Chan-ho was lost in thought, wondering what was happening. Ungun, why did you take this on alone? He was helpless as his friend was being injured. Why? Why didn't you say anything to me? The translation fluid continued to course through Moon-gu's body. Elsewhere in the city, a surprised voice echoes, A faction? A young Moon-gu says to Chan-ho, Yes, a faction. He seemed to ponder. Let's see. He continued to gaze at the underlings who had been completely defeated by the two. Is it really necessary? You're already the strongest in this area. He nods in confirmation, then continues. Yes, I'm strong, but I'm not strong enough alone. He continued to stare at the man struggling to stand below. They had proven it. Even if I'm known for my fists, they'll still want to test their mettle against me. Why would such weaklings even try? Perhaps at this moment, Moon-guan was making a pivotal decision. This guy's a pushover. That's the simple reason. Seeing him prepare to act, his opponent quickly and fearfully tries to stop him. Wait. After a loud crash, Cho suddenly stares at him and asks, So? What do you plan to do with your power? He chuckled in surprise and asked, Do what? Why ask the obvious? His face returned to normal. He turned back to the city with deadly seriousness, declaring, I will make this entire land mine. Moon-guan continued towards him, recounting, Jiang Chonho, you're my only friend here. He gently placed his hand on his shoulder, as if entrusting him with a responsibility. So, I want you to walk with me. A smug grin spread across his face as he declared that refusal was not an option. Past and present collide as Cho stares at Moon-guo in the hospital bed, confused. Why did you make that decision? Seeing him lying unconscious in the hospital bed, he felt utterly helpless. You're the one who always listened to my opinions. Since when did you start ignoring me? Mui's image flashed in his mind, making him hesitate. Could it be that he's been ruining my plans since he appeared? No, that's not right. You still didn't suspect me then? He suddenly remembers something. Or was it from that moment when Chanho finally remembered Sangdae's cruel face and scheming when he appeared before them, from the moment that guy joined us? With that thought, his face grew serious as he sank into his own thoughts. Ever since Yisang joined, you only listened to him and never asked for my opinion again. He hesitated, recalling the man's cruel and calculating face. His planning ability surpassed mine, leaving me speechless about your attitude. Janho secretly makes a decision, but this time he'll ignore even Wei Sangja's advice. He immediately recalled leading the two commanders to Mun to explain. That's why I had to step up and object to the all-out attack, but you wouldn't listen to anyone. He also recalled his lonely figure standing there, alone. I'm not following Wei Sangja's opinion. I'm standing up for my own. No, you never even intended to listen to me. Thinking this, he clenched his fist in fury. Mungu, who led you astray? Just then, Sangdae arrived and greeted everyone. Is everyone here? Sorry I'm late. The traffic was terrible. Cho suddenly speaks up. Sangdae. Entering the room, he saw Mu-wan in bed and sighed. This is serious. If he'd listened to me, this wouldn't have happened. His face turned grim as he re-evaluated everything. Given the situation, the commander's failure has cost us dearly, insisting on attacking alone, only to fall into a trap. He frowned in frustration. Yisang-jae, is this really the time to be blaming him? Aren't you worried about the commander's safety? He calmly glanced at him, explaining everything. How could I? I'm not blaming the commander. I'm worried about him. Can we fix this situation? His voice echoed, expressing his thoughts. As chief of staff, I'm simply assessing the situation as calmly as possible. I hope you don't take it negatively. Seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly. You really have a silver tongue. Yisang-jae's serious tone prompts him to ask, what's your analysis, using that brilliant mind of yours? He leaned back into the hospital bed and sighed again, saying, it's simple. We have no idea when the commander will fully recover. His eyes widened as he stared ahead, then declared, to lose the commander-in-chief in the midst of our war with Emperor is a grave punishment. And so, what we need to do now, his next words froze everyone in place, is consider finding a replacement for the commander-in-chief. Sensing trouble, Yun quickly spoke up, Yisang-jae, about that. Cho was enraged by these provocative words, angrily retorting, this bastard is talking nonsense. Sang-jae seemed unfazed, merely glancing at him. Since the commander is sound asleep, let's move our discussion elsewhere. Later that evening, a lavish banquet unfolds as Sang-tai's voice echoes, make yourselves at home. Everyone is seated in a luxurious banquet hall filled with delicacies. He announced, I rented this entire place for you all. Cheondu looked around in surprise. Wow, this is my first time here. Yuntak laughed in surprise. You think I've been here before? Sang grins, announcing to everyone. I'll bring you here more often from now on, as you are the most capable members of the Alliance and deserve this privilege. Not really, but he quickly agreed. That's right, I'm a key player here, only he doesn't seem to care about any of this. He turned back and asked, what are you trying to do? Weren't you suggesting we switch positions to discuss our future direction? Isn't this a bit late for drinks? He suddenly remembered something. Was I clear enough before? A strange smile suddenly creeps across his face. It may not look like much, but this is part of the celebration. Perhaps even the inauguration of the new Supreme Commander, Zhang Chen-hao? His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was hearing. What? His voice continued, celebrating their joint promotion, a prospect that Cheondu found rather pleasing. So, I'm number 2 now? Yun couldn't hide his joy. Really? He questioned, enraged by what he was hearing. What nonsense are you spouting? Who authorized you to appoint me as Supreme Commander? Calmly, he explained his reasoning. Think rationally. What other choice do we have? An organization without a leader is as good as dead, especially in the current situation. He angrily voiced his thoughts. No leader? Is the commander-in-chief dead or something? If it's him, he'll wake up soon. We just need to hold on until then. Hearing that, Sangdi pondered, realizing this was all part of his plan. Zhang Chen-hao won't be easy to sway. Thinking this, he slowly pulls out his newest phone. Take a look at this first. He slowly placed the phone in front of him, piquing his curiosity. He stared in shock at the image before him, security camera footage from Muno's hospital bed. Cho asks in surprise, "Why is there surveillance in Yumangun's hospital room?" Suddenly, he realizes something. Wait, this isn't the hospital room from before. He slowly reached out, explaining everything. I was uncomfortable with him being in a regular room. So, I moved him to Guguk Hospital, which my brother runs. He'll recover better in a better hospital. He declared this with a perfectly calm face. However, the diagnosis was a bit unfortunate. They said that his current condition. His next words froze everyone, and Chan, bewildered, quickly asked, "What? How can this be? This is impossible." A voice echoed from inside the hospital room. "Thank you, doctor." "Yes, I'll inject the medicine into the patient." He noticed this and was startled. He watched them inject strange drugs, a sense of curiosity washing over him. What were they doing? The doctor injects a purple substance into Moongon's medicine, then announces, "The injection is complete." The butler nodded in understanding. "Thank you, doctor." He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw him appear. "That's the butler who follows Yi Sang-jae." He immediately stood up and questioned him. "Yi Sang, what did you inject into Una?" He calmly explains. "Why are you so flustered? It's just medicine." A cruel smile creeps across his face. "Did you really think I was going to kill Mun?" He finally understood. This man had been pulling all the strings. What if he injected something other than medicine? He's fallen into a trap. This bastard intends to take Mun hostage. He placed me in a pivotal position to seize all power. His gaze suddenly flashed back to that day. Wait, could it be? He then recalled their conversation in the room, how he had somehow managed to stop Yu's plan for a full-scale attack. He had done well. Sangda's voice continues, "Ai, Sangdae, I'm counting on you again." With a sinister smile, he asked if he would become the new commander-in-chief of the Daegon Alliance. Finally, he understood everything. It was all going according to plan. A voice slowly echoes, "Is it true Un lost to the emperors?" Two students walked and talked, clearly confused. "Don't you know? It's all over the market gossip. If that's true, the conflict between the Wilds and UW is finally over." A student quickly recounted, "No, it's rumored that he fell into Kim Tich-song's trap." The other seemed surprised to hear this. "Wait, you mean that giraffe Kim Tich-song?" The two continued walking forward, deep in discussion. "Damn, he's not only got the looks, but he's smart too. He really is a monster with everything." According to the rumors in the market, Chung is as strong as Huang Mujin. Min overheard everything, his eyes widening in surprise before he wondered, just where is this rumor mill they speak of? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Suddenly, a man brushed past him. He woke up, clutching his shoulder, and glared ahead with furious eyes. "What the hell? You bump into someone and don't even apologize." Suddenly, a man turned around and glared at him. The man's face contorted with rage as he glared and berated him. "What's your problem? Can't you see where you're going?" Seeing this, Chomin panicked. "No, I just don't understand why these guys exist in society. These lowlifes are everywhere, aren't they?" The two men quickly surrounded him, hurling insults. "Hey, you dumbass, got a problem? Even your wishy-washy boss doesn't have the right to yell at me. Are you really that upset about bumping shoulders after blocking my way? Haven't you ever seen Moon Cheon on TV? The other guy laughed in surprise and mockery. "Looks like you picked a fight with the wrong person today, you idiot." He sighed. He couldn't let his guard down, even though he was seething inside. He glanced behind him at the thugs and spoke. "Sorry, I didn't realize someone was coming." He felt much stronger than before. The old him would have been a blubbering mess. Images of the power trio flashed through his mind. He was surprised to realize that after facing those guys, he wasn't scared at all anymore. But this man wasn't letting up. He coldly asks, "Hey, do you even know who I am?" Seeing this, he thought hopelessly, if fear is human instinct, but if he remained calm, the man raised his fist and threatened him. "I'm Black Mace of Dunsandong, you dog." But still, he panicked, bracing for the blow. "Just days ago, I commanded Emperor and defeated the Alliance, yet now I'm being threatened by a neighborhood thug." Suddenly, a man appears and grabs his arm, surprising him. Daihun appears, shoving the man to the ground as he coldly announces, "Don't block my path. Move." Seeing this, the man quickly gets up, angrily preparing to retort. "Damn it, you want to die?" Luckily, his friend quickly intervened. "Hey, almost. The red hair and clearly printed logo on his shirt are a dead giveaway." The two men seemed frightened by Ji-hoon's angry glare. "He's from the Emperor Division." Chomin seemed surprised and thoughtful that he stepped in to help her. She hugs June. He coldly turned to them and cursed, "Now that you know who I am, get lost before I turn you into a bloody pulp." Seeing this, they quickly ran away in fear, begging for mercy. Apologizing, Cho Min thanks him, but Jun only seems satisfied now that they've fled. Suddenly, Min spoke up softly. Thank you. But he glances at him with disdain, as if to say, the commander's own flesh and blood and you let yourself be bullied? Are you really related to him? He chuckled, quickly explaining himself. It's not like I wanted this to happen. He quickly turned around and ordered, Enough, follow me. This piqued his curiosity. Huh? Go where? Suddenly, he stopped in front of him, leaving him puzzled, his face serious as he made a declaration. He was stunned by those words, hardly believing his own ears. Where else would we go but to eat? Soon, a table full of delicious food is laid out, and Jae-hun listens to Min's story as he eats his noodles. I received the report that you took care of Gun. Good. To be honest, I was a little surprised. Then he looked up at him and asked, Do you have any plans for the future? You've become incredibly serious, looking forward as you speak your mind. Even though we eliminated you, the Emperors remain in a precarious position. This is the moment we should reorganize the Emperor's gang. Your voice echoes, but I can't guarantee the Alliance will sit still and wait. We should deploy our available forces for defense. He was speechless, lost in thought. He'd only asked him a question 10 seconds ago, and he was already rattling off answers. He was a little surprised at how expertly he handled everything. He's not just calculating for the current battle, but also planning for the future. Meaning he didn't just get lucky in dealing with Gun. He reluctantly admits, despite himself, that the boy's leadership. Suddenly he remembers something and explains, but there's still one variable. Hearing that, he's confused. A variable. Suddenly, Chin's face turned serious as he looked up and began to explain. The Allied commander's chief of staff, he's highly suspicious, having not interfered at all this time. His words echoed, surprising him. He was so quiet, as if he didn't care about the fall of Umunwo. He quickly understood and asked if he planned to divide them from within. He sighed, shook his head, and then shared his thoughts. That's just my speculation, but assuming he's more in control than he used to be, the Alliance will launch an attack in a completely different way than before. After hearing the boy's explanation, he nodded in understanding, surprised. They would become a completely new kind of enemy. My head's spinning. Even Parak Ha can't predict his strategy. Chin immediately spoke up, telling him that the captains didn't need to worry about it, which immediately caught his attention. Jun was completely bewildered, staring intently ahead. Just look at him. His face grew serious as he became lost in thought, believing himself a level above his friend when it came to strategy. Looking into his determined eyes, he couldn't help but be impressed. Those eyes meant business. He sighs. We're talking more than eating, and despite his admiration, you two brothers don't resemble each other at all. Remembering Mu's strength, he drifts into thought. Why didn't the commander ever mention having a brother? Was he afraid the Alliance would target him if they knew they were related? Dohan couldn't hide his surprise as he watched him intently eating sugarcane right in front of him. If that's the case, why is this kid revealing his identity now? Why would he impersonate the commander to mobilize the Emperors all this time? He was utterly bewildered, reminding himself. He had so many questions about this kid, but he knew he was an indispensable part of the division right now. His face turned serious as he glanced forward, offering his assessment. I still don't like you, but I think you're capable of bringing victory to the Emperors. Hearing this, a happy smile crept across Cho Min's face. But before he could celebrate, the man immediately announced, Don't get too excited. I'm just saying you have potential. You're not ready to be the Emperor's mastermind yet. He suddenly stands up after nearly finishing his noodles, saying it's time to go. With that, he turned and left Cho Min sitting there alone. Follow me. We have somewhere to be. Cho Min felt helpless, looking at his untouched noodles. I barely had 3 bites. The scene shifts to a vast area with sprawling buildings, and Cho Min looks up in surprise, asking, Where is this? He calmly replies, I told you earlier. He glanced at Cho Min, remarking that he had the potential to bring victory to Emperor, but he still had many shortcomings. And he intended to make that potential a reality. And this is your first stage. Immediately after, his face turned serious as he looked at Cho Min and announced, So brace yourself. These words left him utterly bewildered. Huh? Brace for what? Suddenly a voice echoes out and Dohan looks up, shouting something incomprehensible. Mad Dog, I've brought you the guy you want to kill, he roared. Come out here and ask him what you want. At that moment, a man stepped towards the door to assess the situation. It was none other than Jae Gang, who asked in surprised anger, a fake acting as commander? Seeing this, Cho Min was immediately terrified and froze. Jang. He quickly stepped outside and threatened, What do you think this place is? He immediately jumped down to the ground, leaving him to think helplessly. Death awaits. His face hardened, staring at him like an enemy. Get over here, you son of a bitch. Helpless and panicked, he thought, I'm dead. In his mansion, Yi Sang-deok sips his morning coffee, concluding that the takeover of the alliance is complete. He thinks to himself, I can't believe that brat used this method to trap Yumungon, allowing me to easily install a puppet and take over this alliance. Although losing Yu Moon W weakened the alliance considerably, it's better to lose one than keep a useless member. Sang-di set his coffee cup down, lost in thought. The plan went exactly as that kid predicted, but how could he have known Yu would act alone? He concluded that all of this was just a coincidence, right? Huang Cho-min must overcome obstacles to become stronger. At that moment, lightning transports Ka Kwa Digang before Jeonjun and Huang Cho-min. His eyes flashed crimson as he spoke with a menacing tone. Don't even think about leaving here alive. He advises him to wait, but Jeonjun frowns and reminds him, I told you, this is your chance to awaken your potential, but if you don't, he'll beat you to death. Don't joke around, man. Facing Kajgang now is like throwing myself to the wolves. What are you planning? Yeomjun, tell me, what should I do with this mad dog? His eyes hardened as he steeled himself. May, you have to stay calm. You can't let Min down, can you? Discretion is the better part of valor, but a destroyer knows no such thing. Confucius said running is the best option, and he turns and flees, surprising the Kakwa J gang. He shouts, Where do you think you're going? You can't escape, boy. If I catch you, you'll regret it. As he ran, Hoang challenged Min to catch him if he could. At that moment, Yeomjun could only stand frozen, calling out to Hoang Cho-min, watching his back as if reminding him, try to survive. Now, in another space, Kim Tich-song looked surprised. Huh? What did you just say? Sitting across from Yeomjun, he relentlessly asks, You left Min with Diang? With a cigarette in his mouth, he casually replied, Nothing to be surprised about. To command a division, you must at least be able to manage a few squad leaders. He frowned, thinking this wasn't the time to consider how he could leave the boy with a rabid dog. When we were both there, he almost devoured the kid. What's going to happen now that he's all alone? Kakaji would boil the kid alive. Meanwhile, Min ran for his life, drenched in sweat. Kaji relentlessly pursues him, shouting for him to stop, while he thinks that if he does, he'll be beaten senseless. Can you just stand there and watch? Running away isn't going to solve anything, Yeomjun. Kaji warns that if he resists, his butt will be big. Right now, he's still lost in his thoughts. If I get tired, he'll grab me by the hair. I have to find a way to escape quickly. His only chance lies at the end of this alley. He stares towards the light. Determination etched on Cho-min's face. He stood up, demanding, Stop playing games and tell me where they are. Holding a cigarette, Yeojun declared, You worry too much. Cho-min won't die, if I'm not mistaken. At that moment, a memory of a similar space flashed in his mind, but he was sitting with him. He suddenly questioned, Cho-min, I have a question. He immediately asked back, What's going on? How did you know you would attack Box alone? That was the key to this plan, he hesitantly explains. Well, part of it is that I have a clear understanding of the Daehaeon Alliance's internal affairs, he confirmed with suspicion. The internal situation? Huang presented his case to Min with conviction. I've learned everything about the Alliance in the last 2 months. I even know the sex of every fly that buzzes by. Of course, none of this was easy. You have no idea the risks I had to take. Unable to read his expression, he ate as he asked, Is that so? Huang then had Min recount, After gathering all the information, I found one extremely suspicious point. Most of the Alliance captains were recruited by the Chief of Staff, so they all have some kind of bond with each other. Their rise has been rapid compared to the old captains. John Jae Hun, looking incredulous, confirmed, There's more? He's definitely trying to seize power within the Alliance, slowly but surely and ruthlessly. He's theorizing again. Yu Moon isn't dumb enough to hand over all internal affairs to someone else. You think it's either absolute trust or absolute delusion. You recall your meeting with Uon. I met him in person, suggesting this all-out attack and sowing seeds of doubt between him and his chief of staff. John Jae Hun realizes there was no all-out attack after all, a fact Huang confirms with a blank expression. That's right. You stopped it because he was plotting something else. Everyone worries about coincidences. So, of course, he'd believe what I said was true then. Yangtze had made moves that went against Yugon's ambitions. He shared a common trait with my brother, a desire to attain power through his own strength. For the sake of dragon pride, he had to prove himself to maintain his position. And since the biggest thorn in his side was within Kim Taek-seon's shell company, he prioritized attacking it. Hearing this, Jeonjun concluded that she had successfully trapped Yu Moon-gon, a simple plan with devastating results. Huang Cho-min's voice continued steadily, though some might consider his plan underhanded. But in this world, strength isn't everything, and I'm not as strong as he is. The process doesn't matter, only the result does. Back in the present, John Jae-hun thought to himself, know your enemy and know yourself, and you shall not fear the result of 100 battles. Out loud, he concluded, that's why I said Hwang Cho-min couldn't possibly be dead. Meanwhile, Kakwa Jiggong is still chasing Hwang Cho-min, shouting, stop, you dog! His face twisted in rage. He screams obscenities. Why are you running so fast? If I catch you, you'll regret it. After running a bit further, Hwang Cho-min suddenly stops. He stops as well, smugly asking, tired yet? If you hadn't run, I would have let you off easy. Suddenly, confusion washes over his face as he wonders, is this Gum's scent? Hwang abruptly turns Min around, questioning if he remembers. This is the place where he first met his boss and unhappily confirms, how did you know about this? He reveals, because I'm Hwang Mui's brother, and my brother has mentioned you a lot. He looked puzzled and asked, he told you about me? The boy confirmed, saying that he defeated the gangsters to save his uncle and that he helped design the division jacket. Kakaj Gang realizes that only the original members would know this. Besides Park Seal-ha, who's in the hospital, that leaves only him and Mu. He waited for the man to furrow his brow as he said, oh, but he also told me something important. At this point, he believed the monster's only weakness was Mu, and as expected, he immediately asked what else Mu had said. Hwang Cho-min secretly decided that he was the only one who could read Mu's diary, and he had to take advantage of everything. Instead of answering, he asked, are you hard of hearing? He thought to himself that he had to make the most of its power, as Kawai Gang eagerly pressed him, what does Mu think of me? Tell me. Hwang Cho-min was secretly pleased. He was finally willing to stop and talk. You're not an ox. You can't just keep running forever. It's not easy to talk to this guy. You have to hit the right nerve for him to listen. His eyes darkened as he asked sternly, what did he say about me? But even as he pressed, Dan remained lost in thought. Kang Sung is absolutely loyal to his brother. Seeing him standing still, he grew impatient, his face flushed. Dan, tell me what he said. What did Mu think of me? Meanwhile, Hwang internally monologues to Min. Do you have to be so shy? He slowly opens his mouth. Mu said that before I speak, you must agree to one condition. He gritted his teeth, the sound escaping from between them. Are you trying to test my patience? I'll beat you to a pulp. Without fear, he firmly proposed, accept me as the commander of the Emperor Division. As he said this, he secretly prayed that nothing would go wrong. The tension had eased a little. My plan to defeat Moon is further proof. He stared at him, questioning. That bastard acknowledged you as leader in exchange for that? Are you kidding me? There's no way I'd sell out my brothers. I don't need to hear anymore. I'm going to beat your face in. He wondered to himself how he could still be so stubborn after all this. What to do now, damn it? If that's the case, there's only one way. At this, the nearby crowd began to stir and point. Is that Kakwa Dikong? Hearing his name, he looked over and asked who it was. The old woman, who seemed to be a vegetable vendor, spoke up, trying to dissuade him. Kakwa Dikong, now is not the time to be fighting in the streets. You know the man at the clothing alteration shop, right? He was ambushed from behind by a group of men in black and taken away. The old woman questioned him. What exactly is happening to him? Please tell me more. The old woman recounted the events, saying that the man had suddenly returned to the store that morning, looking for something. Then suddenly some men in black appeared from behind and took him away. He unconsciously repeated what he'd just heard. Black suits? Egon's familiar face and the old woman's description of the men in black flashed through his mind as he muttered, could it be those bastards? Kagwadi Kang asked aggressively, do you remember which direction they took him? She pointed and replied, they went towards that abandoned building over there. He quickly ran in that direction, lamenting, oh God, uncle, why did you go back to that damned place? Hwang Cho-min wondered if he could handle this, deciding to worry about convincing him later. Now that clothes-repairing uncle is a friend of my father's and the one who advised my brother. Thinking of how close the uncle once was to him, Hwang Cho-min figured he might be the person that Kagwa Diang valued most. After a moment of silence, he stared ahead, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had to follow and back him up. At an old abandoned house numbered 98, he stops, realizing this is the place. But the boy appears, stopping him. Wait! Han-ho slightly glanced at him and asked, why are you following me? Catching his breath, he replied, I thought it was dangerous for you to go alone, so I came to help. First, we need to scout their numbers inside. Jia Kuichang was unmoved, asking, help with what? Close enough to help, get lost, and stop talking nonsense. But Hwang kept trying to persuade Min, saying that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight them all alone. He frowned, his voice clearly hiding his anger. Shut your mouth, idiot. After I'm done with them, you're next." Watching him leave, he sighed in frustration. I told him everything I could, but he's too stubborn to say what's on his mind. What a muscle-bound idiot. He wiped the sweat from his face, reminding himself that his opponent was a member of the Guguch group. "Brother, you can't foresee what will happen when you rush in alone." Meanwhile, Kang Chang entered the building, calling out, "Where are you?" He walked down a deserted path, then suddenly stopped. His brow furrows and his thin lips curl. "What the hell is this?" Standing in a corner, he looked ahead, wondering, what's with this whole mob inside? What did you do to piss them off? The old man stood alone, rambling. How could he possibly win against so many? What to do? Damn it. He recalls a similar scene, silently praying, "Master me, lend me your strength." Mustering all his courage, he shouts, "You black-robed bastards, I'm here to butcher you all." They turned around and one of them spoke up. "Who's barking now?" Ka, also known as Di Kang, is truly a mad dog, paying no heed to the overwhelming numbers before him as the men in black scramble for their lines. Who the hell are you? Who he is doesn't matter. More importantly, no one knows who he is. With that, the group rushes toward him, shouting, "Having seen this, none of you are leaving here alive. Beat him down, crush him." With burning eyes, he glared at them, his body ablaze. "You want to catch me? Do you even know who I am?" As he said this, he charged fiercely toward his opponents. "Come on, I'll take you all on." He throws a punch and taunts them, telling them to come at him all at once. "You guys aren't even a warm-up," an uncle observing the fight remarks. "Youth truly lacks experience. I was once just as rebellious." He then looks at Wai Gu Huan, who is tied to a chair and appears to be seriously injured, asking if he's his underling. Just then, Sa Guagang's voice echoed in his ears. "Wow, only a few dozen punches and you're already out? Time for a break before we continue." As one falls, another rushes in, but each is swiftly defeated by the Ka Kwa gang. Even the leader has to admit the kid's got potential, but it won't last. He's taken a few hits himself, and though he won't say it, he can feel that these bastards have gotten a lot stronger. Each of their strength is comparable to an ace in the hole. I could take them one-on-one, but how can I fight them all at once? This is really annoying. Lost in thought, he took a punch from the man in black and cursed. Another one takes advantage and punches him. He suddenly remembers what his uncle once said. "If you keep going solo like this, you won't live long." He defiantly retorted, "Don't talk nonsense to this old man." Now, beaten and bruised, he reconsiders those words. Like a wounded wolf facing vicious enemies, Kakwadi Kong decides this is the life he wants, but he can no longer stand, collapsing to one knee, coughing up blood. The kidnapper says grimly, "So this is the end, huh?" But Kakwagi Kong defiantly curses his shamelessness. Now, he recalls being bullied, thinking this miserable past is repeating itself, but suddenly someone appears with a fire extinguisher, spraying the attackers and blinding them. Meanwhile, Ka Kwagi Kang was utterly bewildered, ready to turn and see their savior as the kidnapper's curses echoed through the space. What the hell? Who's the dirty player? Amidst the curses, he was surprised to hear someone urging him to run. As if jolted awake, he bolted, running as fast as his legs could carry him. But when someone tried to give chase, they were stopped. "Don't chase after him," the leader stubbornly shouts. "Are you scared?" They noticed the fire extinguisher lying on the ground and were very confused. Didn't he come here alone with the fire extinguisher? The leader of the kidnappers shouts orders as Kakwa Dikang hides in a corner. "Tear this building apart. He can't hide forever." Luckily, this building is like a maze. "Come on out and run your mouth now," Huang Chomin babbles on. "I told you, don't rush in without knowing the enemy. Does Big Brother think he's Zhang Yu? Single-handedly wiping out 100 enemies. But that's not important." As he said this, his eyes filled with confidence. "I have a perfect plan. If you suppress your animal instincts and listen to me, you'll definitely save him." The men in black were still frantically shouting, looking in every direction. "Where are you hiding? Don't let a single fly escape." J-Gang's men vented their anger on Huang for Min's sake. That annoying brat. I hate to admit it, but these guys aren't pushovers like before. How did he plan to take on dozens of them at once? He calmly says, "You don't have to face dozens of them at once." The man suspiciously confirms. "Why are you whispering? Their forces have split up to block the building's exits. Meanwhile, the kidnapper leader orders everyone to block the exits and report any movement immediately." The group responds in unison. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Huang tells Min that he's identified 3 exits, each guarded by at least 6 men. And as he said this, he used himself as bait, running past the men in black, one of whom shouted that something had just passed by. At that moment, he knew he wasn't their only target, and as he ran for his life, the men behind him screamed for his capture. He had predicted they would have to send a significant number of men after him, and just then, Xaqua of the J Gang emerged from around a corner. The commander immediately ordered half the team to pursue him, while the rest continued after the blonde. Before acting, he blankly asked about the plan. You mean they'll lose a lot of manpower chasing you? He figures that's one way to look at it. They've just finished fighting, and as they chase after Xaqua Zhang, the lead man warns the others that the blonde is strong and to be careful when capturing him. Huang Cho-min's voice echoed in his mind. With legs that have run countless times, I'm sure I can escape. Just then, one of the men in black shouted, "There's the blondie. Resist and you're gonna regret it." As part of Huang Cho-min's plan, his job was to take care of the other 12. Luring them to chase after him, he frowned, asking, "Lure them? Are you sure?" "That's right. In a confined space, they can't all rush at once. It's like I'm seeing your words play out before me." Cornered, Kai Gang hears the leader speak. "I see you, brothers. Cover me from behind." His face darkening, he taunts, "Come on in and get some. You clearly don't know who I am." In an instant, the air crackled with earth-shattering sounds. The black-clad figures fell one by one, and he declared that he now had the upper hand, while one, his face swollen from a punch, cried out in pain, his face bearing countless wounds as he arrogantly shouted, "Let's see you try to run your mouths now," one of the men in black asked, dumbfounded. "Why are you going at him one by one? Everyone, charge together." Another one of them snapped, asking how they were supposed to squeeze in such a narrow space. In frustration, he cursed the impossible terrain. Only now did he realize it was a trap, luring them here to exploit the terrain and defeat them one by one. Meanwhile, running for his life, Huang Cho-min hoped his friend could improvise. The black suits were relentless. Were they rocket-powered or something? Back when they were planning, Xaqua Yang anxiously asked, "What about you? Can you buy enough time for me to finish those guys off?" He confidently replied that it was the only way now, and that he thought he could hold them off. He realizes that running will only exhaust him. He can only hold out for about 20 minutes at this rate. He hoped to quickly resolve things with those guys, his face drenched in sweat as he couldn't help but complain about how tired he was. As Huang Cho-min stops, the men in black halt right behind him, and their leader speaks. "You're running like you're trying to beat the Undertaker?" He gasped, leaning on his knees. "Damn, I thought I had 20 minutes, but it's only been 15 and I'm already done for. What do I do?" Taking these guys down is probably out of the question now. At that moment, the man in black said, "Your life ends here, kid." Min instinctively scooted backward, thinking that he didn't mind getting beat up as long as Xaqua Di Kong saved his uncle. A black-clothed man charged towards him, yelling, "Die!" Huang Cho-min didn't know how to fight, so he just closed his eyes and braced for the blow. Just then, Xaqua Di Tsang arrived, sending the fake leader flying with a single kick. His comrades were stunned, forgetting to react. Huang Cho-min was also confused. How could Xaqua Di Kong mock his leader and not know his strength? He looked at him, and Xaqua Di Kang confidently said that 30 men might be too many, but he could take care of 12 in 10 minutes, so wait for him to clean up the rest of the Zhu family. Hearing this, one of the men in black asked in disbelief, "Is he kidding me? Did he really beat the crap out of those guys?" The air filled with screams once more, as Huang Cho-min pondered. "Xaqua Di Kang, I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this terrifying." He was on a roll, beating the others down, roaring with thunderous fists, his brow furrowed so deeply that even Huang Cho-min was afraid. Is he a bull or a human? Just as my brother said, Xaqua Di Gong is the spearhead of the division, and he told me never to lose this precious spear. Meanwhile, Yiguhan is still tied to the chair, ignored by everyone. Soon after, Xaqua Di Kang and Huang Cho-min arrived, and he instinctively called out to the old man. There was no response. He went up to him and demanded, "Are you even alive?" "Answer me, old man." "Old man." Still met with silence, he roared, threatening the old man. "Can you hear me? If you don't open your eyes, I'll punch your face in," Huang said, trying to calm Min down. "Stay calm. I think he's just unconscious." Looking at his battered body, covered in red syrup, he knew they'd beaten him so badly he had to be rushed to the hospital. "Every time this old man shows up, he surprises me. Wake up, old man, so I can punch you." Huang almost didn't get in because of his tattoos. Luckily, I brought a jacket. Looking at the man in the bed, he thought he was a friend of his father's, and the only key to finding him. His face grew serious as he muttered, "I have so many questions I want to ask you right now. So, please, wake up soon." Dikong hesitates as he speaks. Thanks, kid." He looked back, surprised. He hesitated. "I owe you. I was only able to save the old man from the sea of fire because of you. Though you still look like you need a beating, thanks anyway." He inwardly scolded his still rude mouth, but was glad to have eased the tension with him. Then, unexpectedly, another person entered the room, their voice booming. "So this is where you all are." Huang gives Min a look of undisguised shock. "What in the world?" Ai Sangjie humbly expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving my father. I don't know how to repay you, but wait, why is he here?" Standing next to him was Wai Sangdae, silently glaring at the others. How serious Huang looked for Min. Looking at the Wai brothers, he realized meeting them here was completely unexpected, and the four locked eyes in silence. He narrowed his eyes, realizing this was truly unexpected. "The one who saved my father is you." He realized that contacting the patient's family was only natural. Perhaps that's why they were meeting here. They both knew this was inevitable, but what he couldn't understand was why Huang Jinho could stand so confidently beside Jiaqui Jiang. Has he begun to directly deploy forces without concealing his identity? Huang Zhoumin thought to himself, Yi Seung-yong definitely said he wanted to kill his own brother. It's possible he's planning to use the alliance to overthrow Yi Sang-jin, assuming Huang Jinho is preparing a plan and directly commanding the emperors. Then the plan to steal what Huang Jimin uses to control the Empress gang is meaningless now. He's just guessing at this point. Seeing me here, he must have assumed that the item used to control the Empress gang is gone, but that's just a hypothesis. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Yi Sang-jae's eyes held a secret. Thinking to himself, though he wasn't sure if the thing used to control the emperors was still usable, he was sure of one thing. There was a problem within the emperors. But even so, he still couldn't guess the next move of the emperors. At the same time, he guessed that Yi Sang might find it difficult to reveal that he was the chief of staff of this alliance here, especially with Kawa Diang and his brother present. He figures that while Huang Cho-min needs to verify a lot, he probably doesn't intend to tell him about his situation here. At the same time, he wonders if Wai Sangdae really wants to know his current situation, but confronting each other here would only endanger them both. As they face each other with the same thought, Yi Sang-dae smiles warmly and speaks, "Cho-min, you're the one who saved my father. I'm truly grateful, and I'll definitely repay you." Just as Huang Cho-min predicted, he's playing the part of a normal friend, so he plays along, smiling and acting friendly. "What are you talking about? We're friends. There's no need for you to repay me. Don't worry about me. Just take care of your father." He then asked, "You weren't hurt, were you?" Cho-min must have been terrified. Huang lets Min answer, "I'm fine. I'm more worried about you." Hearing them talk back and forth, Sakwa J gang wonders, "What is this? Are you friends with his son?" Yi Sang-jin steps forward, noticing the wounds on his face, and asks, "You fought those thugs to save my father, didn't you?" He's momentarily at a loss for words. He praised, "You're amazing. How could you take on 30 people by yourself? I don't even know how to repay you." He scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, it's just that I'm too strong. I didn't do it for a reward, so don't worry about it." But Yi Sang-jin replied, "This puts me in a difficult position. Just tell me what you need, no matter how small." The man frowned, commenting, "It's strange. If you two are such dutiful sons to your father," his next question brought a dark shadow across the man's face. "Then why is he all alone?" Huang Cho-min, drenched in sweat, wondered, "What is he doing with Kakwa Dikang?" as the man continued his questioning. "I'm just curious, okay?" Huang Cho-min cursed inwardly. "Your curiosity is the real problem here, you devil." His brow furrowed as he confirmed, "It seems you were close to my father." Looking him straight in the eye, he replies that they're somewhat close before walking past him. "He never mentioned his children to me, citing personal reasons. I'm leaving now. When he wakes up, tell him to call me." He stopped at the door, turning back to call out, "Hey, let's go." He stammered a reply. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have avoided trouble. Before leaving, Huang hesitantly apologized to Min. "I'm sorry. That guy's a bit of a hothead. Well, I'm off." "Don't worry about it," he politely replied. "Be careful, Min." After a few steps, he stopped as someone called out to him. "See you, Min." He then seriously reminds him, "I'm really looking forward to the game you asked me to play next time." Without looking back, he indifferently replied, "Yeah, me too." Of course, he confidently asserted that he would be the winner. Walking together down the hospital hallway, Kakwa Digang spoke first, frankly questioning him. "Don't you find his eldest son suspicious?" The way he suddenly appeared and acted like the eldest son. More importantly, how did he know there were 30 thugs at this time? As expected, Ka Zhang knows nothing about his uncle's past. For now, he mustn't learn the truth. Because if Kawa Di Chang knew Yel Sang-jin was the gang's boss, he wouldn't sit still. So he offered a perfunctory explanation. He wondered if the police had told him because they were family, still trying to confirm his suspicions. Meanwhile, back in the hospital room, Wai Sang-jin revealed his dark side as he stood beside the bed. Meanwhile, Huang thinks to himself, I'm worried about my uncle, but he should be safe for now. After all, if Yi Sangjin wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have bothered kidnapping him. A memory surfaces, confirming that Yi Sangjin's target is the object he possesses. The old vegetable vendor's words echoed in his mind. Those people said you were looking for something. With that in mind, he was certain they wouldn't harm his uncle until they had the item in their possession. A rare look of contemplation crossed Huang Cho-min's face. Although he doesn't know what that item is, it's likely related to his father, so he should find out what it is first. Suddenly, the man beside him cursed, pulling him back to reality. He realized he hadn't told him anything yet. What is it? He pressed. What does Mu think of me? Huang wondered hesitantly to Min. I can't stall any longer, he thought, before speaking hesitantly. At that moment, he was trying to come up with a believable lie for Kakwadi-kang, Huang Mu's most loyal follower. He lost his patience, his face darkened, and he roared, What is it? Spit it out. He was lost in thought, realizing that all Kakwadi-kang wanted was to be acknowledged by Huang Mue. Unconsciously, he recalls the man's former and current appearance, thinking, recognition alone isn't enough. Since my brother is one of the few people that Huang Mue has acknowledged, I need something stronger than mere recognition. To Kakwadi-kang, Huang Mue is a unique and special existence. Then I need to think about this differently. The words of his brother echoed in his mind, someone important to Huang Mi. If you dare claim to be my brother, I'll kill you. Huang Cho-min's words caught him completely off guard. He sees him as a brother. He's sure that man sees him as more of a brother than I am. His expression twisted as he confirmed it. Like a brother, huh? He turns away, his expression unreadable. His thin lips moved. Mude sees me as, I understand now. Kwagati suddenly dismisses him, saying, Now get lost, I still have things to do here. He asked suspiciously, wondering if he had acknowledged him as the mastermind behind the Emperor Gang. He replied, Yomo Jun can deal with that himself. It's not my problem. Watching his retreating figure, Huang Jo-mi thought, I still can't figure out what Di Chang is thinking. So I guess I've been acknowledged for now? A muttered question echoes in the hospital room. What's this? Kakwadi-kang wondered, standing before the empty hospital bed. Since I was at the hospital, I thought I'd check up on him. But where the hell did he go? He growled through gritted teeth. Bucks Aok Ha. In some dilapidated building, the broken windows remain unfixed. Huang entered the somewhat dark and chaotic space, determined to find the item his uncle risked everything to retrieve. He was sure his uncle had nothing on him when he was admitted to the hospital. He tears through boxes of clothes, finding nothing of interest. He's certain the thugs didn't get what they were after, meaning it's likely still here. He now holds a list, supposedly containing information about people who came to get their clothes fixed, but what could it be? Was that item the reason Yi Sang-jin was after him? Min wondered, shining his phone's flashlight into a dark corner. Could that be the item El Sang-jin is after? He wonders if it's the key to finding his missing father. After a moment, Huang stood up straight and sighed. Did I waste my time? Or maybe it's already been moved somewhere else. But then he suddenly noticed something, blurting out, Huh? As he stared intently at a coat hanging on a rack by the window. The symbol on it makes him recognize the Emperor's division uniform. He picks up the jacket, carefully examining it, and mutters, If I remember correctly, this is where the Emperor division uniforms were first made, right? Looks like a prototype. His hand brushes against something, and Huang's surprise is evident. Something's in the pocket. He silently examines the object in his hand, wondering, a floppy disk? Holding it in his hand, he realized, isn't this something people used to use? I've seen this in history books. Why would this be in the Emperor Division uniform? He notices something new, writing on the front, Game strategy? What's more, it's signed Huang. If he had it, could it be Dad's? What could be inside? It must be something important. A bead of sweat trickles down Min's face as he wonders if any computer can even open this file anymore. For now, let's just hold on to it and figure it out later. Just then, Kim Taek-son appeared behind him, calling out to Huang Cho-min, who turned around, startled. How did you guys know? Jun replies, That rebellious guy contacted us and he'll be here soon. Kim Taek-song anxiously asked, You're alive? Are you hurt? He let him put his hand on his shoulder and replied, Luckily, I'm fine. He seemed unconvinced, pressing for confirmation. There's no way the Kakwadi-kang would let you off without breaking a few bones. With a smile, Jae-hoon remarked that since he was still alive, it seemed the Kagwajiga had acknowledged him. I had my suspicions, but I didn't think you'd actually be recognized. He hesitated. I guess his hostility towards me has lessened, but would you really call that recognition? He began to recount that Karkadan said he helped him fight off some thugs. Even I can understand that much. Without your strength, they never would have been defeated. Huang silently listened to him finish. That rebellious kid might seem rude, but he's no fool. This incident has proven your abilities to him. Then, a familiar fiery voice rang out. Ka stood before everyone, questioning, "Recognize what? What's there to recognize? Who are you to decide whether or not I acknowledge him?" John Jae-hun glared at him, questioning, "Didn't you bring Kim Tich-song and me here because you were worried those thugs might come back? It seems you're worried about Hoang and Min being alone." He scoffed, calling him crazy and acting like he knew best, saying they could easily catch those thugs if they came back. "Did you find anything?" He held up the item in his hand and shared honestly. "I found a floppy disk," John Jae-hun asked, bewildered. "What's that?" Huang Yan explained. "It's like a USB drive people used to use. You can think of it as a storage device." He secretly thought they should know about these things. "Does it contain something?" he asks, certain of his guess. "That's right, but no computer can read it right now, so I can't open it." Jeonjun suggests, "Then let's head back for now. If what Huang told Min is true, there's nothing more we can do for now." "Are you really not hurt?" He scratched his head and replied, "Unbelievable, but it seems to be true." John Jae-hun seemed to realize something. John Jae-hun looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Kakwadi Kong isn't leaving?" At this moment, Sakwadi Kong stood still, as if deep in thought. His expression was clearly troubled, and his voice turned grim. "Hey, you fake commander, hold up a sec. His face is a little pale. What does he want now?" In the hospital at night, every room is brightly lit. Yi Sangjae, standing by his father's bedside, wonders why Huang gave Min to Kagwa Dichang. Recalling his encounter with them earlier, he was certain there was no animosity, though he suspected his identity had been exposed. But then he corrected himself, realizing it wasn't a cover that was blown. If it were him, he'd use this to seize control of the division. He then thought, but this is strange. The ones who saved Dad from his brother were those two. Just then, Wai Sangdia spoke up, "You're wrong. I don't know what you're looking for, but this method is a waste of time. If it were me, I wouldn't chase after Dad. I'd make him come to me. Too noisy. I didn't ask for your advice." He then feigned understanding, explaining, "I just wanted to help you find a more effective method." He sternly warned, "Don't get cocky." With that, his expression darkened as he warned, "Your job is to live a normal life and stay out of Gogu's affairs. The only reason I keep you around is for appearances, but if you keep overstepping, you know what will happen," he said, glaring at his younger brother before dismissing him. "If you understand, then get out. I don't intend to forgive that arrogance again." Turning to leave, he replied simply, "Understood. I'm going." Now alone, he casually asks, "Father, where did you hide the disc?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yi Sangjae arrives with others, apologizing for the delay due to unforeseen issues. "Thank you for waiting, Commander. Jiang Zunhao represents the people here to make a proposal." "No matter, just tell me why you've gathered the executives, Yi Sangjae." He quickly responded, "Yes, I'll get right to it." It's not a long story. Standing before everyone, he declared, "The reason I've gathered you all here is simple. This has been the long-held desire of our alliance." Jiang Chenhao began to speculate. Could it be that this guy? He's good at reading people and their attitudes, and judging by your expression, it seems you understand. As expected of the commander, Jiang Chonho thought bitterly. I knew you'd be on the same page as me. That sly grin, he doesn't want me to object. Then he speaks up. "Yes, Commander, you're right. From now on, the Great Alliance will wipe out the Emperor Division." Everyone stood in stunned silence for 5 seconds before Minu Sang and Long spoke in turn, complimenting each other. "What? What do you mean right now?" Kwandu, looking displeased, interjected. "Hold on, Chief of Staff. We've suffered consecutive defeats in major battles recently, and our forces haven't been reorganized yet." Oh Yuntek agreed, adding, "That's right. Furthermore, the former commander's forces and his direct units are still lacking. No matter how skilled you are, you shouldn't be too hasty." Yi Sangjae cuts him off, saying, "I completely understand your concerns." But looking at Jiang Chen, he affirmed, "If you all follow my command, wiping out that division is not impossible." He raised a finger, confidently declaring, "My plan won't take long. 1 month. Within 1 month, I will destroy that division." Then, from within the building, a voice declared that preparations for a full-scale war with the Alliance would begin. As elsewhere, a man ordered, "Now." The Emperor Division stood in formation, hands behind their backs, gazing up at their 3 leaders as one of them asked, "Oh, is Jay Kang going to lead us directly?" Another man states with certainty that this mission will be bloody, as Jay Kang crosses his arms and demands silence. "I won't be leading this operation." His voice echoed as a sliver of light appeared from the doorway. From now on, the division commander will be a shadow figure appearing at the door. "He's sure it's that kid." Murmurs spread, and gazes of disapproval turned to him. Who is that? I don't know either. It's the first time I've seen him. Kim's eyebrows furrowed as he looked toward the door, a smirk on his face. So, you've finally been recognized? Hwang Cho-min, and the whispers begin again. That guy's going to lead the whole division? What's going on? He looks soft, but Kim Nok-chun sees him differently than the others because he knows better. Hwang Cho-min may seem weak, but his mind is sharp. He narrows his eyes as he sees someone approaching the group at the entrance. A previous image appears, calling out, "Hey, fake commander of the Kakwaji gang, stop right there." He looks back, confused, as the man hands him something, telling him to take it. With that weak body, he'll be easily defeated anywhere. What he gave him was the Emperor Division uniform, ensuring he wouldn't be underestimated again. Wearing that uniform meant he was now a member of the Emperor Division, Kim Nak-chun thought, standing alongside the captains. Excellent. Hwang Jin-ho, Kim Nok-chun, and Kim Soo-hyun all look at him unhappily, secretly blaming him. Hwang said he wouldn't participate in the battle. John Jae-hun's eyes truly missed something, he thought to himself. I must prove that my judgment is correct regarding the Hwang-mi bloodline. Indeed, that uniform doesn't suit that sardine. I'll have to get him to work out. An individual can never defeat a group, but a group can be torn apart by a larger group. That was the truth I had come to realize. Hwang Cho-min thought to himself, "Thank you, brother. I'll make good use of this." The Kawi gang retreated, and Hwang Cho-min declared that this kid would now be the commander of the Emperor Division. From now on, everyone must obey his command. Everyone answered in unison, yes, as he marveled at the thought of commanding the Emperor Division himself, something he couldn't have imagined just a few months ago. He slowly began. From now on, he spoke again. I'll begin outlining the plan. In this situation, we must do everything perfectly. The four stood around a table with a map spread across it, and Hwang Cho-min spoke. The alliance is weakened by recent defeats, but so are we, meaning our strength is now balanced, the perfect time to strike with everything we have. All right, let's begin immediately. He glances at him, then says, Unfortunately, not yet. But he countered, despite the balance of power, we still have a disadvantage. Someone interjected. What? John Jae-hun muttered thoughtfully. I think I understand now. Looking at the map, he confirmed, you're talking about territory, right? Over the past 2 months, our division has lost too much territory. Yes, that's right. Even though the other side's strength has weakened, our division no longer has enough space to mobilize. In war, territory is the battlefield, and our division must seize it to gain an advantage against the alliance. Therefore, the first battlefield we must seize... He points to a spot on the map, resolute. It is here. Meanwhile, in a room lit by streetlights, a conversation unfolds. So, all we have to do is check the contents of this disc, right? That's right. Hwang is making a serious request to me. Please do it quickly. We don't know what might happen at any moment. Mayari held the disc he'd given her, promising, I understand. I'll contact you as soon as I've checked it. Before leaving, he offered a parting word. Thank you. And with that, Hwang Cho-min left, his figure fading into the distance as she silently cursed him. This kid read Hwang-mi's entire diary and still said nothing to me. The brother he cursed actually saw him as a brother, and I contributed to his death. Just then, she suddenly cried out, Hwang Cho-min! But as she spoke, she hesitated, wondering, what should I say to him? Her lips trembled, words caught in her throat. I didn't turn back, and he coldly requested, Mahari, all I need is your help. Hwang realizes with profound intent that whether it's for his brother or for himself, it doesn't matter. In another moment, a scream echoes as Song Min-wook from Yongan High School rushes up to him, yelling Hwang's name, his fists clenched as he angrily questions him. Where the hell have you been? Do you know how boring it's been at school without your face around? Hwang Cho-min chuckled. Sorry, I've got some things to take care of. He thought to himself, Song Min-wook is as energetic as ever. His brow furrowed slightly, questioning, what's going on? But no worries, I'm fine. To celebrate your return, let me treat you to something at the cafeteria. Let's go. He scoffed inwardly. A delinquent like him is still welcomed. A voice echoed unexpectedly from the classroom. What's that, Manuk, did you just eat at the cafeteria? Han Trang-hee and Kang Shok-shu said, taking turns. Looks good, let's go. I want a meat hamburger and a Coke. He hesitated, a little unsure. Oh, what's this? Han Trang-hai looked surprised by something. Oh my. He cast a mocking glance in his direction. Isn't that the idiot Hwang Cho-min? What's up, dog Cho-min? Where did you crawl out from? Do you know how bored I've been without you? He follows up, asking if Hwang Min has grown any taller. His face darkens, words unspoken. Han Trang-hee and Kang Sok-shu haven't changed a bit. At this, Han Trang-hai demanded, Oh right, now that you're back, you need to pay up. He retorts, confused, Why would I pay you anything? The man laughs mockingly, holding his hands up in response. It's the Alliance tribute, you idiot. You're 2 months late, so it's 100,000 plus the late fee. Kang Zok-shu cracked his knuckles, a threatening sound. You know what happens if you don't pay, right? Song Manus is taken aback by the question. What happens if he doesn't pay? Why should I pay? He thought to himself. What is Hwang Cho-min even talking about? Has it been too long since they were beaten? Ever since they joined the Union, they've become even more arrogant. With a sneer, Han Trung-hai questioned, What nonsense are you spouting about not paying? Kang Seok-shu cracked his knuckles, ready to back him up. You little brat, have you forgotten what we're capable of? Hwang declared fearlessly to Min. Yeah, I'm not paying. Why should I give you guys my hard-earned money? I don't care, he roared, his face contorted with rage. Is your brain leaking out of your skull? He continued, grinding his teeth. I can't take it anymore, Xok-shu. It seems this Dan for Min is really itching for a fight. He also growled at Dan, then threw a punch, saying, Let me show you what you've been missing for the last 2 months. Min's expression turns dangerous as he says in a chilling voice, Sorry, but you're the ones who are asking for it. Suddenly, another figure appears in the room, yelling, You dead swine! He kicks the fat guy as a warning, only I'm allowed to hit him, got it? The fat guy, not understanding what's happening, is kicked into a corner, crying out in pain. Still not understanding, he asked Yu Seoksu, What are you doing? An unknown voice then questioned, Who are you, and why aren't you afraid? Meanwhile, Jun, who had appeared behind Han Trung-hee unnoticed, grabbed him by the collar, asking who this shorty was, even shorter than Hwang Cho-min. Then, without giving Han Trung-hai a chance to retort, he threw him aside, adding, How could the Yongin school harbor someone like you? He clutched his chest and groaned in pain. Internal injuries must be severe, Hwang Cho-min repeats, rising to his feet. I told you, you're the ones who are itching for a fight. To Min? At that moment, a somber voice echoed, accompanied by hurried footsteps. You've had your fun playing God until now, but those days are over. At that moment, Han and Yang huddled together, trembling. What was that? At that moment, the Emperor Division stood before them, making a bold declaration. We've returned. Emperor Division's commander asks from within the base, going back to Yang and Hai. During the meeting, Kim Teach-song raised a question. I don't understand. The area around Yang and Hai seems to have no strategic value, and it's surrounded by the Alliance's territory. If we try to occupy it, we'll be surrounded. Jeon-jun agreed, stating that Kim Teach-seong was right, and this was like walking into a trap. Furthermore, if they were talking about fighting the Yongin Hai forces, Hwang Cho-min cut him off, stating firmly that there would be no fighting with Yongin Hai. Kawa Ji-gang questions this in disbelief. No fighting? What nonsense are you spouting, you crazy bastard? Thinking of the Y group, he asserts that Yongin High School last month was still a place that didn't belong to the division or the alliance, because Yongin High School's forces were originally an independent group. Though bowing to the alliance's might, Yongin still desires independence. Back in the present, seeing the two crying on the ground, he affirms that their division isn't there to occupy or rule Yongin. At that moment, Hwang Cho-min confidently left his spot, prompting a surprised and trembling question from Song Minwook. Hwang, are you crazy? Where do you think you're going? He immediately frowned, eyes wide, as he saw him wearing the Emperor Society uniform. Why was Hwang Cho-min wearing that jacket? He immediately walked up and stood imposingly in front of the two. Kang Seok-shu and Han Trung-hai wondered what was happening. Wait, why you? Hwang gave it to me. Hwang takes a breath, thinking, I've put up with these guys long enough, before saying, I don't want to waste words. Hands on your knees, heads down. He demanded their leader be brought forth, echoing his earlier words. We came to Yang in high school with a generous offer, a breath of fresh air. One of them bolted from the classroom shouting, We've got a problem. John Ho, the Emperor Division is here, waiting for you at the gym. John Ho grits his teeth, furrowing his brow, and asks, What? Immediately, he led his crew to the meeting point, a question weighing on his mind. What was going on? Why would the Emperor Division come to Yangju High? He wondered, his face etched with displeasure. Yangju High isn't even a major area for the Alliance, so why are they suddenly here? He thought back, cursing, Damn it, Oh Yoon-tak. Why didn't he call me when the division arrived? When he asked me to join the Alliance, he promised to protect Ongju Medical School from the divisions, and I even paid my dues. Yet here I am, hesitant to enter the gym, wondering if we really have to go all out against the divisions. He immediately ordered the man next to him to open the door. The man responded powerfully, already having reached his conclusion. No, even with the Alliance's support, these Yongjae guys don't stand a chance. John Hu suddenly remembers his fight with the Emperor Union. I've been there, so I know the difference in scale between the division and Yangjae High. We must avoid confronting them at all costs. As much as he hated to admit it, if the division wanted to overthrow Yangjae High, then Yangjae High would be nothing more than a sandcastle to a tidal wave. Leading his men inside, he secretly prayed that he could only trust that Yun Taik would make a move. Fortunately, the division wasn't in attack formation, which meant they were open to negotiation. Staring at the crowd before him, he was bewildered, a little scared. What's with all these people? Scanning the bloodthirsty faces, he realizes that all the squad leaders are here. He's never heard of or seen a division mobilize on such a massive scale. Huang didn't speak, but John must have been surprised. He looked ahead, his face turning grim. I brought everyone here to intimidate you, but exploiting Joyeon-Yu's anxiety will make things easier. Don't worry. The division isn't here to fight Ongru Medical School. He frowned, asking, You're not here to fight? Then why are you telling me this now? He asked, slightly bewildered. What is it? Jeonyu asked, his face darkening. You division bastards, so what if I lost to you once, sending mere grunts to talk to me? Aren't you going too far? John Jones sternly warns him to watch his mouth, as Jeon is speaking to Emperor Division's chief of staff. I should have introduced myself first, my apologies. He couldn't believe it, questioning what he'd heard, his mind racing. That kid's a chief of staff? He thought. You must be surprised that a kid like me is a chief of staff, right? Not to brag, but the division only recruits talented people. Oh, and while I'm here, I have a proposition for you. He unconsciously repeated the offer, assuming they were just there to collect tribute. At that moment, Huang spoke with a calm authority. The Emperor Division wants to recruit you into our gang, leaving John Ho in utter shock. What? Kakjig gang was shocked and questioned. Huh? Recruit him? Who authorized you to do that? Keep your mouth shut, Jeonjun chimed in. This is his first plan since joining the division. He must have thought it all through. His face darkened as he acknowledged, I know. He then asked, Join? What are you suddenly talking about? Huang sincerely allowed Min to speak. Our division values your abilities, and we've had our eye on you for a while now. His brow furrows and he grits out, Nonsense, what is this? Have you already forgotten that your division attacked us? The memory flashes back as he spits out those hateful words, especially about that bastard, Pak Ha. Because of that guy, Ongjae High School was destroyed. Wasn't Kaji also one of the guys who attacked us back then? He laughs, saying it was fun back then, as Jaeon Ho speaks with certainty. That's why I joined the alliance, to gain power and avoid being exploited by either side. So what, are you strong now? So, can you attack us now? He was momentarily speechless. You say that with such confidence, but it can't be true, can it? Because the alliance hasn't given you any power at all. Doesn't it strike you as odd? You've been paying them a fortune, yet when the division suddenly arrived, the alliance offered no support. Think about it. We're acting on this scale, and the alliance knows nothing. Haven't you realized that already? The alliance didn't even bother to help Yangjae Academy. His words cut deep, hitting the man's weak spot. He had to admit, the boy was right. The alliance should have acted by now. The image of that person flashed in his mind, and he cursed inwardly. That sly fox. He's taken everything from us. But joining the division for this reason alone didn't sit right. He'd faced Parak before, so even if he joined, he wouldn't have a place of his own. Seeing the wavering in Huang's eyes, Min confidently confirms, Good, he's shaken. At first I was worried about swaying Joyeon Ho, but it was easier than I thought. Unlike the Emperor Division, an organization built on loyalty to Huang Mi, the DJ Alliance is just a collection of schools pursuing their own interests, so there's no reason for them to stay in the alliance. Looking at him, she affirmed to herself. The reason Joyeon Ho hesitated, despite the collapse of the alliance's self-serving relationships, was because of Park Seo Ha, his own reputation, and face. Ah, so that's why he's speaking up for him now. You must have had your doubts, but know this. Park Seo Ha is no longer with our division. The position of captain of the First Division is still vacant. He's surprised. What? He replied nonchalantly. Don't you know? Huang is certain that the position of First Division captain will be his. At that moment, he thought to himself that he just needed to help him regain his honor. Kajgang angrily roared, but luckily the two older brothers, Jeonjun and Kim Taek-seon, stopped him. At this moment, a conversation between Do Jeon-ho and Hwa Cho-min echoes. Are you serious? Of course. The division lives by the ideal that ability is paramount. Seeing his hesitation, he seized the opportunity to set a condition. But because of his past cooperation with the alliance, he needed to meet a requirement if he wanted to join the division. Did you say, oh, Do Jeon-ho? Yeah, room 4 is right. How many times are you going to ask? And what's this about you inviting me out? You treat the no-brand alliance with respect, though. John opens his mouth in front of room 4. He kicked the door open without hesitation, leaving Oh Yoon in bewildered disbelief. He questioned, "Why would I entertain trash like you?" More men in division uniforms arrive and he declares that Oh Yoon-taek will soon be destroyed. Oh Yoon-tae and his men, who were just partying, suddenly stood up straight, alert and confused. What was going on? Staring at Doon-ho's aggressive face, he wondered what the hell was going on. Rewind to a VIP room where Oh Yoon-taek sat regally, listening to his underlings cheer him on. "Congratulations on becoming a boss. We'll always believe in you." He laughed heartily. "Thanks, guys. Now stop shaking those rattles and put on something lively." "Yes, boss." He inwardly congratulates himself for finally reaching the ranks of a nobea. Watching his men dance before him, he thought that as long as he trusted and followed Sang's instructions, rising to a higher position would no longer be a pipe dream. But then, Oh Yoon-taek contradicted himself, thinking, that's not right. After all, A Sang-jae is using Wonu as a hostage and the current commander-in-chief, and Jang Cheon-ho as a pawn in his game. He was A Sang-jae's right-hand man. Perhaps Gwon Jae-oh would be dismissed, and he would be the next commander. Meanwhile, outside, the division's technicians arrived, and Kim Nok-chun said, "Hey, I'll take care of Oh Yoon-taek," as Jeon-ho confirmed. "What did you say?" Pointing to himself again, he repeats, "I said that I'll take care of Oh Yoon-seok." "Well, I subconsciously recalled the time he beat me to a pulp," he explained. "I have a score to settle with that guy. But Do Jeon-ho isn't one to negotiate, refusing outright. Sorry, but I need my chance to shine. Therefore, I will deal with Yoon-taek." He directly questions, "Do you even have what it takes?" Do Jeon-ho growled at Dong. "Are you trying to provoke me? You think adding sir makes you polite?" He thought it was a good idea, but they should prioritize Mr. Yoon-taek first. Or rather, while discussing it, they entered Mr. Yoon-taek's room and agreed. Whoever imitates it gets the benefit. Facing Yoon-taek, they both said in unison, "Long time no see, Yoon-taek." He exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" His mind raced. What the hell is going on? "Why is Do Jeon-ho with the division?" he questioned, his face darkening. "Are you betraying me? I went out of my way to help you join the alliance, and this is how you repay me?" Jeon-ho asked, his brow furrowed. "You? Since when have you ever lifted a finger for Yi-seong? You just collect the money. But where were you when we needed your help?" Oh Yoon snapped. "If you need my help, you need to follow protocol, you son of a bitch. The procedure you speak of I no longer wish to wait for." The scene then shifts back to his negotiation with Hwang Cho-min. "What's the condition?" Hwang Cho-min expressed. "I don't want to doubt you, but you used to be part of the alliance, so I need you to prove that you no longer belong to them." He narrowed his eyes and suggested, "Go on. What do I need to do?" The condition he set was for Yoon-taek. Now that Jeon-ho has attacked Yoon-taek at Hwang Cho-min's request, bring Yoon-taek back to me. Unable to dodge, Do-jeon lands a blow, and Ho curses in anger. "You son of a bitch. You dare betray the alliance? You think this will keep Ong-jae safe?" Do-jeon is pushed back. Seeing how much trouble you're having, Kim Nok-chun suggests he take over. He's going berserk, growling, "Can't you shut your mouth?" With a dark look on his face, Oh Yoon-taek hissed out his orders. "What are you all standing around for?" "Wipe them out!" Kim Nok-chun roared. "Emperor Division, wipe out these nobodies. I'll take care of Oh Yoon-taek." The two sides clashed violently, faces contorted with murderous intent as crude taunts echoed through the air. "Come and get us, you alliance dogs." Kim crossed his arms, remarking, "Good. Even though they stole my spot, it's my turn now." He lunges at Oh Yoon-taek, greeting him, "Fancy seeing you again, arsonist. I've been wondering—" He threw a punch, but luckily he wasn't caught off guard by the nonsense and dodged it. "Did you sleep well last night?" he retorted, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. "What the hell are you talking about, you dog, if that's your idea of a joke?" As he slammed Kim Nok-chun to the ground, he sneered, "What's so great about you?" Nok-chun fell hard, his face contorted with resentment. Seizing the moment, he lunges forward, delivering a kick while declaring, "No matter how many times you challenge me, you're simply not in my league." Jeon-ho's face turned as dark as ink as he roared, "Oh Yoon-taek." With one kick, he sends him flying, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Black marks appear on his face as he asserts, "I don't care if you're an S or whatever, but if you're going to lie there and sleep, get out of the way." Kim Nok-chun stares in disbelief as Jeon-ho confidently declares, "While you were sleeping, I'll be the one to take Oh Yoon-taek's head." He sits up, straining his neck as he questions, "Who are you trying to crush to death?" He thought to himself, "I heard Jeon-ho lost to Park Seo-ham, but these two seem evenly matched. Is he really on par with Oh Yoon-taek? They said Park Seo-ha was stronger than Do Jeon-ho. If Do Jeon-ho is this strong, how powerful is Park Seo-ha? Oh Yoon-taek is no pushover, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks while roaring about betrayal. Du Jianhu is beaten black and blue, forced to acknowledge the truth. Indeed, Oh Yuntaik is not to be underestimated. This is bad. I need to find another way. Meanwhile, Kim Nok-chun seizes the phone and lazily makes a request. Quiet, I don't have time to play with you. He suddenly throws his jacket at Oh Yun-tak, suggesting they use it as bait, leaving him suspicious and speechless. What? If you're trying to lure it, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Without explaining, he simply says, Use your eyes, old man. Confused, the man asks again, What's this? A flash of insight sparks a theory in his mind. Could it be that he's planning? As he wondered, Oh Yun-tak, blinded by Kim Nok-chun's jacket, roared in anger. Did you think a smokescreen would fool me? You're still green, he said, landing a blow to Kim Nok-chun's chest. He swiftly caught the fist, mockingly asking, Oh, really? At that moment, Jianhu charged forward, delivering a stunning blow. Kim Nok-chun seizes the moment to finish his line. Then why did you fall for it? He stands there yelling, Who can understand what you're saying? Speak clearly and properly, Do Jianhu began to instruct. This isn't a lure, it's a team effort, he retorted quickly. Sounds corny, man. Oh Yun-tak paled and gritted his teeth when he realized he couldn't move, and was then struck hard on the head by an unknown assailant. The night sky blankets the abandoned house as Oh Yun-tak awakens, tied to a chair. He coughed a few times, muttering, What happened to me? Looking around, he asked blankly, Where is this? While he was still bewildered, Hoang Cho-min stood before him, along with the two men who brought him here. Hoang greeted him. Long time no see. I need your help, so I had to invite you here. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Chunhao says, I just received a report that the division is targeting Yang-ar, but instead of attacking, they're offering a compromise, because John Hu isn't exactly friendly to the alliance. Before he could finish, Yishangjie interrupted. It seems Yangju Hai's strength would benefit the division, but we don't need their power. He said, his face turning sinister. Since half the division's strength will go up in smoke anyway. His expression alarmed Jiang Chunho, sweat beading on his face as he wondered, Yo Sang-jae, what are you planning? Back in the wasteland, Oh Yun screamed. What? What are you talking about? Didn't you understand my explanation? He said darkly. Then let me say it again, he replied hastily, in a panic. That's not what I meant. Are you saying you want me to do that? Bound to a chair, Oh Yun-taik shouts, You crazy bastard, you really think that's possible? Huang Cho-min replied with certainty, Yes, it's entirely possible. If it were him, he could call Yi Sang-jae. At that he sat and growled, cursing. What the hell? Are you messing with me? You want me to come back and call Yi Sang-jae here? When he knows exactly what you're planning? Huang gives a nonchalant remark. You're really stubborn. With no other choice, he turned away, leaving the man confused and full of questions. What the heck? He gave up faster than I thought. Is he giving En-chun orders now? Go spread the word to the alliance that we've captured Oh Yun-taik. He agrees with a smile. Okay. At that moment, he spoke up, stopping him. Wait, what did you say? He replied nonchalantly, not even bothering to turn around. You refused to call Yi Sang-dia here. So, I have no choice but to take you hostage to lure him out. War was inevitable, but your lack of cooperation played a part. He cursed inwardly, feeling like he'd stepped in dog poop. If I'm taken hostage right after joining the ranks, he gritted his teeth. No way in hell. He was certain that his position in the alliance would be shaken. But no, that wasn't the issue. Because Yi Sang-jae won't save me. He'll abandon me for sure. No, rather than being abandoned like this, a layer of sweat forms on his forehead. Oh Yun-taik demanded to wait and hand him the phone so he could call Yi Sang-jae, thinking he had to act first. He then began making demands of Huang, telling him to promise to release him in return, to which Huang firmly agreed. Of course. Kim Nok-chun put the phone to his ear, finally relieved as he began to make his decisions. First I'll call Sang-tae, but will it even work? He's not easily swayed, so I have to choose my words carefully. Kim Nok-chun, growing impatient, wondered aloud why he hadn't picked up yet. Aren't you too close? Oh Yun-tae retorted, clearly annoyed. Shut up. That bastard only picks up when he needs something. Just then, his voice came through the phone. Speak, Yun-taik. He thought to himself. He picked up. But what to say now? Yun-taik's voice cuts through the silence. Sang-dae, what are you doing? He guessed to himself. She's not one to fall for such a simple trap. Then, his even voice came from the other end of the line. Why do you ask? Oh Yun-taik calmly replied, Nothing. I was wondering if you were free to meet up. Right now, he's racking his brain. Yi Sang-jae confirms, now what's going on? Oh Yun stammers, saying it's important. He desperately tried to think of a way to sway Yi Sang-da, but nothing came to mind. He knew only brute force, not brains. He glared at Do Ji-on-hu, cursing him. He couldn't understand. If he hadn't been backstabbed by that idiot, Do Ji-on-hu? His brow furrowed as he seemed to realize something, unconsciously repeating the words in his mind. Backstabbed. Yi Sang-jae quickly pressed. What did you say? Backstabbed, he affirmed. That's right, we were double-crossed. Huang stares intently at Oh Yun-tak as he recounts, Today the Emperor Guild secretly approached a Do Ji-hoon. Did you know about this? The other person replied. Yes, it was quite the buzz, but Song Oh Yun-tak affirmed that it was, thanks to that. His next words immediately caused Do Ji-on to look bewildered. I can plant my subordinate, Junho, as a double agent in Emperor's S Division. He blurts out, Huh? Yi Sang-jae is confused. What do you mean? Oh Yun reports that the division scoundrels intend to recruit Do Ji-on-hu. Little do they know, Ji-on-hu is my loyal servant, so I ordered him to join the division and become our spy. Hearing himself spoken of like that, Do Ji-on-hu couldn't help but grit his teeth. That dog's subordinate? The other end of the line scoffed. That is a commendable achievement. Oh Yun-tak laughed, suggesting they secretly devise a plan together. Could you come and meet me right now? He asked, a hint of anticipation in his wild eyes. The other party hesitated, the call now lasting 48 seconds. Right now. I understand. Send me the address. Huang, waiting for this, thought to himself. All right. Hanging up, Kim Nok-chun, with one hand around his neck and the other raised to punch him, remarked, Oh, arson boy, you're a top-notch liar. Even Ji-on-hu questions it. Me? Your subordinate? You wish, you fake fox. Kim NC-chun excitedly proposes to Min that they've successfully deceived Isangda and wonders if the alliance is on the verge of collapse. He held back unspoken words. If he could eliminate Yi Sang-jae here, as Chun suggested, the entire alliance would be like a snake without its head. Kim NC-chun eagerly urged Min to gather the leaders, while Ji-on-hu enthusiastically volunteered. I'll be at the front. Give me a chance to prove myself. While they were so excited, he was still unable to decide, so he had to choose the meeting place carefully. Suddenly, Huang feigns panic, wondering why Yi Sang-jae is calling. Holding the phone, he hesitated, wondering, could he be on to me? No, if that were the case, there's no reason for him to call. Inwardly cursing, he answers the phone, knowing he must hear what Yi Sang-dae wants. At that moment, Yi Sang-ye's emotionless voice came through the phone. Huang Jumin, you've underestimated me. You think I'd fall for your obvious trap. Well, now it's my turn. He feigns ignorance, asking what he's talking about as the other man grabs Song Min's head. Song Min Ji is with me. He coughs. For Min? Save me. He was confused, sweating profusely. What? Song Min-guk, what are you talking about? At the same time as the call, he received a photo of a battered Song Minooch, and despite himself, Hwang Cho-min had to admit, Min-guch really had been caught. Wait, Song Minooch has nothing to do with the division. He laughs, stating, That's right, but I'm personally curious. Hwang Cho-min, what choice will you make to save someone who has nothing to do with the division? This is a hostage exchange. Hwang Cho-min, if you return Oyeonsetsek to me, I'll release your friend. He cursed the bastard in his heart, his face darkening as he gave his orders. I'll text you the time and location. I hope you make a wise choice. Song Minus coughed, cried, and felt utterly confused. What the hell was going on? Why was I kidnapped? Judging by their conversation, it must be because of Hwang Cho-min. Looking at the menacing figures before him, he couldn't help but wonder, Hwang Cho-min, what mess have you gotten me into? While he still had time, Yi Sang-jae took the opportunity to speak his mind. Hwang Cho-min, I haven't been standing still while you've been missing. I investigated everything about you to find you, and the person I learned about was this guy. Song Min Hwang's only friend, Min. You have no choice but to return the O.Y. Untak to me. Suddenly, Yi Sang-dae remembered something and gave a warning. Oh, and just so you know, if something like today happens again, I won't hesitate to abandon you all. With that, he instinctively glanced at Jiang Chunhao as a warning, hoping they wouldn't cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Yeomjun firmly opposed, saying, No, we can't release Oyun, the author, just to save a stranger. We can't trade the number 3 alliance for a nobody like your friend. He's worthless as a bargaining chip. That bastard Hwang Cho-min, I thought you were smart. What the hell are we even trading? Flustered, Hwang Cho-min stammered, inwardly berating himself. Damn it, I was careless. Seeing his dark expression, Yeomjun and Sakwa Jang spoke up as well. How strange. Hwang is acting for Min. Is he really trying to negotiate based on his decision? You dog, are you going to release Oyun TC just to save one idiot? His face darkened with self-reproach, realizing he'd forgotten that these men were all Emperor Says's beasts. My friend has nothing to do with these people. because the one they follow is Hwangmi, not me. So there's no way they'd step in just to save a student from Wyongjae High. Thinking this, his hand clenched into a fist. I'm not Hwangmi. I need the Emperor's title to get Emperor S to move. Yeomjun suddenly asks Min if he's planning to use them for his own personal gain. He remains silent, reminding himself to be cautious. If I released Oh Yun-tak just to save my friend, my position as chief strategist would be questioned. Sekwajang angrily criticized, saying this dog can't distinguish between public and private matters, yet he dares to be the brains of a gang. Meanwhile, he remained lost in his own thoughts, knowing his credibility, once lost, could never be regained. At this point, he says, "No, I can't release Oh Yun-tak just to save my friend." He knew in his heart that he had to make this decision. The next day at Yi Sang-jae's place, he secretly calls Hwang Ji-min, wondering why he hasn't made a move yet. Has he decided to abandon him? Meanwhile, Song Min-wook was being relentlessly tormented by his underlings, who were pulling his hair, punching and kicking him, and mocking him. This idiot even dyes his hair? What kind of man cries so pathetically? At that moment, Wai Sang-dae's face was unreadable, his expression mocking and grim. I never took you for someone like this. Turns out you're much colder than you look. Suddenly, the door burst open, light flooding the dark room, and a vigilant man spun around, shouting, "Sang-di!" His mind raced with questions as he stammered. What? The scene shifts to Hwang Cho-min, who at that moment declared, "However, this isn't just about saving my friend. We'll use this opportunity to initiate our final battle plan." Back in reality, Yel Sang-dia rarely looked so worried, stuttering as he spoke. A large figure appeared in the doorway, the blinding light obscuring their identity as Hwang Cho-min's words echoed in the air. The Alliance will suffer losses they never imagined. On a clear, moonlit night. Kwak Ji-chang speaks. "So you're saying he's really here?" Hwang Cho-min pondered as the door opened wide, revealing a blinding light and a figure. Yi Sang-jae and his men exclaimed in a panic, "It's him, with that cold look in his eyes." Sang-jae never imagined he'd actually come here. Who would have thought he'd bring the whole SD Vision Emperor crew here? Sun Min-guk was beaten to a pulp, writhing in pain. Trembling with fear, he called out Hwang's name, his voice laced with steel. "I brought Oh Yun-taek here. Now, release Sun Min-guk." Oh Yun-taek, filled with weakness, apologizes profusely. "What did you say?" Kwon Cheon is furious. "What the hell are you saying? Release Oh Yun-taek first. Then I'll return this idiot to you. The Kawaii gang is getting restless again." "Damn it, you release that ugly freak first. You sons of bitches. How could we ever trust you enough to return him first?" Mindu, enraged, shouts, "We're the ones who don't trust you." "Are you kidding me? No one would believe your crap." "Release Oh Yun-taek first," the crowd clamored. "Are you dogs challenging me? Do you have a death wish?" You'd have to be blind to call this handsome face a dog. "Release Oh Yun-taek first." "You handsome sons of bitches. Are you all blind or something?" Yi-sang speaks up, trying to calm everyone down. "Everyone, calm down. We're not here to fight." He suggests that if neither side trusts the other, we release the hostages simultaneously. Is that acceptable? Yi-sang is suspicious. "What do you think?" Hwang agrees quickly, and the exchange begins. "Then let's begin the prisoner exchange." Oh Yoon's voice dripped with sarcasm as he lamented their parting. "Too bad Kim Tich-song couldn't take it anymore and shut up and left. Sun Min-guk is pathetic. Are you really going to let me go?" Kwon Cheon-do impatiently asks. "Do you think I'd lie to you?" Wai Sang-dia coldly commanded. "Both of you move at the same time." He secretly plots, "This move will be your end." What a joke. A hostage exchange is only meaningful when both hostages are of equal value. But in this exchange, you're the one who loses the most, as Oh Yun-taek is a key asset to the Alliance. The two gangs stared each other down, a stark contrast to Song Minu. He's just a student from Yongjae High, nothing to do with the division. Unlike me, this exchange is a blessing in disguise. Oh Yun-taek's gaze is chilling. "Meaning I have more to gain than to lose," Yi-sang says with a sharp look. But then Oh Yun-taek suddenly paused. Why were Yi-sang's eyes so wide? Is he scheming? A glint appears in Oh Yun-taek's eyes. No, that expression isn't calculation. He realizes what it's about to tell him. Yi Sang-jae signaled to the right of Oh Yun-taek, who seized the opportunity, while Sun Min-guk and Hwang Cho-min sensed something was amiss. Behind Sun Min-guk, Song Min-guk was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Wai Sang-jae secretly calculated that, of course, he wouldn't be able to get anything. As Hwang Cho-min and Oh Yun-taek ambush the unsuspecting Sun Min-guk, Yi Sang-jae smirks. Catching him won't affect the division, but it's enough to shake you. Hwang Cho-min is horrified, not expecting this. "This is the price you pay for daring to deceive me." Huang Cho-min Yun-tak speaks with sarcasm. Sorry for this being our first meeting, but I'm going to erase your only friend. Sun Min-guk wept silently as Yun-tak's fist hung in the air, when suddenly a figure appeared in the doorway. Yun-tak doesn't understand what's happening, and suddenly his eyes widen in alarm. How is this possible? The figure silently enters, and Yun-tak is horrified by the sight of him. Why is he here? It's Mun, striding fiercely into the room. Zhang Shunhao and Quan Yu couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Xiangjoy was equally stunned to see Yu Wen there. Could it be? Huang Cho-min scoffed defiantly. Yo, Sang-jae wonders. Huang Cho-min, is this your doing? Back to reality on a quiet moonlit night. Kwa Guadigang speaks up. So you're saying it's really here? He replies softly, yes, if what Yun-tak said is true, then Jeonjun, who distrusts the alliance, fell into the staff officer's hands, and Un is being held hostage in this hospital. Kakaji Gang is skeptical, but can we really trust anything? Yun-tak says. He firmly replied that, of course, they couldn't trust him completely, but he was the one who agreed to cooperate with them to summon Yi to Za. John Jae-hun is determined to try, convinced that the man values his life above all else. Under the bright moonlight, the three of them set out to rescue Yu. Kawai's gang was puzzled. Hey! Huang Cho-min, is Yun lying to us? He's furious. This is the last room, but there's no patient here. What are Huang Cho-min and the others thinking in front of this hospital room? He would never be in a shared room, so he must be in a private one. But this is the last room. And there's no patient here? Suddenly he realizes something. Wait, he sees why the room's lights are on? How strange. This room even has an automatic lock. He's now certain that Yumun is likely in this room. John Jae-hin sighs. An automatic lock? That's tough, Kawada Gang grumbled. What's so hard about it? Just break it. Difficult, my foot. John Jae-hun considers giving up. We need another way. Breaking in at midnight will only cause trouble. They're discovered by 2 employees. Hey, you guys, who are you? Let's just go for it. We've already made a commotion anyway. It's done. He broke in, so let's finish what we started. Jeonjun didn't expect this stubborn guy. What if he's not even here? Huangzhou Minjinan stated decisively. That's not the case. The IV drip trickles. You were right. Yu Moon is really here. You lunatics, what do you think you're doing? You're trespassing. Jeonjun scoffed. We can't just leave quietly. He lunged forward, delivering a painful punch to the employee. Guess we'll have to clean this up quickly. Jeon Jae-hun urged the two. Take you. We have to leave before more guards arrive. Wang Jae-gang cursed in disbelief. Damn it, am I supposed to carry this Yu Mun-gu kid? Back at the warehouse, Yu Moon bursts in, disgruntled. I wasn't expecting a party to celebrate my return, but the looks on your faces are really getting to me. He glared. Am I not welcome here? Yun-tak trembled in fear. No, that's not it. Cheondu couldn't believe how things had come to this, and Wai Sang-jai was filled with fear and disbelief. Damn it, what exactly did that bastard Yun-tak reveal? How did things come to this? Is he trying to protect Minha? How does that make you feel, Yi Sang-dae? You didn't expect this situation, did you? Well, let's see you try to deal with it. What's with that expression? Jiang Chen growled. Sang-dae was utterly silent, unable to utter a word. Jiang Chen stared at him sharply. The commander has returned, and yet, you don't seem happy? Yi Sang-dae was terrified by the alliance, and collapsed into a chair, groaning in pain from his still healing injuries. Little did he know, Min had asked Han if he was awake. Umun-gun was still disoriented. He thought he was in the hospital. He reassured him, you must be shocked, but don't worry. I'll tell you the whole story. Understanding dawned on the man. You mean that bastard Sang-jae took me hostage and appointed Jiang Chunhao as commander-in-chief to control the alliance? Umun was still a bit hazy. But what's the reason? What's the reason you saved me and told me all of this? What is your purpose, division commander? He suddenly snaps to his senses. No, the question is, who are you? Why have you helped me from last time until now? He calmly replies that Huang Mue is dead, and he, his younger brother, is fulfilling his brother's wish. Umun-gun can't believe his ears. What? What did you just say? With that same calm voice, he says his brother wanted to see the alliance crumble. But the current alliance isn't the one my brother wants to destroy. He's after Uon's alliance, not Wai Sang-jae's. So, your real target is to make Min stand up as Yu Huang. That's why I'm asking you for a favor. Reclaim the alliance and face me fair and square. Umun laughs mockingly. Ha ha ha. So, you're helping me just for that reason? Your simple mind really is just like your foolish brother's. And yet, he makes an unexpected decision. I accept your proposal. Then I'll just have to rebuild my alliance. With that, Yu confidently strides forward. This infuriated is Sanged. I can't stand your expression. Umun questioned with a superior tone. Am I not allowed to be here? Oh Yun replies with a cowardly tone, nothing. Sun Min-guk was so scared he ran away with his tail between his legs. Cho Min? He breathed a sigh of relief before daring to ask, "Hey, what the hell is going on?" He calmly reassured him, "I'm sorry, Minuk, I'll explain later. Huang ordered everyone to retreat, so let's go. Looks like the Alliance has some internal issues to sort out." "Your Alliance is retreating." Mungu coldly stated, "Very well," his murderous gaze fixed on him. "Let's see what kind of excuse you're going to come up with." Why Sangjae? Yisangjai trembled. "Commander, Jiang Chen's voice is like a call from the underworld. You don't need to listen to his excuses." Mungun directs his fist towards Yisangjai. "Even killing this bastard twice wouldn't be enough," he says, his face pale with fear. Zhongjun remained unconvinced. "Are you sure this is enough to take down Yisangjai?" Huang tells Min that if things don't go as planned, his voice is resolute. "Don't worry, this time Yixiong has no way out. He's using Unwu as a hostage to control Jiang Chenhao. Either way, Sangjai will be stripped of his power, but Jiang Chao is filled with rage." "What the hell are you doing?" he shouts. Oh Yuntak took the blow for Yi Sangjae from Jiang Chu's punch. Yi Sangji won't be taken down so easily. After all, I'm done for when Yu Moon W returns to power, and that punch Oh Yun took wasn't light. Huang Chomin analyzes the situation, thinking it's better to help Yi Sangjae take over the alliance. Yi Sangjae had long been working to control the alliance from within, and it seems more than half of the core members are now on his side, meaning the alliance is now embroiled in a civil war. An enraged Gang Jian-ho doesn't understand. "What the hell are you doing?" "Oh, Yuntak, have you sided with Yi Sangdi as well?" Quan Cheondu realizes the situation is dire. "We're screwed. Should we switch sides to Yi Sangdi?" Mindusong is utterly clueless. "What do we do now?" Even the usually sharp Mocha is at a loss. What the hell are you guys talking about?" He couldn't have imagined that now. Things were finally starting to click. Ever since he said Huang Mue would appear at Cheon Bridge, he'd seen Ni. That day, Yi Sangjai called Li and Mok to discuss a plan, clearly plotting something. Enraged, he unleashes a furious kick. "Those damn dogs. You're Yi Sangdi's lapdogs, aren't you? How dare you betray us?" Quan Cheondu is floored. "What the hell are you barking about?" He immediately retaliates. "What does a weightlifting dog like you know?" One of Li Ji-hoon's lackeys objects, saying, "What the hell?" Quan Du dared to hit Cho Mok, and Cheondu's lackey wasn't about to back down either. Lai Cho Mok started it. The two men, blood boiling, jumped into a confrontation. "That Cheondu guy is planning a rebellion. Are you deaf?" "So what? What does that idiot know anyway?" John J. Hun sneers, saying it's already chaotic inside. Huang readily agreed with Min, explaining that the alliance was a force gathered from various schools. And so, the infighting between the core representatives of each school will lead to the division of the entire alliance. A brutal free-for-all ensues. "Die, you traitors, a bunch of fools who can't read the times." Jiang Chan is furious at the chaotic scene, calling them fools. Oh Yun is in cahoots with the treacherous Yi Sangjae. Now's the time to run and hide. He's absolutely livid, and they need to think about who and what they're fighting for. "Do you really want to follow that cruel bastard Isangde? Can't you see the real commander-in-chief has returned?" Yumun calms him down, telling him not to get so heated. Zhang Cheon shouts, respectfully acknowledging Umun. Commander Yumun Guan was amused, even mocking. "On the contrary, this is a good thing, as I can weed out the bastards who are not loyal to me." Not stopping there, he takes down several traitors with a single blow. "I've been asleep for too long, so I'd like to stretch a little." Min Du Zhang is struck with a devastating blow as Yu Mun Guan schemes. Huang believes Min is Huang Mua's brother, and he's thrilled to fight. "You want to face me fair and square?" His eyes darkened with calculation. "You've made a grave mistake. Just wait, I will restore the alliance." And facing Emperor Sevision head-on, he suddenly stops, wondering why Huang Chomin's alliance is at the door. Yuan is surprised. Why are they back? He stood tall, gazing into the warehouse, as Un noticed Wang Zhang and his crew entering from another side. He glared murderously at the other entrance as Kim Ji-shang arrived with his men. Jian Jun was no exception. He could see they were all exhausted. Un was furious, veins bulging. That bastard Huang Chomin. Huang Chomin really knows how to seize an opportunity. I'd be a fool to miss this golden chance. Mungans now realizes it was all a lie. Fair and square, as if Huang would bother ordering the entire Emperor S division for Min. He orders them to advance because these bastards are nothing more than garbage to be cleaned up. The brutal battle rages on, leaving no one in the alliance spared. A desperate fight to the death. He cowardly hid behind a wall, observing the chaotic battle, cursing Min for his recklessness. "He thinks I can't do anything right now, so I need to get out of here." The fighting is brutal and bloody. Where is he? Huang scanned the area, his eyes darting around. He's a goner. Where are you? What have you discovered? Huang Choumin calls out, realizing the man was trying to sneak away. Yi Sangde. Huang Choumin grits his teeth. Where do you think you're going? Not on my watch. Yisang's heart pounds. He rushes forward, determined not to let him escape. Screams and curses filled the air. Die, you bastards! You're the ones who deserve to die. Division? 2 people outside have noticed something's wrong. What? What is that? What's that noise? Is there a battle going on in there? Should we call the police? They wondered what in the world was going on. Inside, chaos reigns as Huang calls out to Min Han. He flinches, startled. He grits his teeth in anger. Where do you think you're going? I absolutely will. He's drenched in sweat. Hua, determined, lunges forward, absolutely refusing to let him escape as he flees for his life. Damn it, he yelled, ordering him to stop. Sang-jae, where did Oh Yun-taek come from to kick me? He scoffs, sneering. You don't stand a chance against Sang-jae. He's caught off guard while Oh Yun-taek sings his own praises. Sang-jae's right hand will protect him. A silent signal passes between Yi Sang-jae and Oh Yun-taek. Perfect timing. Yi Sang-di, consider this my apology for running my mouth. Barely able to stand, Huang watches him flee. Eo Sang-jae. He continued to mock him with laughter, saying it's not the time to worry about Eo Sang-jae. Yun Tak-tung delivers a powerful kick. You should be worrying about your own life first. He can't believe it. Yi Sang-dae is right before his eyes. Where did Kim Nok-chun come from? Hey, arsonist. He retaliates by kicking the guy in the face, asking how many times he has to say it for it to sink in. Kim Nok-chun's voice dripped with disdain. I'm your opponent now. Oh, Yun-taek didn't expect this mutt. Kim Nok-chun told Choumin to follow him. How unexpected for Choumin. It's Kim Nok-chun. He composes himself, saying he'll catch up soon. Choumin was incredibly grateful, thanking him. He runs off in pursuit, leaving only the 2 of them behind. Kim Nok-chun scoffs. Now it's just you and me. Oh, Yoon loses it. You son of a bitch, you're dead meat. Late at night on the bridge, Yi Sang-jae ran, gasping for breath. Damn it, who knew things would turn out like this? That plan, if only that plan had gone through, I could have put an end to Emperor Division. It's all because of that rotten apple, Huang Choumin, he screamed. Sang-dae, Huang Choumin growled. Don't even think about running away. He cursed under his breath, terrified. Useless bastard. Huang Choumin lunged forward, throwing an angry punch, his eyes burning with rage. Isangda will not escape my grasp. The punch sends his face flying to the side and he curses under his breath. Huang Choumin and the other guy tumbled down from the high cliff. This crazy bastard. Huang sends Min and Wai tumbling down the cliffside. Meanwhile, the chaotic battle rages on, the outcome uncertain. Die, you alliance bastards! Advance! Jun surveys the battlefield, noting their advantage in numbers due to infighting within the alliance. He schemes to himself. More importantly, Yu isn't fully recovered, and Kim Jae-seong alone can handle him. Jeonjun smirks, knowing that if Huang can capture the Union's chief of staff, the division will be victorious, but then the police arrive. Their powerful voices echoing throughout the building. Panic erupts within the building. Damn it all. The police remain outside, issuing orders. Can't you thugs from the market ever stop fighting? It was the police again, his face a mask of panic as I repeated myself. Why, of all things, Jeonjun is worried about you, Huang Choumin. His mind urged him to hurry. Yi Sang-ye was painfully beaten and sent tumbling down the slope. You dog, Huang Choumin. You jumped in too, so things aren't any better for Yi Sang-dae. Just one question, that's all I have for you, Huang Choumin wondered. So, what exactly are you trying to accomplish by using the alliance and those thugs? Is he looking down on me and asking what my intentions are? I thought I told you already. Remember when Wang Zhandi's people were so smug? Yi Sang-dae, you should have just lived a normal life. Yi Sang-dae's eyes were filled with a terrifying hatred. I have a brother I want to eliminate, and I need the power to do it. I need power of my own. His eyes are bloodshot with rage. But you're the one who ruined it. Huang Choumin couldn't understand. You need power just for revenge against your brother? Choumin asks through gritted teeth. Huang Choumin shouts, recounting the suffering of the students because of this gang. If you help those thugs become more violent, he shouts angrily, you'll only ruin the peaceful lives of ordinary students. Images flash of students beaten beyond recognition, punished for reasons unknown. How can you not feel guilty towards them? Yi Sang-dae laughs triumphantly. How funny. Why should I feel guilty towards you or myself? Aren't we both the same? You also used the division for your own personal gain, and he doesn't understand why that's okay for you to do? Yi Sang-jae questioned mockingly. Admit it, Huang Choumin, you're enjoying this, aren't you? Because you control those thugs as you please. he scoffs. You want to build your own power and destroy the alliance just to steal my authority. My power… Hwang Cho-min lunged forward to silence him. He punches Yi Sang-dae hard, declaring that they are nothing alike, sending him crashing to the ground. Hwang Min emphasizes, I have only one goal, a normal school life free from thugs picking on students like me. You're claiming I used the division to destroy your alliance for this? Then I'll wipe out Emperor Division too. Yi Sang-jae couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? All for that mundane school life of yours? Kakaj gang rushed towards Hwang Cho-min, as did a worried Kim Nok-chun. Yi Sang-dae is horrified. Kim Nok-chun and Kakaj gang are both here, and he curses Oh Yun-tak for being useless, while Hwang Cho-min stands with a heroic air. Just give up, he said coldly to the so-called gentleman as the other man gritted his teeth in anger. Yi Sang-jae was indignant. Why was he being looked at like that by a nobody? And why was Kim Nok-chun, the spy he planted, here to arrest him? Speechless, his eyes burned red with rage, as nothing went his way. Out of nowhere, a large motorcycle sped toward them, followed by a piercing scream. Beoksua, none of them expected this. Beoksua, give the order. The stunned crowd didn't understand. Why was Buksoka here? Hwang Cho-min cried out in frustration. No, I can't let Yi Sang-jae get away. The screech of tires filled the air as the two sped away, leaving the three pursuers in the dust. Yi Sang-jae thought to himself, Hwang Cho-min, I will never forget what happened today. He gritted his teeth, glancing back. Don't get the wrong idea. This isn't your victory. You were simply one step ahead of me this time. Just then, the police arrived and rounded up the thugs. Aren't you going to run? These thugs, Jeonjun lamented. I didn't even get to use my ultimate weapon. I have to kill him. I must seize his throne, and if you stand in my way, Hwang, I will destroy you. Yi Sang-dae is resolute. He will tear apart anything that stands in his way and become king. Yes, this is his game of emperors. A chaotic melee ensues, a head-on clash between Emperor Division and the Daejeong Alliance. Emperor Division is on the verge of victory, but the sudden arrival of the police forces a halt to the battle. Meanwhile, Hwang Cho-min arrived to arrest the DJ Alliance's chief of staff, Y Sang-jae, but lost him to Park Seo-ha's sudden appearance. With Emperor S Division now in the police's sights, they remained silent for a long time, and the Kaji gang was brought in for questioning. Does he think the police station is his home? He whined. I'm starving. Get me some soup and rice. The Alliance, weakened by the departure of Chief of Staff Y Sang-jae and key figures, uses this opportunity to rebuild its power, and the war between Emperor S Division and the Alliance cools down, and a month passes in silence, with no one knowing when the war will break out again. Jung Sin-ho walked on in silence, lost in thought. Emperor Squad, huh? A shadow suddenly appears. Guess you'll have to fight me to find out if I'm really one of them. He stared at him, shaken. That figure charged forward like the wind. A true disappointment. Jiang Chon-ho, how could you fail at something so simple? He lunged to attack Jiang Chon-ho as leaves rustled and the moonlight shone brightly on the silent hospital exterior. Jiang Chon-ho lies unconscious in his hospital bed as Umungun's powerful voice echoes, daring to attack the Alliance's top two. Standing beside the bed, he vows, I will hunt down that bastard and avenge you. With murderous intent in his eyes, he thinks, Jiang Chon-ho, you always trusted and followed me. Lying there with eyes closed, you were always by my side. Remembering the days when we first formed the Alliance, the battles we fought together, our war with the Emperor clan, that fateful day, and when I was controlled by a Sangdi. Umanu believes, and so do I. He turns and walks away, confident that Jiang Chon will awaken, continuing to trust and follow him. That unforgettable voice suddenly rings out as Un realizes he acted alone because of a stray horse. With a sneer, Bak So-ha says, looks like you're more sentimental than you let on. That's why you're in this mess. Umungan suspects you, doesn't he, Baksua? He coldly replied, Isangre told me that the two of you are fools. Buksoka prepares to strike, declaring that Umun doesn't deserve to be king and he will take his throne. Umun didn't realize that Yi Sang-di had joined forces with this bastard. At the same time, Yu Moon W is ready to fight. I thought Asangda was smart, but this plan is so wrong. He strikes like lightning. A mere shadow of Hwangmue wants to dethrone me. Buxioko dodges the attack with skillful ease. The shadow of Hwangmu, you say? At the same time, his counterattack lands perfectly. I never liked that nickname anyway. Umungu watches Jiang Chunhao lying silently in his hospital bed as Baekseoka launches another surprise attack. How pathetic. He clenches his fist, but I'm talking about the fear in your face. He's getting pummeled so badly he's unrecognizable. That son of a bitch Baekseokha. So that's why he came to the hospital looking for a fight, to keep me tied down. The battle grew more chaotic as Bakseok clenched his fist, ready to strike. Try to dodge this, keep dodging, Umungo. Or else your friend will be the one getting hurt, Yu thought grimly. Bakho is too strong. I can't protect Jianghu and fight him at the same time. He tries to dodge Bakho's earth-shattering blows. Damn it, I'm out of options. Park Ha sneered contemptuously. Dodging like that won't work. Who knows, I might accidentally punch your bedridden friend. Uman grips his collar, lifting him high. He knows his limits. There's no other way. Woon grits his teeth, realizing that if they continue fighting here, Zhang Chunhao will become a hostage. He hurled him spinning through the air, sending Buxiok painfully crashing into a door. Gun had made his decision, and Buxiok rose after the throw. That bastard, I almost fell to my death, Moongu sneers. Unfortunately, he and the man went flying out the window, just what he wanted. Bax Zai. Ha can't believe his eyes. This madman is risking his life for a horse? They both fell, groaning in pain, but Munguo rose after the plunge. I don't know what you and Yi Sangjai are plotting, he roared, but you alone can't do anything to me. You got up so quickly after that fall, you really are a monster, just like Huang Munde. Bexioka sneers. But let me tell you, his eyes rolled back looking absolutely terrifying, as Bakseok stabbed Umunguo in the gut, saying, even monsters like you can die. His cold, bloodshot eyes glinted. Was it from the truck? Or the blade? Umungo hadn't anticipated such a sudden strike. You mutt, is Dong Tae Ryong going to be okay? He wonders if Li Jihak is all right, but what he's really wondering is if the Alliance can rebuild its power like before. Realistically, besides us and Troll, there's no one left in the leadership, not even the Supreme Commander. After the war with the Emperor's gang, he wiped out all the traitors. Umangwan's hands were covered in blood after defeating those who betrayed him. Who else is there? His eyes are filled with resentment. Is there anyone else who will betray me? Dongtai wasn't sure, and we don't know when Tron Ho will wake up. Lai for Mok is silent. What are you planning? He's indifferent, and I don't care about the remaining core members. All I care about is us. Lechomok is steadfast, believing in the Commander-in-Chief is enough. The Supreme Commander is known as the DJ King. He may be withdrawn now, but if we stand by him, the Alliance will soon be restored. Covered in blood, Bek Seoko collapses onto the cold ground. He departed this world in a brutal fashion, a twisted smile on his face. I'm grateful to you, he chuckled. Umun Gun, along with Bukseok, was overjoyed. Thanks to you, I've realized that fighting with fists is the stupidest thing ever. Suddenly, a voice appeared. You're truly remarkable. How could you stab without hesitation? Have you done this before? Bukseok asks the newcomer. Isang approaches, saying he should have partnered with him sooner. Umun must be eliminated at all costs. Seok steps forward, realizing this isn't just a schoolyard squabble. They're not afraid to fight dirty. Yi Sungjai notes that fight isn't a strong enough word. Buksoka admits that for him, this is a real war, and he is a useful pawn in his game. Yi Sungjai is filled with excitement. War? I like the sound of that. Then, let's quickly move on to the next phase of our plan. You wait, Huang Choumin, this is going to be a real war. Huang Choumin's alliance is burning with ambition. I will tear apart your Emperor division. With a cold glare, John Jun unleashed his killing intent, his hatred for Huang Choumin palpable, on this quiet, moonlit night. Upon encountering Huang Choumin, the bastard, Bakseoka coldly said, You haven't changed a bit, have you? It's been so long and the first thing you do is curse? He rolls his eyes back, looking ghastly. Indeed, I'll have to see you off. What the hell are you babbling about? Bak Xoc Ha speaks with arrogance, but for the sake of our brotherhood, I'll give you a choice. Come with me, he sneers. Why have you been barking like a dog this whole time? Baksuk Ha calmly retorted. I was the one who created Huang Mi, founded Emperor's division, and even suggested recruiting you into the gang. He's full of ambition. I will realize the dream of becoming the leader that Huang Mi once sought. Kawajigong scoffs. I was wondering what nonsense you were spouting. He lunged forward in a furious attack, but it was all bark and no bite, as Kawajigong clearly scoffed. Who do you think you are, trying to fulfill the boss's ambitions? Buksok easily blocks the punch, his tone mocking. Hey, Kakaj gang, seems like you've forgotten. Let me remind you. They exchanged blows in a fierce battle, as he asserted his position as the captain of Emperor S Division's first squad. The Kakaj gang was not to be outdone, blocking his powerful kick, and he cursed mockingly. I'm the pawn, the piece of crap that is Squad 1. Kawai gang asserts his dominance. There's only one boss above me. The two fought fiercely, neither gaining an advantage. So you've become a domesticated dog instead of a wild one, huh? So loyal. Yet why do you follow the one who killed Huang Mi? Kawajiga is stunned by what he's hearing. What? Buxioka reveals a shocking truth. Mari killed Huangjae and manipulated his younger brother to control you all. He wonders why you followed Hoang Cho-min even knowing the truth. Kawajiga grits his teeth, grimacing. Bak Zok-ha was suspicious, asking if he didn't know Hoang Cho-min and Mahari knew each other, achieving the result he wanted, just as he expected. He still doesn't know how Huang Cho-min controls the gang, but even if he uncovers the truth, he still won't be able to convince Kawajiga. Because Hoang Cho-min is Hoang Mi's younger brother, and due to information asymmetry, it's likely that Hoang Cho-min skillfully combined the two to manipulate the gang. But the information asymmetry can be verified. Suddenly, the Kua Kwaj gang lunged forward, punching him so hard his face was unrecognizable. The punch leaves him reeling in pain, but what does Kajgenka Kwajigang care? He glared, enraged. What do you want me to do? Damn it. Did he already know everything? Recalling that moment, Kawajigang gang angrily retorted, So, what you're saying is you admit to killing the boss. Damn it, Mahari coldly retorted. Yes, that's right. Though I may have played around with the game Parok set up, the truth remains unchanged. The Kaji gang was furious. How could she not even change her expression while begging so earnestly? So please help me. Kawai is taken aback as Mahari pleads for help in fulfilling Mi's request. With tears in her eyes, she pleads to let her atone for her mistakes to him. Listen closely, Busiok. The only person I follow is me. And that Mi guy, with a choked voice, entrusted his responsibility to Huang. Minbok Sok wipes the blood from his lips and scoffs. Oh, so you've changed masters. I guess that means you're not so loyal anymore. He brandishes the knife hidden behind his back. Then I'll just have to open your eyes. What price will you pay for choosing the wrong side? He frowned in anger. You should be telling yourself that. Do as you wish. You'll die here anyway. John J. Hun appears, trying to stop them. That's enough. A mocking voice echoes. There's plenty of time to fight, am I wrong? Buxok crew? Buxok crew speaks up. John Jun, Kawa of the D-gang looks annoyed. What the hell? Why are you suddenly here causing a ruckus? John J. Hun calmly replied, What do you mean, suddenly? Didn't you receive information that the masterminds would be meeting today? I came all the way here because I knew you'd forget. Because of you, Kim Tek-sion and the others had to come all the way here. J-gang didn't expect Teshan to be here too? John J. Hun is suspicious. What is it, Park Ha? Are you going to keep this up? I'm losing my patience. Seok-ha replies casually, I misread the schedule. I just wanted to spend some private time with my dear brother. His words infuriated the gang leader. Close brother? Is he out of his mind? Bok Seok-ha bid farewell and turned to leave, saying he'd see them another day. Kakwa Yang, I'll contact you later. He was furious. What? Where the hell are you, you son of a bitch? John Jae-hoon advised him to let it go. The Kawaii gang is furious, but who cares about those pawns? Clearly, this is the perfect time to strike, but the Janji I know would never take a losing bet. The Kawaii gang agrees, saying that dog is afraid of his tail because he's bound to lose to me anyway. John Jun is certain, saying, no, he's not running away. Leaving them both in doubt, have they ever seen Paka walk so freely? It must have an ace up its sleeve, which is why it's avoiding conflict. Suddenly, Baka speaks up, Hey Jun, with terrifying eyes and an eerie smile. Next time, your lies won't fool me so easily. Does Jeon Jae Hun suspect that he's sniffed out his bluff about the masterminds being here? Kawajae gang's refusal is incomprehensible to Jeon Jae Hun. With a smirk, Baek Seoka departs, perhaps becoming an even greater threat than Ungon. Inside the house, a discussion unfolds as Kakwa Jiggang refuses the offer. Lee Sang-dae questions him, Didn't I tell you to eliminate him if he refused? That was my intention, Bak Sok-ha replied curtly. Lee Sang-dae thought this was the perfect chance to eliminate the leader of Emperor S Division's second team. Does he still have feelings for the Emperor S2 gang? Seok-ha chuckled, sitting on the sofa and sipping his tea. You're quite the busybody. Hey, Yi Sang-jae, it seems you're misunderstanding, so let me clarify. Park Ha's expression darkens. I'm not a pawn in your game. You're a pawn in mine. Yi Sang-jae's face darkens with displeasure. Whatever decisions I make, you're only allowed to shut your mouth and follow my orders. The streetlights illuminate a late-night phone call, so that's what's going on. Bukak-ha plans to recruit the Jig gang. The voice on the other end replies. Yes, if I hadn't arrived, he would have eliminated the gang. Huang Cho-min has responded. So we can't sit still any longer? Gather the masterminds. I'll be there soon. The voice on the other end replies, Understood, see you soon, and hangs up, leaving him wondering. Standing at the gate, he couldn't fathom why Ma Harry had invited him over. What shady task did she have in store for him this time? He rang the doorbell incessantly, and Ma Harry opened the door, much to his surprise. You're here sooner than I thought. I was taking a quick shower thinking you'd be late. Come on in. Hwang Cho-min was stunned by the steamy scene, his voice cracking with embarrassment. Sorry to bother you. Oh my. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've been to a girl's house, he said tentatively. Hey, why did you call me over to your place? She replied calmly, why else would I invite you to my house in the middle of the night? Of course, it's because I want to show it to you. Now come to my room. Min's face flushed crimson. Show me what exactly? Mayari chides him. How could you be so clueless? Didn't you expect that from the computer? I collected the item and I found a reader for the floppy disk you gave me. Luckily, the files weren't corrupted. Realization dawns on me. His father's disk. Finally, he can see what's on it, and he's curious. Did you watch it already? What's on it? Mari reminds him that it's best if he sees it for himself. His finger scrolled, and he was a little surprised to find only one file. Suddenly, he notices something unbelievable, his eyes widening in question. What is this file? Inside was a photograph. The focus being a strong man standing in front of a store. In his arms, he holds a child in a photograph. A child sleeping peacefully with a familiar face. Mari leaned in from behind, gazing at the child in the photo. Who is that kid? Hwang Cho-min somberly replies that the baby is him. He pointed to himself, a hint of panic in his face. It was me. Mahari asked from behind, you? Then the person holding you is... Hwang Cho-min continued, that's my father, though I've only ever seen him in pictures. He stares at the photo, lost in thought, a picture of his father and himself. Is this why Guk chased the repair shop owner? It's then that he suddenly notices an important detail, the background in this photo. Looking at the shop sign in the background of the photo, Kim Ki considers the possibilities. If they can find this place, he might find a clue to his father's whereabouts. Mahari's already on it, phone in hand. I found it. She held up her phone screen to Kim, saying that, luckily, the store still exists. The problem is there are 5 stores with the same name across the country. 5 stores with the same name. Meanwhile, in his heart, he recalled a passage from Hwang Mi's diary. What could it mean? If there are 5 stores, that matches the number of my father's bases recorded in Hwang's diary. Bases that exist all over the country, but only 5 that Uncle and Hwang Guha knew about. You're leaving right away, aren't you? I'll borrow the car my brother used to drive. But Hwang Cho-min refused, saying this wasn't something he should handle. What are you saying? Ma'ari is taken aback by his words. What are you saying? Wasn't Hwang Mi, but Hwang Cho-min rises from his computer. He wanted to meet my father to dispel doubts about his existence and prove himself, but I am not Hwang Mi. I have no intention of proving my existence as he did. I've already chosen my own way to prove myself. In this vortex of fate, I ultimately couldn't find a way to prove myself to myself. Yes, I don't know how to be king. However, I will find my way back to a normal life. And if it's him, he might just take everything for himself. Hearing this, Mahari is a bit confused by the current plan. Perhaps his brother really will. So, what is he planning to do now? First, Min begins to make his move. Of course, it's the only thing he can do. That bastard doesn't care about the average student. He heads for the door, leaving Mahari behind with her vow, Y to D, I will take him down. Finding my father can wait. Hearing his declaration, Mahari secretly cheers him on. At first, you were nothing more than a pawn, but somehow you've slipped from my grasp. She stares at his back, thinking, all right, for now anyway. Mahari called him back, and while twirling his hair, she seductively said, you're so manly today. I'm a little moved. Cho-min's cheeks flushed at the gesture, and he stammered, what do you mean, manly? What are you saying? I'm going back. Mahari jokingly replied, now that's the Hwang Cho-min I know. At the King's Assembly, a member raises the flag, signaling the team to gather. Now that everyone's gathered, I'll begin. Hwang Cho-min spoke first, announcing to the team, I've confirmed that First Squad Captain, Parak Ha, has betrayed us. That's why I've decided to restructure the leadership. First, the position of captain of Team 1 has been vacant for a long time. Kakwajigang immediately grinned, as if expecting this, saying that he, Kakwajigang, would take over. Kajgang had been waiting for this. He laughed. Tonight, the 1st Division celebrates on me. Kajjigang will lead Emperor Division Squad 1, while John Jun will head Squad 2, a prospect that doesn't thrill Jun as much as it does Kajjigang. That arrogant guy is the leader of Emperor Division Squad 1, and John Jun is the leader of Squad 2. Squad 3 is led by Kim Teach-seon of the Emperor Division. Du Jianhu, the newest member of the gang, will be the leader of Team 4. Deep down, he was secretly rejoicing at his meteoric rise. John Hu finishes introducing the 4 squad leaders to Min, mentioning a new position, the leader of the Emperor Division's Squad B. The subordinates begin to murmur about this new position, leader of a unit under the Chief of Staff. What's a unit under the Chief of Staff? No idea. But what's a subordinate captain? Who could it be? But it must be cool, Chomin announces. Sun Min-guk awkwardly steps forward. Greetings. I'm Song Manuk, the leader of the Emperor Division, directly under the Staff Department. Despite this, Manuk is now extremely confused and panicked, having joined the gang for safety after becoming the Alliance's target. So why make him a leader? Is he crazy? He looked down, unnerved by the unfriendly eyes and whispers of the underlings below. None of them seemed to trust him. Min looks over to him to reassure him, wondering who that ugly no-name punk is and where he went to school. Sun Min, you must be curious as to why you became captain, right? But hang in there because you'll find out soon enough. Even Kakwaa Jong is displeased, saying that guy is on par with him. With Min's closing remarks, the restructuring of the executive branch concludes here. If anyone objects to this outcome, please raise your hand. The subordinates below all shouted, "No one!" Kim Na-chun, standing in the crowd, looked up, thinking, he's really putting on airs now that he's a strategist. He probably doesn't know, but raising your hand in opposition here is a death sentence. No one will dare call you a bookworm now. From above, a figure captures his attention. What's that? Realizing the other person's next move, his eyes immediately widened. Meanwhile, members of the Emperor crew gathered elsewhere, one speaking mockingly. Is that all there is? That's Park Ha? He's brought Wai Sangdae with him, along with a black bag. He told his underlings, I can barely muster 100 men, and some of them are useless. Wai Sangdae added, many are still in the hospital. But you asked me to gather them so suddenly, so this is all I could do. I hope you understand. The underlings hearing this were ready to riot. Hey, Park Ha, who do you think you are gathering us here? Get on with it. Hearing that, he went along with it, saying, good idea. I wasn't planning on chatting with you guys anyway. Listen up, from this moment on, we're going head-to-head with the Emperor Division. Yi Sangjae, standing nearby, was startled and worried. Wait, how is that even possible with this kind of force? Unless you have a clear plan. Buxo drags the sack over. Don't be scared. You think I don't have a plan? I've prepared something for you weaklings. He throws the sacks down to the Emperor's team, one for each of them to use. The sack hit the ground, revealing knife handles inside, and Yi Sang-jae's face darkened. Damn that bastard Pak Seok-ha. He remembers Seok-ha stabbing someone. It was just a deviation for him. That's why I let it slide. Just how far are you planning to take this? One of them saw the pile of weapons on the ground and was confused. What the hell is this? You want us to use these? Another one chimed in. Even with these weapons, we don't stand a chance with our current forces. You have to consider the gang leader's abilities, especially Kintek Sion, who's evenly matched with Yu Moon W. Even with weapons, he won't be easy to deal with. On Chomin's side, the gang's flag was suddenly raised, and Nakchun immediately noticed something was wrong. He ran towards Tekon, shouting, Tekon, Young! Tekon paused, sensing something amiss. He desperately shouts a warning about the flag bearer, one of whom is charging at Tek Sion, aiming the flag's sharp point, his face cold, ready to strike. Stop him. Meanwhile, Akha boasts to his men that he's taken care of Kim Taeshon, as Min's flag bearer successfully stabs Tek Sion in front of everyone. Tekon immediately vomits blood, leaving Kawaje Gang and Jun in shock. Tekon! John Hu yells, going after the culprit. Chomin was shocked by the scene unfolding before him. Kim Titus, or Zok Ha, addressed his men, saying they had a choice, cower in fear or take up arms and slaughter the Emperor Division. Immediately after the surprise attack, Tich Seon collapses and the flag-bearer trembles, panting as he looks down at the fallen Tekon. Tek lies on the ground, coughing up more blood. En-chun shouts, Tekon! Jeonjun and Kokjang rushed to Tekon's side as well. Kim Tekon told them to catch that dog. Chomin stood behind them, his face frozen in stunned silence, as En-chun pinned the flag-bearer down, holding him firmly in check. The three team leaders and Chomin are also rushing over to Tekon. Tekon was rushed to the hospital, where he lay in a coma. Still needing an IV drip, Jun, Chomin, and En-chun watch over him. Fortunately, his life isn't in danger, but it seems it will be difficult for him to wake up anytime soon. Jun believes the attacker used to be part of Park Seon-ha's first team, so Park Sok-ha is definitely behind this. Chin grits his teeth, saying he knew Park Seon-ha could still use his old crew, but didn't expect him to go this far, apologizing. Just then, the hospital room door bursts open, and Kakwaa Jong storms in, looking furious. That bastard. He raises his bloodied fist. That son of a bitch stabbed Mr. Tixon. I beat him to a pulp, but he wouldn't say a word. En-chun chimed in, adding that this mess is likely still in Park Seo-ha's hands. If that's the case, this could happen again at any time. Chin seems to anticipate Seo-ha's next move. He adds that Tek Sion's removal from the lineup presents a huge opportunity for their enemies. After the all-out battle with the Alliance, Y's retreat to J, and Jun's agreement, was because they didn't have the strength to deal with the division's executives, and Kim Taek-seon was a very influential figure on the outside. John Byaki's unicorn, recognized by Hwang Mi, the unyielding steel fortress that once held back Yu Mun-gun. To see such a figure fall will surely sow discord among our ranks, while our enemies will see an opportunity. Kawhi snapped back, raising his hand. What opportunity? I'm still alive and kicking. He turned to Cho Min. Hey, Cho Min, are you just going to let this go? Don't you have a plan? Cho Min looks at him. First, we need to regroup. Jae-hun, instruct everyone to operate in groups of 3 or more. Jae-hun nods. I know, and you remind that idiot Jae-gang? And Jae-gang be ready to react instantly to any attacks. He grumbles in response. I should have gathered all the troublemakers in one place after assigning Min's mission. Dohan and Kawhi gang departed. I'll head out first. Kim keeps sticking to Min, while Defong is uncertain. Okay, I'm counting on you all. As they reached the hospital hallway, a blonde figure darted past, voice trembling. Excuse me, please let me through. Please move aside. The boy ran between them. He looked rushed, panting, and said, sorry. The Gangnam Fist scowled, his voice low. What's your problem, kid? Who do you think you're ordering to get out of the way? But Jae-hun stopped him and left. That kid was the boy who ran to open Taekwon's hospital room, Kim Taekwon's younger brother calling out to him. Kim Tong, also known as Cho Min, turned to Thang, while Tai Yi stood by the hospital bed, placing his hands on his comatose brother and weeping. Why did this happen to you, brother? Chin silently recalls his first meeting with Tae. You were always the one protecting me, so I was never afraid. He blamed himself, realizing he was the one who dragged Taek-song into this mess, remembering Tai Yi's words to him. I followed you without question, not just out of trust, but because I truly believed you were a good person. Thank you for today, and I'm sorry, Tai Yi. Perhaps I'm not the person you think I am. Cho Min places a hand on Tai Yi's shoulder. Tai Yi? However, until now, he's received a lot of help from Taek-seon, so from now on, he'll protect both him and you. Standing beside him, tears still streaming down his face, Cho Min vows to fight to the end for both of them. Cho Min promises that this will never happen again, and he will shut down all the fight clubs at school. Then he and Noctron turn to leave, reminding Tae, I'm leaving now. I've posted guards outside the room, so let me know if you need anything. The two of them left, leaving Tich-song and Tae-wai in the room. Watching Min walk away, he thought to himself, he seems different than before. I feel like he's become like my brother. Outside, Min had made a decision. Tae, I will definitely avenge your brother. The moonlight reigned over the night sky, darkness enveloping the scene below. Inside a warehouse, Chom Min, En Chun, and Jae-hun interrogate the perpetrator. Jae-hun says, this guy is really stubborn. I interrogated him relentlessly until you arrived. Ahead is the one who stabbed Taekon. Stripped down to his underwear, he's tied to a chair, covered in wounds. Yet he wouldn't breathe a word. The flag bearer looked up at the three of them. I can't say anything. I just can't. Cho Min observes his words and demeanor, making a silent assessment. This man isn't silent because of loyalty or honor. That expression is pure, unadulterated fear. He absolutely cannot speak. Something is scarier than torture. Cho Min steps forward and says, we know that Park Ok-ha is behind this. There are only 3 things we want to know. What are Baek-ha and Yi Sung-jae plotting? How many traitors like you have they planted? And do you plan to attack again like today? Just answer those 3 questions and we'll release you and protect you from Park Ha. Just as I thought, he was silent because he feared retribution from Park Ha. When we emphasized that we would protect him, the flag-bearer asked, really? You guys will protect me? Cho Min was smug, thinking he'd get him to talk, but the flag-bearer just burst out laughing. You think you can protect me from Park Ha? No way. You don't have the ability. Jae-hun glares at the man, who continues to speak. You know nothing. He's not the Park Ha you remember. He recalled the time the car attacked another underling. He was beyond disappointed. He moved in close to his subordinate. I'm only asking nicely because of our history. So you refused me after all. He pulls out his knife. The stabbed underling immediately collapses into a pool of blood. Just one guy? Is that how much you hate me? Then he turned to the other guy. Hey, you don't want to do it either? He recoils in fear. Seok-ha, what is going on? That guy's always been loyal to you. So Seok-ha approaches with a knife? Probably a good guy, until he refused my offer. Then he pressed the knife against him, threatening him. Now what about you? Do you want to remain a good person or become a god who used to be good? The flag-bearer shouts at Cho Min, telling him he's already a monster. You can't protect me. You can't even protect yourselves. Under the light of the full moon, Cho Min and En Chun converse. En Chun, don't you find something strange? It's strange. If Yi Sungjai was really behind this assassination, why hasn't he used this method before? He may be a coward, but he's never stooped this low before. If he was capable of this, he would have acted long ago. It was then that me realized something. That's right. So, that's it? He turned to Noon and said, Nakchun, there's something I need you to do. What is it? This sounds simple, but it'll be extremely difficult. The enemy has stormed the division's center and caused chaos, so we'll target their center as well. And you'll lead the charge. Nakchun smirks, amused. Sounds like fun. So tell me, Huang gives to Min, what's your plan? After finalizing the plan with Min, Enchun leads the Emperor's henchmen to carry out their mission. But the subordinates begin to murmur amongst themselves. Hey, is this plan really going to work? I'd feel better if Seoksu was leading, but right now… Enchun suddenly interrupts. Don't you guys trust me? The underlings explained. That's not what we meant, Kim Nun. We know your Emperor Ice's rising star, but this opponent is Enchun. Enchun interrupted. There's nothing to fear. It's okay if you don't trust me, but… He turned, a confident smile on his face. You have to trust the one who made this plan. Enchun led his men to Goka, who was already waiting. I'm a little sad, he said as they arrived, that you've come to face me. So this is all the muscle you brought? Even with Kawaja Gang and John Jun, I doubt you stand a chance. I thought you were a diplomatic envoy, so I cleared the path for you. He cracks his knuckles. We're the special forces. I'm not here to argue, so let's get this over with. Bakek Ha eyed him, realizing words were useless, but in his mind he was already dissecting the enemy's plan. Had Hoang told Min to rush things after Kim Tich Song's demise? Even so, he wouldn't risk forming a special ops team. Could this be a feint, or are Kawaja Gang or Jeonjun backing them? Is punching me just bait to buy time for their next move? Considering the terrain, this location is ideal for reinforcements from Wai Sangdae, only 20 minutes away. After calculating everything, he decides there's no need for further deliberation. He then ordered his men to give them 20 minutes to bring them all to their knees. He smirks, pitying them, but they won't have time for any further plans. Huang yells to his men, and Noon echoes the call. Emperor Division, avenge Captain Tich Zong and take them all down. The scene immediately descends into chaos as both sides clash, each determined to defeat the other. Kim Nak-chun leaps over the fighting underlings, landing before Gok-ha and challenging Jia to a duel. He wants to face me one-on-one, and Jia accepts the challenge. He actually responded? How intriguing. With one kick, Nak-chun's cheek was struck, sending him flying back. What makes you think you can stand against me? The kick reddened Nun's cheek, and he could feel XC's power, the former captain of Squad 1. Enchun lands on his feet, but is pushed back. This could be bad. Seok-ha continues his assault, demanding an answer. He leaps up, kicking Enchun square in the chest. Someone who isn't even a captain dares to stand against me? Taking another direct hit from X, Nun doubles over in pain, coughing. Buksok-ha is too strong. He might be on par with Hyuk-song. He drops to one knee, looking down with disdain, thinking Huang made the wrong choice. Why send someone who can't even last 10 minutes? Hearing that, Enchun gritted his teeth, thinking, 10 minutes? He recalled his entrance exam with Captain Texan, who also gave him a 10-minute time limit. If you aren't pushed out of this range and can land a hit on me, you pass. Just like the 10-minute test with Captain Kim Taek-seon. He recalls Texan's powerful blows, realizing he was indeed a formidable opponent, a difficult one to face, but Enchun managed to stand his ground and pass the test. Those memories give Enchun the strength to rise again. I take back what I said earlier. Looking down on him, Baek-suk-ha asks, Are you delirious? You're on your last legs. But Enchun cuts him off. I wondered if you were as strong as team leader Tikon, but you're much weaker since you used a hook punch on Zio-ha. He smiled, so I'll definitely win. But in that moment, he noticed a cut bleeding on his cheek. Baksuk, huh? This thug uses a knife, so Zeo pulls out his own to defend himself. I was wondering what you were going to say, but it's just nonsense. Then, wielding his blade, he charged at Na-chun, taunting him. So what now? Where's your mighty Cheon now? I heard he was stabbed by some stranger, wasn't he? He swung his knife, relentlessly attacking Na-chun, who was forced to retreat, dodging each blow. No matter how strong he is, he's not made of steel. Na-chun is just messing with him, playing dumb. They know you're behind all of this. Do you think I'm stupid? Seizing the chance, Zok-ha slashes Na-chun's arm, a deep cut that tears through his coat and into his flesh. If you were smart, you wouldn't have brought your entire army here to stabilize things. Zok-ha, cease your attack. Let's just say, hypothetically, you win. What do you plan to do with the reinforcements coming to help us? Blood flowed from Noxon's arm wound down to the back of his hand, but he still raised his remaining fist. I don't know the plan. I only received one order. He lunges forward, intent on defeating him, but Sokka just looks down on him, saying he's just a moth drawn to a flame. Amongst the chaos of the underlings, they watched the fight between the two leaders and murmured, "Damn. Boksuka has drawn his sword. What? Is this really going to be okay?" They anxiously watched the two fighters, praying Kim Na-kyun would capture Boksuka, but stalling would only bring the Union's reinforcements. Meanwhile, Sokha continued to attack Enchun, forcing him to retreat as Enchun taunted, "Looks like your soldiers are getting restless. Well, dragging this out only brings our reinforcements closer. You keep going on about reinforcements? How pathetic. Waiting for reinforcements that will never arrive, you snail-brained fool." More nonsense. Wait. It was then that he sensed something was wrong. The battle had been raging for nearly 20 minutes. I even predicted they'd rehearse here beforehand. If Yi Sangjai sent reinforcements from the nearest location, they should be here by now. His eyes widened in shock as he finally grasped the situation. And from his expression, Nakshun knew he'd realized the truth. Indeed, everything is unfolding exactly as Huang Chomin predicted. Let's rewind to when Nakchun and Chomin were planning. Huh? Park Ha will be isolated? What are you talking about? Chomin explains to Enchun. So there you have it. Even if we attack Park Ha, Yi Sang-di won't even flinch. Chomin analyzes Lee Sang-du's recent moves, concluding they're uncharacteristic. Lee Sang-du would never take such risks. He'd calculate a bit more intricately and minimize the risk to himself, as Noon stands by, trying to absorb it all. I understand about 15% of that. Simply put, it's like this. Chin continues to face Yi Sang as if he's playing a game of chess, but the Union is now focused on taking down each of our attacks. To put it in perspective, this is Enchun calling out, trying to get Min to agree. Right, like that. Wait a minute. The Alliance isn't playing chess, they're playing Go. So the one controlling the Alliance isn't Wai Sang-jae, but Park Seo-ha, whom none still doesn't understand. Huh? But Isangia is always the one pulling the strings. Chomin, we'll use that to our advantage. Tell me the plan you've devised. Isangia's goal is to turn this battle into his own game, even though he's been cornered and forced to join hands with Park Seo-ha. But now he realizes he can no longer control Park Ha. Meaning, to Wai Sang-jae, Park Sha is going against the rules of his game. A Go Stone that's flown off the board, a piece he wants eliminated. At this point, anyone who takes out Park Ha would be doing him a favor. Back to the fight between Enchun and Seokha. Enchun is smug. What's wrong? Now he understands. He taunts R, inviting him to play. He taunts him, telling him to come at him, calling him a chicken who only knows how to use barriers. Meanwhile, Huang Min stands on a bridge, gazing at the lake below. Bak, Soch, Ha. So many have bled because of your greed. All because of you. He remembers all those Seoha has hurt, from Mahari Mahaseon to his own brother, Huang Muji. So many have been caught in his web. He vows to make him pay from this moment forward as Boksuka and Kim Nakchun face off. Nachul seems intent on getting closer to his opponent, amidst the chaos of the ongoing brawl. Seok-ha speaks, "So, no reinforcements are coming?" If it's that pervert Yi-sang, it's not surprising. He's more than capable of that, but so what? With that, he wore a menacing expression, as he drew a sharp, short knife, its blade stained with fresh blood. Don't underestimate me so much. Reinforcements or not, I'll be the victor. He held his knife, ready, his words laced with arrogance. Kim Nakchun was infuriated by those words, and he raised his fist, ready to fight. They'd see soon enough. He spoke with a contemptuous smirk. The strike was so fast it was a blur, a white streak flashing across the air as Boksuka's blade grazed Kim Nakcheon's neck. Had he not leaned back to dodge, his head would have been severed. Seeing him only defend and not attack, Seokha grew impatient. Are you kidding me? If the blondie's gonna act tough, he's gotta show something for it. He followed up with a powerful punch to the face, one that Enchun couldn't dodge, leaving a deep impression. He realized he was indeed a tough opponent, skilled not only with a knife, but also with his hands, and he began to panic under Gokha's relentless, powerful, and precise attacks. A wide slash forces him back, and Enchun realizes that prolonging the fight will only put him at a disadvantage. Another diagonal strike is launched. He suddenly realizes something. He has to end it with one blow. Pariocha only saw his hand flash by, startled for a moment. By the time he reacted, Kim Nak-chun had already struck, seemingly hitting him in the face. But his reflexes were a step ahead, blocking his hand with his palm, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I've heard of people going from Y to D, so you're the one who chased after the wild D, right? Then let me give you a hand. With that, he retaliates, slamming his knee into the other's side, his voice dripping with mockery and challenge. If you want to chase a dead man, you'll have to go to hell first. With his final words, I'll send you off. Boksuk unleashed a decisive strike upon Kim Nok-chun's shoulder. He stared at the fresh wound, his eyes wide with terror and panic. Cut to Kim Nok-chun and Hwang Cho-min talking, watching the sunset. So, Mahari told you everything? About Hwang Mui's death, and that you were the one controlling the division? Hwang looks at Nok-chun grateful. You still saved me? Thank you. If it weren't for you back then, it all would have been over. He recalls being saved by In-chun, who speaks with a somber expression. Just answer one thing, Cha-min. Suddenly, he grabs Cha-min's collar, surprising him. But why? Why did you hide everything from me all this time? You knew why I came to Daejeon. With one hand in his pocket and the other gripping his collar, Kim Nok-chun gritted his teeth, each word laced with anger. I always thought of you as a friend. Hwang Xiaomin could only lower his head and speak softly. Sorry. Kim Nok-chun released his grip on Hwang Cho-min's collar. Forget it. Hwang Muye is already dead. What's the point of all this anymore? Avenging my friends, everything I've done. It's all meaningless now. He turns to leave, saying, I'm off. Live well, he says, as Hwang Mi's brother Cho-min watches, contemplating whether to speak. He then called out to En-chun, It's not meaningless. Your revenge isn't over yet. Kim Nok-chun turned back, asking, What? Hwang tells Min, even if Hwang Mi dies, nothing will change, so there are still things you and I can change together. Kim Nok-chun turns around, seemingly not believing what he just heard. Are you making fun of me? Do I look that stupid to you? I know you and that pervert are just trying to use me. I'm not stupid. En-chun sees through him, but Hwang Cho-min doesn't deny it, replying, That's right. I intend to use you, right down to the bone. Kim En-chun flies into a rage, grabs Hwang Cho-min's collar and unleashes a torrent of abuse. You bastard, have you no shame? He realizes that there are many more like Hwang Mui out there and then stops short. Despite being grabbed by the collar, Hwang Cho-min calmly replied that as long as gangs like the Emperor Division exist, innocent people will suffer like his friends, and he will wipe out all violent gangs in Zhong so that no more victims like his friend appear. To do that, I need you on my side. Hwang Cho-min's words caused Kim Nok-chun to waver. You think that's possible? Hwang Cho-min responds with certainty. It's possible, I promise you. Back to the fight between Park Ha and Kim Nok-chun, drops of blood fall from the wound on Nok-chun's shoulder. But despite the deep wound, he remains standing. Seeing this, Baek Seo-hu speaks. Did I not cut deep enough? My bad. I'm still not used to using a knife. He raises the blade, preparing for another attack. He smirked, taunting, That must hurt, huh? Just bear with it a little longer and I'll end your pain right away. With the knife still in hand, he lunged toward Kim Nok-chun, but Hwang Cho-min's promise seemed to fuel him. He had to see if he would keep his word. Quickly, Bakseoka lunged, knife aimed straight at him. In contrast to Kim Nok-chun's stunned face, Bakseoka wore a triumphant smile, feeling he had completely defeated Nok-chun. Hwang Cho-min's words echoed in his mind. You can do it, I promise. Still filled with confidence, Hwang Cho-min continued seriously, But you have to promise me one thing. To wipe out an entire division, you'll have to face many strong opponents. So, Kim Nok-chun patiently listened to everything. Returning to reality as the fatal blow was struck, it missed him entirely. His hand firmly grips the arm holding Park Ha's knife. This stuns him, both hands clenched so tightly that the veins stand out. Park Seok-ha realizes with dread that Kim Nok-chun intentionally didn't dodge. He remembers Heo Seongmin's words, Kim Nok-chun, one day, become the strongest move I can make. Kim Nok-chun's face regained its confidence. He had him. Suddenly, he leaned back, still holding on tight. Bakseoka's eyes widened in shock as he realized what Kim Nok-chun was planning. Before he could react, Kim Nok-chun headbutted him, leaving him dazed. Bakseok-ha reeled backward, panicked, and reached up to his face, still clutching his knife. That son of a bitch. However, that attack took its toll on Kim Nok-chun as well. His head spun, likely from blood loss, his face paled, and his breathing grew heavy. Even so, he hasn't given up, his eyes still sharp as he stares ahead. But it's not enough. He screams, rushing toward Park Ha, and in a flash, Kim Nok-chun seems to vanish. He gets close, kicking Park Ha hard in the face, praying with each blow that he can take him down. He grits his teeth and falls as Park Ha recalls his past, a young boy covered in marks sitting amidst broken glass. I have almost no memories of my family, but if I had to recall, my father was simply violent and reeked of alcohol in those days. He was a tall, strong man, holding shards of glass, ready to beat me. In that memory, he stood before a bed covered in white sheets, police watching from a distance. I also remember the old man getting hit by a truck while drunk, and the memory. His shoulders trembled, as if he were about to cry from grief. But no. He looked down at the bed with a satisfied expression and a sinister smile. I laughed that day. The memory shifts to his school days at what appears to be a rather prestigious institution. After the man called my father died, or was it before? He sat at a desk in the back of the class, surrounded by a group of boys. One of them punched him in the face, laughing mockingly. "Hey, I heard you're an orphan," another one chimed in. Perfect for us to bully. However, Pareha remained silent, his face unchanged. He thinks back to that time when he always felt like something was missing. And even now, he still doesn't know what it is. So he lashed out and trampled everything. The classroom erupted into chaos. Bodies and desks scattered everywhere, as he stood in the center, gripping someone by the collar. Whenever they saw him, people would shout, "It's Parakha is coming." He lived each day consumed by violence, crushing everything in his path. I thought trampling everything would fill the void within me. He seemed to have become a reflection of his father, but he didn't always win his fights. I realized his face was almost deformed from the powerful blow, and there was a limit to what he could do alone, surrounded by a gang of thugs. The guy who punched him yelled, "You mutt!" Each of your faces shows a different expression. Some grind their teeth in hatred, while others sneer. "You dare to mess with the Dusan Alliance alone? Keep acting up, and I'll kill you. You idiot. No matter how strong you are, you can't do anything when you're ganged up on. Don't you dare show your face in front of me." After dealing with the thugs, they turned their backs, leaving him collapsed on the ground. I need it. I need power to keep trampling and moving forward. His face now held a calculating look as his memories shifted to the back of a large man. I chose to approach him to make that happen. Invincible wanderer, with his long hair and muscular physique. The large man stood next to Parakha, touching his shoulder. I had planned to use him to unify the dragon faction and then dispose of him when the time came. He recalled his days with Hwangmi, but the closer he got, the more he forgot his initial plan. He walks under the lingering sunlight, his back no longer lonely, for another walks beside him. Why? Why could I momentarily forget what I'd been missing for so long? Just as those doubts faded, Hwangmue turned to Parkha and said, "I'm going to find my father." And so he unexpectedly began searching for his bloodline. Hwangmue walks away, leaving him with a mess of emotions, gone to find the father who abandoned him, the same father he had to give up his brother to protect. Baksokha stood there, watching Hwangmuye's receding figure with disdain. Bloodline. What is blood? Didn't you used to not care about bloodlines either? Weren't you just like me? Even with Hwangmue ahead, he imagined the three of them walking together. His face was now completely consumed by hatred. Disgusting. Should I just crush you? Back to reality, Parkha takes a kick to the face, and Kim Nak's face is filled with determination to take him down. He slowly collapses, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I have no memory of my family, but if you force me to remember... He sees the back of a long-haired man. He collapses, his body sprawled on the ground as Kim Nak hunches over him, breathing heavily. He couldn't believe what he had just done. He won. He actually won. The surrounding thugs began to murmur, stunned by what had just transpired. He actually defeated Parakha. One of Parakha's crew realizes this and shouts, rushing to the door, "What are you doing? You fools, retreat now." What? And what about Seokha? Screw him. He's a loser, and I don't care if he lives or dies. Kim Nakchun's followers cursed, "Where do you think you're going, you bastards?" Should we chase after them? One of them asked Kim Nakchun. He nonchalantly replied, "Forget it. I need to get to a hospital first." With that, his men nearly collapsed, their faces etched with suffering, sending those around them into a panic. The clash between Paroka and Kim Nakchun ended with a narrow victory for the latter. The commotion inside grew louder, filled with worried voices over Kim Nakchun's condition. Oh my God, he's bleeding so much. Does anyone have bandages? You think bandages are enough? Get him to a hospital now. This is a turn no one expected. Aside from Hwang Jinho and Kim Nakchun, there was one person who foresaw how this fight would go. Suddenly, footsteps approached the fallen Park Yongdo. Still lying on the ground, you must have a concussion. "Oh, you bastard, I helped you, and you dare stab me in the back?" The other person retorted, "It seems you're imagining things. I never needed your help. I was using you. You didn't even realize you were just a pawn in my game, which is why you're in this state now." The newcomer was none other than Wai Sang-dae, who looked down with disdain. Buxio Ha curses, "Yi Sengja, you son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." Yi Sang-jae calmly retorted, "You must be furious. But what can you do?" He smirks as two more figures appear. Yi Sang-jae continued, his words laced with challenge. If you knew you were about to be crippled, you'd be even angrier. The two men who just appeared, holding clubs, slowly approached Parok Ha, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Sorry, but you need to be bedridden to eliminate any variables." Yi Sang-dae's voice continues to echo as Bak Seoka lies on the ground, seemingly without any will to resist. Yi Sang-jae turns away as the two men with clubs begin their work. "That's all. I'm leaving. I couldn't bear to watch the horror unfold." At that moment, Bak Seoka laughed, thinking, "Whether it's you or me, Hwang-jae, we'll both meet a tragic end." Cut to the hospital room, where Kim Nok-chun sits up in bed, surrounded by his teammates, as Hwang Bo-min speaks up. "Thanks for your hard work. How are you feeling?" Kim Nok-chun, still chewing, turns and replies, "The food's a little bland, but it's still good." Eating after a victory really hits the spot. John Jae-hun was dumbfounded by his response. They weren't asking about the food, but about his health, you idiot. Only then did he understand the question, giving a thumbs up to show he was fine, before turning to Hwang Cho-min, saying, "You're amazing, Hwang Cho-min, just like you predicted." "Are you some kind of prophet?" He awkwardly replies, "I'm not that prophetic." Kakad put his arm around Hwang Cho-min's neck, raising a fist in mock threat, still being modest, huh? Does this guy not know how to take a compliment? Does he have a death wish? Jae-hun then asks why he's speaking so strangely, adding that after this battle those who once doubted Hwang have begun to change their minds. This is a crucial step for the battles to come, as a commander's credibility directly impacts a group's fighting ability. Hwang Cho-min hesitated, replying that the void left by the axe thrower was significant. Jeon-jun continued, "Although the alliance has lost a top dog, it's also like consolidating the alliance's divided power structure under Yi Sang-jae." Of course, he must have foreseen this. "So, have you considered what happens next?" he asked, glancing at Hwang Cho-min. Of course, he's already thought ahead. "What's the next move? Though I feel bad for everyone, the current emperor has no time to breathe. I want to take down that arsonist, Oh Yun-tak." But Hwang's answer to Min made Jeon-jun turn to look at him. "Our next target is the Jeong Alliance." "The entire Jeong Alliance," he said with a determined look on his face, "at a magnificent school." "Want to join our study group?" some boys in school uniforms asked. "If it were you, everyone would welcome you. We're the #1 study group in DJ." They surround Yi Sang-dae, trying to persuade him to join their group. "What do you think?" Sang-dae simply smiles and replies, "That's a tempting offer, but I prefer to study alone." They expressed their regret and then asked, "That's too bad. Well, if you change your mind, let me know anytime." "Oh, while I have you, which school are you planning to apply to?" one of them asked knowingly. "You'll probably study abroad, right?" "Cambridge, MLT." The other guy retorted, "Hey, do you even know Sang-dae's family background?" "He'll probably study to inherit the original Google Corporation." He laughed and replied, "Not necessarily." He muttered, "What will happen then?" As school let out, the people who had been talking to Yi Sang-jae waved goodbye. "Be careful going home, Sang-jae." Yi Sang-jae also waves goodbye from beside the car, telling them to get home safe. Another person called out, telling him to reconsider the study group. On the road, the car sped forward. Inside, Ao Sang-jae stared coldly out the window, tugging at his tie and muttering contemptuously, "Those clueless animals." In a large house, Yi Sang-jae sits in a chair, a cup of tea on the table before him. He sat, hands clasped, contemplating how Min foresaw he wouldn't act, allowing him to eliminate that bastard, Bak Song-ha, who dared use him as a pawn. And just then, footsteps approached Yi Sang-jae's table. Speak of the devil, it's Wei Sang-zin. He wore a crimson suit, surrounded by bodyguards in dark suits, each with a menacing look on their face. "You'd better go study abroad, Yi Sang-jae. You can choose whatever country you want." Yi Sang-jae doesn't even turn around, simply glances at him and asks, "What did you say?" "Why suddenly study abroad? I have no intention of doing so. Or did you think you had a choice?" Yo Sang-jae's face darkened. He spoke with a commanding tone, telling her to get out and study abroad, as if she had no say in the matter. Yi Sang-jae stands up in protest, saying that even if he's pushing her to go, this is too sudden. But before he could finish, El Sang-jin continued, "I'll give you a few months to prepare. Think carefully. If you stay in Korea, no, if you even think about interfering with Google, guess how I'll treat you. Just like I did our father." Upon hearing this, Yel Sang-jae was taken aback, and as he turned to leave, he couldn't resist adding a final word to his brother. "That should be clear enough, right? Consider this a golden opportunity, because if you stay, you'll live like an animal." Yel Sang-jae is enraged by his words, his face contorted with fury as he looks down at Yel Sang-jin through the glass. Long thought, I meticulously prepared everything to drag Yi Sang-jin down. If things had gone according to plan, I would have laid the foundation to confront him by now. If that bastard hadn't shown up, if Hwang Cho-min hadn't, Hwang Cho-min is now leaning on the table. Let me summarize the current situation for you, Jeonjun and Kajigang. Currently, the alliance is split into two factions due to the conflict between Wysongjae and Uwon, causing about 30% of their forces to withdraw. Factoring in the losses from our battles, their situation is even worse. Furthermore, the alliance's main forces are much weaker than ours, giving us the advantage. But we're at a disadvantage when it comes to the number of key players, and Kim Tae-sun still hasn't fully recovered. Hwang allows Min to respond, "Yes, you're right." Meanwhile, Il-sung-jae is explaining to his crew that Emperor S still has the upper hand in a battle of key players. Because Park Seon-ha, our most stable member, has left us, the void left behind is too great. Everyone's face turned serious. Furthermore, Kim Nok-chun is now filling in for Kim Jong, and the alliance members' morale is low due to repeated failures. That's a factor to consider. Lee Sung-jae finally speaks up. Therefore, the best course of action for our alliance... Hwang Cho-min says guerrilla warfare is the best move the alliance can make right now. How does Kawa Gang respond? Even if they use guerrilla tactics, all we have to do is fight back. Hwang Cho-min responds, that would be ideal. But the very nature of guerrilla warfare means there are too many variables. There's no reason for us to take risks when we have the upper hand. No matter how many times we consider it, there's only one strategy we should choose. I turning against D predicts an all-out war, and Emperor S will surely play their trump card with a full-scale battle. The others around him spoke up anxiously. All-out war? That would put us at a great disadvantage. So if we use the guerrilla tactics you mentioned? Lee Sung-jae responded, no, we'll meet them head-on. One of them, hearing this, couldn't help but wonder, huh? Meet them with what? Lee Sung-jae raised his hand, his face serious. If they want an all-out war, we'll give them one. Just then, one of Min's men frantically ran toward him and his comrades, shouting, Hi, I just got intel from the Alliance. Jeonjun asked what it was. Gasping for breath, he managed to say, The Alliance will hold a general assembly in 5 days at 4:00 p.m. to discuss their plans. If that's the case, then Kim Nok-jung will be out of the hospital by then. Jeonjun then asks, What do you plan to do? Hwang Cho-min, we will follow your decision. Hwang Cho-min stood there, deep in thought. 5 days later, a red flag waves in the wind as a voice cries out, Listen up, DJ Alliance, we're being overwhelmed by the Emperor S gang. Oh Yun-tak stood on the high platform, addressing the crowd below. However, there's no need to worry. At the Dong Alliance's general meeting, we will devour them with our strong coalition. Our forces are far from weak. Everyone listening was stunned. He pounds his chest with determination. I know we are mighty conquerors, turning crisis into opportunity. He pointed to the flag, drawing the crowd's gaze upward. And I know one thing for sure. When this war ends, only one flag will remain flying high. Hearing this, the crowd below erupted in cheers. The man beside him marveled, On tech, all those rehearsals really paid off. Now it's time to head out, but suddenly a voice booms over the loudspeaker. Can you hear me clearly? It wasn't just one person, but a whole group telling them to shut up. It was the Emperor S gang. The one who spoke was Kajigang, followed by a massive army with golden flags waving in the wind, telling the others to disperse. The alliance members watched in shock. Are the emperors still this strong? Kwajigang's voice boomed from the loudspeakers at full volume. So, the alliance is all gathered here for us to take you all on at once? The alliance members could only curse. He certainly knew how to ruin the atmosphere. That bastard Kwajgang. G-gang crosses his arms, looking confident. Emperor S division must be stuffed, especially with J-gang's first squad leader here. Jeon Ji-hoon speaks up. Why do you always say such corny lines, Kung? Emperor S division, led by Team 2 Captain Jeon Ji-hoon, while beside him, Kim Noon cracks his knuckles, ready for battle. This might be the final battle. How exciting! Emperor S division, with Kim En-sun, leader of Team 3, watching from afar, hidden in the bushes. An Emperor S member records the events unfolding with his phone. Can you see clearly? Emperor S Division Chief of Staff Song Min-guk Hoang relays information to Min, who is monitoring the situation elsewhere. Yes, loud and clear. Okay, Emperor Division Chief of Staff Huang is giving the signal. You think the Alliance hasn't made any significant moves yet? Considering Bin Luke, it's unlikely they're holding back the rescue army. In his mind, a battle map unfolds. Our current formation is a highly advantageous line formation for all-out war, a perfect setup to encircle and annihilate the Alliance. Then let us begin, you say. Emperor S Division, Kajig Gang's Emperor S Squad has entered the fray. Let's fight, advance. Team 1, break their legs, John Jae Hun said to Kim In-chun. Hey Kim Nok-chun, I'll take the right side. He replied, okay. I'll take the left. Meanwhile, the Alliance is reeling from what just happened. The battle is about to begin. What do we do? Don't delay, just wait. They didn't even flinch, just stood there watching the Emperor S division charge, as if waiting for something. Just a little longer. At that moment, another crowd arrived right behind them. Emperor S division, you're all dead. The Kaji gang turns back, puzzled. Why were they left out? Who are these guys? The leader of the group spoke up. They want to join in too, to destroy Emperor S. Even Huang Cho-min is shocked by the homeless group's appearance on the screen. Who are they? A voice answers over the phone, telling Huang and Min that they're not the only ones. Another group arrives before Emperor S's squad too, the red hair. You're one of Huang Mi's lackeys, aren't you? The commander raised his hand, his voice laced with anger. I'm here to repay the humiliation that Huang Mi inflicted upon me, Dubong Shu, Supreme Commander of the Alliance. At that moment, Jian Jae-hun turned to Kim Nok-chun in a panic, realizing they'd fallen into a trap. Kim Nok-chun helped the army. Kim Nok-chun, he's just standing there, dumbfounded. Huh? What's going on? Yi Sang-jae stands in a room, a map neatly laid out before him, recalling Emperor S's relentless conquest of the surrounding territories. While the gang was still under Huang Mi's control, he claimed they were a force crushed by Emperor S in the past. Karma, and an enemy created by Huang Mi himself. And among them, Kim Nok-chun looked bewildered at the approaching crowd. Why are you guys here? He recalls it happening 2 years prior, when a strange man suddenly confronted his friend, claiming they'd bumped into his shoulder. Two friends who once dreamed of becoming athletes had to give up their dreams because of the injuries they sustained that day, as the men impatiently searched. Where's that bastard, Huang Mi? Come out here, Huang Mi. Among them are innocent victims you want to protect. Huang Cho-min is horrified by the number of people who have arrived, so much so that he jumps to his feet. What is this number of people? It's probably double our forces. Meanwhile, Yi Sang-jae is pleased with his plan, his shoulders shaking with laughter. So, what's your plan? Huang for Min. How will you atone for the sins of Huang Mi? Meanwhile, Huang Cho-min is panicking, likely trying to find a way out of this. Yi Sang-dia smirks triumphantly. Let's enjoy this final game together. Come on, let's go wild! The scene changes, and a boy holding a soccer ball confidently points to himself. I'll follow in Son's footsteps and join the Premier League. The goalkeeper across from him retorts, and I will become the strongest main catcher and conquer the world of baseball. The two begin to trade words. Things are getting tense, but I'll be faster than you. What? Are you challenging me? Want to bet? Kim Nok-chun sneered from the center. You two are just bench warmers dreaming big. At that moment, they both turned and shouted, Shut your mouth, Kim Nok-chun! What do you know? Have you even read a sports manga? I will definitely achieve my dream, one of them said with a smile. Of course, what would a bookworm know about dreams? Kim Nak-chun retorted, I have dreams too. The other man wondered, wasn't your dream just to have a full stomach? Kim Nok-chun leaned on his knees and slowly stood up. Listen carefully. My dream is for you two to become athletes and feed me 3 meals a day. So hurry up and make your dreams come true. Is this mutt going to spend his whole life just filling his belly? I'll consider whether or not to hire you as my manager. Kim Nok-chun recalls those moments, a strange feeling welling up inside him. I was so happy. Looking back, it was a beautiful, youthful moment, before I met that bastard. The two sat on the steps talking, one with a bandaged leg and crutches. The doctor said I'd never be able to play soccer again. What? How could this be? The injured man calmly stated that his knee had been destroyed. Kim Nok-chun was shocked. What? But if you work hard at physical therapy? The man replied, that baseball-obsessed idiot hasn't been discharged yet either. He's in the same boat as me. Kim Nok-chun still didn't give up trying to persuade him. Hey, how can you be so pessimistic? Medical technology is so advanced these days. Suddenly something happened that shocked him. Nok-chun, the person cried. What are we supposed to do now? Back in reality, Kim Nok-chun tells his two friends, Why are you guys here? It's dangerous. You'll get caught up in this. Nok-chun? A man cried out, his face filled with resentment. Bring out that bastard Huang Mue. In the bushes, the person who had been filming the tense situation asked Cho-min what to do. That person looks worried, like they're all victims of Huang Mue. How are there so many of them? Isn't this a dangerous situation? Huang ruminates to himself. Avenging Huang Mu. He considered that the homeless in Okan or Nonan weren't just a bunch of thugs like the Alliance or their division. They were a reflection of his former self, a child covered in wounds, victims just like him. He gritted his teeth, cursing that bastard. The arrival of these newcomers restores the Alliance's confidence, prompting Oyuntek's sarcasm. What's wrong, you downphone division guys? Sit down and enjoy. Dinner's served, so eat your fill. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd charged forward. One man rushed towards Kawagang, yelling, Gang, you son of a bitch! He threw a punch straight at him. Today is the day you die. Xiaohua Jade-gang retorted. It's not me. Damn it, I don't even remember who you are. This immediately provokes the man in front of him. What a rude bastard. Well, I'll beat you until you remember who's boss. Meanwhile, John Jun is busy fending off another guy. He throws a punch that grazes the guy's face. You mutts, do you remember who I am? He shouts, questioning why they're being targeted despite not wanting a fight. Did we ever do that? But what about him kicking that guy in the face? You're only being oppressed because you're weak. Meanwhile, the Kai Gang division is in full swing, and he throws a punch straight into his opponent's gut, not caring about the small fries. John Jun spoke. Emperor Division. He shouts, rallying his troops, reminding them that their opponents are just small fry they've crushed before, and to show them the true terror of their division. The battle erupts into chaos, a whirlwind of intense combat, and Jun realizes things are not going well at all. Outnumbered and surrounded, the situation is dire. He grimly surveys the chaotic scene, noticing Kim Na-chun's forces are inexplicably being pushed back. What in the world are they doing? A man shouts, "Die, you dogs! Advance, division!" On the opposing side, a tense voice lamented, "They're too many. This is bad." Another cried, "Why are you standing around like an idiot?" Kim Na-chun stood frozen, facing his two friends, who demanded to know why he was wearing that damned uniform. "Did you really join the division?" Kim Na-chun frantically tries to explain. No, listen to me. Before he could finish, a fist came flying at his face. We have no reason to listen to your explanations. Just as Yi-sang said, you really have become one of Emperor Division. Kim Noon, where is Huang Mui? He asked, flustered. The thing is, Huang's side has also noticed something strange. Something's up with Nun. He's clearly outmatched compared to the other captains. Shouldn't we change the plan, strategist? This looks extremely dangerous. Jian, Hudo, and Hu, let me go and help. You kept me here for this reason, didn't you? Huang replies to Min, just wait a little longer. I think I've come up with a few ways to turn the tide, but the enemy isn't just the alliance, but also the victims of Huang Mui's destruction. If my strategy leads to them being crushed by the division again, then I'm no better than the Yellow Emperor. Yi Sang-jai has realized that and is exploiting them. He felt like he was in a grand chess game, and he had to find a way to end this war without harming them. On the battlefield, the situation was still tense. How could he end this cycle of hatred? Kim leans on his hand, trying to endure, as his two friends look on in confusion. What? He's speaking up. You two stay back. He forces himself to stand tall. You two stay put, because I won't let the tragedy we experienced happen again. One person, upon hearing this, angrily shouts, What nonsense are you spouting? That's like saying you'll end violence. Does that even make sense? Kim Na-chun retorted. So you're just going to accept things as they are? You'd accept having to give up your dream because of a fractured shoulder? What? Kim Na-chun continued. He stepped closer to them. Is this how teenagers settle things these days? A brawl? You reappeared before me as enemies? Is this all happening because it's meant to be? He stood before them, not face to face, of course. Everything was too absurd. But it had happened. Kim Na-chun clenched his fist, thinking that his punch would make the absurd ideal of eliminating violence a reality, so they should just sit tight and wait. He landed the punch, and as the recipient reeled, the other couldn't stand it and questioned him. How dare you hit us? Kim Na-chun calmly replied. If you two still don't understand, he calmly continues, I will resort to violence if that's what it takes to achieve my goal. Meanwhile, a motorcycle speeds by. Huang, Min, is this plan really going to work? Huang, Min, sitting in the back, wraps her arms around Do-woo, who's driving. Yes, if we succeed, this war will end. Damn it, I don't understand you at all. So, taking out Yi Sang-jai, the chief of staff of the alliance, will end this, right? You reply, I don't have time to explain. Just drive as fast as you can. When Hu asks, if he's not where you say, then what? Do you have a way to pinpoint his location? That's why I said I don't have time to explain. We're not chasing Yi Sang-jai. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. What are you talking about? Huang explains to Min, I'll make him come to us. He'll come to us on his own. That sounds ridiculous. He knows we're after him. You confidently say, don't worry about it. If that's the way, he'll definitely come to us. Definitely. His voice is full of conviction. Just then, a notification popped up on his phone. A message from Huang Cho-min. Yi Sang-jai was surprised. Huang Cho-min, he cursed with a serious expression. Amidst the chaos of battle, Kim Na-chun's two friends confronted him in disbelief. Kim Na-chun, you really chose to follow Huang Mu. You dog, how could you do this to us? They charged forward, screaming, You dare call yourself our friend? Screw friendship, I don't care anymore. I'll kill you and that Huang Mu too. Kim Nok-chun realizes they've completely lost it. The two others still charge furiously toward Kim Nok-chun. "Get over here, you son of a bitch!" But Nok-chun has his reasons for not backing down. "Sorry, fellas, I'll explain it all later." Though both attacked at once, Kim Nok-chun easily dodged without being hit, leaving one assailant to turn back in shock. What the hell? How is this guy so good at fighting? Just then, Nok-chun rushed forward, fist cocked and ready to strike, prompting an outburst from his opponent. "You son of a bitch, Kim Nok-chun. Memories of the past flood back. Nok-chun, come play some ball. Don't bury your head in books all day." Before he could react, Kim Nok-chun's fist came crashing into his face. He's shocked, and as the other guy rushes in, he yells, "Die, you son of a bitch, Kim Nok-chun." Nok-chun thinks, "With an opening like that, I can easily counter." The other man roared, "You son of a bitch, I'm seeing flashbacks. You're always studying, Kim Nok-chun, but your grades are still lower than mine." And with that, Kim Nok-chun took the full force of the blow, staggering backward. He hesitated, but one of Kawa's men rushed towards him, shouting, "Kawa Jigong, you son of a bitch." He throws a powerful punch, declaring today is the day you die. Kawa J-gang retorts, "Do you even know who I am? Damn, why can't I remember who you are?" Hearing that, the opponent becomes even more enraged. "You're lying. Your arrogance is just like that Mut Hoang Mue." "Fine, it'll be just like that time." He asked, confused, "Huh?" He attacked the Sakwaj gang with everything he had, remembering the day Hoang Mue mercilessly crushed them. He roared with all his might, full of resentment, adding that Hoang Mu had also cleaned out their homeless hideout. He relentlessly attacked the Sakwaj gang, and even after that, he used violence against us whenever he saw us. And he had the nerve to say he didn't know how to fight properly, threatening to make us pay several times over if we didn't give him tribute. To put it bluntly, that dog was a monster. He threw a final, devastating punch. "So bring that monster to me now." After that attack, Kawadigang fell. Meanwhile, the other one threatened, "If you don't bring out your leader, I'll kill you." He looked down at Kajgang, while Kakwa Jiggang lay on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, John Jun is held up by another large man. "You mutts from the garbage division." "What did you say?" the man muttered, calling them trash. "Those stinking pieces of trash are rolling around in the streets. You think everyone's afraid of you? Don't flatter yourself. People are just avoiding the stench of garbage." John Jun calmly listened to the man's words. He raised his hand, declaring they would clean up this trash, and as they charged, a figure flashed past an Emperor S member who cried out, "Leader Jun, watch out, they're ganging up on you." John Jun is now surrounded by a group of men charging toward him, and he realizes he's been lured into a trap. Meanwhile, Kim is being questioned by his two friends who ask if he's backing down from his promise to end violence. How pathetic, Kim Nagon. One of them shouts at him, asking if he intends to end violence with more violence. "Did your brain fly away after becoming Hoang Mu's lackey?" Kim Nok-chun's face changed at that moment. "I know what I have to do now, but what are you two talking about all of a sudden?" Kim Nok-chun continued, launching himself at them with blinding speed. "I'll end this with one blow," realizing Kim Nok-chun is already upon them. He's too fast. I sensed it earlier, but this Nok-chun. They were both hit at the same time. Kim Nok-chun said, "Sorry, fellas, this isn't the Kim Nok-chun you know." He continued, saying that because of his hesitation, D-gang spoke up, "Hey, mid-length hair." A smile crept across his face. "Thanks," he said gratefully, "for helping me relive those beautiful memories with me." The other guy exclaimed in shock, "You son of a bitch!" Just then, the gang leader kicked him in the gut. "But let me ask you something," he said, slowly rising to his feet. "What kind of monster is my boss? These guys have no manners at all." The other guy clutched his stomach in pain, cursing. He raises his foot, the Emperor. The man asks him to repeat himself, then slams his head into the ground. He continued, "I'm not a monster." The impact shattered the brick. Kakwadigang continued proudly, calling himself Emperor as someone on the other side exclaimed in surprise. John Jae-hun wiped out the whole gang that surrounded him in the blink of an eye. "Is the division just a pile of trash? Looks like your definition of trash is different from mine." He pulls out a cigarette, ready to light it. "To us, the weak are trash, and you're the ones who clean it up." He held the cigarette, assessing the situation. "It seems they've already taken care of the enemy's core members. We're overwhelming them," he thought, but Huang Cho-min didn't issue any further instructions. He's not one to sit still, is he? No, if it's him, he must already be planning something. But we have to act fast. Huang Cho-min, the enemies before you are just shields for the Alliance. Their main force has yet to make a move. Suppose they attack when you're not here. Oh, Yoon-seok finally speaks up. "If we don't finish them off now, we'll be at a severe disadvantage." Wen-hu stood with his arms crossed, thinking, "What the hell is this? I've been in my fair share of fights, but how do I even explain this?" He stood there, watching Huang Chou-min and Wei Sangdi facing off. Why did those kids give off such a chilling aura? Huang Chou-min spoke up. So you really did show up? It's been a while, Yi Sangdia coldly retorted. Getting straight to the point, he extends his hand, saying, Give me all the information you have to deal with Sangjon. Huang Chou-min smirked. Let's see. Yi Sangjae thought to himself, that bastard Huang Chou-min. Huang Chou-min raised his hand to his chin, as if considering, let's see how he acts. He's toying with me. In the abandoned house, the yellow light flickers as if about to die out. The three faced each other, as if about to enter a brutal battle. John Hu frowned, annoyed that he had brought a bunch of bodyguards along. I was planning to take down Wei before things got ugly, but facing them all alone is a bit much. Zhang Dia glanced back at the bodyguards standing like statues. I told you, you'd just get in my way. We apologize, Master, but despite your efforts to dissuade us, we cannot simply stand by and watch. The butler steps forward, his voice steady. Because you are Google's most prized asset. John Hu retorts, What's it to you? We keep our promises. Don't worry, we don't work for your boss. We only serve Google's interests. He quickly reassured them, We're not acting on the Master's orders. We won't hurt you. The butler smiled calmly, yet dangerously. We're simply here to ensure Google's precious assets remain untouched, so please, continue your conversation freely. My butler doesn't lie. I didn't mean to scare you, so please, continue. Yisang has no authority to mobilize Google's personnel. All right. Even though I know his relationship with A Sang-jin isn't great, his eyes are as cold as a loaded gun, and he glances at the butler, sending a chill down his spine. Why does he look like the most dangerous of them all? Beside him, Yuntak sits waiting with his men. They were like hyenas ready to pounce on their prey, and now he smirked provocatively. Is it time for the final blow? Yuntak said, rising to his feet. The Durong Alliance is running out of steam, and the crowd roars like a pack of hungry tigers charging into battle. Wipe them all out, Jae Gang smirked, a look of glee on his face. Without hesitation, he dove headfirst into the crowd. Now this is a fair fight. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the chaos, and in a moment of carelessness, a fist slams into Jae's face. I'm feeling really good right now. He's overreacting. His hand grips the fist tightly, because today, I'm going to take down you emperor bastards. He tried to follow up with another blow, but Du Gang stopped short and dodged it. What loud barking for a dog. He laughs mockingly, saying he'll beat him to a pulp to knock some sense into him. Just then, Du Song spun around and delivered a devastating kick, sending Du Gang crashing to the ground. You need to be more careful, you rabid dog. En Chun smirks, as if I'd ever fight you one-on-one. No matter how skilled you are, fighting two executives at once is exhausting. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? He charges in like a suicidal maniac, determined to bite. This is more like it, Yoon muttered, seeing the chaotic scene unfold. Why do I always have to run into you? He approached Na Chun, his face twisted in anger. Why do you always get so angry when you see me? Aren't we supposed to be best buds by now? That sentence added fuel to the fire, and Yoon's face flushed with anger. The more you talk, the more you piss me off, you bastard. He throws a punch straight at En Chun, but Na Chun leaned back and dodged with ease, as if swatting a mosquito. If we're such good friends, let me send you to your grave. En Chun raises an eyebrow, taunting him. So you don't want to be friends with me? Fine then. He immediately lunges forward, attacking. But Yuntak grits his teeth and dodges the blow, as Nak Chun unleashes a furious storm of attacks, forcing him back. I didn't want to do this either, you bastard. He stared in disbelief. What the hell? I felt it last time too. But this... Kim Na Chun? Looking at Na Chun before him, he grew even more bewildered. How is he getting stronger? Yun strokes his chin. Why is he smiling? In short, he's a problem. He's turning the tables, leaping up, fist clenched. I have to eliminate him now. Jae Hun, now ice cold, intercepted the attack and kicked his opponent. The man was sent flying, blood spilling as Dewey Hun realized. The main forces were targeting him and Kim Nak Chun, just as Hwang had told Min. His eyes scanned the battlefield. It's true. The Emperor's intelligence unit rarely participates directly in combat, so it's understandable that the Alliance would deploy their forces in this way. A figure steps forward from the crowd, taking a fighting stance. That red-haired guy is an officer. Taking him out will end this. Very well. Jae Hun tells himself that the other officers are no longer strong enough to deal with the Alliance's small fry. So my role is to charge in alone, wipe them all out in one breath, and eliminate a portion of the enemy forces. Jun steels himself, resolving to fulfill his given task, and expects nothing less than victory from his ally in their own battle. What information do you have on Yi Sang-jin? The atmosphere around Choi Min is still heavy as stone. You're wary, Aren't all the people behind you originally from the Gu family? Is it safe to be talking here? Sangjay still maintains absolute control. This isn't your concern, just consider them deaf and mute. Am I wrong? The butler is absolutely obedient. Yes, just pretend we're not here, one of the bodyguards warned. But if the young master's life is directly threatened, then the story might be completely different. Chomin quietly considers the troublesome situation. Now, the option of subduing El Sangda by force is off the table, but the possibility of him subduing me remains. This is a disadvantage, Sangdi said coldly. What you're imagining isn't going to happen. They don't really listen to my orders, so let's cut to the chase. Hearing this, Chomin pulled something from his coat. Even if he's lying, this deal has to happen. Fine, he knows I have the information, so I can't escape this place now. He holds out a disc right in front of Sangdae. This is what your brother has been searching for, and in your hands it will become a powerful weapon. Sangdae's faction narrowed their eyes, fixated on the object in Meaningdae's hand, wondering what the floppy disk contained. Chomin immediately put it away before replying, "It contains information about my father." Huanghua replies, "I can't reveal any more details. Your brother hates my father, doesn't he?" Hearing that, he retorted, "You've already used the contents to find your father, haven't you? If that's the case, this deal is worthless." "I only confirmed the information inside," Sangdi retorted. "Why should I believe you?" Chomin denies it. "So calm, it's chilling. I don't care about someone who doesn't even know my face. He's probably dead already. If you don't believe me, so be it," he uttered coldly. "What are the terms of the deal?" Without hesitation, Chomin orders the coalition's dissolution, leaving John Hu stunned. What? Not just helping the army, but complete dissolution? What's so important about that floppy disk? Sangda laughs derisively. I'm at a loss for words. Why would I trade that with you? Either way, with so much time having passed, the victory already belongs to the Alliance. Isn't that why you came looking for me in such a hurry? I'm here to minimize Emperor's losses, not for the reason you mentioned. You know this battle is dragging on longer than you anticipated. Faced with that answer, his eyes flashed with anger, but such a small variable wouldn't change much. Sangdi remained emotionless, stating that the longer the fight dragged on, the more the larger side would benefit. He knew that all he had to do was wait for the Alliance to win and then take the floppy disk by force. John Hu gulped, a chill running down his spine. He was right. If Emperor lost, Minin would laugh, tapping his temple. Is your logic backwards? Has anything gone according to your plan so far? Sangdiek, his eyes were as cold and sharp as knives. You seem more relaxed now, don't you? Chomin glared. You're still putting on airs after sweating bullets while talking to me. If you keep talking like that, it'll be hard to make a deal. Sangdai doesn't back down either, stating that he's not the one in a tight spot. Just as the atmosphere is about to explode, the butler steps forward, his voice eerily calm. It seems the two of you haven't reached an agreement. He smiled, suggesting, personally, I think you both have valid points, so I'd like to make a proposal. Sangdai, wary, said, Butler, as far as I know, your master's friend also enjoys all sorts of games. He gestured, and his subordinate immediately ran off. In mere seconds, a wooden box appeared. I also happened to have one in my car. The butler opened it, placing the chessboard between them. Here, in my humble opinion, these kinds of arguments are never-ending. With a wave of his hand, light as dust, he silenced the room. How about we try this instead? Chess. A game decided in a single match. With just one game, every word hung in the air. The winner would decide everything. Without a word, Jae-hyuk and Chomin pulled up chairs and sat across from each other. Meanwhile, Sang-jin, now a director, sits in his office, silently gazing out the window. Lee Sang-jin had taken over Google in the most despicable way. No, he had no choice but to become despicable. Because Hwanggu was the heart of Google, he had no other choice. After Wai Sang-jin took over, he began to regret only driving Hwanggu away. During the meeting, Sang-jin's face was strained with tension. He should have killed him. He had to kill him. If that man were to return, all of Wai Sang-jin's efforts would be for naught, a thought that haunted him even when he arrived home. Sang-jin sat down, dazed and confused, knowing he had to find and kill the man. Sang-jin believed he was his only weakness, muttering his name like a curse. Hwanggu Ha. Sangdi is also frantically searching for a solution. But Sang-jin wasn't the only one who thought that way. As they say, brothers often think alike, so Sangdi had the same idea. He leaned back in his chair, staring wearily at the ceiling. Indeed, he believed that by exploiting Hwanggu, he could tear down the fortified, resentful wall that was his brother. When it came to checkmate, only this man could do it. He was sure of it as the air remained thick with tension. The butler, like a true referee, looked at the two men and spoke sternly. I'll ask you both one last time. Do you agree to this game? Without hesitation, Cho-min agrees. Jiang Ye maintained a cold expression, but his mind was racing. A gamble riding on a plate containing information about Huang Gu and the dissolution of the alliance. For Cho-min, this is a low risk, but for me, it's extremely high. His eyes flicked to the butler. That sly old fox knows it well, yet he proposes this game as if he's testing me. He glances at Jiang Ye with hidden meaning. I see. That look is comparing me to Li Sang-jin. Li Sangdi pouts, annoyed, but still replies in a way that grates on people. I agree, the butler chimed in. Then we'll decide who goes first with Ponchcheech. No need, I'll let you go first. Sangdia said sarcastically, as it's only polite to let the weaker player go first. He smugly declares, I've never lost a game of chess before. Let Cho-min go first. Failure was never an option to begin with. Min, stay strong. You're confident and there's no reason for me to refuse. He lifts his first piece and I make my move. The opening is the knight, and outside, Digang is still raging. He throws a punch, sending Du Sang flying back into the alliance. Digang is overreacting. I'm so bored I could fall asleep. Seeing Min's knight opening, Sangdae hesitated slightly. An opening with the knight? Want to play aggressively? That's certainly your style. Too bad for Min, because I can sense it. Your impatience. Min plays, his mind racing with worries. He's given battle orders to his officers, but the longer he waits, the more variables will arise. He must end this game quickly and return to command. Seeing Min's impatience, Zhang Da moved a pawn, deliberately stalling for time. He wanted a quick match. So I'll just take my time then. Sangdir slams a pawn down on the outer chessboard. Jae-gang charges into the crowd. Emperor, don't let them push you back. Wipe them out, damn it. These bastards are too many. Just let them hold the front line. Jun sighed wearily, his eyes fixed on the approaching enemy forces. His division was superior in combat strength, but the difference in numbers was too great. Moreover, those bastards are fully exploiting that fact, with the Allied forces resting their troops in the rear. Second squad, take over. First squad, retreat. They're rotating the front lines to conserve their strength. A grim premonition grips him. Without a solid plan, his forces are headed for disaster. Meanwhile, inside the go room, Min was focused to the point of holding his breath. This is just the beginning, but I can feel it. He's playing a very cautious game, while Hoang Cho-min is playing like a mad dog. Usually you'd fall back to defend, but he's playing even more boldly. With just pawns, he's slowly controlling the center of the board, while the knights and bishops are only moving in small steps, as if he's waiting for an opportunity. John Hu stands by, observing with a blank expression. What is this? I don't know anything about chess, but I can feel it. Growing impatient, Cho-min throws his queen into the game, a move that shows this battle is even more insane than fighting with weapons. The butler sees everything, sighing inwardly. It's been a long time since someone has played chess so evenly with his young master. He understands better than anyone, but to me, who has watched the young master's games for so many years, everything is gradually becoming clearer. Sangdae unexpectedly uses his pawn to take Cho-min's, leaving Cho-min stunned, unable to believe his eyes, as a cold sensation runs down his spine. Huang Cho-min's defeat has been foreseen. Looking at the board, he hesitates. If he makes his intended move, the whole game will be in danger. Should he move his knight? Then he immediately refutes himself, realizing that would certainly lose his elephant, and such an exchange would only be to his disadvantage. Sangdae smirked, his voice mocking. You should be more calm. How foolish. It seems you want to quickly encroach on my territory, but do you think I'll let you? He immediately retaliates with a powerful counterattack. Looks like it's my turn to strike back. Meanwhile, outside, Yoon makes his move. Kim Nak-chun, I heard you got stabbed by a parok, huh? He closed in and punched him right in the wound. Was it here? Nachun groaned in pain. Yoon-taek wouldn't let up, twisting the knife. How's the wound? It probably hasn't healed yet, right? En-chun choked back. Damn it, looks like the stitches broke. That dirty bastard. Hearing that only excites Yoon-taek more. Is this a playground brawl? Yoon-taek continues to pour power into his strikes. There's no such thing as playing fair with nunchucks. Ignorance is bliss until you get punched. Nak-chun is overwhelmed, while Yoon-taek is ecstatic. Back in the game room, Cho-min struggles to remain calm, believing he still has a chance to win. Unknowingly, Sangdae spoke as if he could read his mind. Does he still think he has a chance of winning? Sangdae's words may sound simple, but their weight crashes down upon the chessboard. Sorry, but in my calculations, there's no path to victory for you. Accept it. On this board, I'm already 10 steps ahead. Cho-min didn't deny it, responding frankly, Your move is indeed strong, and you believe in yourself. I'm ready to sacrifice my knight without hesitation and skillfully target your openings. That's why I still have a chance." The butler silently assessed Huang Cho-min, surprised that he was playing the game this way. His eyes narrowed, full of cunning. His master wouldn't have made that move, but that's precisely why the game's outcome is now impossible to predict. Huang Cho-min was already at a disadvantage with his overly aggressive play from the start, and now he intends to take even more risks, attacking even harder? Cho-min, unfazed, retorts coldly that it's too early to speak of victory, and this time it's Sang-dae who's feeling the pressure. Sweat trickles down his temple. This guy's always a wild card. Outside, NC Chun suddenly retaliates, landing a blow that stuns Yoon-tak, who can't believe it. He loses his balance and falls backward. But despite his injured arm, NC Chun still has the strength to charge forward, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The next time Cho-min sets up the game, it's not over yet. Until checkmate, how else will he toy with me? At this point, Sang-dae's mind was racing. He was clearly at a disadvantage, yet he was still pressuring his position, observing Min's every move, playing as if he didn't care about losing pieces. But then Sang-dae reassured himself. Was he aiming for promotion? No, this style is impossible, simple and bold. Is this simply a blunder? No, that's not like him at all. His eyes are sharp as knives as he stares at Jo-min. What are you planning? What makes you so sure of such a bold move? Outside the battlefield, after knocking Yoon-tak down, Noon shouted, "Team 3, he's given the order. From this moment on, we launch a full-scale attack. Stick close to me." The group charges forward like beasts unleashed, scattering the alliance forces. Yoon-tak staggers to his feet, yelling, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "Sorry, I've got too much to do," Noon shouted back as he ran, adding, "If you want to die, follow me." Yoon-tak froze for a moment, then roared, "You think you can take us on with just that many people? The division doesn't have the strength to help you anymore." But then he paused, a glimmer of an idea sparking in his mind. Maybe this is the perfect opportunity to wipe them out. A scheming smile creeps across Yoon-tak's face. Well, thank you very much." He ordered his men to give chase, saying they were walking right into their own demise. Back at the game, Sang-dae takes another of Chin's pawns. "Let me ask you something. Huang for Min." He lifts a chess piece, his voice mocking but tinged with sincerity. "I must commend you for taking the initiative to attack me. It's quite refreshing. But honestly, I am a little surprised. Though that's where it ends, as I'm sure you realize." Sang-dae is almost certain of victory, claiming the game will end in just 10 moves. But Chin remains calm. "Of course my position is very dangerous. John Hu, standing nearby, is about to burst." "What is he saying? Does he mean he might lose?" "Like you said, at most 10 moves." His voice was strangely calm as he adjusted himself slightly. "Oh no, more like 7 countries. The game will end around there." Outside, Yoon-tak has caught up with Squad 3. Where are they headed? He swatted one away like a fly, calling them fools. Daring to trespass on our territory, Yoon-tak orders them to continue the chase. They're like rats caught in a trap. En-chun's men cried out as they ran. "They're really chasing us to the ends of the earth." "Is that so?" Na-chun simply smiled, his lips curling into a provocative sneer. Suddenly he slams on the brakes, bringing the entire team to a halt. "Upper Division, we're surrounded." Yun was confused. "What is he doing?" Then he laughs derisively, meaning from this moment on, we will crush them and advance. His men immediately charge forward like hungry beasts. Yoon-tak was about to threaten, "You're insane. If the Wild D doesn't appear, then..." But before he could finish, his face suddenly changed. He turned back to the game, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bow. Sang-rae leaned forward, his voice catching. "Wait, 7 moves? It only takes 7 moves to end it?" His mind raced. According to his calculations, it would take 10 moves to checkmate. What was he missing? Sang-jae's face pales slightly as Cho-min spins the queen in his hand, a cold smirk forming on his lips, declaring that he can end the game in just 7 moves. He placed his queen on the board with a click, looked up, and with a glint of confidence in his eyes said, victory belongs to me." Sang-dae's eyes widened, a shiver of unease running down his spine. "If I leave things as they are, I'll be in danger? Is there another way?" And another thing, Cho-min sees an opportunity and floors it without hesitation. "The all-out war between the Alliance and the Division will also be mine." Sang-dae immediately regained his composure, responding coldly. "Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? Even if you've exceeded my expectations, you still haven't won this game. And that all-out war? That's where you don't stand a chance. No matter how strong your pieces are, they're meaningless against overwhelming numbers." "My pieces, you say, Min Huang?" "I see. So you just see people as pawns in your chess game, don't you? That's the difference between us, and it will decide the outcome of this war." Yoon-tak's men look on in shock. Girl, what's going on? Teach Song suddenly appears. Why? Nachunru breathes a sigh of relief. Any later, and it would have been a disaster. A big question mark hangs in the air. Why is Kim Tich Song behind our lines? And he's brought his cronies. Sorry, I was held up by a nurse and arrived late. I don't have much time, so let's make this quick. With a commanding gesture, Tich Song orders, "Everyone move forward and let Min continue." His voice lowered, as if concluding Sang-Di's own game. People aren't chess pieces, Sang-Di. So, the war between the division and the alliance isn't one of your chess games. Sang-Di grits his teeth. What are you trying to say? Chomin continues, in chess, once a piece is removed, it can never return to the board. But people are different. With enough will, they can rise and fight again and again. Could it be? Sang-Di clenches his fist, a bad feeling washing over him. No, he must be implying that Kim Taek-seon is back. His eyes widened, speechless with shock. Kim Taek-seon is severely injured, even if he were to fight. Chomin cuts to the chase. You think Kim Taek-seon is completely unable to fight right now? It's true that it's difficult to fight in that condition, but the reason Kim Taek-seon is strong isn't just his fighting ability. Hearing this, Sang-Dae's face changed completely in an instant, and he nearly went mad. So that's it. He had another trick up his sleeve? Damn it, Hwang Chomin, he's using Kim Taek-seon as... Chomin remained silent, lost in thought. Has he realized it? A feint. This is the second reason why direct warfare and chess differ. Both sides are wounded, but in the Emperor Division, only one person holds command during an all-out chess attack. Amidst the smoke and blood, Jun stands tall despite his injuries, unyielding as if he'd never fallen. From this moment on, he is the commander of our division. Tekon crossed his arms, his presence crushing the very air around him. It's me. But in a direct battle, anyone can take command. Sang-Da bursts into laughter, a bitter sound. Kim Seok-yoon? So you let Kim Taek-seon back into the fight? Chomin's face tightened. Tekon's leadership was as formidable as his combat skills. But unlike him, you're the only one in the alliance with the ability to command. Your words weigh heavily in the air. You know that, don't you? He's moving to the IAE. A commander's presence on the battlefield can decide the battle. Taek-seon charged forward, his voice low and sharp, ordering the troops to split and flank the alliance, forming an immediate encirclement. Yes, Team 3, assemble. From this moment on, you move with me. Team 3 stands ready and obeys. Yes. We're just waiting on you, Captain. He places a hand on Kim Nok-chun's shoulder, his voice full of encouragement. You've done well, Kim Nok-chun. You pierced through their rear lines. Leave the rest to me. Injuries won't stop me. Now, let's move forward. Huh. Wait a minute. You're still injured. He turns back, his eyes still full of confidence. Kim Nok-chun, don't you trust me? Hearing this, Nok-chun thought to himself, that's right. There's no one in the alliance who can match the captain right now. Jae-hun's crew is in an uproar. Kim Ji-seong has brought the Baigok unit with him. Is the division getting reinforcements? So, they've arrived? Yi-hun turned, his face expressionless. Kim Teach-song is leading. I thought he'd be hard to find with Hwang Bo-min around. Let's see. Hugh Gao-gu commands the battle, Shi-song leads the final fight, and we target the alliance's key figures. Moving to the positions of the commanders identified by the Thamu department captain, a subordinate of Yuntak reported, his voice trembling with tension. We've located the alliance leaders. He was sweating with anxiety. As soon as the news broke, Yuntak's men paled. Kim Taek-seong was headed their way. What? Yuntak cursed under his breath, stunned. Kim Taek-seong, damn it all. Though he feigned strength, unease gnaws at his heart. No wonder the divisions have been so orderly lately. What is that bastard up to? He shouts, ordering his troops to gather around him and focus on maximum defense. But as soon as he said that, Tekon's forces arrived like a whirlwind. Yun tried to calm himself, telling himself to stay calm. Even if it's Kim Tae-seon, he's still heavily injured. Anything is possible. But then he stops, his eyes trembling. Huh? That thing? En-chun smirked, stepping forward. Just as I expected, you're sticking close to me. Why this guy again? En-chun lowers his center of gravity, ready to fight. Okay, time to end this. As promised. Yuntak's dragon strike erupts. He pulls two subordinates forward, roaring as he charges. You son of a bitch, you mocking me? Get out of the way. So Kim Tae-chung has gone elsewhere. Yuntak charges at En-chun alone. Today will be the anniversary of your death. Seeing this, Nok-chun was strangely calm, almost enthusiastic. However, he froze when he turned to see his men lying scattered on the ground. Compared to my captain, you're nothing. Teach-song single-handedly took out all of Yunk's men, who had painstakingly set up a defensive line only to charge in alone. Just how much did you want to provoke him? Kim Nok-chun. Yuntak gritted his teeth, feeling helpless as he was surrounded. Damn it, Chun and Tekon are flanking him. Just looking at this guy's face is enough to set Nok Chun off. Yuntaik cursed, his voice trembling in panic. Oh crap. Thanks to this, we can strike quickly and retreat. Trying to maintain his last shred of dignity, Yuntaik's tone turned cowardly. Wait, let's talk. I'll give you important information. Before he could finish, they both lunged forward, striking like lightning. Yuntaik's scream echoed with pain and despair. With their target down, they wasted no time moving on to the next. Meanwhile, Sangjae's laughter echoed maniacally through the room, twisted and unsettling. Kim Teach-song is the commander. He clutches his head, his voice strained as if tearing apart his own thoughts. Then those brain-dead allies must be getting crushed. Oh wait, guys like Oyuntek probably already bit the dust. He laughs again, but there's no joy in it, only bitterness. Truly fascinating, just like the worst-case scenario I'd imagined. You want me to praise you? How sad. You think I haven't imagined this scenario? So Min replies, did you foresee this? Sangdi bursts up, his voice strained to the breaking point. From the start, we've been preparing for an all-out war. Of all your pawns, Kim Teach-seong was the one who gave me the biggest headache. I knew you'd find a way to use him. John Hu was stunned, mumbling something, but he clearly knew Kim Teach-song was in the hospital. His eyes were sharp like bullets. Of course, Park Ha stabbed him halfway through. He emphasized each word. But Kim Teach-song didn't die, so I kept an eye on him. When he returned, I had to figure out how to deal with him. John Hu spoke, his voice laced with irritation. What pride is left to salvage? After all, no one in the Alliance is strong enough to stop that dear high antiquity. Dear high antiquity? A childish nickname indeed. Zhang Di's face darkened, his voice low and dangerous. Currently, the Alliance has no one capable of facing Giraffe, but I suddenly thought of someone. A former member of the Alliance, a name that made Min stunned, a childish nickname. Yuntak has been defeated, lying on the floor, barely alive. Oh, Yuntak, you really are pathetic. Moonguan suddenly appears, lamenting that his alliance couldn't have failed so miserably. His face is filled with a distasteful anguish. Looking at the bodies strewn across the ground, Moonguan sneered, "What a pathetic sight to see a division wiped out like this." Then he burst into laughter, his voice filled with excitement. "Yisung, you fool, fine. I'll play your little game." Moonguan tightened his grip, his aura exploding with enough force to shake the area. Daejeong Alliance, listen up. From now on, fight with a do-or-die spirit. If we fail, the Alliance will crumble completely. Even if some rats betray me as its founder, I absolutely cannot accept the Alliance's destruction. We must win at all costs. His men were startled by the voice. It was their commander, battered but back, and they were filled with hope. Commander, the commander's back. With him here, we might actually win." Tichek-song paused, hearing his voice clearly shouting, "Team 3, change of plans, impossible." "Why is that guy here?" Tekon immediately changed course, heading straight for him. "We're up against a dangerous Yu." His old wounds were about to flare up, and even at his best, he could barely fight him. He wondered if he could even stop him in his current state as Cho-min shot up. "Stunned Yu dragged Un into this too? What the hell is going on?" Un's alliance has been snatched away by Sang Diachi, leaving a huge question mark in his mind. "How did he manage to bring him back?" Sang Diachi sneered. "What? Didn't expect that? Don't worry too much about the battlefield, just sit down. We still have our own game to continue, right?" Cho-min glares, but remains silent. Mungguan faces Ji Seong, saying it seems he missed him so much he rushed over. "I was already on my way to find you. You didn't need to do this." Tech is somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect you to join hands with Lee Sang-il again. I thought someone like you would never do that." They spoke calmly, as if they weren't about to fight to the death. "Have you changed your mind?" "Guess, what's the fun in just blurting it out?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two simultaneously charged into a chaotic battle. "Try to defeat me. I'll tell you then. Yu's sudden intervention turns this into an evenly matched fight, each blow a divine move in someone's grand scheme. When Guan punches Tech-Sion, a strike so sharp it seems to pierce the air, but Tekon retaliates instantly, a counterattack so powerful the ground shakes. Moonguan, full of challenge, says he never expected to face him. Taekwon leaps into a relentless attack, but Moonguan effortlessly dodges, quipping that this is fun. He retaliates. "I thought you weren't that enthusiastic about fighting." Moonguan grins wider. That may be true usually, but a counterattack calls for something different, as Min stands frozen at the chessboard. "How did you, Moonguan, manage to drag him into this?" Jiangzi scoffed, pulling him back to reality. "This chess game isn't over yet." He sits down, spinning the queen in his hand. Complying, he placed his queen on the board with a chilling click. "Let's continue." The butler watched from behind, a shiver running down his spine. His young master had completely changed. Chomin swallowed hard, trying to remain calm. This game might last longer than he anticipated. On the battlefield, Moonguan landed a fatal blow, sending Taexion reeling. But Taekhon recovered, kneeling but his eyes still burning with fire. A rare find indeed. Moonguan lunges forward, fist clenched. Why would someone like you submit to a nobody? Despite his wavering stance, Taekhon dodges the fatal blow. He takes a few steps back, panting. I should be asking you that question. Why are you helping the Alliance? You have no reason to. Moonguan didn't answer, just relentlessly attacked like a predator. No reason at all? The Dedong Alliance is a force I created. He unleashes a hammer blow, targeting Tichsong's wound. The reason was a single connecting blow. Crimson liquid spilled forth, and Jisong gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. The wound reopens, dark red liquid spreading across the ground, causing Moongu to pause. I heard Pakha got you good. That wound still fresh? His eyes gleam with delight as if sensing an opportunity. Tichong's face pales, his breath heavy, but he stands firm, revealing no fear, while Chomin fidgets at the game board, unable to stand still. Yi's style used to be passive, but now his moves are unpredictable and hard to read. But Chomin smiles, a smile that sends chills down your spine. Yeah, there's no fun in an ending that comes this easily. Fun? Really? Sangdi asked again, almost mockingly, asking if this game was so fun. He spat out each word. While the Division and the Alliance are out there fighting to the death, the longer you take to make a move, the more damage the war inflicts, yet you prolong your decision even further. You're enjoying this moment too, aren't you? Sangda contorted, his face becoming unsightly. There's no need to be ashamed. I'm enjoying this just as much as you are. Be honest, aren't you enjoying this? The chaos outside, the feeling that every move you make is being applied to a real battle. The pawns move exactly as he envisioned. Dohan, battered and bruised, gasps for air amidst a field of corpses. The strategies are executed exactly as he planned. His body soaked in wounds, red liquid flowing down to the enemy's pawns, completely defeated as he imagined. Sangjay bursts into laughter, a grating sound like someone reveling in a morbid pleasure. Compared to the chess game played with imagined pieces, all of this leaves Chomin speechless, with no way to retort but to silently endure. Seeing this, Sangjay became even more excited, his voice like a whip cracking in the face of his opponent, pressing his advantage. Admit it, Wang Chomin. You're smiling too, because you're no different from me. Chomin picks up a pawn, his voice deepening. Perhaps I was the same at first, not thinking much when commanding an entire division. He hesitated, recalling that he once thought like Kim Noon. But as he continued to command a division, he realized that on the battlefield, a Mongon struck down, and the moves he made so lightly and without hesitation became heavy violence, falling on someone. Tichsong managed to block the blow, and behind him, a subordinate screamed. Nechun immediately blocked him, his voice stern. Taekhon, don't interfere. This is their fight. He lowered his head. I'm holding back as much as I can. Despite his ragged breathing, Tichsong stood firm. Kim Noon, I will face U Moongon one-on-one. Enchun is shocked, but Taeksong is still injured. Remember Huang's strategy to stop his power. Enchun's eyes widened in disbelief. What was Taeksong saying? Taeksong remained unusually calm, his eyes blazing. But I want to face him in a fair fight, and he's even more energized than I am. Without hesitation, he charged in, deflecting and countering with blows that crackled like static electricity as Taek Hyung retaliated, lunging to close the distance. You're curious why I chose to work with Huang for Min. Moonguan takes the full force of the blow, sliding across the ground, as he leaps up and unleashes a spinning kick straight at him. In that moment, the image of his poor younger brother flashed in Sichtong's mind. He gritted his teeth, each word forged in fire. Free my brother from school violence. That's my only reason. His kick slammed into Moonguan, staggering him. Moonguan gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain as Chiho anxiously asked, Are you really going to help Yi Sang? How exactly did he manage to lure you in? Moonguan asked coldly, not even glancing over. I'm not helping him, I just want to see what happens. See what? I wonder what I'll get to see. Cho desperately tries to stop him. Mogan, please don't go. He approached, trying to dissuade him. The wound Pakha inflicted on you hasn't healed yet. You can barely stand properly. Why are you... Mugun laughed, a smile half reckless, half nonchalant. There have been those who charged into 300 men alone. Compared to that madman, I'm nothing, even with my muscles bulging like a beast unleashed. You worry too much, Jiang roars as he charges forward like a storm, tearing through the air. As you can see, his muscles are bulging, like a beast pushed to its limit. I'm just crazy strong. Meanwhile, Sangdae sighed, realizing that talking to him was getting nowhere, while Chin remained calm. That's why we're playing chess instead of talking. Sangdae chuckled, twirling a rook between his fingers. Yes, let's continue. On the field, Moon Guang retaliates with incredible speed, landing a blow that sends Texan crashing to the ground. This game won't last much longer. Chin is about to take the king. The battle between Tekon and Moon Guan rages on, as Tekon rises again, countering with another strike. Zhang smirked, hand poised to take the king, while Jihun and Nocchun were utterly exhausted, bodies riddled with wounds, barely able to breathe. Chomin continued to study the chessboard, while Texian forced Moon Guo back step by step, sweat pouring down his temples, his gaze trembling. Moon Guo and Texian roared at the same time, and Tekon's final blow landed squarely on his face. Moon Guang reels back, blood spurting from his mouth in a vivid red spray, while Texian staggers, breathless and bruised. On the board, Chomin gently lifts the king piece, his movements slow but sharp, his voice even and emotionless. What he loves isn't the game, but the feeling of crushing others. Sangda froze, his face contorting as if he were being strangled. Jun and the others had arrived, sealing his defeat. Then, the door behind them burst open, and Jun and the other survivors stumbled in, battered but unbowed, standing tall behind Chomin as he placed his queen on the board. Checkmate. Chin's king and queen have Sangdae completely locked down. He grits his teeth, his eyes twitching, unable to believe it's ending like this, like what was agreed upon. Chomin looked up, each word a nail being hammered in. From this day forward, the alliance is dissolved. Ma Harry speeds down the highway, then suddenly stops. The first thing she did was remove her helmet, breathing a sigh of relief as she did. Looking around, she wondered, is this the end? Cut to Munguan groaning as he leaned against a tree, angrily yelling, What, am I dead or something? What's with those looks on your faces? Commander, Commander. Hearing the voices of his subordinates, he asks again, startled. Commander, aren't you Sang's men? We're not trying to make excuses. After being thoroughly defeated, Min expresses his remorse, realizing that Sang only sees them as tools. But you stood up and fought for traitors like us. Watching you fight Kim Seok-song, we all felt the same thing. The king we should serve. He looked at him and said decisively, It's you. After their pathetic apologies, they began to beg. We're ashamed, but please, brother, please. At that moment, Yuntuk felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn, this is a really awkward situation. Judging by the current atmosphere, siding with Yisanga now would be a disaster. The truth is, I'm being blackmailed by Yisanga, so I have no choice. As they spoke, a voice suddenly called out from afar. You guys are the DJ Alliance, right? They said coldly, it's over. Faced with their menacing aura, Sangdae hastily declares, Wait, I concede. But before he could speak, Jae Gong Gong lost his patience and shouted, Shut your damn mouth. We don't have time for your explanations. I'm ready to throw down and punch you first. Threatened, he remained stubborn to the end. No, it couldn't end like this. Immediately, Jae Gang rushed to punch him, but was stopped by the bodyguards. Now, his butler steps forward with a warning. I won't interfere in the game between you two, but this is a different matter. If you use violence against our young master, we won't stand idly by. Backed by his family, he boldly negotiates, first finding a way out. Forget about Min, I'll give up the floppy disk, so let's each take a step back. They're not ordinary bodyguards. The risk is too great to fight them in your current state. As he paused, Min spoke decisively. Attack. Dia went from shock to disbelief. What? Instantly, the two sides clashed, exchanging blows as the madmen felt the impact on their faces. The bodyguards curse in pain. Damn it, you little bastards. Kagwa Yang excitedly asks, What's wrong, you fakes? At this point, Yisangye, frustrated, wondered why they were still following Hoang's orders to let Min win, despite being at a disadvantage. He was desperate to know. He angrily pressed on, while at the same time Min realized the harsh truth. Yisangye would never keep his promise to dissolve the alliance, and even if he did, he would exploit its remnants. This only strengthened his resolve, and so I must drill this into your head. You have no more cards to play. As his opponent falls, Chomin confidently puts an end to it all, declaring Yisangjae's utter defeat. Witnessing his bodyguard fall, he was filled with confusion. Why? Why did things turn out this way? Why am I being threatened by these thugs? He couldn't believe he could lose to Hoang Cho-min, repeating the question, why? Chin's performance was so impressive, even his butler was in awe. This is Hoang Cho-min, the youngest son of Hoang Gua. He's certainly grown up well, but I'll crush his seed right here. From the doorway, an uninvited guest appeared. Wai Sang-jin, entering with a sneer. How pathetic. Isangjai, did you really think you could take me down with these milk-fed babies? The Goat Alliance? Seriously childish. His brother's sudden appearance makes him suspicious. Why is he here? He expresses his annoyance and helplessness. Do you really think so little of your brother's tastes? The more he spoke, the more contempt he showed. You pervert. What the hell are you planning to do with your own organization? You think I don't know anything? To think a student from a specialized school could be this foolish. He didn't even get to explain before his brother cut him off. I can no longer turn a blind eye just because you're a child? How dare he look down on me? What's with all the noise? And why is the eldest son here? I thought I told you to live quietly? Unable to restrain himself, Sang-jin slaps Sang-dae across the face. As if things weren't bad enough, Sang-jin continues his tirade, saying he's ashamed to be related to him. From now on, don't you dare call yourself my brother, or the shame will make me want to erase you. Emperor Division, huh? You guys are just as immature as I thought. Enraged, Jung gritted his teeth, but Dihun quickly advised him, now is not the time to be hasty, eyeing the imposing line of bodyguards. Sang-jin turned to Min, asking, Huang gave it to you, Min? You control the division? How strange. I thought your brother was the real threat. What do you know about us? He calmly replies that it would be strange if he didn't know anything about Huanggu's children. I've let you be because you haven't been much of a threat, but now that you have that floppy disk, things are different. To achieve his goal, he threatens him outright. I won't mince words. Refuse me, and you know where you'll end up. Hand over the floppy disk, and I'll spare your life. It was then that he truly understood the man he was dealing with. So it was true. According to his diary, this man would trample on his own family. And the deeper I dig into Yi Sang-jae, the more suspicious things I find. Competitors of the Guguk group have disappeared or suffered unfortunate accidents. Facing such a ruthless adversary, he tenses up as he realizes, now I understand, facing him directly, human life is just sand in the desert to him. After assessing him, he asks suspiciously, if I give you the floppy disk, you'll let me go? The others can leave, but you're coming with me. There are a few things I need to verify. He didn't answer right away, but thought carefully. He couldn't refuse IL's request to hand him over to Jine, not even by a little. Seeing his lack of reaction, he turned to threaten his teammates. Looks like you understand what I mean, right? Come with me quietly, and I'll let your thug friends go. Seeing this, Diang was furious, cursing, you make my blood boil. Who do you think you are, telling us to leave? Huang is our leader. I'm not letting him go, you son of a bitch. All right. On the contrary, Min appears completely calm. I'm fine. You guys go on ahead. Jae Gang, confused by Min's attitude, questions him. What? The war with the Alliance is over, and they won't recover. Even without me, Kim Tich-song can handle the division's strategy. Furthermore, not wanting to involve anyone else, he makes the decision himself. This is his personal matter, and it has nothing to do with the division. So everyone, leave. Jang was speechless, furious that he'd made him wild. Those were the words he wanted to hear. Satisfied, he said, good decision. Go save your friend. Now, he's more determined than ever. Yes, he must face this himself, just like he once did for Min. But Duigang's actions spoke louder than words, and he quickly delivered a devastating blow to Sang-jin. What the hell? He just saw Sang-jin eat a punch. But Duigang's recklessness proved faster than his brain, leaving Chomin in disbelief. He exclaimed, no, it can't be. The bodyguards behind him frantically asked, Director, are you all right? Are you okay? Clutching his weapon, he angrily ordered them to deal with the trash first, the out-of-control situation causing Min to panic. What's wrong with you? What if we fight now, you son of a bitch? He had his own reasons. You said this was personal, so kill him, not as the division's chief of staff. So, why should I listen to you? I'll do what I want. With that, he quickly engages in combat, taunting, come and get it if you dare. The thugs leave Min with nothing but despair. No, this fight is too reckless. Before he could think further, he heard a shout in his direction. Stop him! We have to get the floppy disk. Even June has spoken up now. I did think about it once. He parries while affirming that the division truly needs him. Right now, he's completely helpless. Uyamjun, why are you even asking? Of course, a game of chess is unplayable without the king, and that would be a headache. He also added, seize the opportunity and escape, Huang Chomin. Why did it finally come down to this? Jisuk-song calmly admitted that he had been recognized as the king. Meanwhile, the guards angrily shout that they won't let kids have their way. Chomin calls out to Seok-yoon in shock as he bravely leaps into action, saying that he's one of them and won't let him be alone. Chomin silently pondered, realizing the significance of their protection. He remembers being bullied alone, but now 3 people are ready to protect him. We will all protect you. Tears welled up as he realized he was no longer alone. But his thoughts were interrupted. As the bodyguards grew impatient, he sneered, saying they didn't know what fear was. Kill them all except for that one. Immediately, the 3 rushed in to take control of the situation. Jeon-Hu turns to him, saying it looks like he'll be the one protecting him. Stay close to me. Jeon-Hu has to stop them because of you, Min. Before he could finish, the thug cut him off. Shut up, you punk. Am I supposed to stop them with faith? Just stay put behind me. I've been a thug for 6 years, thanks to Jeon-Hu, and I can sense they're about to attack. Come and get me, you damn gangsters. I won't let any of you lay a hand on my strategist. He taunts. It's time I sided with this feral kid for Min's sake. Sang-jin scoffed, having watched long enough. These thugs are loyal, or maybe just naive. Don't you value your lives at all? Watching the battle unfold, Sang-dae is unwilling to accept their desperate defense of Min. What's wrong with them? Why are they fighting something like that? All for Hwang's Min? Finally enraged, what the hell did Hwang give Min? Why are they risking their lives to save him? Min watches them fight, filled with unease. It's too dangerous. Everyone is exhausted, and their opponents aren't just local thugs, but members of Gugok. I can't find a way for the 4 of us to face that many. I'm most worried about Kim Dakan. He's pushing himself too hard with those injuries. And speaking of him, here comes a big guy charging right at him. Go play with this old man. He's huge. What kind of monster is that? If he gets a hit in, I'm done for. I have to dodge this. After charging up, he tenses up with all his might. Damn it. Why now? Can I even dodge this? Fortunately, Mungu saved the day, delivering a devastating blow. After that punch, he'll be traumatized for life. Before collapsing, Mungu instructed, "If you bring me along, you have to restrain me." The bodyguards cried out in alarm. What the hell? Did he fall? Mungun. Soksong looks at Mungun with resentment. Passed out, huh? How can he stand with a body so broken? Thank you. You, Mungun. Without you, I might have been in real trouble. I wish I could take you somewhere else. But sadly, I've reached my limit. He turned to assess the situation. Were the others in the same state as him? He desperately wondered if there was any way out. Is there any way to save Hwang from Min? Why? Why didn't I foresee this? Seeing my opponent completely exhausted. Sang-jin then announces the end, blaming everything on Hwang Guha's youngest. Suddenly a voice echoed from the doorway. It's not over yet. As soon as he appears, he declares to Join, I won't let things go your way. Understand? How did Hwang help Min? His appearance turned the battle into a reunion. Of course you're here. He glanced at Jin with a sneer. Long time no see. You have so many wonderful friends. But then again, it's you, so I'm not surprised. Long time no see. You seem to have made some wonderful friends. But knowing you, I'm not surprised. It's been a while, Sakwadi-san. The man's arrival completely changed the situation, and he took the opportunity to catch up with Jae-gang. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to have such cool friends now. Well, I suppose that's to be expected from you. Have I missed you, Do-gang? His appearance has everyone on edge. Cho-min wondered how he could be here, and Sang-jin couldn't help but question it. I clearly assigned enough people to guard you. How did you escape? It was then that he finally revealed himself, and upon seeing him, Sang-jin exclaimed, Father, you ungrateful son. While your father misses you dearly, don't forget that your father is the co-founder of Guguch. Calmly, he explains, with so few guards, it was easy to escape. Uncle, are you fully recovered? Seeing Jae-gang rush over, he cheerfully says, Yeah, I heard I owed you quite a bit these past few days, didn't I? Meanwhile, in a corner, Jang Die silently calls out, Dad, seeing you, he's remembering the haunting past, the moment I began to hate my brother. Come on, smile, young master. I don't want to. What's wrong, young master? Kindergarten graduation photos are a once-in-a-lifetime thing, that's why I don't like it. I said I don't want to. It was when I realized I couldn't have what others took for granted. And he overheard the 2 bodyguards talking, unaware that Director I was the one who dismissed them? He wouldn't even spare his own stepfather. I'm new here, so I didn't know about that. Director Wee Sang-jin is truly a terrifying person. No, more than terrifying, he's abnormal. Here. What century is this, that a young, inexperienced prince should seize the throne? As I realized that everything that should have been mine had been stolen by you. Sang-dae was caught eavesdropping. Young master, what are you doing there? Unfortunately, Sang-jin appears at this moment, and the director standing next to Jang Ye bows his head. Hello? He seemed displeased to see the 2 of them. Who allowed you to bring him here? The bodyguard quickly apologized. I apologize. It's just that the young master insisted on coming. Today is his kindergarten graduation. Get him home now, and you, pack your things, you're fired. His close guard then stepped forward to intercede. The young master is still just a child, Director. No, it's just that Mr. P doesn't know. But this is how our bloodline is. We must destroy it while it is still a seed so that it cannot sprout. On the way back, Sang-jin felt guilty. I'm sorry, it's my fault you got fired. Oh my. The scene shifts to a photo of a father and son, with Sang-jin next to Min. Sangdae sits on the bed, pondering the bodyguard's words, sensing something amiss. He etched his brother's words into his mind. We must destroy it as a seedling, so it can never sprout. From then on, I sought every means to accumulate knowledge, and all my efforts were affirmed by the butler's recognition. If you keep this up, you'll definitely get into the Science Academy. Keep it up. Thank you. Instinct told me it was the only way to survive in this house. That was the only path I could take, or so I thought. Cut to the goat in class, overhearing two students gossiping about how the Daejeong Alliance has completely taken over Dusung High. Could this herd end up ruling all of Daejeong? Their power is insane. Seeing an opportunity, he rushes over, saying, "Could you tell me more about the DJ Union? Maybe there's another path for me." They were immediately shocked, exclaiming, "I thought you didn't care about any of this." He replied frankly, "I see that it might be useful to me." From that moment on, I resolved to stand up and reclaim what was mine. From the brother who had taken everything from me. I understand. An individual can't defeat a group, but a greater group can defeat the other. I'll gather my own pawns as well, even though everything is turned to foam. Returning to the present, Gukhan approaches Jane and asks, "Things are pretty dire, aren't they?" "Why is he here?" he asks suspiciously. "Is he planning to take on all these people by himself?" Guguk calmly analyzes. "What do you think?" Guguk's power is in my father's grasp. There's no way he can posture against such power. He's not some reckless fool like Hoang-gu. He also made his intentions clear. He was there to make a deal. He placed his hand on Min's shoulder and sincerely said, "For now, this is my request. Release Hoang-gu's son and these friends." But Sang-jin disagreed. "Unfortunately, I can't, since he holds the floppy disk you've been hiding from me, and it's key to luring out Hoang-gu. He sees it as a given, a resource to be seized through overwhelming force. I don't understand what deal you're trying to make." In the end, he flatly denied everything. Any conditions would be meaningless, forcing him to make another choice. "That's right, but instead, I want to give you something else." What he wanted to trade was Google stock, as Sang-jin listened intently. But Sang-jin wasn't surprised. "Father, I think you're mistaken. So, the original belongs to you." He immediately questioned him. "Then why would you be so desperate to find the floppy disk I hid? If you were so confident that Gook was yours, you wouldn't care about such trivial data." His eyes turned cold. "What are you implying?" Gukhan doesn't hold back, questioning, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid the true master of Google might return at any moment, I didn't hesitate to trample my own system just to ascend to the throne. Now that I've become a lonely king, I fear everyone around me except myself. He tries everything to persuade him, so I just want to help you sleep soundly. Honestly, if you just leave this kid alone, neither I nor Huanggu-ha will bother Guguk, and we'll live quietly for the rest of our lives. I swear on my life, it's impossible." "Why would he do that just for me?" Sang-jin remains unconvinced. He countered, if his father was so willing to give up, then why did he hide that floppy disk so carefully? It was a question Sang-jin also wanted answered. "That's right, why would he do that?" "Oh, and about protecting Min, he didn't hesitate to reveal clues related to where Hoang-gu-ha is hiding. Flashback to the day Gu's photo was taken. I'll take yours next. Smile for the camera, kid." This is the kid's family photo, but it's also the only photo Gu has with him. Hearing him mention his father makes Min feel complicated. Sang-dae was just as uneasy. The thought of the photo with his father twisted his expression. Guchan continued to explain that printing multiple copies would reveal their hiding place, so his father decided to shelve the project and return it to Gu someday. With that, he turned to Sang-jin, urging him on. Sang-jin can't believe his father would trade this insignificant kid for the empire that he and Gu spent half their lives building with him, and now his father is urging him to decide. "Well, does it make sense now? You're smart, you must have thought this through, right?" He turns away, but not without a reminder. "You better keep your word. If you can lie to me in front of all these people, you can just drop dead out of shame." He seemed displeased with his unruly son, adding that the day he realized the truth would come, and that he couldn't become king by acting this way. Before he left, he wished his son well. Outside the building, the Sangin ordered a full retreat. Yes. Inside, the group burst into gleeful laughter. They lay there, rolling around. Dagong breathed a sigh of relief, saying they almost died. "Thank you so much," Chomin says, turning his attention to Sangdi and his father. Elsewhere, Sangduk knelt down in repentance, stammering, What do I do now?" Gukhan softly calls out, Sangdi. Then he embraces him with remorse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for leaving you alone all this time. All you had was your brother to look up to, wasn't it? I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. It is night now. Jae-hun asks Min to explain everything, so he recounts how he learned about the twisted fate between Google and his family through the commander's phone and diary. This is getting complicated. I'm sorry for keeping it from you all this time. Since this didn't involve the division, I didn't say anything. I didn't realize we were so deeply involved with El Sangjin. As the three discussed the matter, Zhang quickly cut them off, saying, Enough with the headaches. What matters is the alliance has completely collapsed. What about those worthless alliance guys? What do we do now? Damn it, I'm asking what you're doing now, you crazy bastard. He then happily brought out a karaoke set, saying, That's right. What else would we do but drink and sing? His actions confuse everyone. Karaoke again? And he's already ordering his men to bring more stuff. Everyone, bring it over here. It's been so long since we've had this much fun. Boss, let's party till dawn. All right. Let the victory song resound. The whole group joins in. Enjoying food and drinks, the underlings excitedly recounted what had happened. I gave him a punch like this. That's a joke. I saw you get your butt kicked. Their taunting escalates. What did you say? You want to go? Let's go. Like I'm scared of you. What the hell are you two dogs doing on such a happy day? Hearing J-Gang's cursing, one of them stammered, Bro, J-Gang, this guy keeps looking down on me. This is bad for both of us. Suddenly changing his tune, he excitedly says, What's the point of a fight between men if they're just grabbing collars? They need to have a real fight. Everyone form a circle. Place your bets with me if you have money. Fight! Fight! Kill each other. Ju and Jae-hun watched the scene unfold, saying helplessly, Another fight. How did a guy like him become the captain of the First Division? How humiliating is that? Kim Taek-song, surprise, surprise. Meanwhile, Taek-song was excitedly showing off his giraffe dance. Oh my God, you're so hot. Is there anything you can't do? Meanwhile, Di-gong couldn't resist taunting Di-hun, saying he was the only one who couldn't fit in. Jun suddenly retorted, Is that you? Quick as lightning, Jun throws a punch. Not you, but me. You son of a bitch. You dodged that one. Come and get me, you bastard. I'm right here in front of you. You just can't catch me. This is intense. The two leaders are fighting. I'm betting 100,000 gold on J-Gang G. Seeing this, Cho-min happily walks over with a can of beer. Everyone's so energetic. Well, they deserve to celebrate after winning against such a formidable alliance. As he appeared, En-chun rushed over to Hoang Cho-min, asking what he was doing alone, and then mentioned Kim Noon. He looks at Ji-gang and Ji-hoon joking around in front of him and hesitates. It's just that Emperor Division used to be a terror to students like me, but looking at them now, they're not that different from us. Nachin agrees, saying that Zhongkui and the others are about the same age as them, like to have fun but also like to fight. Suddenly, Nachun looks him in the eye, full of meaning, saying, Don't tell me you're wavering. Min's eyes are now full of determination, so there's no need to worry. As for that plan, that unfinished story, Min was being carried away and I was wondering where he was. So he was hiding in the corner? Cho-min asks in surprise. Song-min-ji, what are you doing? What else could you be doing? Enjoying the perks of being your co-strategist, of course. I'm a commander under the chief of staff, after all. Cho-min, realizing something, retorts that this guy sure knows how to enjoy himself. Is that so? As long as you're happy. Hearing that, he suddenly jumped down, indignant. What do you mean, as long as you're happy? Why would you say that? I already told you. Jae-gang and Jae-hun collapsed into their chairs, panting and joking. I was the one who contributed the most to the battle alongside you. Man, that was fun, you pain in the ass. Suddenly a voice boomed out. All right, everyone, listen up. Min Hoang announces that our Emperor Division has overwhelmingly defeated our rivals, the Dragon Alliance. This victory was made possible by everyone's efforts, but two men, in particular, deserve special recognition. As you all know, the first one is me. I wonder who the other one is? Is it the guy under the staff officer? And the second person is none other than the staff officer of Emperor SD Vision. Let's give Min a big round of applause to show our respect. Please, everyone, don't mind me and continue having fun. Cho-min shyly mentions that the division is full of fighters who wouldn't care about an advisor like him. But as he finishes, everyone enthusiastically says, Dung might not, but we appreciate your efforts. Without you, we never would have achieved victory. Huang for Min. They all cheered and praised him, agreeing wholeheartedly. Strategist, you're awesome. The strategist is our brains, compensating for all the dummies here. Let's raise a glass to Huang for Min. Huang for Min, Huang for Min, Huang for Min, Huang for Min. The crowd's reaction brings tears to Min's eyes, a truly touching moment. Is this the bullied Huang Cho-min I know? And Gang managed to run back just in time. How can Huang even stand there? He urges Min with the flag, telling him to respond to the cheers of the crowd. The Alliance's flag appears, and Gang looks at him expectantly. Cho-min understands and raises the flag high for all to see. To date, this marks the 76th battle between the Daejong Alliance and Emperor S Division. And after all those clashes, victory now leans heavily towards the division. Having eliminated the obstacle that was the Daejong Alliance, nothing can stop us now. At that moment, Gang turned to him and said, "Hey Huang, you're going to wear that Emperor Division jumper until you die." With us, Cho-min bowed his head, choked with emotion. Yes, Gang was completely satisfied. That's right, isn't it? The scene shifts to the rooftop of a building, where Mahari wonders, what kind of party is it? You must be thrilled getting home so late. Suddenly, Min's voice answers from behind her. How could that be? He elaborated, Gang kept me, so I'm late. Everyone there is celebrating wildly. Mahari agrees, saying, of course we should be happy. After all, we've defeated our longtime rival, the Daejong Alliance, so let's get down to business. Mahami brings up the complete annihilation of Emperor Division, prompting an eager Min to ask Mahari how to destroy him. Responding to their anticipation, she backtracks faster than the speed of light, saying, the way to destroy Emperor Division? I'm sorry, but there's no way to destroy them at all. Confused, Cho-min asks, what are you saying? We've come this far to destroy Emperor Division. Noon was also annoyed at this point. Stop joking around and talk. I even fought my friend to make this happen. Tichek says in disappointment, if we can't destroy the division, what was the point of everything we've done? I joined an organization I despise just to protect my brother. See, Maha Harry isn't any better. She sadly shares, I have my own violations to deal with, but what can I do? There's just no way. Cho-min, losing patience, demanded, Maha Harry, what do you want? We don't have time for games, so cut the jokes and tell us how to destroy them. Immediately, her attitude shifted. She laughed and scolded, are you people stupid? Do you even understand what destroying Emperor Division means? It means you'll be completely eradicating violence. You think that's even possible? Despite her overreaction, Ji-seong remained confident. I know it's difficult, but we've already broken up the alliance, so nothing is impossible. Right, isn't Huan Cho-min the division leader now? Shouldn't it be as simple as announcing its disbandment? Right, Huan Cho-min. Why don't you say something? Cho-min remained silent for a moment. She understands, doesn't she? It's not easy for you to answer, is it? I'm guessing you feel it too. If we disband the division, it will only make the cycle of violence even greater, Tich-song quickly retorted. What are you talking about? The division is the embodiment of violence. Why would eliminating them? Before he could finish, she cut him off. The number 37 represents the violent gangs that existed before the Alliance and Emperor Division emerged. Gangs that existed even before the Emperor Division was formed to eliminate them. Hearing this, Taeseon continued, Emperor Division and the Daejong Alliance. She shared his thoughts. That's right. Since those two organizations were formed, no more violent gangs have appeared. Cho-min clenched his fist and affirmed, but we've already dismantled the alliance. And if we force Emperor Division to disappear, we'll revive the dozens of gangs that existed before the division and alliance were formed. Texan pondered. Indeed, before those two organizations formed, even the slums were attacked by many forces. I remember my hometown being harassed daily by gangs before Emperor's Division took over. Could it be that, contrary to initial intentions, the division and alliance were the ones suppressing the formation of violent gangs, leading Min to firmly defend her position? If you're suggesting we ignore them and leave them be, I can't agree with that. Who said anything about leaving them be? Chin has made his decision. From this moment on, Emperor's Division will be moving their morning activities to the city. Jang and June are suddenly summoned, and June wonders, what's going on? Why did you call us here? It's been a while since we've been back. Ignoring them, Min gets straight to the point. I have something to discuss with you about our division's future. The moment he heard division, Jae-gang was ecstatic. Good, so what is it? What are you planning? The East is already in our hands. Next, we'll dominate the entire nation. I presume you have a reason for summoning us here. Contrary to his expectations, Cho-min calmly announces, yes, this is where the Emperor Division was founded, which is why I've called you all here. This is the starting point of the Emperor Division and also the perfect place to talk about its end. Upon hearing this, Jae-gang-ji exclaimed, what? While Jae-hun was left in stunned silence. Immediately, Deong roared, Cho-min, what the hell are you spouting? Taekon, give me that. Sensing something was wrong with the flag in Taekon's hand. Immediately, Cho-min looks at the flag and explains, the division's flag. Originally, my brother formed the division to overthrow the alliance. He paused, lit the lighter, and continued. But now, the division's purpose has vanished. Witnessing this, Jae-gang is furious. Chomin burns the flag, implying the group no longer has a reason to exist. Jae-gang, enraged, shouts, "How dare you burn that? It's the symbol of the division, the symbol of Mu." Looking Jae-gang in the eye, Chomin declares, "He's dead, so everything that belonged to him must be burned." Gazing at the burning flag, he proclaims it Mudge's funeral. This torch signals the end of his journey, the end of Hwangmi's SD Vision era, and the dawn of my Emperor Civision. Jae-gang and June are stunned into silence as we flash back to the previous night, where Chomin is bewildered by the mention of a new Emperor SD Vision. What does she mean? Mahari slowly explains it to him. Eliminating the division won't eliminate violence. That dream will never come true. Why don't you use the division's power instead? She immediately countered, reminding him that he once used the division's power to bring temporary peace to his medical school. Yes, though temporary, I used the division's power to stop school violence there. Mahari analyzes the situation. He had limitations back then because he used Hwangmi's name to issue orders, but times have changed and the forces hindering the Dejong Alliance division have collapsed. Her persuasive words made Min realize that now was the time. Min now stood before Jiang and June, declaring that the division's goal from this moment on was to control violence throughout the entire Derong area. He waited anxiously, wondering if they would agree. In the end, Dewey Gang spoke up. "You're saying that's our division's new goal, to control the violence?" June followed. "So you want us to take on the responsibility of establishing order in this area? The whole damn thing?" Tech, standing beside Min, was equally worried. It would be difficult to convince them to cooperate. A single misstep could turn them against us. Realizing this, Dewey Gang angrily grabs June's collar. "Hey, are you saying that Mu is dead?" Ji Seok Song quickly interjected. "Wait, Digong, Kim Teach Song, stay put. If he was going to hit Hwang Cho Min, he would have done it already, so it must be true." "Let him finish," Jae-gang stated, confirming an unchanging truth. "Though he's no longer with us, I'll follow in his footsteps until I die. No, even in death, I'll follow him. A great man in my eyes left Emperor's vision to you, so he suddenly lowered his voice and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, 'I will walk the path you choose. That is how I follow my leader.'" Jae-hun watched Jae-gong, saying, "Well, I have no objections." But Jae-hun was still curious about his intentions. "Tell me, Hwang-min, how exactly are you going to stop the violence?" Jae-hun points out the existing problems, noting that this is different from facing the DJ Alliance. Aimer Vision alone can't handle the entire DJ area. Even now, someone, somewhere, is being bullied. We can't assign someone to protect every victim of violence. Frankly, simply suppressing violence with authority has its limits. Even if it's to prevent violence and change the state of teenage violence, not everyone will agree. Unlike public power, autonomous organizations have no power to suppress violence. Even within the division, there will be those who oppose this direction. Why make it complicated? Just punch anyone who disagrees. Ultimately, Jae-hun gets to the heart of the matter. Forgetting the other issues, what worries me most are the minds capable of devising such a large-scale plan. Within our division, there's only you, me, and Kim Tich-song. Just the three of us will face limitations in executing this plan. You don't need to worry about that. There's one more person who will help us. As Chin finished speaking, everyone turned to look at the person he was referring to. Sang Dia appeared, adding a sarcastic remark. "So this is the atmosphere of the division's meeting. How humiliating to be defeated by an organization like this, especially with his arrogance on full display." Daigong bristles, grumbling, "Why the hell do you have to join hands with that guy?" "Because we need brains more than brawn in this matter, and Lee Sangjae will surely be a great help." Hearing that, Sangdia doubts himself. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but is this really okay? I'm more of a supporter of violence than anyone." Something seems off to Seok. That's right, many students have suffered violence because of him. Yes, that's exactly right. However, Chomin looks at him, confidently stating that Wai Sangdae is also a victim of violence. A victim, a perpetrator, and a victim with talent, perfectly suited for our plan. A bit long-winded, but he finally gets to the point. The most important thing is knowing the characteristics of the pawn we'll be using. At that moment, he silently spoke to his brother. "See, Hyung, the division that once existed and acted according to your will is no more. From this moment on, the division will act for everyone. The great organization, Vision, founded by you, will now act only for the weak. Thank you, Brother May. I will cherish it. Even now, somewhere, someone is enduring violence, and most victims don't seek revenge. They simply wish for a normal life. That's all they ask. But violence is like an accident. It only shatters their hopes into pieces as the thug laughs mockingly at Kim Da-hyun. Crying already from just a little hit, what a man you are." Just then, Digong chimed in, but Heo Huang told Min that violence would be strictly prohibited here from now on. "If you disobey, I'll beat you to death. Disobey me and someone else's dreams will ignite even brighter. Immediately, the thugs were forced to kneel, and Daigang warned them to listen closely. From this day on, anyone who dares to use violence to bully the weak will be beaten to a pulp by our division. Got it? They stammered in fear. We won't do it again. We messed up, please spare us. But Jiang wasn't ready to let them off the hook, and he spoke half in jest. Why are you guys so obedient? You should be studying instead of fighting. I'm sorry, I'll study hard. At this moment, a pitiful Kim Dasoon looked at Jae Gang hesitantly, saying, Thank you for saving me. Huh? Oh, if you want to thank someone, thank our strategist. She wondered who this strategist was, and Daigang, recalling Cho Min from the past, replied that he was someone like her. Immediately, Cho Min appears, asking worriedly, Are you okay? You've had a rough time, haven't you? Cho Min takes off his coat, saying he doesn't need to worry anymore. Cho Min then put his jacket on him, explaining that they would help him get his normal life back. From now on, this dragon symbol will protect you. Nun was extremely pleased to witness this. Emperor Savision's new goal is to restore normal, everyday life to ordinary students. But that may be harder than fighting the Tiksong Alliance. Haven't you heard what the Savision's been up to lately? How do you know? Without wasting words, Jihan ordered them dealt with, and brutally. He then sought out Sangdae, the informant, and lighting a cigarette. Daihun remarked, Your information was spot on, I must say. Why are you so eager to cooperate with us? He asked cautiously, probing for answers. Are you plotting to stab us in the back? Dihun asks. I no longer have the reason or the will to do that. He honestly revealed that he simply wanted to witness the normal school environment that was mentioned. The division has begun its campaign to prevent school violence, but Dong is not so easily changed. However, someone who was bullied as badly as I was can clearly see. The classroom that was once as silent as the grave is now filled with the cheerful chatter of ordinary students. Of course, some weren't happy with the simple life, but they had to accept it. As things settled down, even Cho Min felt a little out of place in the eerily quiet school. Why couldn't he forget? Time passes, and he stands high above, feeling the chill in the air. Winter break is almost here. From afar, Ma Harry approached Cho Min and seriously asked, Are you ready? Today, I'll set off to meet my father. She hands him the paper, revealing the address where his father is. You should be grateful. I went through hell searching all over the country for you. Cho Min took the paper, lost in thought. My father is here? I'm leaving now. Be sure to greet him properly. Hey, you're leaving already? She turns back and asks, What do you mean, already? Our contract is over. He suddenly remembered the deal she'd mentioned before. He had to be the one to help her end this damn war. He stood there for a moment, stunned, before realizing. Without waiting, she simply said, Congratulations on ending your relationship with this crazy woman. You've been through so much. Hey, Mahari, he calls out, thank you for everything. To which she responds affectionately. Huang says goodbye to Min. They share a moment before going their separate ways. However, he couldn't resist turning back to look at her. Cut to the hospital where Haong is resting, and Mahari brings him good news. Brother, it's all over. I've ended the union, and the division has completely changed. If there are people like Huang for Min, there won't be victims like you anymore, she recounted, flustered that he even thanked her, speechless. When in reality, I'm no different from the one who caused his brother's accident, she confessed honestly. Actually, the reason I'm looking for his father is because I feel guilty. Guilty for taking away his family. Then she wraps her arms around Huang's neck. Is it okay for me to do this? She quietly gazed at him for a moment. Now, she has her answer. I think so too. The lingering guilt still haunts her. Indeed, moments later, she stood on the building's ledge, her mind consumed by the thought of her unatoned sins. Ma Harry decides to pay for her life with her own. Only by meeting the same end as you can I be considered even. Please forgive me, she said, calling out a Wang Muga's name as she jumped. Suddenly, Cho Min was there to catch her, breaking her fall. They both tumbled to the ground. She stares in disbelief at Min. How could he be here? Weren't you going to see your father? Sorry, but you seemed suspicious, so I followed you. I can see my father tomorrow. She reluctantly admitted, You're right, you are a strategist. How did you figure it out? I see. Now step away, this is awkward. Chin remained firm, refusing to move unless she promised not to kill herself. Harry reluctantly reminded him, Huang gave Min to you, remember? I'm the child who killed your brother, remember? That statement made him awkward, but he snapped back, saying she used that tactic to change him. She still doesn't understand what he's trying to say. What? He recalls the thoughts he'd kept buried deep within. If she hadn't sought him out that day, if she hadn't forced him to stand up and fight, he would have remained a coward, hiding behind the division and exploiting it for his own personal gain. I would have remained a coward for the rest of my life. He is forever grateful to her. Thanks to you, I can help others like me stand up and fight, to be useful to someone. He's even more convinced this is a once-in-a-lifetime honey trap. She told me that if I destroyed the alliance, she would do anything I asked, right? She recalled the words she once told him. If you destroy the alliance, I'll do anything you want. Anything. In that moment, she confirmed everything. Chin would use that promise to make his request. Live on, Ma Harry. His words touched her heart, and she couldn't hold back her tears. She suddenly pushes him away, wiping her tears, leaving him flustered. Hey, why are you crying? She blames him through her tears, saying he's the one making her sad. So, you know that saying too? I had no idea. That damn bookworm. She sat there, crying her eyes out. Chomin looks at her, bewildered, and the scene changes. One fine day, Chomin suddenly realizes that school has helped them recognize a truth. An individual can never overcome a collective. And because of that harsh truth, individuals are bullied by groups all over the world. If you, the person reading these lines, are suffering that pain, then I apologize because it's probably beyond my ability to help. But I hope you can endure it. I hope you don't give up. No one has the right to decide your life. Even if you're trampled and forced to endure, the king within you can only be yourself. In our game, that throne always belongs to you.